On the boundless ocean, a colossal ship pressed forward against the towering waves. Lightning flashed endlessly across the storm-dark sky, and rain poured down in torrents. Raindrops as large as beans hammered the wooden deck, crackling and splattering. Amid the storm, the mainsail on the mast shook violently in the gale, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Pops, a young man with pineapple-shaped hair, charged through wind and rain to the bow, bracing himself against the gale as he shouted, "The storm is too strong. If we keep sailing like this, the Moby Dick won't hold out. There's an island ahead. Let's take shelter." Grrrr. Whitebeard's signature bold laugh echoed through the storm, cutting through the rain and thunder. "Marco, this is the new world. Get used to it." Without explicitly agreeing, he turned the great helm in his hands, and the Moby Dick began to shift course slowly, a colossal beast struggling through wind and waves. The waves remained terrifyingly violent. Every heavy impact made the legendary giant ship groan with deep, weary creaks. The curtain of rain was almost continuous, and visibility was dreadfully low. Marco stood at the bow, his extraordinary gaze trying to pierce through it. "Hey, chum." Suddenly, he seemed to see something impossible. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. There among the reefs near the island's shore was a tiny figure. A little child wearing a crude straw rain cape and a conical hat. He held an extremely simple, slender fishing rod. He sat steadily on the reef as enormous waves crashed violently over him. The fishing line hung straight down into the murky water below. The scene carried a strange, indescribable harmony, and yet it seemed unreal. "Hey, kid." Marco roared with all his strength, his voice desperately cutting through the storm. "Is there a village on this island?" "Which way, eh?" The figure on the reef slowly turned. The broad brim of the hat hid most of his face, revealing only the faint outline of a resolute jaw. Through the roaring waves and crashing thunder, Marco's observation hockey clearly brought back the child's reply. "Food. Take me aboard. Feed me until I'm full, and I'll tell you the route." Marco was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. In this horrible weather, someone could still sit here fishing so calmly, and even have the leisure to bargain with the Whitebeard Pirates. Interesting. He instinctively glanced back toward the towering stern. The old man's towering mountain-like figure stood steadily there, clearly aware of the strange situation. A hint of intrigued amusement hung on Whitebeard's lips. He gave a slight nod, signaling Marco to handle it as he saw fit. With the old man's approval, Marco turned back and shouted at the figure on the reef, "All right. Come aboard then. We'll give you all the food you can eat." Soon an extremely sturdy rope ladder was lowered down the side of the Moby Dick. Seeing this, the boy put away his fishing rod. He carefully secured the rod and the heavy, bulging fish basket at his waist. He grabbed the swaying rope ladder and climbed with the nimble agility of a mountain monkey. With a few clean, deft movements, he easily boarded the Moby Dick's broad deck. Only now did the pirates gathered on the deck truly see him clearly. The boy took off his conical hat and straw rain cape. He revealed a young, still slightly childish face with resolute features, around 11 or 12 years old by the look of him. His whole body was soaked through by the icy rain and seawater, his black hair plastered tightly to his forehead. "Lewis." He gave his name. His voice was still low, yet it reached every curious pirate who was listening closely. "Take him to get some food first," Marco ordered, studying the mysterious boy named Lewis with keen interest. There was an indescribable quality about this kid, not the lingering ferocity of men who lived by the blade, but something purely innocent. The crew moved quickly and brought over food. Knowing the astonishing appetites of New World pirates, they had prepared a feast piled high, like a small mountain, a huge sea beast leg roasted until it sizzled and dripped with fragrant oil enough to make anyone's mouth water. A large basket piled with soft, fragrant bread. Several barrels of thick, steaming meat soup rich with ingredients. And a large plate of bright, varied fresh fruit. "Eat all you want, kid." A pirate with a fierce scar on his face grinned wide, his eyes carrying the look of someone expecting a show. They wanted to see just how much this thin little boy could actually eat. Lewis did not stand on ceremony. He reached out and grabbed a piece of roast meat larger than his own head. He opened his mouth and bit into it fiercely. Crack! The meat disappeared at a visible speed. Lewis's table manners were hardly refined. He ate at a speed that left people stunned, chewing with astonishing frequency. His cheeks bulged and churned as if his mouth contained a high-efficiency food shredder. A huge piece of roast meat became nothing but a pile of clean-picked bones in just a few seconds. Then came the second piece. And then the bread. He picked up one loaf and stuffed it into his mouth, finishing it in 2 or 3 bites. The surroundings gradually fell silent. The Whitebeard Pirates members, who had been smiling and watching, now stared with wide eyes. Their mouths hung open in shock, almost dropping to the floor. They watched in disbelief as Lewis devoured the food like a whirlwind. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. "How many days has this guy gone without eating?" A pirate muttered in a low voice. "Damn, that appetite might be even worse than Josu's. Is he a monster?" Low murmurs began to rise, filled with undisguised shock and disbelief. These were pirates who roamed the seas, every one of them a big eater. But the boy's eating was completely beyond their comprehension. This simply wasn't a human appetite. Lewis seemed not to hear the murmurs growing around him at all. His world had narrowed to the food in front of him. He reached out, hoisted a heavy wooden barrel, tilted his head back, and gulped directly from the rim. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The thick, scalding meat soup poured down his throat with a clearly audible sound. One whole barrel of soup was soon gone, and he unhesitatingly picked up a second. Before long, the table that had been piled mountain high with food was completely swept clean. Only a mess of bones and a few empty wooden barrels remained. Lewis let out a long, satisfied burp, and a comfortable expression finally appeared on his face. He patted his round, bulging belly, looking as if he had merely enjoyed an ordinary meal. Burp. I'm full. Lewis picked his teeth and looked up at Marco. The corner of Marco's mouth twitched. Now can you tell us where the village is? Lewis nodded and stood up promptly. He stretched slightly, and a series of crisp popping sounds came from his body. It was as if the enormous amount of food he had swallowed had already been completely digested and transformed into pure energy. The village is on the eastern side of the island. He raised his hand and pointed toward the deep interior of the island at the mountain silhouette barely visible through the wind and rain, giving a clear direction. Cross that mountain and you'll reach it. But the storm is too heavy now and the mountain path is difficult. He paused, then added, come with me. I'll take you there. The wind and rain seemed to ease slightly, but the sea remained rough and restless, far too dangerous to row ashore for supplies. On the deck, the pirates, still stunned by Lewis's inhuman appetite, had yet to snap out of their daze. Marco wiped the dampness from his forehead. Whether rain or cold sweat, it was hard to tell, and let his gaze fall back on the boy whose frame looked surprisingly slender. Hey kid. Marco's voice was filled with intense curiosity as he stepped forward and stopped in front of Lewis. Aren't you afraid of us at all? He deliberately put on a fierce look, trying to intimidate this strange kid. We're pirates, you know. The kind who burn, kill, and plunder. There's no evil we haven't done. Marco deliberately stressed the danger of their identity. Lewis's gaze did not linger on Marco. It was only a casual sweep, as if Marco and the motley pirates behind him were nothing more than irrelevant background. His eyes passed over Marco and went straight to the man seated on the enormous chair, motionless as a mountain. The man wore a white coat and bore the iconic white crescent mustache. His height dwarfed an ordinary man by more than double, and he carried the aura of a true king of the sea. Such obvious features. Just by looking at him, Lewis could sense how terrifying the man was. Every cell in his body warned him not to provoke this person. This was the ruler of the sea, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. After the God Valley incident, Whitebeard had begun sailing across the world, gathering his own family. You're Whitebeard, aren't you? Lewis suppressed the instinct to flee and stared directly at Whitebeard, the captain who once served under rocks, Edward Newgate. The air suddenly froze. The shock on the pirates' faces had not yet faded before another layer of disbelief descended upon them. Rocks. That name, like a taboo, had not been uttered lightly before their father for a long time, especially from a kid who looked this young. Whitebeard, seated in the main position, finally let his laughter-filled eyes truly focus on Lewis. He tilted his head slightly, the amused expression on his face fading into something more like scrutiny and surprise. Oh, Whitebeard let out a low rumbling sound. Do kids nowadays still know about the age of rocks? Lewis met that gradually sharpening, dangerous gaze without flinching. He answered calmly, but with a certainty and arrogance that did not match his age. If you want to rule this sea, you have to know your future opponents in advance. Opponent. Rule. The pirates exchanged looks, almost certain they had misheard. This kid, was he insane? Did he even know who he was talking to? After a brief silence, thunderous laughter erupted. The pirates could not help slapping each other's arms and backs, doubling over in laughter. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed out loud, and the entire Moby Dick seemed to tremble slightly with his laughter. What an interesting kid. Whitebeard's laughter gradually subsided, but his eyes held more appreciation and seriousness. You've got guts. Kid, come be my son. This was almost the highest recognition and invitation the Whitebeard Pirates could offer, to become the son of the world's strongest man, to receive his protection and the warmth of family. It was an opportunity countless people dreamed of, now placed right in front of Lewis. Even Marco and the others softened a little. Although this kid was unbelievably arrogant, their father seemed to appreciate him. But what Lewis said next left everyone stunned again. He did not answer whether he would become a son. Instead, he stepped forward, getting closer to Whitebeard. He raised his head to look at the man who existed like a legend. Even you, called the world's strongest man, will grow old one day, won't you? Lewis's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone clearly. Strength will fade, the body will age, and fame will be forgotten. When that day comes, what should you do? These words, like a sharp thorn, struck precisely at the place the Whitebeard Pirates least wanted to touch, the shadow of the future, the merciless passage of time. In an instant, the atmosphere on the deck dropped to freezing point. The anger in Marco and the others flared up again, even fiercer than before. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you asking to die? How dare you curse our father? Furious roars rose one after another, and murderous intent spread through the air. But Lewis acted as if he had heard nothing. His gaze remained fixed on Whitebeard, waiting for his answer. Or rather, he did not need an answer at all. He went on, his voice resolute, carrying earth-shattering ambition. So I won't be your son. What I want is more. Lewis suddenly raised his hand and pointed straight at Whitebeard, eyes blazing with an unconcealed naked desire. I'll not only join. I want everything you have. Whether it's the family you treasure, or the power you take pride in, or the fame that echoes across the sea. I want it all. His voice rose higher and higher, like thunder crashing into everyone's hearts. As the price, Lewis took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and roared at the top of his lungs. I will take your place and protect everything you now possess. My ship can carry anyone, and it can carry your era too. Silence. The deck fell into complete silence. Everyone was shaken speechless by Lewis's astonishing declaration, their minds blank. This was no longer arrogance. This was madness. A complete lunatic. You bastard. Marco was the first to react, roaring as blue-green flames ignited around his body. I'll kill you, you ignorant brat. How dare you covet our father's everything? The other crew members also erupted in fury, drawing their weapons and closing in with murderous intent. At that moment, on the verge of an explosion, enough. Whitebeard's voice sounded calm, yet carrying an unshakable authority. The furious pirates froze mid-motion. Though they still glared at Lewis, they forced back the urge to attack and turned to look at their father. Whitebeard stopped his sons. He looked at this audacious kid, and in his weather-beaten eyes there was no anger, only a deeper, more interested gleam. How many years had it been? How long had no one dared to say such things to his face? Covet everything he had. Replace him in protecting it. Whitebeard gave a low laugh, a laugh tinged with scrutiny. Gururara, what an arrogant kid. He leaned his enormous body forward, his oppressive aura pressing down on Lewis like a mountain. Then prove it to me. Prove that you have the right to take everything I have. The moment his words faded, the world seemed to freeze. The air solidified. Then an indescribably terrifying pressure erupted from within Whitebeard's body. This pressure instantly swept across the entire deck of the Moby Dick. Boom. The impact did not act on physical matter, yet it was far more soul-shattering than any tangible attack. It is Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki, unique to the strongest man in the world, capable of making the heavens and earth change color and the sea itself tremble. Lewis's brain buzzed with a thunderous ringing as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer. The world before his eyes began to distort and spin. Ear-splitting whines pierced his nerves as if countless wailing spirits were howling around him. Lewis's body began to tremble violently beyond his control. His legs were as heavy as lead, as if at any moment they would give out and he would collapse in disgrace. So this is the power of Whitebeard. The mere release of his presence was enough to instantly shatter the minds of most people. Truly terrifying power. Lewis gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. Veins bulged on his temples, and his hands clenched so fiercely that his knuckles turned white. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, drenching his clothes in an instant. His vision was already blurring. Whitebeard's towering figure distorted into an ancient demon god radiating boundless despair. I can't fall. I absolutely cannot fall here. He had just proclaimed such a declaration. If he couldn't even withstand his opponent's presence, then all his ambition and grand words would become the greatest joke. Aorg. At the critical moment when his spirit was about to be completely crushed, an unyielding will from the very depths of his soul, along with that burning ambition to seize everything, transformed into a force equally brutal and defiant. He forcibly drove this force, bursting it forth from his body in an eruption. It was a newborn power full of vigorous vitality, yet carrying immense stubbornness and resistance. It was also Conqueror's Haki. However, compared to Whitebeard's unfathomable Haki, which was as deep as an ocean, Lewis's Conqueror's Haki was at this moment merely a flickering candle flame swaying in a raging storm. Feeble, yet it burned desperately, radiating its own unyielding light. The two invisible Conqueror's Hakis collided violently in midair, emitting a shrill scream inaudible to ordinary ears. Lewis felt like a lone boat amidst raging waves in constant peril of capsizing. Whitebeard's Haki surged like solidified giant waves, one after another, mercilessly battering him. With each impact, his consciousness dimmed a little further, and the burden on his body grew exponentially. His resistance appeared so difficult, so fragile. That Conqueror's Haki, which had just awakened not long ago, and could not yet be freely controlled, was already beginning to show cracks under Whitebeard's full suppression, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Gururara. Whitebeard looked at Lewis, who was struggling in pain under his Haki's assault, yet whose spine remained unbent, the interest in his eyes growing more intense. This brat is not only astonishingly bold, but he even possesses Conqueror's Haki. Just as Lewis felt he truly couldn't hold on, his consciousness sinking, and even his feeble flame of Haki on the verge of collapse. From the rear of the deck, suppressed groans came first. Then thud, thud, sounds rang out in succession. Some of the weaker crew members, unable to withstand the collision of the two Conqueror's Hakis, were the first to give in. Eyes rolling back, they collapsed unconscious. Pops. That's enough. An anxious shout came from Marco the Phoenix. The blue-green flames on his body flickered slightly, his face showing obvious helplessness and urgency. Marco quickly walked to Whitebeard's side, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious companions, then glancing at Lewis, who was tottering, his face as pale as paper, yet still standing stubbornly. Some of our brothers on the ship can't take it anymore. Marco's voice carried a note of urgency. Hearing this, Whitebeard's gaze swept across the deck, saw his fallen sons, and his brows furrowed slightly. He gave Louis one last deep look. Then, like the ebbing of a tide, that terrifying conqueror's haki, which resembled a tsunami, suddenly receded and vanished without a trace. It came swiftly and vanished even more swiftly. Buzz. The world-destroying pressure enveloping Lewis disappeared in an instant. Phew. Huh. Lewis's body suddenly relaxed, but the feeling of blackness before his eyes did not immediately recede, and a violent ringing still lingered in his ears. He staggered backward several steps, his legs weak, almost collapsing to his knees. Only by sheer incredible willpower did he barely manage to steady himself again. He gasped for breath, each inhale like pulling a worn-out bellows accompanied by a burning pain. His chest heaved violently, and sweat soaked his entire body, making him look utterly disheveled. Yet the flame burning in his dark eyes had not been extinguished in the slightest. The sensation of surviving a catastrophe rushed through his limbs and bones. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it would burst through his ribs at any moment. In that instant just now, he had truly thought he was going to die. Whitebeard's conqueror's haki was truly like the advent of a natural disaster. As Whitebeard withdrew his haki, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere on the deck finally began to dissipate. Marco let out a sigh of relief and quickly directed the other conscious crew members to tend to those who had fainted. As for Diamond Jozu Flower Sword Vista Ice, which Whitey Bay and the other crew members, their eyes when looking at Lewis had undergone a tremendous change. Their former anger and hostility were replaced by a complex mixture of shock, gravity, and disbelief. Conqueror's haki. This brat who had uttered such arrogant words actually possessed the quality of a king, one in a million. What was even more startling was that his conqueror's haki, clearly newborn, perhaps only just awakened, had managed to endure for so long, without collapsing completely under Pop's full force pressure that made even the sea tremble. What unyielding will and unfathomable potential this required. This talent was simply appalling. They had followed Whitebeard for many years, and no one knew better than them the terror of their Pop's conqueror's haki. Even they, the battle-hardened commanders, had to steel themselves when Pops released his conqueror's haki, never daring to be careless in the slightest. Even with his strength somewhat restrained, this young brat could actually confront it head-on with his own feeble newborn conqueror's haki. This could no longer be described as genius. He's a monster. Whitebeard's gaze upon Lewis suddenly turned profound. Born with the disposition of a conqueror. Truly a talent so fearsome it struck awe into the heart. It reminded him unbidden of a time long since past. That pirate ship named the Rocks, and the untamable, prodigiously gifted monsters who had sailed upon her. Every one of them possessed the potential to make the entire world tremble. Does history in its heedless course always repeat itself in such uncanny ways? Watching Lewis gasp for breath, drenched in sweat, and utterly disheveled, Whitebeard's lips split into his signature crescent moon grin. Yet this time that smile bore less condescending scrutiny and far more evident approval. There was even undisguised admiration within it. Gura la la la. His hearty laughter rang out once more, rolling across the deck like booming thunder. You want to inherit everything I have. You little brat, you're still a long way off. The words still brimmed with the unparalleled pride of the world's strongest man. But the meaning behind them had already changed beyond measure from the very outset. However, Whitebeard's tone made an abrupt turn, and his mountain-like frame leaned slightly forward. A burning curiosity gleamed in his eyes. Your conqueror's haki is quite intriguing. The strength and tenacity of that will are hardly something an ordinary brat who just awakened it ought to possess. Has someone deliberately honed your will? Or have you lived through something extraordinary? Though Lewis's conqueror's haki was still unripe, far from full maturity. Yet to burst forth reflexively under such terrifying life or death pressure, and to sustain it for so long, surpassed anything freshly awakened could ever account for. It seemed more like an instinctive mastery embedded deep within his very soul. Or perhaps he had once faced similar trials of will. Hearing Whitebeard's probing questions, Lewis finally managed to catch his breath. He reached up and wiped the sweat from his face, then flashed a grin, revealing a row of even white teeth. Within that grin lurked cunning, and a strange elusive meaning no one could quite grasp. Guidance. Lewis gave a gentle shake of his head. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, as if reminiscing about something far away. In my homeland. He began, his tone unhurried and distant. Conqueror's haki is hardly anything truly rare. Oh. Whitebeard was clearly intensely intrigued by Lewis's earth-shaking assertion. Conqueror's haki. That was the mark of a king, found once in 10,000. Yet in this brat's homeland it wasn't even considered rare. Just what kind of place was that? A land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons where masters clustered like clouds. Lewis paused briefly, as if weighing his next words. Then in a tone half jesting and half earnest he spoke slowly. Because you see, in my homeland a long time ago someone once uttered a single phrase. He lifted his head sharply. His gaze blazed at Whitebeard like twin tongues of fire. Word by deliberate word, he declared with crystalline clarity. Our kings, lords, generals, and ministers born of a chosen breed. Those 9 characters rang out clear and unmistakable in everyone's ears. The deck fell silent at once. Many pirates wore puzzled expressions, chewing over the meaning of those unfamiliar words. Only Whitebeard, after a fleeting flicker of astonishment, erupted with startling brilliance in his eyes, as if he had just heard the most stirring words in all the world. He burst into thunderous laughter that split the clouds. Gurra-la-la-la, our kings, lords, generals, and ministers born of a chosen breed. Well said. Now that is true spirit. No wonder your conqueror's hockey is so tenacious. Gurra-la-la-la, are the people of your homeland all a pack of men who refuse to bow to heaven's decree? Whitebeard could feel with absolute clarity the vast, magnificent audacity coiled within those words. The courage to defy destiny, the refusal to accept a mediocre lot. How reminiscent it was of the convictions of countless mighty figures upon the sea, including his own unyielding obsession in his youth. It was almost exactly the same. If I ever get the chance, I'd truly like to travel to your homeland and see it for myself. Whitebeard declared with unbridled generosity, his voice saturated with genuine longing. Hearing this, the smile on Lewis's face quietly receded. He let out a soft sigh. An indescribable loneliness instantly welled up in his eyes. I can't go back. 3 deceptively simple words. Yet they bore a weight so heavy it seemed enough to crush everything beneath them. The atmosphere that had just begun to warm faltered, then cooled. Whitebeard caught the fleeting complex emotion in Lewis's gaze, and even his thunderous hearty laughter gently faded into silence. He was silent for a moment. Then he extended that enormous hand, a palm as vast as a small hill. Gently, with a clumsy, tender care that was utterly incongruous with his colossal frame, he rested it upon Lewis's head. Lewis's body stiffened sharply, and by pure instinct he nearly flinched away. But the astonishing warmth seeping from that broad, thick palm, coupled with a steadiness unshakable as a mountain, made him freeze in place. It was a monstrous hand capable of crushing steel with ease and splitting the earth itself. Yet at this moment it carried a strange, heart-soothing power of solace. Gurra-la-la-la. Whitebeard's voice dropped to a low, gentle cadence. No longer the blazing dominance of before, but that of a true elder patiently comforting a lost child. If you can't go back, then let it be. From now on. He paused, and his voice turned even more solemn. We are your family. This place is your home now. Brilliant sunlight poured without reserve onto the deck. It cast Whitebeard's vast, godlike shadow long and broad, completely enfolding Lewis's small frame within its shelter. The sea breeze, bearing its faint salty dampness, drifted across Lewis's slightly burning cheeks. Slowly Lewis raised his head, gazing up at the man before him. Mountainous in stature, exuding an infinite sense of safety. He saw in those eyes the unfeigned sincerity of true emotion. He had come to this utterly unfamiliar world alone and helpless, with not a single soul to lean on. His heart had once been filled with confusion toward the unknown and a terror that cut to the marrow of his bones. But in this moment, the man universally recognized as the strongest in the world had opened his warmest embrace to him, offering him a promise of home. The corners of Lewis's lips of their own accord curved upward bit by bit. All the exhaustion and dishevelment he had accumulated before seemed at this instant to scatter like dissipating smoke. Perhaps this sudden journey across worlds wouldn't turn out to be as dreadful as he had first imagined. At the very least, upon this sea, rife with peril yet brimming with boundless opportunity, he seemed to have found a harbor where he could temporarily drop anchor and weather the storms. As for the future, within Lewis's eyes that blazing fire which had never once been extinguished flared anew. The future still stretched endlessly before him. He still wanted everything Whitebeard possessed, all of it, every last piece. But perhaps he could adopt a gentler, far more clever approach. For instance, by first genuinely becoming part of this family. And so in Sea Circle year 1492, Lewis formally joined the Whitebeard Pirates. The next day, after a night of wind and waves, the sea had returned to calm. The colossal silhouette of the Moby Dick gradually emerged in the sunlight, the great vessel sailing under Liu Yi's remarkably precise guidance. The wooden pier set against the colossus that was the Moby Dick looked as insignificant as a toy. It seemed that even the waves stirred up by the great ship could easily shatter it to pieces. Figures bustled about the pier, and more villagers had gathered at the village entrance farther away. Their hands clutched weapons, rust-stained harpoons, old hunting rifles, while others brandished crude hunting knives and longbows. Every face was etched with vigilance and unease. All eyes were fixed intently on this uninvited giant of a ship. A pirate ship. To these villagers who had lived for generations in this secluded corner, those 3 words were practically synonymous with disaster and plunder. He stood at the edge of the Moby Dick's towering bow deck. The sea breeze ruffled the stray locks on his forehead, revealing a pair of tranquil eyes. He looked down. His gaze swept slowly over the faces on the pier, faces both familiar and strange. It also swept over the land where he had struggled to survive for 2 entire years. 2 years. 2 interminable years. He was an outsider who had appeared without warning, a child of unknown identity. This insular and exclusionary village had never truly accepted him. He remembered the villagers' eyes all too well. At first curiosity and scrutiny, then gradually suspicion and rejection. If he had not been just a 9-year-old child back then, frail and harmless in appearance, they would likely have cast him out of the village without mercy, leaving him to fend for himself. Even so, those 2 years were anything but easy. If he wanted to survive, he could rely only on himself. He hunted in the woods and set clumsy traps. He fished along the reef-strewn shore, wrestling with the waves. He even fought hungry beasts for scraps of food. Hunger was his constant companion. Loneliness was his shadow. Danger lurked everywhere. Under the brutal day-after-day grind, his 9-year-old body had long become far stronger and more wiry than that of any ordinary child his age. At that moment, a stir suddenly erupted from the crowd below. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the not-so-tall figure at the ship's bow. "It's him, that little brat." A villager cried out, his voice thick with disbelief. "Louis, how is he on a pirate ship?" Exclamations overlapped. Another voice followed, at once full of confusion and bewilderment. Then a far more terrified voice, trembling violently, pierced through the din. "The flag! Look at that flag! That's Whitebeard. It's the Whitebeard Pirates." Whitebeard. That name seemed to hold boundless magic, like a droplet of water plunged into a blazing cauldron of oil, exploding in an instant. The strongest man in the world. A living legend. One of the sovereigns ruling this vast sea. The vigilance and unease on the villagers' faces were instantly replaced by a deeper, more primal emotion. Fear. And an awe beyond words. Some of the more timid ones felt their legs involuntarily go weak, barely able to stand. The hands gripping their weapons trembled like leaves in the wind. The immense hull of the Moby Dick finally eased steadily toward the pier. The enormous shadow it cast nearly swallowed the entire little dock hole. The heavy anchor crashed down into the sea, sending towering spray into the air. Thud. With a dull, resounding boom, the heavy gangplank was lowered heavily, linking the great ship to the tiny pier. Louis's expression remained calm as he took the lead and stepped down. Following close behind was Marco, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes languid yet keen. And also Vista and the others, who bore the unmistakable look of battle-scarred veterans. The villagers dared not even breathe. Almost all of their gazes were now locked onto the slender, small figure leading the way, fixed on Louis. After a suffocatingly brief silence, the crowd erupted like a powder keg set ablaze. To everyone's astonishment, the villagers crowded forward. The fear on their faces had not yet fully faded, but it was already being overlaid by a far more complex and intense emotion. It was shock, incredulity, and even a hint of fervent fawning. "Louis, it really is you. Louis." A burly man who had once looked down on Louis now shoved his way to the front, his voice cracking. How could you be with the Whitebeard Pirates? Heavens, don't tell me you've joined them." A chorus of questions surged over him like a tide. Every voice was laden with urgency and undisguised curiosity. Louis halted. His gaze swept indifferently over the faces before him. These were the villagers who had once watched coldly as he struggled to survive hunger and danger. He clearly saw in their eyes the bone-deep awe that the name Whitebeard had evoked. Even more clearly, he saw the obvious regret and sycophancy that had rapidly sprouted because of his current status. How brutally realistic, enough to make one laugh. He gave a slight nod in response. That minimal confirmation, yet it struck like a thunderbolt, detonating in every villager's heart. This Brit they had ostracized and ignored for 2 whole years. This outsider who in their eyes had been surviving like a stray dog, liable at any moment to starve or freeze to death in some corner. Had he actually joined the legendary Whitebeard Pirates? Become a crew member of that man, the strongest in the world? In an instant, countless villagers' faces displayed unmistakable regret. They were consumed by bitter regret. If only they had known that this brat would have such a heaven-leaping, earth-shaking stroke of fortune. They should have been kinder to him back then. Even if only occasionally tossing him a few leftover scraps of food. Even if only raising their voices to scare off the beasts when he was being chased. Even if only giving him a gaze that was not so cold. Perhaps now. Alas, in this world there has never been a cure for regret. Watching the villagers' faces, an ever-changing spectacle more capricious than a chameleon, Louis found it all utterly tedious. He had no interest in wasting words on these people. He could not be bothered to look at their awkwardly forced, stiff, and hypocritical fawning expressions. He lightly raised a hand and waved it casually. A gesture for them to move aside. As if pushed by some invisible force, the encircling villagers instinctively shrank back to both sides in terror. A path opened up at once. Louis did not spare them another glance. He strode straight toward the direction of the shabby little wooden hut he had built with his own hands as he remembered it. He seemed to have returned only to fetch something utterly trivial. Or perhaps just to take one last look. Marco walked behind Lu, a clearly amused smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He studied the villagers' reactions with keen interest, then lowered his voice and teased Louis. Hey Louis, so how does it feel to suddenly become the center of everyone's attention? Tisk tisk, is this how warm they were to you before? Louis did not slow down as if he had not heard Marco's teasing. He merely shrugged indifferently. His gaze had already passed beyond this narrow, isolated little village so full of ignorance and prejudice. It was fixed on that vaster, freer, and far more perilous boundless ocean. This insignificant little attention, this ant-like awe and regret. Compared with what was in his heart with what he was about to do, it was utterly absolutely nothing. He finished his business quickly. There was really nothing he needed to take away. He merely stood before that dilapidated, drafty little cabin and quietly took one look. This place, which carried 2 years of his memories, loneliness, hunger, and struggle. Then he turned around, without the slightest reluctance. Under the villagers' complex gaze, a mixture of awe, fear, regret, and a thread of disbelief. Louis, without looking back, stepped onto the Moby Dick's solid broad gangplank once more. Having already taken on supplies, the Moby Dick slowly weighed anchor. It departed from this tiny harbor that for Louis had already become a thoroughly closed chapter, a place with no further ties to him. Day and night cycled endlessly, time flew like an arrow. Unknowingly, a month had already quietly slipped away. The sea breeze, carrying the ocean's distinctive salty moisture and warmth, brushed against the extraordinarily wide deck of the Moby Dick. Clang! A sharp, piercing metallic clash exploded suddenly. The training longsword in Louis's hand was ruthlessly knocked flying by an insurmountable torrent of power. It slipped from his grasp. The sword carved a weak arc through the air. With a dull clang, it crashed heavily onto the solid deck. Louis himself was sent flying backward in a clumsy posture. He slammed hard onto the sun-baked teak deck, the impact echoing with a heavy thud. Every bone in his body seemed to cry out under the unbearable strain at that moment. His training clothes were thoroughly soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to his frame and outlining the lean, yet powerful physique of the young man. Huff! Huff! His ragged gasps grew increasingly heavy, his chest heaving with exaggerated ferocity. On this momentarily quiet deck, those sounds rang out with striking clarity and sharpness. This had become his daily ritual since beginning sword training under the flower sword Bista. There was hardly a single day without it. At this set hour each day, he would invariably collapse in such disheveled condition, marking the official end of morning sword practice. In the beginning, he had sought counsel from the man hailed as the world's strongest, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, asking how he might grow stronger. The living legend of the seas simply waved a massive hand and casually handed him off to Marco the Phoenix. Marco, clearly occupied with duties, or more plainly too lazy to personally tutor a complete novice, had quite naturally passed this glorious yet arduous responsibility to Bista. And so Louis's initial instructor underwent a rapid demotion, falling from the ranks of the 4 emperors to vice commander, then to division captain in quick succession. Louis lay supine on the warm deck, his body spread wide. He felt the sun's unrestrained heat and the fleeting coolness of the sea breeze sweeping across his sweat-dampened skin. His thoughts wandered aimlessly through these memories. Yet deep down he harbored no resentment toward this arrangement. Even instruction from merely a division captain proved invaluable to a complete novice just beginning his sword path, one whose basic grip still required constant correction. Such treatment was nothing short of a dream come true, a top-tier master willing to teach with absolute dedication and zero reservation. That was more than enough. He slowly closed his eyes. Greedily seizing every moment of recovery, he worked to restore his nearly depleted stamina. In the shade not far away stood Bista the Flower Sword, his trademark curled mustache framing a warrior renowned for his elegant combat style. He gazed silently at the young man collapsed on the deck, his expression heavy with scrutiny. His demeanor remained as composed as ever, radiating the serene confidence characteristic of a true master. Yet deep within his eyes flickered a barely perceptible astonishment, one he himself scarcely recognized but could not hide. Only a month had passed. Bista remembered with crystal clarity. Just a month ago this boy named Louis had been a complete beginner, someone who needed his hands guided to properly grip even a sword's hilt. Back then he'd moved with the awkwardness of a toddler taking first steps, knowing nothing of the sword. And now, after merely a month, he was actually managing to exchange dozens of moves with Bista, though the instructor had deliberately suppressed most of his power and speed to help build solid fundamentals. Not a single advanced technique had been employed. Yet this rate of progress, this visible growth rate, was almost absurdly rapid. He was like a dry sponge thrown into water, desperately absorbing every morsel of swordsmanship knowledge and technique, and converting it all into his own arsenal at a breathtaking pace that bordered on incomprehensible. Such talent, such almost monstrous growth rate. Bista offered a heavy, unspoken judgment in his heart. A monster, a complete unabashed monster. Lewis, of course, had no idea his teacher, the future legendary swordsman who would shake the new world, had quietly labeled him as such. For now, he was simply concentrating on drawing upon every ounce of his body's potential, frantically restoring his energy. When that suffocating exhaustion began to recede like the tide, as tiny streams of new strength began flowing and gathering through his limbs, once more he erupted upward in a perfect backflip. His movements were sharp and precise as he rose cleanly from the deck. Bending down, he retrieved the training sword and returned it to its rack. The entire sequence flowed without hesitation, as though the collapsed figure from moments before wasn't him. Morning sword practice had formally concluded. Next came the second phase of training, physical conditioning. On this vast ocean, whether wielding a blade of firearm or one's fists, the essence demands a powerful physique as foundation, bolstered by sufficient haki cultivation to stand among the truly strong. As the future Emperor Kaido would later declare, haki is the supreme power above all else. And formidable haki originates from an exceptionally powerful body. Such physical prowess stems from relentless training day after day, year after year. No one is born absolutely strong. Even the rare-born sovereign's haki, those one-in-a-million signs of kingship, requires relentless refinement before it can truly awaken and radiate its brilliance. Lewis pressed his palms to the deck, body rigid as he executed flawless push-ups. Sweat traced paths down his temples, jawline, and neck, falling like severed pearls. Drop after drop struck the sun-warmed planks, evaporating quickly to leave only dark stains as proof of his exertion. 1 rep, 2, 3. Each movement executed with textbook precision, his rhythm as steady as clockwork machinery. As if fatigue were a foreign concept, his sole focus remained singular, becoming stronger. The blazing sun stretched his shadow long across the deck. His form was clearly etched against the Moby Dick's massive, powerful hull. A short distance away on the ship's superstructure, several figures stood in silence. Marco the Phoenix watched intently through his signature half-lidded gaze, never blinking as he observed the young man training with such fierce dedication. At his side stood Diamond Jozu and Vinegar the Ice, which among other core members with special standing in the Whitebeard Pirates. They watched Lewis in silence. A talent like that coupled with such moving diligence, he was terrifying beyond measure. Marco found himself unconsciously measuring Lewis against his younger self. At 11, perhaps the gap in natural talent was only slight, but in terms of work ethic, his past self had been utterly and unquestionably outworked by this kid. Had he trained with even half this dedication, his strength would surely have doubled by now. Could this kid actually reach the old man's level? A thought that sent shockwaves through everyone, not unlike a seed cracking through soil, taking root and growing wildly in their minds. Marco, Jozu, Vinegar, and the others exchanged glances, each reading the same disbelief and dawning respect reflected in the other's eyes. This youth might just become another pillar supporting the Whitebeard Pirates' future. The Moby Dick sailed across the boundless azure sea like a slumbering leviathan. Sunlight caressed its wooden planks, revealing a warm, weathered grain. A sea breeze, faintly salted, brushed gently against the deck, stirring the sails with a soft, rustling whisper. Everything felt tranquil and serene. It stood in stark contrast to the violent tempest that had ravaged the waters just days prior. Such calm was the true nature of the grand seas, often bordering on monotony. Lewis, bare-chested, stood on deck, his shorts drenched in sweat. His taut, well-defined musculature gleamed under the sun, radiating raw, explosive power. Once again he drilled at the ship's railing, repeating a regimen that was as grueling as it was powerful. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Every movement was executed with flawless precision. Beads of sweat rolled down his resolute jawline, striking the wooden deck and vanishing instantly, leaving only faint, damp traces. His breath remained steady and measured. His gaze was locked, the world narrowing to nothing but himself and his unyielding drive to grow stronger. Crew members occasionally passed by, casting knowing glances at the sweat-drenched youth, their eyes softened with familiar admiration and quiet encouragement. That kid is relentlessly dedicated. Suddenly, an indescribable weight plummeted from nowhere, as if the very air had thickened into molten lead. Edward Newgate, who had been resting in his colossal throne-like chair at the ship's center, sprang to his feet. His mountainous frame coiled like a drawn bow, unleashing an aura so terrifying it made hearts stutter. His eyes sharpened to lethal blades. He locked onto the placid clouds on the distant horizon. Moi. Marco's half-lidded eyes flew open, pupils constricting instantly. Following Whitebeard's gaze, Marco's initial confusion vanished in a heartbeat. His languid ease was obliterated, replaced by a gravity never before seen on his face. Jozu, Hyagoro, and several other elite commanders sensed the shift simultaneously. They abandoned all tasks, turning their collective focus toward the deceptively peaceful clouds ahead. Their expressions hardened, bracing as though facing an overwhelming enemy. The atmosphere on deck solidified into ice. Even the ever-present sea breeze seemed to hold its breath. Lewis halted his exercises, sweat dripping from his chin. Panting heavily, he watched his father and Marco exchange looks of grave seriousness he had never witnessed before. A sharp pang of dread seizing his chest. What's happening? Has something come for us? From the sky? Could it be someone who could make father take this seriously? The thought barely formed before a torrent of oppressive, domineering, and utterly unconcealed, terrifying aura crashed down from the heavens. That aura was wild and unbridled, dripping with the absolute arrogance of one who viewed all living things as mere ants. Its crushing pressure even made the prior storms feel like a gentle breeze. Lewis felt his very soul tremble beneath it, his breath stolen. It was Conqueror's hockey, just like Whitebeard's, but overwhelmingly more powerful. The man had not yet arrived, but his voice boomed first. Kia! An arrogantly raucous laugh pierced through the clouds like rolling thunder, shaking the skies above the Moby Dick. The sound was enough to rupture eardrums. Newgate. His voice carried the familiarity of old rivals laced with blatant provocation. Still playing your childish little house game? Follow me, Edward Newgate. I'll even grant you a favor. Your little brats on that ship will live. Join forces with me, and we'll find a way to crush that bastard Roger. When that day comes, these seas, nay, the entire world will be ours for the taking. Kia! The moment his words faded, the clouds above were violently torn apart by an unseen force. Suspended in the sky hovered a man clad in a voluminous golden haori, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His golden long hair whipped about like a lion's mane. At his waist hung two gleaming long swords, the famed Mido Sakamaki and Kikoku. Defiantly riding the air itself, he stood proud against the heavens. Behind him loomed a vast fleet, dense as storm clouds blotting out the sun. Enormous sky pirate vessels floated illogically above the waves. Their colossal shadows swallowed the Moby Dick entirely. Suffocating pressure hit them like a physical wall. Gold Lion. Shiki. That name struck every pirate aboard the Moby Dick like an invisible hammer, heavy with dread. Apart from Whitebeard, every face on deck paled instantly. Cold sweat broke out across foreheads uncontrollably. Marco's expression grew grim to its absolute limit. Josu's diamond hard arm tensed, reflexively gleaming with unyielding resilience. Hyagoro's hand clamped tightly around his sword hilt, knuckles bleached white. This was no friendly visitor. This was a legendary sea king capable of rivaling father himself. A foe whose strength defied comprehension. A monster from the same era as Roger and father. Stand back. Whitebeard's low roar detonated like thunder. It sent tremors rippling through the entire hull of the Moby Dick. He stepped forward, his boot striking the deck with a heavy thud. His right hand closed around the massive Naginata beside him. Murakamajiri, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. An apex aura erupted from him, piercing the skies. Like an ancient war deity reawakening, he threatened to tear a hole straight through the heavens. Boom! Whitebeard's arm muscles swelled, tendons twisting like serpents beneath his skin. Murakamajiri moved without a single flourish. Across the vast distance it coalesced, pure force capable of shattering space itself, wrapped in overwhelmingly potent Conqueror's hockey, and slashed viciously toward the golden lion in the sky. Witnessing the strike, Shiki's eyes blazed with feverish battle, lust instead of fear. He threw back his head and laughed wildly. Newgate, let me see if you've grown rusty all these years. The moment the word left his lips, the famed swords Sakamaki and Kikoku at his waist drew themselves. They crossed before his chest. A golden blade, aura roaring like a lion king's fury, erupted instantly. It met Whitebeard's world-rending strike head-on. Boom! The Naginata's quake force and the dual swords slashing might collided in the sky between the Moby Dick and the airborne fleet, producing an earth-shattering impact. An ineffable shockwave spiraled outward from the point of impact, tearing across every direction. The air screamed under unbearable strain, ripped apart by the sheer force. The sky distorted. Directly below the ocean's surface was crushed into a colossal depression by unimaginable force. Then it violently rebounded upward. Hundreds of meters high, a monstrous wave surged like a tidal wave. Yet the most horrifying sight lay above. The clouds directly overhead were blasted apart by the shockwave, completely scattered. They vanished entirely. What remained was a cerulean sky, brittle as glass. Beneath that apocalyptic impact, jagged black fractures spiderwebbed across the heavens, starkly visible. The sky has cracked open. Pirates aboard the Moby Dick and Shiki's fleet alike froze, eyes wide, jaws dropped. Their souls felt pinned, frozen by divine scale power before them. Is this the legendary clash of titans? Is this the power of the world's strongest man and the legendary Sea King? A single exchange's reverberation had already wrought devastation on a scale that split heaven and earth. Lewis stood paralyzed, heart hammering, limbs turned to ice. For the first time he truly felt the chasm-like gulf between himself and these beings perched at the apex of the world. This was Father's power. This was the Gold Lion's power. This was the pinnacle he had always yearned for. This was the strength that defined an era. The terrifying aftershock of the collision receded like ebbing tides, gradually dissipating into nothingness. In the sky, the heart-stopping pitch-black fissures were mending at a speed visible to the naked eye. as if this world possessed a supreme force of self-restoration. The sea surface gradually returned to its former tranquility. Only the churning shattered waves around the Moby Dick silently bore witness to just how cataclysmic that world-destroying blow had been. Golden Lion Shiki still hovered proudly in midair. The Golden Lion King's cloak, emblematic of his identity, snapped loudly in the sea breeze, unleashing a wild and unrestrained sound. With unhurried composure, he slowly returned the two renowned blades crossed before his chest, Odo and Kiri, back into the sheaths at his waist. His movements were calm and measured. Then he produced a brand new cigar, clamped it between his lips, and lit it with utter disregard for all around him. He drew a long, deep breath. Then he exhaled a thick, voluminous smoke ring. The ring curled lazily upward before being scattered by the sea breeze. Ja! That wild, unbridled laughter once again rang through the heavens, carrying an absolute arrogance, a conviction that he alone stood above all else. Newgate, you bastard! Golden Lion lowered his head, casting his gaze upon the towering figure standing on the deck of the great ship below. His eyes shimmered with undisguised admiration, and an even more blazing fighting spirit. Still as powerful as ever. Well, have you made your decision? His voice carried a strange hypnotic allure, as if imbued with a bewitching power capable of swaying the human heart. Join me, Newgate. Golden Lion extended his hand toward Whitebeard, offering his second sincere invitation. Just like in the old days, when we followed Captain Rocks together. Let us stand side by side once more. With the two of us joined as one, we can utterly overthrow this tediously dull world, and carve out an era that truly belongs to the two of us alone. Whitebeard remained silent. He merely raised the Naginata Murakamajuri, gripped in his hand, and drove it but heavily against the deck beneath his feet. Thud! A dull, thunderous impact resounded, as though striking directly against every heart. All the pirates aboard the Moby Dick held their breath at that moment. Their nerves stretched taut as they stared at the figure at the center of the deck, steadfast as the pillar that anchors the sea, their father. Gururara. In that suffocating silence, Whitebeard's low laughter slowly welled up. The laughter carried undisguised mockery. Shiki, you bastard. Whitebeard slowly lifted his head. His gaze, as keen as a falcon's, pierced the vast distance and locked directly upon the Golden Lion hovering in the sky. After all these years, you remain just as naive. My era is something I shall forge with my own hands. And besides, Whitebeard's gaze slowly swept across the sons upon the deck, their faces fraught with tension, yet still choosing to stand firmly behind him. The sharpness in his eyes quietly melted away, replaced by an indescribable tenderness. I have long since found something far more meaningful than overthrowing this world. My family is right here. I have no need to join anyone, Shiki. Whitebeard's voice was ironclad, every word brooking no dissent. The smile on Golden Lion's face receded slightly. The corner of his mouth around the cigar unconsciously curled downward. Family. He let out a derisive snort, his tone steeped in unconcealed contempt and disdain. Newgate, do you truly intend to spend your entire life with these wet behind-the-ears brats? Playing this mind-numbingly boring game of make-believe? Your strength, your ambition, are you willing to let these so-called family shackle you completely? Take a good look at them. Golden Lion pointed at the members of the Whitebeard Pirates on the deck below. Before your power and mine, they cannot even manage to stay on their feet. They will only become your encumbrance, your millstone. Silence. Whitebeard suddenly unleashed an earth-shaking roar. Boom. A pressure far more violent, far more terrifying than the clash from before, erupted violently from his colossal frame. Invisible conqueror's hockey, like a tangible tsunami surging through a breached levee, swept ferociously in every direction. Aboard Golden Lion's fleet, those ordinary pirates of lesser caliber were utterly incapable of enduring the onslaught of that dreadful force. Their complexions turned ashen, foam spilling from their mouths, and they collapsed in swaths like wheat before the scythe. Don't you dare insult my sons. Fierce flames of fury blazed within Whitebeard's eyes. The muscles of his face twitched violently in the extremity of his rage. His form, unshakable as the most unyielding bedrock, now radiated a suffocating dread that chilled the marrow of all who beheld him. Shiki. Whitebeard snarled the name, nearly syllable by syllable, his voice like rumbling thunder crashing across the firmament. You want me to follow you? Then defeat me, just as Rocks did back then. The words struck like a colossal boulder hurled into a placid lake. In an instant, unimaginable turbulence churned within the hearts of veteran crew members such as Marco and Jozu. Rocks, the sovereign of the seas who existed only in legend. That fearsome man who had once gathered under his command monsters like Whitebeard, Golden Lion Kaido, and Big Mo. Figures destined to shake the entire sea. Father, had he once tasted defeat at that man's hands? Yes. In his fiery youth, before he had truly ascended to the throne of the world's mightiest, Whitebeard had crossed paths with the man known as Rocks D. Zebek. That battle brought him the first crushing defeat of his magnificent, tumultuous life. Yet it was precisely that defeat that bound him to honor a vow exchanged among the mighty, leading him to join the Rocks Pirates. the crew that would later be branded the most nefarious in history. And now confronted with a recruitment from Golden Lion Shiki that was almost a mirror of that bygone moment, Whitebeard once again unleashed the declaration long sealed within the depths of his memory. Defeat me, overwhelm me with your absolute might, and compel my wholehearted acknowledgement. Otherwise there is nothing to discuss. Golden Lion Shiki, upon hearing these words, was briefly stunned. Then a radiance burst within his eyes, even more fervent, even more frenzied than before. Jaha! Excellent. Truly excellent. This is the Edward Newgate I remember. In that case, Whitebeard did not waste another syllable. Action was the most eloquent response. Both hands clenched the hilt of the Naginata Murakamajiri. Along his arms muscles rose and ridges hard as forged iron. Thick veins coiled over them like writhing dragons, seething with explosive might. He suddenly drove his feet into the deck. Crack! The prodigiously sturdy planks were stamped with two deep footprint splinters erupting in every direction. His entire frame shot skyward like a cannonball blasted from its muzzle, hurling himself straight at the Golden Lion in midair. Hurrah! A heaven-rending roar. This single slash condensed the strength of his entire existence. It gathered his oath to shield his family. It gathered his boundless wrath at the Golden Lion's defilement of all he held dear. Along the blade a white halo flowed, black hockey writhed, carrying a dreadful might that rent space and shattered all creation, descending with savage fury upon the Golden Lion in the sky. This slash, far more dreadful than the earlier probing exchange. Golden Lion's eyes sharpened. Even his brash smile gained a layer of solemnity. The Odo and Kiri, at his waist, once again sprang forth on their own. Shing! The twin blades crossed, intercepting Whitebeard's earth-splitting strike. Clang! The shrill cry of metal pierced every eardrum. An impact wave countless times more dreadful than before blasted outward from the two at its epicenter. The air beneath Golden Lion's feet fractured inch by inch, breaking like brittle glass. His entire body was brutally driven downward a considerable distance by that overwhelming, irresistible force. Jaha! Thrilling! Golden Lion laughed maniacally, his arms straining as he forcibly weathered Whitebeard's terrifying slash. But there's no room here to truly go all out. Follow me, Newgate. A cunning glint flickered in Golden Lion's eyes. There happens to be a desolate island nearby. Right there. I shall defeat you with my own hands. The words had barely left his lips when Golden Lion's will stirred. Hum. An invisible wave expanded outward from him with breathtaking speed. The power of the float fruit was unleashed. In the next instant, something that made every soul aboard the Moby Dick feel as if their spirits had fled their bodies came to pass. The entire colossal Moby Dick. It was lifted wholly by an irresistible, terrifying power. The gargantuan hull slowly departed the sea's surface, beginning to ascend into the heavens. What a... The ship is actually flying. This is the power of the float fruit. That Golden Lion bastard. The pirates were thrown into utter chaos. The deck beneath their feet was no longer stable. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness sent them staggering in every direction, none able to keep their footing. Whitebeard landed back upon the ship, and together with the Moby Dick was borne by Golden Lion toward the desolate island that was to become their battlefield. As Golden Lion Shiki moved at tremendous speed, a barren, desolate island rapidly swelled before everyone's eyes. The Golden Lion was the first to alight on its solid ground. With a deep rumble, the enormous Moby Dick was laid to rest on the sea at the island's edge. Whitebeard followed, stepping onto the desolate island, his immense and overwhelming aura radiating at once. Come, Newgate. Golden Lion spread his arms wide, unleashing his trademark wild laughter. Right here, I will defeat you with my own hands. Freed from the shackles of their ships and families, these two legends who stood at the summit of the sea held back nothing. Boom, boom. Two overbearing, peerless auras collided violently on this desolate island. Conqueror's hockey. Black-red lightning erupted from the void, raging wildly across the sky and earth of the entire battlefield. The air groaned, as if overwhelmed, twisting and crackling with snapping sounds. The island's ground, those hard, unyielding rocks, trembled faintly beneath the invisible collision. Fine cracks spread at an astonishing speed, interweaving into a web. A sharp glint flashed in Golden Lion's eyes as he launched the first attack. His hands moved in a faint, guiding gesture, drawing upon the power of the float fruit over the earth beneath his feet. The ground churned violently as soil and rock coalesced in a frenzy. In an instant, a massive, lifelike lion of earth and stone took shape, roaring ferociously. Lion's threat, earth roll. The earthen lion swept toward Whitebeard with earth-crushing momentum, trampling everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered in layers, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. The twin blades at Golden Lion's waist, Odo and Kagurashi, moved at his command, singing with crisp, clear notes. The twin blades followed close behind the earthen lion, unleashing two fierce golden sword beams. Slash waved. The beams screamed through the air, and layering on top of the lion's assault, completely sealed off every route of escape. This series of attacks was so overwhelming that it would drive any top-tier sword master to despair. Yet to Whitebeard, it was merely a warm-up. Then let me return the greeting. Whitebeard did not move an inch. His right fist clenched abruptly, the muscles of his arm bulging and nodding with explosive power. A white tremor halo blazed into existence, condensing around his fist. Aiming at the roaring earthen lion and the slash wave sword beams before him, he drove his fist viciously into the air. Airquake. Crack. Visible fissures split the space ahead. An indescribably terrifying quaking force erupted from Whitebeard's fist at its center. The massive earthen lion and the fierce slash wave beams surging behind it crashed into an invisible wall of annihilation. In a single instant, they were utterly shattered. They turned into swirling dust and fading energy. The gale howled, snapping the white cloak behind Whitebeard. Standing at the rail of the Moby Dick, Lewis stared fixedly at the center of the island. Even as a mere spectator, this world-destroying battle was enough to make one tremble from the depths of the soul. This was not cowardice or a weak will. It was the instinctive quiver of any living being before absolute power. But some people in this world are different. In the face of death and fear, they instead unleash even greater power. Lewis's heart pounded violently in his chest, as if it would tear free from its cage. Every exchange between the two men contained enough power to destroy the island. That power traveled through the air and reached him, stirring an indescribable shock and awe. This was the power of those who stood at the pinnacle of the sea, the power the world reverently called legend. No matter how many times one witnessed it, it still made one's heart surge and blood boil. At the island's center, Golden Lion, far from being disheartened that his attack had been effortlessly dissolved, laughed even more wildly. Jaha! Now that's more like it. His figure suddenly appeared above and to Whitebeard's side. The twin blades Odo and Kagurashi turned into countless golden afterimages, raining down like a ferocious storm of slashes. Lion Thousand Cleft Valley. Every slash carried fearsome power enough to cut down mountains and split the sea. The golden slashes came in endless succession, weaving into an airtight net of death that swallowed Whitebeard whole. Facing this frenzied onslaught, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. He thrust the Naginata Murakamajiri in his hand fiercely into the ground before him. He clenched his fists at his sides, just above his waist. The muscles of his arms stood out like twisted cords, veins bulging like small serpents. The white tremor halo flared once more, brighter, more terrifying than before. Oh! Whitebeard let out a rumbling roar, unleashing the power of the tremor fruit at full force with nothing held back. He slammed both fists, brimming with horrifying tremors, into the air on both sides of his body. Rumble! An indescribably terrible explosion burst forth. With Whitebeard at the center, the destructive tremor force expanded savagely in every direction. Golden Lion's dense golden slashes were shattered and extinguished the instant they touched that tremor force. The dreadful shockwave continued to spread, tearing up the ground beneath both men. A massive column of dust rose into the sky, blotting out the heavens over the battlefield. The terrifying energy storm swept the entire island, churning the surrounding sea into towering waves. The members of the flying pirates turned pale as death, clutching whatever they could as their bodies reeled uncontrollably. Wah! How terrifying. Even the aftershock alone is already. Is this what a legendary battle is like? Their eyes were filled with utmost fear and awe. Such world-destroying scenes were completely beyond their cognition and imagination. They had no doubt that if they came near the battlefield for even a second, they would be torn apart instantly, leaving not even ash behind. The Moby Dick shook violently under the dreadful aftershock, as if the next giant wave would capsize it. But Lewis still stood at the ship's rail, motionless. His eyes stayed locked on the dust-shrouded heart of the battlefield. Deep in his gaze burned a flame called fervor. Unmatched power. This was exactly the realm he pursued. That man, I can take his place. He, Lewis, would ultimately surpass all of this, to become the strongest and freest man in the world. A raging desire and ambition, like a volcano gathering for 10,000 years, churned violently in his heart, on the verge of erupting. Hum! An invisible pressure burst forth from Lewis with explosive force. Conqueror's Haki. It was the Conqueror's Haki that belonged to Lewis himself. Watching such a breathtaking battle, feeling power that shook heaven and earth, Lewis's surging emotions reached the extreme. He could no longer hold back the torrent within him. This Conqueror's Haki was not like Whitebeard's, vast as the deep sea, unfathomable. Nor was it like Golden Lion's, overbearing and arrogant, looking down on all. Yet in its raw, newborn calf immaturity was embedded an undeniable sharpness and desire for conquest. It was like a peerless divine weapon about to be drawn, its edge radiating brilliantly. This unexpected Conqueror's Haki rushed into the dust-filled battlefield, shattering the terrifying balance there. Whitebeard and Golden Lion, locked in violent conflict and about to launch their next attacks, both froze at the same instant. Both of them distinctly sensed this Conqueror's Haki. Though immature, it was of exceptional purity and limitless potential. Whitebeard whipped his head around, his gaze tearing through the smoke and dust to lock unerringly onto Lewis's position aboard the Moby Dick. A flicker of astonishment glimmered in his eyes. In the next breath it gave way to deep-seated relief and pride. Golden Lion followed Whitebeard's gaze as well. There he was, that young figure poised at the ship's railing, eyes burning with fervent zeal, an imposing aura radiating from his very being. Jaha! Golden Lion once more burst into unbridled laughter, the mirth laced with unconcealed wonder and appreciation. What an amusing little brat. His eagle-sharp gaze clamped firmly onto Lewis, his eyes gleaming with a seductive, almost tantalizing light. Hey, you there, brat. Golden Lion's voice cut through the battlefield's lingering thunder, reaching the Moby Dick with absolute clarity. Look at that ambition writ plain upon your face. Staying aboard that old man Newgate's ship will only smother your talents and bleed your years dry. Come under my banner. Ishiki can grant you a vaster, freer world to gallop across. Golden Lion's overture was direct, overbearing, and saturated with an air that permitted no refusal. That won't do, Shiki. The instant Golden Lion's words faded, Whitebeard's low, commanding voice resounded across the battlefield, categorical in tone, carrying a majestic pressure that tolerated no defiance. My son will naturally inherit everything this old man possesses. But it's not your place, you old geezer, to snatch him away. Whitebeard's rebuttal was steeped in fierce protection of his family and absolute confidence. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Marco Joseph Vista and the others nearest to Lewis felt with unmistakable clarity the conqueror's haki erupting skyward from his frame. It was a pressure and a will to dominate surging from the very depths of the soul. Almost unconsciously, driven by sheer instinct, they all withdrew a single step in perfect unison. This gesture was not born of fear. Rather, they naturally arranged themselves behind Lewis, flanking him on either side, half a step behind. This formation, this bearing. It was precisely how through countless days and nights they had followed unwaveringly behind their pops, Whitebeard Newgate. Marco still wore that signature half-asleep languid smile. But in this moment his half-lidded eyes shimmered with an admiration and excitement he could scarcely conceal. Diamond Jozu stretched his wide mouth into a grin of simple, glowing sincerity, the heartfelt delight of seeing a family member grow stronger. Flower Sword Vista twirled his two trademark mustaches, his eyes just as full of gratification and approval. Lewis could feel it all with perfect clarity, that wordless yet unshakable allegiance rising from behind him. An unprecedented tide of confidence and heroic fervor surged and soared in his chest. Pops Whitebeard's words spoken moments ago seemed to echo round and round in his ears. My son, of course, will inherit everything I have. Inherit? No. The fervent blaze in Lewis's eyes burned ferociously brighter. What he sought had never been inheritance. It was transcendence. Utter and complete transcendence. And now, beyond question, the Whitebeard Pirates were the ultimate launching pad for him to amass power and soar skyward. At the battlefield's center, Golden Lion had naturally caught the subtle tableau aboard the Moby Dick. The smile on his face grew ever more bemused, tinged with a shade of scorn. Jaha! Golden Lion cackled, turning his gaze toward Whitebeard. Do you see that, Newgate? Your fine sons, by the look of it, can hardly wait to crown a new king. The provocation in those words was utterly unconcealed. Whitebeard, however, merely released a deep, heavy snort through his nose, exuding absolute composure and certainty. Our fight is far from over. The words had barely faded when Whitebeard violently clenched both fists once more. Boom! An even more dreadful and far more condensed quaking force began to converge. A white halo coiled about his fists as if it were solid substance. The surrounding air once more wailed in agonized lament, buckling beneath an intolerable load and quivering on the edge of rupture. At the sight, every trace of playfulness drained from Golden Lion's face. His eyes sharpened once again like blades, feral as a lion lunging at its prey. Around his twin soared Sakuraju and Kariki, tongues of black light lashed and coiled, surging skyward in renewed frenzy. Jaha! Then let's keep going. Let this old man see who, truly, will be the last one standing upon this sea. Boom. No further words were needed. Two legendary figures, each the pinnacle of an era, once again transformed into streaks of light the naked eye could barely follow, colliding with earth-shattering, world-annihilating force. A fresh round of collisions, more ferocious, more heart-stopping than ever, erupted violently at the heart of the shattered island. At the same moment, at Marine Headquarters, Marineford, inside the highest council chamber, the atmosphere hung as heavy as iron. A colossal transponder snail sat at the center of the conference table, starkly projecting the epical battle upon the shattered isle from the flying pirate's vantage point. Every detail, every impact set the heartstrings of every senior Marine officer present to trembling. As Golden Lion's seductive recruitment resounded across the battlefield, as Whitebeard's imperious declaration clashed against it head-on. As if by unspoken accord, every gaze converged on the young figure whom both legends had named at once. Lewis. Hiss. Someone drew in a sharp breath, piercing the brief stillness. Regarded by Whitebeard as his successor. and even that Golden Lion Shiki personally invited him to join his ranks. Just what exactly is this brat's origin? His potential is too monstrous. Vice Admiral Bruglass's tone was stamped with astonishment and dread, his fingers even whitening under the force of his grip. Did you all see that burst of Conqueror's haki just now? Another Vice Admiral spoke, gravely, wariness flooding his eyes. To awaken a caliber of kingship found once in 10,000, at so young an age. And on top of that, the esteem of both Whitebeard and Golden Lion. We absolutely cannot let him continue to develop. A hard-jawed Marine Rear Admiral sprang up and roared with impassioned agitation. Should he ever spread his wings completely, he is destined to become a dire affliction at the very heart of the Marines. He must be eliminated. Do it now. Strangle this threat in its cradle. Rage seethed through the chamber, murderous intent congealed in the air. The assembled officers turned their gazes in unison toward the figure at the head of the table, the one who had remained silent throughout, his brow knit tight. The Marine Admiral, the great strategist, Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku's face was so grim it could have dripped water. His eyes bored into the young man on the transponder snail's projection. Surrounded by the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, his presence growing ever more astonishing. In those piercing eyes flickered a gravity and resolve never seen before. Conqueror's haki. Sengoku murmured to himself, each syllable carrying the crushing weight of 1,000 tons. And an existence acknowledged by those two monsters at the same time. He jerked his head upward, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. We cannot wait any longer. Sengoku rose abruptly, his immense aura instantly flooding the entire chamber and quashing every murmur. Marshal Kong. He turned his gaze toward the man in the marshal's seat. The Marine Marshal, whose look was equally severe, Steelbone Kong. I will personally lead a task force out this very moment and utterly eradicate him. Sengoku's voice was as decisive as a hammer blow, carrying a resolution that allowed no dissent. Just at that moment, a blatantly ill-timed, thunderous snore rang out. In the corner, a figure in a white Marine uniform, using his justice coat as a blanket, drool spilling from the corner of his mouth, a snot bubble swelling from his nose, was jolted awake by Sengoku's voice. The hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp rubbed his bleary eyes and let out a cavernous yawn. Is the meeting over? He asked in a befuddled daze, as if he hadn't the slightest idea what was going on. Watching Garp's utterly shiftless manner, even Steelbone Kong, for all his self-restraint, felt several veins pop across his forehead. This bastard. At a pivotal moment determining the fate of the world, he was still asleep. GRP. Marshal Kong forced the name out through clenched teeth, his voice brimming with towering fury. You are coming with me. If that brat gets away, or if any single target of the Whitebeard Pirates escapes. You. This year. No, forevermore. Don't you ever dream of eating another Senbei again. Kong's roar echoed and re-echoed through the chamber. At the word Senbei, Garp, who had been bleary-eyed moments before, snapped his eyes wide in an instant. He launched himself from his chair with astonishing speed. What? No Senbei. In an instant, Garp's expression turned utterly solemn, as if the sky itself were collapsing. He slapped his chest and boomed his vow to Marshal Kong. Rest assured, Marshal Kong. Leave it to old Garp. However, he pivoted on a dime, flashing a grin full of white teeth, and chuckled. Senbei are still an absolute must. The entire ocean seemed to have been brought to a violent boil. A thundering roar, unrelenting and deafening, echoed for days and nights without pause. High above the heavens, the clouds were torn apart and reformed repeatedly by an invisible force. The sea howled in fury, hurling up 100-meter-high, giant waves. The next second, an even more terrifying force ruthlessly flattened them. This spectacle repeated itself endlessly. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki. Those two names alone were enough to make the world tremble. They were men who stood at the apex, looking down upon all mortals. At this moment, their battle had long surpassed a mere clash of power. It was the frantic grinding of the three colors of haki. Even more, it was the will each carried, roaring in wild fury. At the edge of the Moby Dick's deck, Liu Yi faced the fierce wind, his eyes blazing with astonishing brilliance. His gaze was locked onto the distant battlefield. For days and nights, he watched this great battle without rest or sleep, yet his focus remained razor-sharp, ascending to an unprecedented peak. This was no mere observation, this was a once-in-a-millennium masterclass. A live demonstration on the path to the supreme realm. Whitebeard swung his naginata. Wrapped in a quaking force that could annihilate everything, the surrounding space itself wailed under the unbearable strain. Golden Lion's slashes were lethally sharp, sword aura streaking across in all directions. Combined with the power of the float fruit, his form shifted unpredictably. His attacks were cunning and ruthless, like a walking calamity. Another earth-shattering, terrifying collision erupted. The naginata wreathed in pitch-black Conqueror's haki, and the twin swords clashed fiercely once more. Crack! Black-red lightning burst forth, madly raging across the sky. Like an apocalyptic catastrophe, the sky was illuminated as if it were the end of days. A terrifyingly supreme air wave swept in all directions like a tsunami. After this shocking collision, the mad assault that had lasted for days came to an eerie halt. Whitebeard's towering frame remained standing on the ground as steadfast as a mountain. His broad chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing noticeably heavier. His gaze remained as sharp as a falcon's, surveying the world with disdain, yet it also revealed a trace of fatigue that was hard to conceal. On the opposite side, Golden Lion Shiki stood with both feet treading upon empty air. His golden wild braids fluttered madly in the wind. His panting was even more rapid than Whitebeard's. The hands clutching the famed blades, Ingshur and Kumu, had split at the webbing, dark red blood continuously seeped out. The two faced off from afar across the ravaged, desolate island. Neither launched the next attack immediately. The air was thick with suffocating heaviness, like the final calm before a storm. They were marshaling strength for the next round. Perhaps a fiercer storm, perhaps the final eruption. A deathmatch pushed to the absolute limit, with no sleep, no respite, and no reservations for days and nights. Even for legendary powerhouses standing atop the world like them, the drain was immense. This was not a mere depletion of physical strength. Rather, it was the extreme exhaustion of spirit, will, and hockey. If they continued, one side might indeed fall completely, but the other would inevitably pay an unbearable price. Golden Lion stared fixedly at Whitebeard. His eyes were ferocious and savage, concealing deep unwillingness. He knew full well that defeating Newgate, his old rival, completely here was nearly impossible. That bastard was even more tenacious and stubborn than he had imagined. Whitebeard likewise gazed at Golden Lion, his expression appearing calm. Yet deep within those eyes lay an imperceptible gravity. Shiki's strength was undeniable, a monster of the same caliber as himself. On the Moby Dick, Marco and the others let out a quiet sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped them for days finally eased somewhat. Although Pops was the strongest man in the world, their opponent was the legendary Golden Lion himself, and no one dared to let their guard down. Luti still stood at the ship's rail, his gaze burning brightly. His breathing pulsed in rhythm with the auras of the two powerhouses. Everything around him seemed to vanish, leaving only those two towering figures between heaven and earth. Every breath they took, every exchange of glances contained boundless combat wisdom and the true essence of power. He seemed to touch a thin membrane. With just a gentle push, he could enter a brand new world, the world of observation hockey. Although this shocking battle had temporarily paused, the shock and inspiration it brought him, like the deepest brand, had been seared into the depths of his soul. He seemed to see a road leading to the world of information unmistakably clear before his eyes. Observation hockey. So that's how it is. Just as the brief and eerie calm was about to be shattered, a sudden change occurred. On the distant horizon, a dense row of black specks appeared. Those black specks were approaching at tremendous speed. Their massive silhouettes gradually sharpened into view. They were the Navy fleet. A dozen or more Navy warships of uniform design, gun muzzles gleaming coldly. Like moving fortresses forged of steel, they advanced in orderly, deadly formation, riding the wind and waves. On the towering mast of every warship flew the seagull flag, symbolizing absolute justice. Particularly striking were the several vessels leading the fleet. Their size far surpassed ordinary warships. They were clearly Fleet Flag class colossal war machines of Marine headquarters. Steel beasts that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. A suffocating sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire sea. The Navy had arrived. A fleet of such enormous scale. This was by no means an ordinary patrol or pursuit. The Navy. The surviving pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates were the first to let out terrified screams. Their minds were still unsettled. Just moments ago, their captain had been engaged in an earth-shaking battle with Whitebeard, and now the massed forces of Marine headquarters were bearing down upon them. They were like startled birds trembling in panic. With the appearance of the massive Navy fleet, the atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick instantly grew tense, heavy as a mountain. It's the main force of Navy headquarters. Marco's eyes sharpened, his tone unusually grave. With this scale, who are they after? Josu's fist quietly turned into hard diamond, his arm glinting with cold light, his voice somber. Whoever it is, I'll kill them one by one. Vista of the Flower Swords placed his hand on the hilt at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring fixedly at the massive fleet drawing closer. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates reacted almost instantly, swiftly entering the highest state of combat readiness. They firmly guarded the Moby Dick at the center. Whitebeard slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the menacing, murderous Navy fleet. He frowned almost imperceptibly. Even Golden Lion Shiki, who had just been locked in a deadly battle with Whitebeard, temporarily set aside his grudge and stared at the approaching Navy with hostile eyes. "Jaha, you brats of the Navy, do you want to barge into my fun at a time like this?" His tone remained as arrogant and domineering as ever. Yet deep in his eyes there was an unconcealable wariness. After such a great battle with Whitebeard, he now had to face both Whitebeard and the main fleet of Navy headquarters at the same time. Even for him, Golden Lion Shiki, it was an unprecedented predicament. The Navy fleet drew closer and closer, and the figures standing on the decks of several leading flagships could now be clearly seen. The two at the forefront were especially imposing. Just standing there calmly, they were like an anchor stabilizing the sea, concentrating the entire fleet's murderous aura to its peak. They emanated a suffocating pressure. One of them wore a navy overcoat emblazoned with the word justice and the iconic seagull hat. With a stern countenance that commanded awe, he was none other than Sengoku the strategist and an admiral of Navy headquarters. Beside Sengoku stood a tall, brawny man with black hair in a white Navy uniform. Casually chewing on a rice cracker, he stood there seemingly at ease, yet exuded a terrifying aura, as vast as the abyss and deep as the sea. The hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp. Admiral of the Navy, the strategist Sengoku. These two names were like legends. These two faces represented the Marines' supreme combat power. They came clearly into view. The moment they saw these two, both the members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the proud Golden Lion Shiki froze instantly. Their faces instantly fell, turning incredibly grim. Sengoku. Garp. These were not just names. They were the backbone of the Navy, who had stood against the era's overlords like Roger Whitebeard and Shiki all along. The simultaneous appearance of these two archenemies was no coincidence. A terrifying aura of an impending storm pervaded the entire sea. Sengoku's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across the battlefield with piercing scrutiny. Target confirmed. Sengoku's cold voice echoed clearly across the entire Navy fleet frequency through the shipboard transponder snail speaker. Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate. Louis. Flying Pirates, Shiki. Sengoku's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable authority and resolve. By my command. Every word struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of all Navy soldiers. At all costs. Take them. Exterminate them completely. These last four words were resolute and murderous, like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens exploding in everyone's ears. What a bunch of utterly annoying cockroaches. Golden Lion Shiki's deep voice sounded filled with displeasure and fatigue from being interrupted. The intense 3-day, 3-night battle with Whitebeard had even left a faint, imperceptible weariness on his monstrous physique. Facing the elite forces of Navy headquarters, he had to restrain some of his arrogance. Whitebeard did not respond to Shiki's complaint. He simply grinned. The grin carried the boldness of facing a powerful enemy, and also an understanding of why his old rivals Garp and Sengoku had suddenly intervened. He spun around abruptly. With his exertion, the ground beneath his feet blasted into a deep crater. His entire body, like a shell fired from a cannon, instantly crossed a vast distance. He shot back onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Thump! The heavy landing echoed across the deck, demonstrating his unparalleled strength. He first glanced at Louis. The young man's eyes had grown extremely sharp at the Navy's command, even carrying a hint of battle thirst. Then he swept his gaze over his sons. Having also endured 3 days of tense observation, their eyes now burned with fierce fighting spirit. Finally, he turned once more to face the distant, menacing Golden Lion and the Navy fleet that had begun adjusting its formation, cannon muzzles glinting coldly as it drew steadily closer. Whitebeard took a deep breath. His mountain-like body sank slightly. The muscles of his arms bulged and swelled, veins coiling over them like dragons containing earth-shattering power. He violently spread his arms to both sides, clenching his massive fists capable of crushing steel. Then he slammed them hard into the air before him. Gura la 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 la. His familiar wild laughter rang out once more, accompanied by a terrifying power that could tear space itself. The invisible shockwave force spread wildly in all directions like a tsunami centered on the Moby Dick. Crack, crack, crack. The atmosphere seemed to turn into fragile glass, sending out grating, cracking sounds. One visible white crack after another appeared out of thin air, spreading outward. The sea beneath was forcibly parted by this overwhelmingly brutal force, raising two colossal tsunamis as towering as mountain ranges. Of these two tsunamis, one surged toward the remnants of Shiki's flying pirates. The other mercilessly swept indiscriminately toward the Navy fleet, which had just entered attack range and was preparing to execute the extermination order. This strike was broader in scope and more terrifying in power than any attack from his previous battle with Shiki. Clearly, Whitebeard did not intend to continue grappling with Shiki here, nor was he prepared to clash head-on with the Navy. His goal was to take his family and leave safely. If you haven't had enough, let the Navy brats keep playing with you, Shiki. Whitebeard's wild laughter reverberated through the aftershocks and the roaring waves, full of unrivaled dominance that looked down upon the world. Riding the cover of the giant waves Whitebeard had personally created, the Moby Dick quickly turned its bow and sped away from the battlefield at astonishing speed. The chaotic battlefield, the aggressive Navy fleet, and the caught-off-guard Golden Lion, all were left far behind. Whitebeard's untamed laughter seemed to linger in the surging sea breeze. The drifting gunsmoke, thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, had not yet fully faded. Towering waves still roared, tearing apart and devouring every piece of wreckage in sight. The sea was strewn with fragments of ships from the flying pirates that had been caught off guard. Splintered masts and twisted planks bobbed on the current. Now and then a desperate cry for help was shattered and swallowed by the next wave. The Marine fleet was in no better shape. The steel warships, so imposing only moments earlier, now pitched violently amid the raging swells. Officers issued feudal orders. Boom. With beard and hair bristling, Garp smashed the giant wave apart with his iron fist, his punch instantly steadying the chaotic sea. Whitebeard was already nowhere to be seen. Only one target remained, Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki hovered in midair, his wild golden mane whipping around and veiling a face dark enough to drip with gloom. The Moby Dick had vanished beyond the distant horizon. He had been played by Whitebeard and by these meddlesome marines. Goo la 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 la. From afar, Whitebeard's undisguised mockery drifted, growing fainter and fainter. New gate. Hi. Shiki's roar, ragged and desperate, set the air buzzing before it faded helplessly. Golden Lion Shiki, surrender now. Sengoku bellowed, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. His giant palm came crashing down with a sound that tore the air. With Whitebeard gone, a new battle erupted once more. The Moby Dick, meanwhile, had long since cut through wind and waves, vanishing without a trace. Warm light spilled over an uncharted tropical island, dispelling the chill of the sea. A salty sea breeze blew gently past the coconut groves along the shore. Humming an off-key tune, Lewis was hauling boxes of freshly bought fruit. Marco walked beside him with his hands in his pockets, relaxed and easygoing. The tension from the earth-shaking battle earlier had long been completely forgotten. Hey Lewis, move faster. Pops and the others are all waiting for the banquet. Marco urged with a laugh, unable to hide the leisurely smile at the corner of his mouth. Got it, Marco. Lewis answered lazily, but his pace did not improve much. Extra. Extra. The legendary pirates, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, have both been driven off. The Marines have won a historic victory. A news coup flew overhead, noisily announcing through its little horn. Without looking up, Lewis fished out a few berries and tossed them. The news coup caught the berries precisely and dropped the newspaper. Lewis set down the fruit crate, picked up the paper, and unfolded it. A huge front-page headline immediately filled his view. Marine Admiral Sengoku fought a bloody battle. He withstood Golden Lion. He rebuked Whitebeard. In the end, he forced two legendary pirates to flee in disgrace. Beneath it was a subheading: the flying pirates suffered heavy losses. Several captains under his command, including Green and Bombay, were successfully arrested by the Marines. Lewis's mouth twitched involuntarily. He casually tossed the newspaper to Marco beside him. Marco caught it, skimmed it, and immediately burst out with a snort of laughter. His shoulders shook as he laughed. "Ta! Those Marines who write the reports really can spin a tale to the heavens." "You said it." Lewis shrugged and muttered, still that Golden Lion really did stumble this time. Two of his captains were caught. In the corner of the paper was indeed a list of the captured captains and blurry photographs. Lewis kept moving fruit while silently mocking them in his head. The paper made a big show of Sengoku overwhelming two legends. That kind of talk only fooled ignorant fools. Pops in his prime and Golden Lion at his peak. Were they not monsters among monsters? Conqueror's hockey coding was merely how they greeted each other. Even the Sengoku and Garp of today joining forces would struggle to completely defeat either one. Of course, Lewis knew the Whitebeard pirates still had shortcomings. Pops was the strongest in the world, of that there was no doubt. But aside from Pops, Marco, Jozu, and the others still needed time to grow. For the moment, the Whitebeard pirates upheld their reputation as the strongest crew almost entirely on Pop's name and strength. Compared with the Roger pirates at their peak or Shiki's enormous fleet, they still fell somewhat short in the number of top-tier fighters. Aside from Pops, the pillar that held everything steady, no one could yet truly stand up to an admiral or a legendary pirate of the same level. "Lewis, quick look, your wanted poster." Marco suddenly yelled, excitedly clapping Lewis hard on the shoulder and shoving the paper back into his hands. "Congratulations. You're officially a real big-shot pirate now." Hearing that Lewis had a bounty, the busy crew members immediately swarmed over in a rush. They all talked at once as they crowded around Lewis. "Nice going, Lewis. Congratulations." Flower Sword Vista laughed and raised a thumb. "Come on, show us. How high is the bounty? If it's lower than my first one, I'm definitely going to laugh at you." Diamond Jozu elbowed in to join the teasing, his face full of delight at the spectacle. "Honestly, you guys are hopeless." Lewis shook his head with a smile, carefully unfolded the wanted poster, and held it up high. A huge photograph occupied most of the page. The background was the battlefield from before. A handsome youth stood at the bow of the Moby Dick. His sharp eyes stared at the destructive clash of powerhouses in the distance. His expression was confident and carefree. Faint black-red arcs from the collision of Conqueror's hockey seemed to coil around him. His aura was astonishingly powerful. Beneath the photo were several lines of bold print. "Demon Child Edward Lewis. Bounty 7 berries. Grave crimes, a dead or alive." Holy crap. 79 million. Are you serious? And it's his first bounty. The crew members who read the amount let out a burst of exclamations. Everyone was thoroughly stunned by the number. In this era, anyone whose first bounty surpassed 50 million berries was extremely rare. Even Nico Robin, who would later be seen by the world government as a tremendous threat, had only received the same amount as her first bounty at the age of 8. Lewis's initial bounty was almost absurdly high. Unlike the inflated figures of the future, every berry in this era represented a solid degree of threat in the Marine's genuine estimation. Though part of it certainly came from sharing in the Whitebeard Pirates' prestige, the bounty was still terrifyingly high. For Lewis, whose strength had not yet fully matured, such a high bounty absolutely meant enormous trouble and danger. But now he had the strongest man in the world as his pops. With Whitebeard in the prime of his life as his protector, who would dare touch a single hair on Edward Lewis's head? No such blind fool existed in the world. A massive bonfire blazed in the island clearing. The banquet was at its height, loud and boisterous. Thick cuts of meat sizzled over the flames, sending out an irresistible aroma. Casks of liquor were piled up like a mountain, seemingly inexhaustible. The crewmen crowded excitedly around Louis, all chattering at once about the freshly issued wanted poster bearing his name. 79 million berries. Louis, you're really something. A first bounty as high as that. What's it going to be like later? Hey Louis, you're treating us to this meal. A gruff voice shouted. Ha ha, of course I am. Surrounded by the crowd, Louis wore a bright, easygoing smile and accepted the warmth of his brothers with pleasure. He savored the feeling of being recognized as family. Yet in the middle of the clamor, a rare sobriety remained at the bottom of his heart. Just then a stumbling, staggering footstep abruptly broke through the noise by the shore. A child came charging over. His clothes were in tatters, his body was stout and bloated, and on his head sat a crudely sewn shapeless hat. He looked utterly bedraggled. Almost crawling and rolling at the same time, he lunged straight toward where Whitebeard was sitting. The movements were exaggerated and clumsy. The newcomer was none other than Marshal D. Teach. With a heavy thud, Teach slammed to his knees only a few paces away from Whitebeard. He lay almost completely prostrate on the sandy ground. Wah! Pops! Whitebeard, Pops! Teach burst into a violent howl, his voice as hoarse as a cracked gong. I finally found you. I finally found you. He slowly raised a face covered in mud and snot, and tears smeared all over it. I've admired you for so long. I drifted outside with no one to rely on, suffering every kind of humiliation and hardship. Please, Pops, please take me in. Just let me have a place to stay on the Moby Dick. He cried between sobs, slamming his forehead hard against the ground. Thud, thud, the dull sounds echoed. Even if it's as the lowliest servant, I'm willing. I can take any hardship. I only want to become your son, a member of this great family. Whitebeard sat on his massive seat, looking down at the boy on the ground, who was weeping loudly and performing far too obviously. His body, huge as a small mountain, leaned forward slightly. To be honest, this overdone display made him somewhat uncomfortable. But the words family and a place to belong had indeed touched the softest string in his heart. His original purpose in establishing this pirate crew was to treat every crewman as his own son. Maybe this really was another poor wretch with nowhere left to turn in need of his protection. Marco and Josu, standing beside him, exchanged a silent glance. There was something indescribably wrong about this man who had appeared out of nowhere. His timing was too convenient. His performance was too forced. Josu's burly frame tensed slightly, secretly on guard. Marco, arms crossed, studied Teach with his seemingly lazy eyes, sizing up the kneeling man and assessing his true intentions. Just as Whitebeard was about to soften, and perhaps given, a calm voice cut in clearly. Pops. Louis pushed through the crewman in front of him and walked forward slowly. He stopped beside Teach and looked down from above at the man sprawled on the ground. His gaze was sharp. Since this gentleman is so eager to join us, Louis paused for a moment, then went on. Why not simply follow me for now? As his words landed, the whole scene went silent. Even the crackle of the bonfire became exceptionally clear. The crewmen all stared at Louis in astonishment. They could not understand why he would voluntarily take this obviously troublesome man under his wing. Even Marco and Josu turned their surprised gazes toward him. Whitebeard halted the words he had been about to say and looked at this son of his, young yet always filled with astonishing ideas. But the most surprised of all was Teach, still kneeling on the ground. He lay there, stopping his weeping mid-sob. His fat body froze instantly as if struck by a binding spell. He had carefully scripted the scene. He would throw himself directly into Whitebeard's embrace, become an obscure member among Pop's many sons, then lie low and slowly await the opportunity he dreamed of. Who was this young man who had come out of nowhere? Why did Pop seem to value him so much? Paying no heed to the reactions around him, Louis turned to Whitebeard and went on explaining. Pops, I happen to need a few extra hands to deal with some chores right now. His tone was steady, impossible to read. It'll also give me a chance to see what kind of character he has. If he truly wants to become family, he has to show sincerity and prove his worth first, doesn't he? You're usually busy, Pops. Leave this small matter of showing a newcomer the ropes to me. The words were seamless and entirely reasonable. It gave Whitebeard a way out, sparing him from the dilemma of saying yes or no outright. It also showed everyone Louis's willingness to share the crew's responsibilities. Whitebeard fixed his eyes on Louis. He had always been aware of this young man's ambition and ability. Perhaps letting him handle something like this really would be good training. Gururara. Whitebeard's signature thunderous laughter broke the brief silence. Fine. He swept one enormous hand through the air. Louis, since you've said so, I'm leaving this fellow to you. Yes, Pops. Rest assured. Lu Yi bowed slightly and accepted the task respectfully. Teach, still on the ground, adjusted his expression with lightning speed and scrambled to his feet. In an instant his face was wreathed in a smile even more exaggerated and fawning than before. He bowed and scraped profusely before Lu Yi, lowering his posture to the extreme. Thank you, brother. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Beneath his deeply bowed head a dim, unfathomable glint flashed through his eyes and vanished. His plan had been disrupted. This brat called Lu Yi had to be watched carefully. And so Marshal Teach, the Blackbeard who would one day stir the entire world, temporarily became Lu Yi's first nominal subordinate. With this small interlude over, the banquet returned to its former liveliness. Music began again, glasses clinked, and the rich fragrance of roasted meat filled the air once more. But the atmosphere had in the end become subtly strained. The crewmen kept drinking and eating heartily, but now and then, whether consciously or not, they would glance at the fat newcomer who trotted obediently behind Lu Yi. Teach tried hard to look as if he were blending in. He bared his teeth in an ugly smile and tried to strike up conversations with those around him. Yet his unease and the feeling that he did not belong were still obvious and impossible to hide. Lu Yi, a cup of wine in hand, moved through the crowd with easy grace. He clinked glasses with familiar crewmen chatting and laughing freely. Nevertheless, a considerable part of his attention remained fixed on Teach, who was a few steps behind. Every tiny movement Teach made, every fleeting change in his expression, was silently noted and analyzed by Lu Yi. The man's forbearance and disguise were deeper and more frightening than Lu Yi had expected from his memories. As the banquet reached its midpoint, the noise subsided a little. Lu Yi found a relatively quiet corner and sat down. Teach immediately followed like a loyal servant and stood properly behind him. Lu Yi picked up a piece of meat roasted golden brown, and without even looking, casually tossed it back to Teach. Hey, Teach. Teach fumbled to catch it, his face instantly assuming a flattered, overwhelmed smile as he nodded again and again. Lu Yi wiped the grease from his hands in a slow, deliberate manner. He turned his head to look at Teach behind him. Tell me, he said, what did you do before? And why did you insist on joining our Whitebeard Pirates? Teach, who had been tearing into the roasted meat, suddenly stopped. He raised his head, quickly switching back to that honest, simple-looking smile. Then he began his story. He fabricated a classic tale of misery, orphaned, wandering since childhood, subjected to the world's contempt and bullying. Finally, in utter despair, he heard of Whitebeard Pop's kindness and righteous name. He regarded him as the last hope and lighthouse of his life. So from afar he endured countless hardships to come and seek refuge. He told the story with vivid emotion and considerable detail. At first hearing, it seemed watertight, without a single flaw. Lu Yi simply listened quietly. He did not interrupt Teach's performance, nor did he ask about any particulars. He only lifted the cup beside him now and then and took a small sip. The night grew deeper. The bonfire's light leaped and wavered in the night breeze. In the flitting light and shadow, the two men's vastly different expressions were revealed. Teach was still speaking at length about his fabricated past of suffering. Lu Yi's fingers, wrapped around his wine cup, unconsciously traced the cool surface of the vessel. The next day, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its glow upon the island where the Whitebeard Pirates had temporarily anchored. Using the pretext of familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Lewis brought only Teach along, strolling idly along the coastline. With his hands in his pockets and a leisurely gait, Lewis looked as though he were merely out for a walk. He turned his head toward the somewhat reserved Teach beside him and with a seemingly casual tone began to speak. Teach, why did you choose to join the Whitebeard Pirates? Was it only because Oyaji is the strongest man in the world? Hearing this, Teach instantly broke into his trademark grin, one tinged with a semblance of simple-mindedness and eager flattery. He scratched at his messy black hair, his tone carrying a deliberately performed shyness and matter-of-factness. Zihaha. Of course it's because Whitebeard Oyaji is the strongest man in the world. With Oyaji behind us, we've got backing. How safe is that? Besides, I can learn real skills under him. He seemed to believe this reasoning was flawless, the universally accepted standard answer. Lewis's steady footsteps halted without the slightest warning. He turned around, his previous casual demeanor gone. His eyes, as sharp as a falcon's, locked directly onto Teach's. Safe. The corner of Lewis's mouth curled into a merciless sneer, and his tone grew laden with meaning. Teach, do you truly believe that hoisting the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, a banner that shakes the seas, is a way to seek safety? Or rather, hasn't this very flag instead exposed you and the entire crew to the glaring spotlight of the world government, the Marines, and every ambitious schemer coveting the throne of the strongest? His voice was not loud, yet each word was crisp and precise, piercing straight through Teach's feigned calm. What you truly desire, I suspect, is hardly something as trivial as safety, is it? Lewis took a step closer, and an intangible pressure made Teach instinctively tense his body. I saw the look in your eyes yesterday when you gazed at Oyaji's back. What I saw in them was not entirely the reverence and admiration of a new crew member toward his captain. Rather, it was far more of an extreme craving for that world-destroying, heaven-defying power. Astonishment rapidly flooded his features, then shifted into fury at being utterly seen through. A sinister and vicious aura abruptly erupted from his corpulent frame. His gaze suddenly turned ferocious like a lurking venomous snake finally baring its fangs. Murderous intent, unconcealed, unbridled, frenziedly surged and churned within his heart. Kill him. The thought detonated in his mind like a flash of lightning. This brat was far too perceptive to the point of terror. Just as power surged within Teach's body, as his killing intent boiled, and his rough, oversized hand began to rise. A faint yet immensely daunting black-red arc of lightning suddenly flickered across Lewis's body, then vanished. Conqueror's haki erupted from his being. With exquisite precision, it ruthlessly slammed into Teach's spiritual world. The strike was swift and violent, far exceeding the limits of Teach's reaction. Teach felt as though his brain had been rammed by a battering ram, instantly going blank and ringing with violent reverberations. Then an immense terror originating from the very depths of his soul seized his entire mind. The sensation made every drop of blood in his body feel frozen solid. In an instant his entire frame went rigid as though struck by a binding spell, utterly paralyzed, unable to move. Ice-cold sweat instantly soaked through the thick fabric on his back. This brat, this so-called son of Whitebeard, was actually a born king. Not only was his mind this deep, but even his talent was this terrifying. Lewis withdrew the faint ripple of haki. The oppressive atmosphere around them instantly dissipated, as if the whole episode had been nothing but an illusion. Yet the gaze he cast upon Teach still carried an overbearing conviction. I can sense it, Teach. Within your body there truly lies no small amount of power, as well as an ambition far greater than that of ordinary men. But to me that is not a problem. Lewis looked at Teach's pitifully shaken appearance, his face drenched in cold sweat, and curled his lips into a confident, even arrogantly proud smile. The path I, Lewis, intend to walk in the future is far broader, far loftier than anything you can currently imagine. I have never feared that my subordinates possess ambition. I am even willing to help those truly capable subordinates realize their respective dreams. His gaze swept across Teach's face, which still bore traces of fear. Because the only thing I fear is having subordinates who are useless trash, incompetent fools who only hold me back. As long as you possess sufficient ability, can be of use to me, and can create corresponding value, then your ambition will instead become the finest driving force propelling you ever forward, ever stronger. Lewis's voice was resolute and unwavering, filled with absolute confidence and dominance. As for me, I possess both the absolute confidence and the absolute strength to suppress any wild dog that dares to covet its master's position or attempts to bite the hand that feeds it. Do you understand what I mean, Teach? Teach remained rooted to the spot, his throat bobbing as he gasped for air, panting heavily. Cold sweat continued to drip unabated from his brow. Within his heart, an unprecedented storm of shock and turmoil was raging. Lewis's monstrous talent, and this declaration, so grand in scope, so overflowing with dominance, so utterly unlike anything a mere youth should be capable of uttering, had completely upended his perception of Lewis and thrown his original plans into disarray. This seemingly young master might very well be even harder to deal with than Whitebeard himself. And yet, could this not also be a brand new opportunity? A head-on confrontation. That earlier blast of Conqueror's haki had already made him acutely aware that in front of this young master, he currently stood absolutely no chance of victory. Making a move would be nothing short of self-humiliation and might even cost him his life on the spot. Then what about temporary submission? Perhaps he could lurk by Lewis's side for now, leverage his resources and platform weight until he found that destined devil fruit and amassed sufficient strength. This appeared to be the only viable path at the moment. Moreover, Lewis had just said he would help capable subordinates realize their dreams. Was that merely an art of command? Teach's mind raced at full speed, weighing the pros and cons. A few seconds later, the malice and murderous intent on his face slowly receded. In its place was a smile he forced back onto his face. But this time the smile no longer held its earlier simplicity. It was a look of indescribable complexity mixed with awe. Ziaha. Huh. His laughter was dry and strained, no longer bearing its former distinctive flavor. Lewis, boss, you truly are terrifying. Teach drew in a deep breath. He lifted his head, meeting Lewis's gaze directly, his eyes flickering. Fine. I admit it. I have ambition. His voice grew low and forceful, carrying a desperate all-or-nothing resolve. What I want is a power that will allow me to truly dominate these seas and realize my dreams. To achieve that I will pay any price and stop at nothing. As he spoke, Teach abruptly dropped to one knee, lowering his defiant head. His rough palm pressed against the sandy ground in a gesture of submission. Since boss has put it so plainly, then I'm Marshal D. Teach, him willing to temporarily follow you. Yet deep within his eyes, hidden in the shadows, turbulent undercurrents still churned, inscrutable and unfathomable. Lewis looked down at Teach, kneeling before him from his commanding height. A faint smile still lingered on his face, making it impossible to discern his true emotions in that moment. He did not immediately step forward to help Teach up, nor did he utter any warm words of acceptance. He merely nodded slightly, signifying his acceptance of this fealty. Yet deep in his heart, he knew perfectly well that Teach's submission was merely a temporary choice made after weighing the costs and benefits. It was by no means genuine loyalty. Likewise, Lewis would never fully trust this ambitious Blackbeard. Nevertheless, that did not prevent him from making use of Teach's strength and ambition. Very well, Lewis said calmly. In that case, prove your worth with your actions. An unusual atmosphere hung over the deck. The sea breeze carried a heavy, briny tang, yet it could not dispel the complex gazes the crew cast toward the figure in the corner. Marshal D. Teach. Now he was Lu Yi's follower in name. He scrubbed the deck with conspicuous zeal, sweat soaking his disheveled, greasy black hair and plastering it to his forehead. He would periodically split his mouth into a grin revealing teeth that never seemed to be clean and let out his signature laugh. Ah. That laughter sounded somewhat forced in the sea breeze, as if trying to force its way onto a deck that did not yet belong to him. Most of the crew merely watched coldly from the sidelines, where they gathered in twos and threes, muttering among themselves with undisguised distance and wariness. Out of regard for Lu Yi, and more importantly because Pops himself had personally approved the decision, they had not openly challenged him. But that profound distrust was like an invisible towering wall firmly shutting Teach out. Teach seemed utterly indifferent to it. Or rather, he had hidden that concern deep beneath a smile that was far too simple and honest. His attitude toward Lu Yi was extremely respectful, even tinged with an indescribable obsequiousness. He was so hardworking that it did not suit a pirate who had just joined the Whitebeard Pirates at all. Yet the harder he performed, the more artificial it felt. Like a thick, greasy scum floating on clear water, utterly out of place. Marco walked slowly to the ship's railing, holding an oversized tankard. He stood beside Lu Yi, his gaze seemingly casual, but it unobtrusively swept across that busy, somewhat clumsy figure in the distance. A few seagulls wheeled in the azure sky, letting out clear, lingering cries. Louis. Marco's voice was low, carrying unmistakable gravity. That Teach. I always feel there's something wrong with his eyes. His brow furrowed slightly. You must be careful. Don't trust him too much. As a senior crew member, protecting this ship and the family Pops held so dear was his unshirkable duty. Especially Lu Yi, the young man Pops had placed such great hopes on, whose potential was unfathomable. Lu Yi turned his head, still wearing that languid, unhurried expression. He reached out and patted Marco on the shoulder. Don't worry, Marco. I know my limits. His smile was laced with a powerful confidence, as if every disturbance in this world had already been accounted for within his palm. A dog that bites can also guard the house as long as the leash is strong enough, and it is put to the right use, don't you think? He did not say it outright, but the sense of control in his words was clear enough. I have my own plans. Marco looked at Lu Yi's young, yet exceptionally steady profile, those eyes shimmering with a depth that far exceeded his age. Marco nodded and said no more. He chose to trust Lu Yi's judgment, but he quietly maintained his own wariness. Teach was still scrubbing the deck, with great effort, sweat streaming down his cheeks and dripping onto the seawater-washed planks. He kept his head low, as if completely absorbed in the work before him. But the small, darting eyes hidden in the shadow of his thick fringe had never once stopped observing the surroundings. His gaze, like the most concealed probe, silently swept over every crew member who passed by him, especially the powerful ones. Diamond Jozu. Just how astonishing was the defensive power hidden in those arms that shone with the radiance of the purest diamond. Flower Sword Vista. And those two seemingly ordinary Western swords at his waist, what dazzling lethal flower sword techniques could they unleash in an instant? The ability traits of every strong fighter, and even the subtle cracks in their personalities, were silently etched into his memory and classified. He paid special attention to those with powerful devil fruit abilities. The diamond fruit, how alluring, how mighty a power it was. But the longing in the deepest part of his heart was even more hidden, even darker, like a bottomless whirlpool. Now and then he would unobtrusively strike up a conversation with low-ranking crew members who appeared to hold little status. Through every possible veiled question, he tried to probe whether the ship held the legendary devil fruit encyclopedia, or whether there was any trace of the dark fruit, that fruit that existed only in legend, and that he yearned for with all his might. High in the lookout platform on the mainmast, Whitebeard would occasionally set down the huge mug that was like a small bucket. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. His invisible observation hockey spread outward like the gentlest and most boundless tide, silently wrapping around every corner of the deck and every faint movement. Every exchange between Lu Yi and Teach, every meeting of their eyes was reflected in his world of perception in the finest detail. Whitebeard approved of, and even somewhat admired, Lu Yi's way of managing subordinates, use their strengths and restrain their weaknesses. Placing the hot potato that was Teach under Lu Yi had always been partly meant to temper Lu Yi himself. But when he sensed the abyssal darkness and ambition hidden in the depths of Teach's heart, Whitebeard's brows would still knit involuntarily. Lu-yi did not relax in the slightest merely because he had temporarily subdued Teach. By day he handled the ship's affairs with swift decisiveness, helped Marco coordinate the crew's cooperation, and carefully inspected every detail of the vessel, displaying increasingly mature leadership and indisputable resolve. At night, when the din of the day faded and the sea was left only with moonlight and the eternal sound of waves, he would go alone to a secluded corner of the deck or the empty training grounds. Sweat poured down his body like fine rivulets, quickly soaking his clothes and catching the cold moonlight in tiny glints. The insights he had gained from witnessing that battle between Whitebeard and Golden Lion, a battle that shook heaven and earth, took root within him like countless seeds waiting for the moment to break through the soil. Teach's presence was more like an invisible whip ceaselessly spurring him on, reminding him that he could not stop. He needed greater power. An absolute power sufficient to control every variable, sufficient to grip fate by the throat. Teach too was waiting patiently. He displayed a chilling patience like a crocodile lurking in the deepest, murkiest mud, silently waiting for its prey to expose its most fragile and most fatal weakness. The speed at which Lu-yi's strength was growing had far exceeded his expectations. The young man's vigilance was also like an invisible but tenacious net, making Teach feel restrained and not daring to make the slightest reckless move. Not to mention that aboard this giant ship, named the Moby Dick, powerful monsters emerged one after another, each one enough to give Teach a hard time. And there was the world's strongest man, a presence like an unshakable pillar that calmed the seas. Merely thinking of him made Teach feel a suffocating pressure. The time had not yet come. He had to keep playing the role of a simple, hard-working, and loyal follower to Lu-yi. Pretense was one of the weapons he wielded best, and for now it was his only safeguard. The Moby Dick cut through the azure waves, forging steadily toward the next stretch of the Grand Line, a sea brimming with the unknown. Beneath the brilliant sun, the ocean's surface sparkled and gleamed, radiating dazzling light that belied an air of serene tranquility. The crew members were each at their posts, presenting a scene of bustling yet orderly activity on the deck. Suddenly from the mainmast a scream full of terror rang out, accompanied by the jarring sound of ropes snapping taut and breaking. A young crewman tasked with adjusting the sails suddenly missed his footing, his body instantly losing balance. With a scream he plummeted from the heights like a kite whose string had snapped. Directly beneath him lay an area stacked with spare cannonballs and sharp repair tools. The nearest to the falling crewmen were Lewis, who stood close by, and Teach, who had just finished a chore and was about to head off for a rest. It was almost a reflex. Teach's body sharply recoiled a small step backward, his gaze rapidly sweeping over the objects below that could cause impact and danger. In that instant the instinct for self-preservation overwhelmed every other thought. Yet in the briefest moment of his retreat a figure shot past like an arrow from a bow, swift as the wind. Without a moment's hesitation or thought, Lewis's feet exploded with force. The air gave off a faint, almost imperceptible crack. His silhouette was already in midair, his arms catching the rapidly falling crewman with precision and strength. The powerful impact instantly tensed Lewis's arm muscles, faint veins showing. Yet he held the man steadily, deftly dissipating the enormous momentum before landing on the deck as lightly as a feather. Only then did the surrounding crew snap back to reality. Crying out in shock, they gathered around. They crowded around, all talking at once, fussing over the young crewman, who was still shaken. "Are you all right, Tom? I was scared out of my wits just now." The young crewman, named Tom, was pale as paper, still terrified, instinctively clutching Lewis's arm while gasping for breath. Lewis gently patted his back, signaling him to relax. Then he slowly raised his head and turned his gaze toward Teach, who stood not far away, still slightly leaning back with a trace of astonishment lingering on his face. The surrounding clamor seemed to instantly freeze at that moment. Everyone's gaze, following Lewis's line of sight, converged on Teach like a spotlight. Lewis's eyes turned icy, devoid of even a trace of warmth. "Remember this, Teach." His voice was not loud, yet it carried with extraordinary clarity to every corner of the deck, bearing an unquestionable authority and coldness. "On Pop's ship, every crew member is family. If you can't even grasp that, you will never truly belong here." These words struck Teach's heart like an invisible icicle, piercing with bone-chilling cold. He could clearly feel the gazes cast upon him growing colder, more distant, and even tinged with contempt. The lower-ranked crewman, who had just begun to feel a flicker of goodwill toward Teach, now looked at him with completely changed eyes. That faint trace of goodwill was extinguished in an instant like a candle flickering in the wind. What replaced it was a deeper, heavier wariness. An undisguised contempt. Lewis's words, like a sharp dagger, precisely sliced open Teach's disguise of trying to fit into the group. This was not merely a warning to Teach personally. It was also a powerful reaffirmation and defense of the Whitebeard Pirates' core value, family. Teach's body stiffened slightly. He slowly lowered his head, using a seemingly submissive posture to conceal the sharp, fleeting look of intense disdain and mockery deep in his eyes. "Yes, Mr. Lewis, I understand." He strove to keep his voice honest and obedient, but only he himself knew the true thoughts beneath that mask. "Family? What a ridiculous, fragile thing. merely a shackle used by those in power to bind and exploit the weak. On this sea where the strong devour the weak, only absolute power is the eternal truth. At the same time, however, Lewis's instinctive, unhesitating action, along with those powerful words that struck straight at the heart, raised Teach's estimation of the young man another notch. He keenly realized that Lewis was by no means a man of mere brute force. This young man seemed to harbor almost naive convictions about so-called comrades and family. What was even more frightening was that he seemed genuinely able to unite people's hearts and earn respect through it. To truly gain their trust, or rather to make his disguise utterly seamless, merely acting slick and hardworking was far from enough. He had to put on a show of conforming to this foolish value system at certain critical moments. Today's slip was a costly yet profoundly valuable lesson. Night like thick ink gradually swallowed the sky and the sea. The waves gently lapped against the massive hull of the Moby Dick, producing a rhythmic splashing sound. Lewis stood alone at the bow. The salty sea breeze tousled his black hair and lifted the hem of his clothes. Teach, this time bomb buried at the very heart of the Whitebeard Pirates, was immensely powerful, yet also perilous to the extreme. How should he make good use of this unpredictable chess piece? How could he extract the maximum potential value from him before he detonated completely? At the same time, he had to stay ever vigilant against his lethal backlash. He could clearly sense Teach's dormant ambitions spreading silently. Meanwhile, deep within the ship's hold, in a dark, unnoticed corner, by the light of an oil lamp, Teach was carefully fingering a piece of paper whose edges were already frayed and yellowed. On the paper, scrawled in rough handwriting, were fragments of obscure information. Scattered among them were several crooked, meaningless symbols and a few extremely crude drawings. It was the trail of clues about the legendary dark fruit that he had painstakingly gathered bit by bit, expending immense effort and using every channel he could imagine. Every word, every mark condensed the longing he had suppressed for far too long and stoked the flames deep within his soul. The oil lamp's flame flickered uneasily. Light and shadow played across his somewhat rugged face, sketching a twisted expression of greed and madness intertwined. Family. Teach let out a murmur dripping with ultimate scorn from his throat. To him, so-called kinship, friendship bonds with companions, these insubstantial things all combined were far less real than a devil fruit that could grant him supreme power. If only he could obtain it. If only he could obtain that unique fruit capable of commanding all darkness in the world. When that time came, what Whitebeard, what Lewis, what damned family, everything would grovel at his feet, trembling as they gazed up at his back. He needed more patience. He needed to be better at disguise. He had to wait like the most cunning hunter, holding his breath and focusing his mind, until that longed-for fruit appeared, until the perfect, fatal opportunity truly arrived. He forcibly suppressed the madness and greed that nearly brimmed over in his eyes, as if caging a ferocious beast that would devour anyone. Then he carefully folded the paper bearing all his ambition, and with great reverence tucked it back into the place closest to his heart. This ship, the Moby Dick, symbolizing family, was nothing more than a stepping stone, a springboard to that supreme dark throne. The Moby Dick cut steadily across the surface of the Grand Line. Sunlight poured over the deck, illuminating a sweat-drenched figure, Lou, mid-training. Each punch he threw and each kick he lashed carried astonishing force, causing the air to crackle softly. Not far away, Teach still wore that simple, honest smile. He busied himself wiping the ship's railing, his movements dexterous and diligent. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids his gaze was like a poisonous snake lying in wait. It swept now and then over the training Lou, over every corner of the ship, absorbing all information into the depths of his heart. The sky changed color without any warning. The brilliant blue was swallowed by ink-dark clouds that surged in like a great swath of black paint smeared across a clean canvas. Howling gales erupted out of nowhere, laden with salty dampness, brutally lashing the sails. Thus descended a terrible storm that dwarfed anything the crew had ever encountered. The waves were no longer gentle swells. They rose abruptly, becoming moving mountains, and slammed into the Moby Dick with destructive force. The hull groaned under an unbearable burden, rocking and listing violently, as if it could be torn to pieces at any moment by nature's fury. Even the old pirates who had roamed with Whitebeard for decades lost their accustomed composure, their faces heavy enough to drip with tension. Gururara. Whitebeard Newgate stood dominating the bow, his massive frame like an unmovable mountain. Facing the towering waves, he burst into a bold, overbearing laugh. The naginata in his hand, Murakamajari, whistled with sharp fury as it sundered the air. Each strike came with the full power of his Gura Nomi ability. Visible white cracks formed in the air, spreading like spiderwebs. In the next breath, the monstrous waves, capable of capsizing steel giants with ease, were violently shattered before him, scattering into countless broken droplets. The overwhelming might of the world's strongest man was laid bare in that instant, standing against the overwhelming might of nature. Steady the helm. Reinforce the starboard rigging. Move all supplies to the lower hold immediately. Liu Yi's clear voice cut through the roaring wind and rain, carrying an unrefusable calm. He darted across the chaotic deck, his gaze fixed and resolute, issuing composed orders and coordinating the actions of every crewman. His cool-headedness formed a sharp contrast to Whitebeard's ferocity, and yet the two meshed in a strange harmony together, propping up the great ship as it swayed through the storm. Ouch! Teach staggered underfoot and fell onto the slick deck, splashing water everywhere. He picked himself up with a grimace, looking thoroughly pathetic, and even flashed a sheepish, honest smile at the flustered crewmate beside him. But in a moment no one noticed. His gaze precisely caught each faint, barely perceptible, hurried breath Whitebeard took after unleashing a full-powered slash. His eyes also swept across the parts of the hull that had groaned strangely under the waves, silently noting every potential weakness in the structure. Whitebeard was indeed awe-inspiring, as imposing as a divine pillar steadying the sea. Yet the storm was far too vast in scope, and its fury had lasted far too long. The Moby Dick was like a stubborn leaf struggling within the endless raging billows. Its course had been thrown into total chaos, and it had long since drifted off the planned route of the Grand Line. At the heart of the storm, the sight was even more horrifying. A colossal waterfall of unimaginable scale stood before them. The seawater did not flow downward. Instead, it was bizarrely sucked upward into the sky, forming a terrifying water wall that connected the ocean and the heavens. A colossal suction force emanated from the center of the waterfall. Caught in that violent current, the Moby Dick lost all ability to control its direction. "Hold fast!" Whitebeard roared once more, the muscles of his arms bulging as he swung the Naginata forward with unprecedented force, shattering the current ahead. Marco Josu and the other crew members each displayed their own powers, doing all they could to protect the ship. Amid violent jolts and a teeth-grating screech of friction, the Moby Dick, as if devoured and spat out by some colossal beast, passed through the heaven-defying waterfall by a hair's breadth. The hull was damaged in many places and cracks had appeared in the mast. Beyond the waterfall, the storm suddenly subsided. The sky opened up, and there before them lay a strange, never-before-seen island. The island was covered with distinctive Eastern architecture, layered eaves nestled among luxuriant trees. In the air lingered a refreshing scent of cherry blossoms, mingled with a faint, almost imperceptible sense of suffocating oppression. It was as if something weighty lurked beneath the beautiful cherry blossom scene. The Moby Dick's hull let out a few disturbing creaks, reminding the crew of the peril they had just survived in crossing the waterfall. Repairs were essential. Whitebeard surveyed the strange island, a trace of wariness flickering in his deep sea-blue eyes. "Head ashore." Whitebeard ordered in a deep voice. "We'll rest here for now and inspect the ship's damage." The crew, having narrowly escaped death, finally let their taut nerves relax, heaving long sighs of relief. The recent ordeal of the storm and the waterfall had been utterly harrowing. Yet before their sighs could even fade, the lookout in the crow's nest cried out in surprise. On the distant shoreline, a figure was racing toward the Moby Dick at breathtaking speed. He wore a flamboyant kimono that was both completely different from this land style, yet somehow perfectly suited to it. Two samurai swords hung at his waist, and his hair was combed into a bizarre towering shape resembling an upturned pot lid. His face blazed with almost crazed excitement, as if he had just found a treasure he had yearned for all his life. His speed was so great that only a blurred afterimage remained on the sand. "Wahaha! Finally!" he shouted as he ran, his voice sonorous and full of vigor. His target was unmistakable. He stared dead at the mountain-like figure standing at the bow, Whitebeard Newgate. The ferocious aura rushing toward them was untamed, imbued with primal vitality, and it made the pirates on deck involuntarily tighten their grips on their weapons. Teach, hidden among the crowd, felt his honest smile stiffen slightly. Watching the rapidly approaching figure, a flicker of suspicion and shock darted through his eyes. "This guy is no simple man." Teach's instinct screamed warnings at him. This oddly dressed madman who had appeared out of nowhere was definitely a monster of terrifying strength. Louis stood near Whitebeard's broad back, arms crossed, quietly watching the strange man sprinting toward them. The sea breeze lifted the stray locks on his forehead, and his brows knit together in a faint, almost invisible frown. Kimono, twin swords, bizarre hairstyle, plus that fearless, unrivaled boldness, and that barely concealed pressure, the presence of conqueror's haki. Kazuki Oden. The name surfaced in Liu Yi's mind almost instantaneously. A key figure in the story, the legendary man of Wano country. He was actually here at this point in time, appearing before them like this. Liu Yi's thoughts churned. Was this sudden upheaval a crisis or an opportunity? And what could he possibly do? Kazuki Oden charged forward like a runaway stallion. He completely ignored the frantic shouts of his retainers behind him. He also ignored the countless wary, hostile stares from the Whitebeard pirates. His feet slammed into the soft sand, exploding with astonishing power. His whole body soared upward like a cannonball. With a savage, unreasonable ferocity, he lunged straight at the men on the shore. His target had been only one from the very beginning. That man standing at the shore as steadily as a mountain. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Oden's face showed no fear of a stronger opponent. Instead, it blazed with an almost frenzied excitement. "Take this." Already in midair, the twin swords at his waist had leapt from their scabbards. "Aim no habakiri. Enma." A peerlessly keen sword aura mixed with ferocious and dominating conqueror's haki turned into an actual storm and swept toward Whitebeard. There was no probing, no hesitation. He attacked with everything he had. Whitebeard's eyelids slowly lifted. Facing this sudden thunderbolt-like assault, Whitebeard did not move even half a step. The huge Naginata Murakami was raised by his hand with an almost casual motion. A wave of conqueror's haki, rivaling Odin's and even deeper, vaster, and more ocean-like, burst violently from his body. Clang! A crisp, piercing metallic sound rang through the sky. The twin swords and the Naginata's blade crashed fiercely against each other in midair. Two equally supreme conquerors' haki collided hard in the void. An invisible blast wave erupted outward from the point of impact. The terrifying impact of that first clash came surging back through the blades. Odin only felt an unstoppable flood of power rush into his arms. His grip was torn with searing pain, and both arms immediately went numb. He staggered backward several steps before barely steadying himself. Whitebeard, on the other hand, still stood holding his weapon, his towering frame utterly motionless. The ground beneath Whitebeard's feet had not even suffered the slightest damage from the impact. Odin shook his still numb arms, feeling this unprecedented crushing pressure. But that pressure did not make him want to retreat in the slightest. Instead, it was like a roaring blaze that thoroughly ignited an even more blazing fighting spirit and excitement in his chest. The outside world really is amazing. Wonderful. He laughed heartily, and without restraint, then firmly gripped his twin swords once more. A flicker of his figure. Odin transformed into an afterimage and charged Whitebeard again. Odin two-sword style spear phantom mimicry. Exquisite sword technique unfolded brilliantly in his hands. The twin blades became two death-chasing, soul-reaping bolts of lightning, besieging Whitebeard's vital points from extremely vicious, unpredictable angles. For a time, flashing blades and clashing shadows weaved wildly along the shore. Haki kept colliding and surging, and the leaking energy hammered into the ground. Whitebeard's eyes remained as calm as water. Facing Odin's storm of fierce attacks, he did not immediately call upon the power that could destroy the world, the tremor fruit. He relied solely on his already peak-perfected physical techniques, on his supremely masterful haki, and on the exquisite sword skills shown by the Murakami in his hand. And with that, he firmly suppressed Kazuki Odin's unbridled assault. Every one of Whitebeard's blocks was precisely measured. Every one of his counters was heavy and mighty, containing terrifying power. Odin was forced to go all out to cope with fine sweat beading on his forehead. Another violent, crushing exchange followed. Odin was blasted backward by an overwhelming, unstoppable force. He slid more than 10 meters across the sandy shore in a wretched state before he finally managed to halt. He jerked his head up and stared at the towering figure before him. This man, using only basic combat skills, had displayed a hopeless, despairing level of strength Odin had never before imagined. A wildly powerful impulse flooded Odin's heart. He suddenly shouted at Whitebeard with all his strength. "Take me on your ship. Let me sail the sea with you." This sudden request rang out across the shore, still consumed by battle so inopportune that it was almost absurd. Even Whitebeard's mountain-steady movements froze for a split second. In his deep, emotionless eyes, unmistakable surprise flickered, a rare sight. Odin charged at Whitebeard once again. He poured all the power he had honed in his life, without keeping back a single ounce, into aim no habakiri and Inma. With his twin swords crossed, he leapt into the sky once more. His whole body seemed to turn into a dazzling stream of light. Odin two-sword style peach garden white waterfall. It was the strongest slash he could unleash now. The blade light carried the resolve and spirit to sever everything in this world, cleaving down toward the top of Whitebeard's head. Facing Odin's all-or-nothing supreme strike, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with approval. But even more than that, what filled them was the absolute authority of the strongest man in the world. He no longer held back. His right fist clenched hard, the muscles of his arms swelling in thick knots, blue veins coiling like horned dragons. A visible white halo swiftly wrapped around his fist. It was a sign that the tremor fruit's power had been fully activated. Even the surrounding air seemed unable to bear this terrifying force, letting out faint, strained, crackling sounds. Only pure, overbearing power sufficient to shatter all creation. The blade and the fist collided thunderously under the gaze of everyone on the deck. At the very center of the collision, space itself seemed to warp and fold. Then, after an infinitely brief silence, a deafening boom erupted like a thunderclap. The mighty peach garden white waterfall, which Odin had placed such hope in, was as fragile as delicate glass in front of Whitebeard's fist, wrapped in terror-inducing tremor force. The fierce sword momentum was dissolved and shattered in an instant. The fist, carrying devastating tremor force, slammed brutally into Odin's face. Pwah! Odin spat out a huge mouthful of blood mixed with several broken teeth. He was blown far away like a kite with its string cut. Boom! A heavy impact rang out. Odin's body crashed into the soft sand, kicking up a great cloud of sand, and leaving a deep human-shaped pit. Lord Odin. At that moment, several frantic shouts came from the distance. Kinemon Dinjiro Kakunajo Reizo, along with Kanjuro Ashura Doji, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi, the retainers and warriors of Kazuki Odin, finally arrived at the beach gasping for breath. They happened to witness the miserable scene of their lord being punched flying by that demon-like pirate and crashing heavily into the sand. Seeing their lord's mouth continually gushing blood as life unknown, all the warriors' eyes instantly turned scarlet and their fury blazed. Wretched pirates! How dare you hurt Lord Odin? Clang, 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 clang. The warriors drew their blades one after another, pointing their gleaming steel straight at the pirates on the shore. A deadly, resolute aura spread from them, contending from afar with the powerful presence emanating from the Whitebeard Pirates on the shore. The atmosphere instantly became a taut bowstring. A bloody war seemed on the verge of breaking out. Marshal D. Teach, hiding in the midst of the Whitebeard Pirates, quietly lowered his hat brim. His eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of his hat, flickered with an inexplicable, excited light. One punch, just one punch, had utterly defeated such a powerful warrior, and that warrior called Kazuki Odin had taken such a horrifying blow and still had breath left. That strange, absurdly tenacious vitality was also worth watching. Teach silently evaluated the worth and potential threat of both sides, a barely visible smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. It was the moment when the standoff grew so tense that the air seemed solid and a great war seemed about to explode. A languid, even playful voice sounded strangely out of place. Lu Yi leisurely walked out from the crowd, coming to stand in front of Whitebeard's broad body. He did not even glance at the warriors glaring at him with murderous intent. Instead, he gazed with interest at the bedraggled figure in the distance, struggling and seemingly trying to climb out of the sand pit. Lu Yi spoke in a relaxed tone laced with teasing. Pops, don't you think you hit him a little too hard? You didn't actually punch him silly with one hit, did you? This seemingly heartless remark was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It strangely dissolved the nearly solidified tension on the scene. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him, whether those of the furious, murderous warriors, or those of the battle-hardened pirates aboard the Moby Dick, or even those of Kazuki Odin, who was struggling on the distant beach to push himself up. All gazes involuntarily gathered on the young figure who had emerged so calmly and now stood before Whitebeard, Lu Yi. Odin shook his still-ringing, dizzy head. Lu Yi's voice, clearly tinged with laughter, reached his ears distinctly. Struggling, he barely raised his head. His gaze crossed over the pirates with their varied expressions and finally rested on Lu Yi and Whitebeard. He had been beaten miserably, yet there was no anger or resentment from his severe injuries on his face. Instead, he grinned, revealing a smile mixed with sand and blood, still unbelievably bright and hearty, as if that potentially fatal punch had just been an overly rough joke between friends. He seemed to completely ignore the agonizing pain of his bones, feeling as if they were about to crack. He gathered the last of his strength once more, and with all the sincerity he could muster, repeated his previous request toward Whitebeard. His voice was hoarse, but it carried undeniable determination. I beg you, please take me out to sea. Whitebeard looked down at the utterly pathetic warrior on the beach. The man was covered with wounds pitiful beyond words, but his eyes were still clear and bright, burning with a flame called longing and tenacity. His whole heart was set on racing toward that vast, unbounded ocean. Whitebeard turned his head and glanced at his son beside him, the one who always said astonishing things and wore the expression of someone who wished the world would burn. The look on Lu Yi's face, that look of enjoying a spectacle without caring how big it got, was impossible to miss. Whitebeard paused briefly. Then his signature laughter burst out, without warning, ringing across the entire shore. Gururara, Gururara. What an interesting warrior. The deafening laughter seemed to have a strange magic of its own. In an instant it scattered the almost frozen tension and icy killing intent hanging in the air. A bloody battle that might have erupted seemed for now to have been brought to a halt by the laughter. Though the battle was over, the Moby Dick had suffered considerable damage during the recent voyage. The hull needed careful inspection and repair to ensure safe sailing. The Whitebeard Pirates then made their decision. They would temporarily anchor at this nameless shore, resting and repairing for 2 weeks. As for Kazuki Odin, he was forcibly taken back to Kuri by his loyal retainers. The Moby Dick floated quietly at anchor. Along the coastline, the battle scars on her hull were being carefully smoothed over by the shipwrights. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates all seemed to unconsciously keep a distance from the group of kimono-clad samurai ashore, especially from that man named Kazuki Odin. The wounds on his body were recovering at an astonishing speed, healing almost visibly before one's eyes. Kazuki Odin himself, however, was utterly oblivious to this invisible wall between them. The swelling on his face, black and blue from Whitebeard's punch, had already mostly subsided, leaving only faint traces. But none of this could cool the fervent heart burning to explore the new world. He was like a child with boundless energy dashing about the island, calling it in his own words a leisurely stroll. In truth, he repeatedly sidled up to Whitebeard using the most direct methods to repeat his request to board the ship and set sail. Hey, Whitebeard, you're really strong. Fight me again. This sake's got a kick. Give me another barrel. Let me tell you the Kuri region of our land of Wainoites. Odin displayed monstrous recuperative powers and an even more monstrous talent for pestering. Sometimes he'd gleefully rush off to test his strength against Jozu. The next moment, he'd latch onto Marco bubbling with childlike curiosity over that mysterious blue flame of regeneration. Hey, Pineapple Head. What's the deal with that fire of yours? Does it hurt when it burns? Can it roast meat? His rapid-fire questions left Marco's temple twitching, and he could only fend them off with his signature drowsy half-lidded gaze. Even Lewis did not escape his special attention. Odin seemed to harbor an intense fascination for this young man, who could stand so casually beside Whitebeard. Hey Lewis, my boy. He ambled over brashly. Is the outside world really that much fun? More interesting than boiling a steaming pot of Odin? Not far from the shore, Kinemon Denjiro and the other retainers watched their lord making a complete spectacle of himself, trampling the honor of a samurai, and they leapt about in sheer desperation. Lord Odin, please, you must mind your station. The land of Wano cannot do without you. The shogun's duty, Kinemon pleaded almost tearfully, his voice thick with anxiety. They were terrified of the Whitebeard Pirates' abyss-like strength, but even more afraid that the vast, boundless sea would truly steal Odin's heart away, forever, making him forget the weighty mission he was bound to fulfill in the land of Wano. Odin, however, acted as if he hadn't heard his retainer's calls. He waved a hand dismissively and continued eagerly questioning the crew about every detail of the outside world. Lewis leaned against the massive rail of the Moby Dick, his gaze following with keen interest the man sweeping across the scene like a whirlwind. Kazuki Odin, truly in existence outside all norms. He possessed a purity so guileless it bordered on innocence, and his obsession with his dreams burned so fiercely it could almost sear those around him. Yet just as Pops had quietly feared the destructive force within this man, that untamable wildness and refusal to be bound by any rules was equally unmistakable. Hey Odin. Lewis set down the pebble and actively walked over. Odin had been pestering a helpless crewman about the mechanics of the ship's rudder, but when he saw Lewis approach, his eyes lit up with startling brilliance. Oh, Lewis, my boy, finally decided to pay me some attention. He slung an arm around Lewis's shoulder with such force that Lewis frowned slightly. Come on, tell me, how did you bastards manage to knock that golden lion flying? Must have been one hell of a thrill. Lewis casually shook off his arm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Rather than answer the question directly, he changed tack. Riding freely across the sea certainly sounds incomparably alluring. But have you ever considered this? Your freedom might very well stand atop the invisible shackles binding the countless people of the land of Wano. Lewis's voice was low, yet it reached Odin's ears with perfect clarity. Responsibility, you see, can sometimes weigh far heavier than dreams. For the briefest instant, the trademark radiant smile on Odin's face froze. Very briefly. Then in the next moment he reverted to his usual carefree, devil-may-care demeanor. Ha ha ha. Why overthink all that? He clapped Lewis hard on the back, nearly sending him stumbling. What matters most in life is having a good time. As for responsibility, well, let me first sail out and see this world to my heart's content, enjoy myself to the fullest. There'll be plenty of time to shoulder it after I get back. Lewis looked at him and shook his head gently. This man understood. He simply at this stage had chosen to look the other way. The brief exchange reached no consensus, yet it gave Lewis a far more three-dimensional and clear picture of who Kazuki Odin truly was. In the shadowed corner of the deck, Marshal D. Teach continued his role as the unremarkable, diligent errand boy. He kept his head lowered, silently scrubbing the salt-corroded deck as though deaf to everything around him, indifferent to it all. But in secret his eyes were fixed on Odin's monstrously powerful physique, and on that domineering conqueror's haki that occasionally slipped out unguarded and overwhelming. He had even made several attempts to fish for information from the samurai of Wano, probing indirectly for any trace of the land of Wano and the legendary Ryo Poneglyph. Unfortunately, while Kinemon and the other samurai were exasperated by Odin's antics, they harbored deep wariness toward outsiders, especially toward a man as gloomy-looking as Teach. They gave him absolutely no chance to gather intelligence. Several days slipped by in silence. Whitebeard stood upon the lofty bow of the Moby Dick, his massive bicinto planted at his side, gazing toward the distant land gently veiled in soft pink cherry blossoms. He did appreciate Kazuki Odin's strength and spirit. That pure extreme longing for freedom and adventure even made him for a fleeting moment glimpse the youth he himself had once been. Yet whenever he recalled the bitter sundering collapse of the Rocks Pirates, a barely suppressed wariness and dread surged within his heart. The untamable traits in Odin bore such a striking resemblance to those men of the old Rocks crew. What Whitebeard wanted were family he could trust with his back, companions who would share fair winds and storms alike. Not another man beyond control, another Rocks recruit who might at any moment drag everything into the abyss. Pops about that, Odin. Marco had appeared at his side without a sound, his voice carrying obvious unease. Are you really considering letting him come aboard? I keep feeling there's something restless in him. Besides those samurai from Wano on the shore, they don't exactly look at us warmly. Jozu came over as well and nodded in agreement. Pops, our rule aboard this ship is to treat one another as family. That Odin, he doesn't feel like one of us. Whitebeard said nothing, listening to his son's concerns. The sea breeze ruffled his signature crescent white mustache. After a long silence, he let out a heavy sigh. Gururara, I understand. His voice was low, yet carried an unshakable finality. Some men are simply destined by nature never to belong to this deck. The 2-week rest period passed like a fleeting white steed glimpsed through a crack. The Moby Dick's hull had been restored to gleaming new, ready once more to set sail. The moment of parting crept upon them unnoticed. That evening the setting sun dyed the sea a blaze of gold and crimson. Once more Odin came solemnly before Whitebeard. Standing before this towering mountain-like man, he cast aside every trace of clowning levity and bowed his proud waist deeply. Pouring every ounce of sincerity into his voice, he declared, Whitebeard, please, take me with you when you set sail. I want to see this world with my own eyes. I want to grow stronger. Whitebeard lowered his head, gazing down at the samurai before him, whose eyes blazed with an almost fervent light. His gaze was complex. Admiration, regret, but above all resolution. Slowly he shook his head. Gururara. His signature laugh rose, yet carried a note of heaviness. Odin, your caliber should never be subordinate to anyone. This ship of mine carries my sons. It carries family. It cannot carry your ambition. Whitebeard's refusal was clear, clean, and absolute. The expectation in Kazuki Odin's face, the smile upon it shattered piece by piece. What replaced it was an inability to conceal profound disappointment and deep piercing pain. To set sail. To behold the vast world. This had been the dream planted in the very roots of his soul since childhood. The Whitebeard Pirates were the only most radiant thread of hope he could grasp at this moment. Could it be? Could his dream truly be shattered here right now, utterly and completely? To avoid any further entanglements and unnecessary conflict that might follow, Whitebeard made his decision. Under the cover of night, he weighed anchor and departed. Without a word of farewell. A deep night enveloped the Cherry Blossom Islands, spreading across the boundless sea as well. The massive hull of the Moby Dick glided silently through the water. It began to depart from the shoreline, where the brief clamor had echoed. The bow cut through the waves, phosphorescent sparks shimmering under the moonlight. The ship's speed steadily increased, and the atmosphere on deck noticeably relaxed. Many crew members secretly exhaled, their nerves stretched taut, for days finally easing. That samurai from Wano country with his terrifyingly boundless energy had not followed them. They thought they could finally shake off that potential nuisance. Yet just as this tranquility was about to fully settle, boom. A dull, yet incredibly penetrating crash echoed from astern without warning. Immediately the entire Moby Dick lurched violently. The hull seemed to be gripped firmly from behind by an invisible giant hand. Shrill alarm cries instantly tore through the night sky. What's going on? What did the ship hit? No, it feels like something's hooked onto us. The crew's startled and bewildered shouts rose in a wave. They all rushed toward the stern. When they made out the scene at the ship's rear by the flickering lanterns aboard, everyone's eyes widened in horror. A massive iron chain at some point unknown had been wound tightly and fixed to the sturdy structure near the base of the mainmast. The other end of the chain sank deep into the churning dark and icy seawater behind the ship. The lights flickered, barely piercing the dark sea surface. The crowd followed the direction of the chain. Right there in that bone-chilling, turbulent seawater. At the end of the chain, a figure clung desperately to the links. It was Kazuki Odin. Soaked to the skin, he was being dragged by tremendous force. His body churned and surged violently in the water. Monstrous waves repeatedly smashed and engulfed him. But those arms, forged like steel, seemed welded to the chains, stubbornly refusing to let go by even an inch. Even more unbelievable was what lay behind Kazuki Odin. Yaza, the samurai who always wore a women's kimono and appeared somewhat delicate. He actually clung tightly around Odin's waist. He too struggled in the freezing water, his face etched with urgency and determination. Clearly he intended to drag his lord, who was determined to sail out to sea, back to their Wano country single-handedly. The deck fell into instant silence. Then came an uproar like a pot boiling over. Shock. Disbelief. These were the most vivid expressions on everyone's faces. Next, a tangle of complex emotions surged through the crowd. Some eyes revealed unmistakable admiration for Odin's near-mad persistence. Others frowned deeply, their faces brimming with anger, thinking this guy was simply pestering, relentlessly impossible to shake off. Untie it. Marco couldn't help but step forward, reaching out to untie the chain bound to the mainmast. This guy is absolutely insane. Just then a figure as steady as a mountain parted the crowd and arrived at the stern. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He gazed at the two figures in the sea, minuscule yet pulsing with astonishing vitality amidst the raging winds and towering waves. His brow furrowed deeply. He fell silent. Kazuki Odin's unwavering determination and reckless resolve clearly surpassed his expectations. Teach slipped silently to the edge of the restless crowd. Watching the pathetic yet fiercely resilient scene in the sea, a habitual signature grin spread across his face. The atmosphere on deck grew tense from Whitebeard's silence. In this delicate moment, Luffy once again emerged leisurely from the crowd. He approached Whitebeard, his gaze also fixed on the two struggling figures in the sea. "Father." Luffy's voice was low yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Turning to Whitebeard, a thoughtful expression touched his face. This guy's determination perhaps deserves a chance. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyebrow twitched slightly as he looked at Luffy. Meeting Whitebeard's gaze, Luffy continued, "How about giving him a trial?" His voice was calm, yet carried a strange persuasiveness. "If he can hold on to this chain for 3 days and nights, dragged across this vast ocean by the ship, not thrown off, not drowned, and still alive, then he would have the right to temporarily join our crew as an ordinary sailor and witness the world he so desperately desires." The proposal instantly sparked low murmurs across the deck. Many pirates, whether bloodthirsty by nature or simply eager for spectacle, showed obvious interest in their eyes. 3 days and nights, being towed at full speed through the waters of the Grand Line by the Moby Dick. This was nothing short of a fantasy, an utterly impossible task. Whitebeard looked out to sea once more. Kazuki Odin's figure surfaced and vanished among the monstrous waves, minuscule and seemingly on the verge of being swallowed whole. Yet his arms gripping the chain remained impossibly steady. That indomitable willpower, even from afar, was unmistakable. Whitebeard turned to look at Luffy, whose expression remained serene. A complex, unreadable glint flashed in his eyes as he weighed his options. After a moment, Gurugurugura. Whitebeard threw back his head and erupted in thunderous laughter, that iconic rumbling bark rolling across the sea once more. "Good? As you say, Luffy." His massive hand swept through the air with undeniable authority. 3 days. If that samurai lad can endure those 3 days, I'll make an exception and let him aboard to truly see this ocean and the world beyond. Then his gaze swept to Yazoo, also struggling behind Odin. "Get that nuisance off his back first." With the order given, Marco swiftly launched himself forward and hauled Yazoo onto the deck. Hearing Whitebeard's voice and that judgment of his fate, Kazuki Odin suddenly raised his head amidst the furious tempest and towering waves. He unleashed a earth-shattering roar toward the Moby Dick with all his might. That howl brimmed with fierce, untamed wrath that embraced the challenge. It also blazed with renewed vitality ignited in that desperate moment. Whoa-oh-oh-oh. At Whitebeard's command, the Moby Dick cast off all hesitation and resumed its normal cruising speed. The colossal hull cut through wind and wave, dragging behind the heavy chain at the stern, and the figure clinging desperately to its end. The savage waves of the Grand Line tore relentlessly, battering the figure gripping the iron chain. Icy seawater flooded Kazuki Odin's mouth and nose with brutal force. An endless dragging force threatened to rip his bones from flesh and sinew. Every passing second was a crushing blow to both his physical endurance and mental will. Yet Kazuki Odin's arms remained as immovable as bedrock welded to the icy chain. His crimson eyes locked onto the blurred silhouette of the Moby Dick ahead, the sole beacon guiding him toward his dream. On deck, Kazuchi's haggard face was etched with anguish and turmoil. Watching Odin tossed and smashed by massive waves in the freezing sea felt like each impact struck his own heart. Several times he nearly burst from his position, desperate to order the crew to lower a boat and rescue their struggling lord. But each time Lewis's casually thrown yet unyielding gaze stopped him. "This is his own choice, Kazuchi." Lewis's voice was soft, yet carried undeniable weight. "It is also a trial he must face alone." The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick had subtly shifted. The initial snickering and mocking whispers had vanished. In their place spread a growing sense of astonishment. When they witnessed Odin violently whip away a sea beast attempting a sneak attack, using his chain shock, turned to disbelief. As time dragged on, that disbelief hardened into deep, heavy reverence. "Father." Marco approached Whitebeard once more, his usually sleepy face now drawn tight with gravity. "Odin's indomitable will is undoubtedly admirable. But such reckless obsession, such terrifying power. If he truly boards this ship, I fear we cannot contain him." Juz also nodded silently. "He is too different, father." Whitebeard stood silently at the prow, his colossal figure casting a deep shadow across a corner of the deck. The sea breeze stirred his iconic white crescent mustache. His gaze never left the tenacious dark speck bobbing relentlessly on the distant waves, never truly swallowed by the sea. An occasional glint of appreciation for that pure ultimate vitality flickered in his eyes. But mostly it held the calm, authoritative scrutiny befitting the world's strongest man. Lewis leaned lazily against the ship's railing, idly rolling a smooth stone between his fingers. His eyes also fixed on Odin in the water, confident that Whitebeard's pressure would ultimately subdue the samurai. Occasionally his gaze would briefly meet Whitebeard's across the distance. In that fleeting exchange passed some unspoken understanding known only to them two. In the corner, Teach continued playing his role as the diligent simple servant. He scrubbed the deck with exaggerated effort, humming a tuneless melody, wearing his trademark toothy grin. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids he carefully recorded every near-breaking struggle of Kazuki Odin. To him, these were all data intelligence future leverage. Such a formidable opponent required thorough preparation. Time slipped away second by second. By the third day's dusk approaching its end, Odin's body had gone completely numb, scarred, and battered with multiple muscle tears. His arm gripping the chain had barely retained sensation, every muscle crying out under unbearable strain. All that sustained him was an unyielding will branded deep into his soul. "Hey, Teach." Lewis appeared beside the man diligently mopping the deck. "Do you think that samurai can make it to the end?" Teach paused his work and looked up, flashing his signature gap-toothed simple smile. "Tee, you jest, Lord Lewis. That fellow is a delightfully foolish samurai. To endure this long is truly admirable." His tone brimmed with genuine admiration, yet his eyes revealed nothing. Only half an hour remained before the agreed 3 days expired. The deck of the Moby Dick fell into an eerie silence. All clamor had ceased. The crew held their breath, their burning gazes fixed toward the ship's stern. They were witnessing a miracle. Odin's vision grew dark before his eyes, his ears ringing with only the thunderous waves. His remaining consciousness screamed wildly, telling him it was almost over. Hold on a little longer. Just 10 more minutes. The dream of setting sail, that vast, boundless world he had coveted all his life, was within sight. Within reach. Yet at that moment, with success only minutes away, a faint but crystal-clear woman's cry for help pierced through. Carrying terror and despair, it drifted on the salt-tinged sea breeze, cutting through the roar of the waves and reaching his ears. "Help me." Odin's body jerked violently. His nearly clouded eyes, exhausted and fading, suddenly sharpened with fierce focus. The cries came again. "Help me." Odin twisted his stiff neck and looked toward the sound. On a distant island, a woman in strange attire was surrounded by a gang of hideous pirates. In that instant, Odin's mind erupted into civil war. Persist. Just 10 more minutes, and he could board Whitebeard's ship, realize his lifelong dream. But that woman's cry for help. Was he to abandon his dream, so tantalizingly close, to save a stranger? Or, damn it, a roar filled with endless reluctance and absolute resolve erupted from Kazuki Odin's throat. Before the shocked, stunned, disbelieving gazes of everyone aboard the Moby Dick, Kazuki Odin resolutely released the icy chain he had gripped for nearly 3 days and nights, the chain carrying all his hopes and dreams. His dream, within mere inches of realization, was abandoned by his own hand. Dragging his exhausted, battered body, he swam with astonishing speed toward that cry for help. On that island, the woman named Amajetsu Toki possessed an aura entirely out of place with her surroundings, carrying an indefinable mystique. Facing the ferocious pirates, she appeared fragile, yet an unusual calmness lingered deep within her eyes. Just as the octopus pirates closed in with sinister grins, boom, a figure crashed onto the island's beach like a savage tiger descending the mountain, radiating devastating momentum. Kazuki Odin, though his body had reached its absolute limit. That peerlessly powerful combat skill and the unconcealed surging conqueror's haki still made him an unmovable warrior god. He pulled Amajetsu Toki behind him and fiercely charged against the gruesome pirates. An intense battle erupted in an instant. The deck of the Moby Dick erupted into a boiling uproar. He let go. Has this man lost his mind? So close. Just a moment more. What on earth is he doing? Shock, bewilderment, and regret intermingled in a cacophony of voices that thundered across the deck. Many hot-tempered pirates pounded the gunwales in frustration, lamenting the trial that had slipped through their fingers. Marco's gaze grew profoundly complicated. That face, usually laced with languid drowsiness, was now overcome with inexpressible emotion. In the shadowed corner, Teach grinned widely, revealing his signature gap-toothed smile. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into a sneering arc. Lewis quietly watched Kazuki Odin's figure as he charged unhesitatingly toward the island. He tilted his head slightly. His gaze met the figure at the bow in silent convergence. Lewis gave a subtle nod. No words were exchanged, but the message carried in that look was unmistakable. At that moment, a fierce battle had already erupted upon the small island's sandy shores. Though Kazuki Odin was utterly exhausted, his monstrously powerful physique and iron will held him steadfast. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he unleashed astonishing strength. He shielded behind him the woman with a unique aura who seemed utterly out of place. His twin blades whirled like the wind, sending forth fierce slashes that valiantly held back enemies several times his number. Just then, an even more massive, grotesquely bloated figure barged roughly out from behind the pirate horde. It was a fishman with slick, slimy skin and sticky octopus tentacles. A greedy and vicious grin contorted his face enough to turn one's stomach. Hee. Who the hell are you bastards daring to meddle in the octopus pirates' affairs? This woman is a rare prize we've hunted for a long time. The octopus captain roared, flailing his slimy tentacles and spittle flying. Greed glinted in his eyes. More pirates bore sinister smiles and surged forward like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Odin was already near the end of his strength. Fighting against so many alone, he felt his stamina ebb away like the receding tide. His peerless blade light still flashed, but his steps began to falter. He guarded Kazuki Toki with unyielding resolve, immovable as a bedrock. Just as he was about to collapse, his vision darkening and consciousness slipping away. Crack! A thunderous sound split the waves, exploding like a clap of lightning. A colossal shadow instantly enveloped the entire island. The Moby Dick's titanic hull, like a moving island, had returned. It appeared in the offshore waters like a prehistoric beast, exuding overwhelming pressure. Whitebeard Edward Newgate loomed at the bow like a deity. Standing there alone, he cast down a gaze of palpable weight. An invisible, boundless, and unimaginably vast pressure descended upon them. Whitebeard slowly raised his arm. His enormous fist, cloaked in a pure white halo, casually struck downward through the air toward the wretched pirate ship below and its revoltingly obese octopus captain. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound rang out. The air before him fractured like fragile glass, laced with spiderweb-like cracks. The terrifying, quaking force traversed the gap in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar that seemed to tear at one's eardrums. The pirate ship carrying the octopus pirates along with the captain, who had been sneering just moments before, was like a fragile cracker crushed by an invisible divine hammer. In an instant it shattered and disintegrated completely. Wood splinters, shredded sails, and unidentifiable limbs of pirates were pulverized by the savage, overwhelming force. They scattered through the air, then were swallowed into the churning depths by violent waves, vanishing without a trace. Overwhelming. Unparalleled. Such was the terror of a single strike. Kazuki Odin stood dumbfounded on the beach. Relief at surviving grappled with the crushing disappointment of the failed trial. Two utterly different emotions clashed violently upon his face. He opened his mouth, yet not a single word would come out. Kazuki Toki, standing behind him, swiftly recovered her composure after a brief moment of astonishment. She carefully smoothed her exquisite kimono, which stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked surroundings, her bearing elegant and refined. First she bowed deeply toward the Moby Dick, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Whitebeard for saving them. Then she turned her gaze earnest and regarded the wounded, disheveled samurai who had risked his life to protect her. "Thank you so much for your aid." Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying a peculiar cadence that seemed to belong to another age. "My name is Kazuki Toki." She paused, then stated plainly, "My destination is the land of Wano." The words "land of Wano" struck like ice water pouring from above. Instantly Kazuki Odin, still immersed in turbulent emotions, turned deathly pale. His expression looked as though he had heard the most terrible, unbearable thing in the world, like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The land of Wano. He leapt backward a full stride, his voice shooting up several octaves in sheer agitation, dripping with indescribable disgust and resistance. "Are you kidding me? I'm not going back to that closed-off, boring country. Absolutely not. Never, even if I die." The mere mention of the land of Wano instantly ignited a fierce, irreconcilable clash between him and Kazuki Toki. Meanwhile, in the dark recesses of the Moby Dick's cargo hold, tucked among piles of assorted junk, two furry figures quietly poked their heads out from behind a tangle of rough ropes. One was a dog, his eyes brimming with loyalty and simple honesty. The other was a cat, whose gaze gleamed with cunning and cleverness. It was Inuarashi and Nekomamushi who had stowed away aboard. Their curious eyes wide, they watched the events on deck with both excitement and nervousness. Back on the Moby Dick's deck, the atmosphere had grown delicate due to Odin's fierce reaction. Whitebeard's towering frame cast a deep, imposing shadow. His profound gaze swept over the new faces on the deck. Kazuki Odin, dejected, yet stubbornly defiant. Beside him stood Kazuki Toki, her expression resolute and determined to reach the land of Wano. And standing a little further away was Izo, looking bewildered and ill at ease. An awkward air of uncertainty hung faintly in the atmosphere. Suddenly, Gurura, Whitebeard's signature thunderous, hearty laughter erupted once more. The laughter shattered the brief stillness on deck and dispelled the awkwardness. He took heavy, mountain-like strides to stand before Kazuki Odin. His huge paddle-like palm landed heavily on Odin's shoulder. Thump! Odin, caught off guard, stumbled from the seemingly casual pad and almost fell, grimacing in pain. Whitebeard did not bring up the failed trial. Instead, his eyes gleamed with obvious, unguarded admiration. "For a woman, you didn't even know you gave up the dream that was right before your eyes." He looked at Odin with a distinctive note of approval. "That foolish, stubborn spirit of yours," Whitebeard grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his smile utterly radiant, "is exactly the quality I value most, the trait of family." Gurura. He burst into laughter once more, his voice brimming with genuine recognition and joy. "Kazuki Odin, Whitebeard proclaimed in a loud bell-like voice bearing undeniable authority, "From this day forth you are my brother." Odin's head snapped up, completely stunned. The loss and resentment on his face were utterly replaced in that instant by overwhelming, incredulous joy. Yutian's smile radiated brilliance comparable to sunlight banishing all preceding gloom. "Woo-ao-ao-ao. Is this truly so, Elder Whitebeard?" He danced about with childlike euphoria. Nearby Yitsong finally allowed his long-held anxieties to ease, exhaling deeply. "Lord Whitebeard, I am Yitsong, pledging my allegiance to serve Lord Yutian." Just then rustling sounds emanated from a corner. Quandan and Malfush had been discovered by the sharp-eyed crew. Despite facing Whitebeard and numerous pirates, the two exhibited no trepidation. They stood resolute and courageously confessed to having clandestinely followed Lord Yutian aboard. Witnessing these two fiercely loyal companions, Yutian found himself caught between exasperation and amusement, ultimately resorting to a helpless head scratch. Whitebeard observed these two vibrant mink tribe members with a hint of warmth flashing across his eyes. He gestured broadly with his massive hand. "Garuru, since you've arrived, you shall remain with us. This ship of mine can easily sustain 2 additional companions." Taianyushi stepped forward and expressed her gratitude to Whitebeard. Whitebeard studied the enigmatic woman before him. Observing that she appeared destitute of alternative destinations and shared a life-saving bond with Yutian, he consented for her to temporarily join their vessel. Upon learning that Taianyushi also intended to board, with her destination being Wano Country, Yutian's most detested location, he immediately grew displeased once more. "Hey, why must you insist on traveling to such a tedious destination? The world beyond is so expansive. It would be splendid to adventure together." Taianyushi merely regarded him with tranquil composure. "I possess compelling reasons necessitating my journey to Wano Country, Lord Yutian." The two promptly resumed their habitual sparring dynamic, one desperately seeking escape from Wano Country toward broader horizons, while the other maintained unwavering resolve to reach that sealed nation. This peculiar pairing infused the Moby Dick with an atmosphere of uproarious amusement previously unprecedented. Louis leaned against the ship's railing, observing these developments with keen fascination. His gaze swept across the newly arrived individuals, lingering particularly upon Taianyushi. Her mysterious aura and demonstrated ability to traverse temporal boundaries aroused his profound intrigue. A journey spanning 8 centuries coincided precisely with the Void Century, a period shrouded in historical obscurity. Furthermore, her singular focus on reaching Wano Country, the domain of Pluton, suggested concealed secrets at every turn. He began discreetly monitoring her conduct and speech patterns. Meanwhile, Dichi greeted the newcomers with effusive warmth, displaying particular attentiveness toward Yutian, whose formidable power was matched only by his eccentric temperament, as well as the perpetually enigmatic Taianyushi. To honor these new companions, a grand celebratory feast commenced aboard the vessel. Lanterns illuminated the deck, the air permeated with succulent meats and fine wine, while perpetual merriment generated extraordinarily vibrant energy. Yet beneath this raucous facade, personal agendas swirled clandestinely among the assembled. Yutian imbibed copiously, recounting boastfully his heroic exploits within Wano Country, though his eyes betrayed insatiable curiosity toward external realms and manifest reluctance whenever Wano Country entered discourse. Yitsong maintained quietude in a secluded corner, gradually acclimating to the pirate vessel's rugged atmosphere, his gaze periodically returning to his rightful lord. Meanwhile, Quandan and Malfush entirely abandoned themselves to unrestrained merriment, engaging in vigorous pursuits across the deck with inexhaustible vitality. Taianyushi sat composedly, partaking demurely of fruit nectar, appearing somewhat incongruous amid surrounding festivities, her resolute expression obscuring undisclosed contemplations. Louis navigated through the assembled crowd, bearing a goblet, his gaze appearing casual, yet meticulously cataloging every detail. Dichi continued his devoted service without complaint, darting between duties with an affable countenance, recording all observed conduct. Mid-celebration, Marco approached, carrying a vessel, locating Yutian engaged in an arm-wrestling contest with Jozu. He pat Yutian's shoulder, employing his characteristic languorous intonation, and offered discreet counsel. "Listen, Yutian. The familial bonds our captain espouses transcend mere indulgence in liquor and flesh. Such ties encompass obligation and preservation. Your excessively unbridled disposition would benefit from moderated expression." Later, Louis discovered Dichi humming a melody within a recessed corner, attentively maintaining his armament. He casually extended a parchment slip. "Dichi, I entrust you with a mission." Louis's tonal quality remained impassive, as though discussing something of negligible significance. "Compile and organize recent intelligence pertaining to the Grand Line, especially concerning individuals possessing anomalous abilities and matters pertaining to ancient chronicles. The more comprehensive, the superior." Dichi hastily accepted the slip, his visage manifesting an overwhelmed yet earnest grin. "Zehihi," affirmed Lord Louis. "Leave it entirely to me." Louis bestowed a nod, his gaze inadvertently traversing toward Tanyushi's distant silhouette, offering no additional commentary before pivoting departure. He simultaneously exploited Dichi's latent intelligence-gathering capabilities while monitoring Dichi's reactions upon encountering historical information potentially pertaining to Tanyushi. Positioned at the prow, Whitebeard stood solitary, confronting oceanic breezes while gazing toward the distant horizon. Observing the progressively expanding familial assembly upon the deck, contentment suffused his countenance. Yet contemplation accompanied this satisfaction. Yutian Itzong Quandan Malfush alongside that enigmatic Tanyushi. The incorporation of these novel constituents undoubtedly revitalized the Moby Dick. Nevertheless, such additions might simultaneously introduce unprecedented variables to this Leviathan vessel. Deep night enveloped the surroundings in tranquility. The clamorous festivities had long dispersed, with the majority of personnel surrendered to profound slumber. Dichi occupied the archives chamber in isolation, illuminating himself with feeble oil lamp radiance as he meticulously organized intelligence designated by Louis during daylight hours. He perused yellowed bounty postings alongside weathered periodicals, avaricious luminescence flickering within his irises as he pursued any conceivable trace or clue. At that precise moment, an exceedingly faint whisper, nearly imperceptible, emanated from the corridor exterior to the doorway. Dichi's motions arrested abruptly, his auditory organs rising attentively. Suppressing his respiration, he silently advanced toward the entrance, peering externally through the apertural gap. There, positioned at the corridor's terminus adjacent to the vessel rail, Tanyushi stood with her back oriented away, gazing upon the declining lunar orb suspended within the nocturnal firmament. Her grasp apparently secured an ancient ornament, emitting feeble illumination, resembling an unusual bracer. Maritime winds caressed her lengthy tresses as she addressed the artifact, murmuring self-referentially in an incantatory cadence tinged with melancholic undertones. Nearing completion, merely another 2 decades or so remain. Upon attaining that designated epic, Wano country shall surely. Dichi's pupils constricted precipitously to minute dimensions upon perceiving this fragmented utterance. A temporal prospect extending 2 decades into futurity. What exactly constitutes the provenance of this feminine entity? An iciness surged instantaneously along Dichi's dorsal column, eliciting universal piloerection throughout his physiological framework. Dichi hid within the shadows at the doorway of the archive room. Every sense in his body was concentrated on his ears, greedily capturing the faint whispers drifting from the far end of the corridor. In 20-odd years, Wano country will surely open its borders. 20 years into the future, Wano's opening to the world. What on earth was the background of this woman named Tian Yushi? An uncontrollable flame of greed blazed ferociously in the depths of his eyes. The value of this secret was immeasurable. Kill her. Force every secret out of her. Countless mad thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and a murderous gleam flickered across his eyes before vanishing. Just as he was locked in an inner struggle, nearly swallowed by those surging desires, about to act recklessly, a calm voice rang out behind him without the slightest warning. Dichi eavesdropping is hardly a good habit. The voice was soft, yet it struck like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over his head. Every ounce of greed, ferocity, and calculation within him was extinguished in that single instant. He had somehow appeared in the shadows not far behind him. Those indifferent eyes were gazing at him with serene composure. There was not a single intimidating gesture nor the slightest tremor in his tone. Yet Dichi felt an invisible pressure descend upon him like a mountain, crushing and suffocating. Fine beads of cold sweat instantly formed across his forehead. He quickly reined in all outward emotions and plastered on his signature foolish grin, attempting to mask the momentary lapse. He, Lord Louis, what are you doing here? He rubbed his hands together, his tone dripping with feigned surprise and obsequious flattery. I was just feeling stifled sorting through documents, so I came out for some fresh air. Fresh air? Louis's expression did not flicker, as though he had already seen through the transparent performance. He ignored Dichi's thoroughly exposed excuses and merely spoke in a detached tone. Return to your post. His voice remained steady, yet carried an unmistakable authority. After a brief pause, he added another line. Do not listen to what is not meant for your ears. The smile on Dichi's face froze solid. Under Louis's calm, yet all-seeing gaze, he dared not disobey in the slightest. He nodded hurriedly, bowing and scraping. Yes, Lord Louis. I'm leaving right away. Right away. He nearly fled, spinning around and hurrying back into the archive room, not daring to linger for another second. But the moment he bowed his head and turned away, a dense veil of darkness and resentment flickered deep within his sunken eyes. He did not bother watching him leave. He walked forward at an unhurried pace, stopping not far behind Tian Yushi at the corridor's end. Beneath the moonlight, the woman still stood with her back to him, gazing out at the dark expanse of the sea. The ancient trinket in her hand emitted an extremely faint glow under the cool moonlight. Louis's gaze fell upon the peculiar ornament, then slowly drifted back to the woman's silhouette. His tone carried an undercurrent of inquiry. Precisely 800 years. He paused, his voice clear as it reached Tian Yushi's ears. And again you speak of the future 20-odd years hence. Lu Yi's voice remained calm, yet carried an air of quiet discernment. You are a truly suspicious woman. Hearing his words, Tian Yushi's body stiffened slightly before she slowly turned around. Noticing it was Lu Yi, a brief flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but it quickly dissolved back into that innate calm and poise. She instinctively tightened her grip on the trinket in her hand, yet offered no denial and made no explanation. Lu Yi observed her tense expression and continued speaking. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have no habit of forcing secrets from others. His tone exuded overwhelming confidence. The mysteries surrounding you I shall not pry. As for all secrets concerning the 800 years, I will uncover them myself. A complex wave of emotion flickered across Tian Yushi's eyes at his words. She inclined her head slightly and offered Lu Yi a respectful bow. Thank you, Lord Lu Yi, for your intervention just now. Although I have reasons that compel me to go to Wano country, I will never cause harm to the Whitebeard Pirates. It was a solemn vow. Lu Yi gave a non-committal nod. I hope so. He said it in a detached manner. Take care of yourself. With that he turned and strode away, leaving the woman shrouded once more in mystery. Moonlight fell upon Tian Yushi, illuminating the increasingly complex and unreadable expression on her face. On the other side of the deck, the afterglow of the banquet had yet to fully fade. Kazuki Odin had already completely immersed himself in the wild and raucous world of pirates. He was cheerfully slinging an arm around Josu's shoulders, spilling forth with frothing enthusiasm about his legendary exploits in the 9 districts of Wano, slaying the great boar crowned with the title of Mountain Lord. In the corner, Itsong held a cup of wine, maintaining the poised posture of a samurai. He was striving to adapt to the rugged and unrestrained atmosphere aboard the ship, while his eyes quietly observed everything around him. In particular, he couldn't help but keep a wary eye on the man with the strange smile, Di Chi. Quan Lan and Mao Fu, she had gone absolutely wild. They chased and roughhouse across the spacious deck, their energy seemingly inexhaustible. They had barely been reprimanded by a sleepily-eyed Marco who had grabbed them both by the scruff and warned them to keep it down. But the moment Marco looked away, the two were grinning and tumbling into each other once more. Meanwhile, an invisible storm was spreading outward from the Moby Dick, radiating across the entire Grand Line. Kazuki Odin, daimyo of Wano country, had set sail and had joined one of the legendary pirate crews in the current world, the Whitebeard Pirates. The news flew on wings, racing across the world through every available channel at astonishing speed. Newsbirds flew tirelessly, scattering newspapers bearing this explosive headline to every island. Intelligence agencies of every major faction, the Marines, the world government rival pirate crews, and the overlords of the underground world, all turned their gaze toward the Whitebeard Pirates and that colossal ship, the Moby Dick. Wano country, that mysterious nation which had remained sealed off and isolated from the world for centuries. Because of the appearance of an anomaly, Kazuki Odin, it once again thrust itself into the spotlight of the world in an unforeseen manner. Late at night, Marineford Marine Headquarters. The lights in the Fleet Admiral's office still burned bright. Gang Gukong, the tall and imposing Fleet Admiral, was studying the urgently delivered top-secret intelligence report in his hands. The report's contents were simple, yet carried immense weight. Kazuki Odin had joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Kong's expression grew profoundly grave, his brows drawn together tightly, his knuckles whitening from how firmly he gripped the paper. He understood all too well that this was far more than a merely powerful warrior joining a powerful pirate crew. Kazuki, Whitebeard, Wano country. The significance represented by these names linked together, and the potential chain reaction they might provoke, was enough to send tremors through the entire world's balance of power. Marineford, the Marine Headquarters. The Admiral's office was heavy with tension. Sengoku, the Supreme Commander of the Marines, his massive frame sinking deep into the chair behind his desk. On the desk, the golden Den Mushi's mouth moved as it relayed words. Maintain close surveillance on the Whitebeard Pirates, especially that new recruit Kazuki Odin. That voice came from the very pinnacle of the world's power, from the holy land of Merigios, from the 5 elders, the 5 supreme rulers who looked down upon the world. The method of deciphering the ancient words must never spread across the world again. The command was resolute, carrying an unquestionable absolute authority. The Kazuki clan holds the key to deciphering the poneglyphs. Odin's voyage this time constitutes one of the greatest potential threats to the existing order the world government has worked so hard to maintain. If necessary. The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi paused briefly. Stop him at all costs. Yes. Sengoku's throat bobbed as he responded in a deep voice, then decisively ended the communication. The office instantly fell into absolute silence. He slowly rose to his feet and moved to the window, his gaze cast toward the heavily fortified port below, perpetually on standby. Kazuki Odin, Whitebeard, Wano country. These words circled and combined in his mind. Did Whitebeard, who only ever cared for protecting his family, also harbor ambitions to become the pirate king? After a moment of silence, he pressed the intercom button. Summon all senior officers of the HQ. Meet in conference room 1 immediately. The Marine, this massive war machine representing the world government's greatest military might, was set in motion once again by a samurai from Wano country far in the New World, beginning to whirl into high-speed operation. Somewhere in the seas of the New World, aboard a ship of peculiar shape. The pungent, overpowering aroma of alcohol mixed with rough and unrestrained clamor filled the vessel. Kaido of the Beast, his demonic-sized frame lounged against a throne carved from enormous rock. He casually brought a giant sake bowl, nearly the size of a water bucket, to his lips, ready to drink deeply. Just then one of his pirate subordinates sprinted over. He reported the latest intelligence he had just received in a hushed tone. Report, Lord Kaido. The latest news about Wano country. The samurai Kazuki Oden has joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The incredibly hard giant sake bowl in Kaido's hand shattered on the spot. Under his terrifying grip, the solid material instantly reduced to dust, mixing with the rich liquor and splashing violently in all directions. His beast-like eyes suddenly widened to their full extent, brimming with ferocity and surging killing intent. You've reminded me of that annoying old woman. The old woman he referred to was none other than Korizumi Higurashi, the imitator fruit user from many years ago. Find her for me. Kaido suddenly rose from his throne, his massive frame radiating an astonishing oppressive aura as he let out a deafening roar. Find the exact location of Wano country. That country will eventually be mine. He was determined to obtain that closed nation, along with the legendary method of deciphering the poneglyphs hidden within. In another entirely different stretch of sea, bright sunshine, gentle sea breeze caressing the golden waves. A legendary giant pirate ship, the Orion Jackson, was riding the wind and waves, speeding across the azure sea. On deck, the vice captain, known as the Plank King Silvers Rayleigh, leaned leisurely against the rail, holding the latest newspaper. He read the headline news with keen interest. Oh, the daimyo of Wano country, Kazuki Oden, has joined Whitebeard's fleet. Wahaha, this is truly interesting. Beside him, a man wearing a signature straw hat burst into an incredibly hearty, infectious laughter. It was the captain of this ship, the future pirate King Joel D. Roger. His eyes sparkled with the pure curiosity and excitement of a child, completely free from the gravity and calculation other great figures would show upon hearing such news. A samurai from Wano country, sounds incredibly strong. I really want to see it for myself. He always harbored the most primal, vigorous curiosity toward all unknown powerful figures and fascinating things in the world. The worldly upheavals did not, it seemed, immediately transmit that heavy pressure to the eye of the storm. Aboard the Moby Dick, Kazuki Oden looked rather embarrassed at the moment, darting about across the broad deck. Hot on his tail was the Whitebeard Pirates chief cook, armed with a giant metal ladle, his face twisted in fury. Damn it, Oden. How many times have I told you? The kitchen is a restricted area. Look at this. You almost set my kitchen on fire. While deftly running and dodging, Oden continued to loudly defend himself. I was just trying to see if my method could cook the fish faster. The surrounding crew members, seeing this scene, erupted into loud laughter. They had clearly grown accustomed to such chasing and play fights. His curiosity, which was almost frighteningly intense, and his overly free-spirited, carefree way of behavior indeed brought quite a few amusing little troubles to everyone on the ship. Lee leaned against the ship's rail with arms crossed, quietly watching Oden chased around the entire ship by the furious chief cook. A subtle curve touched the corners of his mouth. Compared to the commotion Oden often caused, the other new passenger, Toki, appeared much quieter. She spent most of her time in her cabin, where she would go to the ship's library, browsing through books recording ancient histories and long-sealed nautical charts. Occasionally, she would also seek out Lee to discuss details about ancient history or geographical features of remote islands. Her reserves of knowledge were quite astonishing, her understanding of certain esoteric historical details even surpassed that of many seasoned, old pirates aboard. And in an inconspicuous corner of the ship's cabin, Marshal D. Teach continued to faithfully play his role as a hard-working, uncomplaining menial. He made full use of his duties, cleaning and moving cargo, shuttling through various areas of the ship more actively than ever before. He always kept his ears open like a greedy sponge, striving to absorb every fragment of information he could possibly overhear, especially any intelligence about Wano country, glimpses of information about the poneglyphs, and also rumors and discussions about various powerful devil fruit abilities. His ambition was like venomous vines growing madly in dark corners, twisting, spreading, and proliferating wildly in the unnoticed shadows. The Moby Dick, this whale-shaped giant ship, like a floating island, continued to ride the wind and waves, steadfastly pressing onward on its journey. Feasts aboard the ship continued day and night, the sound of laughter and cheers seemingly never ceasing. The Moby Dick sliced through the waves, sailing steadily along the Grand Line. The deck was as lively and bustling as ever. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the crow's nest. Land ho ahead. There's thick smoke on the island. The seasoned pirates immediately set down their cups and seized their spyglasses. They turned their gaze toward the direction the lookout indicated. The drunken merriment vanished from their faces in an instant. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of an island emerged. What should have been a verdant island was now shrouded in billowing black smoke. Massive flames consumed the harbor, casting the sky an ominous red. Faint cries and the clash of weapons drifted on the sea breeze. Several fierce-looking pirate ships were docked at the island's harbor. A horde of pirates swarmed through the town like locusts, wreaking havoc everywhere. With cruel laughter, they hunted down fleeing civilians. It was a scene straight out of hell on earth. Before anyone realized, Whitebeard Newgate stood at the bow. He took the spyglass from a crewmate and silently observed the devastation through the lens. His signature massive white crescent mustache trembled slightly with silent fury. This man who stood at the apex of the seas couldn't be bothered to utter a single wasted word. His deep voice resonated across the entire Moby Dick. Alter course. Full speed ahead. Prepare for battle. Kazuki Odin had been waiting impatiently. Upon hearing Whitebeard's orders, his eyes instantly blazed with excitement. He was the first to leap forward, both hands gripping the twin swords at his waist, his surging battle intent almost taking physical form. Whitebeard. His voice rang out powerfully, brimming with desire for combat. Let me lead the charge. I'll cut down every last one of those bastards. Luffy stood at the ship's railing, the sea breeze stirring his clothes and hair. He watched quietly as the black smoke and flames continued to rise from the distant island. His brows furrowed slightly. What a bunch of low-class pirates. Perfect opportunity to test how much he'd grown recently. The Moby Dick's massive hull turned sharply. The crew sprang into action. The relaxed expressions vanished, replaced by ferocity and confidence. The sound of weapons being checked rose and fell around them. Phoenix, Marco spread his arms. A brilliant cyan blue flame erupted skyward. Unfurling his enormous phoenix wings, he soared into the heavens to scout the battlefield. The crew began dividing up landing zones based on Marco's aerial reports, mapping out territories according to the island's terrain and enemy positions. Deep inside the island, within a devastated tavern, the air hung thick with the acrid stench of blood-charred remnants and cheap alcohol. The portly innkeeper lay sprawled in a pooling sea of blood, eyes wide and lifeless. Several pirates laughed sadistically as they ransacked the establishment, overturning tables, smashing pottery jars, tearing through chests in desperate search of valuables. One pirate spotted a nearly toppled wine barrel in the corner. He strode over, raised his filthy boot. Bang! He kicked it savagely aside. The heavy barrel tumbled against the cracked wall with a dull thud, revealing a small figure curled inside. A little girl of about 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a simple but clean cloth dress, her face smudged with dust and tears. She trembled violently with fear, her small hands pressed tightly over her mouth as she desperately fought back her screams. Her clear, large eyes brimmed with sheer terror and despair. The pirate who had kicked open the barrel grinned widely, revealing yellowed teeth, his eyes gleaming with a beast's cruel light. He slowly raised the broadsword in his hand. That very blade had just felled the girl's father. Warm blood still dripped from its edge. The cold blade shimmered with a deadly glint in the dim light, aimed directly at the trembling girl huddled in the barrel. The little girl watched the descending edge above her head, that gleaming instrument of death. She could clearly see the pirate's grotesque, twisted face reflected in her wide eyes, reflecting that cold, merciless metallic shine. With no hope left, she closed her eyes, awaiting the end. Clang! A sharp ringing sound exploded through the air. The pirate about to strike felt his wrist go numb all at once. A tearing pain shot through his palm. The broadsword in his hand had been struck with devastating force from the side. That force had been perfectly aimed, only targeting the blade itself. Hum! The sword flew from his grip, spinning wildly through the air. Finally, with a thud, it embedded itself deep into the cracked wall far ahead. The pirate looked up in pure horror. Before him, a figure had already closed in mere inches away. Fast. Too fast. He couldn't even register the attack, let alone dodge or defend himself. A fist, moving with the sound of tearing air like a siege hammer, crashed onto his chest with terrifying speed. Bang! A sickeningly heavy impact sound rang out. The pirate couldn't even groan. His eyes bulged instantly, veins popping across them. His body arched backward like a shrimp as he was launched through the air as if struck by a speeding locomotive. He crashed hard into the precarious bar counter. The bar shattered completely, splinters flying everywhere. He slid to the ground, convulsed twice, and then went completely still. Don't be afraid, the bad men have been driven away. The girl's trembling eyelashes fluttered slightly. Slowly, cautiously, she opened her eyes. What met her frightened, tear-filled eyes was no longer the pirate's grotesque face, but a calm young visage, his eyes filled with concern. On the other side of the battlefield, in the harbor area, Kazuki Odin had fully ignited his fighting spirit. He moved like a tireless whirlwind of slaughter. Laughing wildly, he charged into another section thick with pirates. The twin blades, aimed no habakiri, and Enma danced through his hands as if alive. They became two strands of white lightning tearing through the air, crisscrossing in devastating patterns. Wherever the blade flashes past, haki surged outward. Each swing was precise and lethal. Accompanying these strikes were the pirates' death screams and the heavy thuds of their bodies hitting the ground. His movements were grand and unrestrained, bursting with primal wild power that was almost visually overwhelming. "Grah, this is amazing. Absolutely exhilarating," he roared with excitement while swinging his twin blades with unrestrained ferocity, cleaving down the pirates who had been burning and plundering just minutes earlier, one after another as easily as cutting through melons and vegetables. Merciless. The very sight of such cruelty, bullying the weak, trampling upon innocent lives, sent boiling rage and killing intent surging through his veins. Throughout the rest of the island, the battle unfolded with equally devastating superiority. Even the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were leagues beyond these ragtag pirates from paradise. Whether in combat experience, physical prowess, or fighting spirit, the gap was like a chasm. The pirates broke down completely, crying out for their mothers and fathers as they scattered in every direction. Desperate and panicked, they tried to hide in ruined houses or rushed toward the sea, hoping to flee across the water. But they were quickly intercepted, divided, and surrounded by Whitebeard's crew members, and then eliminated completely and efficiently. This sudden confrontation was less a battle and more a cold, methodical purge. The overwhelming power of the Whitebeard Pirates was on full display across this island soaked in fire and blood, absolute and unshakable. The battle in the harbor area was already drawing to a close. Only sporadic resistance remained, being swiftly wiped out. Inside the restaurant, Louis gently patted the trembling back of the little girl, soothing her fearful heart. After calming the little girl down and arranging a new hiding place for her, he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze firmly locked onto the captain, who was still putting up a desperate resistance in the center of the square. It was him. This was an opponent capable of exerting immense pressure on him, yet not entirely beyond his ability to fight back. A perfect whetstone to test his own strength. Louis stepped forward, crossing the still chaotic battlefield. "Old man." Whitebeard looked down at Louis. "Please leave that captain to me. I want to try it myself." Upon hearing this, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates all paused, almost simultaneously, casting curious glances over Louis. Not far away, Kazuki Odin, who had just cut down the last stubborn enemy with a single slash, rested both swords on his shoulders and shouted boisterously, "You want to fight him? That guy looks thick-skinned and tough. He can take a beating like no other." Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, furrowed his brows, slightly, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. The pirate captain's strength was not vastly superior to Louis's, but a cornered beast fighting for its life could unleash a ferocity that absolutely should not be underestimated. Louis was still too young, after all, with limited true life-and-death combat experience. However, Whitebeard Edward Newgate simply watched Louis quietly. A moment later, "All right, Louis." Whitebeard extended his hand and gently patted Louis's shoulder, granting his request. "Since you want to try, then go ahead and do it. Don't overdo it, kid." Josu Vista and the others who were toying with the pirate captain exchanged glances and immediately understood. Almost simultaneously, they leaped backward with swift, clean movements, quickly withdrawing from the battle circle. The other crew members around rapidly dispersed, clearing a spacious enough open area. A temporary arena belonging solely to Louis and the pirate captain was formed in the space of a breath. The pirate captain gasped heavily, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at the attackers who had suddenly retreated. He was stunned for a moment, then saw the young figure walking slowly toward him. Looking at this kid, who was clearly much younger than those monsters from before and far inferior to himself in build, he immediately understood. He had actually become prey for someone to practice on, a stepping stone to test one's caliber. An overwhelming sense of humiliation, mixed with the madness of being driven to the brink, surged into his heart. His eyes blazed with the ferocity and brutality that erupted completely when cornered. "Heh, want to practice on me? You arrogant brat who doesn't know your place. I'll kill you first." He suddenly burst into a deafening roar, dragging his immensely heavy battle axe, and charged at Louis like a mad bull. Louis bent his knees slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a steady defensive stance. The great battle was about to erupt. In the distance, the little girl who had secretly slipped out of the restaurant clung to a low, broken wall. Her face was full of tension and worry, her eyes fixed intently on the young figure who had just saved her from despair. The pirate captain charged over, and with his ferocious momentum, the battle axe came crashing down toward the top of Louis's head. This strike was powerful and fierce. Louis watched his attack trajectory closely, and with unruffled composure swiftly slid a step to the side. Boom! The exceedingly heavy battle axe slammed fiercely into the spot where he had just stood. The ground instantly burst into spiderweb-like cracks. Dust and debris burst and billowed fiercely. Louis did not choose to meet force with force, relying instead on his reaction speed, far beyond ordinary people, and his precise grasp of timing. He continuously dodged and weaved under the storm-like attacks of the battle axe. His figure deftly shuttled through the gaps between the heavy blows. In the early stage of the battle, he was clearly on the absolute defensive, with danger at every turn. Several times the heavy battle axe came crashing down, just barely grazing the edge of his body. The fierce wind it stirred up made his face sting sharply. But he did not panic. His mind was racing at an extraordinary speed. He calmly analyzed every movement of his opponent, every way he exerted force, every subtle habit. From time to time, he would suddenly kicking up sand and dust from the ground. This was to obstruct the opponent's vision and create brief confusion. He attempted to attack relatively fragile joints, wrists, and other parts. Damn you, you slippery brat. If you have the guts, fight me head on. The pirate captain, having failed to subdue him for so long, felt his fury surge. He also knew well that he was already trapped in a desperate situation with no way out whatsoever. The violence in his heart was finally ignited completely. He abandoned all defense, his attacks becoming even more frenzied and reckless. The battle axe swung without any technique, full of openings, yet for that very reason even more unpredictable and lethal. Rip! Before Louis could dodge in time, his arm was viciously grazed by the edge of the battle axe. Instantly a searing blood streak appeared on his arm. Then his flank was grazed by the ferocious wind of the opponent's punch. A violent pain surged over him like a tidal wave. Louis. From the sidelines, Odin watched with frantic anxiety, scratching his head and cheeks, barely able to restrain himself from rushing in to help. Don't move, Odin. Marco reached out and firmly pressed down on his shoulder. His tone remained languid, yet his gaze was unusually serious. Trust Louis. This is his own choice and a challenge he must face. Louis's stamina was being rapidly consumed, and his breathing became heavy and rushed. Sweat beads the size of beans kept sliding down his forehead, blurring his vision. His body was already blemished with several wounds. Yet his spirit remained highly strung, not daring to relax in the slightest. At that moment the pirate captain keenly caught the opening that had appeared as Louis slowed down due to his rapidly depleting stamina. He poured all the remaining strength in his body unreservedly into the battle axe in his hand. Die now, you brat. The giant anchor, with unprecedented momentum, turned into a shadow of death. It launched a fatal sure-kill blow at the somewhat exhausted Louis. No way to dodge. At this moment the shadow of death, tangible and icy, enveloped every inch of Louis's perception. At the critical moment a vision flashed through Louis's mind. The moment he had first arrived in this world and been driven out of the village. That was the vow he had carved deep into his heart upon transmigrating into this merciless realm where the strong devour the weak. Grow stronger. Seize fate firmly within his own grasp. An overwhelming, almost unbearable sense of defiance erupted within his chest, like a volcano churning and surging. He did not want to die. He would survive. He would become stronger than anyone. As if responding to such fierce willpower, some power sleeping in the deepest recesses of his body seemed to break free from invisible shackles and awaken all at once. Just as the colossal axe wreathed in the stench of death was about to crush his skull, Louis raised his bloodied and scarred arm almost purely by instinct, blocking it across his body. Boom! His intense willpower seemed to have solidified in that instant. A layer of extremely faint yet profoundly dense black luster, like the gleam of the abyss, instantly seeped out from beneath the skin of his forearm. It was not something applied. It seemed as though his very arm had been dyed ink black, becoming unbreakable. Armament hockey. Under the utmost pressure between life and death, this latent power had finally been awakened, stirring forth for the very first time. Clang! A dense and ear-splitting metallic clash that made even the distant onlookers wince suddenly erupted at the center of the plaza. That arm sheathed in newly born hockey had truly and incredulously blocked the ferocious, unstoppable, descending axe. Enormous force surged through Louis's entire arm like a raging current. His arm bones seemed to groan under the unbearable strain, and searing pain mixed with numbness nearly tore his nerves apart. But he had held it. In that fleeting moment time seemed to freeze. The pirate captain's ferocious and deranged smile instantly froze, then shattered. What replaced it was utter disbelief, followed by bewildered astonishment. He had seen it. He had clearly seen it. That black luster coating the boy's arm. That was hockey. How was this possible? How could a mere child, still soft and unformed, possibly possess such power? This fleeting moment of shock and hesitation, it was Louis's opportunity. Enduring the bone-breaking agony coursing through his arm and the hollowed-out exhaustion draining his body, he poured every remaining shred of strength from within him. He channeled that indomitable will wildly and without reservation into his uninjured arm. He lunged forward with a fierce step. His center of gravity dropped abruptly, his core muscles tightened, and power cascaded through every layer. No elaborate techniques. At this moment, only the purest, most primal, and most direct burst of strength mattered. This punch carried with it all his struggles and desires since crossing over. Clad in a faint black sheen, his fist tore through the air like a cannonball, leaving the barrel. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck squarely into the pirate captain's chest, slightly exposed, and completely defenseless due to his overwhelming shock. Bang! A heavy striking sound like a war hammer crashing against a muted drum echoed briefly, drowning out all the chaos of the battlefield. The expression of disbelief on the pirate captain's face became eternally frozen. His bloodshot eyes bulged uncontrollably from their sockets. His mouth gaped wide open, producing only meaningless gasps. His massive oppressive frame collapsed backward with a thunderous crash. Thud! His heavy body slammed onto the rubble-strewn plaza, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. All signs of life had vanished from him. Only those unblinking eyes remained wide open to the sky, preserving the ultimate shock and unwillingness of his final moment. Huff! 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 Confirming his opponent's death, Lewis could no longer sustain himself. The nerve that had been stretched to its absolute limit suddenly relaxed, and waves of overwhelming fatigue instantly engulfed him. He stumbled and dropped to one knee. Planting his intact fist heavily upon the cold, rough ground, he gasped for breath in great ragged pulls. Each breath felt as though his lungs were being seared by flames. Slowly he raised that arm, still trembling, faintly retaining a vestigial black gleam. He studied it carefully, sensing upon his skin an unprecedented, indescribable sensation of hardness, density, and overflowing power. Though still feeble, it was real. It genuinely existed. Armament hockey. He had succeeded. In such dire straits, he had truly leveraged his own willpower to unlock the strength of a true warrior. A faint smile tinged with exhaustion, yet filled with boundless relief and satisfaction, slowly bloomed upon his sweat and dust-stained lips. After an eerily suffocating silence, "Oh!" The Whitebeard Pirates members, who had been watching from the sidelines, briefly stunned, suddenly erupted into deafening cheers like a tidal wave. "Well done, Kid Lewis. Ho-ha! That boy really has spirit. Now that's what I call guts." Marco, who had been intently monitoring the battlefield, finally allowed his tense expression to completely relax. A genuine, unrestrained smile of relief spread across his face as he clapped his hands with sharp cracks. "Whoa, Lewis, you bastard, you're ridiculously amazing." Kazuki Odin, unable to contain himself any longer, let out an excited whoop and charged over, hoisting the nearly exhausted Lewis onto his shoulders and roaring with celebratory laughter. In the distance, Whitebeard, who had been silently observing the entire battle, gazed at Lewis perched upon Odin's shoulders, disheveled and battered, yet radiantly bright-eyed. His signature hearty laugh, "Goo," resounded once more, rolling across the harbor like thunderous bells. That laugh was brimming with heartfelt approval and deep satisfaction. And amidst the cheers and clamor, the little girl whom Lewis had rescued from despair timidly emerged from behind a broken wall. Faint traces of tears still clung to her small face, but the terror that had gripped those wide eyes had been dispelled. In its place shone pure gratitude and a radiant admiration, the kind reserved for heroes. She hurried to where Odin had gently set Lewis down. Rising on her tiptoes, summoning all her strength, she carefully presented an apple, scavenged from somewhere, meticulously wiped clean with the hem of her own dirty clothes, offering it to Lewis with both hands. "Thank you, big brother." Lewis paused, slightly glancing down at that innocent yet timid face before him, then at the apple in his hand, still warm from the girl's touch. The exhaustion and pain of battle seemed in that moment to ease somewhat under the weight of this small kindness. Smiling, he reached out with his uninjured hand and gently stroked the girl's soft hair. "You're welcome." The rescued islanders cautiously gathered around. Their faces were still pale with lingering terror, but the looks they cast at Lewis were filled with the gratitude of those who had survived a calamity. Many were so overwhelmed that they sobbed incoherently, repeating words of thanks without end. Lewis's gaze passed over the cheering crowd and rested on the devastated village. Toppled walls and scattered rubble filled the view. The air still reeked of the acrid, lingering smell of gunpowder and blood. Fragments of his past life's memories of this magnificent, turbulent era of great pirates flashed through his mind like cinematic scenes. The Whitebeard Pirates were unquestionably mighty and free, and they treated every crewmate as family. But this near-roving way of life, however dashing, concealed enormous hidden dangers. The future seas would see the four emperors dividing up the world and countless powers rising to prominence. Without a stable rear base or clearly defined territory, they would be rootless duckweed. Tossed on the towering waves of the sea, they would ultimately be forced onto the back foot and might even face the catastrophe of capsizing. Look at Big Mom Charlotte Lean Lean in the years to come. Look at Wang Ji, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Both of them keenly understood the importance of establishing a base, and they had already begun acting on it. Whitebeard, by contrast, would claim most of his future territories on a whim, with no coherent foundation under him. Compared with Big Mom's Tato Land or Kaido's Wano country, calling them stragglers was not far off. Pops Whitebeard's dream was family. But even family needed a home in the truest sense. A harbor that could shelter them from wind and rain, where they could dock in peace, lick their wounds, and take on supplies. Lewis took a deep breath. The air was thick with dust, gunpowder, and sea breeze, irritating to the throat, yet it only made his mind clearer. He gently pushed aside the crewmen trying to support him. His steps were still shaky, but they were exceedingly resolute. He walked through the still celebrating crowd, step by step, once again, toward the huge figures standing at the edge of the harbor. For a moment, the surrounding noise seemed to die down. The eyes of everyone, whether Whitebeard Pirates or the Grateful Islanders. All focused as one on the young man who had just performed a miracle. Lewis walked up to Whitebeard and looked up at the legendary pirate. His eyes bloodshot from battle burned with unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. "Pops," he said, his voice raspy from utter exhaustion. "I propose that we plant our flag on this island. Let it be formally declared this is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates." These words struck like a thunderbolt. The entire harbor seemed to freeze. Whitebeard inclined his head slightly, fixed his eyes on Lewis, and silently waited for him to continue. Enduring the invisible pressure, Lewis continued, his thinking clear and methodical. "Pops, sailing freely wherever we please is all well and good. But as the crew grows, larger divisions will inevitably form. Merely drifting from place to place cannot sustain everyone's logistics. Our brothers also need a place where they can rest and recover. When wounded, they should be able to heal without worrying about being hunted by the Marines or other enemies. We need a stable rear base to resupply, repair our ships, and give our family a true foothold instead of wandering the sea forever. More importantly," Lewis's voice rose slightly, "a clearly defined sphere of influence is the most direct and effective deterrent against those with sinister intentions. Look at Big Mom, look at Wang Ji. They are all building their own domains, and their strength is growing day by day. The tides of the sea will only surge more violently. Future supremacy will never be settled by simple battles at sea. With our own stronghold, we can advance when conditions favor us and retreat when they do not. That is a plan for the long term." He did not explicitly mention the future shape of the four emperors, but the implicit trend he pointed to stirred a spark in many sharp-minded people present. The crowd began stirring again, and discussion broke out. "Territory. We're pirates. What do we need territory for?" A somewhat older crew member frowned and grumbled. "That's right. The sea is our home. What kind of pirate stays pinned to one place?" Many veteran crewmen who were used to a free drifting existence were plainly confused, even a little resistant. They believed a fixed territory was a shackle and betrayed the very reason they had followed Whitebeard out to sea. But the newer members, led by Marco and Josu, sank into deep thought. Marco's languid gaze sharpened, clearly weighing the gains and losses at lightning speed. Josu's expression also became extremely serious. As Whitebeard's most trusted corps officers, they could better understand the deeper strategic significance hidden in Lewis's words. A stable rear base meant inexpressibly much to a great pirate crew. "Ooh, that sounds really interesting." Kazuki Odin's eyes lit up at once. He might not understand long-term strategy, but the thought of building a nation, or territory, for the Whitebeard Pirates made his blood race with excitement. "Just like Wano country. We should build a huge castle too," he shouted excitedly. Whitebeard remained silent. He watched Lewis, the young man with determination in his eyes, refusing to back down, who had just displayed astonishing willpower. He watched the islanders, saved from the brink of despair, now looking at him with hope and gratitude. Then his gaze swept slowly over the faces behind him. Some puzzled, some thoughtful, some excited. The faces of his sons, the ones he cherished like treasures. He was weighing freedom against security, weighing wandering against roots, weighing the inertia of an old era against the surging waves of a new age that might be coming. A suffocating silence, like the hush before a storm, shrouded the entire harbor. Every heartbeat seemed clearly audible. Everyone was waiting for Whitebeard's verdict. Then abruptly, Gururara, Whitebeard's signature laughter, thunderous and heroic, exploded outward. That laughter brimmed with incomparable power, absolute confidence, and unyielding fearlessness before every challenge the future might bring. It instantly scattered all the heaviness and oppression. "Well said, Lewis, my boy." Whitebeard's gigantic palm came down on Lewis's head with a thump. The force was just right, a weighty encouragement and a silent promise. "A home where my sons can dock safely and recuperate." Whitebeard stretched his iconic crescent mustache into an immensely delighted grin. "I approve of this idea." With that bold laugh, the decision came crashing down. "Oh." After a fleeting, breathless silence, a cheer burst out 100 times more fierce than any before. This time it was not merely for victory in battle, but for a brand new future full of hope. "Bring the flag." Whitebeard's order rolled across the harbor like thunder. Soon a crew member brought an enormous brand new flag. The flag bore the Whitebeard Pirates' distinctive Jolly Roger, a skull with a white crescent mustache. It was immense, trembling slightly in the evening breeze, and radiating an air of reassuring awe. Under the expectant and excited gaze of every Whitebeard pirate and every islander, the banner, representing the will of one of the strongest men in the world, rose slowly over the island against the roaring wind. The flag unfurled at the highest point of the ruins and snapped in the wind. Whitebeard's voice, like a great bronze bell, resounded across the island with unshakable authority and a promise of protection. "From this day forward, this island is protected by me, Whitebeard Edward Newgate." Gururara. As his words fell, the deafening laughter echoed once more. The islanders dropped to their knees, one after another, kowtowing devoutly toward the flag fluttering in the wind and toward Whitebeard's towering form. Hope after despair, rebirth after ruin. At last they had the mightiest protector, an unshakable support that would allow them to rebuild their homes and live in peace. The voices pledging loyalty rose in wave after wave, converging into a mighty roar that echoed through the war-scarred harbor. After the ceremony, the great clamor gradually subsided. People began to take on their own tasks, clearing the ravaged battlefield, carefully tending the wounded, and planning temporary shelters, taking the first steps toward rebuilding their home. Marco appeared at the side. He found Lewis resting quietly, recovering his strength and spirit. Marco reached out and gently patted Lewis on the shoulder. "Your vision reaches farther than many of ours." There was a note of deep feeling in Marco's voice. Pops cares most about family. Giving him the idea of a true home touched the most tender part of his heart. He paused, and a subtle heaviness crept into his tone. "But once this move is made, Lewis, there is no turning back. Holding fixed territory means we must shoulder unprecedented responsibilities. It also means we become a far more conspicuous target on the sea, one that many powers will lock onto. I hope this is the choice we were meant to make." Lewis met Marco's worried gaze and gave a solemn nod. He understood Marco's concerns completely. Any momentous change is necessarily accompanied by unknown risks. But deep down he knew even more clearly that clinging to convention and remaining unchanged was the greatest of all risks, the one that would see them completely eliminated by the even fiercer, crueler waves of the future. "I will do everything in my power to become stronger and safeguard all of this, Commander Marco." Lewis's voice was calm, yet it carried an unyielding force. On the other side, Kazuki Oden had fallen into a state of utter excitement. He was pulling aside several crew members he usually got along with, waving his arms, gesticulating wildly, and pouring out his visions of the future. "Hey, listen, we absolutely have to build the biggest dojo here. I'll personally teach the island kids swordsmanship, right? And we'll build a giant banquet hall that can hold everyone. From now on, we'll throw a huge party every day." His blazing enthusiasm infected many of the pirates around him and temporarily diluted the lingering unease about the future. Yet not everyone felt the same pure excitement about the decision as Oden did. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd, a few older crewmen, weathered faces bearing the marks of years spent fighting beside Whitebeard, silently watched the new flag fluttering above the ruins. Even the Rocks pirates, for all their might, had constantly fought the Marines and the world government in a mobile guerrilla fashion. The Rocks pirates were so strong that they had no need for a base at all. What they called their headquarters, Hakanosu, was more a fence for stolen goods than a true stronghold. This model of fixed territory pirates was closer to a nation than to a pirate crew. But they had long been accustomed to riding the winds and waves in freedom, to the wandering life that made the Moby Dick their home. This new semi-settled lifestyle felt alien to them down to the bone, and it stirred an instinctive resistance. "Alas, I'm afraid we won't be so free and easy from now on," an old crewman sighed. "Yeah, how could the captain suddenly agree to something like this?" Another chimed in, his tone betraying his bafflement. This hushed discussion, like dark currents beneath the water, drew little attention. But those subtle ripples also portended that in the future Whitebeard pirates, not everyone might be as united as their surface appearances suggested. Lewis took all of this in with an unreadable expression. He saw the islanders weeping for joy, regaining hope. He saw his comrades clearing the ruins and tending the wounded. He saw Kazuki Oden passionate as fire, filled with unbounded longing for the future. And he saw in the corner the barely concealed doubt and bewilderment in the eyes of the old crewman. A great sense of achievement swelled in his chest. He had personally driven a turning point in history. At the same time, a heavy sense of responsibility unlike anything before pressed down on him like a mountain. This flag was not merely a symbol of protection. It was a promise. A promise to this island and to all his family. Lewis clearly realized that what he had just done was far more than winning a brutal battle or awakening hockey by some stroke of luck. With his own hands, he had steered the Whitebeard Pirates, a giant ship bearing countless dreams and glories, toward an entirely new course. One full of unknown risks, but also boundless possibilities. To defend this heavy responsibility, to make that Black Skull banner fly forever in this sky, he would have to become stronger and think even harder. Lewis slowly clenched his fist, which still seemed to hold the hard, unyielding touch of armament hockey. He felt the power and will surging in his body like magma. In the great pirate era to come, everyone would be treading on thin ice. But he was certain he would make it to the other shore. In the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the New World at the Edward Sea, the air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, and the thunderous roar of cannon fire seemed to tear eardrums apart. Scanning the horizon, a vast fleet of pirate ships fanned out across the sea, sealing the Oro Jackson in their center. Golden Lion Shiki, this legendary pirate who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, was personally leading his overwhelming, suffocating armada. His objective to unleash a devastating siege upon his old nemesis Gold. Roger. Gururara. Further away, the giant whale-shaped ship Moby Dick stood silently upon the waves. Whitebeard Edward Newgate stood at the bow, wielding the supreme grade blade Murakamajiri. Behind him on the spacious deck, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates wore varied expressions. Some had eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to join the fray. Others knitted their brows, faces heavy with concern. "Pops, are we really not moving closer?" "That's Roger we're talking about," a young crew member blurted out, his voice laced with barely concealed urgency. "Yeah, Pops. That Golden Lion bastard has too many men. It's just unfair. Shut your mouths, you brats." Whitebeard's voice was deep and steady, carrying an unshakable authority. "This is a battle between those two fools, Roger and Shiki. We just watch." His sharp, hawk-like gaze pierced through the smoke, sweeping across the chaotic heart of the distant battlefield. "Gurura, are those two reckless fools colliding with that damned power again?" Even without being on the battlefield himself, Whitebeard could clearly sense it. Those two terrifying wills that seemed capable of tearing the very sky apart. The two men's conquerors' haki were clashing violently. That was a quality born only into kings. A testament of power towering above tens of thousands. Aboard the Oro Jackson, the battle raged in utter ferocity, yet there was no sign of collapse. The Roger Pirates' resilience surpassed all expectations. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, wielded his sword with effortless grace, its flashes of light dancing unpredictably. With every swing, he precisely sliced through incoming cannonballs or repelled the swarming enemies that surged aboard. His calm composure stood in stark, striking contrast to the carnage around him. Douglas Bullet, the fearsome man known as the Devil's Heir, radiated a terrifyingly ferocious aura. Each heavy punch he threw was enough to shatter an enemy ship's deck to splinters. Even the two young apprentices aboard red-haired Shanks and Little Buggy were fighting fiercely in their respective positions. They displayed courage and determination far beyond their years. What was even more startling was that from the direction of the Roger Pirates, Roger was not the only one. More than one equally powerful burst of Conqueror's haki occasionally leaked out, clashing and colliding with the wills of Roger and Shiki. That Golden Lion fellow may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but this time he certainly has the overwhelming numerical advantage. Whitebeard stroked his iconic crescent mustache and remarked lazily. Just as the words left his mouth, without any warning whatsoever, the sky suddenly darkened. The once merely restless sea breeze abruptly transformed into a terrifying hurricane that howled across heaven and earth. Black clouds like a giant overturned ink bottle instantly stained the entire firmament. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, purple serpents writhing wildly. Then torrential rain came crashing down, as if the very Milky Way had been split open. Towering waves erupted upon the sea, one after another, seeming to swallow every ship on the ocean whole. What a this is a storm. How could it come so suddenly? Heavens! The Golden Lion fleet was instantly thrown into utter chaos. Those colossal warships they took such pride in now seemed as fragile as children's toys before the unbridled fury of nature. Masts were snapped easily by the hurricane. Hulls capsized continuously amid the monstrous waves. Countless crew members were dragged into the icy sea, their desperate cries swallowed by the darkness. In but a few moments, the Golden Lion's mighty fleet, capable of making the world tremble, had suffered devastating losses and been crippled by this sudden natural disaster. Yet the Oro Jackson, at the very heart of the storm, seemed shielded by some mysterious force. It weaved deftly through the gaps between the waves like the most agile fish in the sea. Seizing the moment of the Golden Lion fleet's disarray, the Roger Pirates tore open an opening and broke free of the encirclement. Their ship rapidly vanished beyond the storm-lashed horizon, leaving only the bedraggled Golden Lion fleet behind. Aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard Pirates stared in stunned disbelief at the dramatic reversal unfolding before them. One moment a hopeless predicament, the next salvation from the jaws of death. So luck is also part of strength. Whitebeard withdrew his gaze and let out his signature laugh once more. Yet this time there seemed to be a subtle, intriguing undertone in his laughter. Time flowed on, fleeting as a white colt passing before a gap. In the blink of an eye, several months had slipped by since the Ed War. After that storm, the Golden Lion had vanished without a trace, nowhere to be found upon the seas. Meanwhile, Roger's fame had soared, and for a time, he was hailed as the foremost among legendary pirates. The Moby Dick continued to sail upon the waves of the New World. Yet now the atmosphere aboard was filled with a subtle warmth and anticipation that had been absent before. A grand banquet had just come to an end. The deck still carried the tantalizing aroma of food and the messy remnants of revelry. Suddenly Toki covered her mouth, her face turning pale in an instant. She hurried to the ship's railing and doubled over, retching violently. Lewis, who was helping several crew members clean up, noticed this with sharp observation. He walked over calmly and offered a cup of fresh water he had prepared earlier. "Lady Toki, are you all right?" Lewis asked softly, his tone laced with just the right amount of concern. Toki rinsed her mouth with the water, her breath still unsteady. She forced a faint smile. "Thank you, Lewis. It might just be that the seafood was a bit too fishy." Lewis's gaze inadvertently drifted to her abdomen, a flicker of thoughtfulness passing through his eyes. He remembered that recently Lady Toki seemed to have developed an unusual sensitivity and aversion to certain foods she used to enjoy, especially seafood, with a strong fishy smell. Connecting the dots, a realization stirred quietly in Lewis's mind. He clearly recalled that on the original timeline, Kazuki Momonosuke was supposed to be born 1 year after Oden left Wano. Yet now 2 years had passed since Kazuki Oden had departed from Wano, and Toki had only just begun showing signs of pregnancy. Could it be that this unexpected butterfly had flapped his wings and altered the course of time, triggering unknown changes? Lewis kept his composure and said nothing. Later in private, he sought out Kazuki Oden. Oden-san, Lewis began cautiously, have you noticed anything unusual about Lady Toki's health lately? What's wrong with Toki? Kazuki Oden set down his massive sake bowl, his face immediately filling with concern. Lewis gently shared his observations and the suspicions they had given rise to. Oden was momentarily stunned, as if the words hadn't fully registered. Then his face exploded with immense, barely believable joy. He nearly leaped into the air, rushing off excitedly to find the ship's doctor for confirmation. After the ship's doctor conducted a careful examination, the results came quickly. Toki was indeed pregnant, and according to the estimates, she was already more than 3 months along. This news, like a boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, instantly sent the entire Whitebeard Pirates into a frenzy of celebration. Kazuki Oden was beside himself with ecstasy, stammering incoherently in his excitement, hovering around Toki every single moment, showering her with care and attention. Understanding that a pregnant woman required more meticulous care and possessing some basic knowledge of modern medicine, Lewis voluntarily took on part of the responsibility of looking after Toki. Using his special knowledge, he prepared more suitable nutritional meals for her and frequently reminded her to rest and engage in moderate activity. As days passed one after another, Toki's belly gradually grew more pronounced. Months later, the Moby Dick docked at a small island with a pleasant climate and tranquil surroundings, preparing for the arrival of the new life. In a clean, neatly arranged room that the crew had lovingly prepared, with several clear, life-filled cries of a newborn, a new life finally entered this world. To everyone's delight, Toki gave birth smoothly to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The boy, inheriting his father's name Kazuki, was named Momonosuke. The girl, as gentle and lovely as the legendary Yamato Nadeshiko, was named Hiyori. While everyone else rejoiced for Kazuki Oden, only Lewis wondered inwardly, were these children truly the same Momonosuke and Hiyori as before? The two adorable little ones, as exquisite as porcelain dolls, instantly became the darlings of the entire ship. These rough-and-tumble pirates who roamed the seas with reckless abandon now handled the two tiny infants with extraordinary care and tenderness. Their faces radiated genuine affection and gentleness. Especially the retainers of the Kazuki family, who also hailed from Wano, treasured the children as if they were the most sacred of relics. Aizo held the swaddled Momonosuke clumsily, but gently, his eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness and resolve. To protect the young master was to protect the future of Wano. This weighty conviction had never felt so clear and profound as it did in that moment. About 2 months after the children were born, a piece of news capable of shaking the entire new world reached the peacefully enjoying Whitebeard Pirates via a news bird. "Father, it's news about Roger." A crew member waved the newspaper as he panted his way up to the deck. "Oh." Whitebeard paused, the massive sake bowl in his hand, looking almost like a teacup as he stopped drinking. His gaze swept over. "The newspaper says the Roger Pirates seem to have clashed with the Big Mom Pirates." Charlotte Linlin, the woman known as Big Mom, as one of the great pirates who ruled over the New World, her power and the vast forces under her command were certainly not to be underestimated. Guru. What was that bastard Roger provoking her for again? Whitebeard knew better than anyone the terror that woman represented. She was a monster who would destroy a nation without hesitation over a few bites of dessert. Roger actively engaging in conflict with her could not be simple. Was it for territory? Or for the legendary poneglyphs? Or were there deeper reasons at play? Whitebeard fell into brief thought. Meanwhile, Lewis, standing among the crowd, kept a calm expression while his mind was already clear on the matter. At this particular moment, the conflict between Roger and Big Mom. 9 times out of 10, it was for that red indicator poneglyph guiding to the final destination. It was one of the 4 keys to reaching Raftel and uncovering the world's ultimate secret. However, this was not yet the time to reveal such information. Lewis silently kept this thought to himself. As he had anticipated, the conflict between Roger and Big Mom was like a meteorite thrown into a calm lake, stirring up enormous waves in the New World. The collision between these great pirates instantly intensified the already chaotic situation in these waters. Many long-dormant, ambitious figures began to stir. Friction and warfare in the New World became increasingly frequent and vicious at a visible pace. As another pole of the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates naturally felt this surging undertow. Provocations and probes from all sides had clearly increased. Facing the increasingly complex situation, the Whitebeard Pirates did not retreat. Instead, they expanded against the tide. Their sphere of influence continued to extend. Territories absorbed grew ever larger, and the number of pirates under their command surged dramatically. Managing such a vast force required a more efficient system. Finally, Whitebeard made a decision with far-reaching consequences. Listen up, boys. Perched atop the massive figurehead of the Moby Dick, his mountain-like figure cast a heavy shadow. His voice, imbued with unmatched authority, clearly rang through every corner of the flagship, and even spread to the subsidiary vessels moored nearby. Countless gazes instantly converged, filled with reverence and anticipation. From this day forward, the Whitebeard Pirates will establish a captain system. As the words fell, the deck was momentarily silent before erupting into earth-shaking cheers. This was a milestone decision. It marked the beginning of a new, more systematic development stage for the Whitebeard Pirates, this Leviathan of the seas. Appointments began to be announced swiftly, each name carrying weight. First Division Commander Marco, the young man who always looked half asleep with his distinctive pineapple hairstyle, stepped forward. His expression remained calm, but within those half-lidded eyes shone a reliable light, like flames. Yes, father. Second Division Commander Kazuki Odin. The boisterous samurai from Wano, Kazuki Odin grinned widely, displaying an infectious smile. Oh ho ho, leave it to me, Onaiji. He responded heroically, full of momentum. Immediately after, the captains of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions were announced one by one, exactly as Lewis remembered. The 3rd Division Commander Jozu, who possessed the capabilities of the Diamond Fruit. The 4th Division Commander Thatch, skilled in cooking and wielding twin swords. The 5th Division Commander, the skilled swordsman Vista. They were all sons who had followed Whitebeard for years, battle-hardened warriors, the core members whom father trusted, the most fully capable of shouldering the heavy responsibilities of division commanders. The crew cheered for the newly appointed captains. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, one person's position seemed somewhat delicate. Lewis. All eyes involuntarily fell upon him. Whitebeard looked at him, his eyes carrying unmistakable appreciation and expectation. As for Lewis, Whitebeard deliberately paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd, making everyone hold their breath. You boy have unlimited potential and an uncertain future, but you still need more tempering. Therefore, you will not serve as a division commander for now. Hearing this, some showed expressions of as expected, while others furrowed their brows slightly. But Whitebeard's next words stunned everyone once again. You will remain on the Moby Dick as my lieutenant. Help me manage this flagship as well as handle various important matters of the fleet. Lieutenant, flagship manager. This appointment was more unexpected than any division commander position, yet seemed perfectly logical. Lewis's strength might not yet match veterans like Marco or Jozu, but his astonishing growth rate and the wisdom and decisiveness beyond his years displayed during previous crises. All of this made Whitebeard view him with new respect and place high hopes upon him, placing him by his side, personally teaching him and entrusting him with important responsibilities. This was both the highest level of cultivation and unreserved trust. Lewis stood on the deck, sunlight streaming onto his youthful face. He could clearly feel the various gazes directed at him. Envy, jealousy, approval, curiosity. He slowly raised his head, facing Whitebeard's towering figure. Whitebeard's lieutenant, manager of the flagship Moby Dick. This weighty recognition truly made his own blood boil with excitement. On the lookout platform, Marco spotted a black dot rapidly approaching from the distant horizon. Father, it's that bastard Roger's ship. The cry shattered the brief tranquility aboard the Moby Dick. In the sunlight, two colossal vessels bearing their respective legends, the Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson, stood in silent confrontation. Whitebeard Newgate stood resolutely at the prow of the Moby Dick, wielding his trident. Opposite him, on the bow of the Oro Jackson, Joel D. Roger donned his scarlet captain's coat, flashing that signature wide grin. Invisible hockey rippled across the sea surface, resonating with Whitebeard's presence in a dynamic collision of power. Diamond, Josiah, and Flower Sword Beasts, along with the other captains, maintained solemn expressions as they followed closely behind Whitebeard. On Roger's side, Lord Rayleigh and Spock Job had already taken their positions, their eyes blazing with fierce combat spirit. The apprentice crew member Shanks gripped his sword tightly at his waist. His face was a mixture of suppressed tension and excitement. Meanwhile, Buggy beside him had turned pale with fear. He quietly shuffled toward the back of the crowd, only his darting eyes visible as he desperately searched for the safest corner. Yo, Newgate. You look like you're doing well. Roger broke the silence, first his voice loud and brimming with undisguised provocation. We just parted not long ago, so what did you miss me? Whitebeard's lips curled into a heroic smile, letting out his characteristic laugh. Roger, you damn bastard, you never bring anything good whenever you show up. Your skin's itching again, want me to loosen your bones? That's exactly my intention. Roger swiftly drew the sword ace at his waist, pointing its blade directly at Whitebeard. Men, let the feast begin. Before the words had even finished echoing, Roger's figure had already erupted from the deck, soaring into the sky like a cannonball. In the same instant, Whitebeard also rose, wielding his trident as the deck beneath his feet groaned under the weight of his massive frame, launching upward with unparalleled force. The two figures closed the distance between them at tremendous speed. Before they could even make contact, an invisible, yet terrifying force exploded between them with catastrophic force. The sky tore open like fabric being ripped apart, revealing horrifying fissures. Clouds swirled frantically around the two combatants, converging until the heavens turned pitch black. Crimson lightning danced wildly through the dark clouds, a spectacular manifestation of pure power clashing. Below, the sea itself was violently upheaved into towering waves that surged with the intent to swallow both colossal vessels. Invisible conquerors' hockey clashed ferociously, sending shockwaves surging outward in all directions. So this is the collision between the world's strongest men. Louis gazed upward at the almost apocalyptic spectacle, his heart trembling with awe. What struck him most was how both men precisely contained such terrifying power at the epicenter of their collision. Though the scattered energy waves were powerful, they didn't directly destroy the ships and crew below. This level of control over power was simply unbelievable. The battlefield expanded instantly. Crew members from both sides roared as two mighty currents surged toward each other's ships or leaped onto the island caught in the crossfire, engaging in chaotic hand-to-hand combat. Oh, the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Kazuki Odin. Lord Rayleigh deftly parried Odin's powerful dual-sword strikes with his longsword, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. I'm Silver's Rayleigh, vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Your swordsmanship is impressive. The Roger Pirates, vice captain, huh? You live up to your reputation. Kazuki Odin's fighting spirit surged as his dual blades moved like an impenetrable wall. Take this. The two clashed instantly, their swords flashing in a blur of combat. Meanwhile, Marco, transformed into his phoenix form wreathed in blue flames, engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with a heavily muscled man whose eyes radiated ferocity. His fists carried devastating power, with each strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering boulders. Douglas Barrett. Yet Marco relied on the remarkable recovery abilities granted by the Phoenix Fruit, absorbing the ferocious onslaught while countering with flame-sheathed claws and kicks, gaining a slight edge despite the overwhelming assault. At the chaotic periphery of the battlefield, Buggy schemed as he scanned the area. He noticed Louis completely absorbed in the titanic clash between Whitebeard and Roger on the main field, apparently unaware of what was happening nearby. An opportunity. Cunning flickered in Buggy's eyes. He slipped silently behind Louis and launched himself forward, driving a short blade straight toward Louis's heart. But the blade never even grazed Louis's clothing. A massive hand appeared from nowhere with impossible speed, seizing Buggy's wrist with such crushing force that he couldn't move a single inch. Louis didn't even turn around. He swung a reverse punch that connected squarely with Buggy's distinctive red nose. "Aya!" Buggy screamed in agony as blood gushed from his nose. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing hard to the ground in a dazed heap. Buggy, Shanks, watching from nearby, immediately charged to help his companion. "Your opponent is me, red hair boy." A sinister voice cut through. Blackbeard Teach materialized before Shanks, without warning, grinning as he blocked his path. Louis dismissed Buggy with an effortless flick, as if swatting an annoying fly. His attention immediately returned to the more intense battles unfolding in the distance, showing no interest in the squabbles of these youngsters. Buggy clutched his bleeding nose, torn between fury and fear. An idea struck him. He noticed Shanks engaged with Teach, whose back was exposed, as he focused entirely on his opponent. Rage surged through him. Buggy sprang to his feet and seized the fleeting opening in Teach's defense, launching a devastating flying kick that smashed into the pirate's face. Crack! Teach staggered backward, several teeth flying from his mouth. "You bastard!" Enraged, Teach lashed out with a swift claw strike aimed at the opportunistic Buggy. Shanks lunged sideways to protect his comrade, but he was just a beat too slow. Teach's claws grazed past Shanks' cheek. Though the strike didn't connect fully, it carved 3 deep, bone-gouging slashes across his left eyelid. "TCH." Shanks winced and instinctively covered his eye. "Enough." Louis's voice cut through, dripping with impatience. He surveyed the scene. These 3 kids had actually gotten serious. Shanks pressed his hand to his bleeding eye while Teach's face was bruised and swollen, his teeth missing from where he'd spoken through broken gaps. If this continued, someone could die. Louis vanished in an instant, reappearing at the heart of their clash. Black armament hockey enveloped his fists, dense as ink. Without hesitation, he struck 2 precise punches, one apiece. One punch drove into Buggy's jaw, while the other connected with Shanks' neck. Ugh! Neither could even register what happened before an overwhelming force sent them crashing down. Both collapsed unconscious. Teach watched them fall, then glanced warily at Louis's impassive expression. He touched his burning cheek, an empty gum swallowing hard. With clear judgment, Teach backed down. But darkness deepened in his eyes. This earth-shaking confrontation ultimately descended into a 3-day-and-night banquet. The battle had devastated the island's landscape. When Whitebeard and Roger finally ceased their fight simultaneously, this extraordinary exchange came to an end. Despite exhaustion and injuries, both crews exchanged glances filled not only with lingering combat spirit, but also with mutual respect between warriors. As the smoke cleared, the real feast began. Members of these two legendary pirate crews traded plunder and treasure upon the ravaged island. Rather than mere transactions, this was generous gift-giving befitting great pirates. A massive bonfire blazed to dispel the lingering smoke. Rich wine and roasted meat filled the air as spirits lifted. At the banquet, Roger learned from someone how Louis had single-handedly taken down both Shanks and Buggy. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the young man who had remained quiet beside Whitebeard. "Hey, Newgate." Roger raised his massive cup, pointing toward Louis. "Who's this kid? Impressive. How did you knock out both Shanks and those boys?" Whitebeard lifted a bowl as large as a wash basin, took a hearty drink, and laughed in his signature booming fashion. "Gururara." Pride gleamed across his face as he declared loudly. Roger looked closely. "This is my son Louis, the one I value most." "Oh." A flash of intensity crossed Roger's eyes. Instantly, an invisible yet palpable pressure descended upon Louis like a tidal wave. "Whitebeard's son, eh?" Roger's voice carried a probing edge. "Let me see what you're made of." Louis felt that overwhelming pressure threatening to crush his very soul. His expression shifted slightly as his breath caught. Then he straightened abruptly. A kingly haki erupted from within him, meeting Roger's pressure head-on. Louis's conqueror's haki wasn't as refined or vast as Roger's, like the boundless ocean. But like the hardest reef, it stood unyielding against the storm, never retreating. The two conquerors' haki clashed briefly in the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Roger's eyes before he nodded approvingly and slowly withdrew his pressure. Quite good," he praised. "An infinitely promising kid, Newgate. You've truly struck gold." After speaking, he turned to Shanks, who was still clutching his eye where the ship's doctor had hastily treated his wound. "Shanks, did you see that?" Roger's tone carried a hint of instruction. "Your haki needs serious refinement. Compared to young Louis, you're still far behind." Rayleigh also gave Shanks' shoulder a reassuring pat, offering silent comfort. The banquet's din continued around them. Whitebeard found an opportunity to pull Rayleigh aside and asked in a hushed tone, "Rayleigh, is Roger really?" Rayleigh's hand holding the wine cup paused slightly. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly and nodded. His voice grew heavy. "Yes, it's true. Dr. Karokas has done everything possible. He says Roger has at most about a year left." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard fell completely silent. He lifted his bowl and drained it in one gulp, his gaze falling on Roger, who was still laughing heartily and drinking with pleasure in the distance, his expression growing increasingly complex. Later, Whitebeard sought out Roger once more. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, "Roger, what was it all about when you went to war with that crazy woman, Big Mom?" Roger's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he carefully withdrew a large rubbing from his coat and slowly unfurled it before Whitebeard. For this, the rubbing displayed dense clusters of unfamiliar red characters exuding an ancient mysterious aura. Kazuki Odin happened to be carrying his wine bowl over to join the gathering. The moment his eyes fell upon those red characters on the rubbing, he froze as if struck by lightning. This is..." His voice trembled with disbelief. "These are the ancient characters passed down through our Kazuki clan." "What a..." Roaring with excitement, Roger grabbed Odin's shoulders, his entire body trembling from overwhelming emotion. "You can read this. For real. This is wonderful. Odin, you're exactly who I've been looking for." Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he explained solemnly, "There are 4 poneglyphs bearing these red historical texts scattered across the world. Only by deciphering the information recorded upon them can one reach the end of the Grand Line, the fabled final island." "Odin," Roger's gaze burned with urgent appeal. "I need your strength. Please lend me your time for the coming year. Join me and complete this final voyage." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man who had made the entire world tremble dropped to his knees before Kazuki Odin in front of everyone. He bowed his proud head deeply. "I beg of you, Roger, you bastard." Seeing Roger kneel before his own ally, Whitebeard erupted in fury, his aura flaring as he was about to intervene. "Whitebeard, sir." But Kazuki Odin stepped forward, staying Whitebeard's wrath. His eyes blazed with an insatiable hunger for unknown adventures and a burning desire to uncover the truth of history. "I want to go," he declared firmly. "I want to see it with my own eyes. I want to witness what lies at the end of this world." Whitebeard gazed at Odin's unwavering resolve, then recalled what Rayleigh had told him about Roger's dwindling lifespan. The fire in his heart gradually subsided like water poured upon embers. After a long silence, he sighed deeply and finally nodded. "Since it is your own decision, then go, Odin." "Thank you, Newgate." Overjoyed, Roger leapt to his feet and clapped Whitebeard's shoulder forcefully, all understanding passing between them without words. With business concluded, the banquet's atmosphere grew even more fervent and genuine. Amidst the chaos, Teach slipped quietly toward Louis, lowering his voice, while nodding toward Buggy, conversing with Shanks nearby. "Big brother Louis," Teach said with an undertone of suspicion, That red-nosed guy isn't ordinary. During the battles these past days I kept feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows, like a ghost, relentless and persistent. Now I realize it must have been him. Meanwhile on the other side Buggy whispered tremblingly to Shanks, whose neck still bore bruises, "Shanks, that Blackbeard is terrifying." Guess what? I never saw him sleep even once. Not a single time. He's some kind of monster. Shanks rubbed his sore neck and winced at the throbbing pain in his left eye, letting out a bitter smile. "If you ask me," he lowered his voice, "Louis is the scarier one, don't you think? I've been watching him too these past few days, wanting to see just how strong he really is. Guess what? He kept his eyes on you for 3 whole days and nights. He barely left your side for a moment, and I never saw him rest either." From a distance Louis keenly overheard their conversation and glanced at Teach, who wore an expression of having uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Inside he couldn't help but mentally rant, "I was just curious whether Buggy was as cowardly in reality as he would become in the future. I wanted to see if he had the guts to stalk Teach, who would become so sinister in the future, for 3 full days and nights. And that bastard actually pulled it off. Cost me 3 sleepless nights just to watch the spectacle. With that kind of perseverance and courage, how on earth did the future Buggy end up like that? It's damn peculiar." The grand banquet finally drew to a close late into the night. The following morning golden sunlight bathed the earth, signaling a fresh beginning. Kazuki Oden, accompanied by his wife Toki, and their young children Momonosuke and Hiyori, prepared to depart from the Whitebeard Pirates and temporarily join Roger's crew. "Lord Oden, please take care of yourself." His retainer Yako fought back, tears his eyes already crimson. Yet he had made his choice, to remain aboard the Moby Dick. He would stay here steadfastly waiting for his Lord Kazuki Oden's return. Toki bore a gentle smile as she bid farewell to each member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Every pair of eyes revealed unmistakable reluctance to part. "Lord Whitebeard, everyone thank you for your care during this time." Toki's smile carried weighty promise in her voice. Then Kazuki Oden, Toki, and their young children Momonosuke and Hiyori stepped aboard the Oro Jackson, the legendary vessel of the Roger Pirates. The 2 colossal ships brimming with countless dreams and legends lay anchored side by side at the shore. They were about to set sail on utterly different journeys, heading toward their own distinct legends. Men. The small harbor town of Haya. The air was thick with the salty tang unique to the sea, mingled with the cloying sweetness of cheap rum and a faint elusive hint of gunpowder. Inside a tavern in the town that catered exclusively to pirates, the noise was deafening. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates occupied most of the space. They were enjoying a rare moment of resupply and respite. Heavy wooden tankards kept clashing together with dull thuds, and the crew's rough, unbridled laughter rose and fell full of life. A wet newspaper stained with liquor was casually spread open across the bar. The front page headline was about Douglas Bullet, the Demonair. According to the report, that powerful man who had once fought alongside the Pirate King Roger had officially left the Roger Pirates. Beside it, a less conspicuous piece of news also sparked sporadic discussion. A pirate rookie named Crocodile, it was said, had recently clashed with Bullet and ultimately ended in a draw. Waha. So even Roger's crew has started going their separate ways. A burly bear-sized man with a fierce face downed a huge gulp of rum, his voice booming like a bell. "But that Crocodile kid is pretty interesting." Another man chimed in, his tone full of incredulous amazement. "He actually fought that Bullet to a draw. For real." By the bar, Marco held his cup, a faint wisp of blue flame flickering at his fingertip before vanishing just as quickly. His gaze lingered on the newspaper, his eyes calm and unreadable. "The new era never lacks challengers," he said indifferently. Beside him, Flower Sword Vista, who had been carefully stroking his proud, upturned mustache, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. This sea will never truly be at peace." Still, Vista shifted the topic slightly, his gaze drifting almost imperceptibly toward a corner of the tavern. "When it comes to the most talked about rookie lately, it has to be our ship's Lou, doesn't it?" Marco followed his gaze, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. That kid is a monster in every sense of the word. He only mastered armament hockey not long ago, yet he's already faintly brushing against the threshold of observation hockey. And Liu Yi's swordsmanship has improved at lightning speed. He's already reached the realm of a steel-cutting sword master. A few familiar commanders and senior crew members nearby heard this, and their faces filled with astonishment. Their gazes also turned involuntarily toward that corner. In the corner, Liu Yi sat alone, quietly drinking his drink. The clamor and chaos around him seemed walled off by an invisible barrier having nothing to do with him. His presence was not especially overwhelming, yet he carried a quiet, steady power that none could ignore. The potential concealed beneath that calm exterior was enough to make one's heart race with unease. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded alongside Diamond Josu's gruff, wary voice. "Hey, all of you, look at the door." All eyes were instantly drawn over. At the tavern entrance, backlit by the afternoon sunlight, stood a tall, lean figure. He wore a long, dark trench coat with the collar turned high, obscuring most of his face. A lit cigar was clamped between his slender fingers, pale bluish, smoke curling lazily upward. A gloomy, callous aura radiated from him like the most venomous scorpion in a desert, utterly out of place with the tavern's hearty, unrestrained atmosphere. The newcomer was none other than the rookie from the newspaper who had fought Bullet to a draw, the Sandstorm Crocodile. Crocodile stepped into the tavern. His leather boots trod on the worn wooden floor, producing dull, rhythmic thuds. His sharp eyes swept quickly across the whole tavern. He seemed to be looking for a particular target. Soon he frowned slightly. He hadn't found the person he wanted. He let out a faint, irritated tch from his throat. The sound was very soft, but in the tavern that had suddenly gone quiet it reached the ears of Marco Jozu and the other commanders with perfect clarity. Crocodile walked straight to the bar, completely ignoring the probing, hostile gazes cast at him by the surrounding Whitebeard pirates. He stopped in front of the bar, his voice hoarse and rasping like gravel as he said coldly, "Where's Whitebeard?" The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. The tavern, which had been raucous just a moment ago, fell so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Every Whitebeard Pirates member's gaze locked onto this uninvited guest like arrows. Marco slowly put down his cup. He rose to his feet and unobtrusively placed himself in front of Crocodile. His expression still bore the steadiness and composure expected of the 1st Division commander, but deep in his eyes a thick wariness had already gathered. "What do you want with our pops?" Crocodile tilted his head slightly, the cigar still between his teeth, and cast a contemptuous sidelong glance at Marco. That look was filled with undisguised ambition and arrogance. He bared his teeth in a cold, deeply conceited smile. Why, to defeat him, of course. His voice was not loud, but it reached every corner of the tavern with unmistakable clarity. And then take his place. Become the next legend of this sea. The instant those words fell, the tavern sank into a deathly stillness. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then came an uncontrollable volcanic eruption of towering rage. "What did you say, you bastard? You want to die, eh? You're looking for death." The Whitebeard Pirates crew members shot up from their seats. Tables and chairs were knocked askew by their violent movements, letting out harsh scrapes and heavy thuds as they toppled. Fury exploded in the heart of every Whitebeard Pirates member like a lit powder keg. Some instantly drew the long swords from their waists, the blades glinting with cold light. Others clenched fists as large as cauldrons, their knuckles cracking with sharp pops. A thick, murderous aura spread through the tavern like something tangible, making the temperature seem to drop by several degrees. In their hearts, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was a supreme being as sacred and inviolable as a god. This nobody of a rookie who had suddenly appeared. His words were the gravest, most unforgivable provocation against their entire Whitebeard Pirates. A cold glint flashed in Marco's eyes. The blue flames of the phoenix had already begun to rise and dance faintly over his skin. Vista's hands also tightened around the hilts of the twin swords at his waist, ready to strike. Jozu was even more direct. His massive hill-like frame advanced a step, and even the sturdy wooden floor seemed unable to bear his weight, groaning and trembling slightly under the strain. But just as the commanders were about to teach this arrogant upstart a lesson, he would never forget, one figure moved faster than all of them. It was Louis. He had been sitting quietly in the corner all the while, yet now he had somehow appeared in front of Crocodile, blocking the latter's path. The hand holding Louis's cup remained perfectly steady. The amber liquid in it did not so much as ripple from his sudden movement. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, carrying a cold calm that did not quite match his age. He looked at Crocodile and spoke with an indifferent tone that still carried undeniable weight. "You want to challenge Pops?" Louis's voice rang out clearly. "You're not qualified. If you want to see Pops, you'll have to get through me first." The words were calm and unruffled, yet they held an absolute confidence. This was not merely a response to a provocateur. It was also a test of the power he had been developing at a terrifying pace. He needed a touchstone of sufficient caliber. At the same time, protecting Pops and this crew's dignity and glory was a responsibility he bore as a son of Whitebeard without any hesitation. Crocodile finally stopped. For the first time, he truly looked at the young man blocking his way. He sized up the black-haired swordsman before him, young in appearance but exceptionally steady in bearing. A flicker of amusement passed through his eyes as if he had recalled certain rumors. The grin at the corner of his mouth stretched wider, and the derision in it grew even stronger. "Oh." The cigar smoke seeped slowly out between his teeth. "So you're Whitebeard's rumored precious son. Very well." Crocodile's tone was full of condescension. "Then I'll just defeat you first. It'll make a perfect warm-up before I challenge that strongest old man in the world." In his eyes, defeating a son of Whitebeard, especially a rising star whom the Whitebeard Pirates regarded so highly, would undoubtedly deal a far heavier blow to the old man's prestige and his crew's reputation. Marco, Vista, Jozu, and the others were somewhat surprised. They truly had not expected Louis to step forward and accept the challenge so promptly and decisively. But on second thought, Louis's recent growth was indeed astonishingly fast, and Pops had always thought highly of him, placing tremendous expectations on him. A sharp light flickered in Marco's eyes, and he signaled with a glance. Joseph Vista and the others who had been ready to move halted their actions for the time being. They chose to trust Louis, to trust this young family member Pops valued, and in whom they had placed their hopes. The atmosphere in the tavern once again became tense, ready to erupt. The surrounding Whitebeard Pirates, members of their own accord, quickly stepped back and cleared a spacious open area in the center of the tavern. Louis gently set down the half-filled wine glass in his hand on a nearby table that remained relatively intact. Clang! A crisp, resonant metallic note rang through the air. The blade at his waist had already been drawn, its snow-white steel gleaming with a frigid, forbidding light beneath the tavern's dim illumination. In the next instant, jet-black armament hockey surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing the entire blade and exuding a weighty, perilous aura. Without a single superfluous word, Louis's gaze sharpened. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, shattering the wooden floorboards in an instant. His figure vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. He transformed into a swift black streak, nearly impossible for the naked eye to track, carrying an overwhelming razor-sharp edge as it slashed straight toward Crocodile. The blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek, its momentum fierce and unmatched. Faced with this lightning-fast, peerless strike, Crocodile did not even shift his feet by a single inch. His face still wore that signature, insufferably arrogant smile. At the very moment the blade, wreathed in dense armament hockey, was about to land, Crocodile's entire body suddenly collapsed without the slightest warning, dissolving into a flurry of dry yellow sand dancing in the air. Shriek! Louis's certain to connect strike passed cleanly through that afterimage formed of yellow sand without the least resistance. The yellow sand churned violently behind Louis, and within a single breath coalesced once more into Crocodile's familiar arrogant silhouette. That same signature smile of wild arrogance, as if mocking the whole world, still hung upon his face. The sand Crocodile slowly raised his right hand. Dry, scorching sand gathered in his palm with increasing speed, as if endowed with a life of its own, spiraling madly. An ominous aura began to emanate from it. Sandstorm! Crocodile let out a low cry. With a sudden snap of his wrist, he hurled the rapidly spinning vortex of sand viciously toward Louis. Whoosh! The moment it left his hand, the sandstorm that had been no larger than a palm seemed to be infused with violent energy, frenziedly churning the surrounding air. It expanded at a visibly astonishing speed, growing larger and larger. A terrifying suction force erupted without warning, dragging the tavern's surviving tables, fragmented planks, and even the floorboards themselves irresistibly into the storm's core. Crack! Crack! Everything drawn in was instantly pulverized, mingling with the sky-filling yellow sand to form a devastating torrent that roared toward Louis. Slash waved. Louis's gaze was keen, his vigilance ready. A tremor of his wrist sent the long blade tracing a sharp arc through the air, the signature sword technique of Golden Lion unleashed in its youthful form. A remarkably condensed flying slash burst forth, meeting the rampaging sandstorm with pinpoint precision. Boom! The sandstorm and the flying slash collided with earth-shaking force. Amid the deafening roar, an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, raging outward in every direction. Bang! 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 The surviving wine bottles in the tavern burst one after another, as if swept by an invisible giant hand, sending scarlet and amber liquor cascading across the floor. Yet the liquor barely had time to soak the trembling wooden planks before the sandstorm, its might undiminished, and even greater, sucked and devoured those very liquids without leaving a single trace. That was the true terror of Crocodile's sandstorm. It could endlessly absorb surrounding matter to strengthen itself, and unless destroyed at once by overwhelming force, it would escalate into an uncontrollable catastrophe. Crackle! Crackle! Louis could clearly feel the ever-intensifying pressure. No more delay. His eyes hardened, and he made his decision on the spot. Try this. Louis gripped the hilt of his blade with both hands. Armament hockey surged once more, cloaking the blade in a deeper, even more dangerous gleam. He kicked off with tremendous force, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. Adjusting his posture midair, he raised both hands high above his head, aiming at the core of the sandstorm. Peach-white waterfall. With a clear cry, the long blade descended with the force of 10,000 June. In that instant, violent sword energy slammed into the sandstorm's rotating core. The internal structure of the rapidly spinning sandstorm was thrown into chaos. The yellow sand, laden with countless fragments, began to churn, clash, and swell beyond all restraint. Finally, the critical point was reached. Boom! An unprecedented, colossal explosion resounded through the heavens. The ferocious shockwave completely tore off the tavern's already battered roof. With irresistible force, it burst through the walls on every side, split apart the thick wooden flooring beneath, and at last the entire sizable pudding tavern collapsed with a cataclysmic roar. Rolling yellow sand and thick smoke billowed skyward, swallowing everything in the vicinity until only a desolate stretch of rubble remained. The dust and haze obscured nearly all vision. Before the debris had even settled, a nimble figure vaulted out of the ruins. It was Marco. He landed with effortless grace on the street across from the tavern, his expression calm, as if the explosion had merely been a gentle breeze against his face. He casually waved aside the sand and smoke drifting toward him, his pale blue eyes calmly fixed on the haze-shrouded center. Right behind him, swish, swish, swish. Several other figures leaped out of the ruins in quick succession. They were the commanders and elite crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, led by Flowersword Vista. They each found their positions, leaving the center of the grounds to the two who were still embroiled in combat. Thus within that chaotic ruin, only Crocodile and Lewis remained. The world-shaking crash instantly drew the gaze of countless people in the small town of Crow's Nest Port. Pirates who had been carousing in other taverns and gambling dens were startled and rushed outdoors. When they saw the Pudding Tavern reduced to rubble, every one of them was dumbstruck, drawing in sharp breaths. Crow's Nest Port, a place where Marines never set foot, a paradise for pirates. But precisely because of its chaotic, lawless dog-eat-dog environment, most people dared not stir up trouble lightly. No one knew where a lethal viper might be lurking in some corner. Most of those who made their living here were desperate outlaws. What the hell was that? The Pudding Tavern, it collapsed? Damn, who's got the guts to tear down a building here in Crow's Nest Port? Tisk, with destructive power like that, which big shot made a move. Besides the shocked onlookers, there were also fierce-faced pirates with brutal auras, their eyes gleaming with greed and bloodlust stirring restlessly. One pirate leader, his face a mass of bulging flesh and a giant spiked club slung over his shoulder, even licked his lips with a sinister grin. Excellent. Just excellent. Crow's Nest Port hasn't seen this much excitement in ages. Isn't this an opportunity delivered right to our doorstep? Boys, get ready. Let Big Boss here see which blind fool is raising a ruckus. If it's some wanted criminal. Before he could finish, he strained his eyes wide, trying to make out the figures in the dusty ruins. When he barely discerned the iconic features of one side, his vicious grin froze solid, then crumbled, replaced by boundless terror. His eyes bulged as if they would pop out of their sockets, and his mouth stretched open uncontrollably to its absolute limit. His tongue could even be clearly seen, trembling violently from sheer horror. Whitebeard Pirates. Isn't that Marco the Phoenix? And Flowersword Vista, Diamond Joseph. And that sand player over there. Crow, Crocodile the Sandstorm. And the black-haired brat fighting him. Holy crap. Isn't that Whitebeard's child of the demon, Edward Lewis? This pirate leader, who had been dreaming of easy riches moments before now, felt his soul flee, his body, his voice twisting out of shape. Boys, quick, run, grab your things, and get the hell out, now. Having scraped by for years on the ruthless seas of the New World, this pirate captain had little to boast about except an apex instinct for reading the room and steering clear of danger. At a single glance, he could tell this was no muddy water a minnow of his caliber could wade into. He spun on his heel and bolted, followed by a pack of equally cowed underlings, their movements swift and utterly devoid of hesitation. If they didn't run now, the moment they got caught in the blast radius of God's fighting, they wouldn't even know how they died. Seeing these brutes, infamous for their ferocity, flee faster than rabbits, the other pirates who had been watching the spectacle finally reacted a beat too late. Neither combatant in this fight was someone they could afford to provoke. Run! Get out of here! In an instant, the entire town of Crow's Nest Port descended into even greater chaos. Countless pirates scattered like a school of startled fish, fleeing in every direction away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the center of the slowly dispersing smoke and dust, clang, 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 crisp, rapid blows of colliding metal rang out without pause. Each collision sent powerful tremors through the air, further shoving aside and dispersing the surrounding smoke. At last, after another earth-splitting collision, the remaining haze was instantly blasted away, revealing the two figures locked in fierce combat, Crocodile and Lewis. Yellow sand swirled through the air, now shaping itself into blades, now condensing into giant claws, bizarre and unpredictable. Sharp sword chi crisscrossed in every direction, each stroke bearing the edge to sever steel. The heated battle set Lewis's blood ablaze, and an intangible, domineering presence began to radiate from him uncontrollably. It was Conqueror's Hockey. The domain of yellow sand and the black-red lightning of Conqueror's Hockey collided and strained against each other, forming an invisible boundary between the two men, neither yielding an inch. Having retreated to a safe zone, Jozu stared at the furious combat unfolding before him, astonishment surfacing on his resolute face. He muttered gravely that Lewis, he can actually hold his own against Crocodile to this extent. On the other side, Vista, arms crossed over his chest, watched Crocodile with sharp, unwavering eyes and gave a slight shake of his head. He could see more clearly. No, that Crocodile, he probably hasn't even finished warming up yet. The moment those words left Vista's mouth, the balance of the battle shifted abruptly. The standoff between Sand and Hockey began to tilt. Against Crocodile, a powerhouse who had been growing for years, Lewis's Conqueror's Hockey was in the end still too immature. After several seconds of deadlock, Lewis's aura was eventually eroded and suppressed by the pervasive yellow sand. And that was precisely the opening. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes. Seizing the moment, he lashed out with a lightning-fast high roundhouse kick, the wind howling around it, slamming brutally into Lewis's abdomen. The kick was swift, precise, and ruthless. Bang! A dull, heavy thud. Lewis, as if struck by a rampaging sea king, was sent hurtling backward out of control. He crashed heavily into the wall of the gambling den where the pirate leader had been standing moments before beside the distant street. Crash! Bang! 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 In an instant, stones flew in every direction, and the wall, never particularly sturdy to begin with, collapsed in a heap. The gambling tables, chairs, counters, and other furnishings inside the den were shattered to pieces by the enormous impact. Gazing out, yet another stretch of wreckage greeted the eye. Lewis slowly rose from among the shattered stones and rubble, brushing the dust off his clothes. He lowered his gaze to his abdomen. The layer of jet-black armament hockey covering that spot was gradually receding, revealing completely unharmed skin beneath. At the instant Crocodile's kick landed, he had already diverted most of its force with masterful hockey techniques, reducing the impact upon himself to the absolute minimum. Even so, his blood and chi still churned inside him. Just as I thought. Lewis raised his head and looked at Crocodile, who had reformed his body not far away, still wearing that grin which begged to be punched. Compared to these true powerhouses who've truly grown strong, I still lack a good deal of experience and polish. Lewis wiped away the trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Those pitch-black eyes held not the faintest trace of dejection. Rather, they seemed to have been fed new fuel, blazing with even greater intensity. A fighting spirit burned higher, wilder, more frenzied than before. A terrifying will to battle. I see. So this is the power of a warlord of the sea. He murmured to himself. His voice could not repress an excited tremor drawn from the depths of his soul. Now this is what I call exhilarating. Crocodile released a disdainful snort from his nose. His hoarse voice was thick with biting mockery. Oh, you can still get up, can you? A brat of the Whitebeard Pirates. A cruel smirk curved at the corner of Crocodile's mouth. Don't misunderstand. This was merely the warm-up, just getting started. Lewis drew in a sharp, deep breath. A dull, lingering pain from the earlier impact throbbed within his lungs. He forced it down, swiftly re-regulating his physical state and the cadence of his breathing. Lewis understood with absolute clarity that to rely solely upon the collision of raw power and the contest of swordsmanship against this formidable opponent before him, one who had long since fused the uncanny, unpredictable power of the sand fruit with his own battle-forged physical prowess into a perfect, seamless amalgam. He was indeed still at a distinctly undeniable disadvantage. He must not under any circumstances continue to clash head-on as he had done a moment ago. His mind focused with unprecedented intensity. He poured far more of his energy into the perception of observation hockey. In the air, the barely perceptible quivers of each infinitesimal grain of sand. The nearly uncatchable traces of Crocodile's body transitioning between ethereal and solid during elementalization. The covert secret pathways of the flowing grit. All of these began to swell and magnify within his world of perception, becoming ever clearer, sharper, more crystalline. He no longer obsessed over frontal engagement. Using the broken walls and toppled pillars of the ruins as cover and springboards, his stride was swift as the wind, darting through the cramped space and constantly shifting to bewildering new angles. Each dodge seemed to dance upon a razor's edge, perilously, impossibly close. Each landing, however, was as exact as if rehearsed 1,000 times beforehand. He was trying through this high-speed drifting to continuously compress the absolute domain where Crocodile could bend the yellow sands to his will. He sought the fleeting instant of attack. Crocodile's brow twitched in a barely discernible frown. This combat method, spinning around him like a bothersome fly, did in truth provoke within him a trace of extraordinarily trivial irritation. But that was all it was, mere irritation. He did not even bother to move his feet, continuing to stand exactly where he was. A single frigid thought flashed through his mind like an invisible command. Eschararke. The stretch of sand where Lewis had just found his footing collapsed abruptly, without the slightest omen. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a rapidly churning quicksand whirlpool, exuding a horrendous suction. An immense pull seized him from below, dragging him down into its depths. At the same moment, several keen sand blades condensed from densely packed grit screamed in from crafty blind spots beyond the sweep of Lewis's perception. Lethal sand blades above, a devouring vortex below. A pincer from both directions. The synchronization was seamless. It had almost entirely sealed off every possible angle of escape. For a moment, even Lewis, with his lightning speed reactions, floundered in disorder, danger looming at every turn. His blade whirled wildly, barely parrying the dense streaks of attacks converging from all directions, all while he struggled to resist the suction at his feet, ever stronger, as if it would grind his very bones to dust. But it was exactly now. In the instant Crocodile's focus split between commanding the quicksand and forging new sand blades, Lewis's observation hockey latched onto that thread of an opening. He erupted with his full-body armament hockey. Combined with the pinpoint foresight of observation hockey, the long blade in his hands transformed into a shooting streak of black light. Ignoring the sand blades hurtling toward him, he struck with flawless accuracy at the very source of one of those blades. The critical point where Crocodile's elementalized form intersected with his physical body. Shink. At the tip of his blade came a feeling infinitely subtle, yet overwhelmingly real, like cutting through tough, resilient hide, with the grinding resistance of sand scraping against steel. Fleeting though it was, that contact was unmistakably solid. This trifling, inconsequential success was like a single spark falling into a powder keg. It detonated the fury Crocodile had been keeping in check all the while. The smile on his face dissolved completely. It seems I have been underestimating you. His voice lowered. Or perhaps, underestimating the name of Whitebeard. No more holding back. Crocodile's right hand slammed down hard against the ground beneath him. Ground death. Boom. A frightful, breath-stealing suction exploded outward from the center of his palm. All surrounding matter, whether jagged rubble, splintered timber, or the sparse moisture drifting through the air, was savagely wrenched and absorbed by this power. The earth under Lewis's feet dried and withered at a visible pace, losing all vigor. The ground began to crack. Vicious fissures spread forth like the web of some monstrous spider. Then it rapidly turned to sand and collapsed. This horrendous desertification continued to expand at an astonishing speed. The aura emanating from Crocodile surged and swelled with matching ferocity. Sand and dust danced madly around him. He was like the absolute ruler of the realm, determined to turn all of Black Crow Port into his own boundless kingdom of desert. In the distance, Marco and Vista, who had maintained relative calm throughout, finally had their expressions shift dramatically. Their voices were unprecedentedly grave. That man is actually serious. This move's range is enormous, and it constantly absorbs surrounding matter and water to reinforce itself. It's practically a moving calamity. Lewis, standing at the exact center of ground death's reach, felt it with the utmost intensity. He sensed the water inside his body being forcibly drawn out by an invisible, overbearing force. His skin began to desiccate. His lips split and chapped. Even his breath carried a burning ache. His movements, inevitably slowed, grew heavy and sluggish. I have to stop him. Lewis's eyes hardened. A critical decision crystallized in his mind instantly. Retreat was certain death. He gritted his teeth and bore against the omnipresent draining force, refusing to yield. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He channeled every remaining wisp of haki frantically into his blade's edge. The sword groaned with a sound of overwhelming strain. He braced to unleash Togen Hakugi once more, to shatter through the deadlock with the ultimate summit of his power. But Crocodile was even swifter. In that exact moment of Lewis's concentration, Crocodile's empty left hand snapped upward. He pointed at Lewis through the air. 5 fingers contracted abruptly, clenching with cruel force. Desert sunflower. Swoosh. The sand beneath Lewis's feet, which had only just begun to firm, sank once more without the slightest warning. This time it was no mere whirlpool. It was a colossal quicksand maw, wider in scope and far more ferocious in its pull, like the gaping abyssal throat of some monstrous titan of the marsh. The immense suction wrenched him ruthlessly downward. And at the same time, Crocodile's right hand, previously pressed to the ground, tore upward. His palm faced the heavens. Endless yellow sand converged and compressed in a frenzy. In an instant, a colossal sand blade condensed into being. Its body was thick and imposing, yet its edge gleamed with a sharpness sufficient to slice through iron. Desert Spada. Crocodile snarled in a low voice. His arm swept down. That gigantic sand blade, condensed from nightmarish power, descended with the unstoppable spirit of one who would cleave all things asunder. Straight down upon Lewis, who was enslaved by the quicksand and could barely stir. The shadow of death loomed instantly. Above, the Desert Spada howling down as if to split heaven and earth. Below, the quicksand accelerating its ravenous pull, dragging him into boundless darkness. Lewis's pupils abruptly shrank at that moment, condensing into perilous needles. Life and death now hinged on a single breath. He wrung out the final remaining power in his body. He drove his armament haki to an extreme never before attained. A feral beast-like roar tore from his throat. With every ounce of his strength, he swung his blade horizontally upward in a desperate block. At the same time, the muscles of his legs coiled and strained in frantic struggle, desperate to break free of the clinging, relentless quicksand that wound about him like maggots on a bone, tugging him down without end. Crack! A sound so crisp it set one's teeth on edge and rattled the marrow, burst open. The blade, sheathed in armament haki against the sheer brutal force of the Sand Titan's weapon, let out a wail of reaching its utter limit. A crack. A single vivid, unmistakable crack. Starting from the contact point, it ran rampant along the dark blade, spreading at lightning speed, teetering on the edge of total shattering. A hair's breadth from catastrophe. Just as Lewis's long sword was about to dissolve into fragments, and his entire being was a heartbeat from being buried and devoured by the Desert Spada and the bottomless quicksand. Boom. A colossal sky-rending report detonated from the flank. The thunderous crack even drowned out the screaming sands. A gargantuan figure blazing with the brilliance of dazzling diamonds. Like a meteorite hurled from a cannon's bore, With the absolute momentum to pulverize everything in its path, it slammed with devastating precision into the side of that colossal desert spada. Clang! The impact of a diamond fist against the sand colossus blade erupted in a deafening metal burst powerful enough to lacerate the eardrums of any ordinary man. Terrifying waves of pressure tore outward from the epicenter of the impact, sweeping the entire area in a riotous torrent. It scattered the veils of dust and sand. That desert spada, the locus of Crocodile's immense power and wrath. In the face of this even harder, even more unreasonable force, it was knocked into a violent tilt. Then, beginning from the point of impact, it fractured inch by inch. At last it collapsed entirely, morphing back into powerless common sand that pattered down from the heavens. Diamond Jozu, his vast, brilliant, scintillating frame, landed steady beside Lewis. He stood in front of Lewis, the sturdiest, most dependable bulwark imaginable. That arm covered in resplendent diamonds still maintained the stance of his thrown punch. The light refracted by the diamond was blinding, nearly impossible to behold. That's enough, Crocodile. Jozu's voice was low and sonorous. Picking on a kid from our Whitebeard Pirates like that. A hint of indignation colored Jozu's tone. Don't you think you've gone too far? The indifference on Crocodile's face finally showed a fracture. He lifted his head slowly. His cold, sinister gaze settled onto Jozu's diamond-veined face. The yellow sand around him seemed to sense its owner's mood beginning to churn and spiral in agitation. Diamond Jozu. Crocodile's voice carried the displeasure of a fight forcibly interrupted. Jozu did not reply at once. Off to the side, Marco had approached without anyone noticing, hands tucked into his pockets, wearing his signature half-asleep, indolent expression. Yet the depths of his gaze were perfectly lucid. Vista too had gripped his sword hilt. Beneath that graceful posture lay a razor-sharp, killing intent ready to be drawn at any second. The atmosphere at this instant froze to its extreme. It seemed that in the next second, an even more colossal collision would erupt. Yet just as the tension reached its peak, without the faintest warning, an immense, boundless pressure descended. The remaining structures of Black Crow Port let out groans of unbearable strain. The ground trembled slightly. The last shred of composure on Crocodile's face vanished without a trace. He whipped his head up, staring at a certain direction. His eyes swam with shock and uncertainty, laced even with a trace of terror he himself was loath to admit. On the faces of Jozu, Marco, and Vista, their grim tension was replaced in an instant by a look of reverence mingled with profound relief. Lewis felt it as well, a reverence rooted in the instinct of life itself. There was no need to look, he already knew exactly who had arrived. A towering figure appeared in the near distance. He merely stood there. The iconic, enormous Bicinto in his hand rested idly against the ground. A crescent-shaped white mustache, full of magnificence. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. His eyes lingered on Lewis for only a fleeting moment, as though verifying his state. Then he cast his gaze toward Crocodile. No words. No motion. Only the abrupt eruption of Conqueror's Haki. Crack. The sandy ground under Crocodile, just condensed for another offensive, seemed to be flung into the grip of an immense, invisible hand. It burst apart on the spot. Crocodile let out a muffled grunt. His elementalized body wavered, destabilized by the invisible shockwave. He stumbled backwards several paces, unable to control himself. His expression turned exceptionally grim. The yellow sand, dancing wildly in the air like soldiers who had lost their commander, suddenly froze in place. Then it fell listlessly, pattering down in heaps. Gururara. Whitebeard's signature laughter, deep as thunder, rumbled forth. It made the air hum. Boy, you've certainly got nerve, daring to touch my son near my own territory. His voice was not severe, on the contrary, it carried a hint of elder-like teasing. A flash of appreciation passed through Whitebeard's eyes. Still, this sand-playing ability of yours is a bit interesting. Well then, boy. Become my son. This abrupt invitation left everyone present stunned for a beat. Crocodile in particular looked at Whitebeard in total disbelief, as if he had heard some absurd, impossible fairy tale. Huh. He gave two dry laughs. His voice was saturated in unconcealed scorn. That proud, defiant sneer reemerged on his face. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Stow away that childish playhouse charade of yours. Crocodile's eyes turned venomous. His tone was unshakable. I, Crocodile, have no interest whatsoever in being anyone's son. You want me to submit? You don't deserve that right. Even when facing the legendary strongest man in the world, he still held his head high, making no concession whatsoever. That proud, unyielding ambition of a conqueror would not permit him to bow his head to anyone. Gururara. Whitebeard's laughter was even more wild and unbridled than before. He showed not the slightest hint of anger at Crocodile's nearly insolent refusal. Quite the contrary. A glint of interest flickered in those piercing eyes. An interesting brat. His laughter abruptly ceased, and his voice dropped low. You dare act so insolently before me. Before his words had even faded, Whitebeard's gaze suddenly turned sharp. That Conqueror's Haki was no longer the indiscriminate pressure it had been before. As if given form, and will it transformed into an invisible tidal wave crashing down with pinpoint precision directly onto Crocodile's head. This was a dreadful impact that struck at the very depths of the soul. Crocodile's face instantly turned pale as paper. He could clearly feel his soul quaking madly beneath an irresistible force. It was as if in the next moment he would be torn to shreds by that invisible power. Fear born from life's most primal instinct surged like icy tides, drowning the haughty pride and defiance he had always taken pride in. Before absolute power, those convictions appeared so laughable, so fragile. His elemental form could no longer be maintained. The edges of his sand-forged body began to collapse and scatter beyond control. Blood surged into his throat, and he let out a muffled groan. His legs suddenly gave way, his knees nearly slamming into the cracked ground. This was the world's strongest. This was the true qualification. Pure power crushed all, simple, brutal, and utterly indisputable. Whitebeard had given him the answer in the most direct way possible. His teeth were clenched so tightly that traces of blood seeped out. Crocodile's eyes churned with endless unwillingness, and with it a trace of madness born from being cornered. No one knew better than him that before a monster like this, any attempt to fight head-on was tantamount to suicide. Whitebeard's consummate mastery of Conqueror's Haki almost perfectly countered his Suna no Mi, making even the hope of escaping into the sand a distant luxury. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. A fierce light suddenly flashed through Crocodile's eyes. He slammed both hands viciously against the ground beneath his feet once more. This time the waves radiating from his palms were completely different. No longer the cold, life-devouring erosion from before. It was a high-frequency tremor. Something's off. What the hell is this guy scheming? Marco, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, raised one eyebrow sharply, his gaze instantly turning sharp and lucid. Having spent years at Whitebeard's side, he possessed a beast-like instinct for danger. Crocodile's current movements radiated a deep sense of unease, an unusual signal of crisis. Whitebeard naturally sensed the abnormality as well. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The base of the handle of the great Naginata in his hand, Murakamajuri, was given a seemingly casual, gentle tap against the ground. Thump! A dull impact resounded. A vast yet condensed and restrained quaking force spread silently outward from the ground in a fan shape, like ripples on water. The force precisely locked onto Crocodile's lingering presence, attempting to interrupt whatever he was unleashing. But Crocodile's movements were faster. He jerked his head up. On his sharply chiseled face appeared a sinister, extremely dangerous grin. The smile of a man whose scheme had succeeded. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. He roared with every ounce of his strength, his voice hoarse and piercing, cutting harshly through the aftershocks of Haki and the trembling vibration of the air. You really are strong. Strong as a monster. But this place is far more than just your territory. Boom. Rumble. The instant his final syllable fell, the entire underground of Black Crow Port was detonated. Black Crow Port, once a thriving harbor, possessed an incredibly complex underground structure. Beneath it lay countless abandoned pipes, old warehouses, vast natural caverns, and even vast deposits of flammable natural gas. All Crocodile had done was connect the spaces between them, then stir the sand into friction. Boom, boom, boom. The ground convulsed with a ferocity far surpassing the moment Whitebeard's Haki had descended. The already crumbling buildings could no longer hold. With teeth-grating screeches of twisting metal and splitting rock, they collapsed in thunderous ruin. Smoke and flames filled the sky. Scorching dark red flames burst violently from the cracked fissures and from beneath the collapsing rubble. These were terrifying pillars of fire born when the flammable gases trapped underground were ignited in an instant. Thick black smoke billowed upward, dyeing the sky an ominous ink-black color. In only a few breaths, the entire Black Crow Port transformed into a chaotic, searing hell on earth. But the explosion itself was not Crocodile's ultimate goal. This sudden, all-engulfing chaos was the carefully engineered escape route he had crafted and only he intended to use. At the very instant the towering flames and rolling smoke erupted, Crocodile turned into a swirling storm of yellow sand and fled at astonishing speed in the direction completely opposite to Whitebeard and the others. He made perfect use of the chaotic screen formed by the explosion's flames, thick smoke, and collapsing buildings on the surface. In the instant when everyone's attention was seized by the sudden catastrophe, he vanished at full speed into the depths of the churning black smoke. Whitebeard stood in place with the unruffled poise of a man who commanded everything. He did not immediately order a pursuit. Grrrr. A deep, meaningful chuckle sounded once more. Did you see that, kid? Whitebeard's voice was not loud, yet every word reached Lewis clearly. Sometimes absolute power cannot solve every problem. He paused briefly, his gaze deep, as if recalling something. A cunning enough mind and pieces placed in advance can still find a sliver of survival even before the mightiest hunter. The chaos did not get to rage for long, because this was the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his division commanders were by no means undeserving of their fame. Scree! A crisp, piercing bird cry split the night sky. Marco instantly transformed into a phoenix blazing with blue flames, his vigorous form cutting through the smoke and diving straight at the out-of-control pillars of fire erupting from underground. His strange blue flames did not bring destruction. They held a powerful force of regeneration and purification. Wherever they passed, the towering flames died down at a visibly rapid pace. The earth's violent trembling gradually quieted. All that remained were the devastated ruins and the thick, lingering stench of scorched air. Vista, twin swords in hand, made a swift circuit of the harbor. A moment later, he returned to Whitebeard's side and bowed slightly. "Pops." His tone was steady, carrying a note of confirmation. "That sand crocodile has fled far away. His presence has faded completely beyond my perception range." Josu's face was marked with unconcealed frustration and anger. "Damn it. We're just letting that bastard get away." He slammed his fist into a nearby broken wall, producing a dull, heavy thud. "How dare he pull a dirty little trick on your turf, Pops?" Marco let his flames fade, returned to human form, and habitually shoved both hands back into his pockets. Pops doesn't seem all that bothered, though. He glanced at Whitebeard and said thoughtfully, "And I have to admit, that guy truly came prepared. He used the underground structure here to create chaos, and timed it too perfectly. If we wanted to completely stop him in that instant." Marco shook his head slightly, leaving the sentence unfinished, but the meaning was clear enough. Lewis stood quietly where he was, the pervasive smell of char creeping into his nostrils. He stared at the harbor reduced to ruins before him, while Whitebeard's seemingly casual, yet meaningful words echoed again and again through his mind. And Crocodile, that sand crocodile, had displayed astonishing cunning and execution under such a nearly hopeless predicament. That resolve to wager death itself for survival. That meticulous observation and exploitation of the environment. That cunning willingness to stop at nothing to escape alive. All of this truly could not be fully countered by overwhelming force alone. For the first time, Lewis understood with perfect clarity that intelligence and arrangement could at certain moments shift the very balance of power. Whitebeard walked to Lewis's side and gently placed his hand on Lewis's shoulder. "How do you feel, kid? After sparring with that fellow, have you gained any new insights?" Lewis took a deep breath. Though the air was still foul, the stifling tightness in his chest was rapidly dissolving. The power he had expended was also swiftly returning, fuller than before. He raised his head, his eyes more resolute than ever. "A tremendous gain. I see how crude my use of power was, and I can see the direction I need to refine in the future." He paused briefly, Crocodile's face twisting into a cold sneer amid the yellow sand surfaced once more in his mind. "And never look down on any formidable person who has carved out a name on the sea, even when he seems to have reached the absolute end of his road." Hearing this, a glint of approval flashed through Whitebeard's eyes. "Gururara." This time his laughter was even more booming, filled with heartfelt satisfaction. Several days later, the Moby Dick cut through the blue waves, sailing across the boundless sea. The episode at Black Crow Port did not seem to have cast much gloom over the cheerful giant ship. On deck, the noise and laughter continued without end, until a newsbird brought the latest issue of the World Economy News. A single newspaper, however, stirred up a considerable commotion among the lawless crewmen of the Whitebeard Pirates. The front page headline blared in absurdly exaggerated giant letters. "The New Age's Challenger. Sandstorm, Crocodile strikes Whitebeard's stronghold. He fights the world's strongest, crushes the son of the demon, Lewis, and walks away unscathed." The subheading was even more inflammatory. "The Black Crow Port upheaval. Sand shakes the world. The old era is challenged. Is the balance of the seas about to be overturned?" The accompanying image had been carefully chosen for its angle. Black Crow Port, blazing smoke rolling high, with a blurred sand-like silhouette faintly visible in the chaos, steeped in implications of mystery and power. Cough, 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 cough. Thatch, the 4th Division commander who had been gulping down rum, sprayed out a mouthful and coughed violently in shock. His eyes bulged as he pointed at the newspaper, as if he had just read some wild fairy tale. Hey, are you kidding me? What the hell kind of nonsense is written here?" Thatch's loud voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Elsewhere on the deck, other crew members who had gotten the paper also burst into an uproar. "He crushed this son of the demon. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Lewis kid still alive and kicking? A bit battered, sure. A fierce battle with the world's strongest. That bastard could hardly move under Pop's hockey and only escaped with his tail between his legs by blowing up the port." He swaggered away. That was clearly running away with his tail between his legs. How much did that paper get paid by Crocodile to hype him up like this? Josu and Vista came over too. Reading the preposterous article, their faces were caught between laughter and disbelief. "That Morgan's so desperate for sales he really will publish anything." Vista stroked his 2 curled mustache tips and shook his head helplessly. Marco remained as languid as ever. "Well, not surprising at all, you know." He glanced at the paper and said flatly, "It's news after all. Without something sensational, how would they grab attention and sell papers?" Lewis also picked up a copy and read it carefully. When he saw the line about crushing the son of the demon, Edward Lewis, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. "He crushed me. I'll admit I got beaten pretty badly and nearly died out there." His finger moved to the phrase "fierce battle with the world's strongest," then swaggered away and his face went speechless. "But this part is way too exaggerated. A fierce battle with Pops. Lewis's voice rose before he could stop it. That guy was practically helpless to fight back before Pops. He only found a chance to slip away by blowing up the whole port. They call that a fierce battle. They call that swaggering away. This is clearly the year's best escape performance. Ha! Kid Lewis, that's a pretty fitting description. Well said. It was pure running. The crew burst into roaring laughter at Lewis's self-deprecation and vivid analogy, and the deck grew even more boisterous. Still, with all this hype, Crocodile's reputation is probably going to resound across the sea. Thatch pointed to a corner of the paper where the latest bounty information was printed. Look, his bounty has been updated. Everyone's eyes converged on it. The Desert King, Sir Crocodile, bounty 8100 berries. 81 million. In this era's first half of the Grand Line, this was unquestionably an enormous bounty. One that countless pirates would look up to and marine branches would dread. Seeing that number the corner of Lewis's eye twitched uncontrollably. He instinctively touched his own bounty poster, 7900 berries. Damn it. Lewis muttered a curse in slang from his hometown. A guy who escaped by blowing up a port hyped to the skies by the papers jumped straight to 81 million. Lewis looked at the arrogant headline that practically burst off the page. He felt like a tool being consumed by unscrupulous media, the kind with a built-in role as a stepping stone. Where was there any justice in this? What a suffocating feeling. But the gloom came quickly and went just as quickly. Lewis soon calmed down. Crocodile had escaped, but the cunning, the methods, and the merciless resolve to survive at any cost that he had displayed in desperation had truly taught Lewis a vivid lesson in real combat. The paper's fabrications were infuriating, but they also proved from another angle just how dangerous and troublesome Crocodile truly was. After this battle, that man's reputation would probably truly explode across the seas. As for himself, Lewis slowly clenched his fist. The surging power within him had not only fully recovered from that life-and-death struggle, it was even more condensed and vibrant than before. The fight with Crocodile had been a trial, but even more tempering. He could clearly feel his own improvement. The next time they met, he absolutely would not be in the same state as today. Lewis raised his eyes to the distance. That boundless, ever-shifting blue sea. The farce at Black Crow Port was only the beginning. Everything was only just beginning. And he, Edward Lewis, would be ready. While Lewis trained diligently aboard the Moby Dick, the Roger Pirates had already sailed across the entirety of the Grand Line. They left their own inscription beside the poneglyph on Skypea. Deep within Fishman Island, the poneglyph unveiled the ancient secrets of Poseidon, the Sea King, alongside Joy Boys, that transcended centuries. Upon passing through Wano country, they obtained the crucial Roadstone poneglyph. The final destination was Zo. With the last Roadstone poneglyph in hand, and through the interpretation of Kazuki, Odin, the location of the legendary final island was finally pointed out with clarity. After several more weeks of turbulent voyage, the Roger Pirates finally set foot upon that uncharted land, the final island. However, there was a small interlude. On the eve of landing, rookie crew member Buggy suddenly caught a high fever, so Shanks decided to stay behind to care for his companion. Thus, both of these future pirate kings were unable to witness the secrets upon the island with their own eyes. As for those Roger Pirates members who truly reached the final island, they glimpsed the truth of this world. What exactly transpired during the blank century? What does the will of the D-Clan represent? And where does the power of the ancient weapons ultimately point? When these secrets hidden by the world government for 800 years were laid bare before their eyes, the entire Roger Pirates crew erupted into thunderous laughter. Within that laughter lay revelation, mockery, and relief. Soon the news that the Roger Pirates had completed the unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the world and successfully landed upon the final island spread across every corner of the seas like a hurricane. In an instant, the entire ocean boiled with excitement. The towns they had once visited, the people they had come to know, all rejoiced in their honor. In the eyes of countless people, Gold, Roger was no longer merely a pirate. He was the king who had conquered the boundless sea. Pirate King. That title indisputably fell upon Roger's head. Smack. Marineford Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed his fist heavily upon the desk, his roar nearly tearing off the roof. What Pirate King? Damn you, Roger Pirates. You've truly made this old man furious. In the Bay de Babel seas of the New World, amidst the roaring cannons, a burst of hearty and magnanimous laughter suddenly rang out. Gururara. Father, what's happened? Why are you so cheerful? Lewis casually struck down an enemy who dared to climb aboard the Moby Dick and asked curiously. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, regarded as the strongest man in the world, stretched the corners of his mouth. That bastard Roger succeeded. His voice drowned out the cannon fire. He completed the feat of sailing around the entire world. A look of understanding flashed through Lewis's eyes. Did Roger find the final island so quickly? Indeed. The Whitebeard tilted his head and drank deeply from his sake, his eyes carrying complex emotions. He finally accomplished everything he wished to do before his dwindling days drew to a close. I cannot lose to him either. With those words, the Whitebeard raised his right arm coated in armament hockey and clenched it into a fist. He smashed it fiercely down upon the enemy pirate fleet, still stubbornly resisting below. Crack! Space shattered like glass. Intangible shockwaves instantly spread outward. Colossal waves surged skyward, easily swallowing the wreckage of pirate ships, torn apart by the shockwaves. The Whitebeard withdrew his fist and surveyed the sun surrounding him. This sea is about to erupt into complete chaos. Boys, are you prepared to face whatever comes? His words were answered by a chorus of mighty roars. Of course, Father. The Whitebeard pirates fear no challenge. Father, I can scarcely contain my excitement. Events unfolded exactly as the Whitebeard had foreseen. The Roger pirates arrived at the final island and named it Raftel. This news alone served as a powerful signal. It told the world that the legend was not mere fantasy, that Raftel truly existed. Pirates were by nature greedy creatures. Countless ambitious pirates set sail surging toward the New World like fish crossing a river. The overlords of the New World would naturally not sit idly by and watch these ants trespass upon their territory. Including the Whitebeard pirates, numerous top-tier pirate crews, standing at the apex of the seas, erupted into relentless battles against these newly arrived pirates. The seas of the New World were dyed red with blood and cannon fire. Meanwhile, the Navy's main forces could afford no attention to such affairs. Whether it was Sengoku's fleet or naval vessels stationed at branches across the world, all were executing the same highest priority mission, searching the entire world for traces of the Roger pirates. To the world government, compared to those insignificant upstart pirates, the Roger pirates, who had uncovered the truth of the world, represented the true and most pressing threat, an existence that must be eradicated completely at any cost. Yet despite the Navy's enormous expenditure of manpower and resources casting an inescapable net across the seas, the result was nothing but failure. The Roger pirates had vanished as though evaporated into thin air. The Navy and world government could never have imagined that a pirate crew which had just reached the pinnacle of the world and glimpsed its deepest secret would choose at this very moment to quietly disband. The crew members each adopted new identities, dispersing across the world like water drops merging into the ocean. Roger, having dissolved his pirate crew, then came to Balticrano Island in the South Blue. There he quietly married the woman he loved, Portgasti, Rose, and he successfully sired his heir, the future Fire Fist Portgasti, Ace. Afterward, Roger held a private meeting with the Whitebeard. He had intended to reveal the location of the final island to this lifelong rival and dear friend, but the Whitebeard refused. So Roger shared only the secret contained within the D clan with the Whitebeard. The spring sea breeze, warm and salt-laden, brushed across a nameless isle. Cherry blossoms bloomed in dazzling profusion, pink petals dancing through the air like silent sprites, free and untethered. At length the petals fluttered gently down to rest around an ancient stone table. By the table sat two figures. One was built like a mountain, his identity unmistakable from the crescent-shaped white mustache that had become his hallmark, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Before him lay a gigantic wine bowl filled to the brim with clear, cool liquor that exuded a mellow fragrance. Across from him sat a man. He wore a captain's hat, sported a dashing handlebar mustache, and wore a bright, untamed grin on his face. It was none other than the legendary pirate king who had just shaken the entire world, Gold. Roger. At this moment, however, his face was pale with a sickly pallor, and his breathing seemed slightly ragged. Clearly the flame of this legendary pirate's life had become a candle guttering in the wind. His days were numbered. Grrrr. Whitebeard's signature roaring laughter broke the quiet stillness of the drifting blossoms. Roger, you old devil, wherever you go you always kick up towering waves. He lifted the huge wine bowl and downed a hearty gulp. Every last marine in the world is hounding you like mad dogs right now. Roger grinned broadly, his smile still dazzling, as if the weakness in his body did not exist. He took up the wine flagon on the table and filled the small cup before him. Those marines, he said dismissively. They are just watchdogs raised by the world government. Let them be. More to the point, Newgate, how has life treated you lately? Roger's gaze swept over Whitebeard. Those little brats who keep coveting your territory, they haven't caused you too much trouble, have they? Trouble? Whitebeard broke into another loud laugh steeped in absolute confidence and overbearing might. Gururara. Just a shoal of insignificant fry who don't know their place. It gives my sons a fine chance to stretch their muscles. Whitebeard raised the wine bowl, which was nearly as large as a small bucket, and as his Adam's apple bobbed, he gulped down a ferocious mouthful. The strong spirits burned down his throat, and he set the bowl down with a heavy thud. You look. His gaze came to rest on Roger's meager, sickly figure. Not so great. His tone carried a trace of complicated emotion. They were rivals who had fought each other their entire lives, enemies. But at the same time, they were the two souls on this vast ocean who knew each other best. As though he had not caught the concern in those words, Roger simply shrugged with indifference. He raised the small cup in front of him and downed it in one go. The pungent liquor burned his throat, provoking an uncontrollable coughing fit. After a few coughs, an unnatural flush crept across his pale face. Well, everyone has to die sometime. Once he caught his breath, he flashed a grin, as if stating the most ordinary fact in the world. To see that final view with my own eyes before death, that is more than enough for me. He paused for a moment, then his eyes suddenly turned serious as they locked onto Whitebeard. Newgate, the reason I came to see you today is to tell you. Whitebeard abruptly raised a hand, cutting him off. If it's about the location of Laughtail, save your breath. Roger was caught off guard for an instant. Then he smiled with understanding. That smile carried a hint of release and a look of knowing, as if he had expected it all along. I knew you'd say that. Besides, making you follow the same road I walked would be far too dull. Grrrr. Whitebeard's signature unbridled laughter resounded once more, shaking cherry blossoms from the branches until they fell like pink snow. I've never had any interest in another man's treasure. His voice brimmed with unsurpassable might and confidence. If I want to know something, I'll go see it with my own eyes. That was the pride of the strongest man in the world. His way of life needed no one's guidance, not even that of a newly crowned pirate king. Watching Whitebeard's unbridled spirit, the smile on Roger's face became even more brilliant. This was the Edward Newgate he knew. Forever untamable, forever standing tall against heaven and earth. Well said, Newgate. Roger slapped the stone table in excitement. That's the you I know. But then, he changed the subject. You may not want to hear the location of Laughtail, but there is something else I think you should know. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened slightly. He knew at once that what Roger was about to say next was probably the true purpose of this visit. Whatever it was, it could not be something as simple as treasure or the exact location of some island. Roger leaned forward, lowering his voice as if afraid of disturbing something. Newgate, how much do you know about the name D? D. Whitebeard repeated the letter, and an involuntary frown creased his brow. Throughout his long life, he had indeed met a handful of people whose names contained the letter D, including the man now before him whose life was already on the brink of extinction. We learned about the erased history, the void century, and we learned the heavy fate borne by the clan of D. He did not describe the wonders of Laughtail in detail, nor reveal the astonishing content of the void century. He simply spoke slowly and quietly to this old opponent about the will of D, that secret so desperately suppressed by the powers that be, yet still stubbornly lingering in the dust of history. All around was still. There was only the sea breeze whispering through the cherry branches, and Roger's low magnetic voice telling the tale. Whitebeard listened in silence. The look on his face gradually turned from initial calm to grave seriousness until at last deep shock filled his eyes. What Roger recounted was a grand epic spanning 800 years. It was a story about freedom, inheritance, and unyielding resistance. D was not merely a symbol and a name. It was the mark of a spirit the world government regarded as a mortal threat and would wipe out at any cost. And yet, like wildfire, it burned stubbornly on in the ashes passed down from generation to generation. A long, long silence. Then Roger stopped. He raised his cup and downed its contents again, then let out a long breath. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I see. Whitebeard murmured, his voice laced with feelings too complex to articulate. The will of D. He thought of the D-named individuals he had encountered in his memory, the ones who had always seemingly by chance stirred up the tides of their era and shaken the world. Could such a thing be mere coincidence? No. Now looking back, it seemed more like an inescapable destiny guiding them from the shadows. So Newgate, what do you think? Roger asked with a smile breaking the silence, though his smile carried fatigue. Isn't this story more interesting than simply going to Laughtail in search of treasure? Whitebeard suddenly raised his head, his burning gaze fixed on Roger. Roger, you bastard, he said in a low voice. You really have left me one hell of a troublesome burden. Grrrr. Roger laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with relief and a hint of cunning. Whether it's a burden or an opportunity, that depends on how you choose, Newgate. He rose to his feet, and the spring sea breeze stirred the hem of his scarlet captain's coat. His figure appeared somewhat gaunt against the wind, but the Pirate King's overwhelming presence had not diminished in the slightest. Time's almost up. Roger adjusted his captain's hat, and once again wore that signature radiant smile that seemed able to dispel every shadow. I should be going now. There are still a few things I need to arrange. Whitebeard did not ask what he meant. He knew that Roger had his own final plan, just as he himself had a path he was bound to protect. You plan to turn yourself in? Whitebeard suddenly asked, his voice low and certain. Roger's forward stride halted abruptly. He turned back, surprise flickered across his face for a moment, then he smiled with relief. I suppose nothing ever escapes you, Newgate. Using your own death to open a brand new era. Whitebeard's voice grew even deeper, as if a storm were brewing within it. You always loved doing things with such thunderous fanfare, shaking the entire world. I have no choice. I have to add one more fierce blaze to this dreary, tedious world. As he spoke, a mad, blazing fire flickered in his eyes. It was a light unique to Gold. Roger. Unforgettable, irreplaceable, the radiance of a life about to burn itself out. Whitebeard looked at him long and hard, silent for a moment. Then he lifted the enormous wine bowl once more. This time he drained every last drop of the liquor remaining in it. Thud. The empty bowl landed heavily on the stone table. Then go. Whitebeard's voice resumed its usual might and majesty. Go and complete what you must do in the end. Your will. His gaze seemed to pierce through the cherry blossoms and time itself, gazing at some scene far off in the future that might one day come to pass. Will be inherited by someone. Roger returned Whitebeard's gaze, taking him in deeply. This lifelong enemy, this man he had struggled against all his days, was at this moment the one person in the world who truly understood him. Yeah, I know. Roger flashed a grin, revealing a row of neat white teeth, his smile brilliant as the burning sun. So then Newgate, take care, and I hope we're not rivals again in the next life. It's too exhausting. With that he turned around and walked into the depths of the cherry forest without looking back. His silhouette was free and easy, his steps firm and unhesitating. It was as if he were not heading toward the end of his life, but toward a magnificent banquet he had long prepared. Whitebeard remained seated at the stone table, watching Roger's figure vanish beyond the billowing cherry blossoms, and did not move for a long time. Pops. A slightly worried voice sounded from behind him. Before anyone realized it, Lewis had already appeared not far away. He watched his own Pops, sitting alone, gazing at the distant figure swallowed by cherry blossoms, and an indescribable ripple rose in his heart. Even though the man was some distance away, Lewis recognized him. The Pirate King Gold. Roger. Whitebeard did not turn around immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the direction Roger had vanished, as if he would pierce through the dancing cherry petals to see some place even farther away. A long, long while passed. Then a low, sonorous laugh finally broke the stillness. Grrrr. It was his signature resounding mirth. But this time it seemed tinged with something inexpressible and complex. The will of D, is it? Whitebeard murmured to himself. Truly. He paused as if searching for the right word. What a magnificent surging era. He turned around slowly, and once more picked up the massive wine bowl on the stone table. He filled it again. The clear liquor reflected the turbulent emotions surging in his eyes. Then he tipped his head back and drained the bowl in one breath. The fiery liquor raced down his throat like a trail of flames, kindling the dormant power in his chest. And it ignited the roiling shock of the weighty secret he had just learned. My sons. Whitebeard suddenly rose to his feet. His voice boomed like thunder, so powerful it seemed to make the very air hum. Are you ready, Pops? Lewis was stunned, and the other commanders who had arrived one after another wore puzzled expressions. Whitebeard turned to face his sons. On that weathered face now bloomed a grin of world-dominating pride and soaring boldness. This world is about to become far more interesting. His voice was filled with expectation. From now on, more and more people carrying the will of D will appear. Grrrr. Truly something to look forward to. Roger. You bastard. Whitebeard recited that name in his heart. Even as he walked toward the end of his life, he had to use his own life as kindling. To light such a colossal storm for this world, and leave behind such an earth-shaking enigma. Truly this was a curtain call worthy of your style. Whitebeard slowly lifted his head, gazing toward the vast, unbounded sky. He saw countless figures, each carrying their own dreams and ambitions, about to embark on the journey to find one piece. An age ignited by Roger's own hand. Chaotic, mad, yet destined to be great. It was about to dawn. Countless newsbirds tore across the sky, delivering urgent breaking news to every corner of the world. With perfect aim, they dropped the latest newspapers onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The snow-white pages scattered open. The most striking front-page headline struck like a thunderbolt, ringing in everyone's ears. Pirate King Gold. Roger, captured. The black heavy type carried a stern official tone. Beneath it was the formal announcement from Marine headquarters, confirming news drastic enough to overturn the entire order of the seas. What? You've got to be kidding. The Pirate King Roger, captured. The deck of the Moby Dick instantly erupted into chaos. Gasped shouts of disbelief and incredulous roars rose and fell in wave after wave, merging into a single deafening clamor. The crew crowded closer, eyes wide, scanning every word of the newspaper over and over, afraid they had read it wrong. This was Roger, the living legend, the man who truly stood at the summit of all pirates. The Pirate King who had made fools of the Marines countless times and had even conquered the Grand Line. They had imagined countless possible endings for Roger. Perhaps death by illness. Perhaps falling in battle at the conclusion of some world-shaking adventure. But never once had they imagined he would be captured, and the paper claimed Vice Admiral Garp had defeated and taken him in all alone. That was even more absurd than hearing that the sun rises in the west. At the center of the uproar, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, stood alone by the ship's rail, holding a newspaper of his own. The sea breeze stirred his iconic white crescent-shaped mustache and snapped the great cape behind him. In stark contrast to his crew's shocked clamor, barely a flicker of surprise crossed his face. His eyes merely swept over the report, calm and unsurprised, as if confirming something he had long expected. Just as I thought, he knew in his heart. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere inside the heavily guarded Supreme Council chamber had grown heavy to the point of suffocation. Fleet Admiral Kong, the supreme commander of the entire Marine force, sat upright with grim formality in the seat of honor. Below him, the Marines' strongest combatants had all gathered. For them, the news of Roger's surrender was beyond doubt a victory they had dreamed of. Unrestrained elation was plain to see on the faces of some officers. Yet many others were expressions of deep misgiving and unease. What on earth is that man plotting? Surrendering himself? Would Roger voluntarily turn himself in? There has to be some enormous conspiracy behind this. Could he be doing it only for the sake of his crew? I don't believe it. The low murmur was thick with doubt. Roger's strength and cunning had long been etched into everyone's hearts. No one could believe he would give himself up so easily. Amid the murmuring, Sengoku, at that time merely an admiral, pounded the table and rose abruptly to his feet. His imposing face was filled with unyielding resolve. Whatever Roger's purpose, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sengoku's voice was booming and firm, instantly drowning out all the noise. We must seize this chance to show the world the Marines' justice and strength. Public execution, he declared, each word striking with decisive, resonant finality. In his birthplace, Lobetown of the East Blue, let the entire world witness the Pirate King's end. Let it intimidate every pirate nursing evil designs, thoroughly finish his era, and cement the Marines' dominion. The proposal was charged with power and symbolism, and it immediately won the approval of most of the Marine High Command. Fleet Admiral Kong mused for a moment, then nodded with heavy emphasis. So it shall be. Orders were issued at once, relayed through the globe-spanning Din Mushy network, and the news birds blotting out the sky. The announcement, Pirate King Roger to be publicly executed at Lobetown, was like a boulder hurled into a peaceful lake, instantly raising a monstrous wave that engulfed the entire world. In the East Blue, the West Blue, the South Blue, and the North Blue, in paradise, the first half of the Grand Line. Even in the New World, where powerhouses abounded, countless people were utterly stunned by the news. In taverns, on streets, and by the docks, wherever one went, people were feverishly discussing the legendary pirate's final fate. Curiosity, excitement, regret, and fear intermingled into a tangled web of emotions. The eyes of the whole world were riveted on the day to come and on that small East Blue town called Lobetown. In an unknown stretch of the New World, an immense sky fortress, assembled from countless shipwrecks and shattered islands, floated eerily above the clouds. This was the new stronghold of the legendary great pirate, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. When word of Roger's surrender arrived, this sovereign of the sea, a name spoken in the same breath as Roger and Whitebeard, erupted in a heaven-shaking howl of fury. Wawaha, you Marine bastards are a real riot. You caught Roger. That's enough to make me die laughing. Golden Lion Shiki's long golden hair streamed wildly, as untamed as a lion's mane. Yet in the very crown of his head, defying common sense, half of a ship's wheel was embedded, enough to make anyone wonder whether a man could really survive such a grave injury. What a joke. How could the paltry Marines ever catch that bastard Roger? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Roger, what the hell are you doing? Shiki refused to believe that Roger had been captured, let alone the papers claimed that Garp had beaten him single-handedly. In his eyes, Roger was the sole rival he had ever acknowledged on these seas, the one man who could compete with him for the pirate throne. How could a man like that end up in the Marines' hands so ignominiously? It must be some Marine scheme, or that bastard Roger was backed into a corner. A nearly crazed light blazed in Shiki's eyes. I'll go demand the truth myself. Roger, you bastard. Even if you're going to die, it will only be at the hands of me, Shiki. With that, he wrenched the renowned swords from his waist, their dread gleams slicing through the air as killing intent surged skyward. Boys, don't bother following me. I'm going to tear Marine headquarters apart with my own two hands. Before the last word had faded, Shiki's form had already turned into a blinding streak of golden light blazing skyward. Relying on the terrifying power of the float fruit, the ability to make any non-living thing he touched float at will, he transformed himself into a human supershell. His target, Marine headquarters, Marineford. He would personally storm the heart of the Marines, find Roger, and confront him face to face. Even if it meant declaring war on the entire Marines, so be it. Boom. Marineford, the maritime fortress that symbolized the Marines' supreme authority and absolute might, was suddenly dealt a devastating blow. High in the sky, Shiki's silhouette came plummeting down, a gigantic island crashing along with him. Cackling savagely, he swung his twin swords, raising gales that shredded the atmosphere. He manipulated countless enormous objects ensnared by his ability. Marine warships, shore batteries, even the fortress's own colossal structures. Like a dense meteor storm, they hammered down upon the Marine headquarters. The earth shook, the heavens reeled, and violent explosions assailed the ears without pause. The headquarters instantly collapsed into an inferno of chaos. Countless Marine soldiers suffered horrific casualties beneath the sudden monstrous onslaught, and miserable cries filled the air. Enemy attack. It's Golden Lion Shiki, that legendary pirate from the old days. He's attacking single-handedly. At last, mournful alarms blared throughout Marineford as full-fledged panic set in. Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, and the Marine hero Garp, the man who had just arrested Roger and was resting at headquarters, were all alerted at almost the same moment by the cataclysmic upheaval. Three silhouettes burst out of the collapsing command ruins with indomitable auras. They raised their eyes gazes like lightning and locked onto the golden figure, laughing and ravaging the sky. Shiki, you irredeemable madman. Garp's roar exploded like thunder. His iron fists clenched and pitch-black armament hockey flooded his body like ink. Buddha's shockwave. With a low growl from Sengoku, his body abruptly expanded. A blinding golden light pierced the smoke and blasted skyward. He transformed into a towering golden Buddha, feet planted between heaven and earth, solemn, sacred, yet radiating a dreaded power that could annihilate all. Fleet Admiral Kong's entire being also erupted with a mighty aura, like collapsing mountains and overturning seas poised to jump into the fray. At that very instant, the Marines' top powers all locked their sights on their enemy. An epic clash worthy of the history books and embodying the supreme strength of the old era suddenly exploded in the ruined plaza before Marine headquarters. Golden Lion Shiki was inexcusably strong. His float fruit ability was elusive and bizarre. With a flick of his hand, countless warship hulks and building debris came screaming down as though alive, like an apocalypse of nature. His swordsmanship had already reached breathtaking heights, and though his haki was diminished by the ship's wheel in his head, it remained perfectly refined. He brandished the celebrated twin swords Ingshur and Kumu, his slashes coalescing into an ironclad storm of gold that tore the atmosphere and carved through space. But what stood before him was the Marine's unshakable anchor rooted at the summit of the seas. The Marine Admiral. Sengoku's Buddha form wielded boundless might. One colossal golden palm swept forth, trailing ear-splitting sonic booms. The condensed, all but substantial shockwave carried the purifying light of Buddha and immeasurable force sweeping across the heavens. Garp's iron fists, meanwhile, were the ultimate expression of raw power. Soaring skyward as if gravity did not exist, each punch he threw carried the dreadful force to crush mountains and split the earth. Wherever it passed, the air itself detonated. The combined pincer attack of two supreme fighting forces unleashed a destructive power that was far more than the sum of 1 + 1. Golden Buddha light shockwaves and black world-annihilating iron fists intertwined like two stars, smashing into each other again and again, hammering without mercy into Golden Lion Shiki. Above, the battle raged with unspeakable ferocity. The collision of conquerors' haki gave rise to black and red lightning, tearing vicious, jagged gashes across the sky. Every impact touched off violent explosions whose shockwaves flung 100-meter waves from the sea below. Shiki was a monster, but Sengoku and Garp were monsters standing at the very apex of this era as well. Under the two men's unreserved, all-out assault, even a flying pirate of his might gradually showed signs of collapse. His aerial supremacy was crushed by Garp's preposterous leaps and Sengoku's expansive shockwaves. His once proud swordsmanship and haki battered again and again by the sweeping Buddha light, and the invincible iron fist slowly turned sluggish, his defense riddled with openings. Gah! After countless exchanges, the wheel in Shiki's head began to throb unbearably, and his body was fast running out of strength. Then came a thunderclap that shook all of Marineford. Shiki was first struck head-on by Sengoku's supremely condensed shockwave, the golden Buddha light scorching almost half his body black. The next moment, Garp appeared above him like a ghost, that iron fist, packed with endless fury and force, slamming brutally into his chest. Boom! Like a kite snapped from its string or a meteorite plunging from the sky, Shiki hurtled down with a long tail of smoke and smashed violently into the ground. Dust billowed heavenward, the earth quaked, cracking open into a ghastly, enormous pit. At the bottom of the pit lay Golden Lion Shiki, beaten and broken. His body was drenched in blood, his golden mane caked with dust, his feeble breath fading to nothing. This flying pirate, once an equal of Roger and Whitebeard, a legend that terrorized an era, had been defeated after all. He had fallen before the combined might of the Marines' two legendary figures. The elite Marines, already lying in wait, swarmed him at once, binding him layer upon layer with specially forged seastone chains. Shiki was taken to the most formidable prison on Earth, the undersea Great Prison, impelled down. And there he was cast directly into the deepest level. Level 6, Infinite Hell, where legendary felons were confined. Golden Lion Shiki, who had stormed Marine headquarters alone, was defeated and captured. The news grew wings and spread around the globe once more, faster than ever before. The seas, already churning over Roger's impending execution, absolutely boiled over. Through this battle, the Marines' might and terror had been displayed to the world with overwhelming clarity. At the same time, however, people found Roger's surrender and Shiki's nearly mad assault even more deeply shocking and puzzling than before. The legends of the old era truly seem to be meeting their end each in their own way. And in this turbulent, unknown new age, one could already catch the scent of blood. Naturally, the news also made its way back to the Moby Dick. What? That old lunatic Shiki actually went and attacked Marineford alone. Diamond Jozu, hearing the battle report, could not help but shudder, his massive body trembling with disbelief. And then he got taken down by Sengoku and Garp working together. That fool never learns from his mistakes. Serves him right. Thatch, commander of the 4th Division, could not help but laugh, unmistakable gloating in his voice. After all, the Golden Lion had clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates on a good many occasions. Only Marco the Phoenix knitted his brows tightly, his expression more solemn than ever before. Is the power of Marine headquarters really so terrifying? He murmured under his breath, his tone laced with deep-seated apprehension. Even a monster like Golden Lion Shiki against Sengoku and Garp together had been defeated so miserably that he was thrown straight into infinite hell. Combined with the impending public execution of Roger, it cast an oppressive shadow over the pirates. Marco instinctively turned his head toward the towering, silent figure standing at the bow like a mountain. Of all the legends of the old era, only Pops remained. The defeat of Shiki the Golden Lion did nothing to calm the surging seas. The world's gaze shifted away from the ruins of Marineford. It turned toward another island as countless individuals driven by various motives flocked desperately to Lobetown. All eyes were fixed there, waiting for the public execution of the Pirate King. The Navy headquarters continued arranging the execution in an orderly fashion, with urgent orders radiating from the post-battle Marineford. Countless standard warships set sail for the East Blue, and endless waves of elite Navy soldiers rapidly landed in Lobetown. Even several vice admirals from the headquarters arrived personally to oversee command. Within an extremely short time, the entire town of Lobetown was transformed into a military fortress. On the streets, Navy soldiers armed to the teeth patrolled in every direction. Especially around the execution platform, the vigilance reached the terrifying level of a guard every 3 steps and a sentinel every 5. Security reached its absolute peak. However, contrary to many people's expectations, the world government and the Navy did not blockade Lobetown. Instead, they issued an announcement permitting, or rather inviting, anyone to come and witness this century-spanning execution. This decision appeared unusually magnanimous, yet exuded an air of absolute confidence, as if declaring, "Come and see. Everyone come and see. Witness the final days of the so-called Pirate King. See the consequences of defying the world government. Observe the Navy's majesty, untouchable and unprovoked." Of course, the underlying message was equally clear. As long as you do not assault the execution platform or attempt to disrupt the order, the Navy will not take action against onlookers. But should anyone cross that invisible red line, what awaits them will be the Navy's thunderous retribution. On the deck of the Moby Dick, the captain's discussions about Roger's execution never ceased. Lewis leaned against the ship's railing, listening silently. All discussions about Roger clearly reached Lewis's ears. Memories of this legendary moment regarding Roger's execution slowly surfaced in his mind. This thrilling scene. He would witness it with his own eyes. Lewis abruptly turned and strode toward the towering figure at the ship's bow. He approached Whitebeard and bowed slightly in respect. "Father." Lewis's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Whitebeard's ears. "I want to go to Lobetown." Without hesitation, he directly stated his request. "I want to see with my own eyes how Gold Roger, that man hailed as the Pirate King, appears in his final moments. I want to witness with my own eyes what kind of spirit that man possesses. I also want to see what the Navy and world government are attempting to demonstrate to this world through their elaborate public execution." Whitebeard's eyes slowly lowered to rest upon the young man before him, whose gaze was bright and clear. Whitebeard certainly understood what Lobetown meant at this moment. It was the absolute center of the storm, the focal point of the entire world's attention, one of the most dangerous places on the Grand Line at this very moment. Yet he could likewise sense the near obstinate yearning deep within Lewis's eyes. "Gura, Gura, Gura. If you wish to go, then go." His signature laughter echoed, carrying a boldness that seemed unconcerned with potential danger. But his laughter quickly subsided, his expression turning serious. "However, lad, I cannot let you go alone, or it would worry me. Someone must accompany you to ensure your safety." His words had hardly settled when a figure stepped forward immediately, with a lazy smile, yet those half-closed eyes flashing with earnest determination. "Father, let me go." Phoenix Marco, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled leisurely beside Lewis. "To be honest, I'm rather curious too about what expression Roger will wear in the end." He glanced at Lewis and added, "I can keep an eye on you as well, lest you act on youthful impulsiveness and cause trouble in such a place." He gently patted Lewis's shoulder. His Phoenix fruit abilities were the source of his great confidence. In chaotic places like Lobetown, his powers were undoubtedly among the best guarantees for survival and escape. Whitebeard looked at the earnest Marco, then at Lewis with his resolute gaze, and slowly nodded. "Having Marco accompany you is acceptable. Remember, you going to observe. Not to provoke trouble, and certainly not to challenge the Navy's bottom line. Keep a low profile and prioritize your safety." Witness the end of that old era, then return to me alive and well. Soon an unremarkable small single-masted sailboat slipped away from the enormous Moby Dick under the cover of deep night. Marco skillfully handled the helm, adjusting the sails. Lewis sat at the bow, the sea wind rustling his clothing. Their destination was the turbulent East Blue, that island commanding all attention, Lobetown. The voyage was monotonous, especially across these seas. Lewis gazed at the profound, boundless night sky above and the restless black waves churning beneath the hull. Unable to contain himself, he confided his doubts to Marco, who steered beside him. Marco. His voice carried hesitation, as though organizing his thoughts. Tell me, why did Roger surrender himself? Even if only for a brief time, isn't living better? He was already acknowledged as the pirate king, standing at the pinnacle of all pirates. Why would he choose such an ending? And Shiki the Golden Lion? Were the legendary figures of their era always so unconventional, even bordering on madness in their actions? Marco adjusted the angle of the sail to increase their speed. He cast a glance at the contemplative young man beside him, his tone carrying the detachment and clarity of someone who had seen much. The sea is like that, Lewis, forever full of unknowns and choices. The strong have their way of living, and the weak have theirs. Whether Roger chose to surrender or Shiki descended into madness, perhaps only they truly understand the reasons. In the future, when both you and I become legends upon these seas, perhaps we will understand their strange choices as well. Days of sailing passed upon the ocean. When the hazy outline of an island gradually appeared on the eastern horizon, the number of vessels on the sea surface increased several times over. Yet strangely, most ships maintained silence, filled with wariness and vigilance toward one another. In the distance, Lobetown stood quietly between sea and sky, like the center of a massive whirlpool, drawing the gaze of the entire world, filled with awe, greed, or fear. Even from such a distant vantage point, Lewis could almost feel the heavy oppression bearing down like an approaching storm. The first faint light of dawn crept above the sea horizon. The small sloop carrying Lewis and Marco was utterly unremarkable, slipping silently into the harbor to blend into the dense torrent of vessels. The vessel made its way to shore in a leisurely manner, arousing no undue attention. Upon disembarking, the two men were quickly swallowed by the enormous crowd that had already gathered at the harbor. The streets were teeming with people, shoulders pressing against shoulders. All manner of notorious figures who typically ruled the Grand Line with impunity had, for some inexplicable reason, curbed their usual arrogance. Renowned pirates brushed past bounty hunters whose eyes gleamed with calculation. Their gazes met fleetingly in the air before both parties casually looked away, maintaining an unspoken but delicate boundary. Hidden in shadowy corners lurked agents of the world government. Their icy eyes spared no face that even hinted at suspicion. The naval soldiers stood in a state of heightened alert, fully armed and positioned in tight formation, blocking every major street and intersection with layered precision. Sweat beaded on their foreheads and temples as tension coiled through their grips, fingers whitening around weapons, betraying the immense psychological strain pressing down upon them. A distant rumble of commotion drifted from the central square of Lobetown, the true epicenter of the storm, where every gaze and emotion converged. Marco kept his hands casually tucked into his pockets, strides measured and unhurried. Yet his half-closed eyes silently catalogued every movement around them. Quite the spectacle, Marco murmured low enough that only Lewis could catch his words. Lewis offered a slight nod as they drifted along with the slow-moving crowd, inching toward the central square. As they drew nearer to the square, the crowd thickened, and the air grew increasingly charged with feverish anticipation. At last the view opened up. A vast cavernous central square revealed itself abruptly. At its heart stood an execution platform, rising lonely and stark against the open space. Constructed entirely from rough-hewn dark timber, its framework was stark and utilitarian. Naval soldiers formed impenetrable concentric rings around the platform. They formed an unbreachable human barricade. Further out, warships anchored in the harbor had their gun ports trained on the square, armor stripped away to reveal the cold gleam of metal barrels. Despite the crush of bodies, an eerie silence hung over the square. Lewis and Marco didn't press forward. Instead, they found shelter beneath the eaves of a two-story building on the periphery. From this elevated position, they could survey the entire square, while remaining concealed within the shadows, keeping themselves from becoming targets for the restless crowd. Standing motionless in the shade like detached spectators, they scanned the faces in the crowd, some familiar, most not. Among the sea of faces were notorious pirates whose names appeared regularly on bounty posters, alongside legendary figures known more through myth than flesh. Well, look at all the heavy hitters who showed up, Marco observed with a wry undertone. Lewis's gaze swept across the dense crowd until one figure caught his attention. The man wore a distinctive tan coat, and even from this distance the brutal scar running across his face was unmistakable. Crocodile. Lewis whispered the name almost instinctively. The future warlord stood just a short distance from the execution platform. He stared fixedly at the empty platform, his expression a turbulent mix of anger and envy intertwined with emotions he could barely articulate himself. Sensing Lewis's unguarded stare, Crocodile snapped his head around, his gaze piercing through the crowd like an arrow. It found its mark beneath the eaves where they stood, and for a heartbeat Crocodile's eyes blazed with naked hostility and murderous intent. But surrounded by naval forces and acutely aware of the charged atmosphere, he held his ground, instead fixing Lewis with a predatory glare that promised retribution. Lewis felt the weight of that gaze completely unbothered, his lips curling into a smile that dared him to act. He even raised his right hand and gave a leisurely wave toward Crocodile's direction, as though greeting an old friend. Crocodile's expression darkened to the brooding gray of a thunderstorm. Had it not been for the occasion and the watchful naval presence, the future warlord would have undoubtedly surged forward in a sandstorm of pure rage. "You're impossible, kid," Marco muttered with an exasperated glance, though he made no move to stop him. Lewis turned away, shrugging nonchalantly. "Might as well get on good terms beforehand. We'll likely cross paths again." His casual reply suggested nothing more than a trivial gesture, but before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. In the same instant, every eye in the square turned toward the entrance, where beneath a wall of naval guards a figure emerged. The man walked slowly forward, his hands bound in sea stone shackles at his sides. His stride was steady, his composure unshaken. Gold. Roger, the Pirate King, past and present. He was about to meet his legendary end at this very place, and his face bore a calm, almost mocking smile. He surveyed the varied faces in the square with complete poise. No fear, no despair, no regret in his gaze. He looked less like a criminal facing public execution and more like a distinguished guest arriving at a grand celebration. Following protocol, a naval officer stood at the edge of the platform, shouting through a megaphone as he read aloud Roger's countless crimes. Gold. Roger, the most evil pirate of this century. He has committed. His voice echoed across the silent square through the amplifier. On the platform, Roger listened quietly. The smile on his face didn't fade with the approach of death. It only broadened, reaching its peak. A profound satisfaction of fulfilling his life's ambition, the exhilaration of holding the entire world in his palms. He slowly turned his gaze across the square, leisurely scanning faces twisted with greed, reverence, or madness. At that moment, a voice cut through the chaos, coming from beneath the eaves where Lewis and Marco stood at the square's edge. "Hey, Pirate King, where's your treasure? One Piece. Where exactly did you hide the greatest secret that drives the entire world wild?" Lewis himself couldn't explain why he shouted at that moment, perhaps swept up in the feverish atmosphere reaching its crescendo. Or maybe the dormant thrill of adventure that had long simmered within him finally ignited. Perhaps Roger's boldness compelled him to help stage this final magnificent spectacle. His voice struck like lightning, splitting the night, hitting every heart in the square with perfect precision. The crowd fell utterly silent, breath held, ears straining, waiting for the legendary figure on the execution platform to hear what he would say. Roger heard the call. His gaze cut through the throng and landed directly on Lewis beneath the eaves. Their eyes met across the sea of frenzied faces. Roger's smile widened into unrestrained laughter, as though he'd stumbled upon something profoundly amusing. He drew a deep breath, gathering the last reserve of his strength. Facing the entire square, and through the den mushy, the whole world watching, he uttered the declaration destined for history. "Do you want my treasure?" His voice, amplified by naval equipment, reached every corner of the world. "If you want to take it all." The crowd's breathing seemed to freeze. "Go find it." Roger's voice soared with boundless courage and liberation. "I've left everything in this world there." These were no dying words of a criminal. They were the clarion call ushering in a new era. High-ranking naval officials went pale with dread. They instantly grasped the seismic implications. The flame of piracy they had worked so desperately to extinguish was now igniting beyond anything they could have imagined, fanned by Roger's own death into a pyre of unprecedented intensity. "Stop him! Execute him!" Panic-stricken commands echoed. The executioner, poised and ready, raised his blade high at once. The executioner's blade gleamed chillingly in the sunlight, but it was already too late. Roger's eyes blazed with the luminous brilliance of freedom and dreams. It was the ultimate mockery of the world government's rules, every force that had ever tried to bind him. He didn't even glance at the descending blade. Instead, wearing his signature smile, he calmly and resolutely welcomed the end of his life. A flash of cold steel. Blood sprayed. Gold. Roger, the one and only Pirate King, closed his legendary journey at that moment. Yet Roger's death brought no peace. Quite the opposite. It was a spark thrown into boiling oil, detonating the entire square in an instant. The crowd descended into absolute frenzy. He said it. He really said it. One Piece. He's put everything there. Roger's words were the ultimate fuel, igniting the long-suppressed fire within countless hearts. A greedy hunger for limitless wealth. A yearning for freedom to roam the seas unbound. An ardent longing for the grand adventures that awaited in unknown worlds. Set sail. Out to sea. Find the One Piece. The next Pirate King will be me. Amid deafening shouts, the crowd surged like an out-of-control flood toward the harbor. Order in Lobetown shattered completely. They were setting sail to pursue the legendary treasure that the pirate king himself had confirmed contained everything in this world. Lewis stood firm as the surging crowd pushed him slightly. He had witnessed the pirate king's final act with his own eyes, and felt a brand new era dawning around him. He perceived it with crystal clarity. From this moment forward, the vast ocean would know no peace. An era of glorious chaos, brimming with infinite possibility and opportunity, had begun, and he, Edward Lewis, would no longer be merely a spectator. He would cast himself into this world-shaking torrent, to welcome it, to challenge it, to write his own legend. A piercing whistle tore through the nearly frenzied air of the plaza as the Marines began to move. They swiftly formed a human wall, brandishing rifles and blades, forcefully and ruthlessly dispersing the out-of-control crowd in the square. Angry curses erupted in response, but the chaotic din ultimately could not withstand the cold intimidation of the Marines' weapons, forcing the tide of people to scatter awkwardly in every direction. Louis and Marco were swept up in the dense throng, carried along with the flow as they gradually drifted away from the central plaza. At last the two arrived at a relatively secluded fringe of Lobetown. Marco suddenly halted, his gaze falling upon the entrance of a narrow alley not far away. Two youths stood there, their silhouettes strangely lonely in the waning light of the setting sun. One boy possessed conspicuously eye-catching red hair, like a blaze of burning flame. The other was crowned with a ridiculous mop of blue hair and an equally ridiculous red nose. Following Marco's gaze, Louis spotted Shanks and Buggy. Both of their expressions were unusually complicated, as if they had just been through a fierce argument. Louis and Marco stepped forward and walked over to the two boys. Shanks, Buggy. Louis was the first to call out to the sulking pair. Shanks spun around abruptly. When he saw Louis and Marco approaching, obvious surprise flashed across his eyes. Louis, Mr. Marco. Buggy, by contrast, was far more wary. He instinctively crossed his arms over his chest, seeming reluctant to engage with them. It's you. His tone was tinged with unwillingness. Shanks's face still bore the residual excitement from his argument with Buggy. He took a deep breath, as if struggling to steady the emotions surging within him. He glanced first at Marco, then swept his eyes over the gradually thinning crowd and the faint roar of commotion drifting from the distant harbor. This era has completely fallen into chaos. His voice was low, yet it carried a weight that did not match his youth. The captain's final words have ignited ambition in everyone. So what? Louis asked, following his lead. Shanks suddenly clenched his fist. I want to form my own pirate crew. Not to plunder treasure, nor to contend for supremacy over the sea. He paused, then unconsciously glanced at Buggy, his tone laced with regret. It's to find a course of our own amid this turbulent tide, and to protect the things I deem precious. He glanced at Buggy again. Clearly their earlier argument was about this. I asked Buggy to join me, but he refuses to come along. Buggy gave a heavy snort and jerked his head away, looking utterly contemptuous. I'm not going off with you to do some foolish keeping the peace nonsense. Pirates ought to be pirates. Treasure, fame, and absolute freedom. That's what I want. His voice was shrill and forceful, carrying a blatant, unadorned craving for worldly gain. Shanks, you are nothing but an incurable idealistic fool. Following you, I'd be lucky to get a sip of soup, let alone meat. Buggy shot Shanks a vicious glare. I'll walk my own path. I'll find more treasure than Captain Roger ever had. I'll make the entire world remember the name of Buggy the Clown. With that, he ignored everyone and strode off with long, determined steps in a direction entirely separate from Shanks and Marco. His retreating figure exuded a near-stubborn resolve. Shanks watched Buggy's fading back, his lips parting slightly as if to speak, but in the end, all he could manage was a helpless sigh. Companions who had once shared a ship, laughed, and bickered together had ultimately chosen radically different roads under the enormous impact of the era's torrent. The parting of ways had perhaps been destined from this very moment. Marco offered no judgment on their rift. After all, it was their own choice. He instead turned to a matter he cared about more. The Roger Pirates are disbanded. Shanks, do you know where Odin went? Shanks withdrew his gaze from Buggy's back and looked at Marco. Mr. Odin left us and returned to Wayno country before the captain decided to turn himself in. He said Wayno needed him. Marco gently patted Louis's shoulders, signaling that the reunion was over. Let's go, Louis. We shouldn't linger here. The Marines have reacted faster than we anticipated. They'll soon seal off the harbor and all the roads. Louis nodded and looked away from Buggy. See you on the sea, Shanks. See you on the sea. After their farewells, the three did not linger, turning and heading off in different directions. Louis and Marco deliberately avoided the main harbor district, teeming with the densest crowds. One could easily imagine the chaos unfolding there at that very moment. Marines, unbridled pirates, bounty hunters drawn by the scent of opportunity, and countless ordinary people whose dreams had been ignited by Roger's final words. All mingled together, and conflict could erupt at any time. They chose to circle around to a relatively secluded shore. Beneath jagged black rocks lay a seemingly unremarkable small sloop quietly moored. It was the escape route they had prepared in advance. Just as Louis reached out to untie the mooring rope from the rocks, A supremely keen will swept through without warning like a peerless masterpiece of a blade unsheathed. It was not an actual slash, yet Lu Yi felt as if he had truly been cut by an enormous sword. His hand froze in midair, and at almost the same instant Marco also stopped in his tracks. Marco's somewhat languid eyes turned sharp in an instant. Sapphire blue phoenix flames burst forth around him, and he gazed with utmost vigilance toward the source of that astonishing intent. On the summit of a massive rock, not far away, a figure had appeared silently without any warning. The man wore a black overcoat of refined cut and superior craftsmanship. The coat's collar stood high, concealing half his face. Beneath his wide-brimmed hat pulled down low, only the cold, hard lines of his jaw and chin were visible in shadow. But what was most arresting was the enormous, oddly shaped black longsword slung across his back. Its form resembled a heavy cross. The hilt was simple and unadorned, while the blade was black as ink. Even at a distance, Lu Yi and Marco could distinctly feel the heart-stopping sharpness radiating from that sword. The man's gaze was as keen as a falcon circling the heavens, locked onto its prey. Precise, icy, it pierced through the thickening twilight and the physical distance to fix squarely on Lu Yi, the future world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. He appeared to have been waiting here silently for some time. From the central plaza, he had watched the century-shattering execution with the cold eye of an absolute bystander, and afterwards observed the frenzy and disorder that swept through the town like a plague. He had heard Lu Yi's cry, the shout that raised the curtain on a new era. Mihawk made no superfluous move. His gaze passed directly over the vigilant phoenix and landed precisely on Lu Yi. "You, the brat who shouted in the plaza. Draw your sword." Marco's brow furrowed deeply. He instinctively stepped forward, using his own body to subtly shield Lu Yi behind him. Sapphire phoenix flames like living things began to flow faintly along his arms, emanating a dangerous aura. "Who might you be?" Marco demanded in a low voice, his tone full of undisguised wariness. Even if this man's name had not yet truly thundered through every corner of the world, the almost tangible oppressive sense of danger radiating from him was enough to make the exceptionally experienced Marco feel a lethal threat. But Mihawk simply ignored Marco's obstruction and inquiry. Those hawk-sharp eyes continued to bore into Lu Yi, as if in all of heaven and earth only the two of them remained. "Your eyes are interesting." Mihawk spoke again. "Let me see whether your sword is worthy of your courage." Lu Yi inhaled deeply. This man standing before him was the pinnacle that all swordsmen of this world would one day have to look up to. Though he had not yet grown into the great swordsman who would roam the seas, Lu Yi himself had yet to realize his own potential. Now this man was offering him an invitation to battle. Should he refuse? Lu Yi asked himself. His earlier battle with Crocodile had already shown that he still lagged noticeably behind these established figures. The missing years between them were not something to be waved aside. They represented a genuine difference in strength. But how could he possibly refuse? He reached out and gently brushed aside Marco's arm. "Brother Marco, it's fine." Lu Yi's voice was soft, yet carried an extraordinary resolve. "One cannot survive at sea without fighting. I am no fragile brat. Endless battles will only make me stronger." Marco stared at the light in Lu Yi's eyes. There was not the slightest hint of impulse or recklessness, only a pure, untainted yearning and pursuit of a higher realm. He was silent for a moment, then slowly withdrew his arm. Yet his gaze remained locked on the distant Mihawk like a vigilant leopard. Every muscle in his body was already tightly coiled, ready for any contingency. Mihawk's sharp eyes briefly swept across the far sea horizon. There the faint outlines of marine patrol vessels were just visible. "This place is unsuitable. There is a small island nearby. We'll go there." With that, he turned and headed back to his strange coffin-like boat. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yi untied the rope from the rocks and leapt onto the small sailboat. "Follow him, brother Marco." Marco nodded, said nothing more, and immediately raised the sail with practiced skill, following the direction Mihawk had taken. The brief voyage was carried out in a hushed silence. Marco stood at the bow, continuously studying Mihawk's figure ahead, quietly appraising his strength. Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the deck, eyes closed, breathing in a slow, even, profound rhythm. He cast all stray thoughts from his mind, his concentration sharpened to an unprecedented degree. He carefully, bit by bit, elevated his state to the highest peak he could currently reach. The coming battle would be a perilous trial. Half an hour later, a desolate little island appeared on the sea ahead. It was not large, covered with bizarrely shaped black rocks. Only sparse, low shrubs clinging tenaciously to life struggled through the crevices. At the heart of the island was a relatively open and flat clearing. Mihawk landed at the very center of that clearing. He slowly turned to face Lu Yi and Marco, who had just brought the boat ashore. Clang! A razor-sharp metallic sound rang through the still air. Mihawk extended his right hand, gripped the hilt of the enormous black long sword on his back, and slowly drew it. The massive blade reflected a dull, dark gleam in the dying sunlight. There was no dazzling radiance, only an extreme, fathomless darkness that seemed to swallow every light in existence. One of the 12 supreme grade blades, the Black Blade Euro, As the supreme grade blade was fully drawn, an invisible and terrifying pressure exploded from Hawkeye, instantly shrouding the entire desolate island. Unlike the domineering aura of the Conqueror's haki, this was a swordsman's intent, so keen it seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder. Marco's pupils constricted sharply. He could keenly feel the heavy pressure of that sword intent. Louis took a deep breath and leapt from the deck, landing firmly on the island's sand. His right hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, and he drew his own long blade. It was a completely ordinary standard-issue longsword. Compared to Mihawk's world-renowned Yoru, it was so insignificant as to be beneath notice. But the hand that held it was remarkably steady. The fierce fighting spirit blazing in Lu Yi's eyes was like a newly drawn blade, sharp, exposed, and utterly devoid of any intention to retreat. Mihawk's sharp, hawk-like eyes rested upon that ordinary standard-issue longsword for the briefest of moments. In the depths of his gaze flickered an almost imperceptible ripple. He spoke calmly, his tone devoid of fluctuation, yet carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Begin. Let me see whether the metal that allowed you to stir the winds and clouds in Lowtown is nothing more than false bravado." The battle erupted in an instant without the slightest warning. Lu Yi moved. The ground beneath his feet slightly depressed, and his entire body turned into a blur of afterimages, charging with explosive speed toward the man who stood as still as a mountain. The long-crafted blade in his hand let out a low, buzzing hum. Like a living creature, the ink-black armament haki rapidly climbed and spread along the blade. The invisible haki, like a torrent, pierced through the blade and coiled around its edge, forming a destructive force field. With a low growl, the slash was already unleashed. Before the blade even arrived, the fierce, peerless haki had already sliced the air ahead, producing piercing shrieks. The target straight for Mi Huaku's neck. However, facing this overwhelmingly swift attack, one that could instantly claim the lives of many renowned pirates, Mi Huaku did not even shift his feet a single inch. His sharp, hawk-like eyes remained utterly calm, as if he had long seen through every trajectory and subsequent change of this slash. It was not a large-scale dodge or block, merely a casual twist of his wrist. That enormous cross-like black blade, he seemed to lose all its weight in his hand, as if it possessed an independent will. It arrived after his own strike, yet before it, perfectly blocking Lu Yi's blade edge. Clang! A crisp metallic clash exploded abruptly. This guy with a fast blade. Lu Yi was inwardly shaken, but had no time to think. His battle instinct drove him to continue attacking. He violently twisted his waist and exerted force once more. The blade followed his body. The second strike. The third. A continuous torrent of slashes poured out like a raging storm. He dared not hold back an ounce, pushing the flowing haki technique, learned from Izong and honed through his own arduous training, to its limit. The ink-black haki was no longer merely coating the blade. It surged outward, furiously transforming into invisible sharp energy that gave the blade a piercing power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wherever the blade passed, even the surrounding rocks that were not directly touched split open with deep cuts, as if sliced by the sharpest blade. This was astonishing destruction caused purely by emitted haki. Finally, a hint of surprise flickered in Mi Huaku's eyes. He seemed slightly taken aback that Lu Yi could apply armament haki to such a degree of external release to harm enemies. This had already gone beyond mere hardening. It was a higher-order application. Interesting. Mi Huaku's low voice sounded. No longer was it merely a twist of the wrist. His movements began to grow, and he started to take things seriously. The speed and power with which the black blade Yi swung suddenly surged. Clang, clang, clang. Clang. The clash of metal became denser and heavier. With every collision, Lu Yi felt as if he were striking an immovable steel mountain. The rebound force grew more horrifying with each blow. Even more terrifying, every sword stroke by Mi Huaku carried a suffocating heavy sword pressure. Fierce as Lu Yi's offense was, and by no means weak his haki intensity, there still remained a gap between him and Mi Huaku in pure swordsmanship, combat experience, and timing. Mi Huaku's sword had no ornate moves. Each stroke was simple to the extreme, yet devastatingly efficient. His gaze seemed to pierce through all of Lu Yi's sword paths. He could always counterattack or block at the gaps in Lu Yi's attacks at the very nodes of his power circulation, with the most vicious angles and the most perfect timing. Seemingly casual slashes would always precisely target the weak points of Lu Yi's defense or the flaws in his technique changes. This forced Lu Yi to constantly alter his moves to defend. His once fluid offense was constantly interrupted, and the rhythm of battle fell completely into his opponent's hands. Veins bulged on Lu Yi's forehead. Sweat poured down like a stream, quickly soaking his clothes. He felt like an apprentice who had just learned to swing a sword, futilely displaying his crude skills before a sword master. Every move was seen with absolute clarity, every intention predicted in advance. Panic-stricken, danger loomed. Several times the icy edge of the black blade Yi swept past his body by a hair's breadth. The gust brought by the blade made his skin sting. Had he not reacted fast enough, he would have been cut down long ago. In the distance, Ma Erica, watching the battle, had his brows already knitted into a knot. His slightly languid eyes were now piercingly sharp, clearly capturing every detail of the battlefield. He could see that Lu Yi had pushed his strength, especially his haki usage, to the fullest extent. It could even be said that he was performing beyond his normal limits. But even so, before Hawkeye Mihuaku, he still appeared utterly powerless. It was like being a small boat amid howling winds and monstrous waves on the verge of capsizing at any moment. This guy is still absurdly strong. Ma-er sighed inwardly, his fists clenching unconsciously. But in the end he still did not move. This was a challenge Lu Yi had chosen for himself, a test of his own path. All he could do was respect it. And if the worst happened, step in to stop the tragedy. At the center of the battlefield, Lu Yi's breathing had already become extremely ragged. The muscles in his arms trembled slightly from enduring the immense recoil force. He knew that if things continued like this, defeat was only a matter of time. It was even possible that he would never get the chance to make his opponent truly regard him seriously. He couldn't let it end like this. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes, and Lu Yi gritted his teeth fiercely. All the power and all the haki within his body at this moment crazily condensed without reservation onto the long blade in his hand. The long blade emitted an unprecedentedly violent hum. Because it carried haki far beyond its limit, the blade began to glow. The ink-black flowing haki surged like boiling magma, almost turning into substance, coiling and rising. This was the strongest slash he could currently deliver. It condensed all his willpower and haki. Mihuaku. With an earth-shaking roar, Lu Yi gripped the hilt with both hands, and using every ounce of his strength viciously slashed down at Mihuaku. The momentum of this slash seemed as if it would split the very heaven and earth apart. Facing this desperate and awe-inspiring strike, Mihuaku's eyes remained calm, without a single ripple. He likewise raised the black blade Yi. No superfluous flashy motions. Simply plainly, he swung it to meet Lu Yi's slash. The next instant, clang, a thunderous deafening roar, far surpassing any previous collision, abruptly resounded across the entire island. A terrifying wave of air erupted in rings from the point where the two blades crossed. It kicked up a sky full of dust and rubble. Even Ma-er, watching from afar, was forced to narrow his eyes slightly by the intense shockwave. However, this time the outcome was utterly different. Under the power of the black blade Yi, in that head-on clash where both sides had infused equally formidable haki, the anticipated deadlock never appeared. Crack. Crack crack. A series of grating, teeth-jarring cracking sounds rang out clearly. Lu Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He watched helplessly as the long blade in his hand broke apart inch by inch, starting from the exact point where it met the black blade. That blade, forged from common iron yet infused with his mighty haki, ultimately could not withstand a collision of this magnitude. It gave one last mournful cry. Countless gleaming shards of metal exploded outward like scattered stars. Lu Yi only felt an abrupt lightness in his hand. His palm held nothing but a bare, still warm hilt. A tremendous surge of residual power rushed in through the broken edge. The force swept his entire body backward and hurled him away. He tumbled gracelessly through the air, spinning several times before crashing heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. A booming crash kicked up a thick cloud of dust. The weapon had shattered. The battle stopped short. Cough. Cough. Lu Yi struggled to his feet. Clutching the broken hilt, the emblem of his defeat, he gasped for breath. Sweat mixed with dust caked his face and forehead, leaving him utterly disheveled. He stared fixedly at the broken blade in his hand. His eyes overflowed with disbelief and an unconcealable, profound unwillingness to accept. Had he simply lost just like that? Had he not even managed to break through the man's defense and wound him? Mihawk slowly sheathed his sword. The black blade Yoru slid back into the scabbard on his back. That distinctive click rang out across the silent battlefield, especially clear, especially grating. His sharp hawk-like eyes fell on Lu Yi. He looked at Lu Yi from head to toe as though appraising the worth of an object. After a moment, Mihawk spoke. His voice was plain, yet carried an air of incontestable authority. Your haki is formidable. Your will is not bad either. The sudden evaluation left Lu Yi momentarily stunned. Then Mihawk changed tack, cutting straight to the core. Yet your heart is not the heart of a true swordsman. Lu Yi jerked his head up. His eyes were thick with confusion, and there was also a trace of irritation at having been seen through. A sword to you. Mihawk's voice reached Lu Yi with unmistakable clarity. Is only a tool for achieving some ambition of yours, rather than a road you are willing to give your whole life to pursuing and exploring. He glanced at the pitiful broken hilt in Lu Yi's hand, then went on. You forcibly poured haki far beyond what common iron could bear into that blade. You hoped it could unleash power that surpassed the limits of its own material. Naturally, it could not bear the strain, and so it shattered on its own. Lu Yi opened his mouth to retort, only to find himself at a loss for words. Mihawk's words hit home with surgical precision. They pointed straight at the truth buried in Lu Yi's heart. A truth even he was reluctant to fully acknowledge. He pursued strength and craved growth. Swordsmanship was his most important means. Yet to call it the only path he would walk for the rest of his life. Perhaps it was still lacking that faint touch of purity. Mihawk seemed to read his mind. His gaze shifted to the black blade Yoru behind him, and his tone took on a profound solemnity. A true black blade is not born that way. It is born from a swordsman and his beloved blade walking together through countless life and death battles. Their hearts resonate, and their wills merge. The swordsman's haki, and even his soul, is fused into the blade drop by drop, like tempering in a forge. Only then can it at last be elevated into its final form. This takes long years, countless battles, and a heart purely devoted to the sword. It is not something that can be accomplished in a day. Lu Yi fell silent. Mihawk's words had unveiled to him an entirely new secret, a higher realm of swordsmanship. The secret of the Black Blade. With your current path. Mihawk looked at Lu Yi again, offering what he considered the most candid advice. Rather than vainly dreaming of tempering a black blade yourself, you should first go and find a sufficiently powerful named sword. A named sword? Lu Yi murmured instinctively. Mihawk nodded slightly. Those legendary named swords passed down through the ages, whether great grade, fine grade, or legendary blades that never circulated among men, possess extraordinary materials and peerless forging craftsmanship in their own right. They are exceptionally tough, far beyond what common iron can match. They are far more capable of bearing that immense haki of yours. And they can better sustain your ambition as well. Though the words were still blunt, even somewhat harsh, Lu Yi detected a different meaning within them. Although Mihawk's advice was a criticism of his impure swordsmanship, it also acknowledged his potential from another angle. At the very least, his haki had already reached the point where he needed a superior blade to contain it. Was this, then, a kind of unconventional recognition? At that thought, the frustration in Lu Yi's heart eased a little. In its place rose a new, more urgent craving. Mihawk seemed to feel that everything that needed to be said had been said. The purpose of this visit, whether to confirm someone's sword heart or merely to size up a potential disruptor that might appear in the new era, had already been fulfilled. He said no more and turned around. His signature top hat and black coat rustled and snapped in the wind. He was ready to leave this ruined battlefield. Just before he boarded his small boat to depart, his footsteps paused for an instant. Without turning his head, he left one final remark. His voice was ethereal, yet it reached Lu Yi's ears with perfect clarity. The ocean is vast, and tools are divided into grades. Do not let your tools constrain the pace of your advance. As the final words fell, Hawkeye Mihawk, along with his strangely shaped little boat, slowly disappeared over the sea. It was as if he had never appeared at all. Only Lu Yi remained standing in place. He lowered his gaze to the cold, broken hilt in his hand, then looked up toward the direction where Mihawk had vanished. He sank into deep thought. A named sword. Indeed, the path of tempering a black blade doesn't suit me. It seems I'll have to find a weapon that fits my hand. He murmured softly to himself, voicing the thoughts in his heart. His eyes flickered with a complicated burning light. Mihawk's words had opened a new door for him. They had also pointed out an imminent new goal. Find a named sword capable of bearing his power and ambition. Yet that was no simple matter. The boundless sea was teeming with powerful figures. Though named swords were widely known, every single one was invaluable. Some already had owners, while others had vanished without a trace. Yet how could obtaining a named sword truly suited to oneself ever be an easy thing? The sea breeze brushed the shattered coastline, stirring up fine grains of sand and dust. Hawkeye Mihawk's figure swiftly faded at the boundary where the sea met the sky. On the desolate island, only Lewis remained along with Marco, standing not far away. Lewis slowly crouched down and picked up a cold, sharp fragment of a blade. The smoothness of the fracture reflected his solemn face at this moment. Mihawk's words left a deep imprint on his heart. A tool. He murmured softly. Yes, he had never defined himself as a pure swordsman. Power. Haki. Even the sword in his hand. All of these were merely means for him to climb upward and achieve his ultimate goal. They were tools. Mihawk was not wrong. Still, the feeling of having it laid bare so bluntly was somewhat unsettling. But what followed was another clearer realization. Hawkeye was not merely belittling him. He needed a better tool. A weapon sufficient to match his power and ambition. Lewis stood up and clenched the fragment tightly in his palm. The sharp edges of the metal stung his palm, yet it made him feel exceptionally clear-headed. Hearing this, Marco slowly nodded. Hawkeye is right. The intensity of your haki has indeed reached a level that ordinary swords can hardly withstand. Continuing to use ordinary iron will not only fail to bring out your full strength, but may also become a fatal weakness at critical moments. He walked over to Lewis, his gaze fixed on the boundless sea in the distance. Mido, especially those ranked among the great sharp blades 21 works, or even the legendary supreme grade blades 12 works. His voice carried the sentiment and solemnity of one who had been through it all. They are not merely weapons. Each one bears an incredible power. To obtain them, strength alone is not enough. It requires even more luck, or rather the guidance of fate. Marco paused for a moment, as if recalling something. He continued, a clear note of warning in his words. Moreover, you must understand. Their owners are either monsters like Hawkeye who stand at the pinnacle of the world and look down upon all living beings, or else they belong to families or forces with long traditions and legacies too deep to imagine. Even more many-renowned swords are treasured and closely guarded by Marine headquarters or the world government. Listening to Marco's grave words, in a flash of inspiration, a brilliant target burst across Lewis's mind. The East Blue, Shimatsuki Village, a remote and unremarkable small dojo, and that renowned sword named Wado Ikamanji, one of the 21 great grade blades. Most crucially of all, the green-haired swordsman who would one day inherit this blade and make its name known throughout the world, Roronoa Zoro. At this point in time, he probably wasn't even a fertilized egg yet. This thought instantly swept away all the confusion and anxiety in Lewis's heart. Found it. He had found it. A peerless renowned sword that at this point in time was the most accessible and best suited for his current starting point. Marco. Lewis whipped his head around, his gaze burning as he looked at Marco beside him. The light in his eyes was astonishingly bright. Let's go find Shimatsuki Village in the East Blue. The expression on Marco's face rapidly shifted from seriousness to astonishment, then to deep bewilderment. Shimatsuki Village in the East Blue. What for? Lewis's heart suddenly missed a beat. He knew that this decision of his was far too abrupt, far too abnormal. It simply couldn't be explained by normal logic. He turned his head slightly, avoiding Marco's probing gaze, and looked toward the distant sea. I don't know how to explain it in detail. He slowly turned back, meeting Marco's still doubtful gaze with extremely sincere eyes. Marco, I know this sounds absurd, even a little crazy. But please trust me. Trust. At this moment, it was the only thing he could offer, and also his most weighty bargaining chip. Marco fell silent. He gazed at Lewis's young yet exceptionally determined face. That pair of eyes sparkled with a tenacious light. He thought of all the little moments they had shared over these years. He thought of how this young man had grown step by step into a powerhouse who could now briefly clash with the world's greatest swordsman. During that time, Lewis had displayed wisdom and resilience beyond ordinary men. This young man always seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery, despite the many doubts in his heart, despite being completely unable to understand the logic behind Lewis's decision. Yet the deep trust accumulated over the years ultimately prevailed over rational caution. Marco let out a soft sigh, and a helpless smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I just can't do anything with you. He patted Lewis on the shoulder. All right, Lewis. I'll go with you to Shimatsuki Village. Lewis's face broke into a genuine smile. Thank you, Marco. Once the decision was made, the two wasted no time. They replenished enough fresh water, and then the worn sail was once again filled by the sea breeze. Lewis stood at the narrow bow, gazing at the endless blue sea ahead. In his heart, there was both an unwavering certainty toward his goal and an unavoidable trace of unease about the unknown. Was he a butterfly from another world already silently altering the course of fate with every flap of its wings? Would those story details he knew so well still happen as expected? Was Shimatsuki Village still peacefully existing in some corner of the East Blue? Was that renowned sword that carried his hopes, Wado Ikamanji, still safely stored in that small dojo waiting for its next owner? The days slipped by in the monotony of the voyage. After a long journey, Lewis and Marco finally reached their destination according to the sea chart. The village rested quietly in a valley embraced by wooded mountains. The houses were in a classic Ueno style, low and exquisite, their dark wooden frames exuding an ancient tranquil air. This should be Shimatsuki Village. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, it was extraordinarily tranquil and peaceful. Between the field ridges, farmers in conical hats bent low at their work. On an open stretch of ground nearby, several children were chasing one another in play. It was then that Lewis and Marco, two unmistakable strangers, appeared. Almost at the same instant, the villagers' movements unconsciously came to a halt. Gaze after gaze turned toward them in unison. The children who had been playing were quietly pulled behind the adults, shielded by their bodies. Lewis straightened his clothes slightly creased from the voyage and stepped forward with a composed air. Excuse me, is this Shimatsuki Village? An older villager stepped forward. He looked Lewis and Marco up and down without any courtesy. Who are you? What business do you have here? His voice was plainly wary. We have come from the Grand Line, Lewis answered frankly without the slightest concealment. Then he delivered the crucial information he had long been prepared to reveal. My name is Lewis. I was once under the care of Kazuki Oden. Hearing that a master swordsman lives in seclusion here, I have come to pay my respects and humbly request an audience with Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Kazuki. The name instantly stirred a huge commotion among the seemingly ordinary villagers. Suppressed murmurs of agitation arose. Lord Kazuki. They know the shogun. How can that be? People from the Grand Line. The elderly villager stared fixedly at Lewis as if trying to discern whether his words were true or false. What proof do you have? Lewis shook his head openly. No physical proof, but I can recount in detail to Mr. Kozaburo some of Kazuki's deeds and the current state of Ueno. His tone was candid, his gaze sincere, and his eyes did not waver in the slightest. The villagers fell into a short silence, quickly exchanging glances, clearly engaged in wordless communication and judgment. At last the elderly villager made his decision and nodded, though his tone retained a wariness that could not be entirely dispelled. "Wait here." With that he turned and walked quickly toward the dojo in the center of the village. The other villagers continued to keep their distance, their wary eyes never shifting a hair's breadth away from Louis and Marco. The wait was not long. The dojo's heavy wooden gate was tightly shut. Marco narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a low voice that only the two of them could hear, "There is a very powerful old man inside with an unusual aura." Louis nodded, his conviction growing even firmer. At last, creak, a long drawn-out sound. The dojo's wooden door was pushed open slowly from within. A figure appeared in the doorway, framed by light and shadow. It was an old man. His hair was already gray, tied back into an immaculate traditional samurai topknot. He wore a simple kimono washed somewhat pale, yet spotless and tidy. He was not tall, and his frame appeared lean with age, but his spine was straight as an unsheathed sword, carrying an unbending pride. What was most striking were his eyes, devoid of the cloudiness common to old age, but astonishingly sharp. The instant he appeared, the surrounding villagers, including the elderly leader of a moment before, all unconsciously bowed slightly and lowered their heads, expressions full of sincere reverence. There was no doubt that this was Shimatsuki Kozaburo living in seclusion here. Shimatsuki Kozaburo's gaze passed slowly over Louis, did not pause, and then settled on Marco behind him. In the depths of those sharp eyes a trace of surprise seemed to flicker past. Clearly, with his level of perception, he had sensed the immense power within Marco. But he made no remark about it, merely shifting his gaze back to Louis's face. "So you are the one who claims to know Kazuki?" "Yes, Mr. Kozaburo." Louis bowed slightly. "I am Louis." Kozaburo stood on the stone step at the entrance, looking down at them with cold eyes. "Speak. What do you seek from me?" Louis understood that beating around the bush with someone like this would be foolish and futile. A direct, no-nonsense approach was the best way. "Mr. Kozaburo, I have come from the Grand Line bearing the latest news of Ueno." His voice was low, but each word was conveyed with complete clarity. "Kazuki Sukiyaki, the shogun, is now gravely ill." Kozaburo's eyes narrowed slightly. Louis did not pause, continuing, "Kazuki Oden has returned to Ueno. But after his return he has been ensnared and threatened by the collusion of Kaido of the Beasts and a man named Kurizumi Orochi. Now, to protect the people of Ueno, Kazuki Oden is enduring humiliation while bearing an immense burden. He has even been forced to dance naked in Kuri every day in exchange for Kaido and Orochi slowing their persecution of the people of Ueno." Shimatsuki Kozaburo's body jolted violently. His originally sharp eyes flew wide open. Incredulity, grief, and fury beyond expression. A tangle of complex emotions wove across his aged face. He stared hard at Louis, his lips trembling violently, a hoarse sound rasping from his throat. Yet he seemed too stirred by emotion to give voice to any coherent words. After a long moment, Kozaburo finally found his voice. It was thick with inexpressible pain. "You said it's all true." Every word seemed forced out from between his teeth, squeezed with the last of his strength. "Every word is true." Louis met that gaze that seemed ready to burst into flames, his tone firm and unyielding, without the slightest retreat. "Kaido of the Beasts and Kurizumi Orochi have colluded in wrongdoing and have already usurped the office of Shogun of Ueno. Kazuki Oden's present predicament is unbearably difficult." Kozaburo shut his eyes abruptly. His gray beard trembled fiercely, and his thin frame shook with uncontrollable tremors. When he opened them again, the grief and worry in his eyes had not faded. Instead, they had settled into a deep, unshakable resolve. He drew a long breath, as if forcing down the emotions that threatened to devour him. "You have told me this news. What do you want in return?" His voice had regained a degree of composure. Louis met Shimatsuki Kozaburo's piercing gaze with burning eyes. "I hear that you have in your collection a famous blade, Wado Ikamanji. I would like to." "Impossible." Louis's words were brutally interrupted before he could finish. Shimatsuki Kozaburo stared hard at Louis. "Young man, your appetite is far too great. Though the news you brought is indeed important, it is not worth a famous blade." Kozaburo's reaction did not exceed Louis's expectations. Louis remained standing where he was, tall and stable as a pine, not retreating in the least before the old man's thunderous rage and refusal. "What if?" Louis's voice pierced the deathly stillness and echoed clearly in every corner. "I am not demanding it outright. What if instead I borrow it?" These words fell like a thunderclap. "For a term of 10 years. I borrow the famous blade for 10 years, and after 10 years it will be returned to its rightful owner. If I should happen to die during that time, the Whitebeard Pirates will recover the blade and return it to its rightful owner just the same." As the words faded, Shimatsuki Kozaburo's gray eyebrows knit into a knot. The rage in his eyes had not yet fully subsided, and now a heavy layer of amazement and absurdity was added. "Borrow. 10 years. His lean fingers unconsciously stroked the gray stubble on his chin. This young man's proposal was far too bold, but it was not entirely beyond consideration. To borrow a celebrated blade, and for 10 years at that. This young man's intentions were truly hard to fathom. Lu Yi met Kozaburo's scrutinizing gaze without the slightest retreat. His tone was utterly sincere. I need a truly fine sword. It will bear my ever-growing strength, hone my swordsmanship, and help me accomplish the goal I must fulfill. Kozaburo's brows remained tightly knit. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the rough fabric of his sleeve, betraying the violent struggle within him. Seeing Kozaburo still wavering, Marco, who had remained silent all this time, stepped forward and stood beside Lu Yi. At this moment, Marco's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and his eyes were sharp. Elder. Marco's voice was steady and forceful, carrying the unique majesty and confidence befitting the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lu Yi is family whom my Whitebeard Pirates hold dear. His promise is the Whitebeard Pirates' promise. Marco's words were decisive and irrevocable. If 10 years from now Lu Yi is unable for any reason to return this blade in person. He paused briefly, and his tone became even more solemn. Then I, Marco, along with the entire Whitebeard Pirates, will take responsibility for recovering this blade and returning it to you in perfect condition. Marco's words spoke for the honor of the Whitebeard Pirates. The pledge carried immense weight. The impact of the news from his homeland Wano had yet to settle. Coupled with the legendary Marco the Phoenix staking his entire crew's reputation as a guarantee, all of this made Shimatsuki Kozaburo begin to waver and start weighing the feasibility of the 10-year pact. His gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Yi's resolute face and Marco's composed figure. Perhaps this Wado Ikemanji, a blade symbolizing the righteous path and conviction, truly needed a passerby who could bring out its real worth. A powerful man who could take it to witness an even wider world. Finally, Shimatsuki Kozaburo's taut shoulders slowly relaxed. He let out a long, complicated sigh. In that sigh was helplessness, relief, and also a hidden hint of anticipation for what lay ahead. 10 years. Kozaburo slowly repeated the word, his eyes growing extraordinarily deep. A fine 10 years indeed. His decision was made. This old man will trust you just this once, and also trust the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates on this sea. The moment these words fell, the decision had already been made. Without another word, Shimatsuki Kozaburo turned and walked into the inner chamber. After a short while, he came out carrying an antique sword box that gave off a faint woody fragrance. The sword box was carefully opened. A renowned blade lay quietly on a silk cushion, coming into view of Lu Yi and Marco. Its scabbard was a flawless pure white, like frozen first snow. The guard was simple and circular, exuding age-old grace and solemnity. Even before it was drawn, one could clearly sense a dignified, inviolable righteousness. And within it, a sharpness restrained yet utterly overwhelming. This was it, one of the 21 great grade swords Wado Ikemanji. Shimatsuki Kozaburo held the box with both hands, and with a solemn expression offered it to Lu Yi. Take it, young man. Remember your promise. Lu Yi solemnly reached out and accepted the sword box. The instant his fingertips touched the cool, pure white scabbard, an indescribably strange sensation surged into his heart. He slowly drew the Wado Ikemanji from its sheath by about an inch. Shing! The blade reflected the dim light of the dojo, glowing with a cold and imposing brilliance. A pure, clear coldness, as if it could cleanse one's very soul, passed through the blade into his arm, then spread through his entire body. This feeling seemed to strike some wonderful and profound resonance with his own soul. It was unlike anything he had felt with those standardized long swords he had used before. He perceived clearly that this sword was not merely a weapon. It was alive. It had a will, and it seemed to be waiting for a master who could understand it and resonate with it. Lu Yi knew that from this moment on, this renowned blade named Wado Ikemanji would accompany him through the crucial decade ahead. It would witness his growth, bear his power, cut through every thorn in the path before him. Thank you, Elder. Lu Yi carefully sheathed Wado Ikemanji, and together with Marco bowed deeply to Kozaburo. I will never dare to forget our 10-year pact. Shimatsuki Kozaburo waved his hand, a complex expression appearing on his face. Go. I hope that in 10 years you can let this old man see a different you, and a Wado Ikemanji that has experienced even more stories. Lu Yi and Marco offered their solemn thanks once more. Then without lingering, they turned and left Shimatsuki village, hidden in a remote corner of the East Blue. They set foot on the voyage back to the Grand Line. The ship surged through wind and waves, gradually leaving the East Blue coastline behind. All that remained was the monotonous sound of waves beating against the hull. Marco, who had remained silent all along, finally turned his head. He looked at Lu Yi standing by the rail, one hand resting on Wado Ikemanji at his waist. There was a hint of inquiry in Marco's eyes, along with curiosity he could hardly conceal. Lu Yi. His voice sounded a little elusive in the sea breeze. The information about Wano, where exactly did you get it? He had indeed been keeping that question bottled up inside for a long time. From Lu Yi's first mention of Wano's abnormalities to his later exact account of Kazuki Oden's fate, it all carried an inexplicable, unsettling strangeness. Lu Yi met Marco's gaze and slowly shook his head. The sea breeze stirred the ends of his hair, his eyes were candid and clear with not the slightest evasion. Brother Marco, I'm sorry. I really cannot explain the source of that information clearly right now. His tone was apologetic, but his eyes were utterly earnest. But I can promise you this. Lu Yi's voice grew firm. Please trust me. Everything I do, now and in the future, will never harm the Whitebeard Pirates. And it will never harm our family. Every word was filled with strength and conviction. Marco quietly watched Lu Yi. He looked into Lu Yi's eyes, which held not the slightest impurity. He recalled how Lu Yi had conducted himself aboard the ship over the years. He recalled how much Lu Yi treasured those two words, our family, and how resolutely he protected them. At last the inquiry in Marco's eyes gradually dissipated. In its place was a warm trust. He raised his hand and gave Lu Yi's shoulder a firm pat. I believe you, Lu Yi. Marco's voice had regained its usual reassuring calm. Since you say so, your big brother trusts you. He shifted the topic, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a familiar teasing smile. Yet within that smile was far more unconcealed expectation. But kid, you'd better get stronger fast. Your family greatly needs your strength. Now that you've obtained a famous sword, don't lose to that Hawkeye fellow again. Lu Yi clearly felt the strength and warmth transmitted from his shoulder. A current of warmth instantly flooded his whole body, chasing away the faint chill brought by the sea breeze. He nodded emphatically. 1,000 words would have been superfluous at this moment. Everything was conveyed in silence. Lu Yi tightened his grip on Wado Ikamanji at his waist once more. The cool touch of the scabbard reached him. But that coldness made it seem as if magma were racing through the depths of his heart, growing ever more scorching and blazing. A sense of power. A fullness he had never felt before. The road ahead was also clearer than ever. Hawkeye Mihawk's guidance had pointed him toward the path he was to take. Elder Shimatsuki Kozaburo's trust and entrustment had given him a divine blade capable of bearing such ambition. And Brother Marco, along with the family of the entire Whitebeard Pirates, was the most unbreakable support behind him. This hard-won famed sword, Wado Ikamanji. It would be the solid foundation for Lu Yi to rise above the crowd and stir up storms on the magnificent stage of the new world. A new starting point had already unfolded beneath his feet. A sailboat cut a long white wake across the azure sea, carried by the sea breeze. At last the towering silhouette of Reverse Mountain appeared at the horizon's edge, where sky and sea became one. The red line, that barrier seeming to pierce heaven and earth, loomed ahead like an insurmountable wall, cold, hard, and immovable. Only this singular reverse flow waterway was the sole entrance into the Grand Line. Hold on tight, Lewis. Marco steered the small sailboat with deft fish-like precision, slicing perfectly into the special current that surged madly upward. Boom. A terrifying, unstoppable force came thundering from below, hurling the entire hull up into the air. The sea unleashed a deafening savage roar, its waves of sound rolling violently onward. The vessel seemed to break entirely free of the sea's clutches, racing frantically upward along the nearly vertical cliffside waterway. An intense weightlessness seized Lewis's senses, along with an even fiercer pressure pushing him onward. Everything around him retreated at dizzying speed. The rush finally reached its peak. The little boat narrowly flew over the red line's dazzling summit. Then, without a single moment of cushioning, came the headlong plummet. Splash! The hull broke through the tranquil water below and slammed down hard, hurling a huge sheet of white spray into the air. After all the extreme clamor, the world fell silent at once. Only the gentle murmur of the quiet current lingered softly by their ears. They had crossed Reverse Mountain. They had arrived at Twin Cape, the true starting point of the Grand Line. A colossal lighthouse stood in silence at the confluence of the waterways ahead, its light wordlessly pointing the way for the lost. Beneath it, a blurred human silhouette was faintly visible. As the little boat closed in, the figure gradually became clear. It was an old man. His hair was carefully combed into an odd shape, like a huge flower in full bloom. His face was carved with deep wrinkles left by time, and his expression seemed peculiar and indifferent. He was leaning back against the solid base of the lighthouse at leisure, apparently looking down at a newspaper. Woo-eo! A sorrowful cry that could shatter clouds and crack stone erupted without warning from the sea nearby. That mournful wail was shrill and lingering, and the grief in it turned into a tangible sound wave, shaking the air into a low, buzzing tremor. Even the calm water beneath their feet suddenly surged with sharp, urgent ripples. Lewis's heart clenched, and almost instinctively he looked toward the sound. In the sea not far from the lighthouse, a colossal head huge as a small mountain was stubbornly ramming itself again and again against the unyielding cliffs of the Red Line. Every collision boomed like muffled thunder. It was an island whale, a gargantuan creature so immense it defied imagination. Its forehead was covered with ghastly scars running in every direction, old wounds layered beneath fresh ones, as if silently telling of endless waiting and an unrelievable agony stretched across the long, long years. It's Laboon, the legendary island whale Laboon. Marco looked at the massive silhouette with complicated, slightly wistful eyes. I never expected it to truly remain here waiting. I once heard its story from Crocus. The old man under the lighthouse had put down his newspaper and slowly raised his head. His gaze first stopped on Marco for a moment, recognizing the identity of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division commander. Then his eyes locked onto Lewis and shifted to the long blade with a pure white sheath at Lewis's waist. Before Lewis or Marco could open their mouths to ask, Crocus broke the silence. His voice carried an old man's characteristic hoarseness, yet it reached them with striking clarity. The phoenix of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the little brat who sticks by Whitebeard's side. His gaze finally rested on Lewis's face, appraising him. You really surprised me, boy. At Logtown on the day Roger was publicly executed, you asked a very bold question. Crocus grinned, his smile a little sly and oddly nostalgic. Pirate King. One Piece. What is that thing exactly? He mimicked the tone Lewis had used back then, a tone with a trace of youthful innocence and stunning courage, with a strange lingering flourish. Heh, in such a setting, confronting Roger who was about to die in full view of the world, you dared to say that. Boy, your courage is far greater than that of many who fancy themselves great pirates. You flatter me too much, Mr. Crocus. In that kind of moment, I think even without me others would have shouted those words. Though Lewis was quite pleased to receive such praise, he still modestly tried to brush it aside. Crocus's smile gradually faded, a trace of vicissitude lingering on his face as his tone turned weighty. Such a modest brat. Still, that's a good thing. The Grand Line is not a place where courage alone is enough. His gaze again swept over the conspicuous Wado Ikamanji at Lewis's waist. That sword at your waist looks like a fine one. But for you the true test has only just begun. The old man raised his head, gazing toward the surging entrance of the Grand Line. His eyes grew complicated and deep, as if glimpsing a distant future. This era is about to run completely amok. That flame Roger lit with his own hands. Plenty of interesting figures will leap out to add more firewood. Marco stepped forward and exchanged a few calm words with Crocus. The conversation centered mainly on Laboon's current state and whether anything abnormal needed attention near the Grand Line's entrance. Crocus answered simply, seemingly absent-minded, with most of his attention still drifting faintly toward Lewis. The brief exchange soon ended. Crocus waved his hand, casually indicating they could take their leave. Go witness your era, or go create it. His voice carried the admonition of one who had lived through many storms. Don't die as easily on this merciless sea as those fools of the Rumbar Pirates did. Rumbar Pirates. Lewis's ears caught the familiar name. When he had time, he could head to the Devil's Triangle and seek the skeleton swordsman who had devoured the Yomi no Mi, Soul King Brook. Lewis bowed slightly to Crocus in gratitude for his kind warning. Then together with Marco he restarted the little sailboat. The boat turned and drifted slowly toward the far side of Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line. Crocus's suggestive words seemed to linger softly in the air. Pirate King Roger's dying words. The ear as flames set ablaze. The interesting one's about to take the stage. Come, let me defeat every last one of you. The small boat cut through the azure waters, leaving a widening white wake behind it. Lewis stood at the bow, letting the sea breeze ruffle his black hair, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The journey through paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, had not been without its challenges. A few unwise pirate crews he had encountered along the way had served as whetstones, helping him grow familiar with his new sword. The edge of the Wado Ikamanji revealed its true power through brief, yet fierce clashes. Among swordsmen in the first half of the New World, few emerged unscathed after crossing blades with it. On the horizon, a massive silhouette slowly emerged. It was the Moby Dick. Its iconic, giant whale shape radiated a comforting presence, even from a distance. Upon catching sight of the familiar whale-shaped vessel, Lewis finally let go of all tension, his lips curving upward into a relaxed smile. Beside him, Marco wore an equally warm expression of one returning home. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Look, it's Captain Marco, and Lewis returned. It's Lewis. He really caused quite a scene at the execution site. As the small boat drew closer, enthusiastic greetings echoed from the vast deck of the Moby Dick. Josu's towering frame stood out prominently among the crowd. Bistent stroked his distinctive mustache, watching them approach with a beaming smile. Countless familiar faces leaned over the rail, waving arms and calling their names with excitement. This was home, an irreplaceable warmth and sense of belonging unique to the Whitebeard Pirates. The moment they stepped onto the deck, they were immediately surrounded by a surging crowd. Lewis, you've really grown, lad. You carry yourself differently now. Captain Marco, welcome back. The sound of firm pats on shoulders, hearty laughter, and earnest words of concern all wove together. Yet as the initial frenzy subsided, many eyes, some deliberately, others casually, began drifting toward the pure white blade at Lewis's waist. This was no standard issue weapon Lewis had previously carried. The blade was strikingly conspicuous. Its pristine white appearance, simple yet ancient in style, radiated an indescribable aura. Lewis and Marco made their way through the enthusiastic crew to the center of the expansive deck. There, seated upon a massive throne-like chair, sat the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Father, we're back. Lewis and Marco bowed slightly, their voices filled with deep respect. Whitebeard's gaze slowly swept over both of them, finally settling on the pure white Wado Ikamanji at Lewis's waist. Gururu. Marco Lewis, it seems this trip has been quite rewarding for you both. He took a large swig of sake, yet his eyes never strayed from the white blade. Lewis, that blade at your waist, what's its story? With Whitebeard's question, an immediate silence fell over the deck. All eyes turned sharply toward Lewis. Lewis did not hold back. He recounted how he had encountered the legendary swordsman Mihawk at Lowtown, and through their sparring profoundly recognized the shortcomings of his own weapon. He then described his subsequent journey to Shimatsuki village in the East Blue, where he sought out the reclusive sword master Shimatsuki Kosaburo. Ultimately, using the reputation of the entire Whitebeard Pirates as his guarantee, he had forged an agreement with Kosaburo. He borrowed the Wado Ikamanji, one of the 21 great grade swords, for a period of 10 years, and narrated the entire tale concisely. When they heard that Lewis had not only encountered the rising legend Mihawk, but had managed to hold his ground against him for some time, suppressed gasps and murmurs erupted across the deck. Dozens of eyes refocused on Lewis. That was Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. One of the rising powers of the New World, a man who could single-handedly rival an entire veteran pirate crew. Lewis hadn't merely encountered him. He had fought him, and even earned a measure of consideration. This shifted the gaze of many crew members from initial curiosity to sheer astonishment laced with awe. This kid went to the weakest sea. What exactly did he go through? And when Lewis mentioned that he had used the reputation of the entire Whitebeard Pirates as collateral to seal that 10-year pact with Shimatsuki Kosaburo, the atmosphere tightened once more. Making such a weighty promise in the name of the entire pirate crew was no trivial matter. The crew instinctively turned toward Whitebeard, eager to gauge father's attitude. Yet, defying expectations, Whitebeard showed not an ounce of anger. Instead, he burst into even louder, more boisterous laughter. Guru, good lad. You've got responsibility. Whitebeard's voice rang with unguarded approval. He slammed his massive hand against the armrest of his throne, producing a thunderous crack. The word of the Whitebeard Pirates is worth more than gold. Since you spoke in our name, lad, then speak it we shall. 10 years, you say? Then 10 years it shall be. The father's words rang firm and clear. This was not mere acceptance of Lewis's actions. It was a declaration to all present of the Whitebeard Pirates' unbreakable honor and his utterly unconditional trust and protection of his son. Any lingering tension from the guarantee evaporated instantly, replaced instead by a powerful burning sense of pride. This was their father. This was their Whitebeard Pirates. Under the gaze of those filled with astonishment, admiration, and curiosity, Lewis gently placed his hand on the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji at his waist. He drew the blade slowly. Shing! A extraordinarily clear and ringing blade cry erupted suddenly. The sound was crisp and pure, carrying a piercing force that resonated clearly across the vast deck of the Moby Dick. The gleaming blade emerged inch by inch from the scabbard. Upon its surface there was not a single superfluous pattern or ornate decoration. Its simplicity was absolute. Sunlight fell upon the snow-white edge, reflecting a chilling, bone-cold gleam. That glimmer illuminated the faces around him, some stunned, others grave. A pure and razor-sharp sword intent spread silently as the blade was fully drawn. It was neither the pressure of conqueror's hockey nor the hardened density of armament hockey. It was something far more unique. An aura born only from the profound resonance between a peerless legendary sword and an exceptionally powerful swordsman. On the deck, many crew members who were themselves skilled swordsmen found their hands instinctively gripping their own blade, hilt the moment they felt that pure sword intent. Their eyes betrayed unmistakable astonishment and gravity. They could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of this blade, its power, its pride. He tightened his grip on the Wado Ikamanji and stepped forward. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, finally landing on a rotund crewman whose thick, powerful build hinted at explosive strength. Brother Blamenko. Liu Yi's eyes grew sharp, a fighting spirit rising within them. Could you offer me a few pointers? Blamenko, the one called out, was briefly stunned. He had not expected Liu Yi to challenge him directly, but soon he split his wide mouth into a broad grin, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth as he laughed heartily. Blamenko was one of the most seasoned members aboard the ship. Among the rank-and-file crew, his strength stood clearly in the upper echelon. In his hands, the colossal heavy hammer roared through the air with extraordinary might. You little devil. Blamenko pulled his massive hammer out from beneath his chin, interest kindling in his eyes. Since you've spoken up, this big brother will test how much progress you've made lately. The atmosphere grew tense at once. The crew members tactfully backed away. In the middle of the deck, a broad area was cleared in an instant. Marco stood not far away, arms crossed over his chest, a hint of amusement tugging at the corner of his lips. He did not seem the least bit worried about the outcome of this duel. Atop the throne, Whitebeard remained seated like an immovable mountain, watching the arena with great interest. Blamenko, who had been named, now showed not the slightest hint of underestimating his opponent. He let out a low guttural roar, his leg muscles swelling, and slammed his foot violently into the deck. Dong! In the heavy muffled impact, his colossal frame shot forward like a cannonball, leaving the muzzle charging at Lu Yi with a ferocious, overwhelming aura. He raised the gigantic hammer high, splitting the air and whipping up a fierce gust as it smashed down toward Lu Yi's head with earth-shaking force. This strike was so heavy and powerful that it seemed as if it would shatter the very deck. Facing this wild blow, Lu Yi's expression remained extraordinarily calm, so calm it could even be called cold and composed. With a deft turn of his wrist, the Wado Ikemanji became a streak of brilliant light in his hands, tracing a pure white arc upward with the lightest, most ethereal grace. There was no world-shattering clang of colliding metal as expected. There was not even a harsh grating sound, only an almost imperceptible gentle ring-ting. A blinding flash of blade light cut through the air, fast to the extreme. The next moment, Lu Yi's figure was already at Blamenko's side, as if he had teleported. He remained in the stance of sheathing his blade as though he had never moved at all. On the other side, Blamenko was frozen in place, still holding the fierce downward swing. His eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. He lowered his head to look at the giant hammer in his hands. At some point on that massive hammerhead there had appeared a white mark, so distinct, so precise, cut to a perfect depth. If Lu Yi's slash had gone merely half a measure deeper, or if its angle had been a shade more ruthless. A drop of cold sweat oozed from Blamenko's forehead. The outcome was already decided. The entire exchange was so unimaginably swift that many of the crew watching with eyes wide open had not managed to see exactly what happened. All they caught was a single white flash. Lu Yi gripping the Wado Ikemanji, whether it was his lightning-fast movement, his utterly precise and instantaneous slash, or the armament hockey swirling along the blade's edge. All of it was an incomparable far cry from who he had been before he left the Moby Dick. This was a qualitative leap. He had not even used any ornate complicated moves. He had only used the most basic footwork and cuts. Yet everything seemed so effortlessly elegant, flowing and natural as drifting clouds and running water. That famed sword seemed to have been granted a soul in his hands. Between man and blade there was a striking harmony that shook the heart. After a silence so brief it was suffocating, the deck erupted into cheers even more fervent and electrifying than before. Wow, so fast. What was that just now? My eyes couldn't keep up. Has this guy Lu Yi really become this formidable? Amazing. Blamenko slowly set down his huge hammer. He studied the clear trace on the weapon's edge, then raised his head to look at Lu Yi, who stood on the other side as serene and composed as if he had done nothing more than an effortless trifle. Surprise gradually receded from his face, replaced by outright admiration. He opened his mouth wide and broke into a broad, cheerful grin. Impressive. Lu Yi, kid, you've got real skill. I'm convinced. This sword has found the right hands in you. Lu Yi slid the Wado Ikemanji completely back into its sheath and gave Blamenko a slight nod of respect. Thank you for yielding, brother Blamenko. Whitebeard looked at Lu Yi standing proudly in the arena and at the renowned sword resting quietly in his hand, and an immensely satisfied smile spread across his face. He nodded heavily, a rumbling hum of approval sounding from his throat. Gururara. It seems this sword suits you well, Lu Yi. Pop's voice resounded once more across the entire Moby Dick, full of affirmation and gratification. Use it well. Do not waste this rare fortune. And don't forget that 10-year promise you made with your own mouth. Yes, Pops. Lu Yi straightened up sharply, replying in a thunderous voice with unwavering eyes. The vast majority of the crew felt heartfelt joy and pride for Lu Yi's astonishing growth and the invaluable fortune he had received. The entire atmosphere was one of jubilation. Having such an extraordinary son in the family was a glory in which all could share. Yet over in a corner of the raucous, cheering crowd, a small number of eyes still flickered with complicated emotions difficult to describe. But this faint undercurrent was soon submerged by the deck-wide tide of joy and excitement unnoticed by most. Lu Yi's victorious return, and the stunning leap in strength he had revealed, so profound that even veteran crewmen had to concede, poured a fresh and powerful vitality into the sprawling family of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone clearly recognized that this newcomer, who had once needed the commander's constant care and had even seemed a little immature, had now truly grown into his own. Enough to stand independently in the new world where the strong were as numerous as clouds. Involuntarily, everyone's hearts filled with even higher expectations for his future. Lu Yi's adventure did not come to rest once he returned to the warm embrace of his family. Instead, because of the great grade blade named Wado Ikemanji, and because of that heavy, weighty 10-year oath concerning honor and promise, nothing less than a new chapter quietly opened, one even more magnificent and even more challenging. On the deck of the Moby Dick, sweat had soaked through Lewis's training clothes. Each swing of his sword carried a sharp sound that seemed to tear through the air. His breathing was steady and profound, while the Wado Ikemanji in his hands shimmered with a subdued luster. The crew members around him had long grown accustomed to this daily regimen of arduous training. Yet in their gaze toward Lewis, an unspoken reverence had unconsciously deepened. Everyone remembered that when he first boarded the ship, he was merely a newcomer who needed father's protection and the division commander's guidance. But after these past few years, the aura radiating from him had become utterly transformed. He was no longer simply a talented youth with a promising future ahead. He was a rising star within the Whitebeard Pirates, his brilliance growing ever more intense. This awareness was quietly reshaping his standing aboard the Moby Dick and how others regarded him. He was no longer a child who needed to shelter beneath the Whitebeard Pirates' wing. Instead, he was gradually maturing into a solid pillar upon which this vast family could depend. Lewis slowly sheathed his sword and stood still. His chest rose and fell gently with each deep breath. He could clearly sense his physical strength growing stronger along with his haki becoming increasingly refined and responding to his will with effortless control. Just then a crewman approached with hurried steps, his demeanor filled with obvious respect. "Senior brother Lewis, Captain Marco, father wishes to see you both." Lewis raised his eyes and happened to meet Marco's gaze, who had also heard the summons nearby. The two walked together toward Whitebeard's captain's quarters. Whitebeard's captain's quarters were remarkably spacious. Whitebeard sat upright on an enormous custom-made chair. At this moment his gaze toward Lewis and Marco carried the warmth of an elder. Grrr. Whitebeard's signature laughter rang out, causing the very air in the room to tremble slightly. "Lewis, your rate of growth has exceeded my expectations." He spoke slowly, his voice deep, his gaze fixed on Lewis with an expression full of satisfaction. "Excellent, very good. Now it is time for you, boy, to take on more responsibility." Lewis's heart gave a sudden thud. He instinctively straightened his back, meeting Whitebeard's gaze without any avoidance. "I have decided to appoint you as the temporary inspector of the territories under the Whitebeard Pirates." Whitebeard's words were decisive and unquestionable. "Your duty is to handle certain problems arising in the region, specifically the significant troubles that have recently occurred on Eris Island. Take a team there to inspect and resolve these troubles." This was not merely a task, it was a recognition. It was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, personally acknowledging that Lewis now possessed the ability to handle matters independently. Acknowledging that he was worthy of representing the Whitebeard Pirates' reputation in managing significant affairs. Marco beside him displayed his characteristic lazy smile, yet his eyes were filled with sincere congratulations. "This is your recognition, Lewis. At the same time, it is also your opportunity. Seize it well." His voice carried encouragement and expectation. Eris Island is one of the important commercial islands under the protection of our Whitebeard Pirates. Marco began detailing the specific circumstances of the mission, his lazy expression fading as his face grew serious. "The island is rich in resources and holds a strategically crucial location. It is an important node for us in the New World. But over the past month, commercial activities on the island have been frequently harassed and disrupted by an unidentified force. Our transport ships have been plundered, suffering heavy cargo losses. Even several of our peripheral members stationed there have suddenly gone missing with no trace or news of their whereabouts. Life or death unknown. An unidentified force." Lewis's brows furrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. How dare they be so audacious on Whitebeard's turf? Yes, the opposing party operates with great secrecy, moving swiftly and never leaving clear flags or markings, clearly deliberately concealing their true identity. Marco explained, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "Based on sporadic witness reports and the intelligence we have gathered, this force's strength is certainly no joke. Their approach is extremely arrogant and ruthless, showing absolutely no respect for the Whitebeard Pirates flag." Between his words, even the good-tempered Marco revealed an inability to suppress a certain coldness. To dare provoke the dignity of the Whitebeard Pirates, one must be prepared to bear the consequences of that wrath. Whitebeard's deep voice rang out again, adding with unquestionable authority, "You may select several crew members you consider capable to accompany you. Form a lean and efficient squad. Remember, your mission is not merely to resolve the immediate troubles at hand. More importantly, you must uncover who exactly, or which faction, dares to orchestrate these clandestine operations behind the scenes." "Yes, Father," Lewis responded, his voice loud and resolute, a sharp light flashing briefly in his eyes. The news that Lewis had been appointed as an interim patrol officer leading a team independently to handle territory affairs spread rapidly throughout the Moby Dick, rippling through the crew. This was undoubtedly an extremely significant signal. It indicated that Lewis's status in the eyes of Father and the division commanders had reached a new height. Many crew members who had close ties with Lewis immediately volunteered upon hearing the news, eager to accompany this rapidly rising star on the journey. Lewis stood on the spacious deck, his gaze calmly sweeping across familiar faces. He was quickly weighing each person in his mind. Finally, after careful consideration, he selected several key members, including an exceptionally experienced navigator who had sailed the New World for many years. Two burly men of imposing stature, formidable in close combat and deeply trustworthy, and a nimble, agile member proficient in reconnaissance and stealth operations. Just as his team began to take shape, a portly yet rugged figure pushed through the crowd with a boisterous laugh. "Zeha, Boss Lewis, How could someone as dashing as me Teach be left out of such an opportunity? Marshal D. Teach grinned widely, his missing teeth on full display, wearing an expression of genuine warmth. Lewis's gaze settled on Teach's broad smile. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Fine, Teach, since you want to come with us. And so a compact team of approximately 10 members led by Lewis with Teach among them was officially assembled. Preparations before departure proceeded with urgency and order. Fresh water and provisions were restocked, weapons and ammunition inspected, and the small, fast vessel that would soon set sail was carefully maintained. Simultaneously, the latest intelligence regarding Eris Island and its surrounding waters continued to flow into Lewis's hands. Lewis's hand rested lightly on the sword at his waist. Wado Ikamanji. The blade emitted a faint hum of excitement, as if it too was anticipating the coming battle, thirsting to draw blood once more and cleave through all obstacles. A modified small, fast vessel, incredibly swift, was ready and quietly docked alongside the colossal hull of the Moby Dick. Before departure, the figure of Whitebeard appeared at the high crow's nest of the Moby Dick. He looked down upon the team members standing ready on the deck below. His authoritative gaze slowly swept over everyone, finally settling on Lewis, who stood at the forefront of the team. There were no lengthy instructions or lingering farewells. There was only one simple word, yet filled with boundless trust. Go. Let those ignorant clowns see our Whitebeard Pirates flag. Let them understand the consequences of daring to touch our family and territory. Yes, Father. Lewis and his team members shouted in unison, their voices merging into a torrent that echoed across the deck and shook the skies. Immediately Lewis turned sharply and leaped onto the fast ship's deck without hesitation. Set sail. Depart. Target Eris Island. Accompanied by his clear and commanding voice, the fast ship raised its sails bearing the Whitebeard Pirates symbol. Under countless gazes from the Moby Dick, the fast ship slowly pulled away from the massive mother vessel, cutting through the blue waves and racing toward the depths of the New World. The seas of the New World have never been tranquil paradise. This is a playground for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. Unpredictable weather is as common as day-to-day occurrences. On merely the third day of sailing, they were struck by a sudden ocean storm. One moment the sun might have been shining brightly. The next instant, dark clouds surged across the sky like spilled ink, swallowing everything in their wake. Fierce winds howled, driving mountain-high waves that crashed down upon the tiny ship like toys. Hold the wheel steady. The old navigator roared hoarsely, exerting every ounce of strength against nature's immense power. Lower the mainsail. Quick. Lower the side sails. Everyone, hold on to anything you can secure. The crew's shouts rang out unevenly through the storm, many faces etched with tension and fear. Just then Lewis stood firmly at the bow, where the ship rocked most violently. He let the storm batter him, seawater drenching his clothes, yet his upright figure remained unshaken. His voice clear and composed cut through the gale and thunder, reaching every sailor's ears. Stay calm. Listen to my commands. Navigator, hard to port. Dodge that tallest wave. Everyone else, check the ropes. Reinforce the weak points along the hull. Maintain composure. Stay focused. Under Lewis's precise and swift leadership, the slightly disorganized team members quickly fell into their roles. Gritting their teeth, they relied on their rich experience and robust physiques to wage an all-out struggle against nature's fury. The experienced navigator gripped the helm tightly, veins bulging in his arms, painstakingly following Lewis's orders as he sought safe passages between wave crests and troughs. Others sprinted across the tilting deck, securing lines and plugging leaks, expending every effort to stabilize the vessel. Teach proved surprisingly diligent as well. His large hands clung to the swaying ropes, wielding his abnormal strength to steady the ship. His guttural shouts echoed through the storm, rousing both himself and the others. Zeha! This wind and wave is nothing. Hold steady, damn it. The vessel fought through the black waves, each time hurled upward only to crash down as though its very bones might shatter. Danger lurked everywhere. Several times towering waves seemed poised to swallow the ship whole. Yet through Lewis's calm leadership and everyone's desperate efforts, they eventually broke free from the wall of water. The storm finally passed. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a sky washed into brilliant azure. A resplendent rainbow arched across the heavens like a divine miracle. On board, everyone collapsed to the deck, gasping for air, drenched to the bone as though pulled from the sea. Their strength had been completely drained. Their gaze toward the young figure at the bow had shifted. No longer merely acknowledgement of strength, but genuine recognition and trust from the heart. This young captain not only possessed formidable power, but also the leadership presence needed to steady his crew in dire situations. Days of monotonous sailing followed. The name marked on the nautical chart, Eris Island, finally appeared on the horizon's edge. The island's silhouette grew clearer through the telescope. Vague clusters of buildings could be seen along the shore, hinting at what once must have been a bustling port. However, what greeted them was far from the peaceful, tranquil scene they had imagined. An eerie silence reigned. In the main harbor channel, several large pirate vessels lay anchored with brutal arrogance. Their hulls were black and scarred, radiating a sinister aura. Hanging from the ships were utterly unfamiliar pirate flags. On the pitch-black banners, a twisted pale white skull screamed in silent agony. This banner exuded an unsettlingly ferocious presence. The pirates aboard, clad in ragged clothing with vicious expressions, shouted and cursed at any vessel attempting to approach the harbor. They didn't hesitate to adjust their cannons and fire directly to drive them away. Cannonballs splashed into the water, sending massive geysers soaring. Audacious, domineering, they had completely blocked the shipping channel to Ares Island. Lewis's small, fast vessel was undoubtedly within their line of sight. On the deck, the atmosphere instantly shifted from the relaxation of arrival to an icy gravity. Crew members instinctively reached for their sword hilts or shouldered their muskets. Eyes sharp and filled with vigilance, they locked onto the hostile pirate ships ahead. Lewis stood at the bow facing the salty sea breeze. The wind tousled his hair and fluttered his lean yet upright frame. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splaying open before gently grasping the hilt of Wado Ikemanji at his waist. The cold, familiar sensation traveled from his palm straight to his core. He could clearly feel the tremor coursing through the blade. That was the sword's eagerness and his own fighting spirit. His gaze crossed the rocking bow, fixed directly on those ships flying the twisted skull banners. Lewis's eyes grew progressively colder. Like a drawn blade, his edge was fully revealed. His first independent mission had officially begun. The cannonballs tore the air asunder with a piercing scream, plunging headlong into the churning sea beside the ship's hull. Boom! A skyward column of water burst open, then crashed back down in a roaring deluge. Provocation. This was naked, unashamed provocation by cannon fire. Those pitch-black pirate ships ahead proclaimed their dominion with ear-splitting thunder. And yet Lewis's little ship showed not the slightest intention of slowing. It pressed on against the flying spray, cleaving wave upon wave, bearing straight and unswerving for the harbor of Ares Island, and for the malevolent black ships barring the way. Maintain formation. Prepare for boarding. Lewis stood unshaken at the bow. The sea wind carried his voice crisp and clear into the ears of every taut-faced crewman. His words were not loud, yet they steadied the crew in an instant. A calm command was a keen-edged blade slicing clean through the restlessness and dread that hung thick in the air. The crewmen tightened their grip on their weapons as if by reflex. Their eyes sharpened to an eagle's edge, the looks leveled at the enemy ships ahead held nothing but grim resolve and fierce valor. Ziaha! So we finally get to fight. A laugh of extraordinary volume and grating edge abruptly shattered the heavy stillness. Teach waved his clawed gauntlets, his face alight with unconcealed excitement, and even a hint of bloodthirst. I've been itching for this for far too long. Captain, how about letting me lead the charge? His mouth split wide in that signature grin, that deceptively hearty open expression. Before Lewis could answer, one of the enemy ships up ahead lost its patience. It wrenched itself onto a new course, and like a rabid hound snapping its chain hurled itself at Lewis's little vessel in a headlong charge. On the enemy deck, pirates in ragged, filthy garb loosed inarticulate, frenzied howls. They swung rust-rotted blades and spears, faces hideously contorted. A very horde of fiends clawing their way up from the underworld. Lewis's gaze did not waver in the slightest. No retreat. Instead, ram straight into them. Williams, adjust the angle. Prepare the ram. The order was short, sharp, and brooked no argument. The swift craft heeled over in a sudden nimble turn, bringing its prow, specially reinforced, wickedly spiked, gleaming with cold steel, to bear squarely upon the charging enemy's flank. The gap between the two ships shrank at a heart-stopping speed. The slap of waves against the hull. The raucous curses and filth-laden shouts borne across from the enemy vessel. The heavy, suppressed breathing of his own crewmen. All these sounds wove together into a wild, cacophonous prelude to war. And then at the very instant before the two vessels were to collide, in that hair-trigger moment, Lewis moved. His form, a streak of lightning, vanished from the bow. A single heavy stamp of his toes upon the ship's rail, and he swept across the boiling, churning waters between the two ships in less than a heartbeat. A pure, resonant note of steel rang through the air. An invisible, unyielding force shrouded the blade of Wado Ikemanji. Armament hockey. The mirror-bright edge now lay veiled beneath a blackness imperceptible to the naked eye. One sword style, one stroke slash. A single ray of white light condensed to the uttermost. Fast. Faster than the human eye could ever hope to follow. Like the merest flicker of light. A flash and gone. The cruel, bloodthirsty grins on the faces of the foremost pirates on the enemy deck had not yet fully faded. They had not seen what happened at all. They merely sensed a blur of white light before their eyes. The next moment the blades clutched in their hands felt as though they had been sliced through by something intangible yet sharp beyond all measure. Crack. In unison they snapped apart. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming razor-keen sword chi hammered into their chests. A faint line of blood, so fine as to be nearly invisible, bloomed silently at the center of their chests. Utmost shock and disbelief froze instantly upon their contorted faces. Swept by that invisible, infinitely keen sword chi, they were cleft cleanly in twain. Thud, thud, thud. Their heavy sundered bodies crashed onto the litter-strewn deck. In the next instant, Lewis's figure landed upon the enemy deck like a silent gust of wind. He held his blade in one hand. The tip of Wado Ikemanji slanted toward the deck, which was smeared with oil and unnameable grime. After that lightning-fast stroke, the mirror-bright blade remained strangely immaculate. Not a single drop of blood had clung to it. A sword intent, pure icy honed to the absolute extremity, radiated noiselessly outward with him at its absolute center. Unbridled, overbearing, it carried the absolute resolve to sever every obstacle before it. The pirates who had been shrieking and closing in found their steps nailed to the planks, freezing against their will. They stared in horror at the broken weapons littering the deck, at their comrades toppled and blood split cleanly down the middle and killed on the spot. Then their eyes turned to that young figure standing tall, blade in hand, his face calm to a horrifying degree. For the first time, every face revealed a terror that clawed up from the depths of the soul, an unbelievably monstrous fear. What manner of monstrous swordplay was this? So fast that not even a shadow could be seen. This was no way of fighting they could comprehend, let alone oppose. Just as every enemy was utterly overwhelmed by that heaven-shaking miracle-like stroke, their minds seized their bodies, frozen in a breath of stunned hesitation. Zihaha! Teach's signature laughter, brimming with unbridled wildness, exploded across the deck once more. His massive, small giant-like frame followed hard on Lewis's heels, slamming onto the enemy deck with a thunderous thud that made the entire hull quiver. He used no tricks, no flamboyant techniques. He relied purely on that monstrous strength far beyond ordinary men and a crude, primitive brawling art. Clumsy on the surface, yet steeped in cunning and ferocity, storming through the enemy like a wild bull set loose in a flock of sheep. Several pirates who had barely recovered from that absolute shock and tried to strike at Lewis from the sides were sent flying by the sheer weight of his body. Crack! The brittle sound of shattering bones rang out unmistakably. Screaming shrilly, those luckless wretches were hurled away like burst sacks, snapped the ship's railing, and splashed into the icy sea, gulped down by the waves in an instant. Even as Teach valiantly swept away potential threats around Lewis, he stole yet another exceedingly furtive sideways glance at the way Lewis held his sword. He had grown stronger still since the last time Teach had seen him in action, a truly terrifying talent. If he failed to obtain that ultimate fruit, he feared there truly would be no way to oppose this monster. Teach's cover was timely and effective, yet did in truth deflect a fair share of trouble from Lewis. Yet deep beneath that hearty open laughter lurked dark thoughts he believed well concealed. What caught Lewis somewhat off guard, however, was this. The other black pirate vessels flying the warped skull banner did not, as he had envisioned, instantly close in to form a pincer around them and crush them. They merely sent a few more token volleys this way. Yet the fire was visibly sparser, the shots straying ever farther from the mark, more bluster than any true intent to reinforce or attack. Most of the cannonballs struck empty sea, heaving up enormous, meaningless blossoms of spray. Then beneath Lewis's piercing gaze, the mysterious black ships wheeled their bows about with astonishing decisiveness. They paid no further heed to the comrade vessel that had already been boarded by Lewis and Teach, plainly beyond all recovery. Instead, they swiftly began to withdraw toward the depths of Aris Island. The clean, coordinated, uncanny precision of that maneuver was nothing like the conduct of common pirates who worshipped chaos and laughed at death. It seemed far more like a probing move with a clear objective. Or perhaps, bait. As they retreated, the pirate banner bearing a pallid, agonized skull thrashed endlessly in the fierce sea wind, a field black as ink. A skull of pallor that made the flesh creep, the grotesquely contorted lines as if locked in endless torment. Together they exuded a thick, heart-chilling emanation of ill omen and unnatural evil. Lewis stood on the enemy deck, his gaze sharp as honed steel, fixed fast upon the swiftly receding forms of those black ships. His brow furrowed, tightly unbidden. These were no ordinary rabble. Their patterns of action, the grotesque style of their banner, all of it carried an air of the extraordinary. Aris Island, he suspected, would prove far more troublesome than he had imagined. After swiftly dispatching the enemy vessel that had charged forward and watching the unidentified pirate main force that had been blockading the harbor retreat into the distance, Liu Yi's crew finally managed to sail into the port of Aris Island. The crew watched Liu Yi's figure on the deck, their eyes filled with awe. That sword stroke, just now. Too fast, too powerful. However, as their ship slowly entered the harbor, the scene unfolding before everyone's eyes sent their just relieved hearts sinking back into the abyss. This was neither the chaotic clamor expected of a port that had just survived a catastrophe, nor the prosperous hustle and bustle of the island renowned for commerce in their memories. Deathly silence. A deathly silence so oppressive that it weighed on the heart and sent chills down the spine. The main pier of the harbor was more than half broken, with twisted, deformed wooden piles leaning askew in murky seawater tinged with oil stains. Along the shore, warehouses and shops stood in close succession, most with doors and windows yawning open, some even brutally smashed, revealing empty shelves and the messy ruins within. In the air drifted a faint smell of blood mingled with the lingering acrid odor of burnt wood. There was also an indescribable decayed stench. The sea breeze blew through the empty streets, producing a mournful wailing sound. This place had evidently suffered a catastrophe not long ago. The group disembarked. Setting foot on solid ground made their hearts even heavier. As they went deeper into the town, the scene before them became even more shocking. The once flat stone slab roads were covered with cracks, and potholes could be seen everywhere, as if they had been repeatedly smashed by heavy objects. Burnt traces of houses could be seen everywhere. Charred wooden beams lay collapsed on the ground, leaving only broken stone walls standing alone. On the walls, aside from the slash marks and gouges left by battle, there were large patches of dried, blackened bloodstains, silently telling of the fierce slaughter that had taken place. Occasionally one could catch a glimpse behind one or two tightly shut doors and windows. Terrified eyes secretly peered out. When those glances fell upon the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates worn by Lu E and the others, a faint glimmer of hope briefly flickered in them. But that glimmer was soon overwhelmed by a deeper, denser fear. They hastily withdrew their heads, and the doors and windows were shut even more tightly. It was as if Lu E and the others were not rescuers, but another horde of demons bringing calamity. This reaction made Lu Yi's heart sink. The mighty reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates was enough to make most forces in the New World steer clear. Yet here it seemed to have lost its due effect, and instead incited fear. Spread out and search carefully, Lu E ordered in a low voice, his tone tinged with gravity. Stay safe and report any findings immediately. Focus on finding clues about our missing comrades. The crew immediately acknowledged the orders, splitting into several groups and cautiously dispersing into the deathly silent ruinous town. Dichi was especially zealous, practically the first to dash out. While rummaging through collapsed houses and piles of rubble, he muttered something under his breath. Soon a message came from the crew member responsible for searching the Eastern District. They had found the station that had belonged to the outlying members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Or rather, the remains of the station. An expanse of ruins that had been completely razed to the ground. The original architectural structure was no longer discernible, leaving only scorched, crumbling walls and scattered debris everywhere. The scene bore marks of extremely fierce combat. The ground was blasted with several large craters, and the walls were covered with dense bullet holes and slashes. Strangely, despite the horrific battleground, not a single intact corpse was found. Only torn, blood-stained shreds of clothing and a few broken, bent weapons lay scattered among the rubble. What made everyone's anger surge was the flag that symbolized the glory of the Whitebeard Pirates. It had been torn to shreds, carelessly thrown on the ground, stained with dark red blood. This was undoubtedly the most direct provocation against the Whitebeard Pirates. The crew's eyes turned red, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into their palms. Just then, another reconnaissance-type crew member who was meticulously inspecting the scene made a new discovery at the entrance of a concealed cellar that was mostly buried under rubble. Inside the cellar, a thick smell of blood and a foul stench of decay pervaded the air. By the dim light, they spotted a human silhouette. It was a member wearing the Whitebeard Pirates uniform. He was still alive, but barely, his body covered with wounds and multiple broken bones. His breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, and his consciousness was already clouded. The crew carefully carried him out. As if sensing familiar presence, he struggled to open his clouded eyes, lips trembling as he uttered faint, fragmented murmurs. Twisted face. Not human. They're searching for core. Lu E immediately grabbed hold of this keyword. The attack on this island renowned for commerce had not been for treasure, but rather for something called the core. This instantly made the nature of the entire incident complex and eerie. What exactly was this mysterious force? What was the core they were searching for? Lu E crouched down, trying to extract more information from this severely wounded comrade. Hold on, brother. Tell me, what is the core? The enemies were clearly no ordinary pirates. Their purpose was clear, their actions decisive. They had struck this island famed for its commercial prosperity, yet paid no heed to the treasure scattered everywhere, obsessively searching instead for a vaguely described core. Take him back first and fetch the ship's doctor. Lewis rose and gave the order, his voice straining with suppressed fury. The rest of you, continue searching. Don't let a single trace slip by, especially the direction the enemy withdrew. They had to learn as quickly as possible who these people really were and what exactly this so-called core was. Intuition told Lewis that this was no ordinary pirate raid. His reconnaissance specialists moved into action at once. They crouched low, carefully reading the minuscule traces left on the ground. Unlike the chaotic destruction left by the earlier battle, these traces were far more concealed. They revealed the caution and discipline of those who had retreated. The depth of the footprints, the angles at which rubble had been disturbed, even the barely noticeable direction in which plants had been snapped. The trail led toward the island's interior, a far more treacherous stretch of terrain. Following the traces, the pursuit team swiftly left the ruined harbor town behind and advanced into the island's depths. The scenery along the way grew ever more desolate. Finally, after crossing a rugged belt of jagged rocks, the view opened up before them. There lay a hidden valley. Its entrance was narrow and flanked by sheer cliffs, easy to defend, difficult to assault. Inside the valley stood temporary tents and crude fieldworks, forming a compact stronghold. Twisted skull banners were planted throughout the camp. Unlike the rabble that had been effortlessly routed at the harbor, the guards here were clearly elites. They were well equipped and carried the chilling aura of hardened killers. Their patrol strides were perfectly uniform, their eyes cold, emotionless as machines. Lewis studied the stronghold through his telescope, his own gaze equally frigid. It seemed this was their temporary lair. He decided to lead a squad in person for a swift raid-style reconnaissance. He had to determine the enemy's true strength quickly and find out what the so-called core actually was. Night descended without a sound, providing the perfect cover for infiltration. Lewis moved out with several nimble operatives, merging into the darkness and closing in on the valley stronghold in absolute silence. They evaded the visible sentries, slipped along the shadows beneath the cliffs, and infiltrated inch by inch. The defenses within the stronghold were even tighter than expected, overt sentries and hidden posts interwoven, leaving virtually no blind spots. Just as they neared the largest tent in the central area, an eerie, ice-cold presence suddenly engulfed them. Without the slightest warning, alarm bells clanged wildly in Lewis's mind. His observation hockey felt as though something had walled it off. Hazy, indistinct, unreliable. A tall, gaunt figure appeared soundlessly before them. He wore a black, form-fitting combat suit, and his face was hidden behind a ghastly pale mask. The mask bore the same twisted, wailing motif as the skulls on those pirate banners. "Heh, reinforcements from Whitebeard. Your noses are sharp enough." A hoarse, grating voice came from beneath the mask, carrying a deeply unsettling, distorted quality. "To intrude upon the Twisted Skull's forbidden ground. Are you courting death?" "I am Grease the Whaler, one of the Twisted Skull's officers." The masked man tilted his head slightly, as if appraising Lewis. Lewis wasted no words. His right hand had already closed around Wado Ikamanji at his waist. This man who called himself Grease the Whaler radiated an extremely dangerous presence, and that bizarre ability to interfere with one's senses was something Lewis had never encountered before. "Whitebeard Pirates, Lewis the Demon Child." The ice-cold words fell. The blade was already drawn. A flash of snowy steel tore the night apart. With incomparably fierce momentum, it slashed straight at the whaler. Grease the Whaler let out a low, inscrutable laugh. His figure darted backward in an instant. At the same time, an invisible, dread-inducing force spread outward. It sought to warp Lewis's senses and shatter his judgment. Lewis's observation hockey was markedly suppressed, but his eyes remained as piercing as ever. Potent armament hockey wrapped around Wado Ikamanji. The blade edge shone with a jet-black gleam. Clang! It collided with some unseen force, ringing out with a crisp metallic clash. A violent battle erupted in an instant. Lewis's swordsmanship was broad and sweeping. Every stroke carried crushing force and the will to cut everything asunder. At the same time, he counterattacked with that eerie mind-warping ability. Invisible mental shocks like sharp needles kept lancing into the depths of Lewis's consciousness. Lewis held his mind firm. With superb swordsmanship and refined armament hockey, he gradually gained the upper hand. His blade light grew faster and denser. It forced Grease the Whaler into constant retreat, just as Lewis prepared to unleash an even fiercer assault and take him down in one decisive move. Ziaha! A signature burst of laughter detonated through the silent valley. "Boss Lewis, leave this skulking scum to me." Teef's hulking figure charged in like a maddened bull breaking from its pen. His claw-gauntlet fists howled through the air as they raked savagely at Grease the Whaler's face. Grease the Whaler clearly had not expected someone else to be there, nor had he expected the attack to come so suddenly. He was forced to divert his attention to fend off Teef's heavy shattering strike. For a split second his body froze. When experts clash, victory and defeat are decided in an instant. Lewis keenly seized that fleeting opening. Now, one-sword style cross slash. Blinding swordlight carved a flawless cross in the air. It descended upon Grease the Whaler with the speed of a thunderbolt. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The mask split apart on the spot. Yet beneath the mask was no flesh and blood. That was not a human face at all. Countless tiny gray-white worms. They clustered frantically, writhing and tangling together, forcibly shaping the outline of a face. Dense, squirming, never still. Pre! The worm face split open, unleashing a shriek shrill beyond measure. The sound seemed to have physical substance, able to pierce the eardrums, drive into the deepest recesses of the soul, and bring unbearable agony. The next instant, his body dissolved without warning into a scattered mass of insects. The insects fled in all directions at terrifying speed, leaving behind only a single cold, venomous sentence. "Whitebeard's lackeys, you will soon understand what true despair is. The awakening of the core cannot be stopped." Before the last word faded, the insect swarm dispersed completely. Grease, the whaler's presence vanished from the valley without a trace. Only Lewis Teach and a few still shaken crew members remained at the scene. Lewis bent down and picked up a fragment of the mask. It was bitingly cold to the touch, bearing the rough texture of an arthropod's carapace. Worm face, he repeated under his breath. The core is awakening. Lewis's brows drew tightly together as he quickly connected these fragmented clues with the harbor survivor's earlier phrase, not human. Ziaha. Now this is truly fascinating. Teach's rough laughter shattered the silence as he stroked his unkempt chin, his eyes gleaming with a strange, feverish excitement. The grotesque sight that would have driven an ordinary man to madness seemed to him nothing more than a novel performance. A worm. Core. Sounds like some incredible treasure, or perhaps some formidable power. Now this is getting interesting. Ziaha. His seemingly casual speculation, however, stirred something within Luffy. Was Teach truly just thick-skinned and fearless, or had he seen through something deeper? Luffy temporarily set aside his scrutiny and doubts regarding Teach. The priority was to make sense of the situation. Search the stronghold first, he commanded in a low voice. Having repelled Gree the Howler, the stronghold's internal defenses were now depleted, making it safe, at least for the moment. The crew immediately sprung into action, rushing into the various tents within the stronghold, conducting a meticulous sweep. Most of the tents had already been vacated. The enemy had retreated in such haste that they clearly hadn't anticipated the swift and effective assault from Luffy's team. But precisely because of that, they had left behind a number of things they couldn't deal with in time. In the largest tent at the center of the stronghold, one that was clearly of the leader's caliber, Luffy discovered a beast hide map that had been nearly half destroyed by fire. On the incomplete map, a special location in the island's central region was marked with a frenzied, sloppy scrawl. Beside the mark, written in a twisted, worm-crawling script, were two chilling words. Alter hatchery. Hatchery. Meanwhile, another team tasked with pacifying the outer perimeter and gathering intelligence from the surviving islanders relayed crucial information via Den Den Mushi. They had heard an ancient legend about this Eris island from an elderly local. The legend spoke of a primordial being named Eris that slumbered at the very heart of the island since time immemorial. This Eris was both the source of the island's vitality and prosperity, and also harbored a terrifying power capable of destroying everything. Just as this information was being relayed, the team searching the stronghold made a new, and most unsettling, discovery. In a dungeon-like prison cell that was extremely well concealed, its entrance completely buried under a pile of debris, they found scattered items. A few torn garments stained with mysterious filth and a broken standard-issue scabbard. The style and markings of these items clearly identified them as belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates' affiliated members. They were remnants left behind by the brothers who had gone missing previously, but the cell was empty. Only the cold, damp stone walls remained etched with strange, distorted symbols of unknown meaning. And beneath those eerie symbols was a single line of text, a line written in dark red, long-dried, coagulated blood. The handwriting was twisted, the strokes scattered, steeped in absolute despair, agony, and a final warning. We were transformed. Run. Transformed. Luffy's mind flashed instantly to the inhuman worm face of Gree the Howler, to the terrified, dying words of the survivor, not human, to the hatchery marked on the map. Combined with this desperate message scrawled in the blood of his comrades, a horrifying conjecture began to take shape in Luffy's mind. Those missing Whitebeard Pirates comrades, they might not be dead, at least not dead in any traditional sense. They very likely had been transformed into inhuman monsters like Gree the Howler, using some means their enemies, this self-proclaimed Twisted Skulls group, employed that was utterly beyond their comprehension. The enemy's true aim in attacking Eris Island and slaughtering the islanders was to seize that so-called core, the legendary Eris itself. They intended to harness Eris's power to mass-produce those monsters. This conjecture sent a chill coursing through every Whitebeard Pirates crew member present, from the soles of their feet straight to the crowns of their heads. The severity and sheer bizarreness of the situation far exceeded anything they could have imagined before setting out. Now an immensely difficult decision lay before Luffy. Should they retreat at once, bring this appalling intelligence back to the Moby Dick report to Pops, and await the arrival of stronger reinforcements before deciding the next move? That was the safest, most rational, and least risky option. It would maximize the preservation of the current crew's lives. Or should they venture deep into the heart of this peril-filled island, stop the enemy's conspiracy involving the core at all costs, and attempt to rescue those brothers who might already have been transformed, suffering unimaginable agony? Luffy's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on that chilling line of blood text on the stone wall. We were transformed. Run. Through that dried blood, he could almost see his comrades' face twisted in extreme agony as they wrote those words. He could feel their boundless despair, their unwillingness, and their final wish that anyone would escape this hell. These were brothers who had fought side by side, sharing life and death together. They had once shared in the ultimate glory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Retreat. Abandoned brothers who might still be enduring inhuman torment, might still retain a shred of consciousness, on this island overrun with monsters. Luffy's hand involuntarily tightened around the Wado Ikamanji at his waist. The cold touch of the hilt sent a clear sensation to his palm, but that coldness could not extinguish the blazing fire ignited in his heart, a fire forged from rage, grief, and unyielding resolve. His eyes in that instant became incredibly sharp, incredibly resolute. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing like a blade sweeping across the face of every crew member present, taking in the fear not yet fully faded from their eyes, and the fury and unwillingness that were rising to replace it. Luffy's voice was low, yet carried a force that was final and beyond question, echoing clearly through the deathly silent cell. Cannot leave. Even if hell itself awaits ahead, we will charge straight in. We're bringing our brothers back. His voice paused, laden with grief. Or by our own hands grant them release. The hesitation in the crew's eyes under Luffy's resolute gaze and words was rapidly replaced by shared fury and unwavering determination. They were members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Pop's family. They would never abandon their brothers, and they would never remain indifferent to such cruelty and blatant provocation. A somber and unyielding spirit swiftly spread and surged through the team. Even if the road ahead was fraught with peril, even if they might be doomed to utter destruction, they would press forward without hesitation. Destination: the island's core. Ziaha! A madman's laugh exploded without warning. Dichi's heavy fleshy face stretched into an exaggerated grin, glinting in the dim light and making him look utterly ferocious. The hand sheathed in a metal claw gauntlet shot high into the air, his voice brimming with uncontrollable bloodthirsty excitement. Well said, Boss Lu. Those damn bastards. I'll tear every single one of them into the finest pieces. He seemed more stirred up than anyone else, yet behind those eyes blazing with fanaticism lay sharp cunning and cold calculation. The team did not hesitate. Following the markings on the map, they immediately advanced toward the island's central region. Their objective, the location marked prominently as the incubation chamber. The closer they drew to the island's core, the more unsettling the surroundings became. The tropical plants that should have been lush and vibrant now took on a sickly dark purple hue. The stench in the air grew ever thicker and more pungent, now laced with a faint cloying sweetness. The ground underfoot became unusually soft and damp. Beneath the rotting leaves they could occasionally spot animal carcasses gnawed down to bare white bones. Wedged between the bones were layers of tiny translucent eggs that wriggled faintly, packed so densely that the sight made one's skin crawl. Something's coming. The leading scout suddenly lowered his voice in a sharp warning, raising his firearm and aiming it ahead. From deep within the woods, not far ahead, came a skittering sound accompanied by low muffled roars. Moments later, several twisted aberrant creatures lunged out from the shadows. They were not human, but the island's native beasts. Now, however, these beasts had undergone a horrifying mutation. Their bodies were covered in uneven, dull-colored carapaces with a greasy sheen. Their mouths had warped into hideously protruding maws, with thick foul drool glistening between razor-sharp fangs. Their eyes had transformed into compound eyes blazing with pure insanity and an insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. These twisted, mutated monsters hurled themselves at the team in a fearless frenzy. They moved far faster than their unmutated kin, charging in on a vicious gust of wind. Hold formation. Clear them out. Lu Yi's voice stayed calm and composed. The Wado Ikamanji in his hand had already left its sheath the instant the warning went up. Snow-white blade light flickered through the dim woods like lightning, rending the darkness of a thunderstorm. The crewmen, hardened veterans of countless battles, showed no panic at the sudden raid. They swiftly closed into a tight defensive formation, the cold gleam of blades interweaving with the roaring fire of muskets. Lu Yi's swordsmanship was astonishingly fierce, terrifyingly fast, and backed by immense strength. Every slash hewed precisely through the monster's hard carapaces, striking their vital points. Wherever the blade passed, gouts of dark green, foul-smelling fluids sprayed into the air. Every strike was efficient and lethal. In contrast, Dichi's fighting style was especially savage and cruel. "Zaya, come on, you pathetic little insects." He let out a frenzied roar. Those hands armed with razor-sharp metal claws tore through the monster's carapaces and flesh as easily as rending rotten cloth. Blood and shredded meat flew through the air. The foul fluids of the monster splashed across his body, and the warm, sticky sensation sparked a low, beast-like laugh from his throat. The younger crewmen secretly shuddered at the sight of his near-mad frenzy. Without realizing it, they edged farther away from Dichi. This man's ferocity and cruelty seemed less a weapon aimed at the enemy and more the release of his true nature. The battle ended quickly. Only a few shattered monster carcasses remained on the ground. The team pressed on. At the edge of a village long since reduced to ruins and overrun by mutated insect beasts, it was a blatant provocation. A crewman of relatively weaker ability suddenly let out a shrill, agonized cry. He clutched his head with both hands, his body trembling violently beyond his control. Insects. So many insects are shrieking inside my head. His eyes began to glaze over, his pupils losing their focus as his face twisted with terror and confusion. Not good. Lu Yi's heart jolted. He sensed at once that something was wrong. Without an instant of hesitation, an invisible pressure carrying the overwhelming majesty of a sovereign ruler exploded outward from him. Conqueror's Haki. The crewman's body shuddered violently, and a faint trace of clarity slowly returned to his vacant eyes. He gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like streams and soaking his clothes. B-Boss Lu Yi. I just now. Still shaken, his voice quivered uncontrollably. It's all right, Lu Yi said in a low voice, though his expression had turned extremely grim. He reached out to steady the crewman who had nearly collapsed while his sharp eyes swept across every suspicious corner around them. The so-called core's power was even more bizarre and insidious than he had anticipated. It was capable of directly attacking and interfering with the mind. The team continued through a dense forest draped in sticky cobweb-like grayish-white filaments. Those webbed strands exuded the same faint, sickly sweet smell they had noticed before. If one accidentally brushed against them, they left a cold, slimy, deeply unpleasant sensation on the skin. At the edge of the woods, the view suddenly opened up. A colossal fissure in the mountain loomed before them, dark, bottomless, and abyssal. From within came dense, hair-raising scraping sounds, as though tens of thousands of insects were squirming and crawling deep inside the darkness of the rift, waiting for something. The incubation chamber marked on the map was right at the deepest point of this enormous fissure. At the rift's entrance, two colossal monsters far larger than any insect beast encountered before stood silently, there like two statues carved from hell itself. They resembled mantises magnified dozens of times. Their scythe-like forelimbs gleamed with a dark, somber metallic sheen, their edges so sharp that their terrifying cutting power was beyond question. Their enormous compound eyes glowed with a cold, merciless scarlet light. This pair was clearly a higher grade of guardian. The pressure emanating from them dwarfed that of the lesser monsters they had fought earlier. Zehaha! Dichi burst into laughter again. Boss Louis, leave these two blind watchdogs to me as a warm-up. He volunteered, charging forward a step as sparks flew from the metal claws grinding against each other. Titch did not dodge or evade. Instead, he charged ferociously head-on toward one of the mantis behemoths. Clang! A deafening crash of metal colliding with metal erupted suddenly. Titch's sharp claws collided squarely with the mantis behemoth's sickle-like limbs, as formidable as blades forged from steel. A devastating shockwave radiated outward in all directions, sending fragments of stone and dust scattering everywhere. Titch felt a tremendous force surging through his arm, leaving it numb and causing a dull ache in his webbing. The mantis behemoth too was staggered back half a step by that overwhelming power. Within its crimson compound eyes an even more ferocious light flickered. Almost simultaneously, the other mantis behemoth moved. It launched a silent attack from the flank. The enormous sickles carved through the air with piercing shrieks, aiming directly for Titch's vulnerable side. Its speed was almost inconceivable, leaving behind little more than a ghostly afterimage. Tee-hee-hee. Titch let out a peculiar cry. Rather than retreating to evade, he did something entirely irrational. He lunged forward with relentless force. He intended to absorb the front mantis behemoth's strike, barehanded, relying solely on the defensive might of his armament Haki. At the same moment, his other hand, sheathed in gleaming metallic claws, swept through merciless wind, clawing viciously toward the mantis behemoth's massive compound eyes. Go blind, you bastard. A sickening wet thud resonated through the air. Pitch black, green ichor, foul and viscous, erupted from the mantis behemoth's compound eyes, splattering in every direction. It emitted a scream of agonizing purity. Those massive sickle legs thrashed wildly from excruciating pain, completely losing their former precision and coordination. Meanwhile, Titch grew more ferocious with each passing clash, his metallic claws becoming phantom-like strokes that relentlessly sought out the joints and weak points in the other still intact mantis behemoth's carapace. Each vicious strike tore away great chunks of shattered carapace and sprayed dark green flesh. Lewis watched this brutally bloody struggle with cold detachment. Titch's almost pleasure-filled brutality in combat stirred not the slightest emotion within him. He had no intention of intervening. Wrap this up quickly and keep up with us. Before the words had fully left his lips, Lewis's figure had already cut straight through that chaotic and gore-splattered battlefield. Alone, he dove deeper into that bottomless crevasse. His silhouette quickly vanished into the impenetrable darkness. The corner of Titch's eye caught sight of Lewis departing. He bared his teeth in a ferocious grin. His offensive suddenly intensified, growing even more reckless and frenzied. Tee-hee. Boss Lewis is always so impatient. Let me show you how I play. He needed to dispatch these two meddling watchdogs as swiftly as possible, then catch up to Lewis and witness firsthand what manner of treasure this so-called core truly was. Deep within the crevasse, light dimmed at an unsettling pace. Lewis pressed onward alone through the shadowy rift. The air grew thick with a cloying coppery stench that bordered on nauseating. Heavy moisture clung to him like a second skin. The rocks beneath his feet turned treacherously slick. A thick viscous layer of strange fluid coated the ground and cliff walls, exhaling an alien odor. The cliff faces revealed countless pinprick holes densely packed together. As he ventured further, indistinct scratch marks began appearing along the passage walls. Those were grotesque patterns carved by some sharp-clawed implement. Scattered across the ground lay enormous beast bones picked completely clean. Even more disturbing, Lewis discovered skeletal remains clearly belonging to humans. Their pallid bones were etched with dense, deep bite marks. Intermittent rustling sounds drifted from the deeper reaches of the crevice. Those sounds were fine and intricate, like countless tiny insects collectively rubbing their hard exoskeletons together. These sounds converged into an unsettling low-frequency hum. Lewis's observation hockey clearly perceived that ahead lurked an enormous number of life forms, their auras wildly chaotic and impure. Pressing forward, his vision suddenly opened up. A massive underground cavern materialized before Lewis without warning. From the cavern's towering dome hung hundreds upon hundreds of fleshy cocoons clustered thickly together in varying sizes. Those cocoons possessed an eerie translucency. Their surfaces pulsed faintly as though alive. Suspended upside down from above, they resembled colossal insect eggs. Even more unsettling, through those semi-translucent cocoon walls, he could vaguely make out the curled silhouette of a human form within each one. At the cavern's very center stood an enormous throne, constructed from countless twisted pale bones and long solidified dark mucus. Upon the throne sat a tall, alluring female figure, her back to the entrance, seated in quiet repose. Her silhouette traced breathtaking curves that defied modest restraint. Yet emanating from that enchanting form was not warmth, but an icy chill that seeped to the bone. That seated woman, even with her back turned, seemed to perceive everything. Her head tilted slightly to one side. Then a soft laugh echoed through the cavernous space. The laugh initially sounded languid, threaded with a husky magnetism, yet its tail stretched discordantly into a faint but unmistakable hissing. It was the sound of an insect. Another robust male. Her voice spread through the cavern. "Just in time, my children. They are hungry." Before she finished speaking, the nearest hanging cocoons convulsed violently. Uft, uft, uft. A series of hair-raising rupture sounds followed in rapid succession. Foul-smelling, viscous, dark green fluid sprayed everywhere like a torrential rain, drenching the rock walls and ground. Immediately after, several twisted monsters wriggled free from the ruptured cocoons, letting out ear-piercing roars. They vaguely retained human torsos, but their limbs had entirely mutated into sharp, jointed appendages. Their faces were unrecognizable, feral maws snapping violently to reveal interlocking fangs. Pairs of compound eyes glowed with hungry red light devoid of any human emotion. Only raw predatory instinct locked onto Lewis's figure. Sharp, ear-splitting screeches erupted from their throats, converging into a maddening sonic wave. Without the slightest hesitation, all four limbs driving them forward, they surged toward Lewis at speeds beyond comprehension. Before the sudden ferocious onslaught, the Wado Ikamanji at Lewis's waist sprang from its sheath in answer. A blinding blade light blazed forth, tearing a dazzling arc through the gloom of the cave. One sword-style dragon flash. The sword aura howled forth, carrying peerless sharpness, and met the horde head-on. Those monsters that had just torn free of their flesh cocoons before they could even utter a second shriek were cut down effortlessly the instant they touched the sword aura, frail beyond belief. Foul dark green gore mixed with shattered limbs sprayed through the air. In a single instant, the monsters were reduced to a ravaged heap. On the throne, the tall, alluring female figure finally made a far greater motion. Slowly she turned around. When her face was fully revealed to Lewis, even his iron will could not stop his pupils from contracting instinctively. It was a face enough to drive any man to madness and enough to plunge anyone into fear. One half was a peerless face that had once charmed all beneath the heavens, snow-white skin, brows and eyes like a painting radiating fatal seduction. The other half was covered by a dense, hard, blue-black carapace, grotesque and terrifying. One eye was a soul-stealing, seductive glance rippling with a light that made one sink. The other was unmistakably an insect's compound eye, gleaming with a faint, ominous sheen. Within it lay only the most primal greed and cruelty. A bizarre, monstrous smile curved at the corner of her mouth. Two utterly different traits were fused perfectly upon her, creating a monstrous harmony. What formidable power! Her voice, carrying a bewitching magnetism, emerged from the still intact half of her red lips. "I like it. You must be curious about who I am, aren't you?" The woman, or rather the half-human, half-insect monster, declared calmly. "Once they called me Blood Lady Lana. Bounty 153 million berries. Captain of the Twisted Skull Pirates." Her voice was touched with nostalgia, as if she were telling a story from long ago. But now, her tone abruptly shifted, laced with an indescribable fevered pride. I am the will of this island. I am the mother of all life, the swarm mother queen. Lana spread her arms. Those hands had also partially changed. Her fingertips were sharp and coated in thin chitin. She gestured to the huge lumps of flesh that still writhed gently around the throne. They seemed to be extensions of the throne, radiating a vital, oppressive life force. It is the core, a devil fruit named the hive fruit. Her compound eyes gleamed with fanatical light, and her voice trembled with agitation. It chose me and gave me the power of evolution. It made me and my children into the most perfect life forms in this world. Lana suddenly spread her arms wide. The pair of chitinous wings behind her, thin as cicada wings, yet covered in bizarre patterns, flared open. Soon all of Eris Island will become my nursery, then this sea, then the entire world. Her voice was filled with ultimate madness. Every living thing will be purified and exalted in my embrace. You too will become one of my mighty children, Lewis. She had actually called Lewis's name with perfect clarity. Lewis listened quietly to her declaration, his expression unchanged. Only after her voice fell did he slowly speak. A frog at the bottom of a well. The four words, clear and cold, landed in Lana's ears. Lewis's eyes were full of undisguised contempt. Your world is confined to this little island. Your ambition is nothing but the breeding instinct of insects. How pitiful. Each of those calm words struck Lana's proud, warped heart like a heavy hammer. Lewis's contempt utterly inflamed the being who styled herself Mother Queen. How dare you mock me? The beautiful human half of Lana's face twisted in an instant. It became identical to the other half's dreadful carapace. In her giant insectoid compound eyes, vicious light blazed as if she wanted to devour Lewis alive. You contemptible creature. I will let you taste the glory of being devoured by the swarm and assimilated by the hive. With a piercing shriek of utmost shrillness from Lana, the entire colossal underground cavern trembled violently. High on the vaulted ceiling, the hundreds upon hundreds of hanging flesh cocoons, as if receiving an order, all erupted into even more violent writhing. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Even more densely packed, more hair-raising sounds of bursting came one after another. Even more foul slime poured down in cascades. Immediately, hundreds upon hundreds of grotesque insectoid soldiers crawled howling out of the shattered cocoons. Some still retained traces of human features, others had become completely monstrous insect forms. They brandished limb blades like bone cutters, and venom of various colors sprayed from their mouthparts. From every direction, like a raging black tide, they swept madly toward Lewis at the center of the cavern. In the air, the grating insect cries grew denser and sharper, coalescing into an invisible mental shock aimed at shattering Lewis's concentration. Facing the overwhelming, seemingly endless swarm, Lewis moved like lightning, advancing instead of retreating. The Wado Ikamanji in his hand transformed into a tightly woven silver net of light. Lion's thousand-slice valley. Countless fine razor-sharp sword beams burst outward. Every single one tore through the insectoid soldiers with perfect, merciless accuracy. For a time, severed limbs flew with green gore while shrieks and screams echoed in unison. Yet the swarm was far too great in number, as if it could never be wiped out. On the throne, a bizarre smile crept across Lana's half-human, half-insect face. Her compound eyes glowed with an eerie light. Her mouthparts parted slightly. An invisible, low-frequency insect song like countless unseen needles stabbed silently into Lewis's mind. Give up resistance. The voice, laden with potent allure, sounded directly in Lewis's consciousness. Feel the warmth of the hive. Become one of us. You will know eternal happiness. Lewis's movements came to a brief halt. He felt needles of pain stabbing through his brain in wave after wave. Even garish hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. Then a violent, overbearing willpower erupted from his body like a thunderclap. Conqueror's haki burst outward, turning into an unbreakable shield that stubbornly repelled the invasive mental corrosion. In that moment, alarms rang in his heart, for this insidious mental attack was nearly impossible to guard against. At that very moment, several figures in the swarm moved with significantly greater speed than the rest. Their coordination was eerie, suffused with a strange understanding, and they savagely broke through the sword aura barrier Lewis had cast. Now their eyes were overtaken by a horrible crimson, and their faces were covered in twisted black insect markings. They had long since lost every shred of human reason. Wielding mutated insect blade claws, they lunged at Lewis with crazy howls tearing from their throats. Wake up! Lewis roared, endless grief and bone-piercing killing intent swirling in his eyes. That killing intent was aimed at the instigator of all this, the swarm mother queen Lana, enthroned above. A flash of sword light came and went. Squelch! The transformed comrade in the lead suddenly stiffened. In those maddened crimson compound eyes, an extraordinarily brief flicker of confusion seemed to pass, and then a trace of release. A moment later, he pitched forward silently, and forever still. Ha ha ha. How touching this brotherly devotion is. Lana's sharp, grating laughter reverberated endlessly through the huge cavern steeped in mockery and naked cruelty. Don't be anxious, you still have plenty of surprises coming. Look at these lovely children. They too once had useless emotions just as you do. Now they have been given new life. New life. Eternal new life. At her sick command, more of the transformed members who had once belonged to the outer ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates emerged from the surging swarm. Their eyes burned with the same insanity and thirst for flesh. Like soulless marionettes, they carried out the Mother Queen's orders mechanically and precisely, closing around Lewis layer by layer. Lewis's expression was so dark it seemed to drip with water. He no longer attempted the futile act of waking them. Since they could not be saved, he would personally escort these desecrated brothers on their final journey. Every swing of his blade became more resolute, more savage. With his sword he would sever the chains on their bodies and grant them their last peace. Lana pushed the power of the hive fruit to its absolute limit, and the chittering inside the entire incubation chamber instantly soared several levels higher. That sound materialized into a tangible wave of sound battering Lewis's mind with savage intensity. Give up. Lana's voice carried a bewitching hypnotic power. Merge with this grand will. Become part of eternity. Veins bulged violently at Lewis's temples, and thin trails of blood slowly seeped from his 7 apertures. His vision began to blur, and the only thing left in his ears was the maddening, piercing screech of insects. Lana's mesmerizing whispers continued their relentless assault on his will. I am Lewis. Get lost. A roar torn from the depths of his soul exploded through the incubation chamber. An invisible pressure of unmatched majesty radiating from Lewis at the center suddenly swept outward in all directions. Conqueror's Haki. This Haki was no longer mere passive resistance and defense. It had condensed into an utterly pure shockwave of will sweeping everything before it. The all-pervading insect screeching was crushed with ease beneath that world-dominating Conqueror's Haki. Every insectoid soldier, including the transformed Whitebeard members, jerked violently. The terrifying red glow in their eyes was extinguished in an instant. Like puppets whose strings had been cut, they collapsed one after another, losing all ability to move. Oh! A piercing, agonized scream tore from Lana. Her mind was closely bound to every insectoid soldier. The impact of the Conqueror's Haki caused her to suffer an unimaginably violent backlash. The half of her face that was still relatively intact turned as pale as paper in an instant. Her compound eyes were filled with incredulous shock and dread. This is Conqueror's Haki. Impossible. How could you possibly possess such power? Lewis slowly lifted his head. His eyes were completely bloodshot, yet his gaze was unervingly clear, carrying a bone-chilling murderous intent. The many wounds on his body were steadily healing at a visible rate under his powerful vitality. Your perfection in my eyes is not worth a single blow. Step by step, he walked calmly toward Lana, who sat on her throne paralyzed with terror. Facing the lethal pressure of Lewis's approach, Lana let out a roar of utmost defiance. Roar. The dark carapace on her body rapidly proliferated. In an instant it became thicker, even more savage and monstrous. From her back burst more blade-like appendages sharp as knives. Corrosive dark green venom dripped from her mouthparts. Her entire body swelled abruptly, completely transforming into a ferocious, hideous, giant mother insect. I'll tear you apart. Now fully mutated into a massive brood mother, Lana's strength and speed surged to astonishing levels. Her hard, chitinous carapace gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the dim light of the cave. She also sprayed large torrents of highly corrosive acid from her mouth. Wherever the acid landed on the ground, it corroded the solid rock with a sizzle and sent up plumes of white smoke. Lewis dodged and weaved through Lana's frenzied attacks, his observation Haki raised to the absolute peak. Wado Ikamanji in his hand no longer sought grand sweeping slashes. Its sword path became more agile and faster. Every strike landed with perfect precision on the joints of Lana's appendages, or on the relatively weak connections between one piece of carapace and another. A ceaseless clang of metal rang out, sparks flying in all directions. On Lana's seemingly indestructible carapace, slash marks deep enough to reveal bone began to appear. Stinking dark green fluid spurted from those ghastly wounds, exuding a nauseating odor. She let out a scream of agony mixed with rage, and her attacks grew even wilder and more disorderly. As a result, countless openings appeared. Lana suddenly thrust all of her appendages viciously into the ground. The entire incubation chamber shook violently in response, and rubble rained down. Behind the throne, the enormous brood eggs began to pulse madly. Thump! And another. Stream after stream of incomparably pure life energy flowed through the appendages embedded in the ground and poured endlessly into Lana's body. The deep wounds on her body, some showing bone, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the appendages that had been severed began to regrow rapidly. I am immortal. Lana's voice was filled with morbid fanaticism. I am the will of the hive. In this land, I am eternity. Lewis's gaze suddenly sharpened. He keenly noticed the clearly visible energy link between those enormous brood eggs and Lana. He understood instantly. Those enormous brood eggs were the true source of Lana's power, and they were also her greatest weakness at this moment. So that's it. Your immortality is nothing more than dependence on external things. Lewis suddenly changed the rhythm of his attacks. A barrage of storm-like fierce slashes instantly forced Lana into a flustered defense. In the brief gap, while she struggled to parry, Lewis gained precious time. He took a deep breath, poured all of his strength into Wado Ikamanji, and built up his power for a short moment. Then he suddenly unleashed the most powerful swordsmanship he had ever witnessed, and remembered. Divine Departure. It was admittedly a relatively clumsy imitation far from the original's world-obliterating might. The blade light flashed like lightning tearing through the air. Squelch. A sword chi condensed to the extreme pierced through every obstacle with unerring precision and slammed violently into the enormous brood eggs. The enormous brood eggs burst apart one after another under the terrifying attack, shredded by the sword chi. No. Lana let out a shrill, despairing scream. Her enormous body trembled violently, the carapace on her body cracked apart, and her newly grown appendages withered in an instant. The life energy that had been pouring into her without end came to an abrupt halt. My power. She could clearly feel her life force draining away at terrifying speed. Lana's mutated giant brood mother body rapidly shrank and dried up like a sand sculpture that had lost its support. The madness and bloodlust in her eyes faded, leaving only fear and unwillingness. Impossible. I was the one who would be eternal. Her voice grew softer and softer until it faded away completely. The colossal insect body turned into charred remains scattered across the ground with not a trace of life left. Lewis leaned on Wado Ikamanji, gasping violently. That single strike of divine departure just now had nearly drained all of his stamina and spirit. He stood wearily amid the ruins of the hatchery. Wado Ikamanji was propped diagonally against the ground as he drew in deep, ragged breaths. That all-out divine departure had nearly wrung every last drop of stamina from his body. At the edge of his vision, Teach's somewhat stout figure appeared, swaying unsteadily. He jogged over to Louis. Say, aha. Boss Louis, are you all right? His words were full of concern, and his hands moved with unusual diligence, quickly clearing a clean spot for Louis to rest. Louis's gaze slowly swept across Teach's face, which was plastered with a hypocritical smile, and in the end, he gave a compliment he did not truly mean. Well done, Teach. Take the crew and search every inch of this place carefully. Do not let any enemy who might have slipped through get away. Above all, make sure the incubation eggs are completely eradicated. The crew members who had hurried over silently accepted the order. They began the final sweep and cleanup among the wreckage and broken stones. In the air, apart from the ever-thickening stench of blood, there was only the soft rustle of digging through rubble. Soon the site was cleaned up, every incubation egg was found and disposed of, and the group began their return journey. The sail home felt several times longer than the trip out. The squad's swift ship cut through the ink-black sea, but inside the cabin there was a suffocating, deathly silence. No one spoke. The belongings of their fallen comrades were wrapped in clean cloth and placed in a corner of the cabin. Only when the silhouette of the Moby Dick finally appeared on the distant horizon did everyone truly relax. With heavy steps, Louis walked through the crowd that had come to greet him and went straight to the captain's quarters. Whitebeard was seated upright in his enormous, specially made chair, waiting for Louis. Taking a deep breath, Louis began to report the full details of the Aris Island mission, from the foes they had encountered who exceeded all expectations to the bizarre power of the hive fruit, and how in the end he had exhausted every ounce of strength to kill the aberrant woman named Lana. Whitebeard listened quietly, his iron fists slowly clenching at his sides. The air in the captain's quarters was pressed down by an invisible force, making it almost impossible to breathe. The boundless rage radiating from the world's strongest man sent a slight tremor through the hull of the Moby Dick. Yet when Louis finished his report, that suffocating, terrifying pressure abruptly vanished without a trace. Gururara. Whitebeard's signature wild laughter boomed through the captain's quarters like rolling thunder, instantly scattering the gloom and oppression of moments before. He looked at Louis with undisguised approval and pride in his eyes. Louis, you did exceptionally well. Just as I expected. You are truly a fine son to your old man. Whitebeard reached out with his large hand, grabbed the huge sake bowl beside him, and gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor, his blazing eyes fixed on Louis. You handled the Aris Island affair very well, and you killed the mastermind behind it, protecting Whitebeard's reputation. He paused briefly, his eyes revealing gratification and pride, as if he had glimpsed the future of the fleet. Then Whitebeard changed the subject. With a grave tone, he abruptly announced a major decision that even Louis had not seen coming. Louis, from today onward you will have a division number of your own. His voice was as resonant as a great bell carrying the weight of unquestionable authority and resolve. You will become an independent commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. You may freely recruit crew members as you see fit, and you will have the right to act independently. This appointment gave Louis unprecedented freedom. The news spread across the decks of the Moby Dick in an instant, causing a massive uproar among Whitebeard's crew. The crew was shocked for a moment, then erupted in cheers that shot straight up into the sky. The commanders of the other divisions, Marco Joseph Thatch and the others, also wore complex expressions in which surprise and understanding were mingled. They crowded forward, patting Louis' shoulders hard and shouting congratulations, truly proud and delighted for the young brother. This was the highest possible praise for the extraordinary strength and remarkable contributions Louis had shown during the mission. Among the crowd, one figure was the most conspicuous and the most exaggerated. Teach was the first to rush up to Louis, eager to declare his loyalty. His enormous mouth split open to his ears, revealing uneven yellow teeth, and he dropped to one knee before Louis with wildly theatrical gestures. His voice was so thunderous that he seemed afraid someone in some corner of the ship might not hear him. Say, aha, Boss Louis. This humble Teach from this day on would gladly lay down his life for you, wade through fire and water, and spare no effort in your service. This declaration was earnest and impassioned. If it had been anyone else, they might truly have been moved by his loyal appearance. Louis lowered his gaze and looked quietly at the future emperor kneeling at his feet, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He understood Teach's ambition and forbearance better than anyone else in this world. There was no question about the man's strength, and he did indeed feel a certain genuine awe toward Louis. Keeping this time bomb, which could detonate at any moment under strict watch right beneath his nose, might be a good move. At the very least, he could keep track of his movements at all times and prevent him from escaping his control too soon. Louis nodded slightly. Rise, Teach. From now on you are the first member of my division. Hearing this, Teach's smile grew even more ingratiating. Thank you for your trust, Boss Louis. Say, aha. He sprang to his feet and stood behind Louis with incomparable respect, like the most loyal shadow. Louis accepted Teach's presence, and in his mind, he was already rapidly drafting plans for the future. To form his own core crew, he needed people who were truly reliable, possessed enormous potential, and were willing to follow him in overturning this sea. Teach, after all, was no more than a temporary pawn, a blade to use while it was convenient, and to abandon whenever it was not. Louis's gaze pierced beyond the ship's rail, reaching toward even more distant waters. According to the memories he carried from before his crossing, many of those powerhouses who would one day turn the world around and dominate the seas were at this very moment still obscure in some corner of the world, waiting for fate to summon them. One name rose clearly in his mind: Brooke, the future musician of the Straw Hat Pirates, the lonely skeleton swordsman who had waited alone on the thriller bark for 50 whole years. His revive fruit ability, his unique swordsmanship, and his unswerving devotion to his friends all left a deep impression on Louis. Louis slowly walked to the ship's rail. The sea breeze, carrying a salty tang, ruffled the loose strands of hair on his forehead. Brooke, I'm coming. Louis had taken the place of Kazuki Odin, inheriting the title of captain of the 2nd Division. Yet he had not inherited Kazuki Odin's original crew. He intended to recruit a core team of his very own. The 2nd Division was now an entirely new crew, sharing nothing but its number. Louis silently appraised every sailor on the ship. Strength, of course, was an important criterion. But this sea had never lacked the strong, but what it lacked were companions who could stand beside him to the very end. During this period, Teach had been overwhelmingly solicitous before Louis. No matter how large or small Louis's command, Teach was always the first to leap forward and respond. His zihahaha laughter became the most frequent background sound at Louis's side, a constant reminder of the man's presence. Teach scrambled to take on the filthy, thankless tasks. No one else would touch his face, plastered with a fawning smile and not the slightest trace of reluctance. His servile demeanor made the veteran crew members who witnessed it secretly marvel and mutter among themselves. Louis merely watched in silence. He saw through it all with crystalline clarity, but was more than happy to let Teach continue his performance. Before long, a few crew members who had once carried out missions alongside Louis came to him of their own accord. Captain Louis, we are willing to follow you. These were men who had witnessed Louis's bold decisiveness and felt his extraordinary calm and wisdom. They were the first true core members to choose to follow him because they recognized Louis himself. Louis looked into their sincere eyes and accepted these reliable companions into his ranks. His independent division thus quietly gained its first framework, still young and unpolished, yet already beginning to take shape and gathering momentum. Louis gathered the members of the 2nd Division. Our division's first objective has been decided. The crew instantly held their breath, waiting for Louis to continue. The Devil's Sea. Rumor has it that deep within those waters there exists a living skeleton swordsman. A living skeleton. The crew exchanged glances, disbelief and astonishment written across their faces. Among them, Teach's eyes abruptly flickered with a strange, inexplicable gleam at the words living skeleton. He seemed to hold a far keener interest in this so-called skeleton swordsman than anyone else. Lewis's flagship, a large, meticulously refitted vessel, had been named by him the Delva. The Delva adjusted its course and set sail for the Devil's Sea, a region perpetually cloaked in thick fog. Gradually the ship left the sunlit world behind. The sky was sealed off by gray clouds, letting not a single ray of light through. Bone-piercing cold mist crept in from every direction. It was as if they had entered the world of the dead. As the ship pressed deeper, they began to frequently encounter the eerie beings unique to the Devil's Sea. Schools of zombie fish reeking of putrid decay swam past the Delva in vast numbers. Overhead, ghostly birds occasionally swept by, shrieking with piercing cries. Their voices sounded like the desperate wailing of women, enough to make one's scalp crawl and blood run cold. Faced with these hair-raising aberrations, Teach displayed an unnatural excitement. Whenever a monster drew near the ship, he was always the first to charge at it ferociously. His fists coated in jet-black armament hockey pounded the zombie fish into scattered fragments with almost savage brutality. He would even snatch a shrieking ghost bird from midair, and as it cried out in despair, laugh aloud with morbid glee while crushing it to pulp in his bare hand. Splattering blood and shredded flesh made him look like a vicious fiend that had just crawled from the depths of hell. Seeing this, the other crew members instinctively drew away from him. Lewis stood at the bow like a statue, the bitter sea wind stirring his coat. His powerful observation hockey had already spread wide, meticulously perceiving every trace of abnormal movement in the surrounding waters. The undercurrents beneath the surface, the wreckage of ghost ships, and the unknown dangers hidden deep within the fog. None could escape his acute perception. The sound of a violin, melodious yet laden with profound sorrow, pierced the heavy mist and reached the ears of everyone aboard with remarkable clarity. In that silent, despairing Devil's Sea, the sudden music startled everyone. A flash of light immediately kindled in Lewis's eyes. Brooke. Silently, he spoke the name in his heart. Full speed ahead. Lewis's voice shattered the stillness aboard the ship. Toward the direction of the music. The Delva responded at once. Its bow swung sharply, cleaving the ink-black waves as it raced toward the source of the mysterious melody. As the ship drew closer, the melodious violin grew clearer and more resonant, its notes carrying tremendous force. At last they entered a relatively thin patch of fog. The silhouette of a vessel slowly materialized before their eyes. It was utterly dilapidated, its mast long since snapped, its hull covered in thick moss and riddled with jagged holes. The plaintive music was emanating from this forbidding ghost ship. Without a moment's hesitation, Lewis leaped up with agile grace and landed with pinpoint precision on the deck of the abandoned pirate ship. "Follow me." Several extraordinarily bold veteran crew members barked, then followed close behind with equally agile movements. Teach let out a suppressed low chuckle, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and undisguised greed as he eagerly leapt aboard. The deck was completely empty. Only the briny sea wind sweeping through the holes in the hull produced mournful sounds like the sobbing of lost souls. Lewis seemed utterly oblivious to the eerie scene around him. Following the increasingly clear music, he walked with steady steps deeper into the ship. Finally, he stopped before the door of a music room. The door was ajar. He reached out and pushed it gently. Creak. The old hinges let out a strained groan. The door swung open. A tall, slender figure stood with his back to them, playing the violin with focused intensity and an exceedingly graceful posture. It was a skeleton. A bona fide skeleton dressed in a flawlessly tailored black suit and wearing a gentleman's top hat tilted at a slight angle. His bony fingers danced nimbly across the strings as if they were not cold bones, but living flesh and blood brimming with vitality. The music stopped abruptly the moment they pushed open the door. The skeleton's movements paused for a brief moment. He seemed to sense the uninvited guests behind him. Slowly, vertebra by vertebra, he turned around. His hollow eye sockets glowing with two pinpricks of crimson light fixed on Lewis and the others. Yo-ho-ho-ho. A peculiar laugh rang out. To think there would be visitors in this forgotten sea. How truly rare. His voice carried a peculiar cadence, like someone who had not spoken with another person for a very long time, yet he still maintained a courtesy etched deep into his very bones. He inclined his body slightly and offered the group an impeccable gentleman's bow. The motion was extraordinarily elegant, a strange, yet harmonious unity with his skeletal form. This was Brooke, the crew member Lewis had been seeking. But Lewis keenly perceived that deep within those seemingly placid hollow sockets lay a barely discernible flicker of wariness and appraisal. However, this is hardly a pleasant place for sightseeing. It is rife with unknown dangers everywhere. Brooke's tone shifted, carrying a note of sincere counsel. If you do not wish to become scenery like me, I urge you all to leave as soon as possible. Lewis's calm gaze rested on Brooke. Ignoring the warning entirely, he went straight to the point, his voice clear and forceful. Brooke, I have come to invite you to join me. For an instant, Brooke's hollow eye sockets seemed to widen slightly. Lewis's voice continued. I am Lewis, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I formally invite you to join my crew, Mr. Brooke. Brooke did not immediately respond to Lewis's invitation. His mandible moved, gently producing his signature laugh. Oh ho 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 ho. The laughter echoed through the silent music room. Young captain, do you know that inviting a skeleton aboard is considered an ill omen in some places? His tone was light, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. However, a fleeting wariness deep within his hollow eye sockets betrayed the turmoil within him. Years of solitude had made him instinctively cautious of any sudden kindness. Lewis watched him calmly, not refuting Brooke's probing jest, but instead asked with solemn earnestness. Mr. Brooke, I wish to ask you about something. Do you know a lighthouse keeper on Twin Cape named Crocus? And a whale that has been butting its head against the mountains beneath the red line, desperately awaiting the return of a certain pirate crew. Lewis paused, each word clear and distinct. Its name is Laboon. Laboon. Brooke's entire skeletal frame trembled violently beyond his control. The violin that had accompanied him through countless lonely days and nights slipped from his grasp with a clatter. It fell heavily onto the rotting wooden floor, emitting a dull, mournful sound. Over 20 years of longing. Over 20 years of guilt. Over 20 years of worry. All emotions suppressed deep within his soul erupted at this moment. Tears that had accumulated over half a century streamed endlessly from his hollow eye sockets. Even with only bones remaining, nothing could restrain the flood of emotion. Is it? How is it? Brooke's voice grew hoarse from extreme excitement, completely losing its previous composure and elegance. Is Laboon still alive? Is it still waiting for us? His fingers gripped Lewis's sleeve tightly with such force that it nearly tore the fabric. Lewis allowed Brooke to grip his sleeve, then clearly recounted Laboon's current situation to him, one detail at a time. He described the massive island whale day after day, year after year, using its hardened skull to crash against the cold, merciless cliffs of the Red Line, all for that single slender promise. He spoke of Mr. Crocus's helplessness and the deep-seated worry hidden in his heart. Lewis emphasized that he had been entrusted by Mr. Crocus to set sail in search of the surviving members of the Whitebeard Pirates, hoping to give Laboon some closure, a reckoning already over 20 years overdue. The truth, like a warm current, instantly melted away Brooke's decades of loneliness. He could no longer suppress his emotions. A sound that was neither pure wailing nor unbridled laughter erupted from his trembling jawbone. That laugh, that cry, so intertwined they became one, brimming with emotions beyond words. His heart ached for Laboon's loyalty that transcended life and death. Yet he also rejoiced wildly that he and that humble promise were still remembered, still held hope of seeing Laboon again. Lewis quietly watched Brooke's emotionally turbulent state until the mixed sounds of laughter and tears gradually subsided. He extended his hand at the right moment, firm, steady, and genuine. Brooke. Lewis's voice was supremely solemn. My crew aims to overturn this decaying sea. I need companions like you, those who keep their word, who possess great strength and unique abilities. Join me. I promise that someday I will complete the journey around the Grand Line and bring you back to Twin Cape so you can be reunited with Laboon. Brooke gradually stilled his surging emotions. Slowly, with his bone hands still trembling slightly, he adjusted the crooked gentleman's top hat atop his head, attempting to regain a shred of his former dignity. Then, with utmost solemnity, he removed his hat and bowed deeply to Lewis. Oh ho 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 ho. Captain Lewis. Brooke's voice, though still carrying a hint of hoarseness, had regained some of its distinctive cadence. Yet the emotion within it was more sincere and passionate than ever before. To receive your promise and have the chance to see Laboon again. This old skeleton of Brooke shall play the most stirring war song for you and your ideals until his final moment. Lewis's lips curved into a gratified smile as he reached out to gently help Brooke up. Welcome aboard, Brooke. Immediately afterward, Lewis introduced Brooke to the main members of his crew. Teach's laughter rang out first as he casually extended his large hand, warmly grasping Brooke's bony one. The contact between bone and flesh made a soft clicking sound. Teach's eyes were now darting back and forth across Brooke's living skeleton with unabated curiosity. He was filled with unmasked fascination toward the legendary Yomi Yomi Nomi user. Lewis smiled and patted Brooke on the shoulder. Come, let me introduce you to our other important crewmates. This is Haydive the Ice, which bounty 63 million. When the old man refused to let her join the combat crew, she insisted on coming aboard under the pretext of looking after me, her useless younger brother. Now she's one of our key fighters. Hearing this, Haydive gave a snort, but the faintest upward curve touched her lips as she nodded to Brooke, a silent greeting. Next, Lewis gestured toward a man wearing a black top hat, with several exquisite pistols holstered at his waist. This is Pobulike the Quick Gun, bounty 58 million. Our sharpshooter whose marksmanship is truly supernatural. Pobulike adjusted his hat brim and offered Brooke a somewhat cold smile. And our navigator Jiefeng Leafurt, bounty 52 million. Lewis introduced a blond man wearing sunglasses. Don't let his cool demeanor fool you. He's an expert at reading the sea and weather. Leafhewart pushed up his sunglasses and gave Brooke a friendly smile. Brooke, with his unique optimism and innate gentlemanly grace, soon got along well with the veteran sailors aboard. Though surprised that their new companion was a skeleton, the crew who followed Lewis held far more respect for his strength and trust in their captain's judgment. Brooke's violin music soon resounded melodiously once again aboard Lewis's DeWard. That melody swept away all traces of past desolation and loneliness, filled with long-lost joy and vigorous vitality. Watching his crew's elevated spirits, Lewis wore a satisfied smile. He loudly announced the crew's next destination. Sabaody Archipelago, that is the terminus of all routes in the first half of the Grand Line, and a chaotic vortex where countless pirates and bounty hunters converge. There we shall have the opportunity to recruit more companions with unlimited potential. The DeWard, amid Brooke's melodic violin playing, brimming with boundless cut through the waves. Brooke's rendition of Bink's Sake, that timeless sea ballad symbolizing freedom and romance, carried a uniquely profound flavor this time around. The DeWard bid farewell to that cursed dead calm, triangle waters, full speed ahead toward Sabaody Archipelago. Brooke stood at the bow, the sea wind blowing through his fluffy afro beneath his gentleman's top hat. His hollow eye sockets gazed toward the boundless horizon. His heart overflowed with infinite hope for the future and an ardent desire to see Laboon again. The vessel sailed upon the azure seas for several days. The thick fog shrouding the area gradually lifted, warm sunlight embraced the ship once more, and the sea breeze softened. As Lewis's flagship drew closer to Sabaody Archipelago waters, an alarm sound rang down from the tall lookout tower. Northwest. Ship sighted to the northwest. It's the Navy. Flying from the mast. That's a Vice Admiral flag. They're moving incredibly fast, closing in on us at high speed on a direct course. The relaxed atmosphere aboard the ship vanished in an instant, and the melodious violin notes flowing from Brooke's fingertips abruptly ceased. At the same moment, every crew member seized the weapons at their sides. Deep gravity was etched into every face, and the tension in the air snapped taut to its breaking point. Only in the depths of Teach's eyes did a flicker of excitement gleam. He sidled up to Lewis, deliberately lowering his voice, yet his tone carried a theatrical flair. Boss Lewis, a Marine Vice Admiral personally leading the fleet. That's no small showing. Judging by that murderous bearing, they're probably coming for us. Shouldn't we avoid their spearhead for now and get out of their way first? Even as he spoke those cautious words, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into an excited grin. Lewis cast a cold, sidelong glance at Teach. He had long since seen through the restless, stirring ambitions hidden deep in Teach's heart. Ignoring Teach's ulterior suggestion, he strode directly to the bow. The fierce, biting sea wind rushed to meet him, making his black garments snap loudly in the air. Lewis gazed into the distance, watching the Marine warships on the horizon grow steadily clearer. A cold smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth, one filled with unbridled arrogance and surging battle lust. Avoid? Why should we avoid? Steer the ship straight at them. I have been looking for a proper whetstone to test what this newly born division of ours is truly made of. Meanwhile, on the distant deck of the Marine flagship. On that deck, a Marine Vice Admiral, hulking like a black iron tower with a ferocious scar running across his face and an aura of savage brutality, fixed his single-tube telescope firmly on Lewis's pirate ship. This man was none other than Vice Admiral Iron Fist Boroboro, renowned throughout Marine headquarters for his iron-fisted and merciless methods. When he clearly recognized the flag flying from Lewis's ship and the glaringly conspicuous emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates upon it, his pupils constricted slightly. After a brief moment of shock, a cruel, vicious grin split the scar-twisted face. A division of the Whitebeard Pirates. There truly is a road to heaven you refuse to walk, and a gate to hell you insist on barging through to die. Boroboro turned and issued orders to Carlos, the solemn-faced adjutant beside him, who bore the rank of captain. Pass my order, pursue at full speed, and don't let them get away. Today I'm going to personally butcher one of Whitebeard's division commanders. His burning ambition was to crush one of the Whitebeard Pirates' elite divisions, seizing greater merit and renown to climb even higher within the Marines. Lewis's observation hockey had already stretched outward, perceiving with absolute clarity the fierce, undisguised, killing intent radiating from the enemy. With blazing eyes, he swept his gaze over the crew members behind him, their faces filled with varied emotions, and declared in a loud, powerful voice, "My lads, Pops has just appointed me commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Our fame has yet to leave a truly fearsome mark upon this vast, turbulent sea." Lewis suddenly raised his voice, filling it with unbridled dominance and blazing confidence. "Today let this Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral who has delivered himself to our doorstep become the first stepping stone to our renown." Roar. Lewis's crew burst into earth-shaking shouts like mountains collapsing and seas overturning. Brooke also instantly drew his elegant rapier, its tip angled toward the sea, as he settled into a combat stance. "Yo ho 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 ho. It is a true honor to offer the most splendid and impassioned battle melody for Captain Lewis's division on its first fight for glory. The Marine fleet closed the distance to the Devar with astonishing speed. The thunderous roar of cannon fire rang out one after another, shattering the sea's former tranquility and peace. Several heavy black cannonballs trailing thick acrid smoke screamed sharply as they slammed down violently toward the Devar. Lewis's eyes suddenly hardened, cold light flashing. The famed blade Wado Ikamanji at his waist sang softly as it was drawn from its sheath. Upon the bright, elongated blade, armament hockey condensed into something almost physical, swiftly coiling upward and radiating a bone-chilling sharpness. He suddenly stepped forward, the deck trembling beneath his foot, and unleashed a thunder-fast slash at the dense barrage of cannonballs. One sword-style, hundred-rending slash. In that instant, countless razor-sharp black shock waves burst forth from the edge of Wado Ikamanji. They coalesced into a furious tornado of pure sword chi sweeping forward with devastating, all-consuming force. They intercepted every onrushing cannonball midair, slicing them into colossal, exploding fireballs. Deafening explosions rang out in relentless succession, towering flames and thick smoke nearly blotted out the entire sky. The dazzling light of the explosions illuminated Lewis's young face. "Listen, Marine Vice Admiral. I am Lewis, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Today I, Lewis, have reserved your head for myself." Bora Bora was utterly enraged by Lewis's declaration, incomparably arrogant and overbearing. His already hideous, scarred face twisted in fury, making him look even more vicious and terrifying. He roared at the top of his lungs, his voice turning shrill with rage. "You brat who doesn't know the meaning of death. Concentrate all firepower on that little punk. Blast him and his ship to pieces. Grind him to powder." Even denser, more reckless cannon fire poured madly down upon the Devar where Lewis stood. The shrieking of shells merged into a single sound like a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. A faint smile tugged at Lewis's lips as he let out a cold laugh, full of contempt and scorn. He drove his legs with explosive force, launching himself upward like a cannonball tearing free from its barrels, soaring into the sky. Like a meteor from beyond the heavens, carrying overwhelming momentum, he plummeted at breakneck speed toward the vast deck of the Marine flagship. Boss Lewis, we're coming. Charge over and kill them all. Seeing this, the crew members aboard the Devar shouted their support and leaped toward the warship, rapidly drawing close. Amid the crowd, Teach's lips split into a satisfied grin, and he muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Ziaha. This is the boss Lewis that I teach, know, and follow. That domineering air that looks down on everything, that boldness that stirs the winds and clouds. Keep it up, Captain Lewis. Only the strong can dominate everything." On the deck of the Marine warship, boom. Lewis's figure slammed down like a divine soldier descending from heaven. He stood steady at the center of the deck, the hard wooden planks beneath his feet cracking inch by inch and spreading like a spiderweb. Wado Ikamanji in his hand pointed diagonally toward the ground, its tip glinting with a blood-chilling sharpness. Lewis's razor-sharp gaze locked precisely onto Vice Admiral Barabalo. A domineering and overbearing pressure of will suddenly erupted from him and swept outward in every direction. Conqueror's hockey. On the deck, those Marines of lesser strength were struck by that crushing will and could not even let out a grunt. Their eyes rolled back and they collapsed limply onto the deck. They had lost consciousness completely. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Barabalo snapped back to his senses from his initial astonishment. Every muscle in his body bulged and nodded. Pitch-black armament hockey instantly covered his arms and his entire upper body. He stamped down hard. His entire body transformed into a blurry black afterimage, charging straight at Lewis with pure violent power. A heavy fist carrying all the fury of his body slammed straight at Lewis's head. The fist whistled with wind. The air itself was torn apart, emitting a sharp, harsh explosion. Confronting Barabalo's heavy, ferocious strike that seemed capable of destroying everything, Lewis did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward to meet it. Along the blade of Wado Ikamanji, the armament hockey technique of Ryuo was quietly set in motion. The blade gleamed with a deep, eerie light, as if it could swallow all light. Wado Ikamanji traced a cold arc of light toward the iron fist. The blade collided violently with the armament hockey-clad flesh in a flash. Clang! A deafening sound of metal striking metal suddenly exploded. A violent surge of air tumbled and swept outward in all directions from the point where the two clashed. The Marines still standing nearby were blown staggering by the shockwave. Just as the fierce battle between Lewis and Barabalo was getting underway, Brooks' figure appeared on the warship. Brooks' figure also appeared on the warship. The cane sword in his hand had already been drawn, and its slender blade glinted with a chilling gleam in the light. His gaze locked onto Marine Captain Carlos, who was hoarsely shouting orders to the soldiers. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooks' unique laugh rang out, seeming especially jarring on that tense and murderous battlefield. "You look to be a most valiant Marine. I am Brooke. May I have the honor of asking you to listen to a funeral march from the underworld?" His tone was perfectly polite, as if he were truly making a sincere invitation. Marine Captain Carlos was a swift sword expert renowned throughout Marine headquarters for his speed and precise swordsmanship. Facing Brooke, a skeleton swordsman who had suddenly appeared and exuded a bizarre aura, he did not dare to be negligent. Carlos's expression turned grave. With a flick of his wrist, the sword at his waist instantly left its sheath, sending a brilliant slash of light into the air. The two men's gorgeous lethal blades intertwined fiercely on a corner of the deck. Sharp, crisp sounds of clashing steel rang without cease. Zahaha! Teach's signature laugh, full of arrogance and reckless abandon, exploded across the battlefield right behind them. How could a scene this lively possibly lack me? His bloated, massive body now burst forth with astonishing speed and power, wholly out of keeping with his frame. His gaze swept quickly over the chaotic battlefield like a hungry wolf. Then a savage grin curled at the corner of his mouth. He locked onto Commander Takaz, another Marine who wielded a giant battle axe and exuded a ferocious aura. His strength in the Marines was second only to Captain Carlos. Pitch-black armament hockey rapidly covered the claw gauntlets on Teach's hands. He paid no attention at all to the huge battle axe that came cleaving down at his head amid tearing wind. In a brutal, insane manner, he charged forward without dodging or flinching. In the blink of an eye, he had launched into an extremely bloody, primitive brawl, with Marine Commander Takaz every blow striking home. At that same moment, Whitebeard and the others let out a battle cry that shook the heavens. They charged into battle with the remaining Marines. Though the remaining Marines outnumbered Whitebeard and his companions by dozens of times before the monstrous strength of the three, it was nothing more than a bloody slaughter. For a time on the deck of the Marine flagship, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. Blades flickered and crisscrossed. The sound of cold weapons tearing into flesh rang endlessly. Hot blood splattered in every direction. Within an extremely short span of time, the entire deck had transformed into a brutal slaughterhouse. At the center of the battlefield, the battle between Lewis and Vice Admiral Baraballo rapidly reached a fever pitch. The more Baraballo fought, the more horrified he became. The terrifying power he had always prided himself on, enough to sink a warship, and his speed as fierce as thunder, could gain not the slightest advantage against this ridiculously young pirate. On the contrary, he was hindered at every turn. Every slash of Lewis's sword bore a terrible destructive force that tore everything apart. Even with armament hockey defending him, Baraballo still took damage. That was the advanced application of armament hockey, internal destruction. What made Baraballo feel still more stifled, even desperate, was that Lewis's godlike observation hockey could always flawlessly anticipate every offensive intention Baraballo had. The changes in the techniques he was about to unleash next were also completely exposed. He felt an intense, suffocating frustration. Having failed to break down his opponent after a long fight, Baraballo was instead cut down by Lewis again and again. On his body, hard as steel, one wound after another was carved so deep that bone could be seen. A searing, burning pain continued to assault him. Baraballo sank wholly into a maddened rage. His eyes bloodshot, he began to ignore his own defenses entirely and desperately channeled all the strength in his body. He tried to drag Lewis down with a wound-for-wound exchange, relying on his powerful physical regeneration. But this desperate, reckless move played right into Lewis's hands. Lewis's eyes burst with brilliant light at that very moment. You want to seize control by attacking without defending? Then I'll shatter you head-on. Lewis's strength and hockey, outright and unreserved, were poured into the Wado Ikemanji in his hand. The blade of Wado Ikemanji suddenly radiated an unprecedented light. It was dazzling to the extreme. One sword style, secret technique, one mind. A blade flash condensed to the ultimate limit appeared so fast that the naked eye could barely perceive it. It was like the first ray of dawn splitting apart the eternal black night. It flashed, then vanished in an instant. Baraballo could not even see how Lewis had drawn his sword. He only felt a sharp burst of agony explode from his chest. He lowered his head with difficulty. A ghastly wound deep enough to show bones stretched unmistakably from his left shoulder blade down to his right abdomen. Crimson, scalding blood gushed wildly from the enormous wound. It instantly stained the deck in front of him. Baraballo's bell-like eyes filled with disbelief and endless terror. In the end, he collapsed backward powerlessly. Thud. A muffled sound. Baraballo's body slammed heavily against the hard deck, raising a cloud of dust. All trace of life had vanished from him. Vice Admiral Baraballo. He was killed in one move. The Marines, still resisting desperately, saw the soul-crushing sight. The fighting will in their hearts and the last thread of luck they had clung to were extinguished in that instant. Many Marines let their weapons clatter down into the pools of blood. Some Marines whose mental defenses had crumbled entirely dropped straight to their knees and began begging for mercy amid streams of tears. At the same time, at the other two places on the battlefield, Brooke's battle had also come to an end. He had slain Marine Captain Carlos with a supremely exquisite technique, humming song 3 verses Arrowtail slash. His motions were as graceful as though he were playing a musical movement. Teep's victory, by contrast, had been won in the most bloody and brutal fashion. He used his armament hockey-covered claws to brutally grab Tyr and break off the limbs of Marine Commander Takaz. Takaz's chest had also been smashed into a hollow. Only a thin wisp of breath remained as he lay in the pool of blood moaning in pain. The battle concluded within an extremely short time. It ended in a landslide victory for Lewis's side. The deck of the Marine flagship was now a scene of utter ruin. Broken weapons, shattered planks, and the corpses of Marines lay everywhere soaked in thick pools of blood. Lewis stood proudly on the deck of the warship, his robes snapping in the sea breeze, with not a single wound on his body. His cold gaze slowly swept over the Marines on the deck. Wherever his gaze passed, the surviving Marines shivered uncontrollably, not even daring to breathe too loudly. "Go back and tell your fleet admiral. Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division." Lewis's voice suddenly rose wild and proud. "Today we make our name known here. From this moment onward across this vast and boundless sea, my name, Lewis, will begin to spread. Lewis, Lewis, Lewis." On board the Duerbrook, Teach and the others erupted with cheers that shook the heavens, forming a stark contrast to the dead silence on the Marine flagship. After that soul-shaking proclamation, Lewis waved his hand and did not spare another glance at those dispirited Marines. Teach, a ferocious grin stretching across his face, threw himself like a wolf into the hold of the Marine flagship and with astonishing efficiency carried every valuable piece of supplies back to the Duer. Shortly afterward, the Marines, deliberately allowed to live, fled in the damaged warship. Lewis watched them grow distant, then turned to look at his crewmates. The destination remains unchanged. Sabaody Archipelago. Full speed ahead. The crew of the Duer were still basking in the glow of that exhilarating victory. A news bird had alighted unnoticed on a mast not far away. It turned its small head with nimble agility. Clamped between its beak was a miniature camera bug. Clearly the breathtaking battle just now and Lewis's overbearing declaration had all been recorded. Yo-ho-ho, what a diligent little chronicler. Brooke murmured softly, having caught the news bird's movement. Startled by the faint sound, or perhaps because its mission was already complete, the news bird suddenly beat its wings and took off, shrinking to a tiny black speck before vanishing at the blue horizon. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The air in the Fleet Admiral's office was suffocating. Fleet Admiral Kong's face was ashen, veins bulging from his temples. The report in his hand creaked under the unconscious force of his grip. The edges of the paper were nearly crushed. Vice Admiral Bora Bora was slain by a mere newly appointed division commander. His voice, full of incredulous fury, echoed through the empty office. And by a newly formed division of the Whitebeard Pirates at that. This is an utter disgrace. Fleet Admiral Kong slammed his fist onto the unyieldingly hard desk. The heavy oak surface groaned under the strain, making the documents on it leap into the air. "Convey my orders." He let out a deafening roar at his subordinates who stood before him, trembling, not daring to take a single loud breath. "Now, immediately, issue new wanted posters for this Lewis and the corps members under his command." The next day, the latest newspapers spread across the world like snowflakes. Countless news birds carried the explosive news that was bound to ignite endless discussions. The front page headline was the fierce sea battle in the first half of the Grand Line, in which a Marine Vice Admiral had been slain by the newly appointed 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. And following close behind, the latest wanted posters issued by Marine Headquarters. Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division Commander Demon Child Lewis. Heinous criminal, wanted dead or alive, bounty 1600 berries. In the photo on the wanted poster, Lewis's young, resolute face wore a cocky, untamed smile. Behind him, a Marine warship littered with corpses made for a striking visual impact. His combatant, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Heinous criminal, wanted dead or alive, bounty 900 berries. In the photo, Teach's wide mouth, missing several teeth, split into a big grin. With his burly, imposing frame, he looked especially savage and rough. His combatant, humming Brook. Heinous criminal, wanted dead or alive, bounty 8700 berries. The skeleton gentleman held his violin with grace, yet within his hollow eye sockets seemed to burn an undying flame of defiance. With these fresh wanted posters, the entire sea erupted in an uproar. For a time, in taverns and on streets, in every corner, people frantically discussed the brand new name that had burst onto the scene. Lewis. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Newgate held an open latest newspaper in his hand. His gaze fell upon the wanted poster bearing Lewis's face, and an unreserved smile of pride and gratification appeared on his face. Gururara. Whitebeard's hearty laughter echoed across the deck. He turned to Marco Jozu and the others beside him, his voice filled with unvarnished admiration. "What a fine son of mine. Lewis did a truly magnificent job this time." On an unnamed island in the East Blue, red-haired Shanks and his crew were gathered around a blazing campfire, enjoying the clamor of a banquet and the rich fragrance of fine liquor. A newspaper was handed to him. When he saw Lewis's young, yet fiercely spirited face, and the towering bounty of 1600 berries, Shanks grinned, revealing a thoroughly bright and hearty smile. He raised his cup high toward Ben Beckman beside him, his eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. That Lewis fellow. His growth is absolutely astonishing. It seems we can't afford to take it easy here any longer. We must speed up building our pirate crew. Aboard the Dwar. Lewis also held a brand new wanted poster, his own. When he saw the number 1600 buries the corners of his mouth stretched nearly to his ears, uncontrollable smugness spilling out. The most satisfying part was that his bounty had finally surpassed Crocodile, the man who had always rankled him. He remembered distinctly that Crocodile's bounty at this moment was only 8100 berries. Lewis gestured smugly at the air as if the insufferably arrogant Crocodile were standing right before him. He began fantasizing if he ever got the chance to meet that self-important Crocodile again, he would slam this brand new wanted poster squarely into his face. Then in a tone that was utterly infuriating yet tinged with mockery, he would ask, "Yo, old Croc, I hear your bounty is pretty high." Just imagining that scene made Lewis want to burst out laughing. It would be too satisfying. Beside him, Whitey Bay rolled her eyes at his silly, almost dancing glee, looking both helpless and amused. The ship was instantly filled with a light and cheerful atmosphere. Teach naturally would not let such a perfect chance to perform slip by. He hurried to Lewis's side, spraying spittle as he heaped exaggerated praise on Lewis's brilliance and martial might. Say, aha. Boss Lewis is truly the chosen one. One move, and the whole sea is shaken. With such boldness and such power, I can't help but prostrate myself in admiration. I swear to follow Boss Lewis to the death and carve out an unsurpassed epic-making cause for you. His loyal appearance was so earnest it seemed he would lay down his life and shed his blood for Lewis without a moment's hesitation. Yet beneath that seemingly simple and loyal exterior swirled a heart of excitement and greed. Lewis's terrifying speed of growth truly made his soul shudder, but it also strengthened his resolve to remain hidden beside Lewis and wait for the right moment. He vaguely sensed that sticking close to this man who was rising like a comet might allow him to reach sooner the world-toppling prize he dreamed of. To celebrate this extraordinary victory and the new bounty, a grand feast was held aboard the Dwar. The deck was ablaze with lights bright as daylight. The aroma of wine and meat mingled with the salty dampness of the sea breeze drifted seductively through the air. Brooke's violin rang out in a beautiful winding melody, now stirring and soaring, now bright and buoyant. Every single note was steeped in joy and boundless hope for the future. The crew drank rum in great gulps, tore apart big chunks of sizzling roasted meat, and roared with laughter, the atmosphere blazing with unrestrained fervor. As the banquet reached its climactic moment, Lewis raised his cup high, beaming with pride and vigor, his sharp gaze sweeping across the face of every companion. Revel to your heart's content. The Dwar cut through the wind and waves, finally reaching the Sabeti archipelago floating upon the sea. The roots of towering Yurukaman mangroves interlaced like giant dragons, supporting this phantasmagoric cluster of islands. Countless transparent soap bubbles drifted upward like dreams refracting the dappled sunlight, as if a fairy tale had come to life. In the air, the sweet fragrance of resin mingled strangely with the salty tang of the sea. Garishly dressed crowds surged in an endless stream. Pirates, bounty hunters, wealthy merchants, nobles, and even chained slave trains belonging to the celestial dragons all converged here. The crew, seeing such a sight for the first time, gaped and exclaimed in wonder. Pabrick adjusted the top hat on his head and spoke in a low voice to Livert beside him. This place is like all the strangeness in the world distilled into one, truly an eye-opening spot. Livert pushed up the sunglasses on his nose, the corner of his mouth curling into a defiant, excited grin. Hey, it's more chaotic than any port, but also more interesting, isn't it? I wonder how my luck would fare in the casinos here. Brooke stroked his smooth jawbone and let out his signature yo-ho-ho laugh, his gaze already searching through the crowd. In a place this prosperous, I wonder if any lovely lady would allow me to admire her. Ahem, I mean, the musical atmosphere here must be wonderful. Lewis stood at the prow with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm as a deep pool as he slowly surveyed the kaleidoscopic islands. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every crew member with perfect clarity. You are all dismissed. Resupply or wander as you please. But remember, this is not a lawless land, at least not on the surface. Stay alert and do not provoke trouble. He deliberately stressed the words, his eyes sharpening. Especially those wastes with bubble helmets. Keep your distance from them. Don't dirty our ship. But if someone is too foolish to know their place and insists on making trouble, then let them learn the hard way that there are those whom they can never afford to provoke. Yes, Boss Lewis. The crew roared their acknowledgement, excitement and confidence gleaming in their eyes, then poured off the ship in small groups. They vanished at once into the clamor of Sabeti. Some headed straight for the shopping streets, while others chased the floating bubbles out of curiosity. Lewis called out to Whitey Bay, Brooke, and Teach, who were about to leave together. You three come with me. Lewis was terse. Only after the rest of the crew had moved far away did he begin to speak slowly. Our purpose in coming here, besides recruiting promising allies, more importantly, is to find a legendary devil fruit, the golden fruit. A flicker of clear astonishment passed through Whitey Bay's ice-blue eyes. Golden fruit. Captain, is that the rumored ability to turn stone into gold and create gold from nothing? Brooke also leaned in curiously, his skull head nearly touching Lewis. Yo-ho-ho. That really would be an extraordinary ability. If we could conjure up lots of gold, wouldn't we be able to buy plenty of limited edition instruments and brand new tailcoats? Teach's eyes suddenly blazed with barely concealed greed, and his breath turned heavier, but he quickly masked it with his trademark grin. Ziaha. The golden fruit. The very name reeks of wealth. Boss Lewis truly has far-sighted vision. This is something we absolutely cannot let slip away. He rubbed his hands together, his tone as fawning and respectful as ever, yet the hunger for power and wealth deep in his eyes only grew stronger. Lewis cast a faint glance at Teach, neither approving nor rejecting his overblown reaction, while inwardly sneering. I've already contacted Pop's informant on Sabaody and confirmed the intelligence. His voice was steady and forceful. The golden fruit will appear at a secret auction tonight, somewhere in the lawless zone of the Sabaody archipelago. A massive, outwardly unremarkable building stood in silence, utterly out of place amid the surrounding clamor. This was the infamous human auction house of legend, a place that made people tremble with fear. The entrance was heavily guarded, every guard exuded a fierce aura and a vicious gaze, clearly no ordinary thug. An ordinary pirate would likely lack even the courage to approach. Inside, however, the scene was entirely different. Resplendent golden decorations, luxurious soft carpets, and the cloying scent of expensive perfume drifting through the air. Elegantly dressed nobles, brutish-faced pirate captains, and inscrutable mysterious merchants. All kinds of people gathered in one place. Every face wore a hypocritical or amused smile, yet beneath their gazes lurked undercurrents, unconcealed desire, suppressed excitement, and naked greed intertwined, creating a suffocatingly eerie atmosphere. Lewis and his companions changed into inconspicuous plain clothes and quietly merged into the crowd. Whitey Bay still wore her signature skull-topped hat, her cool, striking beauty making her stand out among the throng. Brooke, for his part, wore a well-tailored black suit, and his unique skeletal face naturally drew many astonished and curious looks. Yet he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, occasionally offering a slight bow to ladies who glanced his way. Teach, meanwhile, grinned broadly, his eyes roving everywhere, covetous of all he saw. Lewis kept an impassive expression, his ever-strengthening observation hockey spreading silently outward like an invisible spiderweb. Every breath in the hall, every subtle shift of emotion, every fleeting trace of hidden killing intent surged into his perception with absolute clarity. He keenly detected several figures with exceptionally powerful presences, silently noting their positions and features. A few of those fellows have considerable auras and look thoroughly ambitious. It seems tonight won't be dull. Lewis murmured inwardly, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc. The auction formally began. A flamboyantly dressed host stepped onto the high stage, his voice shrill and inflammatory. Welcome, distinguished guests, to this evening's grand feast. Every lot tonight is certain to make your journey worthwhile and send you home with full hands. The lights focused abruptly as two burly men pushed the first lot onto the floor. It was an ancient sword of peculiar shape, its blade wreathed in faint white frost. Even from a distance one could feel its chill. This is the secret heirloom sword of the lost kingdom of the North Sea, Frost Howl. Opening bid 5 million berries. The host shouted. At once competing bids rose in waves from the floor, gradually igniting the atmosphere. The lots that followed included rare gems glowing with a dim luster and fragments of sea charts allegedly recording clues to an ancient weapon. There were even several collared slaves of different races, their eyes dull and lifeless. Each item caused no small commotion, with prices climbing higher and higher, displaying the astonishing purchasing power of this place. Teach watched with gleaming eyes, almost drooling, and muttered in a hushed voice to Lewis. Ziaha. Boss, these are all excellent goods. Especially that sword. If only we could snatch everything. Before he could finish, Lewis silenced him with a single look. Brooke, however, clearly showed pity for the slaves being auctioned. Even his skull face seemed to convey compassion. Yo-ho-ho, how pitiful. They too should have the right to sing freely. Lewis had little interest in these ordinary lots. His gaze remained almost imperceptibly fixed on the backstage, waiting for the true prey to appear. Finally, after several intense rounds of bidding, the host deliberately raised his voice, a mysterious smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath. What comes next is one of the most anticipated highlight lots of the night. A miracle fruit capable of changing destiny, turning stone into gold, and forging boundless wealth. In an instant, every light in the hall went dark. A single blazing beam snapped onto a display platform slowly rising from beneath the stage. The host carefully opened an exquisite ornate brocade box. A fruit of radiant gold exuding an indescribably alluring luster lay quietly within. Its rind was covered with strange, profound spiral patterns, as if containing all the wealth and power in the world. This is the legendary devil fruit, the golden fruit. The host roared with all his might, his voice trembling with excitement. With it you can create gold at will. With it wealth itself will bow down to you. Opening bid 500 million berries. The moment the words fell, the entire hall fell into dead silence. A pin could be heard dropping. Then came a thunderous tidal surge of gasps and discussion like a cauldron bursting open. The golden fruit. It truly exists in this world. To control gold, doesn't that mean endless wealth and power? Countless eyes instantly turned bloodshot, brimming with greed, desire, and madness, all locked fiercely upon that golden fruit. At last Lewis's lips curved into an unconcealed, assured smile. It has finally appeared, he thought. He had long understood the golden fruit's power through his past life memories. It was not merely about creating wealth. Wielded properly, it would become a formidable force. What was more, this fruit was closely tied to an important future plan of his. He could clearly sense several once-hidden powerful presences around him surging violently because of its appearance. Clearly the major figures eyeing this fruit were far more numerous than just himself. It seemed that Sabaody tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Beside him, Teach's breathing had grown as heavy as a worn-out bellows, his fists clenched tight. If Lewis had not been present, he would likely have already lunged forward. Whitey and Brooke also wore grave expressions, keenly sensing the explosive tension that was about to ignite within the hall. Inside the auction hall, the appearance of the golden fruit detonated the atmosphere to its peak. In every corner, suppressed, ragged breathing filled the air. Bidding cries rose and fell like surging waves, one after another. Every wild leap of the numbers savagely tugged at countless hearts wrapped in flames of greed. The price climbed at a breathtaking speed. Liu Yi's gaze was deep and calm, like a chess master controlling the entire board, coldly observing the spectacle of mortal postures before him. Just then a commotion thundered from the entrance of the hall, accompanied by the sharp scraping of heavy metal chains dragging across the floor. A man with a ridiculous transparent bubble helmet on his head, his body as bloated as a mountain of flesh, was being carried in with great difficulty by several dull-eyed slaves. A celestial dragon, Saint Catares. His fingers, swollen so fat that their joints were nearly invisible, were covered with gem-encrusted rings of every kind, all flashing blinding light. His eyes were filled with inborn arrogance, and with a contempt for every living thing that came from the marrow of his bones. Silence. All of you be silent. Cold sweat instantly beaded on the auctioneer's forehead. He almost reflexively hunched his body into a humble bow, not daring to breathe too loudly. The hall fell into absolute silence. A pin could be heard dropping. Saint Catares casually stretched out his pudgy ring-laden hand and pointed at the items that had already been sold. This saint wants all of those. His tone allowed no objection. The buyers who had already claimed those lots dared not raise a single word of dissent or show the faintest displeasure. A barely visible shadow of sinister intent flickered in Teach's eyes, only to be instantly hidden beneath his signature greedy smile. Whitey let out a cold snort and turned her face away in disgust. Then the host of the auction signaled for the next lot to be brought out. The spotlight blazed back to life, shining precisely onto the auction stage. A girl with golden hair cascading over her shoulders was shoved stumbling onto the stage by two brawny guards. A slave collar, that emblem of humiliation and despair, was locked around her snow-white neck. Her exquisitely delicate features could not conceal her profound weariness. Stella. The moment Liu Yi saw her, his pupils contracted slightly. It was really her. The woman whose fate had been so deeply intertwined with the future Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, and who had ended in tragedy. Honored guests. The host strained to make his voice as seductive as possible. This is Miss Stella, a beautiful dancing girl from the South Blue, blessed with a heavenly voice and graceful movements. Her singing can make even the skylark feel ashamed. Her dancing can make even flowers lose their color. The starting bid is 100 million berry. Saint Catares's gaze roamed brazenly over Stella's shapely figure, as if he were ready to devour her alive. Oh, ho ho ho. Not a bad piece of goods. A fine piece of goods. This saint likes it. He could not even be bothered to join the tedious bidding. He simply declared with an imperious gesture. This woman belongs to this saint. His tone was casual, as if he were selecting a plaything to be cast away at will, not a living, breathing human being. Stella's body trembled violently, her thin shoulders cowering. Boundless despair engulfed her in an instant like an icy, bone-piercing tide. Teach lowered his voice and muttered a complicated undercurrent threading through his trademark laughter. Ziaha. These celestial dragons really can do whatever they please. At this moment Liu Yi's gaze turned icy cold. He watched the girl trembling on the stage in her despair, then looked over at the golden fruit still radiating its tempting golden glow upon the platform. A bold and meticulous plan was rapidly brewing and taking shape in his mind. The celestial dragon, the golden fruit, Stella. All of these would become vital pieces in his hand. After purchasing Stella with a wave of his hand, Saint Catares turned his attention back to the golden fruit. A childlike curiosity and greed crept across his bloated face. That glittering golden fruit looks quite amusing too. This saint wants it as well. Once again he made his arrogant proclamation in a tone that admitted neither doubt nor defiance. A cold, sharp smile slowly curled at the corner of Liu Yi's mouth. The real show was about to begin. He quietly stepped back a few paces, evading the notice of those around him, and drew a din mushy from his clothes. Brew 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 brew. Brew 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 brew. The din din mushi let out a rhythmic ringing, then abruptly went quiet, indicating that the connection had been established. Gururara. A distinctive, hearty, and carefree laugh came from the other end of the din din mushi. It was the voice of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Louis took a deep breath, steadying the slight excitement in his heart, then lowered his voice. His tone was weighted with a gravity it had never known before. "Pops, it's me, Louis. Gururara, my son, are you enjoying yourself over on the Sabaody archipelago?" Whitebeard's voice carried both teasing and concern. "Pops, the situation is a little unusual." Without wasting a single word, Louis gave Whitebeard a direct, concise account of everything that had happened in the auction hall. He recounted the appearance of the golden fruit enough to stoke boundless greed, and the girl named Stella whose fate was entangled with that of a man brimming with potential. "I plan to make a tremendous scene here. My target is the golden fruit, and I want to use this opportunity to bring a man of potential into my crew." On the other end of the line, Whitebeard's signature laughter paused for a moment. In the air, only Lu Yi's slightly quickened, yet resolute breathing remained, along with the faint uproar drifting from the auction hall. Teach, Whitey Bay, and Brooke could not hear what was said on the other end, but they keenly sensed that something was out of the ordinary from the unusually grave look on Lu Yi's face. Then finally, Gururara. Whitebeard's laughter burst from the din din mushi once again, even more booming than before. That laughter was filled with inexpressible relief, unconquerable dominance, and even more with absolute, unreserved support for the decision made by his son Louis. "As expected of my son." Whitebeard's voice carried a ring of pride. "Go ahead and do it, Louis. There is nothing on this sea that I, Whitebeard, cannot handle. Let those who think themselves so high and mighty take a good look at just how surging and unstoppable the waves of the new era really are." Whitebeard's voice was decisive, every word radiating incomparable authority and confidence. That unreserved support weighed heavier than any eloquent speech, and it stirred the heart all the more. "Do you need me to come over and lend a hand?" Whitebeard asked in a deep voice, carrying a hint that allowed no refusal. "Besides any marine admirals that might appear, which will require you, Pops, to handle personally." Louis's voice had already returned to its former calm, yet it brimmed with an irrepressible fighting spirit. "As for the remaining small-scale trouble, your son can handle it." "Gururara. Good. You've got guts. Then I'll be waiting for your news." Click. The din din mushi was hung up without hesitation. Louis clutched the din din mushi, now still, his chest surging with heroic fervor as though fire burned within him. Whitebeard's endorsement and promise were like a potent shot of adrenaline. It erased every lingering concern for the plans he had yet to set in motion. He slowly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over Whitey Bay, Brooke, and Teach beside him. "Ready?" he asked in a low voice with a note that made one's blood run hot. "The grand drama of Sabaody is about to officially begin." Hearing this, the three of them instantly turned serious. Then in their eyes, excitement, anticipation, and bloodthirst flashed at once. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. It is my great honor to provide the accompaniment for Captain Lu Yi's grand performance." Brooke bowed with elegance, the cane sword in his hand seeming to quiver slightly. A bloodthirsty smile curled the cold, exquisite corner of Whitey Bay's lips. "I've long found that revolting piece of trash hard to stomach. It's time to settle things with him properly." Teach stretched his characteristically enormous mouth into a laugh no one could forget. "Ziaha. Boss Lu, just give the order. I Teach will charge through fire and flood for you and face 10,000 deaths without the slightest regret." Louis nodded in satisfaction, his deep gaze once more fixing on the brightly lit stage. The radiant golden fruit, and that foolish, arrogant celestial dragon. Both would become the first key pieces in his scheme to churn the seas of this world. A cataclysmic storm powerful enough to shake the entire world was about to unveil its magnificent opening. The auction could only end in disgrace under the celestial dragon's wanton rampage, leaving a sprawling mess behind. St. Katari's obese, bloated frame, flanked by slaves and guards, disappeared through the venue's exit. He not only took away the golden fruit that could drive the world insane, but also carried off the golden-haired girl with vacant eyes, as exquisite as a finely crafted marionette, Stella. Louis lurked among the crowd, coldly watching it all. In his eyes, the so-called top-tier auction was nothing more than a shoddy performance riddled with greed and foolishness. In Whitey Bay's ice-blue eyes, disgust almost turned solid. Brooke's skeletal fingers unconsciously caressed his cane sword as he let out a faint, barely perceptible sigh. Louis paid little attention to his companions. He slipped out of the crowd soundlessly, his figure weaving through the dappled shadows cast by the enormous roots of the Yurukaman mangrove. His observation hockey had already spread wide, precisely capturing everything around him. Before long, an intense, almost tangible, suffocating aura of despair surfaced clearly in his perception. Found him. After passing through several dark, damp alleys, he stopped in a secluded corner outside the auction house. A blond young man knelt there, utterly shattered, his body trembling violently, his vacant eyes staring into emptiness, as though the entire world had collapsed before him. Guild Tesoro. Louis's footsteps shattered the deathly stillness, neither fast nor slow, carrying a unique weight of oppression. He walked up to the young man, stopped, and looked down at him from slightly above. Guild Tesoro. Tesoro jerked his head up. Those hollow eyes instantly became shot with bloodshot veins erupting with a beast-like ferocity and wariness. I admire your talent. Ignoring his hostility, Lu Yi spoke in a flat tone as if stating a fact. And I know how much you sacrificed for the woman named Stella. No roundabout words. No probing. Every word was like a scalpel precisely cutting through the layers of despair wrapped around Tesoro. Tesoro's body convulsed violently. He stared at Lu Yi in disbelief, lips trembling and throat so dry he could not make a sound. How could he? How could he know about Stella? Lu Yi's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, as if he had already seen through everything about Tesoro. In this world the weak have no right to talk about love, let alone protect it. These icy words struck Tesoro's heart harder than any comfort could. Join my crew. Lu Yi's voice was decisive, carrying an unshakable authority. I can give you power. Give you a chance for revenge. He paused, then deliberately deepened his tone like a demon's whisper laced with lethal temptation. I will win back your beloved. Win back your beloved. Those words branded Tesoro's heart like a red-hot iron. He stared intently at Lu Yi, the bloodshot veins in his eyes growing even more pronounced. A chaotic light of madness, suspicion, and the last glimmer of impractical hope. Who was this man? What made him qualified? Attack the celestial dragons. Was it possible? But apart from seizing this straw, what choice did he have? Could he just watch Stella slip away? No, never. The near negligible struggle, fueled by endless despair, instantly turned into unyielding resolve. Tesoro abruptly lowered his head, slamming his forehead fiercely against the cold, hard ground. Thud. The dull impact echoed in the corner, tinged with the smell of blood. His voice was hoarse, but it carried the madness and firmness of someone staking everything. I agree. As long as I can rescue Stella. I, Guild Tesoro, swear this life of mine. This worthless life. To you from this day onward. Please. I beg you, please save her. I will do anything for you. Lu Yi curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Very well. He nodded and took out a uniquely shaped black den mushi. Bururu. Bururu. The ring was urgent and instantly connected. Return to the ship and assemble, Lu Yi said briefly. There is a new mission. Click. The call ended. A moment later, on the deck of the Devar, Whitey Bay, Brook, Teach, Pabrick, and Livert gathered quickly, their expressions solemn. All eyes were fixed with curiosity and scrutiny on the blond youth standing beside Lu Yi, a young man exuding gloomy, resolute desperation. Let me introduce Guild Tesoro. Lu Yi pointed at Tesoro beside him. From today on, he is our new crewmate. Tesoro kept his head lowered, fists clenched, his body still trembling slightly, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. Lu Yi's piercing gaze swept over every crew member, and his voice turned abruptly cold, carrying undisguised killing intent and madness. Our next target. He paused slightly, then let each word ring out clearly in everyone's heart. The marine escort that just departed with the celestial dragons. The mission: recover the golden fruit and rescue Stella. The moment those words fell, dead silence engulfed the deck. Even the wind seemed to stop. Whitey Bay sharply drew in a breath, her ice blue eyes snapping wide. Brooks' hollow eye sockets seemed to contract violently, and the knuckles of the fingers gripping his cane sword went white. Greed and excitement nearly burst from Teach's eyes. He rubbed his rough, massive hands together, unable to suppress a deep, strange chuckle. Zaha. Captain. This is truly insane. The other crew members looked at one another, shocked disbelief and a trace of kindled excitement spreading through their eyes. Attack the celestial dragon's escort. The captain has gone too far this time. But no one raised an objection, because the one giving the order was Lu Yi. In their hearts was something close to blind faith in their captain, along with the exhilaration of about to participate in a subversive operation. Under the helmsman Livert's precise control, the Devar silently slipped into motion. The ship broke through the bubble-covered sea characteristic of the Sabati archipelago, charging in pursuit of the direction the celestial dragons had taken. Lu Yi stood at the bow, hands behind his back. The strong sea wind lashed his black clothing with loud snapping sounds, yet it could not blow away the iciness and resolve in his eyes. His observation haki had long ago spread out like an invisible spiderweb, blanketing the vast sea ahead and firmly locking onto the direction and route of the celestial dragon's escort. The ship's atmosphere instantly switched into a tense, bloodthirsty hunt. Every crew member took their position, inspecting weapons and adjusting cannon angles, their eyes blazing with soaring fighting spirit. Soon, amid the intricate waterways interlaced by the roots of the giant Urukuman mangrove, the Devar used the mangrove roots' complex currents to skillfully catch up with the seemingly heavily guarded escort. Ahead, several elite marine warships, glittering with cold metallic light, sailed in a protective formation like loyal and wary hounds. They sheltered a lavishly decorated giant vessel at the center. On that vessel flew the flag of the world government. And beneath that flag, even more conspicuous, was the celestial dragon's hoof of the soaring dragon emblem, the symbol of supreme privilege and brutality. Lu Yi's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He slowly raised his hand and wrapped it around the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji, at his waist, a cold touch crawling through his fingertips. On the deck, everyone's gaze instantly locked onto his back, and the air seemed to solidify. Lads. His voice reached every corner of the Devar with perfect clarity. Aim the cannons at the main ship. He suddenly drew Wado Ikamanji. In the dim light, the snow-bright blade carved a breathtaking arc of cold steel pointing straight ahead. A long premeditated ambush against the world nobles was brazenly staged across this bizarre and dazzling archipelago. The Devil was now like a frenzied beast tearing through the calm sea surface as it charged toward the warships, symbolizing the glory of the Navy. The shrill alarm suddenly shattered the tranquility of Sabaody. Enemy attack. It's a pirate ship. Fire. Open fire and intercept them. The cannons on the naval warships rapidly pivoted. The dark gun barrels took aim at the swiftly approaching Devil. Boom. Boom. The deafening cannonades erupted in succession, their orange-red flames instantly illuminating the entire waterway. Heavy cannonballs trailing shrieking tails tore through the air and rained down upon the Devil. Lewis stood at the bow. His expression was grim, his black garments dancing wildly in the explosive gusts. Wado Ikamanji was already in his hand. Facing the concentrated cannon fire that could shatter ordinary pirate vessels, he merely waved his blade casually. A snow-bright sword flash appeared peerlessly sharp with a shriek that tore the sky apart, intersecting swiftly and precisely through the air. Rumble. Those ferocious cannonballs exploded upon contact with the sword light, proving utterly defenseless. The shattered shells detonated mid-air, unable to harm the Devil in the slightest. Amidst the barrage of cannon fire and explosions, Lewis stood immovable, radiating an unshakable aura of power. With a single man and one sword, he carved a safe passage for the Devil toward the enemy ships. Kill. At Lewis's command, Hai Diabe leaped forward first. Her movements were light, yet lethal, graceful in form, but each strike aimed to kill. Her figure traced an elegant arc through the air, landing precisely on the deck of the nearest naval vessel. Almost as she landed, the panicked soldiers surged forward with weapons drawn. A confident, chilling smile curved Hai Diabe's lips. Her ice-blue eyes remained utterly calm. Her body moved with incredible flexibility, twisting smoothly. Without hesitation, her steps resembling a dance, while her hands cut through the air with devastating force. Every seemingly graceful spin and kick struck the soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. The crisp sound of shattering bones. The soldiers' agonized screams. These sounds intertwined into a brutal dance of death. Yo-ho-ho! Brooks' distinctive laughter rang out behind her. His speed was astonishing as he landed on the deck right after her. The sword within his cane was already unsheathed. Its slender blade gleamed with a chilling light amidst the chaos. Excuse me, gentlemen of the Navy. His swordplay was swift and elegant, each strike effortlessly claiming the lives of the naval forces. Tee-hee-hee. Blackbeard's wild, maniacal laughter erupted like thunder, shaking the surroundings with terrifying momentum. His massive body crashed onto the opposite deck with devastating impact. The wooden planks beneath him crumbled and cracked instantly. His claws wreathed in pitch-black armament, Haki gleamed with the cold hardness of metal, wielding the ferocious power to tear through anything. He charged forward with raw, brutal force. Each swing carried a heavy, rushing sound. The sailors were hurled through the air by the immense power, their bodies breaking and bleeding in the carnage. The three of them were like three invincible blades. In an instant, they tore through the warship's defenses, creating massive chaos. Hold the line. Hold fast. Request reinforcements from headquarters. Quickly. A naval officer witnessing the slaughter before him turned pale and screamed desperately. His trembling hands grasped the den mushi. His voice quivered with uncontrollable fear. Urgent report. Urgent report. We're under attack by powerful pirates. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. The attackers are the 2nd Division Commander, son of the Devil, Lewis, and his division. Request reinforcements. Request immediate support. His Holy Majesty the World Noble Carteret is aboard. The distress signal rapidly transmitted toward Marineford. Just as the Navy's defenses were on the verge of collapse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures in matching black suits appeared swiftly amid the chaotic battlefield. CP-8, a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, devoid of emotion, their target clear as they moved toward Lewis, who was advancing on the world noble's ship. Hekite. One CP-8 member was the fastest, appearing instantly at Lewis's side. His index finger tensed, gathering terrifying, penetrating power, and with a sharp rushing sound struck directly at Lewis's temple. This strike, if it connected, could pierce thick steel plates. Lewis's observation Haki had already captured every movement of his opponent. He neither dodged nor retreated. The hilt of Wado Ikamanji blocked upward. Clang. A crisp metallic ring echoed. That CP-8 member felt an overwhelming force surge through his fingertip. His entire arm went numb instantly. His body stumbled backward involuntarily. Meanwhile, several other CP-8 members had already closed in. Rego. A fierce vacuum slash roared forth, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of air that swept across, blocking Lewis's escape route. Several finger guns attacked simultaneously from different angles. Their coordination was seamless. Every vital point around Lewis was completely covered. These CP8 members in terms of individual strength might indeed be inferior to Lewis. But they mastered the Rokushiki techniques. Their teamwork was exceptionally synchronized, and they had rich combat experience with ruthless and intricate moves. This combined force did pose some trouble for Lewis. At the very least, it forced him to stop standing still as before. Interesting. Lewis's lips curled slightly, yet a trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. On the blade of Wado Ikemanji armament, haki flowed silently, like blooming cherry blossoms. He was no longer passively defending. Instead, he initiated an active attack. Sword flashes flickered, faster than lightning. Lewis's swordsmanship between its broad and powerful strikes contained exquisitely refined variations. Pucci, a CP8 member, attempted to use Iron Body to withstand Lewis's slash. However, the blade, carrying internal destruction effects, instantly breached his proud defense. A deep, bloody gash, spraying to the bone, erupted from his chest. Blood gushed forth. How is this possible? The injured CP8 member's eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Lewis's movements were swift and continuous, without any pause. Once the attack unfolded, it swept everything away like wind through falling clouds. He weaved between several CP8 members. Each swing of Wado Ikemanji inevitably accompanied a CP8 member falling. Their Rokushiki techniques before Lewis's far more powerful and domineering haki and swordsmanship appeared so fragile, utterly defenseless. The so-called elite intelligence agents before a true top-tier powerhouse remained merely ants that could be easily crushed. In just a few short moments, the CP8 members surrounding Lewis had all fallen into pools of blood. Some dead, some severely wounded, completely incapacitated. The last line of defense constructed by CP8 was thoroughly torn apart by Lewis with irresistible force. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the more luxurious world noble ship in the distance, his eyes flashing with cold light. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Navy's warship, the clamor of battle had also subsided. Heidi Bay's hands were stained with blood. Brooks' sword tip dripped with crimson. Blackbeard grinned widely, stepping on twisted Navy corpses beneath his feet. Papag and Leverluck had also controlled the remaining situation, coldly dealing with the last resistance. Blood everywhere. The deck of the Navy warship was dyed scarlet and viscous. Broken swords, twisted muskets, scattered corpses formed a tragic picture. The pungent smell of blood mixed with gunpowder, harsh and nauseating. The crew of the Devil, carrying the murderous aura after the slaughter, quickly converged toward Lewis. All eyes, burning and wild, fell simultaneously on the center of that devastated battlefield. That heavily guarded, extravagantly luxurious large ship, flying the World Noble flag. The World Noble ship. Lewis slowly sheathed his sword. Wado Ikemanji returned to its scabbard with a soft click, especially clear in this bloody silence. His eyes were cold, without any ripples, as if what he had just crushed were merely a few annoying insects. His gaze solid as matter, locked firmly onto that ship, symbolizing the highest authority in the world. Let's go. Lewis's figure soared into the sky first. Oh. Behind him, the crew let out earth-shattering roars. They followed closely, full of killing intent, surging toward the World Noble ship. Lewis was the first to set foot aboard the Celestial Dragon's lavishly extravagant flagship. It stood in stark contrast to the bloodstains still wet on the outer deck and the drifting smoke and acrid stench that hung in the air. Inside the cabin, the brilliance of gold and jewels was nearly blinding, while the air was saturated with the cloyingly sweet, nauseating scent of expensive perfume. Rare fur carpets lay thick and soft beneath the feet, muffling every step, while walls were adorned with priceless works of art. A glint of undisguised contempt and disgust flickered through Whitey Bay's ice-blue eyes. Brooks' knuckles tightened subtly around his cane sword. It seemed he could hear countless souls wailing silently within this gilded cage. Teach, on the other hand, grinned broadly, his eyes blazing with unconcealed greed and excitement, a naked, possessive hunger for everything in the cabin. They advanced swiftly into the depths of the ship. Along the way, they found guards sprawled in disarray, long since stripped of any ability to resist. Clearly, before Lewis and his companions had even boarded, these so-called elites had already been utterly shattered by Lewis's conqueror's haki. At the innermost part of the ship, in a vast chamber decorated with gold and ivory, they found their target, the celestial dragon, Saint Catares. His corpulent body, like a mountain of flesh, lay slumped and limp upon a luxurious seat stitched together from the pelts of countless rare beasts. The ridiculous transparent bubble helmet atop his head had been knocked askew, revealing a greasy, bloated face twisted beyond recognition by sheer terror and slick with sweat. In his arms, he clutched a delicate treasure chest encrusted with jewels, his body trembling like a sieve. In the unnaturally silent room, Lewis's footsteps rang out with striking clarity, each step feeling as though it landed directly on Saint Catares' heart. He walked step by step towards Saint Catares, his expression calm, yet carrying a suffocating pressure. The celestial dragon's body shook violently, a meaningless rasping sound clawing out of his throat, and a faint stench of urine began to drift through the air. Lewis ignored his sorry state entirely. His gaze did not even pause on that revolting face for more than a second. He reached out with a smooth, decisive motion, and without the least effort took the treasure chest from the greasy, trembling arms of Saint Catares. The chest was gratifyingly heavy in his hand. Lewis casually tossed it to Teach behind him. Teach caught it with one hand, and at once began picking at the latches with his fingers, impatient to see what lay inside. Only then did Lewis's gaze fall back upon Saint Catares. At some point Wado Ikamanji had been drawn a few inches from its sheath, and was now resting against the man's shoulder. The cold blade reflected an icy gleam. Even without being fully drawn, the terrifying, killing intent emanating from its edge made death feel almost tangible to Saint Catares, and every hair on his body stood on end. "Where is Stella?" Lewis's voice was not loud, but it pierced Saint Catares' eardrums like shards of winter ice. The growing coldness of the blade against his skin made Saint Catares stiffen. His eyes rolled back as though he might faint at any moment, and saliva leaked uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. "Hand her over." Lewis's tone carried no emotion whatsoever. Saint Catares trembled even more violently, while beneath the bubble helmet his face swelled with a red-purple flush of terror, as if on the verge of bursting. He tried to open his mouth, but his teeth chattered violently, striking together with a clattering noise. All he could manage was an indistinct, stammering syllable, I, world noble. Speak." Lewis advanced the tip of his blade another fraction of an inch, the icy steel touching the ridiculous bubble helmet with a faint grating sound. That lowly woman." Saint Catares finally forced the words out, his voice thick with tears, yet still carrying a deep-seated arrogance and disdain, as if he were speaking of nothing more than a trivial object. He seemed to believe that even now the man before him would not dare to truly harm him, for he was after all a lofty world noble. She. Behind Louis, Tesoro's body gave a violent jolt. His heart seemed to be clamped in an invisible hand, and a suffocating, overwhelming premonition seized every nerve in his body. Saint Catares seemed not to notice anything unusual, or rather he did not care in the slightest about the feelings of the lowly people, who were to him no more than ants. In the shrill, petulant tone of one scolding a disobedient pet, he tried to use his words to cover his fear. Just a boring little plaything. She would not behave at all, and she was loud. She even dared to reject this saint's favor. Utterly ungrateful. This saint had long grown tired of her, so I simply threw her overboard and fed her to the fish. Those lowly fish must have loved such fresh bait. Yes, exactly, fed to the fish. His tone was as if he were recounting some insignificant, even amusing anecdote laced with a morbid, sadistic pleasure and cruelty. There was not a shred of pity, not a trace of remorse. Instead, he seemed to be boasting of how decisively and powerfully he had disposed of garbage. Thrown into the sea. Fed to the fish. These words struck Tesoro's heart like a vicious blade. His world collapsed in that very instant, dissolving into a boundless darkness and blood-red void. Tesoro's body swayed violently, as if every ounce of strength had been drained away in an instant. He opened his mouth wanting to make a sound, but his throat seemed to be strangled by invisible hands, and even breathing became difficult. An anguished, heart-rending howl brimming with agonized disbelief and boundless despair exploded from Tesoro's chest. His scream was so piercing that everyone present turned to look. Even the smile on Teach's face abruptly froze, and he looked in surprise at the golden-haired young man who had suddenly erupted. A trace of sympathy and reluctance also flickered across Whitey Bay's coldly beautiful face. Tesoro's eyes were instantly blood-red, shot with savage red veins, and they fixed with murderous intensity upon that obese figure slumped in the golden throne. That gaze was no longer one of despair or pleading. It was the stare of a malignant ghost crawling from the depths of hell, overflowing with insane hatred that longed to slice him into 1,000 pieces and devour him alive. He would make this arrogant piece of filth pay 1,000 times over. He would make him wail and repent for Stella's death. Tesoro spun around and dropped heavily to his knees in front of Louis. His forehead struck the cold, ornate floor with a dull thud, and blood instantly seeped from the corner of his brow. "Lord Louis." His voice was hoarse and trembling, yet carried a resolve that had staked his soul and everything he possessed. Please help me. I want to make these high and mighty pieces of trash pay. I want them to know what true despair is. No matter the price, I am willing to pay it." Louis looked quietly at Tesoro, whose body was trembling violently from overwhelming grief and rage as he knelt before him. In this man's eyes he saw a flame of vengeance kindled by despair, fierce enough to burn down the whole world and consume even Tesoro himself. He also saw the immeasurable potential and madness nurtured by that flame. The corner of Louis's mouth slowly curled into a meaningful smile, his eyes deep and unfathomable. "Good." His voice was calm, but carried undeniable strength and a promise. "I have noted your grudge. From this moment onward, the second division of the Whitebeard Pirates shall aid you to the bitter end. Lewis retrieved the chest containing the gold fruit from Teach's hands. Under Tesoro's gaze, a mixture of shock, devastating grief, and a hint of desperate frenzy, Lewis opened the chest. A devil fruit of resplendent gold lay resting on the silk cushion, radiating an indescribably alluring luster and a strange, tantalizing fragrance. The fruit's surface was covered in mysterious arcane spiral patterns, as if it held boundless wealth and power. This is your power. Lewis extended the gold fruit toward Tesoro. Go and take your revenge. Trembling, Tesoro reached out with both hands. With infinite care, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, or the holy grail of vengeance, he received the golden fruit. He stared at the golden fruit in his hands, countless complex emotions surging through his eyes. Stella's gentle smile. The celestial dragon's sickening bloated face. Boundless despair. And erupting from his chest, like a volcano, the towering hatred that had been building within him. Without the slightest hesitation, Tesoro shoved the golden fruit into his mouth, bit down savagely, and swallowed it in great gulps, as if to devour all his pain and hatred and transform them into power that could burn the heavens themselves. An indescribably strange power rose from his stomach in an instant and rushed through every limb and bone. A golden light began to flicker and flow faintly within his palms. In that moment, the man bearing the boundless despair of a beloved's cruel death and the vow of bone-deep vengeance against the world nobles was born, the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. Officially born. Lu Yi's gaze swept over Tesoro, dragging him back to reality from the blazing fury of revenge. No time to drown in grief. Naval reinforcements will be here soon. Evacuate. The order was given. Tesoro dropped the celestial dragon, who had already been beaten beyond recognition, then unleashed the power of the devil fruit he had just acquired. The celestial dragon could only watch helplessly as golden powder crept slowly over his entire body. Amid utter despair, bit by bit, he was transformed into a golden statue. The other crew members moved like a well-oiled machine, swiftly sweeping through the celestial dragon's lavish vessel. Crates of gold, dazzling jewels, and even the encrypted files hidden in the corners that documented CP8's filthy dealings. All were looted clean. Teach grinned from ear to ear as he hauled the treasure crates aboard the dour, greed practically oozing from his face. Once the priceless treasures had been emptied, he ordered the vessel's vital structures to be thoroughly destroyed, ensuring the massive ship could never give chase. Boom. Several muffled explosions rang out as the celestial dragon's personal vessel sank slowly amid unwilling groans, thick black smoke billowing into the sky. On the horizon, black specks of marine reinforcement ships had already appeared, closing in at an alarming speed. Piercing sirens and the thunder of cannon fire intertwined over Sabeti archipelago, heralding the beginning of a bloody chase. Doer, full speed ahead. Lifford bellowed, steering with every ounce of his skill as the ship wove nimbly through the intricate waterways, churning up trails of white foam. Zehaha. Perfect timing. Let me stretch my limbs a little. Teach laughed maniacally and leaped onto the gunwale, his claws cloaked in jet-black armament hockey. Facing the pursuing marine cannon fire, he did not retreat, but charged forward, unleashing a ferocious roar. He slammed his foot against the deck, and his massive body shot forward like a human black cannonball, carrying an overwhelming aura as he crashed violently into a marine warship that attempted to intercept him. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Are we to play a funeral dirge for the Marines dead once again? Brooke leaped lightly to the top of the mast, his cane sword snapping free from its sheath, its tip gleaming with a chilling light beneath the sun. His figure darted effortlessly through the gaps between the dense cannon fire. Every flash of his blade was accompanied by a marine soldier's shrill scream and desperate collapse. Tesoro stepped onto the deck as well, his eyes bloodshot and fixed with murderous intensity on the marine warships closing in. The image of Stella's brutal death and the celestial dragon's tyrannical crimes replayed madly in his mind, like nightmares lacerating every nerve. He thrust out both hands abruptly as dazzling golden light converged and swelled in his palms. Die, every last one of you. With a hoarse, frenzied roar, his powerful will drove the newly acquired power of the gold fruit, revealing its terrifying savage aspect for the first time in real combat. The crates of gold plundered from the ship seemed to come alive under the command of his berserk will. In an instant, they liquefied and reshaped into countless razor-sharp golden spikes that screamed through the air and shot toward the pursuing marine warships like a storm. Those spikes were incomparably hard, punching easily through the Marines' crude defenses and the warship's decks. He could clearly feel the surging fury inside him, as if it had finally found an outlet, raging and roaring through his veins. Not content with that, Tesoro manipulated the gold to warp and extend, transforming it into a raging golden torrent. The golden torrent flowed and coiled over the marine warships like a living thing, devouring every enemy in its path. Even with the power he had only just obtained, Tesoro's formidable control over the battlefield was already beginning to reveal its might. Yet the marine reinforcements still poured in ceaselessly like moths drawn to a flame. Because the attack involved the celestial dragons, the Marines at Sabaody had no choice but to dispatch their full force. If they failed to capture the attackers, the fate of the entire Sabaody Marine contingent would be grim indeed. Captain, 3 warships on the starboard side. Their firepower is too intense. Pavlik shouted, his voice tinged with gravity while his twin pistols kept firing, each shot claiming a Marine's life. He slowly drew the Wado Ikamanji from his waist, its gleaming silver blade radiating a bone-chilling light under the dim glow. An invisible and overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki exploded outward from him like a broken dam. On the nearest pursuing Marine warships, many weak-willed Marines instantly foamed at the mouth and rolled their eyes back under the crushing pressure, collapsing like mowed wheat. This is where it ends. Liu Yi's voice was quiet, yet it reached the ears of every pursuer with perfect clarity. He swung his blade. A condensed sword beam tore across the sea with a shrieking howl that split the air. Where the sword beam passed, the seawater was forced down several meters by an invisible power, carving a fleeting vacuum channel across the ocean. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the leading Marine warship, unable to react in time, was split cleanly in two by that terrifying slash. The violent explosion threw up towering waves, flames engulfed the shattered hull, and countless Marine soldiers were swallowed into the freezing depths amid screams of terror and despair. That world-ending strike instantly cowed every pursuing Marine. They stared at Liu Yi, who stood with blade in hand, radiating killing intent, so dense it felt almost tangible. In their eyes, that figure loomed larger and larger, becoming an invincible demon god, and suffocating terror surged into their hearts. Seizing the precious moment of the Marines' stalled assault, the doer tore through the churning waves and broke free of the encirclement. The towering mangrove trees that symbolized Sabaody Archipelago rapidly receded from view, eventually becoming a faint ink spot on the horizon. Destination: the New World. At the same time, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, the incident had stirred up a massive storm. Inside the highest council chamber, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if water could condense from the air. The celestial dragon Saint Catares was attacked on Sabaody Archipelago. The elite CP-8 squad guarding him was completely annihilated, and a legendary devil fruit, the gold fruit, had been stolen as well. And the mastermind behind it all pointed unmistakably to the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander, the son of the demon, Liu Yi. Marine Fleet Admiral Kong's face turned ashen, with rage veins bulging on his forehead like twisting dragons. Crack! Under one furious strike, the unyielding mahogany desk split apart in an instant, bursting into countless fragments as wood chips flew in every direction. You miserable wretches! Kong's enraged roar reverberated through the conference room. Attacking a celestial dragon. This is the most direct, most vile, most unforgivable provocation against the world government. The Whitebeard Pirates. Liu Yi. He gnashed his teeth as he uttered the name, murderous intent seething in his eyes, as if he wanted to chew the name to pieces and swallow it. Issue the order. Kong drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury churning in his chest, and commanded in a low voice. Immediately dispatch Vice Admiral Borsellino to intercept them at maximum speed. Borsellino's speed is unmatched. If he gives chase, it should. Before Kong could finish the thought, however, the highest level encrypted din mushy on the desk rang at an inopportune moment, interrupting his plans. After a brief conversation, the call ended, and Kong's expression grew even darker than before, tinged even with humiliation. The 5 elders had issued their orders, directly overruling his proposal to dispatch a vice admiral. The voice that came through the din mushy belonged to one of the 5 elders, a voice that inspired awe without anger, every word carrying absolute authority and a chilling coldness that brooked no dissent. This matter is no longer something a vice admiral can handle. This is not merely an attack on a celestial dragon. It is a blatant trampling of the world government's 800-year reign. We must respond with overwhelming force and deploy an admiral-level combatant to show the world the resolve and power of the world government. Anyone who dares challenge the dignity of the celestial dragons shall be shown no mercy. Kong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. At last a single name was ground out from between his teeth. Issue the order. Deploy the Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr immediately. Aboard the doer. On the deck, the crew's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Zehaha! What a thrill! An absolute thrill! Teach took a deep gulp of rum, his face flushed with excitement as he roared. We robbed the celestial dragons outright, and took out so many Marine scum. Boss Liu Yi, your boldness suits my taste more and more. How about we just raid Mary Geos next time? Zehaha! Yo-ho-ho-ho! The process was quite thrilling. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. But I don't have a heart anymore. Brooke carefully polished his cane sword, his tone still light. Whitey Bay leaned against the ship's railing, her ice-blue eyes fixed on the churning storm clouds at the distant seam of sea and sky. By attacking a celestial dragon, we've thoroughly ground the world government's face into the dirt. Marine headquarters will never let this go quietly. By now the highest level capture order is likely already in effect. It wouldn't be surprising if an admiral himself comes after us. Pavlik adjusted the top hat on his head and said gravely, "We must pass through Fishman Island and enter the New World as quickly as possible. That place's chaos and unpredictable environment are our natural barrier and hunting ground, and it will be far easier to shake off the Marines' relentless pursuit there." The crew murmured among themselves, their words filled with relief at having survived, awe at their captain's power and also wariness, and a hint of excitement at the approaching Marine Admiral. Tesoro stood alone, leaning silently against the ship's side. The sea breeze stirred his soaked gray-green hair, but it could not blow away the tangible flames of hatred smoldering in his eyes. The surging power of the fruit within him was the sole comfort Stella's death had left him, and the cornerstone of his vengeance and his control over all things. A golden light flowed almost imperceptibly beneath his skin, then slowly solidified into a thin layer of gold coating his knuckles. It was cold and hard, gleaming with a dangerous luster, just like the steel-cold obsessive determination in his heart at this moment. With these hands he would turn all his enemies into cold gold. Under Leifouert's precise and seasoned helm, the Duer deftly evaded the Navy's patrol routes. The sky overhead was tinged with a gloomy gray-blue as though foreshadowing the coming storm. The gunfire and bloodshed from Sabeti Archipelago still seemed to echo in their ears, yet an invisible pressure weighed on every crewman's heart. By slaughtering celestial dragons they had torn open the heavens. Marine headquarters would never let this rest. Guild Tesoro leaned silently against the ship's rail in one corner of the deck. The sea wind ruffled his damp grayish-green hair, but it could not dispel the hatred blazing in his crimson eyes, a flame as tangible as substance. Stella's smile and the despair of her brutal death flickered alternately through his mind, each heartbeat bringing a tearing, rending agony. Suddenly a surging grief and wrath too great to restrain rose in his chest. The veins stood out on his clenched fist, and his fingertips unconsciously brushed the deck railing before him. In that instant a dim golden light burst from his palm, and the strange, almost material force spread as if it had slipped utterly out of control. Not just the railing. A large swath of the deck around him was swiftly coated in a heavy, unalloyed gold. It was as if part of the entire ship had been replaced in that instant by an artwork cast in pure gold, radiating a cold and opulent gleam. Tesoro gave a violent start, the frenzy in his eyes receded a little as he scrambled to withdraw his power. The golden glow flickered violently a few times before retreating in reluctance, and the hull returned to its original form. The power of the gold fruit is rooted in the strength of your will. A voice sounded behind him. Tesoro's body stiffened slightly. He slowly withdrew his still trembling hand and did not turn around. He had somehow already appeared behind him, his gaze calm and profound, watching that earlier display, clumsy as it had been yet bursting with astonishing potential. Its limits are bound only by the edge of your imagination. Lui's voice was placid, each syllable crisp like drumbeats striking the calm lake of Tesoro's heart. Anger and hatred can give birth to power at terrifying speed, but to truly tame it and wield it with consummate mastery, you need absolute calm and extreme focus. I understand. Tesoro's voice was hoarse, suppressing the madness and violence churning inside him. He clenched his fist so hard that his nails nearly cut into his palm, and said word by word, "I will make them." Hey! Not far away Brooke stood alone, his hollow eye sockets fixed on the vast dim sea. A mournful flowing violin melody drifted from beneath his long bony fingers, a tune that wept and pleaded, mourning the innocent Stella who had died. This wordless music seemed silently to tell of Tesoro's boundless despair and his vow of relentless vengeance, breaking the hearts of all who heard and moving all who listened. On the other side of the deck, Teach was strangely exuberant, out of keeping with the oppressive atmosphere. With his upper body bare, revealing a thick mat of chest hair, he hugged a cask and gulped down rum in loud, greedy swallows. His rugged face was flushed with excitement, and his triangular eyes gleamed with a greedy, furtive light. "Ziaha!" He wiped the liquor from the corner of his mouth and laughed without restraint, his booming voice shaking the deck. "Boss Louie, now this is what a real pirate legend is about. To hell with those goddamn celestial dragons. I feel amazing, what a rush." He swung his arm fiercely, a bloodthirsty wildness in the motion. "The more chaotic this sea becomes, the more chances I Teach have to rise above the rest and make a name for myself." Ambition and hunger for power nearly burst from his eyes. He sidled closer to Lou, he lowered his voice and spoke with a fawning, tentative tone. "Boss, if you ask me, we should find some reckless tough bastard and fight a hardy battle. Spread the doer's name far and wide." He snickered, his eyes growing crafty. "Preferably those old pirates who think they're above everyone else. Or better yet, lock horns with a few of those ancient monsters. Let them taste being robbed for once." "Ziaha! Teach, put away your foolish delusions." Whitey Bay cut off his wild talk in an icy voice. Her coldly beautiful face showed no trace of emotion, her deep ice blue eyes remaining sharply vigilant. "Marine headquarters will retaliate with madness, faster, more violent, and far more reckless of the cost. The most important thing now is how to reach the new world safely, not to foolishly go looking for trouble. Her voice was like polar ice, making the excited Teach shiver. He closed his mouth sheepishly, though he still muttered how dull. At that moment, Lu Yi's deep gaze pierced through the gray-blue horizon and fixed on the shifting, treacherous sea ahead. His constantly extended observation hockey caught in that instant a terrifying presence, so immensely powerful that it made the soul itself shudder. The presence was as vast and towering as a mountain. Powerful. Pure unalloyed power. It carried a dreadful pressure. Lu Yi's heart sank heavily. This presence far surpasses every cipher pole unit we've fought. It is several times more condensed and pure than the full-force eruption of an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral. Could it be? The dreadful presence was approaching from directly behind the doer, neither hurried nor slow, yet closing in with a steady speed that made one despair. This feeling was entirely unlike any opponent they had encountered before. The power of an elite Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters was hardly worth mentioning before this presence. The instant Lu Yi's expression changed, Brooke's mournful sobbing melody seemed to be seized by an invisible hand. A harsh, discordant twang rang from the strings, then everything stopped short. Everyone felt the piercing aura that erupted from their captain. Lu Yi's face turned gravely stern in an instant, as though facing a mighty enemy, and an exceedingly ominous, almost certain, premonition flashed through his mind. A Marine Admiral, or at the very least a top-tier monster who had once possessed power on the level of a Marine Admiral. Against a terrifying opponent of this caliber, the doer's current strength gave them no chance of resistance whatsoever. If they were caught, the consequences would be unthinkable. Inside the captain's cabin, the others saw Lu Yi's face change drastically and immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Boss Lu Yi, what's wrong?" Teach also stowed his greedy grin and asked in puzzlement, having felt an unprecedented pressure from Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not answer immediately. He rose slowly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cabin walls to the distant stern. That heart-stopping, soul-chilling presence was drawing nearer. It was almost upon them. All hands on alert. Lu Yi's voice was low and icy, laden with utmost solemnity and killing intent. "Look out, sharpen your watch. Leave for at maximum speed. Lose the tail behind us." He slowly let out a single sentence, every word like a cold iron hammer striking each crewman's heart. "We have been locked onto by a truly formidable monster." A suffocating aura of dread pressed closer. At the line where the gloomy gray-blue sky met the surging black sea, an ominous black speck appeared and expanded with terrifying speed. A warship far surpassing ordinary vessels appeared, its bow splitting the waves with a fiercely aggressive bearing. A unique emblem flickered faintly and indistinctly across its sails. At the bow stood a towering figure like an iron tower. Even from such a vast distance, the pressure was enough to shatter one's heart and spirit. On the lookout platform, Pabulite gripped his telescope, but what he saw made his entire body tremble involuntarily. He shouted out what he had seen, warning his companions. That emblem is the Black Arm. It's Black Arm Zifa. Black Arm Zifa. A Marine Admiral. A legendary man standing at the pinnacle of the Marines, whose iron fist and overwhelming strength dominated the sea. Dichi's arrogant smile stiffened his triangular eyes, revealing shock and disbelief. Bullywok's elegant music cut off abruptly. His skeletal fingers clenched the sword hidden in his cane, and the soul fire in his hollow eye sockets blazed violently. Wada Baby Eye's ice-blue pupils contracted sharply, and for once her face lost its calm confidence. In Taizaluo's heart, the flame of vengeance that had just been rekindled was extinguished, as if doused with ice water the instant that name reached him. Zifa's warship was like a sea beast locking onto its prey, and it moved at a terrifying speed. Ignoring the distance the doer had already opened up, it closed in with unstoppable momentum. Zifa's massive frame stood at the bow like a mountain. His signature short purple hair bristled upward, every strand standing on end. The lines carved by time on his face only added to his majesty. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, bearing not the slightest trace of human emotion, only iron-blooded coldness. The white marine coat, bearing the huge emblem of justice, snapped loudly in the sea wind. He had only to stand there for everyone aboard the doer to feel a pressure so immense it was almost suffocating. There was no wasted word, not even a symbolic warning shot. Zifa's low and commanding voice came over, piercing the howling of the sea wind and waves, reaching every ear with perfect clarity. "I am Zifa, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Demon Child Lu Yi, cease all futile resistance. I will not take your life. By order of the world government, I will take you into custody alive." His voice was calm, yet it contained absolute confidence and an indisputable power. Lu Yi's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he was in serious trouble, but he had not expected to encounter such a terrifying existence, far beyond anything he could imagine. He had originally expected that one of the future 3 admirals would be sent after them. With his group's current strength, even if they could not win, they could still escape the pursuit. But the worst-case scenario had now arrived. The man who came was not the one he had anticipated, but Marine Admiral Zifa, still at his peak before he had lost an arm. Marine Admiral Zifa's strength was far beyond the caliber of CP-8. Even ordinary vice admirals would be utterly worthless before him. This was true combat power at the very summit of the world. Though a storm of shock surged in his heart, not a trace of fear appeared on Louis's face. He slowly straightened his somewhat stiff spine. His hand gripped the hilt of Wado Ikamanji so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Taking a deep breath, Louis answered clearly, his voice not loud, but filled with pride and unyielding resolve. Capture me alive. What a monumental joke. I, Louis, will never bow to any Marine. If you want to catch me, then show me your true skill, Black Arm Zifa. Incorrigible. Zifa spat out the words in a low voice. The next moment, Zifa's figure disappeared directly from the bow of the warship. Without borrowing any tool, relying purely on the raw strength of his body, he crossed dozens of meters of open sea, as if teleporting, leaving behind only an afterimage that was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye. Boom. A dull, tremendous crash resounded. The deck of the Doer shuddered violently, as if it had been smashed by a small meteorite. Zifa's massive frame had already landed firmly in the center of the Doer's deck. His entire body was now clad in pitch-black armament haki, especially his hands, where the terrifying armament haki was so dense that it had nearly taken on physical form, radiating a dreadful pressure that made hearts tremble. This was the very black arm that had made his name and made countless pirates tremble at the mere mention of it. The battle erupted the instant Zifa landed. Battle intent surged in Louis's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his own aura to its peak in an instant. His conqueror's haki erupted without reserve, colliding in a thunderous explosion with the terrifying iron-blooded murderous aura radiating from Zifa. Wado Ikamanji abruptly left its sheath, its bright blade light, drawing a deadly arc through the gloomy sky. With an edge that seemed to tear apart everything in its path, it slashed straight at Zifa's neck. This sword strike had used nearly all of Louis's strength, with armament haki, Ryuo, flowing at high speed across the blade. Fast, precise, ruthless. It was the ultimate expression of his current swordsmanship. Yet before this fierce strike, which was enough to cut through steel, Zifa's gaze did not change at all. He merely raised that black arm covered in pitch-black haki. Clang! A deafening collision of metal exploded through the air. Louis felt an indescribably immense force surge up from the blade, as if he had slashed an unshakable mountain. With nothing more than his arm, Zifa had effortlessly blocked Louis's full-powered slash. Not even the faintest trace was left on that pitch-black black arm. Louis's pupils suddenly dilated, his mind churning. So this was the true power of a Marine Admiral. It was immeasurably stronger than the Vice Admiral he had killed before. There was simply no basis for comparison between the two. He feared that no matter how many Vice Admirals attacked together, they would still be unable to defeat this terrifying Marine Admiral. Zifa's deep eyes remained untouched by any emotional fluctuation, only cold, killing intent and absolute suppression. The black arm that had blocked Louis's slash suddenly erupted with force. Louis felt an irresistible torrent of force rushing toward him. The webbing of his hands split open, instantly blood splattered out, and his sword arm burned with agonizing, tearing pain. His entire body flew backward like a kite, with its string cut slamming uncontrollably into the mast on the side of the ship with a sickening, teeth-grinding thud. A mouthful of blood burst uncontrollably from his lips, staining the front of his clothes. He felt the bones in his body wailing, nearly overwhelmed by the terrifying impact. His observation haki was already spread out wide, allowing him to clearly sense every subtle movement and attacking intent of Zifa. Yet before such an absolute gap in strength and speed, many of his precise predictions seemed pale and powerless, utterly incapable of turning into effective evasions or counterattacks. Zifa evidently gave Louis no chance to catch his breath. His figure shifted again so fast it was dizzying. That black arm wrapped in terrifying armament haki came straight for Louis's chest once more, like a grim reaper's scythe bearing a dull howling wind as it split the air. Zifa's attacks looked wild and sweeping, yet they were incomparably precise. He was clearly not trying to kill. Every blow was delivered with meticulous control, just as he had said. His purpose was to subdue Louis. But even so, the impact contained in each strike was enough to make Louis feel the threat of death. Enduring the excruciating pain racking his entire body, Louis whirled Wado Ikamanji into a dense web of blade light before him, desperately trying to ward off the furious rain of attacks. But Zifa's attacks were too tyrannical, too swift. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impacts rang out constantly across the deck of the Doer, and Louis's body was subjected to unimaginable pressure. Soon he was beaten back step by step, new wounds constantly appearing on his body as blood continued to spill from his mouth. Boss Louis, Captain, wait a baby! Bullyoak and the others, their eyes nearly splitting open with fury, let out furious roars almost simultaneously and charged recklessly at Zifa. They were trying to relieve even the slightest bit of pressure on Louis. Ziaha! Old man, don't you dare touch our captain! Cheese claws coated with pitch-black armament haki gleamed coldly and slashed toward Zifa's back with a screech that split the air. Wait a baby! I appeared like a phantom at Zifa's flank. Her whip-like leg laden with terrifying force and icy killing intent snapped straight toward Zifa's temple. Die, old geezer. Yo-ho-ho. To fight a warrior of this caliber is truly my honor. Bullywug's cane sword had already been drawn, turning into a swift flash of cold light that viciously thrust toward the apparent opening beneath Zifa's ribs. Even Taizaluo, who had only just acquired the gold fruit and could not yet fully control its power, had bloodshot eyes at this moment as the golden power within him surged out instinctively. Take your filthy hands off Lord Louis. He thrust out both hands abruptly. Golden dust condensed from dozens of gold coins looted from the ship materialized out of thin air and spread upward along Zifa's legs. Yet faced with their coordinated assault, Zifa did not even turn his head. He only let out an icy snort. A bunch of reckless brats who don't know death is upon them. Thud. Before Dichi's claws could even touch Zifa, a blast of ferocious, overwhelming fist wind blasted his arm numb. His entire body was hit as if by a giant hammer. He flew backward, spraying blood, crashing heavily into and breaking several railing posts, his eyes filled with resentment and horror. Wait a baby eye's lethal kick, powerful enough to snap steel, was caught precisely at the ankle by Zifa's casually extended left hand. He then flung her away with a violent jerk, and her petite body slammed uncontrollably into the deck with a pained grunt. Bullywug's lightning-fast thrust was easily caught between two hockey-coated fingers when it was still a mere inch from Zifa's body. No matter how hard Bullywug struggled, the tip of the sword could not advance even a fraction of an inch. With a slight squeeze of Zifa's fingertips, Bullywug's cane sword let out a mournful cry and snapped cleanly in two. As for the gold, Taizaluo controlled the moment it climbed to the area around Zifa's waist. It struck an invisible wall and was shattered by a violent surge of energy, scattering into a cloud of golden powder. Before Taizaluo could launch a second wave of attack, Zifa was already in front of him and simply threw a straight punch. Taizaluo flew backward like a kite with a broken string. After smashing into a pile of debris, he lay there, his life or death unknown. In an instant, Dichi, Wei, Bullywug, and Taizaluo, fighters who were considered formidable among ordinary pirates, were all swept back by Zifa with devastating, irresistible force. Crimson blood slid along the blade of Wado Ikamanji and dripped to the deck, spreading into a small piercing stain. Louis knelt on one knee, his snow-white sword driven deep into the planks to brace his wavering body. Every breath seemed to tear open the wounds in his chest. His entire body burned with searing pain, and the edges of his vision kept dimming into blackness. He clenched his jaw with all his might, and in the depths of his nearly unfocused pupils a wisp of fighting will still burned. Boss Louis. On the other side of the deck, Teach and the others struggled to rise, but their wounds were too severe to move. They could only stare at Louis, eyes blazing with desperate fury. Zephyr's towering figure advanced step by step, his shadow swallowing Louis completely. Give it up, boy. Zephyr's voice was low. You have potential, talent that rivals the monsters of that era. But right now you are still far too weak. I will personally escort you to Impel Down, and I guarantee you will at least keep your life. He extended the black arm cloaked in dark armament hockey, a palm that could crush steel, toward Louis's neck. A beastly growl rumbled in Louis's throat, but his body felt as heavy as lead and his consciousness slowly sank away. Was this the end? Just as Zephyr's hand was about to touch Louis. Boom. The world seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand and violently torn apart. Beneath their feet, the Deval groaned in unbearable strain, pitched violently into the air, and then slammed down as the hull burst with the deafening crack of splintering planks. Far away, the sea's surface abruptly caved inward, then exploded upward, hurling colossal waves hundreds of meters into the sky. The air let out a shrill scream. Space itself twisted and shattered before this sudden, overwhelming might, and visible white fissures spread across the sky. A terrifying field of power swept over the sea in an instant, enough to make gods tremble. Everyone aboard the Deval, including Zephyr, who was about to seize Louis, distinctly felt that dreadful pressure. Zephyr's face changed drastically. The hand about to touch Louis's neck froze, and he snapped his head upward, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. This aura, this power. Then a bold, rugged voice tinged with an anger fierce enough to scorch the heavens and boil the sea thundered across the sky, rattling everyone's eardrums and making their hearts race. Gururara. Zephyr, how dare you touch my son? Do you want to leave your old bones on this sea? Fierce winds raged in every direction, churning the sea into chaos. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a colossal vessel tore through the roiling air, crashed through towering waves, and appeared at the center of the battlefield. The enormous whale-shaped bow radiated a majesty that made all who saw it tremble. On her sails, the grinning, white-mustached Jolly Roger snapped violently in the raging sea wind. The Moby Dick. There atop the immense bow, a towering figure stood proudly. He wielded a huge bicinto, his upper body bare, his knotted muscles and crisscrossing scars, each telling a tale of legend. His iconic crescent white beard whipped madly in the wind. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. He had descended carrying a burning wrath capable of reducing everything to ash. It's Pops. Lewis's hazy consciousness caught that familiar voice and figure, and the nerves wound to their breaking point suddenly let go. He forced the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. We're saved. It's Pops. Pops is here. After a brief, stunned silence, Whitey Bay Teach Pavlik and the others erupted into wild, overjoyed cheers. The ecstasy of survivors pulled back from the brink of death. Whitebeard suddenly brandished his Murakimajiri, one of the 12 supreme grade blades. The Bicento's edge did not cut directly at Zephyr, but as Whitebeard swept his arm, the surrounding air instantly solidified, then split with a glass-shattering crack. The power of the tremor fruit erupted without any restraint. Visible white cracks radiating from the Bicento like a vast spiderweb surged ferociously toward Zephyr and the marine warships behind him. Space itself was being ripped apart. The sea beneath Zephyr's feet and the space around the marine warships behind him were covered in vicious cracks like a fragile mirror. The sky seemed to have been torn open by an invisible force into a huge gash. Zephyr's face, the instant Whitebeard appeared, turned completely grave. He never imagined Whitebeard would come so quickly. For the sake of a mere 2nd Division commander, he had actually come in person. This kind of importance placed on a son was almost beyond reason. Facing Whitebeard's world-destroying strike, Zephyr had no time to think. He immediately abandoned capturing Lewis and crossed his arms in front of him, both arms wrapped in terrifying armament hockey. His armament hockey was pushed to the absolute limit. Boom. Two utterly different terrifying forces collided in a tremendous roar. Though they did not touch directly, the collision between the tremor force and armament hockey still gave rise to a thunderous boom that made the heart tremble. The deck beneath Zephyr's feet cracked inch by inch, and the entire Deval let out a mournful groan as if about to come apart. The marine warships behind him fared even worse. Caught in the invisible tremor, their hulls shook violently and masts snapped one after another. Countless fissures tore across the hulls, and countless marine soldiers were flung shrieking in terror and despair into the surging sea. Whitebeard snorted coldly and brought his Bicento down again, sending that terrifying tremor force racing outward once more. Crack! The last relatively intact section of deck beneath Zephyr's feet shattered completely, and an even more violent tremor surged upward along his crossed arms. A coppery taste flooded Zephyr's throat, and a trickle of blood leaked uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He stared fixedly at Whitebeard, his eyes not only wary but weighed down with a new gravity. He could not continue like this. Because he had to protect the warships behind him, he could only be a passive target. If this went on, even if he managed to capture Lewis, every marine soldier he had brought would be buried in this sea. The world government's order was important, but the lives of the marine soldiers were more important. He took a long, deep look at Lewis. What magic did this kid possess that made Whitebeard protect him so fiercely? Boy, you got lucky this time. Zephyr's voice was hoarse. Next time I won't let you off so easily. Let's go. With a few bounds, his figure was back aboard his own battered, staggering warship. Without the slightest hesitation, the marine warships wheeled about and withdrew in humiliated haste. Only after the marine warships had vanished completely into the seam where the sea met the sky did Whitebeard slowly withdraw the terrifying aura that could change the colors of heaven and earth. The Moby Dick pulled in close and came to a steady stop in front of the Deval. Whitebeard stepped aboard the Deval and looked at the blood-soaked, ragged figures sprawled on the deck. Grrrr. Whitebeard's laughter rang out, but this time it carried less of his old boldness and more of a barely perceptible anger and heartache. You fools. You really know how to cause your old man trouble. His tone held a hint of elder rebuke, but his eyes were full of an affection impossible to conceal. Pops, Lewis forced out in a hoarse voice. Then darkness closed over his eyes, and he lost consciousness, completely pitching forward. Whitebeard took a single step forward, catching the limp Lewis steadily with his enormous hand. His brow furrowed slightly as his fingers pressed against the pulse in Lewis's neck, feeling that faint yet stubborn heartbeat. Then he turned his head toward the Moby Dick. Marco, Whitebeard said in a low voice. Bring the best doctor here. Now. The deck of the Dwell was thoroughly soaked with thick blood and icy seawater. Lewis lay limp in Whitebeard's broad embrace, his consciousness sinking into boundless darkness. His exposed skin was covered in gruesome wounds that cut deep to the bone, and his sternum was horrifically caved in and deformed. Warm blood oozed steadily, staining the hands with which Whitebeard held him. The ship's Dr. Marco, with his iconic pineapple hairstyle, boarded swiftly with his medical team, his expression grave. When his gaze fell upon Lewis's almost unrecognizable state, his usually languid eyes sharpened abruptly like an eagle's. He quickly leaned down, and his pale blue flames of regeneration danced and leaped between his palms, as if alive, gently enveloping Lewis's chest. Where the strange flames passed, the curled and split flesh began to visibly writhe, halting the flow of blood and bringing forth vitality. Whitebeard carefully cradled Lewis in his arms. The terrifying power that could shake the world now turned into the utmost gentleness, afraid that even the slightest jolt would worsen the injuries of the son in his embrace. He strode hurriedly toward the Moby Dick, his demeanor oppressive and heavy. Do everything to save him. His deep voice contained suppressed fury and profound ocean-deep worry, issuing a life-or-death order to the medical team, following close behind. The other crew members of the dhow, after preliminary treatment by the Moby Dick's doctors, were also helped or carried aboard the great whale-like vessel one after another. Whitey Bay's icy blue eyes stared fixedly in the direction where Lewis had been carried away. Her nails dug deep into her palms, without her realizing it, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her lips, her face showing rare pallor and anxiety. Tesoro and several other crew members, likewise seriously wounded, were temporarily left on the dhow, where a few medics performed emergency bandaging and treatment. His golden hair was plastered to his forehead by blood and grime, his face pale as paper. Staring in the direction Lewis had been taken, his crimson eyes welled with complex emotions. Teach's chest heaved violently as several fractured ribs sent piercing agony through him, with every breath blood foam still hanging from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to sit up from the deck, staggered a few steps, and just before Whitebeard carried Lewis into the cabin, he dropped heavily onto one knee with a thud, his forehead nearly touching the cold planks. "Pops," he cried, his voice hoarse, filled with suppressed grief and indignation and a subtle hint of cunning. "At Sabaody we encountered the celestial dragon Catacl's saint. We killed him. And we seized the golden fruit." He paused deliberately here, casting a quick glance at Whitebeard's towering back, then continued. "It was Commander Lewis who led the charge. He was utterly fearless. For the sake of an innocent girl, he dared to trample a celestial dragon beneath his feet. But then afterwards we ran into the Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. That old man was far too powerful. We couldn't possibly match him. Commander Lewis, to protect us, he single-handedly held his ground against Zephyr, buying us a chance to escape." Pops. Teef's voice choked with emotion, yet he deftly attributed all the valor and the frontal clash to Lewis, while also clearly pinning the source of the trouble, the killing of a celestial dragon and the pursuit by an admiral, squarely on Lewis and that golden fruit. Whitebeard's face was as grim as a sea before a raging storm, the aura radiating from him making the very air grow stagnant. Hearing that Lewis had resolutely struck against the celestial dragon for an unknown girl, and then had chosen death over surrender before the Marine Admiral Zephyr, a faint, almost imperceptible gleam of approval and gratification flickered in his eyes. Though he had already known of Lewis's scheme, hearing the concrete details still made him proud of his son. But soon the pride in his eyes was replaced by even deeper worry and wrath. A moment later Marco emerged from the infirmary bearing the heavy weight of exhaustion and the lingering scent of blood, his expression somewhat solemn. "Pops," he said, walking up to Whitebeard, his voice weary and hoarse. "That brat Lewis, his injuries are severe, extremely severe. At least a dozen bones are broken and his internal organs have suffered multiple ruptures and shifts from the violent impact. He lost a tremendous amount of blood." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tense faces around him, full of hope and anxiety. "Still, his vitality is tenacious as a monster's. Under the full stimulation of my regenerative flames, his body's astonishing self-healing ability has been triggered to the utmost. At present, he is out of immediate danger." Hearing this, the crew of the dhow, who had been holding their breath in anxious silence, let out long sighs of relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing somewhat. However, his wounds run so deep that it will likely take at least a few days for him to fully regain consciousness. As for a complete recovery, his foundation is indeed exceptional, and his recuperative powers remarkable, so it should not take too long," Marco added, sensing the stubbornly blazing life force within Lewis even in his deep, unconscious state. Hearing this, Whitebeard's tightly knitted brows relaxed slightly, and he nodded, giving Marco's shoulder a heavy, firm pat. "Well done, Marco." Then he turned to the young crew members of the dhow, their faces marked with grief, yet also the relief of survival, his gaze lingering on Tesoro for an extra moment. Though that young man had appeared inexperienced in the earlier battle, the mad fervor and potential born of hatred in him had not escaped Whitebeard's notice. "Send capable men and use the finest materials to fix the dhow properly. Make sure she's sturdier and tougher than before." Then his voice abruptly turned heavy as rolling thunder echoing in everyone's ears. "Listen up, you brats. Escaping by the skin of your teeth from that old bastard Zephyr this time is only the beginning. From here on, the world government's retaliation will come crashing down upon us like a violent storm, each wave fiercer than the last. Stay on your guard with everything you've got. From this moment, even the slightest lapse could plunge us all into irredeemable ruin. And we'll hit them back hard, make them know that the Whitebeard Pirates are not to be trifled with." A chill ran through every heart as they felt the immense pressure of the coming storm, and they answered in unison, their voices shaking the deck. The Moby Dick sailed side by side with the dhow, which had been patched up enough to navigate temporarily swiftly, leaving the blood-soaked waters of Sabaody behind. The sea breeze ruffled Whitebeard's iconic crescent-shaped mustache, and the great cape behind him flapping loudly in the wind. He stood alone at the bow like a mountain, his gaze complex as he stared toward the shifting storm clouds on the distant horizon. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Nightfall gradually veiled the sea like thick ink, Inside the Moby Dick's infirmary, under the soft glow of medical lighting, everything was orderly and quiet. Marco sat by Lewis's bedside, carefully changing the damp towel on his forehead. Lewis's body was still wrapped in bandages from head to toe like a mummy, his breathing faint and labored, yet radiating a stubborn and reassuring steadiness. Suddenly Marco's focused gaze shifted slightly. He detected the faintest anomaly. Lewis's bandaged finger wrapped tightly in gauze gave an almost imperceptible, extremely minute twitch. Then a barely audible murmur like sleep-talking slipped with great difficulty from Lewis's parched lips. Water. Inside the infirmary, the scent of antiseptic and blood intertwined. The lamplight revealed dust motes floating in the air. Lewis's eyelashes fluttered and his eyes slowly opened. Agony and weakness surged through every inch of bone and muscle like a tide, and consciousness barely clawed its way out of the dark abyss. Water. A hoarse syllable was forced through his dry, cracked lips, tugging at his wounds and provoking a light cough. Marco's eyes brightened. He quickly took a cup, leaned forward, and brought it to Lewis's lips. The cool liquid soothed his scorched throat, and the rusted gears of his mind began to turn again. You're finally awake, Lewis, you little rascal. How do you feel? Marco held his head as he tried to lift it. Marco, where am I? It seems I survived. You're on the Moby Dick. Black Arm Zephyr gave you a terrible beating. Pops personally rushed over to drag you and your crew back. Marco curled his lips into a teasing grin. You were far too bold, daring to provoke a Marine Admiral. Lewis tried to push himself up, but the effort brought searing pain to his chest, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Zephyr. That iron tower figure, those ink-black, domineering iron fists, the suffocating chasm in strength. Even now, thinking back, it still felt impossible to overcome. This operation had indeed been thought through far too naively. Fortunately, he had given Pops a heads up in advance, otherwise he probably wouldn't have made it back alive. Marco pressed down on his shoulder as he tried to rise again. Don't move. You've broken more than a dozen bones, several internal organs are ruptured or displaced, and you've lost a lot of blood. Just lie still and rest. Still, the sight of Pops and that old man Zephyr clashing head-on was terrifying. The moment Pops struck, even space split apart with cracking sounds, and the sea turned over. As expected of Black Arm Zephyr, a Marine Admiral. Even while defending against Pops, he managed to protect the Marines. What a monster. Lewis listened quietly, a stream of thoughts churning through his mind. The door creaked open, and Whitebeard's towering figure stepped inside. Grrrr. Boy, how does it feel to crawl back from death's edge? You survived Zephyr's hands without disgracing me. A flicker of approval crossed his face, then vanished. His smile faded, his expression darkened, and his eyes sharpened. Lewis, you've stirred up a tremendous mess this time. Attacking a celestial dragon. The world government won't let you off easily. Don't underestimate the world government. As you are now, you don't yet have the strength to face them alone. So stay put by your old man's side for now. Lewis lowered his head. His lips moved slightly, but in the end he said nothing in his defense. Whitebeard's gaze lingered on Lewis's face for a moment. Then he pulled a crumpled newspaper from behind him and tossed it onto the bed with a slap. Take a look for yourself. You've become famous across the 4 seas, and the whole world is shaken. Everyone is talking about you. The demon child. Whitebeard's tone was complicated, equal parts teasing and warning. Lewis's gaze focused on the newspaper. The blood-red headline made his heart jolt. World in shock. Lewis, the demon child and 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, brazenly attacks a celestial dragon. Cypher Pole's elite slaughtered. Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr thwarted in pursuit. The report was deliberately inflammatory, portraying Lewis as an arrogant thug and declaring that the world government would exact punishment at any cost. His gaze finally came to rest on a fresh bounty poster in the corner. In the photo, he stood with a blade in hand, his eyes rebellious, and the corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Below it, a string of digits made onlookers draw in sharp breaths. Bounty 1,500,000,000 berries. 1,500,000,000 berries. The number hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. This had already placed him in the ranks of the top-tier great pirates. The report went into detail about the annihilation of CP8 and the theft of the golden fruit, laying all the blame on him, and speculating that the golden fruit had already fallen into his hands. Lewis silently pushed the newspaper aside, his expression surprisingly calm, a complex gleam shifting in his deep eyes. He lifted his head to meet Whitebeard's commanding gaze. Pops, what should we do now? Whitebeard gave him a deep, complicated look, his tone heavy. The world government has lost so much face that they are bound to retaliate at any cost. If we continue to stay in the first half of the Grand Line, we will only draw more and more trouble. Therefore, we must enter the New World as soon as possible. The New World. A stage for the strong, a pirate's paradise, a place where the government's rule was weak. The perfect barrier to shake off the Marines' pursuit. Lewis nodded, firmly agreeing to Whitebeard's plan, then turned the conversation to his new crew member. Pops, about Tesoro. Lewis briefly explained Tesoro's suffering and his resolve for vengeance, while also making his supportive stance clear. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, a complex light passing through his eyes. Grrrr. Revenge, is it? He spoke in a low voice, carrying the sentiment of a man who had witnessed much. Your old man understands that feeling. Watching someone important die is enough to drive anyone insane. Then he looked earnestly at Lewis, his eyes solemn. Lewis, listen to your old man carefully. Revenge is a double-edged sword. It can give you strength, but it can also consume your mind and reduce you to a beast of hatred. You must be careful in mastering the darkness within your heart and guide that Tesoro well. Do not let him lose his way so easily. Lewis nodded gravely and inscribed those words of wisdom into his heart. Several days later, with Marco's flame of regeneration and top-tier medical support, Lewis had recovered enough to move around. He walked out of the infirmary, took a deep breath of the salt-heavy air, and stepped onto the Moby Dick's vast deck. Sunlight enveloped him with warmth, and the sea breeze swept past, dispersing the gloom of recent days. Most of the Devour's crew were gathered in a corner of the deck, looking exhausted, listless, and disheartened. Seeing Lewis appear with Marco's support, they froze for a moment, then burst into thunderous cheers. Boss Lewis. Captain. You're all right. Teach was the first to rush before Lewis, his fleshy face splitting into a wide grin. Ziaha. Boss Lewis, you're too strong. Even Black Arm Zephyr was driven off by our brilliant and mighty Pops. He gestured wildly, unable to contain his excitement. Whitey Bay Brook and the others also crowded around excitedly. Seeing Lewis recovered, Whitey Bay's eyes reddened. Lewis returned a smile, his gaze searching the crowd. Before long, he spotted Guild Tesoro leaning against the ship's rail, his back to everyone. Tesoro's wounds were no longer serious, but his face was still pale. His disheveled grayish-green hair covered half his face, exuding a cold and gloomy aura as he stared at the churning sea below. Lewis walked over slowly, and the crew members sensibly made way. Feeling better. Lewis's voice was calm and steady. Tesoro's body went rigid for an instant, then he turned slowly. Those crimson eyes still burned with bone-deep hatred, yet now there was also an intense craving for power and a flame of hope called revenge. He answered in a low voice. Lewis stopped in front of him, holding his gaze with a serious expression. I'm sorry about Stella. I failed to save her. But your revenge is not yours alone. The Whitebeard Pirates will become your strongest support. The source of the Golden Fruit's power is the strength of your will, and its upper limit is set by the boundary of your imagination. Lewis's eyes were deep and penetrating. Right now, what you need most is to master this strength swiftly, to forge it into the sharpest blade of vengeance, not to be consumed by hatred. The Whitebeard Pirates will be your most reliable shield on the road to revenge, until with your own hands you turn those scum into cold, golden statues. Tesoro's body shook violently. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white. Lewis's words were like lightning, splitting the darkness, illuminating a heart wrapped in hatred. Stella's smiling face and despairing eyes flashed before him and turned finally, settling on Lewis's gaze, a gaze full of power and trust. I understand, Lord Lewis. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unyielding resolve and a crazed obsession. I will master it, and then I'll make them pay their blood debt. At that moment, Whitebeard's booming voice rang across the deck. Listen closely, my sons. Those bastards in the world government will never let this go. Staying in these waters will only bring endless trouble. His gaze swept past Lewis and the crewmen, whose fighting spirit had been reignited, then fixed sharply on the shifting wind and clouds on the distant horizon. Our goal is to return to the New World. My sons weigh anchor. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office. Bang! Kong's iron fist slammed hard onto the mahogany desk, sending the frontline battle reports leaping into the air and scattering across the floor. Whitebeard. Louis. The words were forced out from the depths of his throat, brimming with boundless fury and a faint, barely perceptible sense of helplessness. In the video Den Den Mushy, the images of Whitebeard's world-shattering spatial quake and Zephyr's helpless retreat continued to replay in silence. Admiral Blackwrist, Zephyr, one of the Navy's greatest combat powers, had been forced to abort his mission while hunting nothing more than the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the Navy, not to mention that Brad had also brutally murdered a celestial dragon. I can still hear that bastard kid's laughter. Kong abruptly tore open his uniform collar, revealing his knotted muscles. Veins bulged at his temples, and his eyes were shot with blood. The world government's harsh interrogation had already arrived. The fury of the 5 elders was nearly enough to reduce Marineford to ashes. The office door was knocked upon, then pushed open. Admiral Sengoku walked in slowly, his expression grave. He gently placed a new document on Kong's desk right beside that failure report. Still troubled by Louis and Whitebeard, Fleet Admiral Kong. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. This is the Intelligence Department's detailed analysis of the Sabaody incident involving Louis. Kong glanced at it. The Intelligence Department had reconstructed the entire process of Louis's movements from his arrival on Sabaody to his escape. This brat is by no means acting on impulse. Every step he took on the Sabaody archipelago, the precise ambush against the CP units, and the perfect timing to seize the golden fruit. Even his choice of escape route, all of it was calculated with terrifying meticulousness. He even very likely anticipated that we would dispatch an admiral-level force to pursue him. Kong abruptly raised his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. You mean he even factored in Whitebeard's appearance? That's impossible. Perhaps not entirely calculated. Sengoku's gaze was profound, but at the very least there was some kind of tacit understanding. Or rather, Whitebeard's regard and protection for this son of his far exceeded our initial estimates. Louis dared to take such a risky move only because he had something to rely on. A devil's son, courageous and cunning, ruthless and merciless, meticulous in every move, and protected with all his might by Whitebeard. His future threat will likely exceed imagination. Kong's face grew even darker. His fingers unconsciously drummed on the desk, producing dull, heavy sounds. After a brief, deathly silence, he slammed the table, suddenly the sound deafening. As for the Louis matter, since the world government cares so much about their precious celestial dragons, let them rack their own brains over how to answer to the five elders and how to marshal their forces to hunt down that slippery brat and Whitebeard. Kong's tone was categorical, carrying a decisive edge and also a hint of flinging away a scorching hot potato. Since Whitebeard has personally stepped onto the stage, these waters will only grow deeper. The Navy should not blindly commit top-tier combat strength again, lest we suffer excessive losses and give other restless forces an opening. He took a deep breath, pulled a document stamped with crimson, top secret, from a drawer, and tossed it to Sengoku. The Navy now has a more important, more urgent trouble. Sengoku took the document. The instant he saw its contents, the gravity on his face surpassed even that during the discussion of Louis. Those scholars of O'Hara have begun to stir again recently. That woman Nico Alvia and her expedition team have been missing for 6 whole months. A fierce killing intent filled Fleet Admiral Kong's eyes. According to intelligence sent back by undercover Cypherpole operatives, they seem to be hunting for traces of the poneglyphs. The truth of history. That is not something they are qualified to touch. The very foundation of the world government must not be shaken. Kong's voice was ice-cold, piercing to the bone. Pass my order, monitor closely every clue connected to the O'Hara scholars. The moment traces of Nico Alvia or her accomplices are found, arrest them in secret immediately. Out on the endless sea, a marine warship was cutting through the waves. Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Saul stood at the bow, the sea breeze ruffling his orange-red mane. His distinctive dereshishishi laugh now carried a trace of reluctance and unease. The encrypted order personally issued by Admiral Sengoku in his hand sent a pang of dread and instinctive resistance through his heart. Hunt down an expedition ship carrying historians. How much of a threat could a group of scholars pose that a vice admiral from HQ had to be deployed in person? Mr. Sengoku's order should be correct, right? Dereshishishi. Scholars are just a little too curious. Saul muttered to himself, trying to dispel the doubt in his heart. He had always believed that the Navy's justice should be to protect the people, not to turn their guns on defenseless scholars. Report, Vice Admiral Saul. A suspicious vessel matching the target has been spotted to the northeast. She's fleeing at high speed. The lookout's sharp cry interrupted his thoughts. Saul's spirits lifted and he raised his binoculars. A small expedition ship appeared at the edge of his vision, sails fully spread, fleeing in panic toward a distant maze of islands and reefs. Dereshishishi found you at last. Full speed ahead, prepare to hail a warning. Saul was about to order the ship to approach and ascertain the situation when a warship communicator rushed over with a panicked expression. Vice Admiral Saul, it's an urgent encrypted transmission from Admiral Sengoku. The communicator handed a golden den mushi to Saul. From the den mushi came Sengoku's icy voice. Saul, the situation has changed. No warning. Sink the target vessel immediately. Leave no survivors. Repeat, leave no survivors. The smile on Saul's face instantly froze, as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing at that moment. Wah. What? Mr. Sengoku, what did you say? Those are only scholars. Are you certain? He could hardly believe his ears. This is an order. Execute it immediately. With a click, the transmission was forcibly cut off. Saul clutched the cold den mushi, his palms drenched in cold sweat, as a fierce storm of inner conflict churned within him. Leave no survivors. Against a group of scholars. Why? Beside him, his subordinates had already trained their guns on that expedition ship, as tiny as a lone leaf on the sea, with cold shells already loaded. Vice Admiral. His subordinates cast looks of inquiry, carrying a soldier's characteristic obedience along with a faint, barely discernible confusion. Saul closed his eyes in anguish and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze, once always bright with hearty laughter, was filled with boundless pain and helplessness. Fire. Each word seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. Boom, boom, boom. Cannon fire tore apart the calm of the sea as dozens of shells howled through the air and struck the small expedition ship with devastating precision. Saul abruptly turned his head away, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. Report, Vice Admiral. The vessel is confirmed sunk. No signs of survivors on the surface. His subordinate's cold voice came. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Marine pointed at a larger piece of drifting wreckage in the distance, his voice uncertain. Wait, Vice Admiral, look over there. There seems to be a survivor. On the sea surface, a drenched woman with white hair was clinging tightly to a wooden plank, struggling tenaciously to stay afloat amid the surging waves. Her figure flickered in and out of sight among the waves, radiating a shocking will to survive. Saul's heart jolted, and almost instinctively he gave the order. Hurry, lower the launch, and save her. At Marine headquarters, in a cold, damp temporary interrogation room, Nico Alvia was soaked through. Her white hair was disheveled, clinging to her blood-stained cheeks, and her lips were purple. Yet her deep-set eyes remained exceptionally resolute, glinting with an unyielding light as she stared fixedly at the giant outside the barred window. Saul stood outside the barred window looking at this woman whom he had personally ordered erased from the edge of death, only for her to be miraculously rescued moments later. He could not connect this seemingly intellectual and resilient woman with the world's enemy that Admiral Sengoku's order demanded be annihilated without a single survivor. Saul spoke in a low voice. You are Nico Alvia. Alvia slowly raised her head, her gaze calmly meeting Saul's probing eyes. Her voice was hoarse but clear. Yes. Why do you study the poneglyphs? Don't you know this is the highest taboo expressly forbidden by the world government? Saul's tone carried bewilderment and a suppressed demand for an answer. A bitter smile curved at the corner of Alvia's lips, her eyes filled with sorrow and unwavering obsession. We only want to know the truth, to know what actually happened in this world's past. Is seeking the very roots of one's own world also a crime? Is the truth that important? Even to the point of paying everything, even your life? Saul pressed on. He understood less and less what the Navy's justice he had always believed in truly was. For us scholars of O'Hara. Alvia spoke word by word, each one weighty and forceful, striking heavily against Saul's heart. The truth is more important than life itself. Before long, a top-secret order stamped with the highest seal of Marine headquarters was once again delivered into Saul's hands. On the list of 10 vice admirals from HQ to participate in the buster call against O'Hara, the name Jaguar D. Saul appeared conspicuously. Beside the order was attached a stack of so-called evidence proving that the O'Hara scholars had attempted to overthrow the world government. Looking at that cold order, Saul felt the justice he had always believed in and fought for crumbling and shattering inch by inch. Slaughter defenseless scholars, destroy a peaceful island devoted to knowledge, and reduce every woman, child, and elder on it to charred remains. Is this the Navy's unquestionable justice? Is this the order the world government seeks to uphold? In the dead of night, Saul slipped past all the guards and came alone to the cell where Alvia was imprisoned. Tell me. Saul's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with confusion, pain, and a hint of desperate inquiry. What exactly did you discover? What is written on those poneglyphs that could make the world government so terrified that they would launch a buster call to cover it up? Alvia looked at the towering yet extraordinarily weary Vice Admiral before her. In his eyes she saw a hint of wavering and struggle that set him apart from other Marine officers. She took a deep breath and slowly told him of the O'Hara scholars' research across generations, their various speculations about the void century, and the possibility that the poneglyphs pointed to the existence of a great hidden kingdom. There was no conspiracy, no ambition to overthrow the world. Only the purest thirst for knowledge and the most relentless pursuit of historical truth. Saul listened in silence, his expression shifting endlessly, from shock to disbelief, and then to deep thought. When Alvia finished, the interrogation room fell into a long, suffocating silence. Long moments passed. Saul abruptly raised his head, a light never seen before gleaming in his eyes. The light of one who had broken free from invisible shackles and found his direction. Dereshishishi. Dereshishishi. His trademark unique laugh rang out again. This time there was not the slightest reluctance or unease, but instead a carefree ease, as if a great weight had been lifted. I understand. I finally understand. He strode to the cell door, pressed his enormous palm against the cold iron lock, and armament hockey flowed silently around it. Crack. With a crisp sound, the sturdy cell lock was crushed to pieces in his grip like fragile biscuit. Saul reached out a hand to Alvia, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. Come with me, Alvia. The new world. The Duval and the Moby Dick plowed through the dark ocean side by side. The sky was no longer the clear azure of the first half of the Grand Line. Chaotic magnetic fields tore the clouds into grotesque, surreal shapes. One moment the sun blazed overhead, the next thunder crackled, and lightning split the sky. Dollar-sized hailstones laden with corrosive acid rain poured down. Sizzle. A single drop of acid rain splashed against the Duval's hull, hissing as green smoke rose and scorched a blackened pit. Whoa, what kind of cursed weather is this? Tesoro huddled inside the cabin, shielding himself from the acid rain. Beside him, Teach stood bare-chested, his thick chest hair damp with rainwater. He raised his arm wrapped in black armament hockey, lazily brushing aside a few acid raindrops. A faint sizzling sound rose from his arm as he bared his teeth in a wide, ferocious grin. Ziaha. Now this is exciting. This is the new world. You'd better get used to it, rookie. The silhouette of a distant island flickered through the acid rain. The Moby Dick led the way with calm deliberation heading toward the island. At the masthead, the Whitebeard skull flag flew high against the fierce storm. In the New World, this flag served as the finest pass. Days later, a newspaper seagull delivered the latest issue. On deck, the crew gathered around, their gasps shattering the tranquility. Extra. Captain of the Moonlight Pirates, Western Ocean's mighty warrior Moonlight Moria has been decisively defeated by Kadu of the Beasts. Moria suffered grave injuries, his entire crew wiped out, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Moonlight Moria, a famously powerful pirate and accomplished swordsman, had fallen so swiftly despite his formidable abilities and eerie devil fruit powers. The newspaper detailed the collapse. Moria's New World territories were swallowed overnight by the Beast Pirates. Kadu's influence grew like a rolling snowball. Then came another troubling report. Great pirate Barrett, descendant of the Oni, has been crushed by a joint operation between the Navy and the CP secret forces. Barrett has been taken to impel down, destined for the 6th layer of eternal hell. The man known as a monster, once a core crew member of the Pirate King's ship, has finally been captured. At the Duval's rail, Lou gripped the newspaper until his knuckles turned white. Moria's devastating defeat and Barrett's capture laid bare the brutal realities of the New World. The perilous battle with Zephyr remained vivid in his memory. The overwhelming power gap made him acutely aware of how feeble his proud swordsmanship appeared before truly top-tier warriors. Kadu's ability to effortlessly crush Moria magnified that sense of powerlessness. This was a monster at the apex of the New World. And Zephyr's strength was equally terrifying. If Old Man hadn't arrived in time, he desperately needed greater power, enough to truly establish himself in this hunting ground. Yaha! That war fanatic Kadu grows more arrogant by the day. Teach's gruff laughter shattered the silence, his eyes gleaming with excitement and ambition. Whitebeard's brows furrowed slightly. Kadu's power expands too rapidly. It may threaten Old Man's territories and upset the current balance. In the corner, Tesoro silently clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms until blood seeped through. Zephyr's might haunted him like a nightmare. The power levels represented by Kadu and Barrett made him feel utterly insignificant. Power. I need greater power. No matter the cost. A summons echoed from the Moby Dick, calling all division commanders. Lou's gaze sharpened as he handed the newspaper to Paybrick, adjusted his collar, and set off toward the main ship. Inside the Moby Dick's conference room, tension hung heavy in the air. Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat commanding at the head, his massive Triforce blade cluster cloud leaning against his chair, radiating an invisible pressure. Division commanders like Phoenix Marco and Diamond Jozo lined both sides, each wearing different expressions. Grrrr. Whitebeard's characteristic laugh eased the tension somewhat. That kid Kadu's been growing restless lately. His sharp gaze swept across each commander. Moria fell to Kadu, and the island he once controlled hasn't seen peace since. Whitebeard paused, his eyes lingering on Lou with subtle meaning. According to the latest intel, numerous vulture-like figures have set their sights on that territory formerly held by Moria. They're testing how much weight the Whitebeard Pirates still carry in the New World. His broad fingers tapped rhythmically against the armrest. But let them try. Those who wish to shake my position in the New World are still 100 years too early. What matters most to us has never been expansion or hegemony, but family. Protecting our family and the islands and people who depend on us. That is our purpose. His gaze returned to Lou, filled with approval and satisfaction. Lou, you did well in sobriety this time. Daring to strike at the Tenryubido and surviving Zephyr. That brought honor to our Whitebeard Pirates. His tone shifted abruptly, growing grim as his eyes sharpened like blades. But the New World's cruelty far exceeds the petty conflicts of the earlier seas. The real storm is only beginning. You and your crew need to experience firsthand how survival works here. Whitebeard turned his gaze to the Phoenix Marco beside him. Marco, after this, compile a detailed report on Castork Island and its surroundings, including the approximate strength of those clowns, and deliver it to Lou. Then he looked back at Lou, his voice steady. From today forward, your Duval may operate freely within my waters. Your first mission: eliminate those scavengers who dare to covet our territory and loot Castork Island. Let their blood and screams teach those dreaming children exactly what happens when you challenge the Whitebeard banner in the New World. He paused briefly, his voice carrying unquestionable authority and expectation. Lou, only through trials of blood and fire, only after surviving the meat grinder that is the New World, can a true pirate be forged. Go now. Show me what you're capable of. Hot blood surged through Lou's chest as he straightened his spine, battle fervor rising within him. Yes, father. I understand. The Duval will never dishonor your name. The meeting concluded. After resupplying and charting their course aboard the Moby Dick, the Duval adjusted its heading and slowly broke away from the escort formation, setting sail alone toward Castork Island. Lou stood at the bow, cold sea wind whipping through his hair as he clutched the mission documents Marco had just given him. Teach licked his lips, drew close to Lou, and lowered his voice, greed gleaming in his eyes. Captain Castork Island. That was formerly the Moonlight Pirates' stronghold. Those fools got crushed by Kadu this time. Surely they couldn't take everything with them. When we go clean up, make sure to plunder thoroughly. Ziaha. Lou glanced at him, a cold curve touching his lips as his voice remained calm, but carried unmistakable lethal intent. Any trash foolish enough to extend a claw along with their so-called treasures will be eliminated completely. Captain, a lookout on the crow's nest suddenly cried out. Multiple shipwrecks ahead, 3 o'clock position. He paused and added, and there's a flag floating on the surface, black background with the Wangji Pirates emblem. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. 10 fearsome warships lay dormant in the harbor, like steel behemoths, their icy gunports reflecting an ominous glint in the morning light. The highest echelons of the world government coldly issued the buster call against O'Hara Island. On the flagship's deck, a vice admiral carelessly lifted an ant attempting to crawl across his polished military boots with his gloved fingers and crushed it with a gentle press. O'Hara, the history stone. What unsettling words. Issue the order. No survivors. Eradicate them completely. The voice was as casual as if discussing the weather, as though the destruction of an island amounted to nothing more than insignificant dust. The fleet sailed toward its predetermined course of destruction in heavy silence. Meanwhile, in the west, see the island of O'Hara. Sunlight scattered like broken gold leaf across the towering canopy of the all-knowing tree, yet struggled to penetrate its dense shelter of wisdom. Beneath the shade within a modest archaeological research institute, scholars moved silently among ancient texts and stone tablets like devout believers. An elderly scholar with white hair carefully examined a replica stone tablet, inscribed with ancient script, through a magnifying glass, his brows knitting and easing in turns. Children's laughter occasionally drifted from afar, intertwining with the rustling of turning pages, composing the peaceful and unique melody of this island. This was a sanctuary of knowledge, a resonance wall of history. Yet this serene detachment from the world was soon to be shattered by the cruelest iron hooves. Hagawara. Sorrow's massive figure trudged painfully through the forest. He had arrived here one step ahead of the main marine fleet, his heart churning with surging anxiety. He searched, desperately calling out the name of the one he had promised to meet here. Oravia. Nico, Oravia, where are you? The only response was the wind rustling through leaves, and on the distant horizon, the gradually clarifying black dots of 10 warships, symbols of absolute destruction. His signature laugh had long vanished, replaced by the unmistakable panic and unease on the giant's face. The buster call had begun. Without warning, without demands for surrender. Ice-cold artillery shells descended like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, detonating in every corner of O'Hara Island. The magnificent all-knowing tree, that towering symbol of centuries of accumulated wisdom, was shattered in half during the first volley. Flames rapidly devoured countless precious documents and manuscripts. An old scholar driven to madness sprinted toward the blazing library, attempting to rescue a rare volume containing ancient nautical charts, his lifetime's dedication. Tongues of fire mercilessly engulfed his robe, reducing him and his unfinished legacy to charred ash. The scholars' gentle faces were replaced by terror and despair. Clutching the last remaining scrolls to their chests, they ran and cried out hoarsely, yet none could escape the merciless bombardment covering the entire island. Sorrow's massive frame trembled. He watched helplessly as artillery shells flattened the scholars' whereabouts to ruins. Those kind scholars' moments before exhilarated by a new discovery were now thrown by explosion shockwaves, crashing heavily into broken walls and rubble, their fate unknown. His mind went blank. Was this the Navy's justice? He recalled the oath he had sworn upon joining the Marines, to protect innocent civilians. Marine soldiers executed orders without expression. A young Marine hesitated, his rifle trembling slightly as he aimed at a mother clutching her child. The sergeant beside him smashed his rifle, but brutally, into the youth's head, barking harshly. What are you waiting for? That's an order. Fire. The young soldier stiffened, his eyes instantly going numb, before pulling the trigger. Witnessing this scene, Sorrow felt as though a massive hammer had struck his chest. The Navy's justice he had firmly believed in crumbled and shook apart at that very moment. Stop. A roar like a wounded beast erupted from deep within Sorrow's chest. When he saw a crude vessel packed with civilians attempting to flee the island, destroyed without hesitation by a warship's main cannon before it could travel far. Those struggling lives in the icy seawater, the wails of women and children devoured mercilessly, as flames illuminated the wreckage and corpses floating on the sea surface. The last thread of sanity within him snapped completely. You bastards. Sorrow's enormous fist for the first time did not strike pirates, but hammered relentlessly against the very naval warship he had once fought alongside. Boom. The steel-reinforced hull buckled and shattered like paper beneath his furious iron fist. The warship rocked violently as Marine soldiers on deck fell screaming in terror. Sorrow's eyes bloodshot, tears mixing with sweat streaming down his rugged face. Not even innocent civilians are spared. What kind of navy is this? What kind of justice is this anyway? His colossal form became an unstoppable hurricane desperately attempting to halt this inhumane slaughter along the coastline. Using his own body to shield against the pouring artillery fire, buying scholars and civilians a sliver of survival. Amid chaos and flames, Sorrow finally found the figure he had been searching for within the burning ruins. Nico Oravia lay near death beside the shattered remains of the felled all-knowing tree, her white archaeology suit soaked crimson with blood. Clutched tightly against her chest was a small figure, a black-haired young girl gazing at the apocalyptic scene around her with terrified, yet stubborn eyes. Nico Robin. Sorrow's heart clenched sharply, his massive body freezing in place. Sorrow. Sir. Oravia's voice was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw the giant's anxious and pained face. She extended her blood-stained hand, pushing her daughter in her arms toward Sorrow. Please. Take Robin. And live. Her gaze lingered deeply upon her daughter, one final time, filled with reluctance and boundless maternal love, whispering softly. Robin, be strong. Mommy loves you. Then she turned to Sorrow, her eyes shimmering with the last flicker of unwavering resolve. O'Hara's will. The spark of history. Must never perish. Boom. Another shell detonated nearby, the tremendous blast wave overturning burning tree trunks, heading straight toward Oravia. Oravia. Sorrow let out a mournful howl. Oravia was mercilessly consumed by the blazing timber along with her unfinished pursuits and unyielding soul. Sorrow's enormous hand trembled as he gathered the young Nico Robin. The girl, nestled in his broad embrace, stared unblinkingly at the place where her mother had disappeared, her eyes far too mature for her age fixed upon that sea of fire. The giant carrying this tiny life and O'Hara's last hope charged toward the seaside through a hail of bullets and towering infernos. His enormous silhouette sprinted desperately through burning ruins, naval soldiers' roars and pursuit fire behind him. Live. You must live, Robin. Sorrow forced a smile worse than grief, his signature laugh breaking hoarsely and distorted from his throat. I will protect you. Dory, Dory, Dory. I will protect you. This is my promise to your mother. This was his vow to Oravia, and also the new oath he pledged to his own shattered sense of justice. But ahead on the shoreline, a figure radiating icy chill had already been waiting. The surrounding air seemed to freeze merely from their presence. The newcomer's face was indistinct amidst the flames, yet that suffocating sense of oppression was something Sorrow knew all too well. He halted, shielding Robin tightly behind him. His massive frame trembled, not from fear but from pure anger and despair. Is this your justice, Akiji? Upon the scorched earth of O'Hara, silence was the sole melody. The tree of all knowledge, once a symbol of wisdom and hope, now stood as nothing but charred roots and broken branches. The air hung heavy with the acrid stench of burning mingled with the cold finality of death and the lingering smoke of cannon fire. The scent of old books and children's laughter had been utterly erased, leaving only a faint sobbing in the wind, the restless wails of countless souls refusing to accept their fate. Days after the buster call had ended, a strangely shaped vessel silently approached the island of death. Its sails bore no flag, shrouding it in mystery. A man emerged from the ship, a figure with an extraordinarily large head barely proportional to his frame. This was Dr. Vegapunk, the world government's chief scientist. Clad in a plain lab coat, he moved with remarkable steadiness. His gaze remained calm and measured, scanning the ruins before him like the most precise instrument. Yet when his eyes behind those lenses fell upon the charred remains of the tree of all knowledge, a faint ripple passed through his gaze, barely perceptible. At almost the same moment, another figure set foot on O'Hara's soil. He wore a dark hooded coat with the brim pulled low, casting half his face into shadow, revealing only the determined line of his jaw. This was Monkey D. Dragon. Having long reached his limit with the world government's hypocrisy and brutality, he had rushed here upon learning of the O'Hara tragedy. Dragon came to a halt before a section of ruins that had survived relatively intact, where Vegapunk crouched down, meticulously examining a fragment of blackened stone slab with intense concentration. Two men who should never have crossed paths found themselves unexpectedly united in this land of death and despair. Dr. Vegapunk. Dragon's voice was low, laced with suppressed fury. Vegapunk's enormous head turned slightly as he adjusted his glasses, which were threatening to slip down his nose. Monkey D. Dragon, he replied calmly. I've heard much about you. He recognized his counterpart immediately, his tone carrying the measured calm peculiar to a scientist, as though the man before him weren't a potentially catastrophic threat, but rather an intriguing subject worth studying. Did you come for the knowledge that was destroyed, or for the innocent lives that were slaughtered? Oi. Dragon's question struck like a blade, his gaze fixed on Vegapunk with the precision of a falcon. Vegapunk fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to regard the ruined skeleton of the great tree before speaking slowly. The destruction of knowledge is itself a form of mass murder, and some lives were lost precisely because they carried knowledge that should never have been touched. His response unexpectedly lacked the chill one might have anticipated, carrying instead a note of philosophical reflection and sorrow. Just as the tense standoff between them hung in the air, a heavy rhythmic sound emerged from the nearby lakeshore, the distinctive earth-shaking footsteps of giants. Both Dragon and Vegapunk turned their gazes toward the source simultaneously. Several giant figures were carefully retrieving books from the murky lake water, handling each volume with extraordinary care. The leading giant stood notably larger than the rest, his orange-red hair blazing like fire despite being matted with mud and blood. He was Higuayudi, Sailor, the former Marine Vice Admiral who should have perished during the Navy's suppression. He was somehow still alive. Despite grievous wounds that had yet to fully heal, his eyes burned with grief, fury, and unyielding defiance. The giants laid each book salvaged from the icy lake water onto the shore as tenderly as one would cradle the most precious infant. That painstaking care stood in stark contrast to their enormous frames. In the ashes of despair, they guarded the flame of knowledge with their massive hands, refusing to let it be extinguished. Sagru's colossal face bore an exhaustion beyond words, etched with profound sorrow. When he caught sight of Dragon and Vegapunk, he paused, a flash of wariness crossing his bloodshot eyes before recognition settled in. "What brings you here? Do you wish to know the truth of O'Hara?" Sagru's voice was ragged like sandpaper scorched by flames, heavy with the weariness of survival and grief that refused to fade. He recounted the hellish Buster Call to them, stripping away embellishment and simply laying bare what had occurred. The scholars' unwavering dedication to historical truth and their fearlessness in the face of annihilation. He spoke of Nico Alvia's final words, and of how Robin, the little girl, watched her mother die before his very eyes, and of how he risked everything to get her aboard a small vessel bound for the unknown. The sole chance at survival rested from Akiji's merciless justice. They only wanted to know the truth to understand what had happened in the past. Sagru's massive fists clenched tight, his knuckles turning white from the strained veins bulging along his arms. The world government. They fear the truth so profoundly they destroy everything rather than face it, sparing neither women nor children. Dragon listened in silence, the shadows beneath his hood deepening, his expression unreadable. The devastation of O'Hara, Sagru's anguish-laced testimony. Each word struck like a branding iron, seared hot, burning itself into the scale of justice within his heart. That balance had already tipped over years of investigation and observation. But here on O'Hara's scorched earth, confronted by the truth soaked in innocent blood, it shattered, completely reduced to dust. So that is the justice they will protect at any cost. Dragon murmured to himself, his voice carrying an ice-cold edge. A light of absolute resolve flashed in his eyes. A determination to become the storm itself, to topple this rotten world no matter the personal cost. Years of quiet questioning and accumulated discontent crystallized in that moment into an iron will to overthrow the world government. To transform a world rotten to its core demanded power, more direct, more absolute. Force capable of shattering everything. Beside him, Vegapunk stood with his enormous head bowed slightly, his gaze behind the lenses dark and unreadable. As a scientist devoted to the pursuit of truth, the barbaric destruction of knowledge and the slaughter of scholars simply for seeking it weighed heavily upon him. He regarded Sagru's grief-twisted face, then Dragon, who radiated a cold, resolute aura, an intricate tapestry of emotion passing through his eyes. Perhaps he could not, and would not for now, stand openly against the world government, for he carried too much weight upon his shoulders. Yet something deeply rooted within him was shifting here on this blasted earth as steadily as those books consumed by flame. Dragon lifted his gaze to the distant leaden horizon as though piercing through it. The tragedy of O'Hara will never be the end. Each word fell with unyielding certainty from his lips, quiet in volume, yet resonating with undeniable force. It will be a beginning, a starting point for resistance, a starting point for revolution. Within him a blueprint, vague but unwavering, was already taking shape. An organization dedicated to igniting the flames of freedom across the world. This was the nascent form of what would become the Revolutionary Army. Their first move would be to spread the truth of O'Hara and the histories deliberately hidden, carrying those embers outward until they consumed the entire world. The world reeled amid the embers of O'Hara and the violent upheaval of the new world's balance of power. Impelled down, the great undersea prison. In its icy air, thick fear and despair were the daily sustenance of every prisoner. Now within that suffocating air there crept an unprecedented tremor that pierced straight to the marrow. A savage force originating from the deepest depths of the cage was brutally shaking this so-called unassailable death fortress. The unbroken wails and the dragging clatter of chains died away, unnaturally replaced by a heart-stopping dead silence. The jailers' palms gripping their weapons were soaked in cold sweat in an instant, their gazes involuntarily turning to the area marked Level 6 on the prison's structural map, endless hell. An ominous premonition coiled around every heart like a venomous snake. Magellan the warden, a man whose face was seamed with deep furrows, knotted his brow tightly. He sensed more keenly than anyone that the source of that devastating tremor lay in the deepest recesses of endless hell, in a cell that had once imprisoned a legend. Then a fit of wildly unbridled, almost demented laughter tore through layer after layer of steel and rock, ripping the prison's stillness apart. Jihaha! Mere iron chains. A mere cage. You expect to trap me, the Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion Shiki. That name had once stood alongside Gold Roger and Edward Newgate at the very summit of the age. Now, with a desperate violence close to self-destruction and an unrivaled, overbearing might, he proclaimed his return. His long golden hair, even stained with filth and caked blood, still blazed like a lion's mane in frenzy. The price, however, was horrifying to see. His legs, which had once trodden the four seas, had been severed at the knees, bleeding and discarded among the cold rubble of the cell. The heavy sea-stone shackles still clamped around the separated limbs. By this extreme act of self-mutilation, he had thrown off the absolute restraint the sea-stone placed upon his float fruit power. The ability once again flowed through his broken, yet still imposing frame. At his feet were the two legendary swords that had once accompanied him across the world, Odo and Kagurashi. They now served in place of his legs, their hilts thrust deep into the remaining flesh of his severed limbs, supporting him as he floated aloft, once more radiating a murderous aura that froze the soul. Iron chains shattered, walls collapsed. Impel Down's vaunted bulwarks of bronze and iron were for the first time in history torn open from within by a single prisoner with such savage force. Beyond the prison, over the sea, the wind and clouds abruptly changed. A golden figure shot up from the collapsing ruins of the undersea prison like a meteor of vengeance. The news spread across the world faster than a storm. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, the then Fleet Admiral smashed his fist onto the mahogany desk, scattering papers everywhere. That bastard Shiki. He actually really escaped. Beside him, Sengoku, a Marine Admiral draped in his great coat of justice, wore a face as grim as iron. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, the roars of the five elders nearly shattered the top-secret Den Mushi. The Golden Lion's prison break was no less than a vicious slap across the face of the world government, a countenance it had spent 800 years maintaining. Having escaped, the Golden Lion chose no form of hiding whatsoever. The new world became the stage upon which he unleashed 2 years of pent-up fury and monstrous ambition. Using his recovered float fruit power, he wrenched one island after another from the earth, transforming them into a fleet of floating fortresses in the sky. Countless remnants of old-era pirates cowed by his fearsome name, along with desperados lured by his power, flocked to his side. At the edge of a newly uprooted colossal floating island, the Golden Lion Shiki stood proudly, his golden mane dancing wildly in the howling wind. He looked down at the insignificant sea below and at the dense ranks of fanatical followers behind him. Jihaha! This era has grown more and more boring. A bunch of snot-nosed brats dare to call themselves strong. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire sky. Then let this old man add an unprecedented inferno to this lifeless world. He wanted revenge. Revenge against the world government that had kept him imprisoned for 2 full years. And beyond that, he would complete the ambition left unfulfilled after Roger rejected him. The conquest of the entire world. At last his gaze turned to the only other legend who still stood beside him atop the pinnacle of the old era. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. A specially modified Den Mushi emitted the Golden Lion's distinctively arrogant hoarse voice. Newgate, old friend, still hale and hearty. Jihaha. In the conference room of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in the seat of honor in a bold, imposing manner, quietly listening to the Golden Lion's words. This old man has come back from hell. The voice from the Den Mushi was insufferably proud. Are you interested in joining forces with me? Because of that brat named Lu, the world government has been giving you no end of trouble lately, hasn't it? If the two of us join forces, who on these seas can still stand in our way? When the Golden Lion's tempting proposal came to an end, Whitebeard burst into thunderous laughter. Gururara. In that laughter there was not the faintest hint of willingness to cooperate. Whitebeard set down his sake bowl, its bottom striking the table with a heavy thud. Shiki, you damned old relic, your head is still stuffed with that conquering the world crap. He looked around at the division commanders he regarded as his own son's, pride shining in his eyes like a father's. What I've always wanted is only one thing. And that is my family. Each word was delivered with absolute finality. Go chase your grand ambitions yourself, but don't disturb my family. Without the slightest hesitation, Whitebeard reached out and crushed the still chattering Den Mushi in his grasp. Crack. On the floating island 1,000 miles away, Shiki was stunned for a moment, then boundless fury erupted like a volcano. Newgate, you old stubborn fool. How dare you look down on me? His furious roar made the island beneath his feet, which had just risen into the sky, tremble violently. Family. Sentimental folly. One day you'll be dragged into an abyss of no return by those precious family of yours. The Golden Lion's eyes turned bloodshot, flashing with bloodthirsty light. Since Whitebeard refused to show proper appreciation, he would prove with the most direct and agonizing truth who truly ruled this era. His cold gaze swept across a newspaper he had read long ago. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Devil Child Lu E, attacked a celestial dragon, slaughtered Cypherpole elites, and sent a Marine admiral's pursuit crumbling. The Golden Lion read it out word by word, a smile flickering in his eyes that mixed cruelty with morbid excitement. Jiahaha. An interesting brat, to have stirred up such a huge mess. A fellow like this is worthy of this old man's attention. Newgate, since he's a family member you treasure so much, let this old man discipline him in your place. This brat named Lu E would be the first great gift he sent to Whitebeard. Let those self-important brats of the new era truly see how heavy an invitation from a legend can be. The devouring was presently sailing steadily through the waters near Kasike Island. Lu E stood at the bow, the sea breeze tugging at his hair, a slight frown between his brows. There was no great pirate on Kasike Island as he had expected. It seemed Wang Ji intended to wait and see how the Whitebeard Pirates reacted before making his move. This in turn left Lu E in a rather passive position. Suddenly from the crow's nest, Paburite shouted loudly, his voice reaching the ears of every crew member. Captain, the sky. There's an island in the sky. It's about to come crashing down. Lui's heart tightened. He snapped his head upward. In that instant his pupils contracted sharply. A colossal shadow was descending slowly from the cloudless vault of heaven, with an unstoppable momentum blotting out the entire sky. It was an enormous floating island. Upon it, endless rows of palaces and towers were dimly visible. At the very front of that floating island, a man with wildly flying golden hair was looking down at the devourer with a mocking, cruel grin. The Golden Lion Shiki. He had descended. Shiki split his lips into a sinister smile, and his voice reached every person on the deck below with absolute clarity. Jiahaha, Whitebeard's brat. Are you ready to accept this old man's guidance? Lu E tightened his grip on the sword hilt at his waist, drew a deep breath, forced down the raging storm in his heart, and looked up, staring directly at that figure like a god or a demon. Bring it on. Jiahaha. Shiki's wild laughter thundered across the sea as he raised a hand with casual ease. At the edge of the floating island, countless massive boulders were torn loose by an invisible force howling down like a dense meteor shower upon the doer. The devastating assault descended in an instant. All hands evade. Liverth hard to port. Lewis's roar exploded above the din as he unleashed wave after wave of sword chi shattering the incoming boulders. Liverth gripped the helm with white-knuckled intensity, veins standing out from his temples to his neck, fighting desperately to find a path through the gaps between the falling rocks. Ziaha, a little rubble like this isn't enough to bury me. Teach laughed wildly, his hockey-clad fists smashing apart the stray fragments that slipped through. Tesoro clung to the gunwale with both hands, his knuckles pale as bone. Shiki's effortless manipulation of objects was far beyond anything he could currently achieve. He gritted his teeth as the gold around him surged forth, constantly shifting and reshaping in a desperate attempt to shield his comrades. Jiahaha. Shiki's laughter was dripping with contempt. A bunch of snot-nosed brats daring to roam the new world. Is this how Whitebeard teaches you worthless strays? His gaze locked onto Lewis at the bow like a hawk, malice undisguised. Especially you, Lewis, the demon child. Whitebeard grows more foolish by the day. Rage flickered in Lewis's eyes, yet it was suppressed by an extreme, icy calm. He faced the golden figure on the floating island and the suffocating pressure bearing down upon him. His unyielding fighting spirit blazed ever brighter. Jiahaha. Interesting. On the floating island, the Golden Lion grinned, his eyes filled with the disdain of a cat toying with a mouse. He could not even be bothered to descend personally. The two legendary swords that had replaced his legs, Odo and Kagurashi, suddenly swept, unleashing terrifying sword chi. Chopper. Two colossal golden crescent slashes with the force to tear the sky and rend the earth plummeted from above, crossing as they carved straight toward Lewis at the bow. Before the legendary swordsman's strike even arrived, the sheer sword wind stung the cheeks. Lewis's fighting spirit surged. He pushed his armament hockey to its absolute limit, channeling it all into Wado Ikemanji. Both hands gripped the hilt, arm muscles bulging as he met those two unstoppable slashes head-on. One sword-style cross slash. Boom. Gold and black collided in a deafening explosion. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, raging outward in every direction. A wave of invisible, overbearing presence exploded from Lewis in all directions, carrying a targeted, domineering intimidation. The immense rocks controlled by Shiki visibly crumbled apart in midair. On the floating island, the Golden Lion Shiki's thick golden brow twitched slightly, the mockery on his face finally fading a notch. Oh, Conqueror's hockey. That brat from before can already control it to this degree. He grinned, erupting into even more unbridled laughter. Jiahaha. That old man Whitebeard sure is lucky picking up such an interesting seedling. His eyes turned sharp. This is getting more and more interesting. I'm starting to take an interest in you, brat. Let me teach you what true Conqueror's hockey is. An even more terrifying pressure descended, clashing against Lewis's Conqueror's hockey. Black-red lightning crackled through the air. Lewis's Conqueror's hockey clashed against Shiki's, barely holding its ground, but gradually yielding. A flicker of surprise crossed Lewis's eyes. In the instant their conqueror's haki collided, he clearly saw Shiki's face twist into a savage grimace, his eyes turning bloodshot. Is that all you've got? Then I'll come down myself and personally instruct that precious little son Whitebeard thinks so highly of. Before the words, even fated Shiki withdrew his conqueror's haki and hurled himself off the edge of the floating island. Carrying murderous intent beyond compare, he used his devil fruit power to rocket toward the doer. Thud. A heavy-weighted impact. Shiki, his legs now the legendary blades, Odo and Kagurashi, drove their tips firmly into the fractured deck of the doer. Terrifying, overwhelming, murderous intent flooded the deck like an icy tide, engulfing every crew member and turning the very air heavy and suffocating. So then Brat, the legendary swords beneath him, gave a low resonant hum. Are you ready to face true despair? Shiki shot skyward, then plummeted, the blades fused to his legs, descending with tremendous force straight at Lewis. Lewis raised his sword in both hands, blocking horizontally above his head. The immense impact split the skin of Lewis's hands in an instant. Warm blood stained the hilt and streamed down his arms. The deck beneath him shattered inch by inch, splinters flying. And yet he actually managed to withstand that furious strike from a legendary powerhouse. To his astonishment, Lewis realized the gap between him and Shiki was not nearly as vast as he had imagined. Was it because of the helm lodged in his skull? Or did the blades serving as his feet limit his swordsmanship after losing his own legs? Or had Lewis himself grown once more since his battle against Zephyr? In that moment, watching Shiki unleash a storm of relentless attacks, every blow heavy and powerful, yet somehow lacking a certain fluidity and the nimbleness of his prime, Lewis understood. He suddenly realized that he was no longer the child who could only tremble in the aftershocks of powerhouses clashing. And the Golden Lion before him was no longer the invincible legend who once vied with Roger and Whitebeard, the flying pirate Admiral Shiki of the seas. Before him stood little more than a relic of the old era, refusing to accept its final curtain, stubbornly clinging to the fading glory of the past. If this is all you have, Golden Lion. Lewis deflected another heavy strike, catching the faint, almost imperceptible stagnation in his opponent's strength, and bared a wild, blood-flecked grin. Are you prepared to be buried completely by the new era? The doer let out a groaning, overburdened creak. Gaping wounds were torn across the hull by stray, sword, chi, icy seawater pouring in through the breaches, only to be sealed again by surging gold. The mainmast snapped under the horrifying impact, crashing down onto the deck with burning sails, and the crow's nest kicking up a dense cloud of smoke and sparks. Captain, the doer has reached her limit. Tesoro shouted a warning as the intensity of the battle escalated, his golden repairs increasingly unable to keep pace with the destruction. Teach cackled with his mouth stretched wide, though his laughter carried a suppressed pain and madness. Laughing all the while, he swung his claws and charged head-on at Shiki, easing the pressure on Lewis. Whitney Bay was struck by Shiki's sweeping sword chi. She staggered back, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes remained cold and unwavering. Tesoro witnessed it all. Lewis fighting desperately, while bathed in blood, his comrades charging forward without an ounce of hesitation. It stirred something deep within him. He had to do something, or even if his comrades won the battle, this ship could never sail again. Power. I need greater power. Power strong enough to protect everything. Tesoro let out a suppressed guttural roar as every ounce of strength within him, along with his life force and will, erupted without reservation. A dazzling torrent of gold surged forth, no longer mere simple repairs, but transforming into countless intricate golden vines and resilient structural frames. Madly they coiled, permeated, and reinforced the shuddering, almost dissolving doer. The gold congealed into a deep vortex, desperately trying to bind Shiki's body, only to be shredded by his sword wind. But he did not give up. He would buy Lewis fighting at the front, and all his comrades even a single extra second to breathe. Blood trickled from the corner of Lewis's mouth, dripping slowly down his resolute jaw. He looked at his crew, battered and disheveled on the deck, yet still clenching their teeth, refusing to take a single step back. He watched the doer, the ship that carried all their dreams, glory, and bonds, being ravaged and trampled by the enemy's brutal power, groaning in anguish. The cheers and aspirations of the doer's maiden voyage intertwined with the defiance burning in his crew's eyes and the unextinguished trust that still shone within them. An indescribable towering rage surged and swelled in his chest like a volcano on the verge of eruption. In that moment it became a torrent that washed away every shred of his calm and restraint. Lewis's eyes turned crimson. The conqueror's haki radiating from him was no longer mere intimidation. It now carried a savage brutality bent on destroying everything. Golden Lion. A roar shook the heavens as the Wado Ikamanji in his hand, as if sensing its master's will, let out a piercing, unprecedentedly high-pitched cry. You little brat. That's the look. That's what an opponent of mine should look like. Gehaha. The Golden Lion laughed wildly as the renowned swords Sakuraju and Kagurashi beneath his feet drove hard, carving two deep furrows across the deck. His legs formed from those legendary blades danced with suffocating pressure into an even more frenzied and lethal web of sword strikes. Sword aura tore through the air in all directions, weaving into a domain of death that enveloped Lewis. Smoke and shattered planks sprayed everywhere, reducing the doer to a chaotic hellscape. Every second the ship's structure groaned and fractured, only to be desperately bonded back together by Tesoro's gold. Lewis moved at high speed through the wreckage and smoke, pushing his observation hockey to the absolute limit. Every dodge was a close shave. The Golden Lion's storm of slashes passed almost against his skin, the sword wind cutting into his flesh in several places with a burning sting. As Sakuraju and Kagurashi swept through the air, the very atmosphere shrieked in torn gashes. Steel snapped like rotten wood, as if the entire sea were meant to be shattered to pieces. Lewis felt in full the overwhelming power of his opponent's pure strength and mastery of the sword, a killing technique honed through countless battlefields into pure instinct. But as the battle dragged on through one frantic block and dodge after another, Lewis sensed a subtle disharmony. The Golden Lion's once unshakable hockey was still wild and ferocious, yet it had gained a tinge of stagnation. Even his proud float fruit power faltered at times when he controlled his own levitation. Was it because those legs replaced by legendary swords could no longer perfectly bear the combat rhythm of his prime? Or had 2 years of sunless imprisonment and impelled down planted a seed of decay in the depths of his soul? In the midst of the fierce struggle, Lewis's gaze locked onto the grotesquely embedded ship's wheel in the Golden Lion's head. Every time the Golden Lion tried to launch a more ferocious attack or was enraged by Lewis's stubborn resistance, his palm would instinctively clench in the direction of the wheel, as if suppressing some kind of pain. With that subtle gesture, the madness and cruelty in the Golden Lion's eyes grew even stronger. His assaults became wilder and more overwhelming, yet lost a degree of accuracy and fine hockey control. That piece of the wheel was not just a mark of shame. It was a valve for his power running out of control and the trigger for his complete breakdown. A wildly bold, almost suicidal, idea flashed through Lewis's mind like lightning. He clenched his jaw tightly. Coppery blood kept seeping from the corners of his mouth, soaking into his tattered robes. He saw the bone-deep wounds on Teach's body, the ashen face of Tesoro from overdriving his fruit, and Whitby kneeling on the ground, her eyes still cold and defiant. They had to use their last strength to create an opening. A single instant enough for him to stake everything on that damnable wheel in the Golden Lion's head. Tesoro, Teach, Whitby, Brooke. Lewis's roar cut through the battlefield of clashing sword aura and breaking timbers, carrying an unbending determination. Cover me. Buy me one instant. Say aha. Captain, I've been waiting for this. Let this old lion taste the power of a new era. Teach laughed wildly, ignoring the fresh, hideous wounds piling up on his body. Armament hockey blazed around his arms as his 2 hands like black claws became tearing after images. Fearlessly, he lunged at the Golden Lion, aiming straight for his lower body. For the captain. Solidify. Tesoro roared, erupting from his seemingly exhausted body one last time. Golden light transformed into countless chains that wound toward the Golden Lion from every direction, trying to slow him down for even a fraction of a second. Whitby pressed her lips into a firm line and coughed out blood. Her petite figure turned into an ice-blue bolt of lightning striking from the side. Every attack precisely disrupted the Golden Lion's rhythm. At that critical moment, as the Golden Lion was briefly trapped by the 3 desperate fighters, a lean form, as fast as lightning, burst out of the shadows of the doer's shattered hold. It was Brooke. At some unknown point, he had quietly lain in wait. Now his slender cane sword turned into a silver line, almost too fast for the eye to follow, slashing directly at the Golden Lion's eyes. Humming song, 3rd stanza, arrowtail slash. It was not an attack meant to land a fatal blow, but the Golden Lion could not ignore it. You annoying fly. The Golden Lion's arrogant eyes flickered with surprise and fury at being provoked by an ant. Now, a fierce light exploded from Lewis's eyes. He seized the opportunity his comrades had bought with everything they had. One sword style, one heart. A torrent of armament hockey far greater than anything before it surged out of Lewis like a roaring black river. This hockey was no longer mere covering. It coiled and flowed around Wado Ikamanji like a living thing driven by his will. The blade let out a dragon cry, hum trembling with excitement, as if savoring this final all-or-nothing eruption. His speed surpassed all previous limits in that instant. His silhouette dissolved into a slash of bright light, ignoring the violent sword wind screaming in front of him. His target was clear and singular, the ship's will buried deep in the Golden Lion's skull. The Golden Lion's battle-seasoned instincts warned him instantly of deadly danger unlike any before. You brat, you dare. He roared as Sakuraju and Kagurashi beneath his feet exploded with even wilder golden sword aura to intercept Lewis's swift and ferocious surprise attack. But Lewis's strike was too fast, and its target too bizarre, completely beyond his expectations. All his attention had been drawn by Brooke's teaches and the others' harassment, leaving a fatal gap in his defense at this moment. Clang! Crack! A deafening metallic clash exploded, followed by a sickening, teeth-grinding, shattering sound that tore through the sky. Lewis's blade, carrying all his will and fury, and the expectations of his crew, struck with perfect precision against the wheel that had long fused with the Golden Lion's skull. Ruhar! My head! My head! Golden Lion Shiki let out a piercing, agonizing bellow filled with boundless pain and towering rage. That sound no longer carried arrogance or mockery. It was the cry of a wounded beast torn from the deepest well of life itself. Although Armament Haki had succeeded in blocking Lewis's blow, the excruciating pain of the wheel shattering in his skull instantly turned the world before his eyes blood red. This lethal strike against his absolute vital point made his body tremble violently. The legendary blades that served as his legs could no longer support him steadily, and he nearly fell from the sky. As the wheel suffered devastating destruction, the Golden Lion's crazed aura reached an unprecedented peak, and at the same time fell into absolute disorder. His eyes were entirely bloodshot, countless red veins bursting from his sockets, his ferocious face twisted into something inhuman. The Haki and float fruit fluctuations radiating from his body became violent and chaotic like an uncontrolled volcano. His attacks completely lost form and purpose. He only swung his twin swords on instinct, every slash filled with the madness of annihilating everything in his path. He could not even precisely control the boulders flying madly around him. Several crashed toward his own floating island instead. He had entered an insane deathmatch state, existing only to destroy every living thing before his eyes. At this moment his power seemed not to diminish, but to flare higher, erupting in full, as if burning through his remaining life and all of his sanity. Driven completely mad by the heavy damage to the wheel in his head, the Golden Lion's broken body unleashed strength even more terrifying and even more disordered than before. His twin blades became two golden tidal waves of destruction, surging toward the exhausted, gravely wounded Lewis in what might have been the most ferocious, chaotic, and desperate final strike of his legendary career. Lewis gasped heavily, blood and sweat blurring his vision. The web of his right hand, which gripped the sword, had long split open. He still held Wado Ikemanji tightly, an unyielding cold light burning in his pitch-black pupils, ready to face the most fearsome and lethal deathbed counterattack of the legendary Mad Lion. Golden Lion Shiki had descended into absolute madness. Under the influence of the broken helm embedded in his skull, every pulse of the vessels in his head was accompanied by unspeakable agony, grinding away what little remained of his sanity. Ruhar! A bestial howl replaced his former arrogant, defiant laughter. Odo and Kagurashi whirled up, a devastating storm of sword chi, erratic and wild, yet even more ferocious than any blow he had struck before. The deck moaned, and the hull let out a groaning protest under the unbearable strain. The braces Tesoro had conjured from gold shattered under the sword chi, reformed, shattered again, and reformed once more, spraying golden dust in every direction. Brooks' silhouette slipped through the gaps in the sword chi, his cane sword stabbing forward in rapid succession as he tried to interrupt the Golden Lion's onslaught, only to invite even more savage swipes that nearly tore him apart with the sheer force of their wind. Suppressing his pain, Teach tried again and again to intercept with claws encased in Armament Haki. Each attempt was blasted apart, leaving his hands mangled and streaming blood. Blood trickled from the corner of Whitey Bay's mouth. Her attacks stabbed with surgical accuracy toward the Golden Lion's joints, attempting to slow him, yet she could not halt the instinctive movements of his maddened body. Lewis, in the brief respite the crew had fought so hard to buy, scrambled to dodge and parry. Every clash between Wado Ikemanji and Odo and Kagurashi tore the web of his hand deeper until blood threatened to soak through the hilt. His wounds multiplied and his stamina drained away like a burst levee. Yet his gaze never left the Golden Lion's attack, now riddled with openings born of madness. Chaos was the opportunity. Lewis compressed the remnants of Armament Haki in his body, and with everything riding on one gamble, channeled it all into Wado Ikemanji. The blade let out a crisp, shrill ring, answering its master's resolve. Now, the Golden Lion once again unleashed a reckless, wide-range sweep, and at the shattered helm embedded in his skull. A pain far more intense than anything before exploded, the lingering aftershock of Lewis's earlier lethal strike detonating at full force. Grah! The Golden Lion's frenzied movements abruptly froze, and the Armament Haki on his twin blades faltered for a split second. That opening was so faint it was almost non-existent. But in Lewis's eyes it was as bright as a lighthouse in the dead of night. He drove off the deck with explosive force, pouring every ounce of his strength, will, and fury into that one sword. One sword style Starpiercer. Wado Ikemanji turned into a black bolt of lightning, condensed to its absolute limit, shedding all technique until only the purest thrust remained. It seized the instant the Golden Lion's defenses broke, plunging viciously into his exposed abdomen. Squelch! The sound of a blade tearing through flesh was unervingly clear amid the clamor. An edge that could cleave a star pierced the Golden Lion's once invulnerable body without resistance. A gaping wound burst open in his abdomen, blood gushed like a spring staining his tattered clothes and the deck underfoot. Gaia! The golden lion let out an earth-shaking roar filled with disbelief and unimaginable torment. A final, still overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from his body, flinging Lewis and the others away. He staggered, using his twin swords as crutches to force some distance between them. Oddly enough, under his mortal wounds, the blood-crimson madness in the golden lion's eyes slowly faded. A trace of lucidity after the frenzy, like the last flare of a dying lamp, returned to eyes that had once surveyed an era with kingly contempt. He looked down at the ghastly wound in his abdomen, then slowly lifted his gaze to Lewis and the young pirates behind him, beaten, battered, yet still standing. The golden lion cracked open his mouth as if to laugh, but only a series of unintelligible rasping noises escaped. "You little cough. You remind me of those bastards." His coarse voice came in broken, faltering wisps. "That Roger, that Whitebeard, they all liked that look in the eyes." He seemed on the verge of saying more, but his life had already reached its end. The legendary pirate golden lion Shiki slowly bowed his proud head. The legs formed by the famous blades Odo and Kagurashi could no longer bear the weight of his colossal body. Thud! Golden lion Shiki crashed heavily onto the shattered deck of the Devar. His life force ebbed away at frightening speed, and a complex, inscrutable calm flickered in his eyes before they closed for good. Rumble! The instant the golden lion's life force vanished, the enormous floating island he had been forcibly holding aloft lost its anchor and plunged downward like a kite with its string cut. A cataclysmic fall toward the boundless sea below. Towering waves hundreds of meters high exploded across the surface of the sea, as if the entire world were howling at the final curtain of this legend from an old era. The Devar was violently hurled up by the terrifying shockwave, then slammed back down. Lewis knelt on the deck, Wado Ikemanji planted before him to prop himself up. Sweat and blood blurred his vision. The crew collapsed to the deck, one after another, tired faces caught between the relief of survival and the pride of defeating a legend. "Ziaha! We won! We beat the golden lion." Teach was the first to burst into hoarse, triumphant laughter. Brooke and the others also raised weak, exhausted cheers. A short while later, with some strength recovered, the crew followed Teach and lifted the golden lion's cold corpse. As per the old rules, they plundered the spoils. Soon Odo and Kagurashi were taken. Lewis rose unsteadily, walked to the golden lion's corpse, and accepted the two famed blades. The cold touch of the swords came to him as if bearing the weight of an entire era. "Captain, come look. What is this?" Pavlik, not far from where the golden lion had fallen, shouted in astonishment at the scattered fruit near the door of the resting quarters. The crew turned toward his voice. There, among the battle-beaten wreckage and splintered planks, lay a fruit covered in peculiar spiral patterns, utterly still. Teach's pupils abruptly shrank, and a startled cry escaped him. Could that be? He instinctively stepped forward, fierce desire blazing in his eyes, but then he held himself back. Combining the descriptions in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia with the legend that a devil fruit would reform after its user's death, the crew's hearts began to pound violently. That was it, the very source of Golden Lion Shiki's power, the paramecia type, float fruit. The atmosphere on deck instantly became charged. Every gaze converged on the fruit, then almost in unison turned to Lewis. Several burning gazes carried undisguised hunger and a faint undercurrent of tension. "Captain, this is the float fruit." Pavlik's voice shook, his throat bobbing. "Boss Lewis, you don't have a devil fruit power yet. This must be heaven's will." Lifford immediately took over the conversation. Tesoro drew a deep breath, his eyes blazing. "Captain, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With this fruit, the Golden Lion made countless islands drift through the sky and earned the name Flying Admiral. Imagine that kind of power." Lewis silently stared at the fruit, radiating its strange, bewitching energy. It was true. He had no devil fruit ability. The terrifying power of this fruit was something he had only just experienced firsthand. He saw every reaction of his crew clearly. After a moment, Lewis raised his head. All hesitation gone, he flashed a supremely confident smile at the entire crew. "Since it has appeared on my ship, this is fate. To refuse what heaven offers is to ask for calamity." He stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the float fruit. Without the slightest hesitation, before the eyes of all his crew, he opened his mouth and took a savage bite. An indescribably vile taste laced with a rotten, cloying sweetness flooded his mouth, as if he had swallowed a lump of nauseating filth. Lewis forced down the entire fruit, enduring the churning, seasick disgust. The next instant, a savage and bizarre power detonated from his core and raced through every limb and bone. Every cell in his body seemed to shriek, resisting yet also exulting in the forcibly injected power. Lewis had officially become the user of the paramecia type float fruit. Standing on the battered deck, Lewis closed his eyes and carefully explored the unfamiliar power inside him. He tried focusing a sliver of his consciousness on his feet. The next second, under the crew's stunned, ecstatic gaze, Lewis's body shot upward uncontrollably, nearly smashing into the broken mast. He hastily corrected himself, barely managing to stabilize and hover weightless in midair. The sea breeze stirred the hem of his clothes, and a sense of control unlike any he had ever known swelled up within him. Teach, standing by, let an almost imperceptible flicker of complicated emotion pass through his eyes before quickly hiding it. "Captain, how does it feel?" Lewis slowly descended, the tips of his feet touching the deck with a light tap as a smile curved across his lips. "Never felt better." The deck of the Doers still hung heavy with the acrid stench of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, yet a strange vitality had already begun to stir. Lewis watched his crew, fatigue etched into their faces, barely suppressed excitement gleaming beneath, and a smile tugged unconsciously at the corners of his mouth. The subtle tension that accompanied the first taste of newfound power dissipated in that moment. He refocused his mind, his gaze settling on a splinter of wood sheared off during the battle. This time he carefully guided the nascent, extraordinary power flowing within him. The splinter quivered faintly, then as though cradled by an invisible hand wobbled its way up from the deck, only to tumble clumsily back down. Lewis furrowed his brow and tried again. Once more the splinter rose, hovering with greater steadiness this time. He broke into a grin like a child who had just discovered a brand new toy and turned his attention to a slightly larger piece of rubble. The stone trembled, rose slowly from the ground, and hung, suspended in midair, to bestow will upon the lifeless and free it from the earth's embrace. This wondrous sensation was like throwing open the gates to an entirely new world. Teach stood at the ship's railing, his back to the others, silently wiping down the iron claws still stained with the golden lion's blood. He appeared wholly absorbed in his task, yet from the corner of his eye through the gaps in the railings he keenly tracked every attempt Lewis made. "Lewis has grown stronger again." Whitebeard dabbed the blood from the corner of her mouth, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with trust and anticipation. Brooke straightened his askew top, had his skeletal jaw clacking open and shut. Every time the captain advanced, they all drew one step closer to their own goals, and one step closer as well to the vengeance that awaited each of them. Lewis drew a deep breath, his eyes sweeping over the battered, nearly broken hull of the Doer beneath his feet. A bold, audacious idea began to take shape in his heart. He stretched out both hands, pressing them down toward the empty space below. "Rise!" With a low shout, the newborn power within him surged forth on an unprecedented scale. The Doer's heavy hull let out a grating, teeth-aching groan. The entire ship was caught up by an invisible force and slowly, tremblingly hoisted into the air. First the stern, then the bow lifted several inches clear of the water. He pushed with renewed force. The Doer rose once more, this time hanging perfectly steady, suspended above the sea. The ship is truly floating." Paybrick's voice cracked with excitement. "That's utterly incredible." The rest of the crew erupted into a cacophony of astonished, incredulous shouts. Lewis flashed a grin and pointed ahead. "Destination Casco Island. Drift us there at full speed." At that very moment, on Casco Island, within the crude fortress at the island's center, Wang Ji shot to his feet from his tiger skin throne, the goblet in his hand clattering to the floor with a sharp ring. Amber wine splashed across his opulent fur-trimmed vest. His gaze locked grimly onto a battered black speck hurtling toward him along the distant horizon. That ship's silhouette, he had seen it in the newspapers more than once. It was the Doer vessel of Lewis, the Devil Child. But the manner of the ship's approach sent a chill of terror straight through his soul. It seemed to have cast off the sea's restraint entirely, its hull riding above the waves as it came flying toward him with an eerie, unnerving swiftness. The ghastly gaping fissures running across its hull, and the charred, tattered Jolly Roger overhead all bore stark testament to the harrowing death battle the ship had just endured. Wang Ji's pupils contracted violently. Not long ago, Golden Lion Shiki's iconic fleet of colossal floating islands had swept over Casco Island like a shadow of doomsday. That terrifying, all-disdaining might still left him trembling with lingering dread even now. The Golden Lion, a legend of the old era, one of the true monsters who once stood at the very apex of piracy. And now the Doer had appeared in that utterly unfathomable flying posture. A thought that chilled him to the marrow exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. Golden Lion Shiki has been defeated, and that legendary float fruit ability has been wrested away by this absurdly young devil child, Lewis. Wang Ji's face turned ashen in an instant, cold sweat beating upon his brow. He had imagined countless possibilities, even dreaming of swooping in to claim the spoils once Lewis and the Golden Lion had bled each other white. But the sight before his very eyes had utterly shattered every last shred of that wishful thinking. He knew full well he was no match for the Golden Lion, and now faced with this Lewis, a man who had felled Shiki and claimed his devil fruit, he could not summon even the faintest flicker of defiance. That would not be a battle, it would be a mass suicide. He glanced at the subordinates around him who were rolling up their sleeves with murderous glints in their eyes. These reckless desperados clearly had no grasp of the gravity of the situation. One man was even licking his lips as if eager to pillage a wounded ship. Fools! Wang Ji cursed silently. These imbeciles had not the faintest idea what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. A gleam of ruthlessness and finality flashed through his eyes, and he made a decision. Painful, yet utterly resolute. He spun on his heel and hurled a roar at his still chattering men. All of you shut your mouths. Put down your weapons. He growled, his voice carrying an authority that brooked no dissent. Prepare yourselves to receive our honored guest. As the doer's shattered hull slowly touched down upon Casco Island's crude dock, it bore down with a suffocating, soul-crushing pressure. Wang Ji was already waiting at the water's edge with his inner circle, their faces wreathed in beaming smiles as they awaited their guest. He made his posture as low as possible, even bowing slightly. Captain Lewis, your might towers above the world. Even a legendary pirate of Golden Lion Shiki's caliber was brought down by your hand. Truly, we can only gaze up from afar in hopeless awe. Wang Ji's every word dripped with flattery and admiration, as though his earlier covetous designs upon these waters had never existed. Lewis descended slowly from midair, the tips of his toes brushing the dock's wooden planks, as his calm gaze swept across Wang Ji's excessively eager face. He saw with perfect clarity the wariness, the fear, and the faint, barely perceptible calculation hidden beneath the other man's smile. Lewis sneered inwardly, yet rather than expose him on the spot, he merely answered with a single indifferent line. Captain Wang Ji is too kind. Merely luck. The banquet that night was pervaded by a strange and unsettling atmosphere. Wang Ji toasted Lewis again, and again his speech slathered in the most exquisite flattery. He seemed to be speaking from the heart, yet every word out of his mouth was a carefully measured probe, gauging the depth of Lewis's current power and the temperament that governed him. He endlessly asked roundabout, indirect questions about the details of the battle with the Golden Lion. Lewis remained in an air of cloud-like serenity throughout, brushing aside these probes with light, dismissive remarks, leaving Wang Ji with the powerless feeling of punching cotton and a growing emptiness in his gut. The wine had gone round thrice, and the dishes had been thoroughly savored. Wang Ji could contain himself no longer. He rose abruptly, raised his goblet, and wore on his face an expression of nearly solemn, tragic generosity. Captain Lewis, a heroic figure of your stature, condescending to set foot on this Casco Island. Surely this must feel a great indignity. He paused, and his tone carried just the right shade of wistful melancholy. I, Wang Ji, am willing to offer up this entire Casco Island to you with both hands as a token of friendship with Captain Lewis, and a small tribute to your awe-inspiring, world-shaking might. I ask only that Captain Lewis permit me and my brothers to take our leave, seeking a new path elsewhere. Should fate present an opportunity, I sincerely hope Captain Lewis might remember this day's small courtesy and lend us a bit of protection. The crew of the Doer exchanged startled glances at these words. Teach bared his teeth in a grin, raised his wine bowl, and drank by himself, his eyes flickering with some unreadable intent. Tesoro and the others were rather taken aback by Wang Ji's easy concession. It hardly seemed the way of a great pirate who had carved out his own territory. Only Lewis remained utterly unruffled, cradling his wine goblet and swirling its contents gently, a faint elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips. This island was no longer Wang Ji's to keep. Rather than have it taken by raw force, it was better to hand it over willingly, selling a favor in the process, and perhaps even using it to steer certain troubles onto Lewis's shoulders. Captain Wang Ji, you have reminded me of something, Lewis said as he set down his goblet. His gaze swept toward the crude fortress atop the island's highest point, a position with a commanding view well suited for a stronghold. The scenery of this island truly is pleasing. He turned his gaze back to Wang Ji, his eyes sharp as a whetted blade. Wang Ji's heart clenched. Lewis's gaze made him feel as though every last scheme had been seen through to the very bone. He hastily lowered his head, and the smile on his face gained a measure of genuine warmth. Thank you for your magnanimity, Captain Lewis. Hours after Wang Ji's fleet had slipped silently away from Casco Island and vanished into the boundless maw of the night. Cuckoo, cuckoo. A special messenger news coup fluttered its wings and landed upon the desk of the president of the World Economy newspaper, Big News Morgans. Morgans unfastened the intelligence scroll from the bird's leg and unrolled it. The instant his eyes ran across its contents, a fierce light of excitement blazed forth from behind his sunglasses. Extra, extra. Devil-child Lewis, locked in mortal combat with the old era's legendary Sky Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, has cut him down in the seas off Casco Island. Even more astonishing still, Lewis has successfully seized the Paramecia-type float fruit ability. The Doer is now true to its name, a flying pirate ship. He paused, then bellowed into the other end of the den mushy. Set the headline in the largest type. I want the whole world to know. A new era has arrived aboard this soaring ship. The night on Casco Island lay deep as ink. Lewis stood alone at the island's highest point, the sea wind ruffling the black hair at his brow and snapping the hems of his coat. He felt the island beneath his feet. a territory whose master had just changed, and felt too that restless surging power within him waiting to be bent completely to his will. Teach appeared behind him at some unnoticed moment, his voice low. Captain, that Wang Ji fellow left a parting gift for the whole world before he slipped away. He brandished the newspaper he had just taken from another news coup. The front page headline was Morgan's handiwork through and through. Lewis chuckled lightly without turning his head. He saved us quite a bit of trouble on the publicity front. Lewis's gaze drifted toward the deep, dark, and distant sea. So Teach, how many big fish do you think this publicity will lure in? Inside the president's office of the World Economy News Company, the lights were blazing. Big News Morgan's beak-like eyes glittered with greed at this moment. The intelligence scroll in his hand was the exclusive scoop Wang Ji had brought him. Every word in it made the blood race through his veins. Golden Lion Shiki, a legend of the old era, had been brought down by a brat from the Whitebeard Pirates. What was more, even the float fruit had been stolen away. What explosive material! It was enough to drive the entire world mad. Morgan suddenly spread his wings and paced excitedly around the office, his feathers trembling with agitation. He snatched up the huge din mushy beside him and began bellowing in that inflammatory voice of his. Get your ass to the layout desk right now. Use the biggest type size. And for the photo, use the most arrogant one. Yes, that one. Before dawn had even arrived, countless newsbirds had already swept across the sky toward every corner of the world. On the snow-white newspaper, Lu Yi's young defiant face dominated the entire front page. Below it, printed in bright red ink, was a huge headline that could sear the eyes. A legend of the old era falls. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Commander, the Demon Child, Lu Yi, defeats Golden Lion Shiki and inherits his devil fruit ability. New Flying Admiral. The new world's balance shifts again. The news was like a boulder hurled into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 towering waves. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. That's Shiki. To actually lose to a rookie. Steelbone Kong's face was full of shock. The fury in his eyes almost seemed ready to burst out. Shiki's prison break had already been a burning humiliation for the Marines. Now this newspaper was undoubtedly another vicious, resounding slap across their already disgraced face. Beside him, Marine Admiral Sengoku's face was as grim as iron, his gaze behind his glasses deep and worried. He knew this meant the balance of the new world would be broken once more. A Lu Yi who possessed the float fruit would have his threat level increased exponentially. Holy Land, Mary Geos, the center of power. The aged and majestic roar of the 5 elders nearly blasted the top-secret golden din mushy to pieces. Unforgivable. This kind of unnatural inheritance of power is a direct challenge to the world order. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates must never have such a subversive power. Their fury was not only over Shiki's defeat, it was because this uncontrollable transfer of power shook the very foundations of the rule they had maintained for 800 years. Moby Dick above deck. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, holding the newspaper printed with Lu Yi's face, was momentarily taken aback. First a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes, then thunderous laughter burst from his chest. Gururara. My foolish son, you did quite well. The bold laughter rang through the sky and dispelled the morning mist over the sea. His eyes were full of fatherly gratification and unspeakable pride. Whitebeard raised the huge sake bowl beside him and drained the mellow liquor in one gulp. A toast to Lu Yi's growth, he announced loudly to the commanders around him. In the other corners of the new world, those powerful figures also received this astonishing newspaper at almost the same moment. On the Red Force, the ship of the red-hair pirate Shanks looked at Lu Yi's face on the newspaper and at those eyes burning with ambition. What a remarkable man. He murmured to himself, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Tato Land Whole Cake Castle. Charlotte Linlin, the great pirate known as Big Mom, sat on her enormous throne. Her massive fingers pinched the newspaper as she burst into deafening wild laughter. Mama, an interesting brat to actually finish off that old geezer Shiki. She licked her lips, greed flickering in her eyes as if she had developed a deep interest in Lu Yi himself. Parasparrow. Mama, this year's tea party can be moved up. Send an invitation to that brat Lu Yi as well. Tell him I'm asking him to come taste my newest dessert. Wano Country Onigashima. Kaido of the Beasts merely glanced at the newspaper, a ferocious grin spreading across his rugged face. Uroro has another interesting fellow appeared. His enormous spiked club rested casually on his shoulder, and a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in his eyes. To Kaido, powerful opponents would always be the best amusement. Somewhere in the Grand Line, at a secret base of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon stood in the shadows holding the same newspaper in his hand. His face hidden under his hood revealed nothing. Only those deep eyes shimmered with a complicated, unreadable light. He knew that Lu Yi's rise meant a new, unpredictable power had taken the world stage. That power could either help topple the world government or become a new obstruction. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. On the deck of the Doer at Kasike Island, Lu Yi looked at the newspaper Morgans had sensationalized to the extreme. He felt a little helpless, yet couldn't help grinning broadly. That man really knows how to fan the flames. This fame that had spread across the seas was not something he had deliberately sought. But on this sea where the strong preyed on the weak, a rising reputation also meant more influence. Retreat would only be mercilessly swallowed by the tide of the era. He had to press forward against the odds. The crew gathered around Lu-E, their faces a mixture of excitement and worry. "Captain, we really did defeat Golden Lion Shiki." Pablik's voice still trembled with disbelief. "Boss Lu-E is now a worldwide celebrity." Revert swelled with pride and thrust out his chest. Tesoro's eyes burned with intensity. This achievement had undoubtedly raised their crew's renown to another level. Whitey Bay Brook and the others, amid their excitement, keenly sensed the hidden danger. They knew the voyage ahead would not be calm. Countless challengers and schemers would move at the first scent of blood. Teach stood at the edge of the crowd. Deep in his lowered eyes a flicker of greed, and envy flashed too quickly for anyone to catch. "Devil fruits. As I thought. They really are a fine thing. When will my fruit finally appear?" He muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as everyone was talking among themselves, absorbing this sudden great fame. Cuckoo, cuckoo. An unusually huge pink messenger pigeon flapped its wings and came wobbling in from the distant sky. It landed directly on the mast of the Doer, holding in its beak a scroll that was also pink and tied with a gorgeous ribbon. A cloyingly sweet fragrance wafted from the scroll. "This is..." Lu-E reached out and took the scroll from the pigeon's beak. When he unrolled it, he saw several lines of large words written in a twisted, syrupy script. "To the demon child Lu-E. I have heard that you defeated Golden Lion Shiki, and I am very pleased. I hereby invite you to attend my tea party 1 month from now. You must do me the honor. Charlotte Linlin." The wording of the invitation was less an invitation than a command that brooked no argument. Every line carried a domineering arrogance. Big Mom's tea party invitation. Tesoro's expression changed slightly as he recognized the distinctive mark. The atmosphere on the deck instantly grew heavy. "Captain, I'm afraid this won't be a good banquet." Whitey Bay frowned, her tone wary. "That madwoman Big Mom has never had good intentions at her tea parties." Teach grinned, but a strange light flickered in his eyes. "But this is an opportunity, isn't it?" Revert was eager to try. The crew was divided. Some believed it was a trap beset with dangers. Others saw it as a golden opportunity to make their names and further cement their position. Lu-E was silent for a moment. Through a special Den Mushy, he contacted Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. He briefly told him about Big Mom's invitation. On the other end, Whitebeard was silent for so long that Lu-E thought the connection had been lost. Finally, Whitebeard's powerful voice came through. "Lu-E." His tone turned unusually grave. "That Linlin is not someone with a generous heart. Whether you go or not, you decide for yourself. But remember, no matter what choice you make, your family will always be your final harbor." Click. Lu-E hung up the Den Mushy, took a deep breath, Whitebeard's advice echoing in his ears. His gaze swept across every crew member on the deck, taking in the worry, anticipation, or eagerness in their eyes. To truly have a place on this turbulent sea, he had to keep proving himself. Proving that the powerhouses of the new era were no empty names. Whether it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he had to go and brave it. Lu-E put away the pink invitation that radiated its cloying sweetness. He turned around to face the crew. "Set sail. Destination Tato Land." After the battle with the Golden Lion, the Doer was already battered and teetering on the verge of collapse. Even though Tesoro had spared no effort mending the wounds of the hull with gold as best he could, the savage patches remained a jarring sight. The ship could still sail, but it no longer possessed its former sturdiness. It would have to be refitted before setting course for Tato Land. Lu-E leaned against the mast, feeling the surging new power within his body, as well as the subtle growth and strength brought by his duel with the Golden Lion. This period of repair for the Doer also offered him a perfect chance to properly digest the gains from the confrontation with the Golden Lion. He lowered his eyes to the famed blade that had accompanied him for so long, Wado Ikamanji, and pondered for a while. Finally, he walked over to Whitey Bay and offered her Wado Ikamanji. "This blade is yours from now on. Use it well." Whitey Bay's ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze moving back and forth between Louis's resolute face and that familiar sword. Silently, she reached out. When her fingertips touched the cold hilt, she paused for a moment, feeling the warmth Louis had left upon it. In the end, she closed her hand tightly around Wado Ikamanji and let a smile bloom on her face, though her voice carried a faint, barely perceptible tension. "Captain Louis, now it's your turn to take care of me." Louis gazed at Whitey Bay for a long time, then finally nodded. His attention shifted to the two newly acquired famous blades, Sakuraju and Kariki. These two blades had once accompanied the legendary great pirate the Golden Lion as he sailed across the seas. Now they would become his new weapons. But for the moment, the most important thing for him was to gain complete mastery over the float fruit he had just swallowed. He did not want to go through the embarrassment of nearly crashing into the mast again, much less have his clumsy control fail him at a critical moment. Over the following days, Louis devoted almost all his time to systematic training with the float fruit. What he wanted was not merely to send the Doer drifting lazily across the ocean like a drunken fool. He tried to make the entire doer perform a quick levitating leap to dodge a reef that suddenly loomed ahead. The result, however, was that his inexperience in precisely manipulating such a huge object made the doer shoot upward with a jerk and then slam heavily back down. The hull lurched violently, nearly flinging several crewmen into the sea and drawing a chorus of startled cries and good-natured laughter. It seems controlling a big thing and controlling a pebble are completely different matters. Louis wiped the sweat from his brow, but he was not discouraged. He needed speed, at least speed comparable to normal sailing, for only that could serve as a true foundation on which to stand undefeated. He began by testing his ability on all kinds of objects aboard the ship, starting from the smallest details. A light feather driven by his will spiraled and danced through the air as if it had come alive, tracing graceful arcs. A heavy cannonball demanded far more of his focus. It went from wobbling clumsily at first to hovering steadily and even shifting with pinpoint precision within a small range. He carefully sensed the subtle feedback that objects of different weights gave to his gravitational control, and every successful levitation deepened his understanding of that power. He found that the key lay in the delicate balance of buoyancy and the degree of mental focus. Now and then he also played a little prank. Pavlik had been boasting with spittle flying everywhere about his valor in the battle with the Golden Lion, claiming that a single punch from him had forced the Golden Lion back half a step. Then, without warning, the shipwright's cap on his head rose up on its own and drifted lazily to the top of the mast, causing the entire crew to burst into laughter. Even Tesoro could not help smiling. Amid the laughter, Louis's control over his ability grew increasingly refined. He then tried to integrate the power of the float fruit into his swordsmanship. With Sakuraju and Kariki in hand, his body floated nimbly in the air, allowing him to launch slashes from impossible angles with every strike. He experimented with making himself momentarily weightless at the instant of a swing, using the force of his descent to strengthen the cut, or imbuing the blade itself with levitation so that its trajectory became even more twisted and unpredictable. For instance, he tried to develop a technique called drifting blade, in which a flying slash would briefly hang in midair before lunging at the enemy from an unexpected angle. However, this brand new fighting style consumed far more stamina than he had imagined. After only a few rounds of slashing, fine beads of sweat were already seeping out on his forehead. "Captain, perhaps you should try focusing the levitation force on the blade itself at the instant of the slash rather than relying solely on floating your entire body." Teach had come over unnoticed and made the suggestion as if it had been casually offered. Concentrate the burst into a single point. Doing so should save stamina and make the explosive power even greater. After all, extreme power comes from extreme concentration. Brooke happened to catch the faintly strange look in Teach's eyes. His skeletal jaw opened and shut slightly, letting out 2 click sounds. Yo-ho-ho, Teach-san seems to have done quite a bit of research on the captain's new ability. What a devoted comrade you are. Whitey Bay merely gave Teach a sweeping, indifferent glance, her sharp eyes appearing to probe for something, but Teach's smile remained hearty and simple. She looked away, though she quietly took note in her heart. Louis tried the idea thoughtfully and sure enough found that by precisely controlling the output of his power, his stamina drained more slowly and the penetrating force of his slashes seemed greater. Tesoro, on the other hand, showed tremendous enthusiasm for Louis's new ability, or more precisely for the potential that the new ability brought with it. He attempted to combine his gold with Louis's float fruit ability. Louis held enormous chunks of gold suspended in the air, while Tesoro, relying on his exquisite manipulation of gold, rapidly reshaped and joined them together. In just a few moments, a rudimentary war fortress shimmering with golden light briefly took shape above the doer. It was only a fleeting vision, but the potential it revealed filled the crew with unprecedented confidence in future battles. With this, we're practically a mobile airborne fortress, Rivet shouted excitedly. Yet no matter how mighty the float fruit was, new problems kept cropping up in actual navigation. What troubled Louis the most was how to keep himself from floating out of control in his sleep like a hydrogen balloon and crashing into the ceiling. There was also the challenge of maintaining the ship's stability during severe weather, howling gales and towering waves, rather than being tossed helplessly from side to side. "Captain, I have an idea." Navigator Rivet stroked his chin and offered a suggestion. Perhaps a seastone bracelet could act as a suppressor, just enough to cancel part of the unconscious levitation force without needing too much. He chuckled and dug out a few tough cowhide straps from the storage compartment. "Of course, the simplest solution is to strap yourself to the berth with these. That'll guarantee a sound sleep." It sounded rather ridiculous, and he woke every morning with strap marks pressed into his skin, but these methods did to some extent solve Louis's problem. Along the way, they continued to receive scattered intelligence about the situation in the New World. Among the reports concerning the Big Mom Pirates and their territory Tato Land, one unremarkable entry caught Louis's attention. The report says that on an uninhabited chain of islands near the edge of Tato Land, a mysterious scientist is suspected of carrying out secret experiments related to the lineage factor. This piece of intelligence made Louis's heart stir. The lineage factor. It reminded him of Germa 66 and Judge. Though the text was only a few lines, he silently filed the information away. Perhaps it would prove useful someday. As the doer drew closer to Big Mom's territory of Tato land, the atmosphere aboard gradually grew heavier. The crew began talking all at once about the coming tea party. They discussed the dangers they might run into, guessed at Big Mom's preferences, and, most importantly, how to preserve the dignity and decorum of the Whitebeard Pirates' second division in front of that unpredictable monster. I've heard that at Big Mom's tea party, if you don't bring a tribute that satisfies her, or if you say something you shouldn't, she'll drain your lifespan right then and there, Pavlik said nervously. Also the latest news. Teach shook the intelligence dispatch he had just taken from the leg of an exhausted newsbird. This time Big Mom has invited several underworld big shots to her tea party, and it's even possible that members of Cypherpole will appear as guests. It seems the old hag wants to use this occasion to flex her muscles and strengthen her position. Louis stood alone at the prow, the sea breeze ruffling his black hair. He knew full well that Big Mom's invitation was by no means a kindness. He pored over all the information he had collected on Charlotte Lean, trying to piece together her true self from accounts in which truth and falsehood were almost indistinguishable. In his mind, he quietly calculated how to counter every provocation and demand she might make, and how amid such a gathering surrounded by wolves he could secure the greatest benefit and respect for himself. Big Mom, your tea party had better have sweets delicious enough to satisfy me. Louis looked at the cloud-laden horizon in the distance, his eyes as keen as an eagle's. Otherwise I can't guarantee I won't do something impolite. The Duval sailed across the boundless sea. In the air a faint, elusive sweetness slowly diffused, barely perceptible at first. Brooke covered his mouth, producing a dry heave. Though his skeletal face could not convey expression, his voice carried genuine physiological discomfort. This scent, it's so sweet it makes my very soul tremble. As the voyage advanced, the fragrance grew ever denser, cloying to the point of suffocation, as though the entire ocean had been soaked through with melted syrup. Bizarre sights began appearing upon the sea surface. Enormous multicolored jellyfish drifted lazily through the water, their bodies like translucent jelly. In the distance, the silhouettes of islands were no longer hard rock, but possessed the soft, fluffy texture of cake, dotted with houses built from cookies. Giant lollipops stood like trees, rivers flowed with liquid chocolate. Soldiers crafted from biscuits marched in lockstep, patrolling the frosted shores. Tato land, Charlotte Lean's domain, lay now within sight. Louis stood at the bow, his float fruit abilities flowing effortlessly within him. By his will the Duval hovered silently hundreds of meters above the sea surface, its hull cleverly concealed by thin wisps of cloud. What a disgustingly sweet nation. Teizosuro stood at the railing, gazing down at the bizarre confectionery kingdom below, those peculiar structures piled high from candies, cookies, and cream. Holdabai suddenly looked up toward the distant horizon. Captain, we have company. 3 Big Mom Pirates reconnaissance vessels are closing fast from the southeast. Routine patrol. She assessed the situation quickly. Louis raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems they are not entirely blind to our presence. His float fruit activated at full power. The Duval's massive hull was instantly lifted upward by an invisible force, silently merging into a thicker cloud bank artificially created by Louis. Teizosuro understood immediately. He pressed his palms forward and countless golden particles poured from his fingertips. An ultra-thin layer of gold dust rapidly enveloped the Duval's hull, like a living creature, cleverly altering its light reflection. Before long, 3 ships painted in bright cream colors sped past beneath the Duval at the edge of the cloud layer. On the lead ship, the extraordinarily tall Charlotte Smoky suddenly looked up at that unusually dense cloud mass, her brows deeply furrowed. She seemed to have caught a faint thread of discord within the clouds. Moi. A flicker of suspicion crossed Smoky's eyes. She could sense something strange about those clouds, though she was unsure. Who would dare cause trouble in Mama's territory? Captain Smoky, what is it? Her subordinate asked, confused. Smoky sniffed dismissively, suppressing her doubts. Nothing. Perhaps just this wretched weather. Increase speed. Mama's tea party will suffer no mishaps. Notify all stations, heighten alert levels, and report any suspicious signs immediately. She urged the fleet onward, but had secretly marked the position of that anomalous cloud formation. The risk of exposure was temporarily neutralized. Teizosuro stroked his chin as a thought gradually took shape. Perhaps the Duval's outer hull could be plated with golden armor, providing both defense and the ability to reshape it at will. Louis watched the receding reconnaissance ships below, then slowly turned his gaze, sweeping over every crew member. Looks like our little trick was seen through. Then we go straight in. Are you ready, everyone? Blackbeard grinned widely. Captain, just give the word, and I'll turn this place upside down. Teizosuro adjusted his sunglasses, golden light flickering at his fingertips. Big Mom's subordinates don't look particularly strong. I'll use gold to coat their sweet dreams with a layer of despair. Holdabai gripped the hilt of Wado Ikamanji, her battle spirit blazing. Since we are guests, we must offer the host a proper greeting. Let us go say hello. Louis grinned with untamed arrogance. Then let us deliver our first gift in the manner great pirates are accustomed to. Drop the disguise. Target Whole Cake Island Castle. At the command, the Dival surged forth like a black beast breaking free from its chains, diving headlong from the thick clouds. The hull surface shimmered with a faint crimson glow from atmospheric friction, like a black meteor plummeting from the heavens. The speed they had deliberately restrained for concealment erupted completely at this moment. The enormous hull tore through the air with a piercing shriek like a dragon's roar, carving a devastating black trail across the azure sky. The crew gripped the railings, feeling an unprecedented dive velocity, their faces alight with excitement and bloodthirsty fervor. Lewis stood proud at the Dival's bow. The sea wind whipped his black robes. He wielded two famed blades, Sakura Ju and Kariki, in both hands, their edges gleaming with cold steel. Unconcealed Conqueror's haki flooded outward from his body like a tidal wave. This power was not mere intimidation. It struck precisely at the biscuit soldiers and homie lookout towers below, who were frantically looking up and attempting to sound the alarm. Wherever it passed, weaker homies collapsed unconscious in wailing agony, and even some low-ranking Big Mom Pirates crew members foamed at the mouth and fainted outright. More terrifying still, the frosting lookout towers and biscuit walls began cracking under this combined force of repulsion and haki, as if their structure was being dismantled from within. The candy clouds in the sky shattered layer by layer under this invisible pressure, revealing more panicked scenes below. In the waters below, several patrol squads from the Big Mom Pirates, those soldiers composed of biscuits and jam, were stunned speechless by this sudden apocalyptic ship and Conqueror's haki impact. Some even melted and collapsed in terror on the spot. The Dival, this pitch-black flying warship, drove straight toward the core island of Tado Land, the central castle of Whole Cake Island, with ruthless, unrestrained speed. This brazen move sent shockwaves through the entire Tado Land waters. Countless fantastical structures made of biscuits, chocolate, and cream, under this sudden, terrifying pressure, seemed to sense an overwhelming oppression, trembling slightly, while some fragile frosting decorations cracked and shattered. Invasion. An unidentified flying ship is breaching our defenses. It's heading straight for Cake Castle. Such immense pressure. It's Conqueror's haki. Hurry, sound the highest alert. Within the Big Mom Pirates, executives across the islands received the emergency alarm from the front line almost simultaneously. Charlotte Paraspora, who had been licking her candy cane, changed expression upon hearing the news, sugar dripping from her lips. Which blind bastard dares cause trouble before Mama's tea party? Meanwhile, in the mirror world, Charlotte Katakuri suddenly opened his crimson eyes, a terrible premonition welling within him. Chaos erupted instantly. Tado Land descended into turmoil from this unexpected assault upon the Cake Castle, that massive fortress constructed from countless desserts. Mama, 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 mama. A deafening laughter erupted, sharp enough to tear the very sky asunder. A figure of staggering, breathless size launched violently from the castle peak. Charlotte Linlin. Her massive yet terrifyingly powerful form was wreathed in the swirling flames of Prometheus and the crackling lightning of Zeus. Her enormous eyes fixed upon the approaching black vessel and the audacious figure at its bow, her tongue greedily licking her lips. Mama, mama. How many years has it been since someone dared trespass on my Cake Island on the eve of my tea party? Boy, you not only seek to destroy my castle, but my entire celebration. With her colossal form radiating apocalyptic force, she charged like a living cannonball straight toward the Dival. The skies above Tado Land darkened. Lewis gripped his dual swords, a faint smile curling his lips. Charlotte Linlin, come say hello. Cross/. Over the skies of Whole Cake Island, two formidable presences of Conqueror's haki collided with thunderous force, black-red lightning scattering across the cloud cover like a tempestuous sea in fury. Lewis gripped Sakura Ju and Kaboku in his hands, driving the power of the Pika Pika fruit to its zenith within his body. Charlotte Linlin, it is an honor to make your acquaintance. Please accept this humble offering as a token of my respect. His twin blades crossed an invisible force, bearing his weight aloft before he plunged downward like living thunder. Upon the blade edges, levitation power and sword energy merged into one. The trajectory of each slash became extraordinarily bizarre due to the fruit's ability, capable of accelerating and redirecting midair in ways that defied convention. Cross/. Two enormous azure flying slash attacks, tearing through the very fabric of space, curved through the air in intersecting arcs aimed directly at Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin's mountainous figure erupted from the candy clouds, her dark crimson Conqueror's haki nearly solidifying into tangible form. Her initial fury gradually melted into bloodthirsty excitement. Mama, mama. So it was you brat who put Skypea, that worthless piece of trash, out of his misery. Her voice boomed like rolling thunder, sending the Biscuit Island trembling. What audacity! You dare trespass upon my Whole Cake Island and presume to seize the initiative. Roaring with fury, the homie Napoleon manifested into the colossal emperor blade wreathed in her terrifying haki and swept it horizontally in a devastating arc. National will. A colossal white shockwave swept across the heavens, colliding catastrophically with Lewis's two unpredictable azure cross slashes. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to tear open the sky itself. Violent shockwaves expanded outward as hurricane-force winds instantly shredding and evaporating the dense candy clouds to reveal twisting black rifts in the fabric of space. The ocean far below was depressed into a colossal crater, spawning 100-meter-tall waves. Lewis's figure staggered violently, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his lips. Pushing the Pika Pika fruit ability to its absolute limit, he broke free from gravity's shackles. His body carved a winding serpentine curve through the air, narrowly evading Big Mom's follow-up devastating charge. Empowered by the levitation fruit's energy, Sakura Ju and Kaboku transformed into twin streaks of light, unleashing a barrage of compressed floating sword chi slashes. These sword chi beams did not travel in straight lines. Instead, they coiled and spiraled through the air, screaming toward every vital point surrounding Big Mom from impossible angles. Aboard the Devouring, Tezuka's face turned grim as he slammed both hands against the ship's gold-plated railings. Golden Wall, absolute defense. Countless streams of liquid gold surged forth, coalescing into thick golden armor that enveloped the vessel. Thud, thud, thud. The residual impact crashed against the golden hull with the force of war drums. The Devouring shuddered violently, a fragile skiff tossed upon a raging sea. Perkarika's voice trembled. Captain, he's facing Big Mom head-on. Hamtrap, clutched Wado Ikamanji, his ice-blue eyes locked onto the battlefield. Brook adjusted his top hat, his skeletal jaw clicking rhythmically. Yo-ho-ho-ho. My soul nearly shook right out of my body. In the skies above, Lewis and Big Mom raced through shattered cloud layers, their sword chi and haki crisscrossing the heavens. Every collision detonated with earth-shattering force and apocalyptic storms. After one strike failed to land, Big Mom found herself momentarily flustered by Lewis's swordsmanship, graceful as a deer drinking from a quiet valley. A vicious expression crossed her face. Mama. Just as annoying as that fool Skypea. She opened her fanged maw and roared. Prometheus. Zeus. Tear him apart. Flame homie Prometheus descended as an enormous fireball. Storm homie Zeus summoned myriad bolts of lightning, weaving them into a web of death that descended upon the Devouring and Lewis. With a single outstretched hand, Lewis summoned an eerie, buoyant force upon a portion of the raging lightning. Those thunder snakes meant for the Devouring twisted strangely mid-flight, veering off course to instead crash down upon Prometheus with even greater velocity. Boom. Krayak. Flames and electricity clashed with catastrophic intensity, triggering an even more violent explosion of chaotic energy. Prometheus let out an agonized shriek as a massive gash tore through its flickering, unstable flame body. A flicker of surprise flashed through Big Mom's pupils. Mama. How amusing, little one. You actually made my own homies attack each other. Her interest deepened and she laughed uproariously, her voice shaking the heavens. That Pika Pika fruit. You wield it far more skillfully than that ancient geezer Skypea ever did. She greedily licked her lips, her tone imperious and leave no room for dispute. But I've taken a fancy to you. How would you like to join my family? I'll wed you to my most beautiful daughter. And in the future you too shall have your share of this sweet sea. Lewis hovered mid-air, his robes fluttering, his expression calm beneath the wild sweep of his black hair. He had not come to Whole Cake Island merely to provoke. I thank you for your generous offer, but I have no interest in becoming someone else's son-in-law, nor in sharing another's cake. Big Mom's smile froze instantly. A chilling, killing intent permeated the air. The surrounding homies, restless and agitated, several of her more formidable children instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. The atmosphere congealed, pressing down with suffocating weight. After a long moment, Big Mom erupted into deafening laughter once more. Yet this time her mirth carried a profoundly unsettling edge. Mama, there's spirit in you. Stubborn as those old bastards were in my youth. I like that. Her colossal form slowly descended, coming to hover above the immense cake castle, looking down at Lewis from on high. You have passed my entrance trial. She issued her command without room for discussion. Now get down here this instant and join the tea party. My exclusive wedding cake and finest desserts are not for just anyone to savor. A wry smile curled at the corner of Lewis's mouth. A trial, you say? Perhaps, but I am hardly a pawn to be manipulated at another's whim. The Devouring slowly descended through the complex gazes of fear, reverence, and curiosity cast by Big Mom's crew, touching down upon the harbor paved with colored biscuits. Charlotte Paraspero and Charlotte Smoothie guided the crew ashore onto the island steeped in cloying sweetness, leading them into the magnificent grandeur of the cake castle. Candy roads, chocolate fountains, biscuit houses, all appeared almost dreamlike. Yet an undercurrent of tension permeated the air, causing every heart to grow wary. The tea party commenced. Within the opulent banquet hall, guests gathered in full force. The shadowy overlords of the New World's underworld arrived in impeccable attire, their smiles thin and counterfeit. Among them, several guests with an aura as profound as the abyss bore the unmistakable mark of CP Organization senior agents, neatly attired, yet radiating cold, lethal energy. As Lewis took his seat, a tall, slender man wearing a bird-beaked mask tapped his polished ebony cane 3 times with measured rhythm. That exquisitely rhythmic tapping was nearly lost amid the cacophony of the banquet hall. Yet Lewis felt a piercing, icy gaze seeping through the mask's eye holes, coiling around him like a venomous serpent. Lewis was courteously seated at the guest of honor's position near the main seat. Beside him sat Charlotte, Kakuri, Oven, and Daifuku, Big Mom's most powerful offspring, alongside other dignitaries renowned across the world. Their expressions ranged from stone-faced indifference to hollow, forced smiles. The invisible pressure was suffocating. Lewis maintained his composure, his gaze quietly scanning every individual present. He cataloged their allegiances, estimated their strength, and mapped the subtle dynamics between them, all lodged deep within his memory. On this vast ocean, the landscape of power was far more intricate than it appeared upon the surface. Big Mom sat enthroned upon a towering monument of wedding cakes, her massive form casting a looming shadow beneath candlelight, majestic and deeply oppressive. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Lewis, always accompanied by an enigmatic, unreadable smile. Exquisite desserts flowed like rivers, and rare vintage wines exuded intoxicating aromas. At the height of the tea party, when merriment reached its peak, Big Mom's resounding voice shattered the clamor like a bell tolling, plunging the entire hall into dead silence. Her gaze sharp as searchlights fixed directly upon the unflinching Lewis. "Lewis Brat." Every eye turned to him. "Tell me properly, how did you deal with that ancient corpse, Skypia?" That fool may have lacked a brain, but his strength was no joke. Having spoken, she seized a massive slice of custom-made cake and bit into it, fiercely, grease dripping from the corners of her mouth. She chewed slowly, her burning gaze pinned to Lewis, then delivered her next words with deliberate, chilling precision. "I've been thinking, the number of pirates roaming these seas has become rather excessive." Lewis lifted his wine glass, gently swirling the amber liquid within, and offered no immediate reply. Too many pirates, was it? Perhaps. But more importantly, there were far too many pirates who lacked the cohesion to unite, who fought as isolated factions, utterly incapable of forming a unified force capable of shaking the established order. Big Mom watched him, a grotesque grin splitting her face. "What, Brat? Is that such a difficult question to answer?" Lewis drained his glass in one swallow, then set it gently upon the table with a crisp click. He raised his head, meeting Big Mom's oppressive gaze with unflinching calm. Luigi raised his head, meeting the oppressive gaze of Big Mom. Her soul fire flickered at her fingertips, and the swaying candlelight in the banquet hall dimmed momentarily. Was Big Mom's words a barefaced probe, or an invitation wrapped in poisonous sugar? The corners of Luigi's lips moved slightly. His voice was low yet laced with extreme confidence. Rather than answering directly, he countered with his own question. "Big Mom, don't you think there are too many pirates on this sea?" He paused, his gaze casually sweeping over the uniquely poised guests in the corner as he added. "However, it seems there are also quite a few who wish to share the cake in this banquet hall." His words were calm, yet carried an indisputable certainty. Big Mom's massive frame shuddered slightly. The fury on her face froze for an instant, and her soul fire eyes flashed with genuine astonishment before giving way to a deeper scrutiny. This kid is truly arrogant. Now that's the attitude a pirate should have. After a few seconds, a ferocious grin split across her face. "Mama, mama, mama, mama." She slammed her hand down on the enormous velvet-covered dining table, sending the mountain of desserts trembling violently as exquisite candies and pastries scattered across the floor. Her thunderous laughter nearly shattered the roof of the cake castle. What a spirited child. What a child of the devil. The laughter was brimming with amusement, and a bloodthirsty thrill stirred within her. "At least you know what matters, unlike that fool Skypia." "Interesting. Very interesting." Her laughter suddenly ceased. Big Mom's massive hand pointed toward the banquet hall where guests trembled under her pressure, her voice booming like thunder. "Pearl Spear." Charlotte Pearlspear's candy cane stopped mid-step, his tongue instinctively licking the tip before bowing deeply with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Mama, I await your command. Apart from the honored guests I personally invited. All the rest get the hell out of here." She spoke each word with crystal clarity. "I wish to discuss the future of the new world with this young Luigi and a few others who understand proper etiquette." Panic spread through the hall instantly. Those second-rate warlords and pirate captains who had ruled with an iron fist moments before now lacked even the courage to object. One shark fishman captain notorious for his brutality collapsed to his knees, his trousers quickly dampening with terror. "Move. Get moving. Clear the way." They scrambled toward the exits in a desperate rush, some tripping and crawling on hands and knees, terrified of being left behind. Once the chaos subsided, the banquet hall grew noticeably emptier. Aside from Luigi's party, only 5 figures remained. The man in the bird-beaked mask hadn't moved a muscle throughout. His gaze remained locked on Luigi through the mask's openings, his fingers tapping lightly against the polished ebony cane. Beside him stood a stunningly elegant woman with poisonous purple nails, idly spinning a peculiar gold coin that carried a faint metallic tang. The coin danced between her fingers as she offered Luigi a knowing smile, her crimson lips parting silently to form two words. Interesting. Another figure, a hunched elder, cleared his throat, his clouded yellow eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. He methodically wiped at his mouth as if dismissing the earlier commotion as mere entertainment. A mysterious figure cloaked in wide black fabric revealed only scarred, powerful hands, their knuckles thick and weathered. He tilted his head slightly, the shadows beneath his hood deepening as an aura of iron and blood emanated from him, unsettling the nearby homies. The final presence was Morgan's, the legendary journalist. Luigi's gaze swept over the five individuals, each radiating a distinct yet equally impenetrable aura. The Devon crew maintained their composure and watchfulness. Teach's wide grin revealed his excitement and greed as he leaned toward Tizzolo in a whisper. Tee, the captain's move was quite bold. That old woman truly intends to make a major move. Tizzolo adjusted his sunglasses, a faint smirk playing on his lips. As expected of the captain. Now I wonder how Big Mom plans to turn the tables, and whom she'll pull along in the process. Heatblade's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his ice blue eyes scanning the five figures warily. Brooke adjusted his crooked top, had his skeletal jaw working silently. Yo-ho-ho, what a thrilling tea party this has become. The homies firmly closed the great doors, shutting out the sweetness and noise beyond. Big Mom's manic laughter and playful expression vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and authority. Her massive form leaned forward, casting a shadow that nearly swallowed Luigi whole. Very good. Much quieter now. Her voice dropped to a low rumble. Luigi boy, there are far too many pirates roaming these seas. Too many ignorant, troublesome pests. It's time to clean house and restore order to these waters. Her enormous eyes swept across the five underground kings remaining in the hall, then settled on Luigi. The bird-masked man's rhythmic tapping against his cane shifted imperceptibly. The enchanting woman chuckled softly, tossing the blood-stained gold coin into the air and catching it gracefully. But regardless of the cleansing, Big Mom licked her lips, her greed and ambition on full display. The territories we clear and the ownerless treasures we claim shouldn't go to waste for the Navy or world government to profit from. Her gaze ultimately fixed upon Luigi. Luigi lifted his nearly untouched wine glass, meeting her stare before taking a measured sip. The deep violet liquid traced a subtle iron tang down his throat. Big Mom leaned forward, her colossal face drawing close enough that every word carried undeniable weight. So, child of the devil, how do you propose we divide this vast territory we're about to clear? She smiled broadly, revealing gleaming white teeth. How shall we divide it? Luigi set down his glass, the soft click echoing in the silence as he met her calculating gaze. Naturally, by pirate law. Whoever claims it by force owns it. Louis's voice was not loud, yet it sent ripples through the silent banquet hall. Besides the territories we already hold. He paused, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, sweeping over the five underground kings with distinct auras one by one. The man wearing the bird beak mask's fingertips hesitated imperceptibly on his cane. The enchanting woman's movements as she played with her gold coins also slowed by half a beat. A marine took out his small notebook and kept scribbling something. Finally, Louis's gaze returned to Big Mom's massive face, a mixture of anticipation and scrutiny playing across it. As for all remaining seas, whoever seizes them by their own strength shall claim them. This statement, audacious as a declaration of war, laid bare the ruthless nature of the pirate world in all its raw brutality. Mama, Mama. Big Mom made a low sound from her throat, neither laughing nor smiling. You brat, do you even know what you're saying? This ocean is no child's plaything. And terrifying pressure like a tidal wave crashed toward Louis, the air seeming to solidify, the candle flames flickering lower. Haushika haki, almost imperceptible, yet razor-sharp, sliced across everyone's skin. Louis remained unmoved, even bowing slightly, effortlessly neutralizing the oppressive aura directed at him. Precisely because the seas demand respect, mightier forces are needed to uphold true order. Only the strong deserve to dominate this world. Whoever proves themselves strong must do so with steel and blood. Mama, 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 Mama. The deafening, ear-splitting laughter erupted once more, louder and more unrestrained than ever before. This kid possessed not only boundless courage, but also a depth of mind exceeding her expectations. His calculated nature appealed directly to hers. She could almost sense something familiar within him, a kinship with her own predatory nature. Big Mom surged to her feet from her enormous wedding cake, throwing her massive frame, casting a shadow that swallowed the entire VIP section. Good. Her word landed with the force of a bell tolling. This old woman approves of rules like yours. She extended her thick tongue, greedily licking her lips. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Now this is how a pirate should be. This sea was always meant to be a feast for the strong. Whoever wields the mightiest fist gets the largest slice of cake. Without hesitation, she accepted Louis's proposal. seemingly fair, but destined to stir greater upheaval in the new world. However, Big Mom shifted course, her eyes locking onto Louis. If these are your rules, then how do you plan to get your father to agree to this hunting ground? At that moment, the man in the birdbeak mask suddenly spoke, his voice rough. Charlotte, lean Louis. For such an enormous undertaking, shouldn't you also consider the position of intermediaries like ourselves, eh? After all, the stability and prosperity of the new world depends on the orderly flow of intelligence and resources. Big Mom snorted, clearly displeased by the interruption. Louis merely smiled calmly and lifted his glass of nearly untouched deep purple wine. What this gentleman says is most reasonable. The establishment of a new order, intelligence gathering and resource allocation will be absolutely crucial. The old channels may be chaotic, but on this new table there will naturally need to be more officially recognized collaborators. As long as you can demonstrate irreplaceable value, there will surely be a solid place for each of you on the map of the new world. He turned his gaze toward Big Mom. What do you think, Mama? Big Mom grinned broadly. Mama, this little one certainly knows how to speak. That's right. Those who prove valuable will naturally share in the spoils. As for those cowards hiding in the shadows, it's high time they stepped into the light. Louis drained his glass in one gulp, the liquor sliding down his throat, with a faint metallic sweetness lingering on his tongue. I, Louis, along with the Devar behind me, stand ready to contribute to the establishment of this new order. As for Father, he paused, his tone radiating unquestionable confidence. He has sheltered too many, which has bound his hands and feet, and shouldered burdens far too heavy for any one man to carry alone. I will personally present today's covenant to him, and show him what a clean new world, one where he can protect his family without restraint, means for all of us. Perhaps this could lift some unnecessary weight from his shoulders, allowing him to focus on what truly matters. Mama. Excellent. What a straightforward young man. The euphoria on Big Mom's face deepened as she slammed her massive hand onto the grand table before her, sending countless exquisite desserts bouncing into the air before scattering across the floor. This old woman never underestimated you. Beneath the birdbeak mask, the man's eyes held a depth that was almost terrifying. He had already made his decision, to report every single word from here verbatim and add one more sentence. This child Louis, his ambition, intellect, and understanding of human nature far exceed all previous assessments. His threat level must be elevated to maximum. Big Mom surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping across each distinguished guest's face before settling on Louis, her voice dripping with absolute authority. Listen well, friends from the underground world. And you too, young Louis. From this day forward, this new world shall become the shared hunting ground of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Anyone foolish enough to block our path or attempt to steal from our plate. A vicious grin spread across her face, revealing gleaming white teeth as killing intent radiated from her. Better prepare to be completely crushed and turned into fertilizer for the new era. With the formalization of the alliance, the tea party drew to a close and Louis and his companions began exploring Tatoland at leisure. Outside the cake castle, in a hidden corner, the birdbeak masked man silently produced a peculiar black den mushy, his silk-gloved fingers deftly turning the dial. The den mushy connected quickly with a soft click. Report. His voice was cold. Charlotte Linlin and Louis, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, have reached a verbal agreement during the tea party regarding the cleansing and partitioning of the new world. The core principle is straightforward. Existing territories remain unchanged, while all other seas will be claimed through force by both factions and their endorsed allies on a first-come, first-served basis. A pause followed on the other end of the phone. Additionally, regarding Louis, this individual demonstrates a depth of wisdom and astonishing courage that belies his years successfully orchestrating and bringing this agreement to fruition. Given his capacity to disrupt the current order and his potential for the future, I recommend elevating him to the highest priority watch level and classifying him as an S-class threat. He ended the call and disappeared into the deeper shadows. Meanwhile, aboard the Devar docked at the Biscuit Port. Once the castle gates were sealed shut by the homies and they drifted away from Big Mom's location, Papag finally could contain his excitement and pumped his fist in the air. Good heavens. Captain's agreement with Big Mom is truly remarkable. That old woman's laughter could have shattered the entire island. Tazato adjusted his sunglasses and a greedy gleam ignited in his golden eyes. Humph, that greedy old woman lost her composure so completely. It's clear the seas won't see any peace from this point forward. Only Blackbeard maintained his easygoing, good-natured smile. He quietly took the rum-soaked jerky offered by a crewman, tore into it with a fierce bite, swallowed the last morsel, and let a drop of grease slide from the corner of his wide grin. Shishishi. Captain really is always managing to surprise us. He murmured to himself, a hint of inexplicable excitement and understanding flashing in his eyes. A hunting ground. That's wonderful. Now that's what the sea should be. The bow of the doer cut through the last faint wisp of lingering sweetness. The salty sea wind rushed to meet them instantly, igniting the fire deep within every sailor's eyes on deck. They were hungry wolves, fangs sharpened, about to step into the hunting ground. Lewis stood in the captain's cabin, his fingertip tapping lightly on the dial of the encrypted den mushy. Pirupru. Pirupru. After the low rhythmic connecting tone, he relayed to Pops on the other end the agreement he had reached with Big Mom at the tea party, concise and to the point. That rule where the strong devour and the weak are cast aside. On the other end of the den mushy, Whitebeard's heavy breathing beat against Lewis's eardrums. After a long while a sigh came through, weary yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Lin is a madwoman. Lewis, my foolish son, you are dancing on the tip of a knife. Her greed and madness go far beyond what you can imagine. Whitebeard's voice paused. Lewis kept his spine straight and replied seriously, Pops, this is a decision I reached after careful deliberation. The new world needs a stronger order, and order can only be written by the strongest. Lin is a hungry wolf, but when have the Whitebeard Pirates ever feared a challenge? I want to concentrate our elite strength to build a more stable rear base for you and for all our family. His voice grew deeper. This is not submission, but cooperation between equals. We take the initiative to set the rules and draw her into the game. This sea is overdue for a new way of playing. Silence fell on the other end again, as if a storm was brewing. Lewis could even hear the faint crackle of Pop's knuckles tightening. Finally, grrrr, a deafening bold laugh burst out. Even through the den mushy, it made the air in the captain's cabin tremble. Take the initiative and set the rules. Lure her into the game. Grrrr, a good lad. Even more daring than I imagined. Just like me when I was young. Whitebeard digested the enormous amount of information hidden in Lewis's words. Go do what you want to do. This era, after all, belongs to you. Pops believes in you. I'll have Marco and the others move to support you in cleaning out that trash. He changed tack, deadly serious. But remember, Lin is extremely dangerous. Far greedier than you imagine. Once she catches wind of your weakness, she will devour everything. If it truly comes to that, Pops will personally drag her down from that cake throne and make her understand that Pop's sons are not to be trifled with. Click. The transmission cut off. Whitebeard's tacit approval and support were both a calming reassurance and an even heavier burden. Aboard the door, the conference room blazed with light. A massive sea chart lay spread across the long table. The core crew pressed close around it, every face alight with barely restrained excitement and anticipation. Navigator Leifur jabbed his fingertip hard at a vital shipping lane junction on the chart, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Captain, my top recommendation is Blood Shark Caspa. He rules the Fang Strait with a bounty of 380 million. Take him down, control the golden shipping lane, and use his head to announce our arrival. This first strike must draw blood, and it must ring loud. Gold dust shimmered faintly between Tesoro's fingertips. Behind his lenses, his gaze held a merchant's shrewdness. Caspa's name is loud, but the Fang Strait offers little profit. I lean more toward Ironwall Garrus. He holds Goldmine Island, and a massive vein of gold lies buried beneath it. Once we take it, our wealth will skyrocket. But he has fortified his lair like an iron barrel and commands a 1,000-man artillery guard. It may prove hard to bite through. He adjusted his glasses and added, high risk, high reward. Whitey Bay rested her hand on the hilt of Wado Ikamanji, her ice blue eyes calmly sweeping across the chart. Ironwall Garrus is troublesome on defense, while Bloodshark Caspa moves like a ghost. If we tip him off, he'll flee deep into the calm belt like a fish returning to the sea. We need one strike that kills. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Leifert's and Tesoro's proposals each had strengths and weaknesses, making the choice difficult. Teach had been wearing a hearty, simple smile all along, as if the heated debate had nothing to do with him. He unhurriedly grabbed a piece of dried jerky and chewed grease trickling from the corner of his mouth. Only when the eyes around him had grown restless from indecision did he unhurriedly wipe his greasy hand, flash a grin, and in the flickering lamplight look faintly inscrutable. As though something had just occurred to him, he tapped a spot on the chart with studied casualness. Come to think of it, Teach said in a tone as easy as if discussing the weather. I once heard of a man called Black Sail Baroque. Crafty, treacherous, with a reputation that stinks to high heaven, and a bounty neither high nor low, exactly 500 million. Marco once had a slightly unpleasant run-in with him. A thoroughly troublesome character, and his people run the weapons factory we need. Teach's finger tapped gently at a triangular sea area marked on the chart as extremely dangerous. He grinned, showing a mouthful of slightly yellowed teeth. I think this Black Sail Baroque is a good target. Weapons factory. Those 4 words were like ice dropped into boiling oil, instantly exploding the air in the conference room. Everyone's eyes locked onto the chart, and every breath turned heavy. Lewis's gaze moved slowly across that region named the Storm Triangle, a place perpetually wrapped in ferocious thunderclouds and eerie magnetic fields. Black Sail Baroque's lair. Leifert wanted to make an example of a foe, Tesoro wanted concrete profit. But the Black Sail Baroque that Teach had just thrown into the mix along with the weapons factory held a far more lethal allure, and it matched the sweeping scheme Lewis carried in his heart to stir the seas. His finger finally stopped on the Storm Triangle, that place symbolizing both death and opportunity. He's the one. A trace of bloodthirsty anticipation appeared at the corner of Lewis's mouth. Black Sail Baroque has a foul enough reputation and strength neither high nor low, just right for making an example of him and warning the restless. He swept his gaze across the group, his eyes as deep as the sea. As for the weapons factory, it's the first great gift we give Pops, and the Storm Triangle's strategic position is worth the risk. Lewis rose abruptly and slammed his fist down hard on Baroque's lair on the chart. A dull thud rang out from the table beneath. Full speed ahead. Target the Storm Triangle. The helm spun rapidly beneath a thick brawny arm groaning under the strain. That death zone wrapped in thunderstorms all year round was no place for a golden ship to fly through the skies. The massive hull of the Doer gradually settled back onto the sea, pointing straight toward the forbidden death waters marked on the chart, perpetually enshrouded in lightning and bizarre magnetic storms. Leifowert clutched the compass, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Their storm clouds rolled like thick black ink and pressed down upon the sea. Sickly pale savage lightning tore through the sky again and again, illuminating the terrifying sight of furious waves below. Storm Triangle, here we come. The Doer glided like a phantom into the churning waters of the Storm Triangle. Lewis had long since obtained comprehensive intelligence on Baroque the Black Sail from the Whitebeard Pirates. He stood by the window of the captain's cabin watching savage lightning rend the firmament beyond the glass. A plan had already taken shape. Intelligence indicated that Baroque was suspicious by nature and cunning to the core. His lair at Skull Rock bristled with mechanisms spiderwebbed with hidden passages and was guarded by several sea kings. But against Lewis's float fruit, those defenses were as good as non-existent. With the barest flicker of intent, the Doer rose in silence, slipped lightly through the thunderclouds, and hovered in the dense clouds above Skull Rock. It evaded every concealed sentry on the water and among the islands, as well as the sea kings prowling below. The thunderclouds were the perfect curtain. Move. Lewis's command reached every ear with perfect clarity. The raid had begun in force. At the fore, Lewis dove from a height of several hundred meters a streak of pitch-black lightning. The twin blades Sakura-ju and Kagurashi reflected the lightning, casting a chilling gleam aimed squarely at the command tower of Skull Rock, a tower built from the skull of a colossal beast. Tesoro came hard on his heels. Spreading his hands, he sent liquid gold surging outward, shaping it into countless spikes and shields that cleared the sporadic resistance at the landing zone, and threw up makeshift golden bulwarks for the crew descending behind them. Whitey Bay was a specter of the snowy night. Her legendary blade carved frigid arcs beneath the lightning, and every thrust found the throat of a pirate rushing out of the command tower. One strike, one kill, never a wasted motion. Pablik and Liffert charged into the fray with thunderous roars. One of them rapidly cut down the pirates defending the gun batteries and crippled the emplacements. The other kept firing with twin pistols at the pirates who pressed in to stop them. Explosions and the clangor of metal rang out in succession. The instant the alarm was raised, Baroque the Black Sail was dumbstruck by this thunderbolt from the sky. His prized traps and mechanisms were nothing beneath the overbearing impact of Lewis's Conqueror's hockey. The pirates manning them collapsed one after another, and many of the mechanisms failed on the spot. As for the few that were accidentally triggered, they could not even come close to catching Lewis as he darted through the air with the power of the float fruit. The command tower was on the verge of collapse. Baroque's brutish face flushed crimson with crazed rage. In the fury of the fight, he abruptly unleashed his final trump card hidden deep within the mountain. An ancient cannon shimmering with an ominous dark red glow. The muzzle slowly extended from behind its camouflage of rocks, condensing terrifying energy as it locked onto the shadowy outline of the Doer drifting in and out of the clouds. This cannon was Baroque the Black Sail's final card. Fire! Blasted out of the sky. Baroque howled. In that moment of imminent crisis, a faint, intangible murmur of the soul rippled across the battlefield. Baroque had somehow appeared behind Baroque slightly to one side. His cane sword gave the faintest tap, and an incorporeal soul shock pierced directly into Baroque's mind. The hand Baroque was about to slam onto the firing button trembled violently, his consciousness blanked for an instant. Boom! The devastating beam of energy clipped the lower edge of the Doer, and the hull shuddered violently. Lewis frowned. An invisible force rippled outward and forcibly steadied the ship as it threatened to capsize. The beam, far from dissipating, smashed into the opposite flank of Skull Rock. The mountain quaked, half its peak was flattened, and rocks rained down like a storm. Teach, still wearing his guileless grin amid the chaos, swung a massive captured battle-axe with ferocious vigor. Yet for several breaths his gaze lingered on the ancient cannon that had just fired its barrel, still glowing faintly red from the heat. At the center of the chaos, Lewis had already met Baroque the Black Sail head-on. Baroque swung a specially forged chain covered in barbs that coiled and struck with the flexibility of a venomous snake, shrieking as it tore through the air. With the supreme agility granted by the float fruit, Lewis wove effortlessly through the web of chains. The twin blades in his hands flashed like a reaper's scythes, carving wound after wound into Baroque's massive frame, each cut deep enough to expose bone. Blood stained Baroque's captain's coat crimson. "You little brat. I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces." Baroque howled in lunacy. His attacks grew ever wilder, and with them came ever more openings. Lewis's gaze hardened. A mere third-rate pirate. The game was over. Futu triple slash. He barked, his figure blurring into 3 afterimages as he shot through the air. 3 razor-sharp slashes, each infused with pure levitation force, erupted almost simultaneously from 3 angles. The first came down from above. The chain Baroque raised in haste suddenly turned weightless, and his defense slipped. The second slashed across his midsection, eerily unpredictable, ripping open his chest guard. The third, carried upward by buoyancy, struck like lightning and severed his wrist in one clean cut. Squelch! Baroque screamed as the chain slid from his fingers. His bulky body crashed to its knees, blood spurting from the severed wrist, utter despair flooding his eyes. Lewis did not take his life at once. He raised one hand in a faint, beckoning gesture, and Baroque rose uncontrollably into the air, dangling from the highest point of the ruined command tower. A visual transponder snail was activated, broadcasting Baroque's abject, bedraggled appearance and the cold, murderous figures of the doer pirates below to the entire Storm Triangle. "Listen, all you scum of the Storm Triangle." Lewis's voice carried across the sea like ice. "From this day forward, this place is taken over by me, Lewis the Demon Child. Baroque the Black Sail is only the first. Anyone who refuses to obey will end up like him." The arrival of a new order was bloody and blunt. At that moment, on the lightning-bright sea in the distance, several swift ships came surging over the waves, flying an unfamiliar pirate flag, stained with dried dark red blood. At the bow of the lead ship stood a lean, hawk-nosed man with a rapacious, vicious look, Casa the Vulture. "Lewis the Demon Child." Casa shouted from far away with a harsh, leering laugh. "You're eating meat, my brothers, and I want a share of the soup. That old bastard Baroque hid plenty of good things. Hand them over, and we'll stay out of each other's way." He had heard of Lewis's name, and believing himself more than capable, had come to plunder in the chaos. Lewis slowly turned his head, his eyes cold as ice. "Soup." He could not even be bothered to act himself. He simply uttered 5 words to Tesoro beside him: "Dispose of them." A bloodthirsty grin spread across Tesoro's face. He stepped forward and slammed both hands onto the rock underfoot. The golden feast is now served. In that instant, vast torrents of liquid gold erupted and surged outward like a colossal golden tide roaring down upon Cass's fleet. In midair, the gold became savage beasts, indestructible giant hands and arrows that could pierce through anything. "No. How can you people be this strong?" The sneer on Cass's face froze, then turned into utter terror. His pirate crew was as fragile as paper before Tesoro's overwhelming power of gold. Screams, the splintering of ships, and the splashes of bodies hitting the water rose in a cacophony. Within a few breaths, Cass's pirate crew was utterly swallowed by the gold. Several pirate vessels were crushed into scrap by giant golden hands and sank to the seabed. Casa the Vulture himself had reacted with astonishing speed. The instant the golden tide swept in, he dove awkwardly into the sea and swam away in a desperate scramble, never daring to look back. After mopping up Baroque's remaining forces and plundering the cache in his lair along with the ancient cannon, the doer departed fully laden. Lewis stood at the bow, gazing at Skull Rock as it faded into the distance. "Teach," he said, "study that cannon more closely." Teach hefted the captured battle-axe onto his shoulder, showing his trademark simple, honest grin. "Ziaha. Don't worry, Captain. I'll put it to full use. This thing is far more interesting than it looks." The shadow of the Davul loomed over this chaotic island of the New World. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood, a cloying sweetness lingering in the aftermath of battle. Lewis stood atop a fractured watchtower, the hem of his black coat flapping wildly in the foul sea breeze. From above, he surveyed the scattered pirates, still resisting, below his gaze cold and detached. Tesoro's gold moved like a living creature, coiling like a monstrous python to strangle or immobilize the pirates attempting to flee through the dark alleys. Wait, a baby eye wielded Wado Ikamanji. With every flash of the blade, it precisely cut through enemy armor and throats. The Great Purge operation in the New World. Lewis and his core crew displayed ultimate ruthlessness and efficiency. Those once haughty pirates at the name of the Devil Child, Lewis, and the monsters under his command. Now there was only bone-deep terror. The clamor of the fierce battle gradually subsided. Lewis stood atop the fractured watchtower, his piercing gaze sweeping across every corner of the island. Suddenly his brows furrowed slightly. A wave of emotion, extreme terror, and a fragile will to survive pricked into his observation hockey like a sharp needle. The disturbance did not come from the utterly routed pirates. It originated from a ruin at the island's edge. There had once stood a small library, now only crumbling walls and rubble remained. In the shadow of the ruins, a small, gaunt figure curled up, almost blending into the debris. The girl was about 8 years old, dressed in tattered rags whose original color could no longer be discerned. Her small face was smeared with soot and dried tears. She clutched a thick, ancient book to her chest with fierce desperation. Its edges were charred black by fire, yet she treasured it as if it were her only anchor in this world. "Nico Robin." Behind her, chaotic and heavy footsteps drew closer as several tall, ferocious figures advanced with cruel grins. They were the infamous slave-hunting crew, known as the Hyenas, notorious for their brutal methods. O'Hara's demon orphan, where do you think you can run this time? The leading bounty hunter licked his cracked lips, the muscles on his scarred face contorting grotesquely. The refined steel longsword in his hand gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Robin's small body trembled violently, and her azure eyes were now brimming with heartbreaking despair. At that moment, Lewis's figure flickered. The next instant, he descended from the sky, landing between the little girl and the bounty hunters, blocking their path. The bounty hunters, startled by the sudden, uninvited guest, instinctively halted in their tracks. Tesoro and Whitebeard arrived almost simultaneously, flanking Lewis like two avatars of slaughter, their icy killing intent utterly undisguised. Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere with the hyena bounty crew's business? One of the burly, bearded men barked, secretly signaling his companions. They prepared to encircle him. Lewis could not be bothered to speak. Sakuraju and Kariki were unsheathed in an instant. Their intersecting blade light tore through the darkness like lightning. Golden light swirled at Tesoro's fingertips as countless golden chains shot out like vipers from their den, whistling as they ensnared the remaining bounty hunters. Whitebeard's sword was swifter and colder. Wherever the blade passed, arcs of blood sprayed through the air. In less than the blink of an eye, the bounty hunters who had been so arrogant moments ago lay sprawled in pools of blood. They made no further sound, their faces frozen with cruelty and astonishment. Little Robin stared with wide, bloodshot eyes and parted lips, dumbfounded by the sight of these heavenly soldiers descending before her. The all-devouring fear was momentarily dispelled by the rescue, replaced by intense wariness of these strange pirates. They were pirates too. Were they any better than those bounty hunters? Her small body remained taut, and she instinctively clutched the book in her arms even tighter. Deep within those azure eyes lay vigilance toward an unknown fate, yet a faint glimmer of hope was beginning to emerge. The other crew members of the Daval gradually gathered around, curiously observing the little girl who had suddenly appeared. Teach flashed his trademark wide grin, his seemingly simple-minded gaze lingering on the girl and the scorched old tome. Tesoro adjusted the sunglasses on his nose, his golden pupils glinting sharply. He rapidly assessed the trouble this little girl would bring and her potential value. Brooks, sensing the heavy atmosphere, habitually adjusted his top hat. Yo-ho-ho-ho, this lovely little lady you. Lewis's icy gaze swept across him. Brooke caught on immediately. He forcibly swallowed the rest of his sentence along with the notes that were about to escape his mouth. His skeletal jaw clicked softly. Lewis bent down. From the blood-soaked chest of a bounty hunter who had not yet breathed his last, Lewis picked up a crumpled, creased wanted poster. The photograph on it was none other than the frail girl before him. In the photo, she looked even more frightened and helpless. Nico Robin, Bounty 790 berries. The sole survivor of O'Hara. The devil child the world government would erase at any cost. Lewis murmured the shocking words on the poster, his voice calm and utterly flat. Robin raised her head. With caution and a hint of resigned acceptance, she studied Lewis, the young pirate captain radiating an imposing aura. In Lewis's deep black eyes, Robin saw an expression utterly unlike that of her brutal pursuers. It was a gaze wholly devoid of malice. Beneath its calm lay a trace of sympathy she had never before witnessed. Her small body, which had been rigid with fear for so long, unconsciously relaxed slightly at that moment. Captain. Teach's distinctive voice rang out. The child's identity is far too sensitive. Naturally, the Daval has no fear of it. But if she ended up drawing even higher-level world government attention and endless trouble to Pop's side, I'm afraid. Lewis gave a cold snort, his voice low, yet carrying an indisputable dominance and resolve. Trouble. When have I, Lewis, ever feared trouble? He bent down, and with impossibly gentle movements lifted the nearly weightless little Robin into his arms. From today onward, she temporarily joins the Daval. The setting sun's glow like molten gold bathed the Daval's massive hull in warm hues. The great ship adjusted its course and set sail once more, cleaving through the waves toward an unknown new sea. On board there was now a quiet, taciturn little passenger with unnaturally mature eyes. Robin was assigned to a clean, orderly cabin. She still clutched the charred, ancient book to her chest, curling up in a corner of the bunk. With her large eyes, she cautiously and curiously surveyed the completely unfamiliar new surroundings. Lewis stood at the ship's rail, letting the sea breeze ruffle his black hair, his gaze fixed on the blood-red horizon. After all, the Daval was a vanguard warship, forever at the forefront of danger. At Pop's side, the Whitebeard Pirates' main vessel, the largest ship in the world. Perhaps that was the safest, most reassuring place for this ill-fated child to grow up. Pops is sure to take a liking to this resilient child, Lewis thought to himself. His gaze slowly moved away from the enormous sea chart spread before him, and finally settled on a familiar name and symbol, the Moby Dick. Among the ruins of the chaotic island they had just left, beneath a pile of rubble, a bounty hunter who had been clipped by the edge of Tesoro's golden chains crawled out. Covered in dust and gore, he forced open one bloodshot eye. His fingers spasmed as he fished a small black emergency den mushy from his blood-soaked clothes. It was the Hyena crew's unique one-way intelligence transmission device. His lips moved feebly, and the den mushy recorded his final words. With boundless spite, he silently transmitted the crucial information: Nico Robin's last known whereabouts and the fact that she had been taken away by Lewis. Lewis took a deep breath of the sea breeze tinged with salt and brine. His voice traveled clearly through the speaking tube from the captain's quarters to every corner of the Duval. Target the Moby Dick. Full speed ahead. The bow of the Doer sliced through the wind, gliding swiftly through the air, heading straight for the Moby Dick. The embers of cannon fire and battle from days past still seemed to linger in the air. Little Robin occasionally looked up from the scorched ancient tome she clutched to her chest. Brooke's melodious, yet mournful violin melody drifted across the deck. She watched as Patrick, not far away, clumsily attempted to swing a sword. The lad nearly tripped over his own feet, drawing a round of good-natured laughter. The wariness in her azure eyes melted like snow in the sun. Perhaps not everyone aboard this peculiar flying pirate ship was as ferocious as the legends claimed. She began to observe carefully. Several days later, on the horizon, a colossal shape, like a moving island, appeared. The atmosphere aboard the Doer shifted noticeably, becoming more relaxed and reverent. The Moby Dick, a massive whale figurehead, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates fluttering from the mast, an overwhelming presence that seemed invincible, came into little Robin's view. Her small hand instinctively clutched the ancient tome. Her heart pounded violently at the prospect of meeting the strongest man in the world. Within the fear, a faint thread of hope stirred. Lewis held Robin's small hand and stepped onto the broad deck of the Moby Dick. The towering mountain-like figure of Edward Newgate Whitebeard was already waiting at the bow. Behind him, the commanders Marco Josu and others stood in a line, their gazes converging on the little girl Lewis had brought back. Robin, face to face with the legendary pirate, was so tense she could barely breathe. Her small hand clung tightly to Lewis's coat, her only anchor at that moment. Whitebeard gazed at the thin little girl before him, her eyes full of fear, yet stubbornly refusing to cry. In his deep world-seeing eyes there was no trace of disdain or revulsion, only a barely perceptible flicker of pity and warmth. Gurra! His signature hearty laughter erupted, making the deck tremble slightly. Another little one without a home. Whitebeard grinned, turning his gaze to Lewis. Lewis, you brat, you're getting better and better at finding family for me. His booming voice carried an unmistakable warmth, directly declaring his acceptance of Robin. Under the meticulous care of the Whitebeard Pirates' nurses and many crew members, Robin experienced for the first time since O'Hara's destruction a long-lost sense of warmth and security. Her small figure began to appear in the Moby Dick's library, voraciously absorbing knowledge. The nightmare of being adrift was for now far away. Lewis, meanwhile, gave Whitebeard a detailed report on the initial plans for the great cleanup operation that was to follow. Whitebeard affirmed his boldness and methods and solemnly reminded Lewis to be wary of Charlotte Lean's greed and madness. Time flowed quietly amidst plowing through waves and bloody campaigns. 2 years later, the New World, a stretch of sea once infested with vicious pirates. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet fully cleared. The burning wrecks of several pirate ships slowly sank into the depths. The Doer hovered motionless in midair, the air around its hull slightly warped from the residual turbulence of high-speed maneuvers. Lewis stood at the bow, his blood-stained sword lowered. A single bead of blood slid along the blade's edge, dripped onto the deck, and bloomed into a small dark red stain. Behind him, Marco in his phoenix form gave a single beat of his wings, stirring a rush of scorching air, and landed lightly beside Lewis. The flames faded, revealing his human form. Lewis, that was quite clean this time. Marco's gaze swept over the wreckage, sinking beneath the sea's surface. That blood axe, Cullen, was a famous mad dog in the New World with a bounty of 300 million berries, yet he couldn't even organize proper resistance against you. Lewis sheathed his sword. The soft whisper of steel meeting scabbard was especially clear on the silent battlefield. He relied too much on that axe. Full of openings. His tone was flat. Besides, he talked too much. Not long before Blood Axe, Cullen had been boasting he would offer Lewis's head to Kaido. Lewis's response was a single sword stroke. A slash so incredibly fast it split Cullen and his prized giant axe clean in two. As the pieces of his body fell into the sea, Cullen's face still wore an expression of frozen, uncomprehending shock. Over these 2 years they had executed no fewer than dozens of similar cleanup operations. Numerous pirate crews notorious for plunder, slaughter, and evil deeds had been eradicated root and branch. Their territories and wealth were divided among the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and their recognized collaborators. Whitebeard's prestige had reached its zenith, making him the undisputed emperor of the sea. His influence permeated every corner of the New World, and no one dared to lightly provoke that crescent-mustached Jolly Roger. As for Lewis, Whitebeard's sharpest sword, the demon, his reputation had also peaked. His personal strength had grown rapidly through 2 years of brutal conquest and harsh training. His control over hockey became more refined, his swordsmanship approaching a sublime realm, faintly touching a higher threshold. The list of powerful fighters who fell to his blade grew longer and longer, and each strike he delivered was colder and more efficient than the last. The name Lewis, son of the demon, alone was enough to chill the bones and rob the sleep of ambitious men across all 4 seas. There was a notorious pirate who refused to believe the rumors and attempted a challenge. His ship never got within 100 meters of the doer before it was cleaved in twain by an invisible sword pressure that descended from the heavens. Lewis didn't even bother to show himself. Inside the Moby Dick's library, Robin, now 10 years old, had shed the thin and timid look of their first meeting. She sat quietly amidst a pile of ancient texts, engrossed in reading a weighty historical document. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a soft halo on her focused profile. Occasionally she would pick up a quill and jot down symbols and insights in her notebook. Over these 2 years she had absorbed vast amounts of knowledge, and under the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates had begun to reveal her astonishing talent for archaeology. The shadow of O'Hara still kept her wary of the outside world, but at least here she was safe. Inside the captain's quarters of the doer, Lewis had just finished another report on his campaigns, gazing out the window at the boundless blue sea. The structure of the new world was largely stabilized, the jokers and troublemakers had been mostly cleaned up. Yet deep within his heart, he sensed a faint, inexplicable unease. It seemed as if something crucial long overlooked was about to happen. This feeling grew stronger with each passing day. Just then, a frantic buru-buru sound rang out. A special den mushy, the highest grade encrypted communication model used internally by the Whitebeard Pirates, was vibrating urgently. Lewis picked up the receiver. The intelligence was brief and urgent, relayed in code. It pointed directly to the distant closed-off country, Wano. Kazuki Odin was in a life-and-death crisis. Lewis's fingers gripping the receiver tightened abruptly. The snail shell let out a faint, strained crack. In his mind, fragments of long subconsciously forgotten memories flashed rapidly. Calculating from this world's timeline, Kazuki Odin was likely about to face the deadly persecution long brewing at the hands of Kaido of the Beasts and Kurizumi Orochi. Wano. Kazuki Odin. Lewis's eyes sharpened, a cold glint flashing through his deep gaze. It seemed this 2-year hunting feast in the new world would have to come to an early end. He set down the den mushy and picked up another on the table. Marco. The voice on the other end came through with a hint of puzzlement. Yeah, Lewis, what's up? Notify all commanders. Emergency assembly. Lewis's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. Target Wano country. Having relayed the orders to the captains carrying out sweeps outside, the den mushy was gently hung up. Lewis took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and quietly pondered his next moves. Wano country, the secret resting place of the road Poneglyph, the homeland of Sea Prism Stone, and the birthplace of Odin. His thoughts shifted rapidly, and before long a broad, clear outline of a strategy began to take shape. Lewis abruptly opened his eyes, churning emotions forcibly suppressed into the depths of his heart, leaving behind only an icy resolve and killing intent. He grabbed another den mushy and swiftly dialed his private line aboard the Moby Dick. Burburu. Burburu. The den mushy mimicked an anxious, panting breath. Lewis. What's so urgent? The voice of Thatch, who remained aboard the ship, came through, tinged with fatigue, yet still dependable. Thatch, connect me to Pops immediately. Lewis's tone was urgent and brooked no refusal. I have critically urgent intelligence. It concerns Odin. After a moment, Whitebeard's voice came through the den mushy, hoarse and steady from having just been roused from sleep. Gura, Lewis, my son, what earth-shattering matter is it now? Lewis wasted no time on pleasantries and recounted the events directly. Pop's dire news has arrived from Wano. It concerns Odin. Intelligence indicates he is facing execution by boiling. His retainers are fighting with their lives on the line. The situation has reached a critical life or death moment. At the other end of the den mushy, Whitebeard's heavy breathing suddenly froze. A deathly silence followed. Then a terrifying, unparalleled fury erupted like an undersea volcano, and even through the den mushy, it made Lewis's heart tremble. That bastard Kaido. And that vile, shameless wretch Kurizumi Orochi. Whitebeard's voice was like a thunderous roar from the heavens, every word carrying world-shattering rage and murderous intent. How dare they? How dare they do this to Odin? His voice trembled with sheer fury. The intelligence is confirmed beyond doubt. Lewis's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, only cold, unwavering determination. Odin's retainers are still fighting to the death, but against Kaido and the full might of Wano's betrayal. They may not hold. The unspoken despair in that unfinished sentence was unmistakable. Whitebeard fell silent. That silence was more suffocating than any roar. Lewis could even imagine his father's knuckles whitening as his fist clenched and the storm brewing within those furious eyes. Pops. Lewis's voice regained its usual composure, but carried an unmistakable finality. Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi must have entrenched themselves in Wano for years, their roots running deep. But their rule is by no means monolithic. Within Wano there are bound to be loyal and righteous warriors who refuse to bow to Kaido's tyranny and who loathe Orochi's usurpation. The remnants of the Kazuki clan, the oppressed daimyo of the countryside. These people will be our opportunity to tear open the darkness shrouding Wano. Whitebeard listened, and the tangible fury gradually gave way to deeper deliberation and resolve. Gururara, go on, son. What do you intend to do? Immediately dispatch an elite vanguard unit to infiltrate Wano in secret, carrying our will and our promise. A cold, sharp glint flickered in Lewis's eyes. Their mission is not to clash head-on with Kaido's main forces, but to act like a sharp blade precisely piercing the enemy's weak spot. Contact all forces within Wano that can be united, especially the remnants of Hyogoro and the others who remain fiercely loyal to the Kazuki clan. We must make them know that the fury of the Whitebeard Pirates is about to set Wano ablaze. We vow to help them restore their country at any cost and completely drive out the forces of Orochi and Kaido from Wano. He paused, his voice turning colder. In return, we require priority and stable trade rights to Wano's Sea Prism Stone in the future. And we must obtain the Poneglyph rubbing from Wano, the one that records the secrets of the world. On hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes flickered with a complex, unfathomable expression. There was both admiration for Lewis's foresight and gravity in the face of the coming war. Vengeance naturally was the direct fire fueling his rage at this moment. Yet the fact that Lewis could seamlessly fuse vengeance with the Whitebeard Pirates' long-term strategic interests in the span of an instant, that intellect and boldness, filled his heart with reassurance and a trace of pride. Gururara, well done, boy. You've thought it through thoroughly. Truly, my son. Whitebeard's voice regained some of its heroic vigor. So who do you intend to lead this vanguard that treads into the dragon's den? Lewis curled his lips into a meaningful smile and uttered a single name. Teach. Aboard the Devar in the brightly lit meeting room. When Lewis informed all the core crew members of the stunning upheaval in Wano and the initial plan of action, the relaxed atmosphere that had lingered after successive victories instantly congealed. What replaced it was a somber, murderous tension. Teach still wore his signature good-natured grin. Only when he heard the names Kazuki Oden and Wano country did the motion of his chewing on jerky seem to slow by half a beat. Deep in the recesses of his eyes, an imperceptible glimmer of strangeness flashed like an undercurrent, then was instantly concealed by his hearty laughter. Teach. Lewis's gaze bore down on him like a hawk, sharp and unwavering. Teach set down the jerky in his hand, grinned widely, and revealed his signature gap-toothed smile. Zahaha, Captain, what are your orders? Just give the word. Through fire and water, Teach won't so much as furrow his brow. You will lead an elite squad. Lewis's voice carried no trace of emotion. Pick seasoned hands with experience in infiltration, reconnaissance, and when necessary, breaking through enemy lines. Use the special hidden sea route we have secured to infiltrate Wano at once. Your task: make contact with Hyogoro and the remnants of the Kazuki clan, as well as every force lurking in the shadows that opposes the tyranny of Kaido and Orochi. Tell them that the fury of the Whitebeard Pirates is about to descend upon Wano. We will help them reclaim everything that belongs to them. In exchange, regarding the future trade of Wano's Sea Prism Stone, and that crucial Poneglyph rubbing, the Devar and the Whitebeard Pirates are to hold absolute dominance. Teach's honest-looking face split into an even broader smile. Yet in his eyes flickered a glint of greed and excitement that no one noticed. He heavily thumped his chest. Zahaha, Captain, rest assured. I'll complete the mission beautifully. Those bastards of Wano have long been overdue for a taste of the new era's Iron Fist. Lewis gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. His voice was cold, resolute, and carried an unassailable authority. Outwardly, we declare that this expedition is to avenge Pop's dear friend, Wano's great hero Kazuki Oden. The fury of the Whitebeard Pirates is not to be provoked. He slammed his hand hard upon the table. Devar, full speed ahead. Destination, Wano. As the order was given, the Devar's massive hull tore through the surging clouds in the sky, shooting eastward at full speed like a streak of black lightning. Teach stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the receding sea of clouds, his back to the others. He grinned, the flames of ambition blazing in his eyes, and spoke in an almost inaudible tone brimming with unshakable fervor. The first cornerstone of the new era, we shall lay it ourselves. Let the true monsters of the new world witness our strength. Ziaha. In the captain's quarters of the Devar, light was blocked by thick curtains. A trace of cigar smoke lingered in the air, mingled with the aged scent of sea charts. With a light tap of his fingertip, He activated a peculiar den mushi embedded with a pink gemstone. Bola bola. Bola bola. The den mushi imitated a lazy and greedy chewing sound. The moment the call connected, the sharp laughter and cloying singing of children could be vaguely heard in the background. Ma, 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 ma. That signature laugh of Big Mom rolling like thunder carried an unsettling sense of oppression even through the den mushi. Oh, it's young Louie. You're in such a hurry to contact your mother. Do you have something delicious again, or have you decided to become my son-in-law? Louie's mouth curved into a mocking smile, his voice calm, yet remarkably composed. Charlotte, lean, it's been a while. You look as magnificent as ever. But this time it's not about food, rather a meal far more fascinating to you than any delicacy. He paused, choosing his words carefully, as if casually dropping bait. I've recently received some rather uncertain information about Wano country, about Kaido of the Beast Pirates. On the other end of the den mushy, Big Mom's laughter faltered slightly, her chewing ceased, and her tone carried a hint of wariness. That bastard Kaido. What mischief has he stirred up this time? Little Lu Yi, why are you telling me this? Do you want me to do something for you? Lu Yi's voice dropped slightly, carrying an appropriate amount of mystery and unquestionable confidence. You overthink it, Miss Lin. I merely heard that besides the samurai and factories, Kaido is also hiding something that captivates certain people's hearts. For instance, certain stones that record the truth of the world. Ma. Big Mom's voice suddenly rose. The pink gem on the den mushy seemed to flicker, and her greedy tone carried a hint of impatience. Poneglyphs. Lu Yi chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying, and continued to drop bombshells. I also heard that some rumors even point to clues about ancient weapons capable of overturning the world's balance. Of course, these are all just groundless rumors, he added, but his tone suggested these rumors are quite credible. The other end of the den mushy fell into a brief silence, with only heavy breathing sounds coming through like a giant beast sniffing for prey in the dark, weighing risks and benefits. Little Lu Yi. Big Mom's voice rang out again, with suppressed excitement and greed. What do you plan to do? Lu Yi's tone remained calm. I will lead the Devar to break into Wano directly. Our target is Kaido of the Beast Pirates and his main forces. A tough battle is inevitable. But Wano is so vast. There will always be corners that Kaido cannot attend to. He changed the subject with a hint of amusement. If, and I say if you are interested in those rumors, perhaps you could take this opportunity to verify their authenticity yourself. As for the spoils, Lu Yi's voice carried a hint of mockery. Naturally, it still follows our old rule. Whoever can get it by their own ability, it belongs to them. Ma. Big Mom's deafening wild laugh erupted again, full of unhidden excitement and ambition. Interesting. Too interesting. Little Lu Yi, mother certainly didn't misjudge you. You're responsible for luring out that mad dog Kaido, and mother will go take a stroll in his backyard. That fool Kaido, ungrateful. How dare he privately hide poneglyphs and ancient weapons? These should all be mother's. Good. Mother will gather troops right away. Wano mother is determined to go. The den mushy was hung up heavily, making a crisp click sound. Lu Yi put down the den mushy, a trace of cold calculation flashing in his deep eyes. Kaido, Big Mom. This murky water of Wano was stirred even more turbulent by his own hands. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it seemed unmeltable. The Devar was like a beast lurking in the abyss, its bow breaking through the rolling dark clouds, silently hovering above the thick fog off the coast of Wano. Below were jagged reefs and roaring waves. The lights of the Beast's Pirates' outer patrol ships flickered in the darkness, and several searchlight beams occasionally swept across the sea surface and low sky. Teslo stood by the ship's railing, arms outstretched, liquid gold flowing from his fingertips. That gold was not dazzling, but under the night it showed an eerie dark golden hue. It spread as if alive, transforming into a dense churning golden mist. This mist could perfectly block light, sound, and most detection methods, and could even slightly distort perception within a certain range. Under this artificially created golden curtain, the massive hull of the Devar completely concealed, its tracks blending into the night like a ghost. The atmosphere on the ship was as heavy as iron, with only the occasional faint sound of weapons clashing and the crew's suppressed breathing. Teslo's forehead was beading with sweat. Maintaining such a large-scale golden mist consumed enormous energy from him, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted, daring not to relax in the slightest. Lifuerte clenched the specially made navigation compass tightly. The needle shook violently due to the unique magnetic field near Wano. His eyes fixed firmly on the unknown ahead, shrouded in mist, striving to correct the direction. Lu Yi stood at the bow, his black cloak rustling in the night wind like a reaper about to swing his scythe. His observation hockey had already spread like mercury, taking in every movement within several miles. Any possible spy would be detected by him in advance and guided to avoid. He gazed at the blurry and oppressive silhouette of Wano in the distance, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, piercing through layers of mist. A cold, killing intent surrounded him. All hands enter highest combat readiness. Lu Yi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every crew member's ears, carrying undeniable decisiveness. Our target is Korizumi Orochi. He turned his head slightly, a bloodthirsty curve forming at the corner of his mouth. His cold gaze pierced through the mist, as if already locking onto the brightly lit flower capital in the distance. Tonight, let Wano bleed first. The golden mist surged silently, and the Devar like a ghost quietly stealthed toward that land shrouded in darkness and tyranny. A thunderous beheading against the traitor who stole the country was about to dramatically commence in the deepest darkness before dawn. The night sky over the land of Wano was steeped in a strange, sourceless dark gold. In the flower capital, the shogun's estate blazed with noisy lantern light. Korizumi Orochi's obese frame sank deep into his golden throne, his head swaying to the band's rhythm, while a smug, petty grin twisted his face. I am the Shogun of Wano. Kazuki, filth beneath my feet. He raised his cup in a mocking toast to the ruined portrait. But before his laughter could fade, a low rumble rolled across the sky, drawing nearer and nearer until it detonated like thunder. The captain of Orochi's Onawabanshu turned pale, about to raise the alarm. Boom. The estate's roof exploded outward. A colossal golden bow smashed through beams and pillars, sending wooden debris and roof tiles raining down. The once resplendent great hall collapsed into ruins in an instant. Through the swirling dust, the bow of a massive ship entirely plated in gold rammed into the hall from above. Its bizarre golden coating had absorbed most of the friction and sound, which was why no one had sensed its approach. A figure leaped down from the bow. His black cloak flared as the twin blades Sakura and Karasu cleared their sheaths simultaneously. The blade edges caught the moonlight. Lewis fixed his gaze on the figure upon the golden throne. A traitor who sold out his master doesn't deserve to live. Lewis accelerated downward through the air, twin swords crossed as pitch-black armament haki shrouded the blades. Who are you? Protect the Shogun. A dozen masked warriors lunged from the shadows, their blades weaving a net of flashing steel aimed at Lewis. Foot of 3 slashes. First slash, 3 samurai were cut clean through, blades and all. Second slash, 7 or 8 warriors spilled blood from their midsections and collapsed. Third slash, the sword chi tore through the air and slew the remaining warriors in one sweep. In less than 3 breaths, the hall fell dead silent, broken only by the patter of dripping blood and Orochi's ragged breathing. Kurazumi Orochi slumped on his throne, eyes bulging with unconcealable terror. His world came crashing down. Those elite guards had been utterly helpless before this young man. Why you? Who are you? Why? Why kill me? We have no grudge. Lewis walked through the pool of blood, each step ringing clear. His face was utterly expressionless. Lewis. The name fell calm, yet it plunged Orochi into an icy abyss. 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lewis paused. I'm here to take the life of a thief who stole a nation. Orochi's body trembled violently, his head shaking wildly. Impossible. Why would the Whitebeard Pirates be in Wano? This is Kaido's territory. Lord Kaido will kill you all. You're all going to die. Lewis had already reached the throne, the tip of Sakura pressing against Orochi's throat. The icy touch made Orochi taste death. Kaido. Lewis curled his lips in a sneer. That man is busy butchering the Kazuki remnants right now. He has no time for you. And even if he came, he couldn't save you. Tonight you die. Terror flooded Orochi's eyes, and his voice turned tearful. What do you want? Money, status, factories. I'll share all of Wano's wealth with you. Even. I know Kaido's secrets, his schemes. I only want your life. Lewis shifted his wrist slightly, and Sakura's edge cut into Orochi's skin. Blood seeped out and slid down the blade. To seize control of Wano, I need a traitor's blood to pave the way. Orochi's eyes flashed with maddened venom, and he suddenly shrieked. If that's how it is, then let's die together. His body swelled and twisted, morphing into the colossal form of the Yamada no Orochi. 8 ferocious serpent heads gaped wide, venomous fangs gleaming, while noxious saliva dripped and corroded the floor. The central head lunged at Lewis with a savage bite. Lewis flickered aside, floating into midair to evade the desperate strike. Is this the best you can do? He crossed his blades. Over the pitch-black armament haki, an invisible wave of conquerors haki coiled and condensed, as expected of a useless usurper. Even your final struggle is this ugly. Let me send you off. Cross slash. 2 immensely condensed slashes descended from above, intersecting in a cross. The sword chi screamed through the air with a piercing howl. The entire crumbling hall groaned beneath the terrifying sword pressure. All 8 heads of the serpent let out a miserable shriek at once. The cross-shaped slash carved cleanly through its colossal body. The enormous frame split apart and collapsed, blood gushing like a waterfall. A rain of blood drenched the hall, staining its former splendor in gore. Kurazumi Orochi's true body tumbled out from the shattered flesh, collapsing weakly beneath the throne. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. Lewis descended slowly and walked up to the dying Orochi. He looked down at the usurper. This is the price of betrayal. He raised Sakura, the tip aimed at Orochi's heart. In your next life, if you get the chance, remember to live with some spine. The blade plunged in. Kurazumi Orochi's eyes flew wide and a torrent of blood poured from his mouth. The venomous resentment and unwillingness in his gaze gradually faded. His body convulsed a few times, then went completely still. The usurper of Wano, Kurazumi Orochi, was dead. Lewis pulled Sakura free and flicked the blood from the blade. Aboard the Dervor, Tesoro and the others leaped down one by one. Tesoro surveyed the devastated hall and let out a whistle. Captain, efficient work. But this golden throne's taste. Tisk tisk, positively vulgar. Waitebe examined the corpses on the floor, confirming no survivors remained. Target eliminated. What's next? Lewis walked to the hall's window and gazed toward Kuri, where faint fires flickered in the distance. The fierce battle between Kaido and the Kazuki remnants was still raging, spread across all of Wano. He turned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Kurazumi Orochi is dead. His tyranny ends here. Next it's Beast Kaido's turn. The moment he finished speaking, an earth-shaking dragon roar echoed from Kuri. The sound was filled with boundless rage and murderous intent, carrying a crushing, world-destroying pressure. It was clearly audible even to those far away in the flower capital. The entire land of Wano seemed to tremble in that dragon's cry. Kaido had sensed Orochi's death. Lewis curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Prepare for the true war. He looked at his crew. Let that so-called strongest creature taste the fury of the Whitebeard Pirates. Meanwhile, on the other side of Wano's coast, dozens of warships flying the big Moby Pirates flag were riding the wind and waves toward the shore. Under the moonlight, the massive vessels resembled mobile sea fortresses, their presence overwhelming. At the helm of the flagship, Queen Mama Chanter Charlotte Lean's enormous frame sat upon a specially crafted throne. She clutched a freshly received intelligence report, a gleeful grin spreading across her face. Mama, that boy Lewis sure works fast. Linlin bared her huge mouth, revealing gleaming white teeth. Kurazumi Orochi is dead. That fool Kaido must be fuming. Perfect. While they tear each other apart, I'll go loot all the goodies he's hidden away. She rose abruptly, her terrifying conqueror's haki exploding outward. The sea around her warships visibly sank beneath the pressure. All forces land. Target Wano. Road poneglyphs and ancient weapons. Mama is coming. The big Moby Pirates fleet accelerated, charging straight for Wano's coastline. A thunderous dragon roar tore through the night sky as terrifying sound waves swept forward with physical force. Kadu's colossal dragon form, massive as a mountain range, ascended from the direction of Okabori, furious flames erupting wildly from his nostrils. The bastard who killed Orochi. Come out and face death. The dragon's roar echoed like thunder from the highest heavens above the flower capital, shattering countless window frames with its terrifying sonic force. Lewis stood motionless in the center of the ruins, his eyes locked onto the enraged dragon roaring in the sky. Finally here, Lewis whispered those 4 words, his voice chillingly calm. The moment his body tilted forward, the power of the float fruit enveloped him entirely, gravity's shackles vanishing at once. In the next instant, his figure shot skyward like a black meteor, defying heaven itself, ascending with impossible speed. Kadu's massive dragon head snapped toward the threat, his blood-red eyes churning with murderous intent made manifest. When he recognized the young face, daring to slay his puppet, boundless rage ignited his desire to kill. Lewis, the son of the devil. You arrogant brat with no sense of your own limits. Kadu gaped, his monstrous maw wide, scorching energy rapidly condensing within his throat. Flame breath. Blazing dragon fire erupted from Kadu's mouth, the air instantly scorching and boiling into distortion. That terror-inspiring flame, powerful enough to melt steel, surged toward Lewis midair with the relentless force to consume everything in its path. Lewis's eyes sharpened as he executed a rapid directional shift. In midair, the float fruit's absolute aerial maneuverability revealed in full splendor. The dragon's breath grazed past his body, and with a deafening roar, the shogun's mansion below was instantly reduced to scorched rubble. Your speed is impressive. Lewis's lips curled upwards slightly, battle fervor raging in his eyes. Twin blades Sakuraju and Kuroki hissed from their scabbards as one. Armament haki crashed over them like an ink-black tide, while thin threads of Conqueror's haki woven across the surface lent the dark steel a dreadfully cold gleam against the night. But Kadu, your temper hasn't changed one bit. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure accelerated through the air like lightning, hurtling straight for the dragon's head. In the instant, his twin blades crossed their edges, aimed with lethal precision at Kadu's vulnerable throat. Tosenjuken. Kadu let out a derisive snort, his massive dragon claw sweeping through the air like a celestial pillar. The razor-sharp talons wreathed in deep Conqueror's haki clashed violently with Lewis's twin blades mid-flight. Clang! The metallic roar split the heavens like thunder, terrifying shockwaves erupting in all directions. Black-red lightning splashed outward from the collision point, carving a horrifying death zone of swirling crimson and obsidian, where even the sky itself seemed rent asunder by the devastating impact. Buildings below crumbled like paper in the blast wave's destructive wake, plunging the entire flower capital into apocalyptic chaos. Lewis used the force to propel himself hundreds of meters backward, regaining his balance in midair. He worked his numb wrists, a fierce excitement flashing in his eyes. As expected of Kadu the beast, this strength is truly fearsome. Lewis licked his lips, his battle fervor mounting. Kadu's dragon form slowly circled in the air, his blood-red eyes like twin blood moons fixed upon Lewis, his killing intent so dense it seemed almost tangible. Arrogant brat. By killing Orochi, you have openly defied my absolute authority. Today you will die here. I'll make you understand what true despair feels like. His massive maw opened, gathering a more violent breath attack. This time the scorching destructive energy was so concentrated it threatened to tear reality itself apart. Lewis took a deep breath as his inner haki erupted like a volcano. Invisible Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki merged perfectly, wrapping around his twin blades in a dark halo of annihilation. Cross-Heaven Collapse. A colossal crescent slash erupted from his blades, rending the night sky as it drove toward Kadu's immense dragon form with world-rending force. Where the slash passed, air was completely torn apart with a spine-chilling shriek. Kadu's flame breath and Lewis's slash collided head-on midair. Boom. The terrifying explosion blossomed across the heavens like a supernova, its colossal fireball illuminating the entire night sky of Wano country. Destructive shockwaves crashed down like an apocalyptic tidal wave, obliterating every structure within miles. But while these two powerhouses clashed on another battlefield far away in Okabori, Marco transformed into his phoenix form, green-blue regenerative flames arcing beautifully across the night sky. His target was clear, Kazuki Hiyori. This last survivor of the Kazuki clan was being defended to the death by loyal retainers like Kinemon, but against the Beast Pirates' main forces swarming them relentlessly, they were already on their last legs. My lady, run. We'll cover your retreat. Kinemon swung his Nodachi, throwing his entire strength against the tidal wave of enemies surging toward them. Dozens of bone-deep wounds marred his body, blood nearly soaking through his entire samurai outfit. Through gritted teeth, Denjiro unleashed devastating slashes with his legendary blade. Each strike claimed several enemies, yet there were far too many. Kazuki Hiyori clutched her father's heritage, sword aim no habakiri, tears streaming from her clear eyes. I can't leave. This is the land of the Kazuki. I will never abandon everyone and flee. Just as despair was about to devour them all, a brilliant blue-green flame suddenly descended from the heavens. Marco landed before Hiyori like a god descending to earth, his phoenix flames instantly reducing surrounding enemies to ash. He glanced back at her with the gentle smile of an elder. Miss of the Kazuki clan, I am Marco, 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain Lewis sent me specifically to bring you home. Kinemon's eyes blazed with hope when he spotted the familiar Whitebeard flag on Marco's chest. The Whitebeard Pirates. You finally arrived. The Kazuki clan is saved. Marco gave a slight nod, his phoenix wings unfurling slowly. We don't have time for pleasantries. We must leave this dangerous place immediately. He turned to Hiyori, his voice gentle yet resolute. My lady, please trust us, the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain Lewis has already begun exacting vengeance for the Kazuki clan's blood. Meanwhile, across Wano country, the fires of rebellion began burning in every corner. Speed Sound Floyd led the Ronin to successfully seize Tano prison, freeing countless innocent citizens imprisoned by Kadu. Brothers, Lord Kazuki's blood debt remains unpaid. This night we will make that demon Kadu pay his fitting price. Charge! For the Kazuki clan. For Wano's freedom. Samurai raised their weapons high, surging toward Kadu's forces like a tidal wave. They knew this might be a one-way battle to the death, yet not one chose to back down. Onigashima, the island that Kadu had transformed into an iron fortress, was now engulfed in a hellish sea of flames. Teach's elite sabotage team had successfully infiltrated the island's deepest point, locating Kadu's most critical facility, the massive weapons factory, with inside assistance. Chaha! This Kadu, he really knows how to hide deep and cruel. Teach stared at the staggering scale of the factory before him, an unmistakable glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The weapons produced here could arm 10 nations. But he quickly suppressed his greed, never forgetting his primary mission. Execute according to Captain Lewis's plan. Blow all of this to pieces. Yes, Lord Teach. The team moved swiftly, planting custom explosives throughout the factory's critical points. These were high explosives of devastating power, capable of leveling entire mountains. 10 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. Unceasing thunderous explosions echoed across Onigashima. Colossal mushroom clouds rose into the sky, dyeing half the night crimson. Kadu's long-built weapons factory was utterly destroyed in the explosions. Chaha! Kadu, this is the price for daring to provoke the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach stood amid the sky-filling fire and explosions, his simple smile concealing an unfathomably dark ambition. Above the flower capital, the life-and-death duel between Lewis and Kadu grew increasingly fierce. Every collision between them sounded like heavenly thunder, the terrifying shockwaves shredding thick cloud layers to pieces. Lewis, using the ultimate aerial agility granted by the float fruit, engaged in a breathtaking, deadly struggle with Kadu in the skies. His swordsmanship had reached perfection through 2 full years of bloody combat. Every strike carried apocalyptic power, every slash holding devastating force capable of destroying worlds. Though Kadu's strength was despair-inducing and he was known as the world's strongest creature, facing Lewis's anti-gravity movements and cunning lethal sword techniques, he felt a sense of difficulty he had never encountered before. Brat, do you only know how to dodge? Kadu roared in fury, his blood-red eyes churning with killing intent like crashing waves. Dragon claws tore through the air, sweeping outward with world-shattering force. Lewis's gaze remained cold, having already predicted his attack trajectory. The power of the float fruit exploded instantly, his body drifting rapidly through the air. In the next moment he appeared at Kadu's flank. Foolish brute strength. So this is the so-called strongest creature? Damn you. Thunderbagua. Kadu instantly transformed into his human beast form, his sinewy arms bulging with veins. His tonfa crackled with lightning as it carved through the air with a piercing shriek coming down with devastating force. The power of this strike was enough to shatter peaks. The air itself compressed and screamed. Lewis crossed his twin blades to block. At the moment of impact, he used the float fruit's power to enter a zero-gravity state, skillfully dissipating most of the shock. Boom. The terrifying impact echoed through the skies. Lewis used the force to fly backward, gracefully stabilizing himself in midair. Your strength is indeed considerable. Lewis flexed his slightly numb arms, but the battle fervor in his eyes burned even more fiercely. But your attacks are too straightforward, Kadu. He slowly raised his twin blades, Sakuraju and Kuroki gleaming with chilling light under the moonlight. Now it's my turn to counterattack. The moment he spoke, Lewis's figure vanished instantly. In the next instant, he appeared above Kadu's head. Conqueror's haki wrapped around his twin blades, even more densely, the black blades seeming to rend the night sky itself. 1,000 stars fall. Countless condensed slashes rained down like a meteor shower, each carrying the terrifying power to split mountains and shatter stones. Dense sword auras painted trajectories of death across the night sky. Kadu's expression changed sharply, forced to raise his tonfa in defense. Yet the rain-like barrage breached his defenses, leaving several bone-deep wounds on his steel-like body. The dragon scales along Kaido's back stood on end and flames of rage blasted from his mouth. You bastards. King. Queen. Kill these damned bugs right now. Don't let a single one escape. The Den Mushi trembled violently beneath his berserk roar, nearly shaken to pieces. Yet Louis simply hovered in midair, a faint, meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised both hands, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The next instant, the terrifying power of the float fruit erupted in full. Rumble. The earth began to quake violently, striking awe into every heart, like the arrival of an earthquake. For miles around, mountain ranges began to shift slowly under this mysterious power. Huge boulders tore free from the mountains and slowly rose into the night sky. Countless enormous rock masses recombined under Louis' control, forming floating aerial fortresses above Wano, and completely transforming the entire battlefield's topography. Anxious Kaido. Louis' voice was terrifyingly calm, yet it carried a pressure that made one's heart tremble. Let me tell you a secret. The game has only just begun. King transformed into his enormous pteranodon form and shot into the sky with a single beat of his wings, trying to break through the encirclement and reinforce Onigashima. But he had barely reached midair when a colossal stone wall plummeting from above ruthlessly cut off his route. The stone wall stood hundreds of meters tall, with astonishing thickness, completely sealing off his path forward. Damn it! That bastard actually altered the entire terrain. King slammed into the stone wall in fury, but it did not budge in the slightest. Queen's anxious voice came through the Den Mushi, laden with unmistakable despair. Boss, a colossal abyss suddenly opened up over here in Udon. Our forces can't get across at all. Listening to the despairing reports of his defeated opponents, Louis nodded with satisfaction. Time was the decisive key to everything. On the broad deck of the Doer, Marco's phoenix form descended slowly, its azure blue flames of regeneration flickering in the night breeze. Kazuki Hiyori landed on the deck, right behind him, clutching her late father's treasured blade, Aim no Habakiri, with both hands. Her delicate face was etched with fortitude and resolve. Whitey Bay immediately stepped forward, shielding the Kazuki family's last bloodline behind her, and said gently, Lady Hiyori, from this moment on you are a treasured family member of our Whitebeard Pirates. The tears in Hiyori's eyes had not yet fully dried, but her voice was exceptionally resolute. Please let me do my part to avenge my father's blood-soaked hatred. The Kazuki family's shame must be washed away in blood. Louis' voice, carried through the ship's Den Mushi communication system, reached every corner of the Doer with perfect clarity. Tesoro sees Hakamai port immediately. Lifford, take the Seastone mine on Mount Kibi. Broke coordinate with the former Kazuki retainers and occupy Ronin town completely. Precise battle commands were issued one after another in rapid succession. The Whitebeard Pirates displayed astonishing efficiency in carrying them out. Key strategic points across Wano were being taken one by one at a breathtaking pace. Meanwhile, deep within Wano's interior, Charlotte Linlin trudged through the burning ruins with heavy steps, her greedy eyes sweeping like a hungry wolf over every corner that might hide treasure. Mama, just how many good things has that stingy Kaido hidden away? Her excited laughter echoed through the ruins. Katakuri followed close behind, his powerful observation haki fully extended, carefully probing every trace of abnormal presence around them. Mama, I sense an ancient stone tablet in the underground chamber ahead. Big Mom's eyes instantly blazed with greed, as if she had spotted the most delicious dessert in the world. A poneglyph. Dig it out for me at once. Just then Queen of the Beasts Pirates finally crossed the chasm-ravaged terrain and rushed to the scene with an elite squad. He immediately transformed into a colossal dragon blocking the entrance to the underground chamber. Big Mom, get out of Lord Kaido's territory this instant. You're not welcome here. Mama. Queen, do you know who you're talking to? Big Mom's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a murderous intent that chilled the bones. Her terrifying conqueror's haki erupted like a tsunami, and the surrounding members of the Beast's Pirates instantly foamed at the mouth, fainted, and crumpled to the ground. A ferocious battle was about to break out at any moment. In the shadows of a hillside, a mysterious man wearing a bird-beaked mask watched the battlefield's development with cold indifference. Pirate Louis. His ability to orchestrate schemes is terrifyingly impressive. His voice emerged through the mask, carrying a hint of admiration. Provoking a clash between the great pirates, then seizing the greatest strategic resources while they tear each other apart. Brilliant. The agent beside him asked in a low voice. Commander, should we intervene immediately? No hurry. The man in the bird-beaked mask waved his hand. Let them keep fighting to the death. All we need to do is wait patiently for the perfect moment to arrive. In the sky over the flower capital, Louis stood at the very bow, looking down at the entire chaotic battlefield. Everything was under his control. He had deliberately let Kaido go, knowing Kaido was eager to protect his true treasure, sending the man to fight Big Mom, while Louis gained even more benefits for himself. The den mushi rang shrilly once more. Lord Katakuri, I have here the latest troop deployment intelligence of the Beast Pirates. Right now, elite Beast Pirates forces in Ronin Town are relocating vital strategic supplies. Katakuri's voice came through from the other end, as calm as ever. What exactly do you want? Louis chuckled. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, isn't that right? A pleasure working with you. After hanging up, he immediately called the Beast Pirates emergency channel. Urgent intelligence. Big Mom's massive fleet has successfully landed at Hakamai Port. Their target is the Seastone Mine on Mount Kibi. All units head there immediately to provide support. Setting down the den mushi, Louis gazed at the towering flames in the distance, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The flames of hatred between the two great powers had been thoroughly kindled by his own hands. The doer floated silently in the night sky, and the crew was filled with heartfelt confidence in Louis's nearly flawless strategic plan. Louis stood at the very bow, his deep gaze fixed on the distant burning battlefield. At that moment, a colossal dark shadow suddenly plunged down from the thick clouds at terrifying speed. It was Kaido. The enraged dragon was charging straight at the doer. Louis, you will die here today. A colossal dragon claw wrapped in world-destroying might, and carrying all of Kaido's fury and murderous intent, slashed directly toward Louis's head. The night sky was suddenly torn asunder. A colossal dragon claw bearing the might of an avalanche hurled straight toward Liu Yi's head. Liu Yi's pupils constricted as his haki surged from within, erupting from his body. Liu Yi. At the side of the ship, blinding blue-green flames suddenly erupted. Phoenix stamp. Marco revealed his phoenix form, his wings wreathed in regenerative flames, and slammed fiercely into the dragon claw. Boom. The two colossal forces collided, the shockwave shredding the clouds to pieces. The air screamed with agonizing reports. Marco let out a muffled grunt, his azure flames dimmed slightly as he tumbled through the air to dissipate the force. His face slightly pale, he grinned. Damn Kaido. His strength is still inhuman. His azure flames flickered rapidly, healing the injuries from the blast. Liu Yi glanced at the slightly unsteady flames on Marco's shoulder and gave a slight nod. Thanks. He slowly raised Sure and Kumu. Black-red conqueror's haki soaked into the twin blades. The blades gleamed with a devouring cold edge under the moonlight. But this mad dog. Liu Yi's voice turned icy, his killing intent nearly tangible. I'll deal with him myself. Kaido shifted into his hybrid human-animal form, his knotted muscles covered with scales gleaming with metallic luster. The spiked club in his hands was wreathed in black-red conqueror's haki, distorting the air around it. You two brats come at me together. He bared his gleaming white teeth, his wild laughter shaking the night sky. Today you will all die. I'll show you what despair really means. Just as tension reached its peak, the distant sea roared. Several massive ships plowed through the waves, and at the prow the Whitebeard Pirates' crescent mustache flag flapped loudly in the wind. On the lead ship, Diamond Jozu had transformed his entire body into brilliant diamond, dazzling under the moonlight. Louis, Pop sent us to back you up. Jozu's voice boomed like thunder, brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. Leave Kaido's trashy officers to us. Flower Sword Vista leapt gracefully from the ship, his twin swords dancing in a brilliant flourish, their sharpness concealed. Liu Yi, concentrate on dealing with that strongest creature. Let me have a go at the beast's calamities. In an instant, several commander-level fighters of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered, yet rather than charging straight at Kaido, they made targeted forays into Kaido's strongholds and officers across Wano. Kaido's face darkened, a faint hint of wariness flashing deep in his eyes. As for Liu Yi and Marco, he still had confidence. But those monstrous commanders under Whitebeard, every single one of them is extremely troublesome. Damn Newgate. Kaido swung his club in fury, the oppressive air buzzing, sending so many to Wano. You really think highly of me. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Lu Yi's mouth. Joseph Vista take control of Wano as quickly as possible and clear out the obstacles. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. He turned to Kaido, his voice as cold as ice. Kaido, it's not too late to leave Wano now. Every word pierced into Kaido like an ice spike. Dream on. Kaido completely lost control, erupting like a volcano. You brat. You think clearing out the periphery is enough to threaten me? Thunderbagwa. His club swelled a size larger, wreathed in lightning, letting out an ear-splitting shriek that rent the atmosphere as it drove straight at Lu Yi's chest. That strike was enough to pulverize steel. But Lu Yi's observation haki had already traced its trajectory. Activating the float fruit's ability, his form shifted like a phantom, narrowly evading by a hair's breadth. The club whistled past the edge of his clothes, the fierce wind tearing his sleeve. Not bad speed, but... Lu Yi snorted. Too slow. He countered with a slash of unimaginable speed. Single line slash double strike. Ingshi and Ku Mu were unsheathed simultaneously. The blade light as fast as lightning tore apart the veil of night. Two intersecting waves of sword energy carved deep bone-deep gashes across Kaido's chest. Kaido let out a muffled groan, blood gushing forth, staining the scales on his chest crimson. The searing pain only incited his madness further. You've successfully angered me, brat. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with a savage grin. It's been a long time since anyone made me bleed. You should feel honored. Marco's azure flames blazed anew as he joined the fray. Lu, you let me join in the fun too. Crane Claw. He shifted into a half-human, half-bird form, his talons wrapped in searing azure flames, attacking Kaido from the flank. The extreme heat of the flames warped the air. Forced to divide his attention, Kaido wildly swung his left-handed club to block Marco, while gathering haki in his right hand to clash with Lu Yi's sword strikes. The three erupted into a breathtaking aerial melee. Every collision thundered like a thunderclap, the shockwave shaking buildings until they seemed about to topple. The citizens of Flower Capital had long since taken refuge in the mountains, trembling in fear. In the thick of battle, a dark figure silently watched from the shadow of the doer's hull. Teach. He had indeed been waiting all along. Beneath that seemingly simple-hearted smile lurked the cold cruelty of a viper. He watched as Lu Yi and Marco's attacks grew ever more ferocious, Kaido struggling to fend them off, gradually being cornered into a narrow pocket of airspace. Zehaha. Kaido, now, taste my power. Teach shot up like a ghost, his twin fists wreathed in pitch-black armament, haki muscles knotted like steel. Seizing the moment when Kaido was pinned by the two's frontal onslaught, with all his attention fixed ahead, Teach slammed into his exposed back. Kaido's battle instinct sensed the deadly threat from behind. But the attacks from Lu Yi and Marco were like a violent storm. He had no attention to spare. Damned rat. He gritted his teeth and forced his body to twist, trying to avoid a fatal blow. Boom. An iron fist slammed into Kaido's back. The immense force penetrated scale and flesh. Even the strongest creature could not suppress a pained grunt, his body lurching violently, his defense stalling for a split second. Lu Yi's eyes blazed with sharp light as he seized that fleeting opening. Now, no words were needed between him and Marco. Though Teach's sudden strike was beyond expectation, it had created a heaven-sent opportunity. In that instant, all three erupted with their peak power almost simultaneously. Lu Yi raised both blades high, Conqueror's haki and armament haki perfectly merged, black-red lightning dancing wildly along the blades. Heaven collapsing cross. Marco spread his wings, fully azure blue flames blazing like a phoenix reborn in a dazzling display, all his strength condensed into one point. Phoenix stamp. Teach grinned viciously, clenching his fists. His pitch-black haki was like an abyss devouring light. Meteor crushing fist. The three attacks formed an inverted triangle from three directions, sealing off every escape route for Kaido. With coordination like this, even an Emperor of the Sea would find it hard to withstand a frontal assault. Kaido's expression changed dramatically, in an instant, cold sweat beading on his brow. A combined attack of this level. He dared not take it head on. Damnable brats. Supreme Thunderbagwa. He fully unleashed the savage violence within him, and every scale on his body bristled like steel needles. His furious Conqueror's haki surged, as if solid, pressing the air into mournful wails. The club expanded another size, wreathed in heaven-destroying lightning arcs dancing wildly. Rumble. The four forces collided head-on. A terrifying explosion swallowed an area of several miles. A blinding light rose like a second sun, forcing onlookers to shut their eyes instinctively. A colossal mushroom cloud shot straight into the heavens. The shockwave swept out like a tsunami. As the light faded, all stared in shock. Kaido had actually been blown flying backwards by that strike. His massive body tumbled like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily into a mountain peak. Rocks collapsed, dust filled the sky. When the dust thinned, Kaido crawled out from the rubble. More than half the scales on his body were shattered, exposing mangled, bloody wounds. Blood kept trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his aura was chaotic and ragged. This was the first time Kaido had been put at such a disadvantage in a head-on clash since he set foot in Wano. In the distance, Big Mom's pupils violently contracted, and even Napoleon in her hand trembled slightly. Impossible. Kaido. Actually beaten so badly. She couldn't believe it. The strength of these brats. On the hillside, CP0 agents were also shaken, their faces beneath the masks pale as paper. The Whitebeard Pirates' fighting strength. Plus that Lu E and Blackbeard teach. Too terrifying. The bird-beak-masked man's voice for the first time carried unconcealed gravity and fear. We must report to the 5 elders immediately. The balance of the new world is about to be utterly destroyed. Lu E watched the disheveled Kaido, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He slowly descended to the ground, not far from Kaido, still gripping both blades. Drops of blood on the blade glinted in the moonlight. Kaido. His voice was calm, yet carried an absolute authority that brooked no dissent. Now do you still think you can do whatever you want in Wano? Get out of Wano, and I might consider sparing your life. Kaido, leaning on his club, slowly straightened himself from the rubble. His chest heaved violently, every breath tinged with bloody foam. From beneath his shattered scales a presence, even deeper and darker than before, began to seep out in wisps. He lifted his lowered head slowly, and his eyes was not fury but a nearly crazed crimson. Heh, heh. A strange laughter rumbled from Kaido's throat, growing louder and louder until the scattered stones around him trembled. You brats. You are good. A heaven-splitting roar blasted away the lingering dust and smoke. Kaido's body shuddered violently. He clambered up from the collapsed ruins in disarray, leaning on his spiked club. Beneath his shattered scales, fresh blood oozed forth, every drop gleaming with a dark crimson glow under the moonlight. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locked fiercely onto Lu E, madness and murderous intent surging from the depths of his gaze like a wild beast. How do you think you can defeat me like this? Kaido's voice was hoarse, yet the pressure it carried still made the air tremble. Lu E held his twin blades hovering midair, his eyes as cold as ice scrutinizing the wounded beast before him. Kaido, are you still in the mood to entangle with us here? A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, so calm it was chilling. Do you truly believe I came here simply to kill Orochi? Kaido's pupils constricted sharply as an ominous premonition surged through his heart. What do you mean? Lu E chuckled softly, the tip of Sakuraju pointing toward the distant Onigashima, where flames blazed against the night sky. Charlotte Linlin is already attacking your treasure vault, just as we agreed. Your treasure, your sea stone, and those precious poneglyphs. He paused, his voice laced with undisguised mockery. They are all on the verge of changing hands. Kaido's face instantly turned ashen, and every scale on his body bristled. What? You allied yourself with that madwoman Big Mom? Just then the den mushy in his bosom rang urgently. Brew 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 brew. Kaido hastily answered the den mushy, and Queen's panicked voice sounded from within. Lord Kaido, something terrible has happened. The Big Mom Pirates suddenly appeared near the treasure vault. She's attacking our defensive line. Katakuri and the others have already broken into the underground chamber. The poneglyphs are in danger. Boom. A ferocious conqueror's haki erupted from Kaido's body, and the surrounding air was compressed into a mournful whine. He glared fixedly at Lu E, the murderous intent in his eyes, so intense it nearly solidified. Lu E, you treacherous little brat. How dare you scheme against me? Facing that terrifying pressure, Lu E remained indifferent, even wearing a hint of amused appreciation. Scheme? No, this is called tactics. Kaido, you should be grateful that I've given you a choice. His voice was as cold as frost. Every word felt like a death sentence. Continue fighting us here and lose all your wealth and secrets. Or return at once to stop Big Mom and at least preserve a portion. Choose. Kaido's chest heaved violently as rage and reason clashed fiercely within him. He examined the young man before him, a complex gleam flashing through his eyes. This Lu E was not only powerful enough to gravely wound him. More terrifying was his abyss-like cunning and stratagem. From the very beginning, everything had unfolded exactly as he calculated. First he killed Orochi to lure him out. Then he allied with Big Mom to secretly strike at his stronghold. Now he used his most cherished treasures as leverage. This mind was even more frightening than his swordsmanship. Good, very good. Kaido slowly straightened up and his massive frame began to change. Muscles swelled anew and his scales gleamed with a metallic luster. The next moment he transformed into his great dragon form coiling through the night sky. Lu E, I'll remember this debt. The next time we meet, I'll take your life. The dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, soared aloft, and sped toward Onigashima. Lu E watched Kaido's fading figure, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing deeper. Teach Marco, prepare for the next move. Marco returned to human form and landed beside Lu E, azure flames dancing on his shoulders. Lu E, are you truly going to let Kaido and Big Mom slaughter each other? If so, wouldn't we be the fisherman who profits from the fight? Lu E nodded, a sharp glint shining within his deep eyes. Let the two beasts tear each other apart while we take control of Wano country. That is true victory. Teach chuckled innocently beside him, but a flicker of cunning passed swiftly through his eyes. Ziaha. The captain's scheme is truly brilliant. So where are we headed now? Lu Yi did not answer at once. Instead, he walked to the gunwale of the Devar. Below, the land of Wano country looked fractured and desolate beneath the night. Yet he could feel countless pairs of eyes watching from the ruins and shadows. The people of Wano who had suffered under Kaido and Orochi for so many years. They were waiting for a savior, for someone who could lead them back to freedom. And now that person was him. Lu Yi began to release his conqueror's haki, not for battle this time, but for a proclamation. Attention, all citizens of Wano. His voice broadcast through an amplifying din-din mushy spread across all of Wano country. It was clear, majestic, and carried an indisputable force. I am Lu Yi, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tonight the usurper Korizumi Orochi is dead. The main forces of Kaido of the Beasts have been severely crippled. The last bloodline of the Kazuki clan, Kazuki Hiyori, stands beside me. In the name of the Kazuki clan, take up arms and resist. The liberation of Wano country begins at this very moment. His words echoed through the night sky, spreading across Kuri, Kibi, Ringo, and Udon, reaching every corner of the flower capital. In the ruins, figures rose one after another. There were ragged commoners, battle-scarred samurai, and the former retainers who had remained loyal to the Kazuki family. In their eyes, the fire of hope was kindled anew. Hayagoro emerged from the ruins of Udon prison, a samurai, sword firmly in his grasp. His face bore the marks of hardship, yet his gaze was sharper than ever. Brothers, did you hear that? The liberator of Wano is here. Behind him, hundreds of newly released prisoners responded in unison. Many of them were former Kazuki retainers who harbored a deeply burning hatred for Kaido and Orochi. For Lord Kazuki. For Wano country. Charge. Meanwhile, at the Seastone Mine on Kibi Mountain, the troops led by Livert had already fully occupied the area. The people who had been forced to toil in the mine were now free, kneeling on the ground and weeping tears of gratitude. Thank you, benefactors. Thank you, Whitebeard Pirates. We are finally free. In Ronin Town, Brook was discussing the next course of action with the local chivalrous swordsman. This skeleton musician might seem comical, yet he displayed astonishing wisdom when it came to devising tactics. Yo-ho-ho. Fellow samurai, now is the time for us to unite. Kaido's minions are still putting up desperate resistance everywhere. We must wipe them all out. The chivalrous swordsmen nodded, one after another, flames of vengeance blazing in their eyes. Meanwhile, in Kuri, Marco had safely escorted Kazuki Hiyori to a place of refuge. The last remaining descendant of the Kazuki clan clutched her father's heirloom blade, aim no habakiri, her delicate face set with determination. Mr. Marco, please let me join the battle too. As a descendant of the Kazuki clan, I cannot stand by and watch others bleed for my homeland. Marco looked at her, a trace of reassurance flickering in his eyes. Lady Hiyori, your courage is admirable, but this is not yet the time for you to take the field. Captain Lu Yi has a more important task to entrust to you. Just as the flames of resistance blazed up throughout Wano, Lu Yi raised Sakuraju once more. The blade reflected a cold, piercing light in the moonlight, illuminating his resolute features. My fellow countrymen of Wano, listen to me. His voice resounded through the night, once more bearing unquestionable authority. You have all witnessed the tyranny of Kaido and Orochi these past years. They plundered your resources, enslaved your bodies, and crushed your spirits. They have turned this beautiful land into a living hell. Lu Yi's words cut like blades, piercing precisely into the deepest wounds of every soul in Wano. In the ruins, countless pairs of eyes brimmed with tears mixed with raging fire. They remembered families torn away, fields snatched from their hands, and the dead who would never return. But tonight, everything will change. Lu Yi's voice suddenly soared like a thunderclap from a clear sky, shaking every heart. I promise you, in the name of the Whitebeard Pirates, we will drive out every foreign invader. We will reclaim your nation and your dignity. The land of Wano must be guarded by the people of Wano. Boom. The instant his words fell, all of Wano exploded into action. From Kuri to Kibi, from Ringo to Udon, from Ronin Town to the flower capital. Countless figures emerged from the shadows, raising whatever weapons they could find. Katana, farm tools, stones, even bare hands. But in every pair of eyes burned the same flame of vengeance and hope, a longing for freedom, a refusal to surrender dignity, and a vow to defend their homeland. Down with Kaido. Down with Big Mom. Take back Wano. The shouts swept forward like a tsunami, crashing with overwhelming force and converging into an unstoppable tide. On the hillside, the CP0 agents exchanged glances, their faces as pale as paper. This is a civilian uprising. That man Lu Yi actually managed to ignite the hearts of an entire nation. The bird-beaked man's voice trembled uncontrollably, exposing a fear that had sunk deep into his bones. We must report to the 5 elders immediately. An ability like this is even more terrifying than overwhelming power. Meanwhile, aboard the Devar, Lu Yi looked down with satisfaction at the fully ignited crowd below. He knew that the true war had only just begun. The clash between Kaido and Big Mom was merely one move in this grand scheme. The real goal was to take complete control of Wano country, monopolize the seastone trade, and claim those precious poneglyphs. But for now, he already wielded the most important weapon. The people's hearts. With the support of Wano's people, he possessed infinite strength. Tesoro Whitebeard, prepare to divide our forces. Lu-E turned and issued orders to his crew, his voice cold and decisive. While Kaido and Big Mom tear each other apart, we must seize every strategic location in Wano country in the shortest time possible. The Seastone mines, weapon factories, harbor fortresses, not a single one may be overlooked. Tesoro grinned, golden light flowing like liquid at his fingertips. Understood, Captain. After this operation, Wano will be ours. Whitebeard nodded, as well, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Those remnants of Kaido's army are no match for us. Lu-E cast one final glance toward the distant flames of Onigashima, where booms and roars echoed in succession. The battle between Kaido and Big Mom had already begun, and he amid the chaos would seize the greatest victory. Under the night sky, the fires of Onigashima gradually dimmed, leaving only thick smoke rolling upward, telling tales of the fierce battle. Lewis stood at the prow of the Duval, his gaze piercing through the dust and smoke as he surveyed the scorched earth below. The steel fortress Kaido had so painstakingly built was now nothing but twisted wreckage and utter devastation. The sea wind howled, carrying the acrid scent of burning and the thick stench of blood. In the distance, scattered explosions marked the final suppression. Captain, both Kaido and Big Mom are at their limit. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Teach, his signature goofy smile barely concealing the thrill and bloodlust beneath. TH, ha ha ha. Those two monsters fought like amateurs. Lewis didn't respond immediately. Through his telescope, every gruesome wound on Kaido's dragon body and Big Mom's disheveled state beneath her tattered robes came sharply into focus. His subordinates from both major factions lay dead and wounded by the hundreds, with cries of agony echoing everywhere. The time has come. Lewis lowered his telescope, a cold gleam flashing through his eyes. It's time for our grand return. The Duval descended like a golden leviathan through the clouds, gliding toward the heart of the battlefield. Its massive hull blotted out the moonlight, casting an oppressive shadow across the ground below. Both sides in the fierce combat froze mid-strike. All eyes, whether filled with fear, rage, or astonishment, turned toward the golden warship descending from the heavens. Kaido panted heavily, his crimson dragon eyes locked onto Lewis with burning hatred. Lewis, you damn brat. His voice was hoarse, thick with bitterness and defiance. He understood. From the very beginning, he had fallen into a carefully woven trap. Big Mom's massive frame stiffened slightly. Despite her reluctant alliance with Lewis, fear of this young man ran deep within her. Lewis moved, descending gracefully from the Duval to position himself between Kaido and Big Mom like a mountain. His invisible aura pressed down on the air itself, making it feel heavy and still. His arrival instantly froze the atmosphere across the entire battlefield. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. Lewis's voice echoed clearly through the ruins. Have you had enough? Kaido ground his steel teeth, knuckles white as he crushed his trident. Brat, you think I'd yield to you? Yet his words lacked conviction. His stronghold was destroyed, his followers scattered, and years of domination reduced to nothing in a single day. The psychological wound ran far deeper than any physical injury. Big Mom stayed silent, her small eyes darting as she calculated the odds of turning the tide. But the answer weighed heavily on her. Lewis was in remarkably good condition, and the Whitebeard Pirates behind him were fierce predators. The best outcome she could hope for was a costly stalemate. I haven't come to exterminate you, Lewis said, as if reading their thoughts. A faint calculating smile played on his lips. I've come to negotiate. The words fell silent across the field. Who would have expected Lewis to choose negotiation at this decisive moment? Negotiate. Kaido's dragon pupils contracted, a flicker of complexity crossing his face. What is there to discuss? Lewis's gaze swept over the ruined walls around him, his voice carrying absolute finality. Wano's future and our shared interests. The weight of those words crushed the breath from everyone present. Lewis held absolute control of the situation. Big Mom finally spoke in a hoarse voice, stripped of her usual arrogance, replaced by careful consideration. Your conditions? Lewis extended his right hand and slowly unfolded his fingers. First, the Wano regime returns to the Kazuki clan. Kaido's dragon eyes blazed with renewed fury at these words, veins bulging on his hand gripping the trident. Kazuki Hiyori will be Wano's new shogun. Second, all mining and trading rights for Seastone belong to my Whitebeard Pirates. The moment Lewis spoke, Kaido and Big Mom exchanged shocked glances. Controlling Seastone meant controlling the lifeline of the new world. However, I can offer you priority purchasing rights at 20% below market value. The tension in both of their postures eased slightly. Third, you may keep all your treasure. Within 3 days, your entire forces must withdraw from Wano. For 10 years, none of you may set foot here again. Lewis's terms were methodical and calculated, never pushing too hard, yet securing his advantages at every turn. Fourth, all the poneglyphs will be kept in my custody. Big Mom's expression shifted subtly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. That was her life's ambition. But I can provide you with copies of the inscriptions. Fifth, from this point forward, all grievances between the Whitebeard Pirates and yourselves will be settled. Lewis paused, and his tone grew suddenly cold. But if you dare seek revenge against Wayno, or anyone in my Whitebeard Pirates, I will come to your door personally, to settle the score. Those final words, though spoken casually, carried a chilling threat. Lewis lowered his hand, and waited in silence. The battlefield fell deathly still, broken only by the moaning sea wind, and the distant rumble of crumbling walls. Kaido's knuckles whitened around his weapon as he wrestled with conflicting impulses. Acceptance meant ultimate humiliation. Refusal meant the complete destruction of his followers. Big Mom rapidly weighed her options. Copied poneglyphs, preserved her core strength, secured priority on Seastone. Each concession bought her something valuable. I need to consider. Kaido finally managed, his voice heavy with defeat. Granted. Lewis nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. 1 hour. If I receive no answer, I'll take it as refusal. With that, he turned and walked back to the Duval, leaving the two legendary warriors with his back. Behind him, their hushed and hurried discussions drifted on the wind. On the ship, Marco approached him. Lewis, do you think they'll accept? Lewis gazed at Wayno in the distance, smoke still rising from its ruins, his eyes clouded with thought. They have no choice. He spoke quietly yet with unwavering conviction. Kaido has lost his foundation, and Big Mom is severely weakened. If they fight on, they'll become nothing but a laughingstock. My terms are their only chance to preserve whatever dignity and strength they have left. As expected, within half an hour, Kaido sent word, accepting all the terms. Lewis allowed himself a satisfied smile, the weight of the situation firmly in his grasp. He had won his gamble. Wayno, the Seastone, and the poneglyphs, all now his. More importantly, with minimal cost, he had temporarily neutralized 2 of the world's strongest. Send word to Kazuki Hiyori. Lewis instructed Hajime beside him. Prepare the coronation ceremony. A new era for Wayno is about to begin. Lewis's voice echoed through the night sky. Upon the scorched earth of the flower capital, dawn tore through the lingering smoke of battle. Lu-I stood amid the broken walls of the shogun's residence, his black coat snapping in the morning wind. Hiyori, it is time for you to comfort the people. 9-year-old Kazuki Hiyori stepped forward. On her haggard face, her eyes burned with the fire of unyielding resolve. All of our compatriots in Wayno. Hiyori's voice thundered across the entire country through the den mushi. I am Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori. After a fleeting dead silence came a cataclysmic eruption. Countless eyes fixed upon her as a tide of fervor swept through the square in an instant. Lord Kazuki. An old man knelt trembling, murky tears streaming down his face. More citizens collapsed to their knees, sobs and cries converged into a flood. Popular support was within easy reach. From this day onward, Hiyori held aim no habakiri aloft, its edge gleaming under the morning sun. Wayno will return to the dominion of the Kazuki family. She turned abruptly to face Lu-I and bowed deeply, her forehead nearly touching the ground. But we must never forget that it was Lord Lu-I of the Whitebeard Pirates and his brave warriors who rescued us from the abyss of suffering. Without Lord Lu-I, Wayno would have no tomorrow. Lu-I gave a slight nod, his voice was calm, yet every word carried great weight. The restoration of the Kazuki clan is the will of the people. The Whitebeard Pirates will forever be Wayno's most steadfast shield. That shield came at a price: 70% of Wayno's future Seastone production and an absolutely obedient ally. Amid the thunderous cheers, the chant of "Long live Lord Lu-I" rose above all. 3 days later, in the waters off Onigashima, Kaido in his great dragon form perched on the ruined bow, his blood-red, draconic eyes blazing with sky-scorching rage. The beast pirates' fleet was battered and their numbers had dwindled by more than half. Boss, are we really going to flee Wayno like this? Queen demanded furiously. All of his experimental materials had been left behind in Wayno. Boom. Kaido's hockey-wreathed tail lashed out with devastating force and sent Queen flying. Queen smashed through the ship's railing like a cannonball, thoroughly battered. Kaido's blood-red dragon eyes stared fixedly across the sea, his killing intent nearly tangible. Do you want to die, Queen? If you want to die, go back to that brat Lu-I right now. I'm sure he would gladly see you off. King silently drew the blade at his waist, its polished surface reflecting his grim face. Lu-I, all of you remember this. Kaido unleashed an earth-shaking roar, and the dragon's cry churned the ocean into towering waves. One day I will make him, and that old fossil Whitebeard, pay 1,000-fold. This utter humiliation I, Kaido of the Beasts, will never forget. At the same time in Tado Land. Bang! Charlotte Linlin smacked the golden throne before her to pieces, sending shreds of intelligence reports flying. Lu-I, that accursed little whelp. Big Mom's roar made the homies around her tremble. Katakuri stood by, his face graver than it had ever been. Mama, not only did the original poneglyph slip through our fingers, but we also lost over 60% of our elite forces. More importantly, the Seastone weapons we were supposed to ship from Wayno through covert channels. He has cut them off as well. I refuse to accept this. Big Mom erupted with frightful conqueror's haki, and the palace tottered. That milk-faced brat of only 20. After the blaze of fury came a bone-deep chill. Lu-Yi's strength and cunning had far exceeded every estimate. Give my order. Big Mom's voice regained a sliver of calm, but the cold gleam in her eyes grew even more terrifying. Sharpen surveillance on every move the Whitebeard Pirates make. Sooner or later, I will settle this debt with him, with interest. At the holy land of Mary Geos in the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders sat around a round table, the atmosphere oppressive. Piled high on the table were urgent intelligence reports concerning Wayno and the Whitebeard Pirates. This Lu E has already become a wildfire. The sword-bearing 5 elders' knuckles went white. He not only possesses overwhelming battle power, but far more terrifying are his political finesse and ambition. Within days he has effectively seized control of Wayno. Deadliest of all the bespectacled 5 elder, said every word measured, he has now virtually monopolized the world's seastone trade. Several key marine strongholds in the New World have already suffered heavy losses because of the interrupted seastone weapon supply. The room lapsed into suffocating silence. Seastone is the lifeline that restrains devil fruit users and the cornerstone of the Marine's maritime supremacy. If Lu E gained complete control of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must check him no matter the cost. The eldest of the 5 elders slammed the table, his voice savage. Immediately activate the emergency expansion plan for the 7 warlords of the sea. We need more uncontrollable mad dogs to stir the muddy waters of the New World. Lu E and the Whitebeard Pirates have replaced Kaido and Big Mom as our greatest current threat. In a stretch of the New World aboard the Red Force of the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks held the latest newspaper, his gaze resting on the young oppressive face in Lu Yi's photograph, his expression complicated. Captain, this Lu E is a monster through and through. Ben Beckman exhaled a thick plume of smoke. To scheme against both Kaido and Big Mom at once and make them swallow such a bitter loss. His menace goes far beyond this. Shanks put down the newspaper and gazed at the surging sea in the distance. Lu Yi's mastery of people's hearts along with his decisiveness and swiftness in action. If a man like that ever slips out of control, he will be a catastrophe for the entire world. He paused, then said in a low voice to Ben Beckman, watch every move Whitebeard and Louis make. The game he is playing is too vast and too dangerous. When the time comes, we may have to make a choice. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku rubbed his bloodshot brow. Urgent battle reports lay scattered across the floor. This brat is growing at a speed completely beyond our control. Garp sat nearby uncharacteristically without rice crackers, his usual playfulness replaced by a grim expression. That inconspicuous little fellow in Lowtown back then has now grown strong enough to shake the entire balance of the New World. The thorniest problem is Seastone. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. He controls almost all of Wayno's Seastone production and export channels. If he cuts off the Marine supply entirely, our strength in the New World will be crippled. It could even trigger a chain of collapses. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Send my order. Marine Headquarters is to enter the highest state of alert. Order all Marine branches in the New World to keep the Whitebeard Pirates under close surveillance, especially Lu E himself. Report any abnormal movement at once. Aboard the Duval in the captain's quarters. Lu E casually flipped through the intelligence summaries in his hands, every page pointing toward the towering wave he himself had unleashed. His face was calm, yet an elusive cold light flickered deep within his eyes. Marco pushed open the door and entered, his expression solemn. Lu E, the world outside is stirring far more violently than we expected. The world government is already making a desperate leap. Their plan to assimilate the 7 warlords of the sea is aimed directly at us. Lu E accepted the coffee Marco handed him and took a gentle sip. As expected, our actions in Wayno have landed precisely on their most sensitive nerve. But this is only a trivial beginning. He set down the coffee cup, walked slowly to the huge porthole, and looked out at the boundless cerulean sea. A sea chart lay spread before him. Marco, when you return, give my regards to Pops. Lu E slowly turned his head, a cold and cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Tell Pops the hunt is about to begin again. Marco's pupils contracted sharply. The hunt. Lu Yi's gaze seemed to pierce through the sea chart, gazing toward some distant and bloody future. He stretched out a hand, closing his fingers faintly over the regions on the chart that represented supreme power. Wayno is nothing more than a logistics base. Our true goal was never a mere closed-off country, but to conquer the world. The night sky was torn apart by a hellish breath. The tallest watchtower on Beehive Island collapsed and melted like a sand castle amidst a piercing roar. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the dragon's silhouette that blotted out the clouds and the pair of blood-red eyes burning with endless fury upon its head. Wang Ji. Kaido's roar mixed with searing heat waves struck the hearts of every pirate on Beehive Island like a tangible hammer of sound. Come out and die. The dragon breath swept across the harbor like an out-of-control volcanic torrent, reducing ships to charred cinders in an instant and making the sea boil. The pirates on the island were terrified beyond measure. Weapons slipped from trembling hands, clattering to the ground, yet the sound was swallowed by an even greater dread. Kaido of the beasts. Those 4 words pierced like ice shards into every marrow. Black wings ripped through the night wind. In his pteranodon form, King dove from the sky, his wings emitting a piercing shriek as they cut through the air. Kaido Wang Ji's main nest is in the central fortress. I know. Kaido lowered his dragon head slightly, gazing down at the island that once belonged to rocks. His voice was icy. Tonight this place belongs to the beasts. Crush all who resist. On another side, a landing craft slammed into the dock. The rotund queen leaped down, his metal prosthetic making the ground tremble upon impact. Boys, clear a path for me. The first one to reach the fortress gets a ton of fine booze. Deep within the fortress, Wang Ji abruptly gripped the great sword at his waist, his knuckles whitening from the force. The walls vibrated. Kaido's voice seemed to echo right beside him. Captain. His deputy, Silver Axe covered in blood, staggered through the door, a fresh wound on his face, so deep that bone was visible. Kaido blew through the outer defenses with his dragon breath. The men can't hold. Wang Ji spun around, his voice showed not a trace of tremor, every word clear and sharp. Silver Axe, gather every able-bodied core, brother, and leave immediately through Waterway 3. There's a fast ship I prepared at Pier B. Get out of here as fast as you can. Silver Axe's chest heaved violently. Captain, what about you? Let's go together. Wang Ji cut him off. I'm staying. I'll hold off Kaido. He planted his war blade into the ground with a dull thud. Beehive Island is our roots, but you are the seeds. This is an order. Wang Ji's eyes were as sharp as a drawn blade. Live on, and there will be a future. The era of rocks is over, but our spark must not be extinguished. Boom. The fortress wall burst apart like a biscuit smashed by a giant hammer. Rubble and sparks exploded in every direction. Through the smoke, Kaido emerged in his half-human, half-dragon form, wielding the spiked iron club Hasaikai. Black-red Conqueror's haki coiled around it like ink, exuding a suffocating pressure. Wang Ji, your rat hole isn't very sturdy. Thunder. Kaido took a step forward, and the ground cracked beneath him. Bugwalk. The lightning-wreathed club came crashing down with overwhelming force upon the fortress's last standing structure. Boom. The solid alloy gate burst apart like paper. Men killed them all. The underlings of the beast's pirates roared with bloodthirst and surged through the breach like a tidal wave. King followed close behind. With a flap of his wings, he spat out a spiral of flames. Flame Emperor. The scorching pillar consumed dozens of Wang Ji's men who attempted to resist, their screams drowned by the roar of the blaze. Hee. Try mine too. Queen opened his massive mouth, firing a dense barrage of purple sacks that blanketed the courtyard like hail. Plague bullets. Those struck quickly developed festering purple sores, foamed at the mouth, let out inhuman wails, and collapsed in convulsions. Scum. Silver Axe roared, his eyes bloodshot as he swung his great axe. The blade, coated in the black sheen of armament haki, slashed straight for Queen's neck. Mountain Splitter. Queen grinned savagely. With a sudden twist of his Brachiosaurus neck, he met the axe blade with armament-coated scales. Clang. A piercing metallic screech erupted along with a shower of sparks. Silver Axe felt a colossal force travel up the axe handle. The webbing of his hands split instantly. Decent strength, but I'm no slouch either. Queen's neck retracted and shot forward as countless cannons emerged from within his mechanically modified body. Plate cannon. A hail of shells thundered towards Silver Axe. He snarled and rolled, dodging desperately. He held his ground at the passage leading to the inner core, buying every precious second so that his captain and the others might have a chance to escape. In the central courtyard of the fortress, Wang Ji surveyed the enemies flooding in from every direction. There was no fear on his face. Only a grim, deathly resolve. He slowly raised his war blade, the tip aimed directly at the approaching Kaido. My brothers. His voice was low, yet every surviving guard heard it with absolute clarity. Captain Rock's era has long passed. We remnants of that old age have reached our end today. But even in death we die charging forward. The few remaining guards let out their final, most tragic roar and followed Wang Ji, charging fearlessly toward the demon-like figure. Kaido watched Wang Ji and his men charge at him with reckless abandon. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes, then turned into an even deeper savagery. Just as well. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. He hoisted Hasaikai onto one shoulder and exhaled. Burrow breathed. An invisible slash swept through like a sickle weasel's passing. The foremost guards were cut clean in half before they could even scream, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Wang Ji's eyes nearly split with rage, yet he did not stop. He poured every ounce of his haki into the blade, and it began to whine under the strain. Sea burial style, 10,000 waves of inverse current. The blade light surged toward Kaido like a furious tide. Kaido grinned, swinging his club upward with a shrieking tear through the air, meeting it head-on. Conqueror of the three worlds, Ragnarok. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted with a terrifying shockwave blasting outward from the two of them. The surrounding remnants of buildings crumbled to dust as if swept by a hurricane. Wang Ji's great sword was gradually forced back, and he lost the contest of strength. He spat blood and was blasted away. You're stuck in the past, but I'm only getting stronger. Kaido flicked the blood off his club and walked toward the fallen Wang Ji. At that moment, a massive blaze erupted on the west side of the fortress and a series of violent explosions shook the entire Beehive Island. King's urgent voice crackled through the den mushi at Kaido's waist. Kaido, the western arsenal is exploding in a chain reaction. Someone is breaking through in the chaos. Kaido paused briefly, his brow furrowed as he instinctively looked westward. Now, two of Wang Ji's loyal death soldiers who had long been lying hidden in the ruins, their bodies drenched in blood, and their breaths faint, let a final light flash through their eyes as they lunged out from the rubble. They clung desperately to Kaido's scale-covered legs, using every ounce of strength to restrain him. Captain, run. Before the roar even faded, their heads were shattered by the unconscious burst of Conqueror's haki. Yet the headless corpses still held Kaido's legs in a death grip. A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Ji's eyes. Seizing that once-in-a-lifetime moment, he rolled with all the grace of a desperate man and vanished into an unremarkable secret passage entrance. Kaido shook off the bodies. When he turned, Wang Ji was already gone. Damn you! He roared and brought his club down, collapsing the already crumbling half of the fortress into rubble. Search for him. Even if you have to turn this island upside down, drag him out. Moments later, King descended from the sky. Kaido, the island is mostly pacified. That old fox Wang Ji must have escaped through a hidden waterway we didn't manage to scout. The muscles in Kaido's cheek twitched violently, and veins bulged on his forehead like writhing earthworms. Wang Ji. A terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki swept across the entire Beehive Island like a tsunami. Countless beasts, pirates, underlings trembled and prostrated themselves beneath that fury. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will tear you limb from limb. Beneath the night sky, an unremarkable little boat relying on a tattered sail and a few oars struggled away from the blazing island. Wang Ji lay on the cold deck, while Silver Axe, using the last of their liquor and seawater, carefully cleaned the grotesque wounds on his body. With every touch, Wang Ji's body trembled violently, whether from pain or cold was impossible to tell. Captain, where do we go now? Silver Axe's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with bewilderment. Wang Ji slowly opened his bloodshot eyes, gazing at the distant horizon stained red by flames. Once his kingdom. He took a deep breath as if trying to draw all the cold air into his lungs. Wano. Silver Axe was taken aback. Wano, that's Kaido's. No. Wang Ji cut him off, a wild, nearly despairing gleam flickering in his eyes. Kaido lost there once. He cracked a bloodstained grin, made all the more ferocious by the firelight. We're going to find that kid named Lewis. He owes us a favor. We'll find ourselves a place to belong, just like in the days of rocks. Silver Axe tightened his grip on the axe handle, staring at the endless darkness ahead of the bow. And within that darkness, the unquenchable spark in Wang Ji's eyes. The deck of the Doer lay under pale starlight that picked out every inch of damp slick wood. Tesoro bent slightly. Captain, I've brought him. The slow drag of heavy footsteps drew near. A figure staggered onward. His clothes were ragged, covered with old wounds that had dried into crusted scars. The great pirate Wang Ji. He stumbled a few steps, and a few feet behind Lewis dropped with a heavy thud onto one knee, raising a faint puff of dust from the deck. His head bowed low, strands of disheveled hair obscuring his face. Wang Ji, formerly of the Rocks Pirates, has come with the remnants of his crew to pledge allegiance to Lord Lewis. His voice grated like sandpaper, every syllable trembling with a barely contained quiver. Silver Axe followed behind, carrying a plain wooden crate high overhead with both hands, then set it down heavily before Wang Ji with a dull thud. Lewis had kept his back to the gangway the whole time, his fingertip brushing the cold edge of Odo at his waist. Only now did he slowly turn. Odo gave a soft clang as it slid back into its sheath. He looked down at Wang Ji, who knelt prostrate before him, his gaze calm and unreadable. Wang Ji, Kaido has just blown your old lair sky high, and already you come running to me. He paused, then added with a touch of derision. Crawling to me like a whipped dog. A cornered tiger. Does it really think it can speak of loyalty before me? Wang Ji suddenly threw back his head. Beneath his tangled hair, a pair of bloodshot eyes bored into Lewis, the suppressed madness in them seeming ready to burn everything away. Kaido destroyed everything I had. This is an irreconcilable enmity. He pointed at the wooden crate before him, his voice rose with agitation, hoarse and cracking. And you, Lewis, are the one most likely to overthrow him. This is the intelligence network I spent decades building in the New World. Secrets of the major powers, the Marines' deployment maps in the New World, the world government's secret strongholds. He took a deep breath, lowering his voice, which made it all the more enticing. Even leads concerning the Poneglyphs and the clan of D. On the deck, Marco and Jozu, who had stayed silent throughout, both felt their pupils constrict. The value of such information was self-evident. A smile spread across Lewis's face. That sounds very tempting. But what makes you think that alone is enough to buy my trust? Wang Ji's body gave a violent jolt. The flame that had just kindled in his eyes died, at once turning to ash. His chest heaved, veins faintly standing out on his forehead, and every word was ground out from between his teeth. Lord Louis, I understand your concern. He abruptly straightened his back. I Wang Ji swear this oath here today. If Lord Louis is willing to take me, and then from this day on the Wang Ji pirates will no longer exist, I am willing to disband all my men and break them up into the Whitebeard Pirates to be placed at your command. As for myself, I ask only for a place to stand aboard Lord Louis's ship to serve you with absolute devotion. He spoke slowly and deliberately, each word as firm as iron. Boss! Silver Axe cried out in dismay and instinctively moved forward. Wang Ji thrust out a hand to stop him, his eyes carrying the final unyielding resolve of a man who had burned his bridges. Marco knitted his brows and stepped forward, about to speak. Louis, this is a weighty matter. Wang Ji, after all. Louis raised a hand. One simple gesture that silenced Marco's unfinished words. His eyes fixed on Wang Ji as sharp and piercing as a hawk's, as if trying to see through to the depths of his soul. The deck was dead silent, with only the moaning of the sea whined through the masts. Louis's voice sounded once more cold and resolute, without a trace of warmth. A fine place to stand indeed. Wang Ji, if you want me to take you, and that can be arranged. And what I can give you will far exceed your imagination. He held up 3 fingers, long and powerful. First, from this moment on, the Wang Ji pirates are officially struck from the record. Every member, including you, will be registered anew as part of the fleet under the Whitebeard Pirates. Second, all of your subordinates may remain under your command, but they must obey my orders. If I say go east, you cannot go west. Third, you Wang Ji will serve as my man and answer to me alone. Without my order, you are not to act on your own initiative, and you will hold no command authority. All your intelligence and recommendations must first be reported to me, and I will make the final decision. He stepped forward, his shadow looming over Wang Ji. And when the moment demands it, you will be the first to charge into danger, and use your life to prove the loyalty you speak of. Wang Ji snapped his head up and stared hard at Louis. He had already been prepared to hand over everything he had, even the last of his dignity and his very life, to another man's keeping. Louis's terms were so unexpectedly generous that Wang Ji wondered if he had misheard them. The bulging veins on Wang Ji's forehead had gradually eased, and his whole body relaxed. Such lenient terms had completely breached the defenses of his heart. He shut his eyes abruptly, trembling slightly. When he opened them again, the eyes that had once been nothing but dead ash were now fully ablaze with unyielding fire. I accept, Lord Louis. A reassuring smile spread across Louis's face. He stepped forward, reached out, and helped the unsteady Wang Ji to his feet. Excellent. His voice was filled with satisfaction. From today on, you are Captain Wang Ji, one of the fleets under the Whitebeard Pirates. He turned to Tesoro, who had been standing respectfully to the side. Tesoro arranged quarters for Mr. Wang Ji and his men. Yes, Captain. Tesoro bowed in compliance, then signaled his subordinates to lead Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and the others, their fighting spirit restored, off the deck. Louis's gaze went to Marco and Josu. Both wore somewhat complicated expressions. Notify all the division commanders. We'll assemble in the conference room in an hour. His tone was flat, yet carried an unquestionable air of command. There are some new plans I want to discuss with everyone. The night wind blew across the deck, bearing the salty tang of the sea. An hour later, the conference room was thick with tension. Louis sat at the head of the table, his fingers tapping out a steady rhythm on its surface. Wang Ji stood behind him to one side, head bowed and posture deferential, looking every inch a loyal attendant, with none of the unruliness of a former great pirate. Everyone. Louis's voice broke the silence in the room. Wang Ji's arrival gives us an unprecedented advantage in intelligence. With this in mind, I've decided that our next target. He rose and walked slowly to the wall, where an enormous map of the New World hung. His long, slender finger tapped heavily on a region marked in scarlet ink. We start here. Let the New World feel what a true storm really is. Marco and Josu exchanged a glance. Each saw in the other's eyes excitement barely contained, and beneath it a hint of deep gravity. A faint, ambitious smile curled at the corner of Louis's mouth, and in the lamplight, it looked especially formidable. The sea breeze of the New World swept over the masts of the Duval, howling low. Louis stood at the bow of the World Economy newspaper in his hand, rustling loudly in the wind. The headline on the front page was glaring. Wang Ji's pirate crew suffers crushing defeat. Remnants surrender to Whitebeard. Ziaha. Teach's thick arm draped over Louis's shoulder as he pointed at the photo of Wang Ji kneeling in the newspaper. Captain, the whole New World is talking about you now. If even an old-timer like Wang Ji has surrendered, who would still dare look down on us? A faint smile curved at the corner of Louis's mouth. The photograph was blurry, yet it clearly captured Wang Ji's posture of submission. The news is spreading faster than expected. He tossed the newspaper to Teach and turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. This is exactly what we need. Totoland. Whole Cake Island. Bang. Charlotte Linlin smashed the teacup to pieces, splashing hot tea everywhere. Mama. Mama, please calm down. The homies trembled in fear. That little brat Louis. Big Mom's roar cracked the window panes. He is expanding too fast. Fast enough to make me uneasy. Katakuri's temples were beaded with sweat. Mama Intelligence reports that Lu Yi not only accepted Wang Ji's remnants, but also took over the intelligence network they had operated for years. Katakuri's voice was low. That means many of our secrets in the New World may already be exposed right under his nose. Big Mom's eyes were overcast. On Onigashima, the Beast Pirates' headquarters lay in ruins. Kaido sat on the rubble, his liquor gourd completely empty. Queen edged closer cautiously. Boss, the paper says Wang Ji has thrown in with Lu Yi. Wang Ji. Kaido gave a cold snort reeking of alcohol. A homeless cur. Does it think it can turn the world upside down? The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the liquor gourd. He knew all too well the value of Wang Ji's intelligence. If those secrets concerning the deployments of the major powers were to fall into Lu Yi's hands, the threat they posed would multiply. Issue the order. Kaido rose abruptly, his massive frame casting a shadow. Intensify surveillance on the Whitebeard Pirates, especially that Lu Yi. I'd like to see just what tricks he can pull. Sphinx Island, Whitebeard's stronghold. Edward Newgate sat on his giant throne looking at the same newspaper, yet his face was full of gratification. Gururara. The laughter echoed. That boy Lu Yi hasn't disappointed my expectations. Blue flames flickered on Marco's shoulders. Pops, Lu Yi's growth truly exceeds expectations. His tone was conflicted. But if this continues, his prestige in the crew will surpass mine. Whitebeard interrupted him, a glint of wisdom shining in his eyes. Marco, isn't that exactly what I want to see? Whitebeard slowly rose to his feet and gazed out at the sea. I'm old. Because of the side effects of the devil fruit, my body grows weaker day by day. His voice was still deep and powerful, yet it could not hide its fatigue. The Whitebeard Pirates need a captain who can lead everyone into the future. Lu Yi is that man. Marco's pupils contracted slightly. The old man's meaning was unmistakable. Whitebeard turned around with a resolute gaze. Pass my order, ready the Moby Dick. We are going to Wano country. Pops, you mean to? It's time. Whitebeard's voice was low and forceful. Let Lu Yi formally take up this burden. Wano country, the flower capital. Kazuki Hiyori was inspecting the reconstruction site of the shogun's residence. A samurai hurried forward and presented a report. Lady Hiyori, Whitebeard himself, is coming to Wano. Hiyori took it, her beautiful face filled with astonishment. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, is coming in person. Her hand trembled slightly. This was a legend who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate king Roger. Where is Lord Lu Yi now? Hiyori asked urgently. Lord Lu Yi is handling affairs aboard the Duval. Hiyori nodded, a strong premonition rising in her heart. Whitebeard's visit was by no means a simple courtesy call. Aboard the Duval, in the meeting room, Lu Yi sat at the head of the table, facing the vast amount of intelligence Wang Ji had presented. The distribution of forces in the New World, marine strongholds, and hidden secrets of the world government. Nothing was omitted. Wang Ji, how accurate is this intelligence? Lu Yi perused a defense map of the New World from Marine headquarters. Wang Ji bowed his head respectfully. Lord Lu Yi, I personally verified it all. The accuracy is over 90%. Especially the marine strongholds, we have eyes inside all of them. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. This intelligence would help him formulate his next strategy. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Whitebeard pushed the door open and entered, her expression complicated. Lu Yi, Pops just sent word. She paused. He is coming to Wano country. The pen in Lu Yi's hand hovered in midair. Pops is coming. That's not all. Whitebeard took a deep breath. Pops said he has something important to announce. Lu Yi slowly set down his pen, a flicker of deep thought passing through his eyes. Given Whitebeard's character, he would never lightly leave the seas around Sphinx Island unless a major decision was involved. Combined with recent developments, Lu Yi had already guessed a thing or two. When will Pops arrive? Tomorrow evening. Lu Yi rose and stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The land of Wano shimmered in the sunset. This land had witnessed his rise. An even greater turning point was approaching. Notify all the commanders that everyone must be present tomorrow. Lu Yi's voice was calm, but carried the weight of 1,000 June. Also inform Kazuki Hiyori to prepare the highest standard of reception. Lu Yi. Whitebeard started to speak, then hesitated. Lu Yi turned around, a meaningful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. What? Worried that I'm not ready? Whitebeard shook her head. No, what I'm worried about is that this world is not yet ready to welcome your era. The next evening, offshore from Wano country, the whale-shaped Moby Dick slowly sailed toward the harbor, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates dazzling in the sunset. At the waterfront, thousands of Wano citizens had gathered of their own accord, craning their necks eagerly. On the deck, Whitebeard's 6-meter-tall frame stood like a mountain. More than a dozen commanders lined up neatly in formation, each one a powerhouse whose name carried weight across the New World. Gururara. Wano country is truly a beautiful place. Whitebeard's voice resounded across the harbor like thunder. On the shore, Lu Yi stood silently at the very front with Kazuki Hiyori and Wano's important officials behind him. The gangplank of the Moby Dick was lowered and Whitebeard slowly walked down. The entire harbor fell into instant deathly silence. An invisible pressure made every person feel the full weight of the strongest man in the world. Pops. Lu Yi stepped forward. Lu Yi. Whitebeard spread his arms wide, his smile filled with affection. My good son. The two embraced. A moment of extraordinary significance in the glow of the setting sun. Pops, welcome to Wano country. Lu-i stepped back and gestured to Kazuki Hiyori. This is Kazuki Hiyori, the current shogun of Wano country. Kazuki Hiyori hurried forward and bowed deeply. Hiyori greets Lord Whitebeard. Thank you and your son for saving Wano country. Whitebeard nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Gururara. It seems Lu-i has done quite well here. Pops, I've arranged lodgings for you. Let's first, no hurry. Whitebeard interrupted Lu-i, his voice suddenly grave. Lu-i, before I go to the lodgings, I have something important to say, and I will say it in front of everyone. Lu-i's pupils contracted slightly. So that moment had finally arrived. Whitebeard slowly ascended the high platform at the center of the harbor, his enormous silhouette casting a long shadow in the setting sun. His voice was amplified through a transponder snail and spread across the harbor. Sons of the Whitebeard Pirates. The harbor was utterly silent. Every person held their breath. Whitebeard looked deeply at Lu-i, reluctance and gratification interwoven in his eyes. I, Edward Newgate, hereby announce a decision to the whole world today. The words shook everyone to the core. From this day forward, the position of captain of the Whitebeard Pirates is formally passed on to Lu-i. Boom. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Countless people were left stunned. The captaincy of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the pinnacles of power in the New World, had actually been given to someone so young. Lu-i. Whitebeard turned and removed the white cloak from his shoulders, the cloak that symbolized the captain's authority. I have worn this ever since I first set sail. Now I hand it to you. Lu-i quietly gazed at the cloak before him, a garment that carried countless legends. He slowly reached out and accepted this weighty responsibility. The cloak was still warm, carrying the lingering warmth of Whitebeard's body. Pops. Lu-i's voice choked slightly. Don't call me Pops anymore. Tears glistened in Whitebeard's eyes. From this moment on, you are the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lu-i. Lu-i draped the cloak over his shoulders. In that instant, his bearing changed drastically. If he had earlier been a razor-sharp sword, now he was a mountain standing immense and firm. I, Lu-i, swear as the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. His voice thundered across the harbor. I will protect every family member, defend every inch of land, and let the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates fly over every corner of this sea. Long live the captain. Long live Captain Lu-i. A thunderous ocean-roaring cheer erupted. Marco Josevista and all the other commanders shouted in unison. We will follow Captain Lu-i forever. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction and looked toward the people. As for me, Edward Newgate, I will return to my homeland, Sphinx Island, and live out my remaining years in peace. There was weariness in his voice. Unless the Whitebeard Pirates face an existential crisis, I will no longer intervene in any affairs. This era belongs to the young. Night fell over the shogun's residence in Wano country. The ceremony of power transfer had ended, but Lu-i's work was only just beginning. He sat in his office facing the enormous map of the New World. Red flags marked the areas under the Whitebeard Pirates' control, black marked hostile forces, and blue marked the neutral or unknown. The real game has only just begun. Lu-i's finger moved slowly across the map. At last it stopped on a region marked in blue, Alabasta. Lu-i picked up a transponder snail and dialed a special number. This is Lu-i, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. His voice was calm and imposing. I am issuing a summons for the worthy to the entire New World. All those with strength and ambition who are unwilling to live under another's heel. The gates of the Whitebeard Pirates are always open to you. We will offer you the highest treatment, the broadest stage, and the chance to change this world. On the other end of the transponder snail, Morgan's president of the World Economy newspaper trembled with excitement. Captain Lu-i, this summons for the worthy will be the front page headline tomorrow. In addition, there is a special invitation I wish to extend. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of Lu-i's mouth. Seek out Sir Crocodile. Tell him I have a proposition he cannot refuse. The Kingdom of Alabasta Rain Base. Deep within the basement of the casino rain dinners. Crocodile extinguished his cigar. Drifting ash settled upon the open dossiers concerning one Lewis. His golden hook wrapped the table once then again. Boss, that invitation from Wang Ji's old retainers. Daz Bones' voice was laden with solemnity. Before he could finish, the din din mushy on the table suddenly began to ring. Brew brew. Brew brew. An unfamiliar number. Crocodile's brow furrowed tightly as he snatched up the receiver. Crocodile. Mr. Crocodile, how have you fared since we parted in Lobe Town? From the other end of the line, a youthful, yet composed voice cut through. This is Lewis. The hand Crocodile used to grip the din din mushy abruptly clenched like a vice. The new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates condescending to contact a nobody like me. Crocodile's tone was dripping with mockery, brimming with wariness. A soft chuckle came from the other end. A Logia-class Sansan fruit user, a hero who dared to challenge Pops himself, and a future warlord of the sea, Mr. Crocodile, your resume is anything but insignificant. Captain Lewis, to what do I owe this call? His golden hook scraped across the table, a grating screech. Quite simple. Lewis's voice was steady. I invite you, Crocodile, to join my ranks. Join your ranks. A cold snort spilled from Crocodile's throat. On what grounds? On the grounds that I know precisely what you have been burrowing for in Alabasta, skulking about like a rat. The grains of sand around Crocodile instantly churned in agitation. Bones' fists were already clenched. You insolent brat, do you have any idea what nonsense you're spouting? Crocodile's every word was weighted with menace. An ambitious schemer longing to lay his hands upon the ancient weapon Pluton. Lewis stated it with calm authority. Crocodile stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The secret of Pluton, his grandest conspiracy, had been seen through so effortlessly. How could you? I know that you established the clandestine criminal syndicate Baroque Works in Alabasta, operating behind the scenes as Mr. Zero, eroding this nation from within. I know that what you have schemed so relentlessly to uncover is the poneglyph that records Pluton's location. I know that you are orchestrating a vast conspiracy, fomenting civil strife to overthrow the Alabasta monarchy, thereby legitimizing your transformation of the entire kingdom into a private excavation site. With each word Lewis spoke, a fraction more color drained from Crocodile's face. Every scheme, every secret lay bare before the man, as transparent as paper. He struggled to compose himself, but his voice had already begun trembling. What do you truly want? You? Lewis's reply was terse. Your abilities, your intellect, and your ambition. Under my command, you need no longer conceal yourself, treading as though on thin ice. I can offer you a far grander stage than this desert, and a far more solid bulwark, one sufficient to let you act at full stretch, and a genuine opportunity to let you touch the summit of your ambition. Crocodile panted heavily. The sheer scale of the Whitebeard Pirates and the mystery and power their new captain Lewis had just exhibited far surpassed anything he could claim at present. He fell silent, his golden hook carving a deep gash across the table. The conditions, eh? The rasping words were forced out from between his teeth. Swear fealty to me and obey my commands. Lewis's tone allowed no dissension. I have no need for subordinates with divided loyalties. Sand hides nothing. Huh. Ha ha ha. Crocodile burst into unbridled, bitter laughter. Fealty. Obedience. You brat, who do you think you are? The next pirate king. I, Sir Crocodile, bow to no one. He slammed the table, sending sand dust exploding upward. Is that so? Lewis's tone turned abruptly icy. Then I wish you a pleasant time playing in the sand burrows of Alabasta. But allow me to offer a friendly reminder: the landscape of the new world has already shifted. Kaido and Big Mom both met their end at my hands. As for you, either ride the new current or be mercilessly ground down and cast aside. Do you honestly believe that you and your Baroque works can seize Pluton and hold it safely amidst the surging tides of this new era? Crocodile's laughter stopped dead. He recalled the crushing defeat he had suffered when he challenged Whitebeard long ago, and that profound sense of powerlessness surged back into his heart. And now Lewis claimed that those same two monsters had already. Boss. Bones stepped forward in a low murmur. Whatever decision you make, I will follow you to the death. Crocodile closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, then slowly released it. When they opened again, the ferocity and struggle had dispersed, replaced by a profound calculation. He picked up the receiver once more. If I join Baroque Works' existing structure, and core members must come with me with our designations retained. Furthermore, I require a high degree of autonomous authority in designated regions. Agreed. Lewis answered crisply. Alabasta may remain your domain, but all of this rests upon a single precondition. What? Loyalty. Lewis's voice carried a biting chill. Crocodile, remember, the fate of traitors will be exceedingly gruesome. I guarantee it. The veins on the back of Crocodile's hand, still clasping the receiver, bulged one after another. A suffocating silence spread through the basement. A full minute passed. He took yet another deep breath, as though expending every last shred of his strength. I understand. I, Sir Crocodile, am willing to join the Whitebeard Pirates and pledge my allegiance to you, Captain Lewis. A wise choice. A trace of satisfaction colored Lewis's voice. 3 days from now, Marco and Jozu will arrive at Rainbase Harbor to escort you. The call ended. Crocodile slumped heavily into the back of his chair, as though all the bones had been drawn out from his body. Boss, are we really? Bones' gaze was one of profound complexity. Yes. Crocodile rose slowly, his gaze drifting out the window to the boundless sea of sand he had cultivated for so many years. It is time to leave this godforsaken desert, he murmured to himself. Pluton. But now I need a far greater stage, a stage where I can truly dance. 3 days later, off the coast of Alabasta, a colossal immortal phoenix wreathed in azure flames rent the clouds asunder, its wings spread like a curtain against the heavens. Marco reigned in his flames, reverted to human form, and landed with poise upon the Rainbase docks. Diamond Jozu followed close behind. The instant his mountainous frame appeared, his overwhelming presence pressed the entire dock into dead silence. Pirates and civilians alike were struck mute, with dread scattering in retreat. Crocodile, leading Bones and several elite operatives of Baroque Works, emerged from the harbor's shadows. Commander Marco. Commander Jozu. Crocodile gave a slight nod, his bearing already lowered. Marco cracked a wide grin. Yo-ho. Captain Lewis sent us to welcome our new partner. He once more transformed into his phoenix form, his colossal wings blotting out the very sky. Hold tight, boys. Half an hour later, upon an expanse of the New World's sea, the Whitebeard Pirates' new flagship, the Devouring. Crocodile set foot on the deck, his steps somewhat heavy. Dozens of formidable gazes instantly fell upon him and his subordinates in unison. The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, each exuding a suffocating presence, resembled beasts coiled to spring. At last all eyes converged upon a young figure standing with hands clasped behind his back before the forecastle. Lewis turned slowly, his deep eyes calm as still water. "Welcome aboard, Crocodile." Crocodile drew a deep breath, suppressing the countless surging thoughts within him, and stepped forward. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he knelt decisively on one knee, his golden hook planted on the deck with a dull thud. "Your subordinates are," Crocodile reporting to the captain. The king of the desert lowered the head that had once been so unassailably proud. A faint curve tugged at the corner of Lewis's lips. "Very good." In the heart of Wano country's flower capital, within the governor's mansion conference hall, lanterns burned bright. Upon the colossal tactical table, Marco systematically distributed intelligence reports. "Gentlemen," Lewis spoke first, drawing the focused gazes of all present. The former division captains, Marco, Joseph, Vista, Thatch, Rikuyo, and their peers, bore grave expressions. Crocodile, the newest arrival, let his golden hook glide silently across the table. Beneath Wang Ji's lowered silver hair, his eyes held a murky depth. Over the past half-month, 13 mid to small pirate crews have pledged allegiance. Our sphere of influence has tripled, our ranks quintupled. The traditional division captain system is now buckling under the strain. Lewis rose from his seat, pacing toward the massive sea chart hanging on the wall, his finger tracing a slow arc across the New World's territories. Marco's brows knit tightly. "Lewis, what are you suggesting?" "Restructuring." Lewis turned sharply, his gaze sharp as lightning. "I intend to establish an entirely new administrative framework, the feudal lord system." The air in the conference room froze instantly. Crocodile's tapping hands stilled, a flicker of scrutiny flashing through his narrowed eyes. "Feudal lords. The original division captains of the Whitebeard Pirates will remain the core pillars, coordinating overall operations and participating in the highest level of decision-making." Lewis braced both hands on the table, leaning forward with an aura of unquestionable authority. "The new powerhouses and their respective forces will be enfeoffed as feudal lords. They will be assigned specific territories or oversee particular affairs, answering directly to me." Wang Ji raised his head, a sharp glint flashing through his previously cloudy eyes. "Does the captain mean we are to govern independently? You will be lords, not kings." Lewis's tone was absolute. "Your authority derives from me, and it must serve only me. Never forget that." Vista stroked his twin, sword-damper beard. "How do we ensure their loyalty?" A cold smile spread across Lewis's lips. "Checks and balances." He walked toward the sea chart and pressed firmly upon several key island locations. Seastone veins, core ammunition supplies, and intelligence hubs. These lifelines will remain under direct headquarters control. What the feudal lords possess is governing authority, not ownership. Crocodile exhaled a plume of cigar smoke. "How exactly will the responsibilities be divided?" Lewis returned to the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. "Marco, you retain your position as vice captain, my right hand, overseeing all matters." Marco gave a steady nod. "Josie, you are to defend Wano country. This is our largest logistical stronghold, it must not fall." Vista, take the swordsman and cruise the seas, ready to reinforce any sector at a moment's notice. Thatch and Rikuyo, you will oversee logistics, supply lines, and intelligence network transmission. The former captains acknowledged in turn. Lewis's gaze shifted to the newcomers. "Crocodile." The sand crocodile lifted his eyes. "The southwestern region stretching from Arabasta to Shang Popula shall fall under your jurisdiction. I enfeoff you as southern governor. Your Baroque works will be restructured into a dedicated intelligence agency. I want to be aware of every breeze and rustle in those waters." Crocodile's golden hook tapped lightly against the table. "Understood, Captain." Wang Ji. Wang Ji bowed. "At your service. You shall serve as chief intelligence advisor, assisting me in analyzing the landscape and formulating strategy." Wang Ji bowed deeply. "As you command." Lewis continued, delegating, his voice steady yet heavy with implicit pressure. "Each feudal lord's territory and duties will be clearly demarcated. However, they will be subject to regular evaluations. Territorial stability, revenue, remittance ratios, quality of intelligence contributions, and efficiency in executing orders. Those who excel will receive preferential resource allocation and may expand their territories." His voice paused, his gaze slicing over them like a blade. "Those who falter will be stripped of everything. Should anyone harbor disloyalty, consider the consequences yourselves." The air in the room seemed to solidify. Naturally, Lewis suddenly shifted tone, a smile gracing his lips. "The feudal lords will also enjoy unprecedented support, ample funding, elite weaponry, and the full backing of the Whitebeard headquarters. Under my command, you will be free to unleash your full potential, no longer wandering like stray dogs." A flicker of excitement passed through Wang Ji's eyes. Thatch raised his hand. Lewis, how shall conflicts between lords be handled? A valid question. Lewis nodded. We shall establish an arbitration tribunal co-presided over by myself and Marco. All disputes must be resolved openly in the light of day. Private brawls will be met with severe punishment without mercy. Rakuyo pressed his follow-up question. Then how shall the newly affiliated pirate crews be allocated? They will be placed under the command of the respective lords. However, the supreme command of all armed forces remains in my hands. For 3 hours, every detail was hammered out repeatedly. The midnight bells chimed. Lewis rose and looked around at the assembly. Starting tomorrow, the new system goes into full effect. Gentlemen, fulfill your duties and forge greatness together. The attendees rose one by one, their expressions varied. Crocodile, you stay behind. The sand crocodile's advancing step halted, a flash of wariness crossed his eyes before he casually resumed his seat, as if nothing had happened. Once the room emptied, Lewis approached him. I hear you have a keen interest in the ancient weapon Pluton. Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply, his golden hook clenching involuntarily. Captain, rest easy. Lewis waved a hand. Ambition holds no disgust for me. I admire those who possess ambition and the capability to realize it. However, your ambitions must align with my objectives. He produced an exquisitely crafted ebony box and set it gently before Crocodile. Crocodile's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. What is this? A rubbing from a poneglyph recording fragments of information regarding Pluton. Crocodile's breathing grew suddenly ragged, his eyes fixed lockingly on the box. I can give it to you. Lewis's voice carried a hypnotic lure. The condition is absolute loyalty. Sincere, unreserved loyalty from the heart. Should you achieve this, the complete secrets of Pluton may one day belong to you. Crocodile stared at the box, his mind a battlefield. Lewis's methods, strength, and ambition far surpassed anything he had previously comprehended. Rather than clinging to emptiness, why not? He slowly extended his hand, closed the lid with a soft click. His voice was hoarse, yet unusually resolute. I, Sahara Crocodile, pledge my life to the captain. A trace of satisfaction curved Lewis's lips. Excellent. Set sail tomorrow. I wish to see your results as soon as possible. The following day, a headline detonated across the new world. Whitebeard Pirates restructured. Feudal system established. Lewis crowned the White Emperor. Marineford headquarters of the Marines. In Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, the atmosphere was suffocating. The newspaper in his grip was crumpled out of shape. This Lewis. He isn't building a pirate crew, he's forging an empire. Garp, unusually refraining from his senbei, wore a somber expression. The feudal system. Its potential for expansion and stability far exceeds our past understanding of any pirate organization. Kizaru sat nearby, legs crossed, drawling in his usual elongated tone. How terrifying, young master. By D. Lewis is quite the formidable figure. Sengoku slammed a fist heavily onto his desk. Activate the highest level emergency protocol immediately. Report this to the 5 elders without delay. Raise the threat level of the Whitebeard Pirates to the absolute maximum. Somewhere in the unknown waters of the New World, upon the flagship deck of the Devar, Lewis stood against the wind, his pure white cape fluttering loudly. Marco approached from behind. Captain, all the feudal lords have departed according to plan. Lewis gave a faint hum. Keep a close watch on their movements, especially the newcomers. No matter how beautifully they speak, no one can truly know what simmers beneath. A flicker of concern crossed Marco's eyes. What if someone plays double games, or even? Lewis turned, a glacial spark flashing deep within his tranquil gaze. Then we execute the chicken to warn the monkey. I will make it clear to everyone that the taste of betrayal is something they will never forget. A communications officer stumbled, running toward them, panic etched across his face. Captain, urgent intelligence. Lewis's brows lifted slightly. Speak. Captain, urgent intelligence from Crimson or Island. He held up a video transponder. Snail. Iron Arm Zora, captain of the Iron Fist Pirates, has betrayed us. The video transponder Snail was activated. Zora's face, twisted by alcohol and arrogance, filled the entire frame. In the background were burning buildings and faint wailing. White Emperor Lewis. A snot-nosed brat dares to call himself an emperor. The image shifted and Zora's blood-soaked iron boots stamped down hard on an inspector's head. Liquor spilled freely from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the inspector's wide, furious eyes. The age of Whitebeard should have sunk to the bottom of the sea along with those old relics long ago. You little brats are only fit to lick Lord Kaido's boots. I'm going to be a calamity. Around him, the Iron Fist Pirates burst into shrill, frenzied laughter like a carnival of hellish demons. The transmission abruptly went dark. A dead silence fell over the deck. Even the sea breeze seemed to freeze. Lewis slowly exhaled a long breath, forcing the murderous intent surging in his chest back into its scabbard. The establishment of any new order inevitably brings fools who overestimate themselves, eager to test the depth of the water. He paced toward the gunwale and looked down at the sea, made restless by the undercurrents below. Marco, relay the order. Captain, unknown ship. A giant vessel the size of an island is heading straight for us at high speed. A colossal island-sized vessel forced itself against the side of the doer. A tall, bloated, yet haggard figure leaped down from that eerie, ghostly island ship. Boom. He crashed down onto the doer's deck, kicking up a cloud of dust. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a face that was both familiar and strange. Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. White Emperor Lewis. Moria bellowed in a hoarse voice. Stumbling and scrambling, he threw himself desperately at Lewis's feet, pressing his forehead against the cold, hard deck with a dull thud. Gecko Moria requests an audience with Lord Lewis. The crew of the doer exchanged glances at a loss for words for a moment. Lewis lowered his gaze, studying the man at his feet, one who had lost nearly everything, whose very dignity had been trampled into the mud. State your purpose. Moria jerked his head up, tears mixed with the grime on his face, streaking down his cheeks. Kaido, I heard you recently gravely wounded that demon Kaido. His massive fists pounded the deck with heavy muffled thuds, as though he were pouring out all his bitterness and despair. Wano country. Everything I painstakingly built, all my crew, the comrades I saw as family. All of it was destroyed by that bastard Kaido. It was all destroyed. I am willing to offer everything I have left, even this worthless life of mine. Only give me a chance to take revenge on Kaido. He roared, his eyes burning with a hatred so pure and absolute that it threatened to consume even him. A hint of mockery curled at the corner of Lewis's mouth. Revenge? With you, a mud-soaked mess who can't even stand steadily. Moria's body went rigid. Shame, fury, and even deeper despair surged over him like a tide, nearly drowning him. Lewis took a newly delivered intelligence report from his adjutant and tossed it casually in front of Moria. Iron Arm Zora. You must have heard his heroic boasts just now. His tone was flat, but carried undeniable authority. He has just pledged himself to Kaido and is celebrating that wise decision of his in grand style on Crimson or Island. Moria snatched up the report, his pudgy fingers turning white from the strain. He greedily devoured every word on the page. You have 10 days. Lewis's voice was cold and clear. Take Zora's head and completely retake control of Crimson or Island. This is your pledge of allegiance and the price you pay in advance for the opportunity to take revenge. Moria lifted his head again with a jerk, and his dull, lifeless eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. 3 days. The flames of revenge churned, intertwined, and surged violently in his chest. As you command. Lord Lewis. His voice was hoarse, but carried a rekindled, soul-shaking power. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. Give him a ship fast enough and provisions for exactly 10 days. He gave Moria one last look. Go. Prove that you haven't rotted through completely, and that you still have value worth using. Under the watchful eyes of the doer's crew, Moria boarded the single-masted sloop that had been prepared for him, followed by several weak-looking subordinates. The sloop soon vanished beyond the surging waves. Marco walked up to Lewis, frowning slightly. Lewis, this man. Kaido has utterly broken his spine. You could say he's a ruin of a man. His tone was filled with undisguised doubt. Handing Crimson or Island over to him. Would it? Lewis looked toward the direction in which Moria's sloop had vanished. Only a faint white wake remained on the sea. Marco, never underestimate how much force a mad dog can unleash when it has been cornered and its soul is filled with towering hatred. If he succeeds, I gain a sharp and handy blade, and all those fence-sitting treacherous rats will see with their own eyes exactly what betrayal costs. If he fails, then I've just made use of garbage, and he'll have cleaned out the trash in my ranks for me, saving me the trouble of doing it myself. A chill ran through Marco's heart, and he wisely said no more. Crimson or Island. The Iron Fist Pirates' temporary base was brightly lit, thick with the stench of alcohol, and so loud with raucous celebration that the roof threatened to lift off. Iron Arm Zora hoisted a drinking vessel nearly the size of his head and bellowed hoarsely at his men. A toast to Lord Kaido of the Beasts and his glorious dominion. A toast to the bright future of the Iron Fist Pirates. The captain is wise and mighty. Long live Lord Kaido. The pirates roared in response, the clinking of cups and boisterous cheers rising one after another. A shifty-eyed lieutenant sidled up to Zora, lowered his voice, and wore a fawning expression tinged with worry. Captain, what about White Emperor Lewis? What if he really sends someone? Zora waved his hand disdainfully, let out a loud beery belch, and looked utterly unconcerned. Scared of what? I'm part of the Beast's Pirates now. Is he looking to start a war with Boss Kaido? He laughed wildly, sending spittle flying. Besides, this Crimson or Island of mine is as solid as iron, easy to defend and hard to attack. Whoever he sends will just be feeding me their heads and their merits. Before he could finish, a piercing, blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from outside the banquet hall. The sound was like a beast with its throat crushed, instantly tearing through the clamorous atmosphere. Then came one shriek after another, furious curses, and the harsh clash of weapons. The smile on Zora's face instantly froze. What was that noise? Joala shot to his feet, his finely modified right arm letting out a low clank as sparks burst from the joints. Outside the hall, screams rose in rapid succession, the harsh clang of weapons clashing mingled with eerie low growls, making one's scalp tighten. Captain, this is bad. Enemy attack. A blood-soaked pirate staggered in a gash across his chest, so deep the bone was visible, nearly splitting him open. He rasped its corpses and shadows. Before his voice faded, he collapsed and died. Blood quickly stained the floor red. Joel's face darkened. Bastard. Which blind bastard dares to make trouble on my turf? He waved his hand in a grand gesture, his voice a thunderclap. Everyone, grab your weapons. Chop them into pieces and feed them to the fish. The pirates were jolted awake, their drunkenness evaporating as adrenaline surged. They grabbed their weapons one after another, malice gleaming in their eyes. Joel's second-in-command, a gaunt, sinister-eyed man, broke into a cold sweat at his temples. Captain, this is no small stir, could it be? Before he could finish, boom, the heavy oak door of the banquet hall was blasted open with tremendous force. Wood splinters flew. Several pale figures staggered in. They were the men who had been patrolling the outskirts earlier. Their eyes were hollow, and a thick, nauseating aura of death emanated from them. Squelch. A blade sank into flesh, blood sprayed. What the hell are these? A pirate screamed in terror, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Joel's second-in-command went pale, but he steeled himself and drew the long blade from his waist. Everyone hold your ground. Whatever the hell these monsters are, cut them down first. He charged at a zombie, first the long blade whistling with a cold glint as it slashed hard across its shoulder. Crack. The sound of bone breaking was distinct. Yet the zombie, as if feeling no pain, swung back with a blade aimed straight at his chest. The second-in-command twisted aside in haste, but a bloody gash was still slashed open across his chest. The monsters don't feel pain. Aim for their vitals. He gritted his teeth and roared, then swung his blade to attack again. The zombies fought with fearless abandon, trading life for life. After a few exchanges, the second-in-command and his elite men were all wounded and in a sorry state. At that moment, a huge bloated figure stepped slowly through the shattered doorway, carrying a heart-stopping pressure. Moonlight Moria. In his eyes burned madness, and the flames of revenge condensed into something tangible. In his hand, his signature enormous black shears glinted with a sinister cold light in the flickering candlelight. Ironarm, Joala, your end is here. He let out a hoarse, grim laugh. Joala narrowed his eyes and sized up the visitor. So you're that Moonlight Moria who was beaten like a dead dog by Kaido. What, instead of cowering and scraping by like a rat, you come to my place to court death? At that, Moria's face twisted violently. Kaido. That bastard Kaido. He destroyed everything I had. He swung his giant shears fiercely and lunged first at another formidable officer beside Joala. Shadowbox. Countless pitch-black shadows shaped like bats surged out from behind him like an inky tide and engulfed that officer in an instant. Shadowhorn attack. A sharp shadow shot out like a poisoned dagger from behind. Pooh. The officer's chest was pierced through by the shadow blade, and blood gushed out. He lowered his head in disbelief, stared at the bloody hole in his chest, swayed, then crashed heavily to the ground lifeless. Bastard. Joala finally exploded in rage. He straightened with a snap, his mechanical right arm rumbling low, the metal joints flashing with a dangerous gleam. You dare kill my men right before my eyes. You're fucking asking for death. Joala roared, and his right arm blasted out. Mechanical impact. The air compressed, instantly producing a deafening explosion. The force of the punch, like a solid cannonball, blasted several of the zombies controlled by Moria into pieces. Moria didn't care in the least about losing cannon fodder. Instead, he grinned, revealing a sick, insane smile. Come on, Joala. Let me see what a lackey of Kaido like you is really made of. The two erupted into fierce battle instantly. Joel's mechanical right arm was astonishingly powerful. Every punch carried the roar of steel and scalding heat. Moria was bloated, but his movements were unexpectedly agile, constantly attacking and defending with eerie shadows. However, after a few clashes, the tide began to turn. Moria's physical state was terrible. His strength and speed were nowhere near his peak. Facing Joel's storm of attacks, he gradually could only parry. Bang. Seizing an opening, Joala punched his mechanical right arm hard into Moria's bloated abdomen. Ugh. Moria let out a pained groan and flew backward like a kite snapped from its string, spitting blood mixed with bits of internal organs. He slammed heavily into the far wall and tumbled to the floor. Huh. Is that all you've got, Moonlight Moria? Joala laughed madly and pressed forward step by step, white steam rising from the joints of his mechanical arm. You are a complete stray dog, a loser. Did you really think that brat from the Whitebeard Pirates would take a liking to trash like you? Every taunt stabbed into Moria's heart like a red-hot branding iron. You're not even worthy of one of Kaido's toes. Trash. Garbage. Lewis sent you here just to see if a mutt like you still has the strength to gnaw on bones. Moria lay on the ground, panting heavily, blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. His vision began to blur and phantoms surged before his eyes. The ruins of Wano country, scorched by war. The despairing eyes of his comrades struck down in a single blow by Kaido's iron club. And Lewis's piercing eyes that saw through everything, along with that bone-cold sentence. Prove you still have value to be used. Lewis had given him this last chance. A chance to stand up once more and take revenge on Kaido. He absolutely could not, would never allow himself to fall here. Ah! Moria let out a roar like a beast at death's door. The last shred of reason in his eyes was devoured, leaving only pure madness and the urge to destroy. Supporting himself with his giant shears, he trembled and struggled to his feet bit by bit. Shadows. Gather. The shadows of the zombies scattered on the battlefield, the shadows in the shattered zombie remains. All of them, as if forcibly pulled by an invisible force, let out shrill shrieks and twisted violently, surging uncontrollably toward Moria's body. Shadows, like living venomous snakes, fought to burrow into Moria's body. Ugh! Moria's body visibly swelled at a terrifying speed. Knotted muscles tore through his robes. Vicious bulging veins writhed beneath his skin like earthworms. His face was grotesquely twisted in agony, his features nearly squeezed together. Absolutely horrifying. This is my resolve. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if it came from hell. To take revenge. I am willing to bear any pain. Unprecedented power filled every limb and bone. With his strength skyrocketing, Moria instantly reversed his decline. Brandishing the giant black shears that seemed to have grown along with him, he launched a mad, reckless attack at Joala with the determination to drag him down together. Each blow was heavy and fierce, ignoring his own wounds and defense. Every move traded life for life. Joala was utterly shocked by Moria's sudden mad dog tactics. He had thought the enemy was at the end of his rope. Little did he expect that this man, once easily crushed by Kaido, still possessed such a bizarre and terrifying hidden card. For a time, Joala was thrown into confusion. His proud mechanical right arm opened a fatal gap in defense. Moria keenly seized that fleeting opportunity. Using all the strength in his body, he thrust the shears condensed with endless resentment and the fire of revenge viciously into the swaying shadow beneath Joala's feet. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Joala's mind as he tried to pull back, but it was too late. Squelch! The shears stabbed precisely into Joala's shadow and snapped shut with a fierce clang. Crack! A large clear chunk of shadow was hard cut away. Instantly, an unprecedented bone-deep weakness flooded Joala's whole body. He was dizzy, the world spinning, his limbs weak. The energy light of his mechanical right arm dimmed rapidly, releasing a crackling electric sound, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Now, it's time to end this. Moria, dragging his equally broken body that was about to fall, whispered hoarsely. He commanded the remaining zombies, stiff in movement but unflinching in the face of death, to charge in a swarm. Having lost most of his shadow, Joala could hardly stand, let alone resist, this fierce pack of zombies. He was surrounded and drowned in the layered sea of corpses, the roar of unwillingness, the sounds of flesh being torn and bitten, the crisp snapping of bones, mingled together to make one's hair stand on end. After a moment, all the noise in the banquet hall subsided. Moria, breathing heavily, staggered out from the pile of corpses. In his hand, he carried a head whose eyes were wide open, one that refused to close in death. Iron Arm Joala. The entire Chikwang Island fell into deathly silence. Standing in the pool of blood and bodies, Moria gazed into the distance at the place where the doer was anchored. He opened his mouth, and from his throat came a suppressed, yet morbidly satisfied roar. It was an Avenger's revelry. It was also the proclamation of a rebirth. The night sky over Chikwang Island was steeped in blood. Beneath the scarlet moonlight, a bloody battle that would shift the balance of power had just drawn to a close. Moria stood atop the heaped, twisted corpses. In his hand, Iron Arm Zora's severed head stared back with wide, unblinking eyes, refusing to rest in death. Viscous blood dripped through Moria's fingers, spreading into dark, heavy splotches on the ground. Overexerting his shadow power made his body sway violently on the verge of collapse. Yet on his face was a twisted, morbid ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Lord Lewis. Kaido. Hoarse laughter scraped from his throat, jarringly loud in the dead ruins, and sending a chill down every spine. The few surviving subordinates retreated far from the figure, radiating a dense aura of death and madness, terrified of being devoured by that insanity. On the forecastle of the doer, the video Den Mushi cast the hellish panorama onto the screen in stark clarity. A chill ran through every one of Wang Ji's old subordinates. They had always prided themselves on being hardened to life and death, yet now their throats tightened and their stomachs churned. That bastard. He's completely lost his mind. Someone's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Shut up. His companion clamped a hand over his mouth and lowered his voice. Have you forgotten whose men we are now? Lewis stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the forecastle. He quietly watched the blood-soaked carnage on the screen. When Moria raised the head high and burst into maniacal laughter, Lewis's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Marco frowned deeply. Lewis, Moria's state is far too unstable. Jozu rumbled, his voice thick with unconcealed worry. If a madman like that ever loses control. Lewis turned half his face. A mad dog knows better how to bite. His chain is in my hands. Hasn't he just made the fate of traitors perfectly clear with Zora's head? Marco and Jozu fell silent at once. Before long, the roar of engines sounded across the sea. A battered fast ship lurched unsteadily toward the doer. Moria appeared with the last remnants of his troops. His robes were stained dark brown with blood reeking of a thick, nauseating stench. Moria staggered up the gangplank each step, leaving a distinct, grisly blood footprint on the deck. The crew pulled back as if fleeing the plague, automatically clearing a path. Moria walked straight up to Lewis, his gaze fixed solely on Lewis. Thud! He slammed Zora's head down onto the deck where it rolled to a stop at Lewis's feet. Those wide, bulging eyes still stared rigidly at the sky, as if in silent accusation. Moria crashed down onto one knee, buried his head low, and pressed his forehead against the icy deck. Lord Lewis, Iron Arm Zora has been beheaded. Chikwang Island is completely in our grasp. He jerked his head up, his blood-red eyes burning with all-consuming fire, and stared straight at Lewis. Every piece of filth who dared defy you has gone to feed the fish. The deck fell into such utter silence that a pin could be heard dropping. Only Moria's ragged gasps and the blood reek radiating from him filled the air. Lewis slowly descended from the forecastle. Each step of his leather boots on the deck struck the crew's hearts like a sledgehammer. He stopped before Moria, looming over the kneeling giant. Good. You've proven that this blade of yours is not yet dull. At his words, Moria's colossal frame trembled violently, an uncontrollable surge of excitement and ecstasy. Then Lewis's tone turned icy like a Siberian cold front sweeping through. But Moria, your hatred is worthless if it cannot carve a path forward for me. He leaned down, drawing close to Moria, and stared directly into those eyes still burning with mad fire. Every word stabbed into the depths of Moria's nerves like red-hot steel needles. What I want is not a mad dog that only barks at the corpses of its enemies. I want a blade that can sever every obstacle for me. A battle commander who can conquer the four seas for me. Do you understand? Moria's Adam's apple bobbed violently several times. In Lewis's calm eyes he felt a pressure more terrible than death itself. He kowtowed heavily, his forehead striking the deck with a dull booming thud. Your subordinate understands. Lewis gave a slight nod, and his voice carried clearly across the deck into every crewman's ears. Gecko Moria, from today onward you are one of the vassal lords under the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates. Instantly the deck erupted with suppressed gasps and whispers. In the distance, Crocodile narrowed his sharp eyes. This man's art of taming monsters had sharpened yet again. Lewis continued his decree. Chikwang Island and the 3 uninhabited islets around it are designated as your personal domain. Use it as the foundation to rebuild your power. An incredible blaze of joy burst from Moria's eyes, yet he maintained his kneeling posture, his voice hoarse from overwhelming excitement. Thank you, Captain. Lewis raised a hand. Tesoro materialized beside him, without a sound, like the most faithful shadow. Allocate 500 million berries as startup capital. 100 sets of state-of-the-art weapons and equipment. Also detach 100 elites from the reserve force, and place them under Moria's command. Tesoro bowed slightly, his movements elegant and efficient. As you command, Captain. Lewis's gaze settled on Moria again. I'll give you 1 month. In 1 month, I want to see the prototype of a fleet capable of tearing enemies to shreds. If you fail... He did not go on, but that invisible suffocating chill had already made Moria feel as though his blood were about to congeal. Moria kowtowed heavily, once more his voice distorted by manic fervor. I obey the captain's decree. Your subordinate will never let you down. I will forge the mightiest legion for your lordship. I will drag every enemy who stands against you into a Vici hell. The submission and zeal pouring from the depths of his soul made every pirate present feel a nameless dread. An inscrutable smile tugged at the corner of Lewis's mouth. Good. I'll be waiting. But don't forget, your legion must first be able to bite through Kaido's scales. The night deepened heavy as ink. Carrying Lewis's favor and the weighty expectation, Moria sailed back to Chikwang Island. He stood at the bow looking back at the light aboard the Doer, as bright as a lighthouse. The mad flames in his eyes burned ever more fiercely, almost bursting forth to set the dark ocean ablaze. Kaido, wait for me. Ha 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 ha. The laughter drifted far through the night wind, laden with endless malice and a newborn hunger. On the deck of the Doer, Marco walked up to Lewis, watching the fading silhouette of Moria's ship, his brow still not fully eased. Lewis, will he really be of any use? Lewis turned around, the night wind whipping at the hem of his coat. A loyal mad dog is always more useful than a clever man who wavers. The news of Iron Arm Zola's death exploded across the new world like thunder. Vassals who had recently sworn allegiance to Lewis felt chills run down their spines. At the governor's manor on Rose Island. Boom. Iron Hoof Karen slammed the gold-inlaid sandalwood invitation onto the oak table. The surface quaked violently. Captain Lewis cordially invites you all to board the Devar and join the celebration banquet in 3 days' time. Celebration? Karen ground out between his teeth, dripping with mockery. More like reckoning, his gaunt adjutant whispered, voice trembling. Captain, does Lord Lewis suspect we've been secretly liaising with Lord Barton? Karen spun around suddenly, his iron boots striking the ground with heavy thundering steps. And what if he does know? When I sold that shipment of spices, I made sure not a soul caught wind of it. Ever since Lewis took power, the revenue cut had skyrocketed to 7/10, a grievance that had been festering for years. On what grounds does he demand 7/10? When the old man was here, the share never exceeded half. This banquet is exactly what we need, to deliver a warning. The adjutant's face went ashen. But, Iron Arm Zolahi. A shadow of apprehension flashed across Karen's eyes before being swallowed by greed. Zola sealed his own fate. Lewis has only just taken the helm. Does he really dare to force us old-timers into rebellion? If we band together, Lewis will have to think twice. Go, prep the ship. Karen dismissed it with a wave, brooking no argument. I'll see for myself whether this kid is laying a trap or actually daring to cross swords with us. 3 days later, aboard the Devar. The banquet hall shimmered with brilliant light as crystal chandeliers cast a myriad of glimmers. The dining tables were laden with rare delicacies, their fragrances intoxicating. More than a dozen lords arrived in succession, their expressions varied. Some forced calmness, raising their cups frequently with dry laughter. Others sat restless, their eyes darting nervously. Karen strode in with his 3 trusted men, the massive axe at his hip gleaming with cold light. His iron boots rang out with a clanging cadence, each step feeling as though it landed directly upon the gathered lords' hearts. Trading looks with Barton of Furious Shark Island and Kian of Iron Mine Town further steadied his nerve. Tide Sororo, clad in a black suit, stepped forward with a smile. Governor Karen, Captain Lewis awaits your presence. Karen grunted deeply through his flared nostrils, holding his head high as he marched toward his seat. Soon after, a figure materialized at the entrance. Lewis entered in a pristine white captain's uniform, his matching cape flowing behind him as he walked with measured steps. His youthful features held a faint smile, appearing gentle and unassuming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The guests quickly rose and bowed. Captain Lewis. Karen too slowly rose, a curl of disdain at the corner of his mouth. The banquet commenced. Lewis raised his glass with a smile. I have gathered you here today to celebrate the consolidation of the late captain's foundation and to express my gratitude for your continued support. As the wine flowed and rounds of toasts were exchanged, Lewis's gaze settled on Karen, his expression placid and unreadable. Governor Karen, have you noticed the quality of Rose Island's spices seems to have deteriorated lately? Karen's heart clenched, but he plastered a hearty laugh across his face. Captain Lewis, you jest. The spices from Rose Island have always been the finest sought after by all. Perhaps there were some losses during transportation. Lewis gave a slight nod, his slender fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Oh, yet the intelligence I've received indicates that Rose Island's spice output this year has dropped by a full 20% compared to previous years. I wonder what could be the reason. The hall fell suddenly silent. The air grew heavy and still as every gaze fixed upon Karen. Barton and Kian's hands holding their cups faltered slightly, their smiles freezing in place. Cold sweat beaded on Karen's forehead, his knuckles whitening with tension. This, perhaps unfavorable weather this year with less rainfall than usual has affected the harvest. His voice came out parched and strained, his eyes darting nervously. Lewis's lips curved into a meaningful arch. Tide Sororo stepped forward and presented a document. Captain Lewis, these are Rose Island's detailed shipment records for this year along with actual production reports from our field inspection. Lewis took the document without so much as glancing at its contents, then flicked it backward directly toward Karen. Smack! Karen's heart skipped a beat. According to this report, Rose Island's spice output this year has not declined at all. In fact, it has increased by 10%. Lewis spoke calmly, yet there was an edge of coldness to his words. Then tell me, Governor Karen, where have these missing 30% of spices gone to? Karen's face drained of all color as beads of sweat rolled down his temples. He summoned every ounce of composure. This is clearly forged documentation, a setup to implicate me. Captain Lewis, you must see through this. He glanced desperately toward Barton and Kian. Gentlemen, I, Karen, have devoted myself faithfully to the pirate crew and to Captain Lewis. Could I truly be capable of such shameful acts? Barton and Kian both looked down in near unison, raising their cups in a feigned toast while avoiding any response. Tide Sororo stepped forward, once more bowing slightly, as he presented an activated transponder snail, displaying a live image. A crystal-clear projection materialized in midair, capturing Karen's clandestine spice deals with black market dealers. The quantities, sums of money, and meeting locations were displayed for all to see. Unassailable proof of his treachery. No, this isn't real. It's slander. A trap. Karen lunged to his feet, sending his chair clattering to the floor. The allies surrounding him immediately averted their gazes, shunning him as though he carried the plague itself. His final hope was extinguished. Lewis, how dare you play spies on me? You have no trust in us whatsoever. Lewis set down his wine glass, his gaze sharp and cutting as a blade. Spy on me. He let out a derisive laugh. Governor Karen, your territories, your people, your entire holdings. All of them belong to the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet you dared to embezzle from the crew's coffers, believing no one would find out. Karen's pretense completely shattered, his true vicious nature laid bare. I won't accept this. His neck veins bulged. Why should I hand over 70% of what I earn to you? He roared furiously, drawing his massive axe, its blade gleaming menacingly and pointing directly at Lewis. Behind him, his 3 trusted men drew their blades in unison, their murderous intent radiating outward. You seek your own demise. A cold voice rang out, not from Lewis. Diamond impact. Ja's body launched forth like a cannonball. His diamond-clad fist, wreathed in the brilliance of the precious gem, hurtled forward with devastating force, striking Karen squarely in the chest before the giant axe could even fall. Thwack! Karen's massive axe never completed its descent. His entire body crumpled as though struck by a siege engine's battering ram. The sickening crack of shattering breastbone echoed through the hall. Blood mixed with organ fragments erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing violently against the wall. Crash! The wall split open along hairline fractures. Simultaneously, 2 razor-sh of steel cut through the air. Swish! Swish! Beister's figure darted between Karen's 3 loyal men, his swords never even clearing their scabbards. All 3 men felt a sudden chill at their necks, their vision dimmed, and they crumpled to the ground, clutching their bleeding throats, their combat effectiveness neutralized in an instant. In the space of a heartbeat, the confrontation was decided. The lords harboring secret schemes felt a chill race from their sawls to their scalps, their wine glasses nearly slipping from trembling hands. Ja strode forward, hoisted the limp Karen as though he weighed nothing more than a chick, and tossed him at Lewis's feet. Lewis rose slowly and approached Karen, looking down at him. Karen, you have embezzled public funds, conspired with outside parties, plotted treason, and revolted against your superior officers. His voice remained calm, yet carried the weight of absolute authority. Do you confess your guilt? Karen coughed up blood, his eyes blazing with despair and venomous hatred, his voice rasping through each word. If you're going to kill, just do it. I would rather die as a ghost than submit to you. You pup. Lewis gave a slight wave of his hand, his expression cold and indifferent. Kill you. That would be granting you too generous a mercy. He turned his back on Karen and cast his gaze across the ashen-faced lords. He is to be transported to Wano country, where he will face public execution in 3 days' time. I want everyone to witness firsthand the fate of those who betray. Jaws leered as he dragged Karen away like a corpse, leaving a gruesome trail of blood across the floorboards. The pungent stench of blood mingled with the fragrance of food, creating a nauseating combination. Lewis returned to his seat, as though nothing more than a minor interruption had occurred. Raising his glass, he offered the deathly silent assembly a gentle smile. That smile in their eyes sent chills deeper than any demon could. Ladies and gentlemen, let the banquet resume. I trust today's events have made clear to you all a singular truth. His gaze slowly swept across each face, pausing momentarily on the pallid expressions of Barton and Kien. Loyalty is the sole justification for your continued presence here, sharing in the fine wine and feast. In the grand banquet hall aboard the devourer, the air was so thick it felt almost suffocating. The bloodstains left after Ka Long was dragged away were livid under the lights, and the heavy stench of blood commingled with the aroma of exquisite delicacies, making one's stomach churn. The feudal lords sat rigidly in their seats, cutlery suspended in midair, none daring to touch a single morsel of food. A dense sheen of sweat had broken out upon Ba Dun's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the white porcelain plate with faint patter-like sounds. Ji-Yun's hand trembled beyond control, the wine glass quivering in his palm as the crimson liquor rippled in concentric circles. Lu Yi settled back into the seat of honor, as if the bloody reckoning moments ago were nothing more than an appetizer before the meal. He lifted a pristine white napkin and elegantly dabbed the corners of his mouth, which bore not a single trace of stain. My esteemed guests, let the banquet continue. His voice was still gentle, brimming with the gracious warmth of a host. These delicacies were meticulously prepared by the chefs over an entire day. It would be a great pity to waste them. Yet not a single soul dared to lift a chopstick. The governors, who usually cut formidable figures within their own domains, now barely dared to breathe. At just the right moment, Taizuo Luo entered through a side door, carrying an exquisitely bound document in his hands. Its golden cover sparkled beneath the crystal chandelier, and in gilt-stamped lettering it bore several bold words: the Whitebeard Pirates Common Program. Captain Lu Yi, the document is ready. Taizuo Luo's voice shattered the deathly silence, drawing every eye in the room toward that document. Lu Yi took the document and gently smoothed its cover, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Very well. He rose and held the document aloft. My lords, tonight, aside from being a victory feast, there is something even more important to announce. From this day forward, the Whitebeard Pirates Common Program is officially in effect. Some outsiders may mockingly refer to it as the White Emperor's Code, but for us it is the cornerstone of a new order. Lu Yi opened the document to the first page and began to read the articles aloud. Article 1, clarify the rights and responsibilities of the feudal lords. Governors of each territory possess full authority over internal governance, but all major decisions must be reported to the captain for approval. Ba Dun and Ji-In exchanged a glance, each seeing nothing but despair in the other's eyes. Article 2, resource contribution ratio. The baseline is 70%, but it may fluctuate according to merit. Those who perform exceptionally may see it reduced to 30%, those who perform poorly may face as high as 90%. Louis's gaze swept across the faces gathered there, and every person felt that invisible pressure. Article 3 Military Deployment. Each territory may retain the necessary self-defense forces, but the total strength must not exceed 3,000 troops, and the grades of weapons and equipment must be reported for the record. Article 4 Intelligence Sharing. All important intelligence from every territory must be reported without delay, or any concealment or delay shall be regarded as an act of treason. When Louis reached Article 5, his tone became even more severe. Article 5 Duty of Loyalty. All feudal lords and their subordinates must maintain absolute loyalty to Captain Louis. Any rebellion, betrayal, or duplicity shall be met with the harshest punishment. With that, Louis closed the document, his gaze sweeping like lightning over everyone in the room. To ensure the enforcement of these provisions, I announced the establishment of 2 new institutions. Taizu Luo stepped forward once more. The first is the Inspectorate under the nominal directorship of Mr. Wang Ji, tasked with inspecting the implementation of these regulations across the territories. Inspectors shall possess the power to act first and report later, and they may directly punish any violations of laws and regulations. Wang Ji emerged from the shadows, his careworn face radiating solemn authority. His appearance sank the hearts of the attending lords even deeper. This legendary figure, once the equal of Whitebeard, had now become the sharpest blade in Louis's hand. The second is the Hall of Merit, dedicated to recording the achievements and performance of all. Merit points will directly affect resource allocation, territorial expansion, and status advancement. Louis sat back down, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Now I must deal with a few specific cases. Ba Dun's face instantly turned ashen. He felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Ji In simply went limp in his chair, his legs robbed of all strength. Governor Ba Dun, Governor Ji In. Louis's voice was terrifyingly calm. Through investigation, it has been established that you two were aware of Ka Long's unauthorized sale of spices and failed to report it, shielding and indulging his misconduct. Ba Dun tried to defend himself, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Ji In simply closed his eyes, waiting for the final judgment. In consideration of the fact that you did not directly participate and have performed reasonably well in ordinary times, I offer you a chance to redeem yourselves through meritorious deeds. Hearing these words, the 2 men, as if granted a reprieve, snapped their eyes open. 1 year's revenues shall be confiscated, and inspectors will be stationed in your territories to assist in governance. If you perform outstandingly in the coming assessments, this punishment may be appropriately mitigated. Ba Dun and Ji In nodded endlessly, their voices trembling as they assented. Thank you, Captain. Thank you for your mercy. Louis waved a hand, signaling them to sit. Afterwards, Taizu Luo began distributing copies of the common program. The final page of every document left space for signatures and fingerprints. Now please sign your names and press your fingerprints on the document. Louis's voice was still gentle, yet the implicit finality in it made one's heart quail. This is not merely a contract, it is our shared oath. The lords picked up their pens with trembling hands and signed their names on the documents. Each stroke felt extraordinarily heavy, as if what they signed were not their names, but their very souls. When all had finished signing, Louis rose to his feet. Very well. From this moment on, we are truly one family. His smile appeared especially eerie in the candlelight. However, there is one final matter. In 3 days, I will publicly execute Ka Long in the country of Heji. All lords must be present to witness the punishment. This is not an invitation, it is a command. Hearing this, the expressions of the lords turned grim once more. They knew that this execution was not only a punishment for Ka Long, but also a warning to every one of them. Louis wanted them to see with their own eyes how miserable the end of betrayal could be. The banquet came to a hasty conclusion under that oppressive atmosphere. The lords departed one by one, with complicated feelings, worry, and fear etched onto every face. When only Louis and a handful of confidants remained in the hall, Kuluo Kuda Air stepped out from an unnoticed corner. He lit a cigar and took a deep drag. The captain has a masterful hand. There was a note of admiration in Kuluo Kuda Air's voice. By blending clemency with severity, you've completely brought this rabble to heel. Louis turned around, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Order must be watered with blood and rules. Only when they are truly afraid will they truly obey. Kuluo Kuda Air nodded, a flicker of awe passing through his eyes. Wano country, the plaza of the flower capital. The shadow of the gallows carved across the ground. Kalen stood with his hands bound behind his back, cold sweat streaming down his ashen cheeks, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Below the platform, the feudal lords pressed to the front rows, most of them livid-faced and breathing heavily. Barton and Keene had veins bulging on their foreheads, the chill of this execution cut to the bone. On the high dais, Louis stood in a pure white captain's uniform, his bearing like a blade drawn from its sheath. No ripple stirred beneath his gaze. Kalen the Iron Hoof, you betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates, embezzled public funds, and colluded with outside enemies. By the White Emperor's code, the penalty is death. Louis's voice was not loud, yet it struck every heart like a sledgehammer. A hoarse beast-like rattle clawed from Kalen's throat, his pleas strangled by the noose. Carry out the sentence. The rope snapped taut. Kalen's body convulsed in midair, his eyeballs nearly bursting from their sockets. A moment of dead silence. The square was so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. The feudal lords went white as ghosts, some clapped hands over their mouths, forcing back the bile roiling in their stomachs. Lewis's expression remained perfectly calm. He waved a hand lightly. Dismissed. He turned and walked down from the execution platform. Aboard the Doer, the meeting room. Lewis gathered his core crew. Wang Ji slapped the document down on the table. Urgent intelligence from our inside source: the Marines have assembled a special fleet. 30 warships, 5 vice-admirals. Marco's brows knit into a tight knot. That scale is not enough for an all-out offensive, yet it far exceeds routine patrol. Crocodile's cigar smoke curled lazily between his fingers. A probe. They want to gauge the mettle of our new system and how we react. Wang Ji nodded solemnly. That is my conclusion as well. Intelligence also suggests the hand of Cipher Pole behind the fleet. Those hyenas have never ceased their coveting of the ancient weapons and the poneglyphs. Lewis's fingertips drummed a measured rhythm against the tabletop. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. If they want a probe, we will give them that chance. Marco, you and Vista are to take the third fleet to the Aris Sea. That is the route they are most likely to choose. A sharp light flashed in Marco's eyes. You mean to charge them head on, to lure the snake out of its hole? Exactly. A cold curve lifted the corner of Lewis's mouth. If they want information, let them come and take it themselves. But remember, this is a probe, not an all-out war. Show them our fangs, yet do not rush to tear the veil of peace. Keep your own measure. Vista stroked his short mustache. Understood, Captain. I will give them an unforgettable lesson in the might of the new Whitebeard Pirates. Lewis inclined his head slightly. Also contact Morgans. I want the whole world to see our White Emperor's code through the World Economic Journal. Let them know what kind of new order we intend to build in this new world. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku sat across from Staff Officer Tsuru, the atmosphere heavy as lead. The desk was piled with intelligence reports stamped classified. This Lewis, his ambition extends far beyond our estimates. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk with a dull thud. He does not merely want to inherit that old man Whitebeard's legacy. He wants to build a true pirate empire. Tsuru turned over intelligence reports, her brow deeply furrowed. The reports show his enfeoffment system has already begun to bear fruit. Administrative efficiency within the territories has climbed markedly, and internal strife has dwindled to almost nothing. If we allow him to keep developing like this, the balance of the new world will be overturned beyond repair. Sengoku growled. We cannot let him have his way. Once his rule is set, the threat to the world government will be unprecedented. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. A CP0 courier in a spotless white suit stepped in, his features deliberately obscured. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 5 elders have issued a decree. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged a glance. Unease saturated the air. Speak. A secret order from the 5 elders. CP0 is to involve itself in the Lewis affair at once. At all costs, uncover his true intentions and seize any chance to topple his rule. Sengoku's heart tightened. The 5 elders had personally given the command. Who was the operative? Codename Night Owl. The faces of Sengoku and Tsuru shifted in unison. Night Owl, one of CP0's most formidable agents, entrusted exclusively with the most treacherous and covert missions of infiltration and subversion. His deployment meant that the world government had placed Lewis at the very top of its enemies list. Night Owl, has he already departed? Yes, he has silently slipped into the new world. Initial target, the peripheral territories of the Whitebeard Pirates. Cover identity merchant. Sengoku drew a long breath, trying to steady the surging waves in his chest. Lewis, this was by no means an ordinary man. In a certain stretch of the new world, the night was thick as ink. A figure wraith-like landed silently on the shore of a remote, desolate isle. He pulled back his hood, revealing a thoroughly unremarkable face, the kind that would vanish the moment it was lost in a crowd. Night Owl. He took a rough map from his breast and fixed his position. The Whitebeard Pirates' peripheral territories, a merchant's cover HM. Heh. He raised his head, gazing toward the Florian Triangle, the very sea lane Marco's fleet was scheduled to traverse. A flicker, and the figure melted into the deeper shadows of the island. At the edge of the Florian Triangle, the third fleet, led by Marco, was plowing through the waves at speed. Aboard the flagship, Vista carefully polished his 2 cherished blades, their edges glinting cold. Marco, do you really think we will meet them here? Marco stood at the prow, sea wind ruffling his golden hair, eyes scanning the horizon line. We will. The captain's judgment has never failed. Since those Marines wish to probe us, this stretch of sea is unavoidable for them. All at once a frantic shout came from the crow's nest. Fleet sighted. 10 nautical miles dead ahead. Marco snatched the spyglass the lookout handed him. On the far sea, black specks gradually sharpened into focus, masts rising like a forest. Those are Marine colors. No small force, at least 30 warships. Vista sprang to his feet, his right hand already on his sword hilt. The prey has walked right into our hands. Marco issued a low command. The fleet closed formation and turned a drawn sword pointing straight at the Marine Armada. The two great fleets neared each other across the ocean. The air itself seemed to congeal. On the Marine flagship, a vice admiral was urgently communicating through a military den mushy. Report. The Whitebeard Pirates fleet has been spotted. They are advancing toward us on their own. Please advise on how to proceed. From the other end of the den mushy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's voice came barely reining in his anger. Maintain the highest alert. Do not open fire without my order. Our objective is intelligence, not a decisive battle. But if they strike first, counterattack with the utmost ferocity at once. When the two fleets were roughly 500 meters apart, they slowed and came to a stop at nearly the same moment. Marco stood at the very tip of the deck, his voice borne on the sea wind, carried clearly to the opposite side. Friends of the Marines, these waters are the Whitebeard Pirates' patrol domain. State your purpose. The Marine Vice Admiral also advanced to the leading edge of his deck and answered undaunted. We are on a routine patrol under orders. You paltry pirates dare to show your faces before us. Clear off while you still can. The atmosphere stretched taut to the breaking point. Soldiers on both sides had already closed their fists tightly around their weapons. A cold smile curved at the corner of Marco's mouth. Patrol. Very well then. He sliced his hand sharply through the air. All ships, level 1 combat readiness. In the Devil's Triangle waters, the sky hung heavy with dark clouds. Two colossal fleets confronted each other, their killing intent freezing the very air. Marco stood at the prow, his icy gaze locked upon Vice Admiral Enigmo of the opposing navy. Patrol. Since when did the Navy's hand reach into the New World? Enigmo pressed his hand upon his sword hilt, veins bulging at his temples. Whitebeard Pirates. These waters fall under the jurisdiction of the world government. Your reckless expansion has become a blight upon the seas. We are ordered to uphold peace and defend the new order. Peace. Vista stepped forth from behind Marco, his hands resting lightly on the twin swords at his waist. When you bombarded O'Hara and slaughtered innocent scholars, did you ever spare a thought for their peace? Marco picked up the thread, his tone chilling. Under the buster call, where was the peace of those defenseless civilians? Enigmo's face turned livid. That was a necessary sacrifice. For the sake of the justice the world government represents. Pirates shall never comprehend the meaning of order. Justice. Marco abruptly spread his arms wide and azure flames erupted with a roar shrouding his entire body. Then let me show you the rules of the new world. Fire. A furious bellow rang out from the Navy fleet. The first cannonball tore through the heavens, shrieking as it hurtled forth. Marco's form flickered, dissolving into a streak of azure flame. He intercepted the cannonball with ease, the shell exploding midair in billowing smoke. Highest alert. Vista's twin blades scraped free of their sheaths in a flash of cold steel. Rose sword dance. In that instant, countless resplendent and lethal sword chi wove together in bloom, cascading upon the Navy flagship like a dazzling rain of death. The sea surface was carved into deep, gaping troughs. Enigmo's pupils contracted sharply as he frantically moved to intercept. But Vista's sword chi was simply too swift. With his strength, he could not intercept them all. SHHK? A blade of chi grazed his left shoulder, blood spurting violently. Vice Admiral. His adjutant cried out in shock. Enigmo clutched his wound, his eyes reflecting not only fury, but also a trace of dread. Their strongest fighter Marco had yet to truly strike. A single Vista had already proven this troublesome. The entire fleet. Fall back. He growled through gritted teeth. Maintain distance. Monitor them. The Navy fleet slowly retreated like a pack of hungry wolves, temporarily driven away, yet still lurking in the shadows with covetous eyes. Marco withdrew his flames, his gaze still keen. Vista magnificent. Vista sheathed his twin blades, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Mere parlor tricks. If they truly dared to wage all-out war, they would only invite their own humiliation. Marco gazed after the departing warships, lost in thought. This Navy operation is hardly a mere patrol, I suspect. Meanwhile, thousands of nautical miles away on a heavily fortified mining island, the harbor seethed with crowds. The true covert war had already begun, silent and unseen. Night Owl, clad in the plain attire of an ordinary merchant and carrying a nondescript leather case, melted into the bustling throng. His target was the island's sovereign Grey, the Iron Wall. In the corner of a tavern near the harbor, he ordered a mug of ale while his ears strained to capture every scrap of information around him. Have you heard? Lord Grey's been looking mighty sour lately. Isn't it because of White Emperor Louis's new decree? The resource levy ratio got raised again, damn it. Shoo, keep it down. Lord Grey may complain in private, but he wouldn't dare let the inspectors hear. A faint, barely perceptible smirk curled at Night Owl's lips. Good, there was the opening. Before long, Grey appeared at the harbor for an inspection, flanked by his trusted retainers. Night Owl steadied his breath, moved forward, and as if not minding his step, collided squarely with Grey. The leather case tumbled to the ground, its wares scattering everywhere. Oh, 1,000 apologies, Lord Grey. Night Owl crouched hastily, gathering up the glittering goods. Gray was about to fly into a rage when he saw the other man's simple, honest merchant demeanor and caught sight of several exquisitely wrought gem ornaments. His anger subsided a few degrees. Have you no eyes when you walk? Seizing the moment, Night Owl presented a perfectly cut ruby. Lord Gray, this is a treasure of the newest West Sea craftsmanship. If it pleases you, this humble merchant would offer it at the lowest price. Gray accepted the ruby, rubbing it between his fingertips as greed flickered across his eyes. Oh, what other fine things do you have? Come to my residence, and tell me in detail. Gray's residence was a fortress built from colossal black boulders matching well his epithet of Iron Wall. Within, however, it dazzled with opulence, its extravagance far exceeding what any ordinary feudal lord ought to possess. In the reception hall, Gray himself poured Night Owl a glass of rum. Speak, merchant. What other rarities of yours might broaden my horizons? Night Owl opened the leather case, a dazzling array of exotic treasures glinting in the candlelight. As he displayed them, he spoke with feigned casualness. Your lordship's domain prospers so handsomely, truly admirable. Unlike certain regions where I hear under White Emperor Louis's new code many lords grumble in discontent and scrape by in straitened circumstances. Gray's hand holding his glass paused slightly, his face darkening. That bastard Louis. He slammed the table, hard liquor splashing everywhere. Just who does he think he is lording over us old-timers who've bled for years in the New World? If not for the fact that his strength truly is. Gray realized he had let his tongue slip and suppressed his fury with an effort. Night Owl knew in his heart that the time was ripe. He leaned forward, lowering his voice with a hint of secrecy. Lord Gray, to be perfectly honest, I am no ordinary merchant. I have come on behalf of an organization devoted to overturning this unjust order. Gray's eyes narrowed. What organization? Night Owl swept a glance around the room, then leaned close to Gray's ear. An organization that can help you, Lord Gray, reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you. We have already contacted numerous mighty figures who share your grievances, Lord Gray. We await only the right moment. Gray's breath abruptly quickened. Lord Gray, are you not curious why Louis enforces such a draconian code? Why he publicly executes dissenters like Ka Long? Before Gray could respond, Night Owl pressed on. Because he is afraid. He knows the seeds of discontent have long since been sown. If we unite, his seemingly invincible rule is nothing more than a castle upon the sand. These words utterly inflamed the fire in Gray's heart. He began to pour out unceasingly accusations of Louis's many tyrannies. The resource levy raised from 50 to 70%, inspectors wielding such power as to obstruct at every turn, the autonomy of feudal lords reduced to a hollow title. Every single count made him gnash his teeth with hatred. Night Owl listened patiently, offering an occasional word of agreement, committing every piece of information to memory. When Gray's emotions subsided somewhat, Night Owl spoke slowly. Lord Gray, since our aspirations align, the organization would like to see your sincerity. After all, this is a matter that puts your very life and fortune on the line. Gray weighed the proposition and asked in return, what do you need me to do? Night Owl pondered a moment. A pledge of loyalty. Destroy Louis's crucial strategic supply depot in the New World, or acquire a highly classified document detailing the implementation rules of the White Emperor's Code. Gray's countenance shifted through several shades. Whichever option he chose, both meant a complete rupture with Louis. Once exposed, he would be consigned to irredeemable doom. The risk is far too great. Night Owl's gaze remained serene. Lord Gray, high risk brings high reward. If you cannot muster this much resolve, how can the organization trust you to join in greater undertakings? He paused, his voice growing heavier. Consider this. Once you succeed, you will cast away all fetters and reclaim every benefit you have lost. To go further, it would not be impossible to replace Louis and become the true master of these waters. The devil's whisper reverberated in Gray's ears. I need to think it over. Gray's voice was hoarse. Night Owl rose to take his leave. Of course. I shall remain on the island for 3 days awaiting your reply. After Night Owl departed, Gray sat alone in the vast empty reception hall. Outside the window the night was impenetrably dark, the scales within his heart rocked violently. After a long silence, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Power, wealth, freedom. These temptations finally outweighed his terror of death. He summoned a trusted retainer in a low voice and began to issue secret orders. 1,000 miles away aboard the Doer inside the War Council chamber, the atmosphere was leaden. Crocodile handed a dossier to Louis. Captain, trouble has arisen in Gray's territory. Louis took it and scanned it quickly. Over the past 3 months, the total volume of resources Gray has paid and has declined continuously, with the margin exceeding 15% beyond normal fluctuation. Our informants report that several merchant ships of unknown origin have docked at his harbor recently, and Gray himself has frequently made clandestine contact with unfamiliar faces. Louis set down the report, his fingertips drumming lightly on the table, his eyes cold as hoarfrost. The rat has already crept into its hole. A cruel smile crept onto his lips. Find out whose hand is behind this and prepare to close the net. Duval's command room. Louis lightly tapped the sea chart circling the position of Moonshadow Island. Gray's treasonous evidence lay spread before him. Crocodile exhaled a thick plume of smoke. He crushed his cigar. Captain, shall we deal with Gray, that small fry? Lewis's knuckles rapped against the desk. Not yet. Let us play along with them. He rose and stood before the massive sea chart. Candlelight stretched his silhouette long and thin. Crocodile, what did you tell me when we first met? The sand crocodile bared his lips, his scar grotesque. A true strong man only turns challenges into stepping stones. Excellent. Lewis nodded and turned around. Now go prove it. A document was thrown onto the table before Crocodile. Send this, surprise, through Baroque Works. Crocodile picked up the document, and his eyes swept over it rapidly. Whitebeard Pirates, 3 days from now, Moon Shadow Island's secret weapon test. His brows furrowed imperceptibly, enough to alter the naval balance. He raised his head. Captain, this risk. Risk? Lewis interrupted him. When did you become so timid? Crocodile's fingers gripping the document tightened slightly. Then a signature, cruel smile creased his lips. I understand. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since CP0 and the Navy desire intelligence, let us gift them something unforgettable. Lewis's smile deepened. Remember feints and realities. Moon Shadow Island as a secret base, that is the truth. The critical weapon information is merely bait. Crocodile folded the document. How long until this intelligence reaches that fool Gray's ears? 24 hours. Lewis's tone brooked no argument. Not too fast, or it appears deliberate. Not too slow, or we shall miss the spectacle. Crocodile turned to depart. Wait. Lewis stopped him. Notify Marco Josu and Vista. Prepare for battle. Wang Ji's inspectorate shall fully cooperate. If we are to act, let us perform so convincingly that even we believe it. A bloodthirsty excitement flickered in Crocodile's eyes. He extended his tongue to lick his dry, cracked lips. Understood. I shall show them what a true, inescapable net looks like. 2 days later. Gray's territory, the Iron Wall Fortress secret chamber. Night Owl pushed an encrypted document toward Gray. My Lord Gray, once Lewis's new weapon succeeds, the balance of the new world shall be shattered immediately. At that point, even legendary pirate captains shall reconsider your strength. Gray's breathing suddenly quickened, fine beads of sweat forming at his temples. He stared intently at the document. The intelligence. Is it reliable? Night Owl's voice carried an imperceptible trace of temptation. The organization spared no effort to obtain it. It is beyond doubt. This is your only opportunity. Miss it, and you shall forever cower under Lewis's tyranny, paying 70% of your revenue. Succeed, and you shall become the new overlord of the new world, commanding even greater territories. Greed and fear wildly intertwined in Gray's eyes. Finally, greed prevailed, hardening into resolve, commanding a territory, wealth flooding into his coffers. Such visions frantically proliferated in his mind. Excellent. Gray slammed his palm onto the desk, horrific blood vessels bursting in his eyes. I agree. Let us proceed. Night Owl's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he collected the document. A wise choice. Assemble your private troops. When the Navy and our people strike simultaneously, you shall coordinate from within. Gray nodded emphatically. No problem. My private troops have long been discontent with Lewis. He immediately sent a secret order to his confidants. Troop movements within the fortress were frantically coordinated in secret. The armory doors stood open to those private soldiers nursing ulterior motives. Alone, Gray stood atop the fortress peak, gazing into the distance against the night wind. He felt an overwhelming surge of ambition, as if he could already envision his future reign over these lands. Unaware that from distant vantage points several disguised figures had observed all his movements. Meanwhile, at Mary Geos, the Holy Land. In the Five Elders conference room, the atmosphere remained as solemn as ever. An SCP-0 agent bowed his head and reported respectfully. Nighthawk Intelligence confirms that Lewis of the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed planning a large-scale weapon test on Moon Shadow Island scheduled for tomorrow night. The aged, hoarse voice of the sword-bearing elder resonated. Reliability. Moon Shadow Island is confirmed as the Whitebeard Pirates' secret base. Satellites have also detected anomalous energy fluctuations around the island suggestive of weapon testing preparations. The Five Elders rapidly exchanged a glance. Sees Lewis's new weapon technology. The balance of power on the seas must tilt in favor of our world government. The eldest of the Five Elders firmly struck his gem-encrusted short staff. Inform Sengoku. The Navy must fully cooperate. Reinforce with SCP-0 elites. This operation permits only success, never failure. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku's office phone bug rang abruptly, its voice shrill and urgent. The Five Elders' irrevocable command pierced through the receiver. Sengoku. Immediately mobilize all deployable elite fleets. Target Moon Shadow Island. Coordinate with CP0. At all costs, seize Lewis's secret weapons. Sengoku's expression suddenly changed, his brows knitting into a Chuan character. Your Excellencies, such a large scale. Execute the order. The phone bug was roughly hung up. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment and doubts. He pressed the emergency communicator of the operations department. Emergency assembly order. All deployable elite fleets muster immediately. Target Moon Shadow Island. Marine headquarters instantly transformed into a war machine in high-speed operation. Steel warships emerged from port one by one, cleaving through waves heading toward unknown destinies. Moon Shadow Island, a hidden harbor. The night was ink-black waves relentlessly crashing against the reefs. Lewis stood atop the cliff, the sea breeze brushing his cloak. He gazed down at the churning ocean below in silence. Behind him, Corps officers Marco Josevista and others stood motionless, their expressions solemn. The island's defensive fortifications had been fully activated like a crouching beast awaiting prey. Crocodile emerged from the shadows, his voice raspy. Captain Gray's fortress has been cleared, every last one. The Navy fleet remains 30 nautical miles away. CP-0's rats have already infiltrated nearby islands and are creeping closer. Lewis gave a slight nod. A cold glint flashed in his deep eyes. Excellent. Let them draw closer still. He wished to make those self-important hunters understand who was the true predator of these seas. What true despair was. Marco stepped forward, his azure flame wings vibrating imperceptibly behind him, dancing with dangerous light. Captain, shall I drive away those flies? Lewis waved his hand. A cold smile graced his lips. No need. Let them believe victory is theirs, that everything is under control. Only then will our splendid counterattack pierce their hearts with even greater agony. On the distant horizon, the dark silhouette of a fleet gradually materialized beneath the night sky. Cold cannon barrels gleamed with metallic frost in the darkness. They were marching step by step into a snare woven by Lewis himself, a trap named death. Crocodile glanced toward the distance and let out a raspy, low laugh. Truly, what a magnificent performance. Off the coast of Yuang Island, the Navy's Special Task Fleet raced through the waves, plowing through the ink-black sea. Report. 3 nautical miles ahead. That's Yuang Island. The lookouts howl cut through the wind. Zifa narrowed his eyes. The island's silhouette emerged on the edge of the horizon. Communication status. All normal, Admiral Zifa. The signalman responded promptly. Zifa's fingers drummed rhythmically against the cold railing. All fleet prepare for first-class combat readiness. His voice overpowered the moaning sea breeze. Tonight we'll teach these scum pirates a lesson they will never forget. The gun barrels of dozens of warships slowly swiveled, their pitch-black muzzles precisely trained on Yuang Island. Meanwhile, among the dark reefs at the island's edge, several silhouettes slipped silently through the water like the most agile fish. CP-0's top agents had already closed in on the target zone. Night Owl issued an icy command through his microcommunicator. Unit 1, head to the core area of the target weapon test site. Unit 2, make sure all technical data is secured. Unit 3, handle cleanup. He extended his tongue and licked his parched lips. Remember, leave no survivors. At midnight, Zifa's arm slashed downward fiercely. Fire. Boom. 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 Hundreds of shells tore through the silent night sky, their interwoven tales of fire raining down upon Yuang Island like a meteor shower. The sea was instantly swallowed by the deafening roar. Flames shot skyward from Yuang Island as explosions rang out in endless succession, as if the entire island were ablaze. Seizing the cataclysmic chaos, the agents of CP-0 Unit 1 crept toward their predetermined target like phantoms. Amid the surging shadows, countless gorgeous sword beams like rose petals burst into existence without warning. Rose dance. Flower Sword Baiseda's figure flashed by too fast for anyone to catch. Before the CP-0 agents could even react, their throats were slit by an invisible blade. Scalding blood gushed forth like a fountain. In Night Owl's communicator, the blood-curdling screams abruptly ceased. Silence. A deathly, heart-stopping silence. His expression changed drastically. Unit 1 has lost contact. CP-0 lost contact. As expected, they can't be relied upon. Aboard the flagship, Zifa brushed off the minor incident with a wave of his hand. Land. All-out assault. The Navy soldiers surged like a swarm of ants, howling as they stormed the shell-ravaged beachhead. For justice. The earth-shaking battle cry resounded above the beachhead. Answering them was a figure soaring skyward. Mark transformed into a phoenix wreathed in blue flames. His enormous wings nearly blotted out the entire night sky. You trash of the Navy, you're too noisy. His voice was shrill and dripping with contempt. Welcome to the hell that Captain Louis has prepared for you. On the other side of the island, Chaozi's diamondized body withstood the relentless bombardment. Shells exploded against him, throwing up nothing more than insignificant sparks. Is that all the power you've got? He grinned broadly, baring his gleaming white teeth, every muscle bulging. It's just a tickle to me. Chaozi let out a furious roar and smashed his fist into the ground with all his might. Boom. The entire coastline trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Giant cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb. Dozens of Navy soldiers screamed in terror as they plummeted into the bottomless dark fissures. The earth churned again. Countless rotting, stench-reeking arms burst forth from the ground. Moonlight Malia's zombie legion awakened from their slumber beneath the earth, howled and lunged at the surviving Navy soldiers. The undying warriors tore madly at the flesh of the living. Screams and roars interwove, turning Yueying Island into a veritable hell on earth. Aboard the Navy flagship, the binoculars in Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's hand clattered to the deck. His face was ashen, his lips trembling. No, this can't be. The intelligence clearly said this was just an ordinary weapons testing ground. How could so many monsters suddenly appear? An ice-cold thought slammed into his mind. We've fallen into a trap. Yueying Island was never some damn weapons testing ground. This is a trap. A death pocket tailor-made for their navy. As expected, on the distant horizon dense black dots emerged like an incoming tide. The iconic skull flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, adorned with a huge crescent mustache, fluttered arrogantly in the night wind. Several massive fleets had already silently encircled them, completely sealing off every avenue of retreat. Damn it. Zifa slammed his fist hard against the steel railing in front of him. The sturdy railing twisted and deformed on impact. That little brat Louis has completely played us for fools. Hundreds of nautical miles away, on a desolate island, Gallet was fleeing for his life with the remnants of his personal soldiers. His face was pale as paper, cold sweat soaking his disheveled hair. Even from such a vast distance, the towering flames rising from Yueying Island stung his eyes. Now he understood everything. He was nothing more than a pawn casually discarded. Louis had known about his betrayal all along. The so-called mysterious merchant and those enticing intelligence reports. All of it was a meticulously laid bait. Captain, it looks like we're surrounded. A trusted subordinate screamed in terror. In the darkness, countless figures were slowly closing in from all directions. SSSH. The sound of footsteps treading the sandy ground was clearly audible in the deathly still night. Sand Crocodile Kelokitterer stepped out from the thick shadows, a cigar dangling from his lips. A sneer of undisguised mockery hung on his lips. Governor Gallet. His voice was hoarse, bearing a texture like the grating of metal. Captain Louis asked me to send you his regards. As for the fate of a traitor, I think you know better than anyone. Gallet trembled violently all over. The veins on the back of his hand gripping the greatsword bulged prominently. Kelokitterer, you lackey of Louis, I'll fight you to the death today. Gallet let out a beastly roar, wildly brandishing his greatsword as sword chi howled forth. Desert Saber. Kelokitterer effortlessly blocked Gallet's desperate struggle. With a sinister twist, the sand blade sliced precisely across the wrist of Gallet's sword hand. Oh! Gallet let out a shrill scream as the heavy greatsword flew from his hand and embedded itself deep in the sand. With this pitiful strength of yours, Kelokitterer's eyes were filled with contempt. Yet you dared to harbor thoughts of betraying Captain Louis. The grains of sand like living vipers swiftly coiled around Gallet's body. Desert Sunflower. The ground beneath Gallet suddenly caved in and a massive quicksand vortex formed in an instant. He and his loyal private soldiers were slowly swallowed amid cries of despair. Mercy, Lord Kelokitterer, spare my life. Gallet completely broke down, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged madly. I'm willing to atone for my crimes. I swear loyalty to Lord Louis. I beg you. Kelokitterer snorted coldly, the smoke from his cigar blurring his ruthless visage. Now you think to beg for mercy. Too late. He waved his hand lightly. The quicksand solidified, instantly burying all the sins and screams completely. On Yueying Island, another corner ravaged by war. Night Owl wove nimbly through the chaotic battlefield, desperately trying to escape this dead end. An aged yet upright figure blocked his path like a phantom. Wang Ji, his eyes coldly fixed on the disheveled Night Owl. Little bug of CP0. It's been many years since I last had a good game with you bloodhounds of the world government. He slowly drew the greatsword from his back. Night Owl's pupils abruptly constricted as he sensed an unprecedented threat of death. A flash of blade light. One swift stroke. A cold sweat rolled down Yexiao's brow, his knuckles white as he gripped the dagger. The old monster from Rock's ship. He licked his parched lips, and his figure exploded into motion. 6 Power Soru. The afterimage had not yet faded before the dagger was already at Wang Ji's back. Without turning his head, Wang Ji slashed backward. Clang. The clash of steel rang out. The webbing of Yexiao's hand split open, and his dagger nearly slipped from his grasp. Is that all you've got? Wang Ji turned his blade, sweeping in an arc. Yexiao lurched backward, the blade grazing past the tip of his nose and drawing a single bead of blood. Wang Ji's blade followed through an arc through the air, then slashed straight down at him. Yexiao crossed his twin daggers before his chest, unleashing armament hockey at full power to defend. Wang Ji's blade had already descended. The daggers shattered on impact, and a gash split open across Yexiao's chest deep enough to expose bone as blood gushed forth. Impossible. How could my hockey be so utterly fragile? He staggered back, his eyes wild with terror. Wang Ji's oppressive aura soared, black hockey coiling and flowing along the blade. I have not spent these years in idle retirement. Yexiao's pupils contracted sharply. The strength of this hockey was far beyond his estimation. Jeppo. He kicked off the air and soared upward, attempting to flee. Wang Ji snorted coldly and stamped the ground with explosive force, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. Flee. Did you ask my blade? The blade carved a death-dealing silver arc through the sky. In desperation, Ye Xiao could only shroud his body in haki to withstand the attack. The tremendous force struck and he tumbled toward the ground like a kite, whose string had snapped. Boom. He crashed into the earth, leaving a deep crater. Coughing blood, Ye Xiao struggled to his feet. Wang Ji descended slowly, looking down at him. The elite of CP0, nothing more than this. Disappointing. Gnashing his teeth, Ye Xiao drew a black pill from his clothes and swallowed it in one gulp. His body instantly swelled, muscles bulging, veins protruding, both eyes turning scarlet. A stimulant, is it? A faint twitch crossed Wang Ji's brow. Interesting. Ye Xiao let out a beast-like roar, his speed increasing explosively. Piercing star. A terrifying shockwave shot straight at Wang Ji's chest. Wang Ji did not dodge, he held his blade horizontally before him. Invisible haki surged from the blade, and the shockwave vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea, gone without a trace. The final gleam of light in Ye Xiao's eyes faded. The disparity was too vast. Wang Ji stepped forward, the tip of his blade aimed at Ye Xiao's throat. Game over, little insect. Ye Xiao suddenly broke into a vicious grin. Wang Ji, do you think killing me will end everything? Lewis will pay for today sooner or later. The wrath of the celestial dragons will burn him to ashes. The hand gripping Wang Ji's blade paused almost imperceptibly. Ye Xiao seized that instant and lashed his dagger toward Wang Ji's heart like a venomous serpent. Die. Wang Ji's mouth curled into a cruel arc. The blade turned, and a flash of light cut through the air. Ye Xiao's head flew high, blood spraying from his severed neck like a fountain. The headless body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. Wang Ji flicked the blood droplets from his blade, crouched, and searched Ye Xiao's corpse methodically. His hand closed around a peculiar black communicator engraved with the world government's insignia. He stowed it away together with the documents he had found. Footsteps sounded behind him. Lewis approached slowly, Marco and the others following in his wake. Done. Lewis's tone was calm. Wang Ji rose to his feet and handed over the communicator. Before he died, this one mentioned the wrath of the celestial dragons. Lewis accepted the communicator and studied it briefly. The workmanship was indeed exquisite. Marco walked over to Ye Xiao's body and kicked it. So this is all CP0's elite can do. What about the Marines? Lewis asked. Vista was wiping his sword blade. Zephyr escaped with the remnants of his forces, suffering heavy losses. Several vice admirals were either killed or captured. Give me the exact numbers. Jose grinned. The Marine fleet had 32 ships, 17 were sunk, and 8 captured. The casualty ratio was about 8-1. Those small fry never stood a chance. Lewis nodded. Good. Gather all the prisoners. Send the CP0 bodies along with Gray's head back to Marineford. Consider it a gift for Sengoku. The others froze for a moment, then knowing smiles crept across their faces. This move was vicious indeed. Wang Ji sheathed his blade, a complicated look in his eyes. Captain, this move is tantamount to stripping away every last facade. Lewis turned and looked toward the distant sea where fires still flickered. If they want war, I'll give them war. 3 days later, off the coast of Marineford, a massive transport ship slowly approached. The deck was packed with Marine prisoners, ragged, hopeless despair plainly written on their faces. A huge wooden box hung from the bow holding Gray's head and the corpse of a CP0 agent. Morgan's newsbird circled overhead. At the harbor, countless Marine soldiers watched in silence, their expressions filled with shock and indignation. Sengoku stood on an elevated platform, fists clenched, his body trembling slightly. Lewis. Garp walked to his side and sighed softly. This kid is even crazier than Rox was back then. He's declaring war on the whole world. Akiji removed his glasses and wiped them slowly. The new world was on the verge of upheaval. The transport ship docked and the prisoners were escorted off. The wooden box was carried down and placed in the most conspicuous spot in the harbor. A note was attached to the box to Marine headquarters. Spoils from Yueying Island, respectfully presented by Lewis. Sengoku's vision went black and he nearly toppled over. Holy Land, Mary Geos, the Chamber of Power. The 5 elders sat around a round table, the atmosphere frozen solid. On the screen there it was, the scene at Marineford Harbor. The sword-bearing elder slammed his palm down, shattering the jade tea table. An utter disgrace. This is the most serious provocation against the world government. The curly-haired elder's killing intent was fully exposed. Mobilize all our forces. Exterminate Lewis at any cost. The golden-haired elder remained comparatively composed. Gentlemen, Lewis's wings have grown full. If we rashly start an all-out war, the new world will spiral out of control. It may even spill over into the first half of the Grand Line. The long-bearded elder said in a deep voice, then what do you propose? The golden-haired elder pondered. For now we endure, build up strength, promote Marine commanders, and cultivate new blood. When the moment is ripe, we will destroy him in one stroke. The sword-bearing elder's fury subsided somewhat. Then it settled. This grudge is remembered. Lewis, you just wait for this old man. In a certain area of the new world, the doer. Lewis stood at the bow. Tesoro handed him a newspaper. Captain Morgan's report. The headline read, Great Victory at Yueyang Island. White Emperor Lewis crushes the Marines. The accompanying picture was exactly the scene at Marineford Harbor. Lewis scanned at the corner of his mouth, lifting slightly. Good effect. Marco stepped closer. Captain, reports are pouring in from all territories. The vassal lord's loyalty has soared, and they now view you with veneration and awe. Lewis hummed in acknowledgement. Crocodile, a cigar held between his teeth, strolled out of the shadows. Captain Yeshao's communicator has been cracked. CP0 still has 3 secret strongholds in the New World, each hidden on a different island. Furthermore, they are planning an operation codenamed Cleansing. Lewis raised an eyebrow. Cleansing. Crocodile shook his head. The intelligence is incomplete. It is likely a large-scale purge aimed at us. Lewis deliberated for a few seconds. Interesting. He turned to the others. Pass the order. The Whitebeard Pirates are to enter Level 1 combat readiness. All territories must strengthen their defenses. At the same time, begin eliminating CP0's strongholds in the New World. Aye. The group thundered in unison. Lewis's gaze once again turned toward the distant horizon over the sea. The Devil Captain's cabin. Lewis examined a gold-stamped document marked Top Secret Intelligence leaked from within the world government. The 5 Elder Stars wish to divide and dismantle us from within. Crocodile spoke hoarsely through a cloud of smoke from his cigar. Our informants report they have begun secret contacts with various powers in the New World, offering terms extraordinarily generous. A chilling smile curled Lewis's lips. Since they have drawn the line, we shall follow it to its end. He rose abruptly and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the Grand Captain's quarters. Send word to Morgan's. Tomorrow's front page of the World Economic News shall carry my second recruitment proclamation. The golden-haired Tesoro stepped forward eagerly. Captain, who is the target this time? Lewis turned his gaze sharp as a blade. For the second recruitment proclamation, we shall play a far greater game. All who embrace the principles of the White Emperor Code, who possess ability and ambition and are willing to contribute to establishing a new world order, regardless of origin. The Whitebeard Pirates await them all. Marco's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Captain, do you mean even those? Lewis paused mid-stroke, ink blooming across the paper, lending an air of imperious dominance. Including former Navy personnel and CP organization members. As long as they pledge true allegiance, past deeds shall not be held against them. All shall be treated equally. Captain, this move will surely stir cataclysmic waves upon the seas. Jaws grinned, revealing white teeth like an excited beast. Recruiting from within the Navy. That's ruthless. Lewis's finger pressed heavily upon several critical Navy branch locations on the chart. Furthermore, for all the powerful figures hunted by the world government or wronged by injustice. We shall give them a stage for vengeance and a platform to fulfill their ambitions. A spark of brilliance flashed in Tesoro's eyes as a brilliant idea surged forth. Captain, in conjunction with the recruitment proclamation, I propose establishing the Whitebeard Development Bank to provide low-interest loans and economic support to all affiliated forces. Lewis nodded approvingly. Excellent. Begin immediately. Problems that money can solve are never problems at all. Crocodile lit a fresh cigar and drew a deep drag. Monkey D, Luffy, and I shall vigorously promote this throughout our respective territories and handle the initial screening. Remember, Lewis emphasized, we seek dragons capable of stirring storms, not ordinary fish drifting with the current. Wang Ji rushed in the intelligence documents, still bearing the fresh scent of ink. Captain, there are already movements stirring within the Navy. Lewis took the documents and scanned them swiftly. The intelligence revealed that certain naval officers harboring doubts about absolute justice or feeling unappreciated were already discussing the merits of the White Emperor Code in private. Marco leaned closer. This Vice Admiral Karko, 38 years old, a vice admiral at headquarters, is said to have long dissented against Akanu's extreme brand of justice and maintains extensive connections. Lewis tapped his fingertip upon the name Karko. Send someone to make contact and gauge the situation. Before the words had fully left his lips, the golden din mushy on the table began ringing frantically. Tesoro answered swiftly, his expression suddenly shifting. Captain, urgent message. Vice Admiral Karko of the Marine Headquarters has just publicly declared his defection from the Navy through the World Economic News Agency, leading a group of his trusted subordinates to swear allegiance to the Whitebeard Pirates. Deathly silence fell upon the captain's cabin. The next instant, a deafening roar of laughter erupted. Crocodile choked on his cigar, coughing until his face turned crimson, yet laughter streamed tears from his eyes. Captain, the recruitment proclamation hasn't even been formally published, and the fish are biting on their own. This effect is nothing short of a miracle. Lewis laughed with unrestrained delight. We have underestimated both the penetrating power of the White Emperor Code and the sharpness of internal conflicts within the Navy. Karko's defection is the first domino to fall. Marco's eyes blazed with fervor. What follows will inevitably be a devastating chain reaction. Lewis walked to the window and gazed toward the distant horizon. Issue the order. Receive Carco with the highest honors. Let the world witness how we treat true sages. Marco, you shall go personally. Lewis added. Make him feel our sincerity while also probing his true intentions. Understood. Wang Ji burst in once more, this time his face a mixture of shock and elation. Captain, the Marine headquarters has completely exploded. Marshal Sengoku convened an emergency highest-level meeting overnight to discuss how to handle Carco's defection. The 5 Elder Stars have also reportedly urgently summoned the head of CP0. A hint of mockery flashed in Lewis's eyes. They are panicking. This is merely the beginning. Crocodile ground his cigar fiercely into the ashtray. Those anti-Lewis factions they have cultivated are likely now weighing whether vague promises are more tempting or whether our tangible wealth is more substantial. Tesoro interjected. Once the Whitebeard Development Bank begins operating, our appeal shall be overwhelming. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the door burst open and a communications soldier scrambled inside, his voice trembling with excitement. Captain, big event. 3 additional naval officers, including a colonel from headquarters and 2 majors from the G5 branch, have just announced through separate channels their defection from the Navy and submission to our cause. Lewis rose slowly and approached the naval chart, his finger tapping lightly upon the location of Marineford. 5 Elder Stars, your plans were stillborn before they could even begin. By my order, full mobilization. Prepare to receive all who come to us. Strengthen defenses across all territories to prevent petty thieves from causing trouble amidst the chaos. Tell Morgans to plaster the recruitment proclamation across every inhabited corner of the world. Yes. The crew roared in unison, their voices shaking through the ship's hold. The setting sun's afterglow stretched Lewis's shadow long upon the deck. 5 Elder Stars, this chess game. You have already lost. At that very moment, the highest classified urgent intelligence was delivered directly into Lewis's hands. It came not from Morgan's, nor from Wang Ji's channels. The intelligence content was extremely brief, yet it caused Lewis's pupils to contract sharply. Vice Admiral Loris, codename Venom Fong, requests emergency political asylum, bringing top-secret documents regarding the 5 Elder Stars' final purge plan against the Whitebeard Pirates. On the deck of the Deware, Rear Admiral Kaluok stood by the gunwale. The moment he removed his Marine Code of Justice, it was as though a weight that had pressed upon his heart for years had finally been lifted. From this day forth, Kaluok is willing to die for Captain Liu Yi. The voice echoed across the deck, drawing bursts of cheers from the surrounding crew. Liu Yi stood at an elevated vantage, his calm gaze appraising the former Marine Rear Admiral. Kaluok, why have you chosen this path? Kaluok straightened his back, a resolute light blazing in his eyes. Captain, I served in the Marines for 18 years and witnessed too many atrocities waged under the banner of justice. The scholars of O'Hara were only pursuing knowledge, yet they were razed to the ground by a buster call. Those common civilians, what crime did they commit? Liu Yi slowly stepped down from the raised platform and walked to Kaluok. In that case, I appoint you Deputy Chief of Staff, assisting Wang Ji. Your task is to help us build a more comprehensive military system so that the Whitebeard Pirates truly possess the strength to challenge the world government. Kaluok knelt on one knee and placed his right hand over his chest. Kaluok will exert every effort and never fail the captain's trust. Wang Ji stepped out from the crowd and looked the new colleague up and down. Boy, that Marine command system of yours may not necessarily work in the new world. Kaluok rose and saluted Wang Ji respectfully. You are right, Senior. Kaluok is willing to learn with humility. However, the brothers I have brought with me are elite Marines rich in experience with tactical execution and logistical support. He pointed to the subordinates behind him who had likewise cast off their Marine uniforms. We are willing to devote everything we have learned to this new cause. Liu Yi nodded with satisfaction and turned to address everyone. From today onward, the Whitebeard Pirates will undergo a comprehensive military reform. We will establish a clear rank system and a complete logistical support system so that our power can be brought to its fullest. Marco and the other corps officers exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. They had long understood that to survive and grow strong in this cruel world, individual combat prowess alone was far from enough. What was needed was a complete modernized organizational system. Crocodile approached with a cigar clamped between his teeth. Captain, how is Marine headquarters reacting? That old fox Sengoku must be tearing his hair out over this wave of defections by now. The words had barely left his mouth when a messenger came running over. Captain, urgent news. 5 more Marine officers have announced their departure from the Marines, including a Commodore. The deck erupted at once. A series of consecutive defections could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. This was unmistakably an earthquake rumbling through the heart of the Marines. Tesoro's eyes gleamed sharply. Captain, our call for the worthy has not yet been officially issued, and it is already producing such results. Once it is formally proclaimed, I am afraid it will trigger an even greater chain reaction. Lu Yi drew a deep breath of the sea wind, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. In that direction lay Marine headquarters, Marineford. The five elders wanted to divide and weaken us, but it never occurred to them that we would loosen the ground beneath their feet first. Send the order, receive all who come to us with the highest honors. Let the whole world see how we treat true talent. Night fell. Inside the captain's cabin aboard the Devouring, Lu Yi sat alone behind the massive desk. Intelligence reports from across the world spread across its surface. The Marines' successive defections had already stirred a colossal uproar across the sea. The world government's prestige was declining at a rate visible to the naked eye. The 7 warlords of the sea system it had once actively promoted had also become a hollow shell owing to the indifferent responses of the great pirates. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded. Come in. Marco entered, a trace of excitement on his face. Captain, we have just received word. The Hyena, Bearman, and the Plague Queen Queenie have both sent envoys expressing their desire to cooperate. Lu Yi set down the documents in his hand, one eyebrow slightly arched. Bearman and Queenie were both renowned powers in the New World. Though not quite first-rate, they were by no means mediocrities. Their proactive overtures were undoubtedly a good omen. Let Tesoro take charge of receiving them and negotiating the specific terms of cooperation. Remember, we want true allies, not fence-sitters. Marco nodded in acknowledgement. He was about to leave when Lu Yi called him back. Wait, there is one more thing. Lu Yi took an encrypted intelligence report from a drawer. This is the 5 Elders' final purge plan, top secret material from within the Marines. Marco's pupils contracted sharply. The 5 Elders' final purge plan. Lu Yi slowly rose and walked to the vast floor-to-ceiling window. It seems our influence has already exceeded the 5 Elders' limit of tolerance. They intend to completely eliminate this threat of ours. Outside the window, moonlight spilled a sheet of silver across the sea. On the distant horizon, the lights of several ships were faintly visible. Arrange our people. Since they have delivered this gift to our doorstep, we should naturally make full use of it. Marco accepted the order and left. The captain's cabin fell silent once more, save for the sound of waves striking the hull, echoing through the night. Lu Yi stood alone before the window. A greater storm was brewing, and he would be its center. In the depths of the night, a dark figure descended noiselessly onto the deck of the Devouring. The visitor wore a deep green cloak, his features hidden in shadow, yet the majestic aura radiating from him made the patrolling crewmen hesitate to approach. I request an audience with the White Emperor Lu Yi. The sailor on watch dared not be negligent and immediately went to announce it. Before long, Lu Yi appeared on the deck. When he saw the visitor's true visage, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, the man the world government had hunted with all its might, now stood on his ship. Dragon slowly lowered his hood, revealing that resolute face. Lu Yi, I have long heard of your fame. I never expected the leader of the Revolutionary Army to come in person. Lu Yi's tone was calm, yet turbulence stirred within him. Dragon's arrival was by no means a coincidence. Please, let us talk in detail in my captain's cabin. Inside the captain's cabin, the two sat facing one another. Dragon came straight to the point. I have come to form an alliance with you on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. Lu Yi picked up his teacup and took a delicate sip. The Revolutionary Army wants to ally with a pirate. That is an intriguing proposal. Dragon produced a sealed document envelope from his coat. As a token of sincerity, I have brought the latest intelligence concerning one of the ancient weapons. Lu Yi's hand paused slightly. The ancient weapons, 3 super-ancient armaments powerful enough to destroy the world. Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. These legendary weapons had always been the focus of contention among the great powers. The world government appears to be in possession of the ancient weapon Uranus. Dragon's words detonated like a thunderclap inside the captain's cabin. Lu Yi slowly set down his teacup, his eyes as sharp as blades. Are you certain? Dragon nodded. A mole within the world government has reported that the 5 elders have recently mentioned the King of the Sky with unusual frequency. Combined with fragments of other intelligence, we have reason to believe that Uranus is in their hands. Lu Yi was silent for a long time. If the world government truly held Uranus, the situation would become immensely complicated. Each of the 3 ancient weapons possessed the power to annihilate heaven and earth. What help do you want from me? Dragon leaned forward, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. We hope you will use your influence in the New World to assist the Revolutionary Army in its operations against the world government. In exchange, the Revolutionary Army is willing to provide part of the truth we possess concerning the Void Century, along with a list of high-level spies hidden within the world government. The Void Century, that epic of history the world government had deliberately concealed. The scholars of O'Hara had brought catastrophe upon themselves precisely because they tried to investigate it. Lu Yi was deeply curious about it, but he did not immediately consent to Dragon's request. What is the Revolutionary Army's ultimate goal? Dragon answered without hesitation, to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's brutal rule and build a world of true freedom and equality. Though you are a pirate, your ideal of establishing a new order shares common ground with some of our objectives. Lu Yi sank into contemplation. The Revolutionary Army's goals did indeed bear similarities to his, but their ideologies were fundamentally different. The Revolutionary Army pursued freedom and equality while he sought to establish a new order built on power. I can consider cooperation. Liu Yi finally spoke. But I have one condition. A glint of curiosity flickered in Dragon's eyes. What condition? At some crucial juncture in the future, the Revolutionary Army must coordinate with my actions. Dragon pondered for a while, then ultimately nodded in agreement. Agreed. He took part of the documents from the envelope and placed them on the desk. This is our gesture of good faith. Intelligence concerning Lord Emu and the empty throne. Liu Yi picked up the documents and began to skim through them swiftly. When he saw what was written within, his pupils abruptly contracted. The empty throne. The throne that in theory should remain vacant. As for Lord Emu, he had never heard that name before. Yet according to the file, this person seemed to wield authority surpassing even the 5 elders. The waters of the world government run deeper than I imagined. Dragon rose, preparing to leave. I hope our cooperation will be a pleasant one. He left behind a special means of contact, then vanished into the night. Liu Yi sat alone in the captain's cabin, reading the intelligence on Emu over and over. An entirely new enemy had surfaced. Aboard the Dval in the conference room, candlelight cast flickering shadows across the cold obsidian tabletop, illuminating the grave faces of those seated around it. Lewis tapped the table lightly with his slender fingers, the dull knock striking each heart like a hammer. Today's meeting has only one topic. He slid a document to the center of the table. The 5 elders' final purge plan targeting us. Crocodile twirled a cigar between his fingers, the crimson ember glowing faintly in the dimness. The plan has 3 phases. Lewis's voice was eerily calm. Phase 1, character assassination through propaganda and internal infiltration. We've already dealt with that. Crocodile exhaled a thick plume of smoke, the haze blurring the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. They failed miserably, didn't they, eh? Yet deep within his eyes lurked not disdain, but wariness. Phase 2. Lewis's tone turned abruptly hard. Mobilize the most elite new generation combat force from Marine headquarters, coordinated with an armed unit known as the God's Knights, to execute thunderous precision strikes against our core officers and key allies. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid. God's Knights. Wang Ji's aged fingers clenched, suddenly his knuckles turning white. That name. He had witnessed their power firsthand at God Valley. Lewis paused not a moment, continuing in his frigid, deliberate tone. To support this operation, the Marines have secretly promoted 3 admiral candidates. Borsellino, Sakazuki, Kazan. In other words, Kizaru Akainu Akiji. 3 monstrous vice admirals elevated to admiral in one stroke. The world government intended to ignite a war that would engulf the entire world. Phase 3. If the first 2 steps fail, they will consider deploying a fraction of the ancient weapon's power. Uranus. Uranus. Crocodile shot to his feet, his heavy hardwood chair scraping backward with a piercing screech against the floor. His face was a mask of shock and disbelief. That was a power legendary enough to destroy the world with ease. Lewis pushed another document across the table. One corner of this file was stained with dark, dried blood. This is the list of CP0's senior agents, along with the known ability profiles of certain God's Knights members. His gaze swept across the assembled leaders. Wang Ji picked up the blood-stained file, his rough fingers tracing across the slightly crumpled paper and the dried bloodstains, his eyes churning with complex emotion. This intelligence was far too detailed, far too lethal. Every single word was a life lost from the intelligence network. He raised his eyes to Crocodile, his voice hoarse, carrying an unyielding resolve. Arrange it. Spare no expense. Verify every single detail of this intelligence. Crocodile forcefully stubbed out his half-smoked cigar in the ashtray, the ember flaring violently, a mirror to the bloodthirsty glint that flashed through his eyes. He nodded heavily. Captain, if this intelligence proves true, we cannot afford to sit idle. Marco's voice shattered the dead silence. We must strike first and completely disrupt their plans. Before they make their move, we'll flip over their chessboard. A cold glint flashed through Lewis's eyes. A grim, utterly mad smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He slammed his palm onto the table, the candle flames lurching violently, nearly extinguished. Of course. The 5 elders want to purge us. Then we'll give them a thorough absolute spring cleaning. Before the words faded, bang. The conference room door was blasted open by an immense force. Tesoro strode in hastily, his signature golden hair disheveled, breathing raggedly, sweat beading on his forehead. Captain, he called out urgently, his voice unsteady from running. Urgent intelligence. The world government has just convened an emergency world conference. The agenda: how to address the increasingly uncontrollable pirate problem in the New World. Meanwhile, Marine headquarters is showing signs of massive mobilization. Several elite fleets are secretly assembling, their destination unknown, but it's certain they're preparing for a major operation. The atmosphere in the room snapped taut like a drawn bowstring. Lewis's smile stretched even wider, his expression dripping with unbridled killing intent. It seems our intelligence is already proving true. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Tick, tick, tick. Each sound landing like a death knell in everyone's ears. Tell Morgans to spread word of the Marines' impending major action and the possibility of high-level moles among their ranks, using the most subtle, suggestive methods. I want the clever ones within the Marines to start suspecting each other to panic to tear each other apart. The moment Tesoro's words ended, Captain, another panic communications officer burst in foregoing formalities. With trembling hands, he passed an encrypted message to Wang Ji. Wang Ji scanned the message swiftly, his rugged brow nodding tightly. It's a transmission from Dragon. His voice was low. The Revolutionary Army's moles within the world government have also detected the abnormal deployment of the God's Knights. The scale and secrecy are unprecedented. All the pieces of intelligence, like fragments of a puzzle, rapidly clicked into place in their minds. A massive web carefully woven by the highest echelons of the world government to strangle all forces of resistance was slowly unfurling with suffocating pressure. Lewis rose slowly to his feet. He walked over to the enormous sea chart hanging on one side of the room. In the candlelight, his elongated shadow was cast across the cold map. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's locked onto the vast territories of the New World. Deep within his pupils burned a light of both madness and ice-cold calculation. This lethal intelligence bought with lies would become the sharpest blade in his hand. He decided to turn their own game against them. The five elders, the Marines, the God's Knights. He uttered the names in a low murmur, each syllable dripping with cold, murderous intent, appraising the prey he was about to dissect with his own hands. Since you've set the stage and want to put on a grand purge performance. Lewis's fingers slashed violently across the chart, landing on an island marked as Marine G, 1 branch. The smile stretched across his face, filled with chilling cruelty and anticipation. Then I shall gift you the most magnificent, most spectacular finale. G1 branch. We'll use their blood as the grand opening of our spring cleaning. The front page of the World Economic News erupted like thunder, every word striking at the nerves of all humanity. Personnel changes at the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Zafu steps down. Bolu Salinuo Sakasaki and Kuzan are promoted as the new naval marshals. Below the headline is a massive photograph of 3 figures standing side by side. The man in the center wears a striking red suit, his expression cold and stern. To the left, the man in an ostentatious yellow and white striped suit grins lewdly behind his sunglasses. The man on the right dons a white suit, his posture languid, as though he lacks interest in anything. The news sent shockwaves through all 4 seas. Inside taverns across the New World, the sounds of shattering glasses and curses rose one after another. The drums of naval war had already sounded, and the fangs hidden by the world government finally revealed themselves with monstrous ferocity. Marine Headquarters, Mariandado. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Zhang Guo frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on the carefree figure lounging on the sofa. Huan Yuan was leisurely trimming his nails with a nail clipper, completely oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Bolus Alinuo. Zhang Guo let out a low roar, his voice laced with exhaustion and fury. Is this your attitude toward your new appointment? Huan Yuan lazily raised his head, his annoying face full of innocent expression, his voice drawn out. Oh, my Fleet Admiral, pushing me to the forefront so urgently. Do you intend for me to tackle the hardest bone? How frightening. Zhang Guo slammed his fist onto the desk, sending documents flying everywhere. Louis's expansion has already crossed the bottom line of the 5 elders. The shame of Yueyang Island must be avenged in blood. Your first mission, coordinate with the Knights of the Divine arriving in the New World and deliver a demonstration strike against the important ally of the Whitebeard Pirates, Taiyan Kingdom. Oh, Huang Yuan's nail-trimming motion paused slightly, a sharp glint flashing behind his sunglasses. The Knights of the Divine. Sounds truly terrifying. Zhang Guo thrust an intelligence report at him. 3 days ago, the King of Taiyan Kingdom announced the implementation of the Bai-D Code and delivered a batch of strategic minerals to Louis. This is betrayal. A blatant provocation against the world government. The whole world must see what awaits those who ally with Louis. Huan Yuan picked up the intelligence and glanced at it casually, but the smile on his lips gradually faded. On the devourer, Louis threw the newspaper onto the table with a scoff. As expected, they couldn't hold back. Kuokita exhaled a thick plume of cigar smoke. Removing that old man Zafu, replacing him with a more obedient and vicious dog, and pairing it with the Knights of the Divine, specifically targeting our allies. He picked up the intelligence report. A classic case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, both to intimidate the wavering fence-sitters and to test our response. Louis's finger traced across the sea chart before coming to rest on the mark for Taiyan Kingdom. If they want to watch, I'll put on a show for them. His gaze turned toward Maxwork and Baisida. Maxwork, Baisida, you will immediately lead 10 vassal fleets to reinforce Taiyan Kingdom. Aye. The 2 responded solemnly, bristling with fighting spirit. Louis turned toward Kuokita again. Old Shah deployed decoy forces in the Storm Sea near Taiyan Kingdom. The bigger the show, the better. You must tie down any major naval forces that might appear. I want Huan Yuan to believe he is only facing Maxwork and his crew. Pluokitaur's lips curled into a cruel grin. Understood. I'll let them taste the fury of a sandstorm. Louis rose and walked slowly to the window. Beyond the window the sea stretched vast, and turbulent dark currents churning beneath. Huan Yuan, the Knights of the Divine. Let me see with my own eyes just how hard the world government's trump card truly is. Taiyan Kingdom Port City. The afternoon sun shone brightly, a gentle sea breeze brushing past. The king had announced his support for the BID code, significantly reducing heavy taxes, and the entire kingdom basked in a joyous atmosphere of prosperity. But the next moment this tranquility and peace was ruthlessly torn apart. On the distant horizon a massive fleet was cutting through the waves at an astonishing speed, a dark mass exuding suffocating pressure. Wow, what in the hell is that? A harbor guard let out a piercing scream. Before the alarm could fully sound, a blinding golden light flashed from the enemy flagship. Huan Yuan's figure appeared atop the port lighthouse, carried by golden light. He looked down upon the panicked crowd caught off guard by the sudden crisis. What a peaceful scene. Unfortunately, it's about to disappear. He raised his hands, slowly golden light gathering at his fingertips before erupting into countless dense projectiles. Hachijian Gujio. A relentless hail of golden light radiating devastation crashed toward the harbor watchtowers and coastal artillery. Boom. Rumble. The harbor was instantly consumed by a sea of fire wails of agony rising to the heavens. Meanwhile, behind him the naval fleet's 10,000 cannons unleashed a storm of death. 10,000 cannons roared in unison. Shells streaked across the sky like a meteor shower of doom, screaming toward every corner of the city. At the brink of despair, a torrent of azure flames swept in at an unbelievable speed. Boom, boom, boom. Maxuark spread his massive azure flame wings, the phoenix form appearing, and actually shattered dozens of incoming shells with his bare body. Then his azure flames surged violently, forming a colossal vortex barrier of fire that engulfed, devoured, and dissolved every subsequent shell into nothingness. As the flames dissipated, Maxuark landed before the ravaged harbor, an immovable mountain blocking all subsequent attacks. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing toward Huan Yuan atop the lighthouse. A new marshal of the navy. You want to lay a finger on our allies? Have you asked me first? Huan Yuan's smile faltered slightly, a hint of surprise flashing behind his sunglasses. Oh my, isn't this the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix, Maxuark? What a troublesome opponent. Before his words even faded, an oppressive aura far beyond the level of a marshal descended from the heavens. Both Huan Yuan and Maxuark felt their hearts shake simultaneously, gazing upward into the sky. In the sky, a gigantic 5-pointed magical circle materialized from nothing. Several figures cascaded from the magical circle, descending slowly amid eerie, distorted radiance. The battlefield fell deathly silent. The Knights of the Divine arrived. Figureland Garling descended slowly from the sky. He possessed a distinctive crescent-shaped hairstyle and exuded an authoritative presence without need for anger, his eyes calm as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield below. By order of Master, I shall purge the rebels. His voice carried no emotional fluctuation. Marco's pupils constricted sharply, the cyan flames covering his body surging violently. This sense of threat made him feel as though he were facing the 4th commander himself. Behind Figureland Garling, several powerful figures with differing auras emerged one after another. Each of them radiated a unique and formidable oppressive presence, like walking natural disasters. The lazy expression on Admiral Kizaru's face instantly vanished. Oh my, what formidable figures have arrived. He glanced at Figureland Garling. The next moment Kizaru transformed into a blinding golden light and shot upward into the sky. Kizaru's figure appeared beside Marco in an instant, his right leg wrapped in brilliant golden light that condensed into an unstoppable blade, delivering a devastating kick straight toward Marco's ribs. Marco instinctively crossed his arms to protect himself, his blue flames flaring dramatically as he attempted to form the sturdiest defensive barrier. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded in the air, creating a pressure wave visible to the naked eye. Marco was kicked flying through the air. This guy's speed is far greater than I imagined. He grit his teeth, forcefully stabilizing his airborne form, as cyan flames rapidly covered his wounds to heal them. Kizaru showed no mercy, pursuing relentlessly with his hands crossed before his chest. It's not over yet, Yasaka no Magatama. In an instant, hundreds of light orbs rained down like a storm, completely sealing off all of Marco's escape routes. Below, the port flower Sword by Santa wielded his dual blades, fighting fiercely against waves of incoming Navy soldiers. Sword Chi swept across the battlefield, and with each flash of silver light, dozens of Navy soldiers fell screaming into pools of blood. Rose Storm. Countless sharp sword chi like petals danced through the sky, ruthlessly cutting down wave after wave of charging Navy soldiers. But in the very next moment, a terrifying and heart-stopping sword strike descended from the heavens. By Santa's expression darkened as he urgently raised his dual swords to block. Clang! The ear-splitting clash of metal sent massive shockwaves through his arms, forcing him back several meters with numbness spreading through his limbs. Figureland Garling appeared silently before him, his long blade already drawn from its sheath at his waist. Grand Swordmaster. Bysanta's eyes locked onto the opponent with intensity, his grip on the sword trembling slightly as the guard scraped against his glove, producing barely audible sounds. The sword intent radiating from this man, pure and terrifying, was nothing short of matching the Golden Lion, the former world's greatest sword master. Figureland Garling moved. He simply swung his long blade in a straightforward motion, so minimal and direct that no flourish remained. Yet that unadorned strike contained the most primal killing intent. Bysanta's pupils constricted as he channeled all his strength into his dual swords, crossing them to meet the attack head-on. Dual sword-style secret art rose waltz. Two piercing sword energies spiraled upward, intertwining as they met that terrifying slash. Shing! That dark slash tore through like dry brush, instantly shattering Bysanta's proud secret technique. The remaining sword chi showed no sign of diminishing, carving a terrifying wound deep enough to expose bone across his chest. Blood erupted like a fountain. Bysanta stifled a groan and stumbled backward, falling to one knee. The gap is too vast. Gritting his teeth, he forced his shaking body upright and readied his sword once more. On the other side of the battlefield, another member of the Divine Knights, Figureland Shimrock, was slowly making his way toward the Whitebeard Pirates, who were struggling in combat. His appearance bore an astonishing resemblance to Red Hairshanks, except he wore his hair long, with intricate braids woven on both sides. He wielded a peculiar Western-style sword that emitted an eerie dark glow. "Come forth, my pet Cerberus." As he intoned in a low voice, the sword's blade suddenly began to twist and transform, and from within it emerged a colossal three-headed hellhound. On each of the monster's fierce heads sat a specially crafted collar, and in each of its gaping maws was held a sharp, solid longsword. Dark flame clouds swirled around the hellhound's body, distinctive marks of awakened devil fruit powers. Upon witnessing this, the Whitebeard Pirates crew members all showed altered expressions. Enemies of this caliber were far beyond their capacity to oppose. Suddenly, the three heads began spinning rapidly on their collars, then completely detached from the body. Three enormous heads, each bearing a sharp blade in its mouth, danced through the air with glinting cold light and bloodthirsty ferocity. Even as Shimrock retracted the hellhound's body back into his sword, those severed heads persisted, working in coordination with the Navy's assaults to unleash devastation across the Whitebeard fleet, causing tremendous casualties. Marco was struggling in the high skies against Kizaru, his blue flames steadily depleting, while he had to keep his attention divided to protect his comrades below. Kizaru swiftly seized that fleeting opening, forming a colossal light sword in his right hand. Aim no Murakumo. The blazing radiant blade, radiating apocalyptic energy, slashed mercilessly toward Marco's back. Marco whipped around to dodge the vital spot, crossing his blue flame wings to absorb the blow, but the light sword pierced straight through his right arm and pinned him to a crumbling tower. Boom! The collision between light and fire unleashed another devastating explosion, the shockwave reducing the tower to rubble. A trickle of blood escaped his lips, and the cyan regenerative flames burning on his body dimmed considerably. The sword wound on his shoulder was deep enough to expose bone, blood flowing steadily, with little sign of healing. "Captain." Marco endured the excruciating pain, pulling out his den mushi from his coat, his voice laced with unprecedented urgency. "The Divine Knights. Their strength far exceeds our estimates. These guys are incredibly troublesome. Requesting reinforcements." Before the den mushi could transmit more than a few words, a thin black light flashed, and the device shattered instantly. Aboard the DeVille, Lewis felt his heart tighten as the phone went dead. Despite being well prepared for the Divine Knights' might through various intelligence, seeing Marco in such dire circumstances with communications forcibly severed brought an unprecedented sense of pressure. "Hold on, Marco. Reinforcements are on their way." Lewis set down the den mushi and cast a sharp gaze toward the distant horizon. Just then, from the battlefield's flank, a massive fleet surged forward. At the prow of the lead giant warship stood Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, surrounded by an ominous aura of darkness. Tehehe, what a lively scene. How could I, Blackbeard, miss such a feast? He spread his arms wide, grinning broadly at the chaotic Navy fleet below, then waved his hand. Darkness hole. A colossal black hole that seemed to devour all light suddenly appeared on the ocean's surface, unleashing terrifying suction that instantly dragged several unprepared Navy warships into endless darkness. Meanwhile, on another ship's deck, a skeletal figure darted rapidly through the crowd. It was the musician Brook. He swung his cane sword, and wherever the blade passed, waves of chilling wind arose. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Yomi Yomi no Mi, Ice Age song. Eerie cold air spread rapidly from his center, and where it passed, the churning seawater instantly froze into ice, turning numerous Navy soldiers into ice sculptures. Kizaru's brows furrowed slightly, his lazy expression deepening. "Oh, there are still ambush forces. This is getting increasingly troublesome. Perhaps I should negotiate for higher pay this time around." Figureland Garling remained unmoved by the sudden development, his gaze still cold. No matter how many small fry there are, there's still just small fry. He slowly raised his long sword, its tip pointing toward Marco, who was being suppressed by Kizaru's light bullets. Just as he was about to launch his attack to eliminate the leader Marco first, a supremely domineering slash descended from the sky. Its target was none other than Figureland Garling's head. Wang Ji's figure materialized behind the strike, wielding a massive greatsword and radiating terrifying sword intent. Figureland. The aged yet powerful voice carried undisguised mockery and jest. It's been years since we last met. Tell me, old dog raised by the world government, do you still have any of the skills that made you cower and flee when Captain Rox defeated you back then? Figureland Garling slowly raised his head to look at the suddenly appearing Wang Ji. Wang Ji, a remnant of the Rox Pirates, how dare you make such noise before me? He likewise raised his long sword to meet that terrifying slash descending from the sky. Boom! The two massive slashes collided with tremendous force in the air. An unimaginable shockwave radiated outward from the collision point in all directions, sending towering waves across the entire sea surface and further destroying the port's ruins in the aftermath. Wang Ji's figure landed upon the port's ruins, facing off against Figureland Garling from a distance. Two top-tier powerhouses from a bygone era after decades apart finally clashed head-on once more. Wang Ji's murderous intent surged like an inexorable tide. The humiliation of God Valley decades ago had to be washed away in blood this very day. His greatsword rent the air asunder, aimed straight at St. Figureland Garling's brow. Alarm bells clanged furiously in Garling's mind. How could this man be even stronger than he was decades ago? Without an instant of hesitation, he swept his long blade upward to meet the assault. Clang! A shrill detonation tore the sky asunder. Shockwaves swept across the harbor, hurling countless fragments of rubble high into the air. Do you still recognize Captain Rox's swordsmanship, you miserable lackey? Wang Ji's voice was as cold as forged iron, every word steeped in bone-deep rancor. In that battle at God Valley years ago, the Rox Pirates had fallen to the combined might of Garp and Roger, but never to a lapdog of the world government. The greatsword danced in a mad frenzy. Every stroke carried the savage ferocity and overbearing tyranny of a bygone era. For a time, Garling was forced to retreat step by step. Wang Ji's blade momentum was immense and utterly peerless. Wherever the edge passed, the earth split open into jagged, ghastly scars. Conqueror's slash. Wang Ji bellowed, the fury within him erupting in full force. Pitch-black armament hockey surged into the blade like a raging torrent. This single stroke bore Wang Ji's unyielding resentment and his wrath against the world government. At last, Garling's expression shifted. Wang Ji's full-force strike, born of pure fury, left him nowhere to dodge. He could only meet it head-on. He brandished his long blade, unleashing the unmistakable prowess of a great swordsman. The terrifying slash looked as though it would cleave heaven and earth asunder. Yet the might of Wang Ji's blade far exceeded all imagination. That domineering will seemed ready to tear everything asunder. Even after shredding the oncoming slash, the devastating force still thundered toward Garling. Garling had no choice but to raise his sword and weather the blow once more. Clang! The colossal sound pierced the clouds. Garling felt as if struck by lightning. His innards seemed on the verge of being shattered. His entire body was sent flying backward, blood spraying wildly. Cough! 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 He crashed unceremoniously into the rubble, blood ceaselessly welling from his mouth. High above, Kizaru's form, assembled from particles of light, froze for an instant as his gaze swept across the scene below from behind his sunglasses. What a troublesome old fossil. He fired a laser intending to pierce through Marco, who was trying to regenerate below, but Teach's dark shadow had already lunged forward. Dark water. Teach flung his 5 fingers wide, cackling without restraint. The fathomless gravitational pull of darkness became a vortex that devoured everything. All that surrounded him was forcibly dragged and rent apart by that ominous blackness. Kizaru clicked his tongue in irritation and turned to face Teach. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets blasted outward, colliding violently with Teach's dark gravity as both sides annihilated one another. Marco's blue flames flared as he breathed an inward sigh of relief. Wang Ji's support could not have come at a more critical moment. His wounds healed at an accelerated pace, and he seized the opening to retreat in a burst of speed. On the other side, Vista had likewise caught his breath, crossing his twin blades once more. Rose storm. Countless petal-like arcs of sword chi whirled out in a deadly storm, driving several marines back. Brook tapped lightly with his cane sword. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Please savor the chill of the underworld. The grim blade forced his enemies to slow their movements, growing increasingly sluggish. The battle was locked in a savage back-and-forth struggle, reaching a fever pitch. At that very moment, the sky darkened without the slightest warning. An asphyxiating pressure descended from the 9 heavens above. Dense, ominous clouds converged at a horrifying speed, blotting out the sun in the blink of an eye. The battlefield was plunged into gloom. An icy alien will pierce straight through the soul. It was as if 10,000 tons of seawater were crashing down from above. Bones creaked on the verge of cracking. Breathing became a torturous struggle. What? What is this? Marco's face turned deathly pale. This pressure belonged to no one present. It was older, vaster, and infinitely more despairing. Born from the deepest, most primal fears of the world, the sea churned in a frenzy. Towering waves crashed skyward, smashing the ruined harbor to pieces. Deep-sea sea kings let out terrified, mournful cries and fled for their lives toward even deeper trenches. Both sides of the fierce battle, pirates and marines alike, froze in that instant. A terror rooted in the most primal instinct of life seized everyone by the throat. It was the insignificance and trembling of an ant gazing upon a deity of mortals standing before a cataclysm. All trace of languor had vanished from Kizaru's face. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were now filled with nothing but stark horror. This pressure, could it be the legendary? His voice carried a tremor he himself had not noticed. Even as an admiral, he felt utterly insignificant at this moment. St. Figureland Garling rose from the ruins and raised his gaze toward the firmament. In his eyes flickered fanatical zeal and boundless reverence. It is the radiance of Uranus. Lordum is watching over this place. His voice trembled with excitement. Even gravely wounded, he could not conceal the fervor blazing in his heart. Wang Ji's face turned as pale as paper, his jaw clenched so hard it seemed ready to crack. This feeling again. The nightmare of God Valley. So this is the power of an ancient weapon. Teach was shaken to the very core. Aboard the flagship, Doer Lewis abruptly rose from his command chair. The fluctuations relayed through a special den mushy let him clearly perceive the terror that shook the world. Uranus. The legendary ancient weapon fabled to destroy the world was against all expectation truly in the hands of the world government. This was no direct attack, merely the residual shockwave brushing past, yet it was enough to send a creeping chill through every powerhouse on the battlefield. Interesting. Truly interesting. Lewis's eyes gleamed with a perilous light. Is this the rehearsal for the third phase of the final purge plan? What a blatant threat indeed. As a senior veteran of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Ji knew better than anyone the terror of the ancient weapons. A forbidden power enough to wipe a whole island off the map in an instant. Decades ago, in that earth-shattering battle of God Valley, he had vaguely sensed a similar despair. Seizing the moment when the minds of all present were held captive by that heavenly might, St. Figureland Garling issued a stern command. Retreat. Today's objective of intimidation has been accomplished. His voice was calm and resolute. The members of the God's Knights, upon hearing the order, withdrew at once in perfect order, their movements precise and synchronized. Almost simultaneously, Kizaru received an urgent transmission from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the Marine Fleet began its retreat. Before dissolving into light and fleeing, Kizaru glanced back at Teach and Marco in the distance, who were likewise still shaken. Next time I won't let you off so easily. A streak of golden light vanished beyond the horizon. Marco and the others wished to give chase, but the terrifying pressure of Uranus hung over the sky, suffocatingly heavy, stealing their breath. That oppression descending from the 9 heavens enough to shatter one's heart and soul left them daring not to move a single inch. The battle drew to a close in a way no one had foreseen. The harbor of the Iron Rock Kingdom had been reduced to a harrowing ruin. Wang Ji sheathed his greatsword and raised his head toward the sky where the ominous clouds had yet to disperse. His gaze waited with unprecedented solemnity. The lingering echo of that terrifying pressure still hung in the air. In the distance, aboard the Doer Lewis set down the den mushy and tapped his fingertips lightly on the armrest. Uranus. Very well. A cold, dangerous arc curled at the corner of Lewis's lips, his eyes blazing with savage fighting spirit. Since you've revealed your trump card, I suppose it's time I got serious. In the night sky, a massive shadow glided silently across the clouds. The Devar floated 3,000 meters above G5's branch base, surrounded by boulders of varying sizes. Below lay the sea shimmering with cold radiance under the moonlight, and the island fortress aglow with lights. Lewis stood at the bow, the sea breeze brushing his hair, his gaze as calm as one surveying his own backyard. Tezo rolled from behind him. Captain, we have arrived at the vertical airspace above G5's branch. Coordinates locked. Lewis turned slowly, his eyes sweeping across the deck. The crew held their breath, bloodlust and hidden anticipation warring on their faces. Lewis's lips curved into a faint smile. Is everyone ready? Captain, we've been waiting for this. Let's tear those Navy bastards apart bone by bone. Crush them. For Captain Lewis. Deep fanatical cheers echoed across the deck. Lewis raised his hand. The deck fell instantly silent, dead, quiet save for the wind whipping overhead. Tonight, let those old men of the world government see clearly. Who will set the rules for these waters of the new world? The Devar began its silent, rapid descent. Below G5's branch base remained an orderly routine. The massive fortress complex spanned a third of the island. Warships rested quietly in the harbor, while Navy personnel patrolled their posts in methodical formation. No one looked up. Death had already unfurled its pitch-black wings above them. The floating Devar tore through the thin clouds, descending vertically toward G5's main fortress with the weight of utter devastation. G5 branch radar room. Piercing alarms shattered the night silence. Report. Radar shows a massive object approaching at extreme speed directly above us. Repeating. Extreme speed approach. The radar operator's voice warped with shock. What is it? Vice Admiral Virgo, commander of G5, lunged from his chair and rushed to the window. He stared upward in alarm. A colossal shadow devoured the moonlight, growing larger by the second. A pirate ship falling from the heavens. Virgo's pupils contracted to pinpricks. All hands battle stations, enemy attack. His scream was drowned by an earth-shattering boom. Rumble. Boulders that descended with the Devar smashed through the main building's dome, with brutal precision embedding themselves deep within. The entire island shuddered, violently teetering on the edge of collapse. The once solid structure crumbled like a tin box crushed by a hammer, sending chunks of reinforced concrete scattering in all directions. Plumes of dust and explosions of fire rose together into the sky. Lewis emerged slowly from the swirling smoke, his black coat, tails billowing in the wind, not a speck of dust on him. Behind him, the Devar's crew erupted like tigers breaking free from their cages, their killing intent almost tangible as they charged toward the Navy soldiers who had barely woken from sleep, still groggy and confused about what was happening. Haybendy swung his long blade, cleaving through an entire squad of panicked naval forces in a single strike, blood and severed limbs flying in all directions. Tozzolo laughed maniacally as he charged into the chaotic Navy ranks. Men, feast time. Leave none alive. The massacre began without warning. The Navy soldiers had barely emerged from their barracks or posts before the hellish scene before them shattered their will entirely. Formations. Resistance. Against overwhelming force and a perfectly executed surprise attack, anything was futile. Lewis paid no mind to the scattered soldiers fleeing in every direction. His objective from the start had been singular: Virgo, commander of G5 Fortress, and the spy mark had planted within the Navy. Amid the ruins, Virgo coughed up blood, forcing himself upright from the rubble. His vice admiral uniform was drenched in crimson, and the agony of his broken ribs made breathing nearly impossible. He looked up and saw the figure approaching, a man who moved like a demon god. Fear seized his heart, threatening to freeze his very blood. White Emperor. Lewis. How dare you attack G5 directly? This is declaring war on the world government. Lewis stopped a few paces away, tilting his head slightly with a mocking smile. Declaring war? No, this is merely a small greeting. Before his words finished echoing, Lewis's figure dissolved from where he stood. In a single stride, he appeared before Virgo. Desperate madness flashed in Virgo's eyes as he channeled his remaining strength, wrapping his arms in armament hockey and crossing them protectively over his chest in a final stand. Don't underestimate the backbone of a Navy vice admiral. Lewis extended his right fist casually, appearing utterly ordinary, without even a trace of wind. Yet the air itself groaned under the unbearable weight. Crack! Virgo's arms, sheathed in armament hockey, twisted and snapped with unnatural force. Then came the unmistakable sound of his sternum collapsing and shattering. He was sent flying backward like a discarded cloth sack, crashing through a crumbling wall and sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Lewis walked over slowly, looking down at Virgo, writhing convulsively among the rubble, vomiting great mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. A Navy vice admiral. With only this much skill, you speak of backbone. Virgo's body spasmed uncontrollably from the agony, each breath tearing at his lungs like being ripped apart. The cold shadow of death enveloped him completely. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no sound emerged, leaving only endless terror in his eyes. At that moment, Tozzolo appeared from the side, his expression carrying a hint of gravity. Captain, I just intercepted a top-secret encrypted file from Virgo's main terminal. Initial decryption reveals the Navy's follow-up arrangements in the New World. He quickly handed over a data chip. Lewis took the chip and returned his gaze to Virgo with a teasing expression. This follow-up plan. Did you ask for my permission first? The New World doesn't welcome the Navy. Virgo could no longer answer Lewis's question. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, then went rigid as the last spark of life faded completely. Virgo, Vice Admiral of the World Navy and commander of G5 Branch Base, was dead. Lewis casually stowed the chip and pulled out a golden den mushy from his coat. Blee blee, blee blee. The den mushy answered quickly, adopting Morgan's distinctive sharp beak voice and exaggerated manner. Oh, is it the White Emperor? Do you have another world-shaking super news report? Morgan's, it's me. G5 Branch Base is gone. Commander Virgo is dead too. A dead silence lasted several seconds on the other end. Then Morgan's erupted into an exaggerated, sky-piercing laughter. Wah! I knew it. You bastard. Every time you act, it's earth-shattering. The biggest news always belongs to you. I'll arrange it immediately. Front page. The front page of the entire world. Lewis added calmly, yet even Morgan's on the other end of the den mushy had his feathers ruffled with excitement. Also announced to the whole world on my behalf that from today onward the order of the New World shall be rewritten by me, Lewis, the White Emperor. Duval, the captain's cabin. The den mushy was mimicking the uncontrollably excited bird beak of Big News Morgan's, president of the World Economy newspaper. The entire G5 branch. Lewis, my God, you ground the faces of those marine elites into the dirt. No, into the mud at the bottom of the sea. In the Five Elders' office, who knows how many teacups have been smashed? Quick, tell me the next step. Exclusive. I want an exclusive. Lewis, with the document he was pinching between his fingertips, pushed it forward half an inch. On the cover, 4 large scarlet characters printed in ink seemed to still exude the lingering breath of slaughter. Hunting game. This piece of evidence came from the deepest vault of the G5 branch. Lewis's gaze shifted away from the blood-red number, that red estimated population to be eliminated 840. His fingers rested on the receiver. Morgan's. Lewis's voice was soft, yet like a cold current from the deep sea. It instantly froze all the fervor in the receiver. I'll give you something even bigger. The Den Mushy's pupils abruptly contracted. Its greedy instinct momentarily made it forget its fear. Only one word remained in the receiver, hoarse and urgent. Speak. Help me issue a bounty notice to the whole world. A bounty notice? That's under the world governments. The bounty target. Lewis interrupted him. His gaze fell back on the document where cities and islands marked as purification zones were densely listed. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force. All of them, the celestial dragons. Dead silence. Not mere quietness, but a stillness so profound that even the air ceased to flow. 10 full seconds passed. Then from the Den Mushy's speaker came the chattering, trembling clatter of teeth, out of control. Why you? Morgan's voice sounded as if someone had gripped his throat. Every word squeezed out the most primal fear. Those are gods. Gods. Lewis let out an extremely faint sneer. He opened the document, held it upright, and thrust it directly in front of the Den Mushy's lens. To welcome the return of the true deity, execute a worldwide purge. The cleansing list primarily targets citizens of non-member states. The scarlet lettering transmitted through the image reflected in Morgan's terrified pupils. Every year, tens of thousands of people are erased from this world because of this kind of thing. And this kind of thing deserves to be called gods. Lewis retrieved the document and casually closed it. In my eyes, they aren't even human. Lewis, the world government will retaliate against you at any cost. Morgan's voice was trembling. He tried to analyze with a newsman's rationality, but he couldn't hide the shivering of biological instinct. This is declaring war against 800 years of order. Then let them come. The new world ultimately belongs to pirates, and I am the Emperor of Pirates. Lewis's tone carried not the slightest fluctuation, as if he were merely deciding tomorrow's course. The bounty. For each celestial dragon, 10 billion berries. Oh, 10 billion. The voice in the receiver had completely distorted. Dead or alive. Lewis added. Just as he was about to end the call, a calm voice sounded from behind him. Captain. Tesoro had already stepped out of the shadows at some point. Behind his lenses, his golden pupils reflected Lewis's icy silhouette. He didn't even look at the document. A 10 billion berry bounty for capturing them alive is enough to make every hyena in the world swarm in with drooling mouths. But hyenas are even more afraid of being trampled to death by a dragon. On the other end of the line, Morgan's breath caught sharply. He heard it. Tesoro's voice was as steady as computing a set of cold numbers. Before the first bounty is truly claimed by a living person, no one will dare lay a single finger on those swine. That bounty notice would be nothing but empty words, a joke. Inside the captain's cabin, a brief silence fell. The Den Mushy stared rigidly, not daring to make a sound, afraid of missing a single word from these two madmen. Lewis slowly turned around. Beyond the huge captain's porthole lay the surging night sea of the New World. The Dival, like an obsidian blade slicing through the darkness, surged forward without hesitation. He looked at Tesoro, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth, cruel and filled with the delight of one about to squander a fortune. You're right. We need an opening ceremony, one bloody enough, one magnificent enough, to prove two things to the world. Lewis raised one finger. Our credibility. He raised a second finger. And our strength. He picked up the receiver again, facing the Den Mushy that had gone completely rigid. He knew Morgan's was listening. Soon, all the ambitious people in the world would hear it too. So Tesoro. Yes. Convert all of our liquid assets into gold. I want every pirate, assassin, bounty hunter, and even those wavering kings in the world to see. Lewis's smile widened. The first celestial dragon head delivered to me will be paid with gold weighing 100 times that head. We'll stream the payment live. No one in the new world can harm him. That is my promise. In Tesoro's eyes flashed an irrepressible fervor and excitement. He gave a slight bow. An excellent gimmick. Lewis cut the communication. The Den Mushy mimicked Morgan's jaw-dropped, wide-eyed expression and froze completely. Now, Lewis's black captain's coat traced a cold arc under the light. Go and select our first sample. I want their whales to become the first cannon salute of the new world. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the Fleet Admiral's office. On the main console, the visual Den Mushy's image finally froze upon a vista of molten steel and skyward flames. The last mournful cries were cut off with brutal suddenness. It's the White Emperor's banner. They've taken G5. KRRZC. The signal was utterly devoured by violent energy, leaving behind nothing but a blind storm of static. G5 5 branch along with Vice Admiral Virgo who was stationed there lost all contact, every last man. Sengoku's breathing grew coarse and heavy fury radiated from every pore. Yet this time precisely because of his extreme fury he instead became coldly calm. His finger pressed down upon the emergency muster button on the desk. A red light flickered silent, yet lethal. The office door was blasted open by a colossal unrestrained force. Scorching air surged in first as if to incinerate the room's suffocating gravity, and Sakazuki strode in at a rapid pace. Close behind him a current of biting cold crept in without a sound. Kazan, hands thrust into his pockets, leaned against the doorframe in an effortless show of languor, yet behind his half-lidded eyes lay a bottomless pool of ice. He cast a glance at the incandescent Sakazuki, then looked to Sengoku whose face was heavy as deep water. Now, this truly is no minor incident. At last a beam of golden light flickered in the corner of the office and Borsellino's figure materialized, wearing that same shiftless, easygoing air as ever. Hands still in his pockets, the gaze behind his lenses swept sharply across every figure in the room. Only then did he speak slow and unhurried. "Oh ho, Fleet Admiral, it seems this foe of ours is rather an intimidating one." A crimson emergency, din Mushi began to shriek wildly at the most inopportune of moments. BRR. Sengoku snatched up the receiver, and the din Mushi instantly projected 5 majestic ice-cold countenances. Without so much as a word of pleasantry, the long-bearded elder who held the first-generation Kitetsu spoke straight to the point. "Sengoku, half an hour ago a bounty notice spread across the world, and the G5 branch vanished from the map. Are the Marines waiting for our orders?" That flat, understated query brought Sengoku greater humiliation than any roar ever could. He reported in a low voice. "It has been confirmed the White Emperor Louis is behind this. He calls it an opening ceremony. An opening ceremony." The bespectacled 5 elders sneered coldly. Using the world government's prestige as the stage and the corpses of the Marines as the curtain, a splendid opening indeed. It seems 800 years of peace have made certain people forget the taste of fear. At last the 5 elder with the scar upon his forehead issued the final order in a voice of utter judgment. "We need no living captives. We need no trial. And we need no explanation to the world. We need only one result. Let that name and everything he has done become taboo. Let future generations speak of it only with trembling. That is all. See to it." The transmission was severed. Sengoku crushed the receiver until it was warped, then cast it aside. "I volunteer for battle." Sakazuki stepped forward. The torrid heat of his presence was so fierce that a charred scent rose from the floorboards. His gaze swept over Kazan and Borsellino before settling on Sengoku, carrying a gravity that brooked no debate. The fall of G5 proves exactly how laughable and equivocal justice truly is. The Marines' disgrace must be washed clean in the blood and fire of criminals. I will burn every one of them into nothingness with my magma. Let the world witness what the one and eternal absolute justice really is. Hold on, Sakazuki. Akiji opened his eyes lazily. If you burn everything away with magma, what gets destroyed is hardly limited to criminals. His tone remained idle, yet his words crossed blades directly with Sakazuki. Sometimes radical justice becomes the very drama our enemies most wish to see. Akainu's gaze turned lethally dangerous in an instant, his searing presence pressed straight toward Akiji. A justice, powerless to root out evil, is itself an indolent form of evil. It is precisely your equivocal attitude that lets the Marines' authority be insulted time and time again. Enough. Sengoku's low roar cut short the standoff between them. He looked at Sakazuki, his resolve hardening into certainty. In a moment like this he needed the sharpest, most reckless sword he could wield. "Granted." Sengoku slowly released the 2 words. "Sakazuki, you will have full command of this operation." "Yes." Akainu's reply was ironclad. And to ensure no mistake, Sengoku's gaze shifted to Kizaru. "Borsellino, you will accompany him. The 2 of you will form the vanguard. I shall recall Garp from the East Blue to reinforce you." Kizaru rose lazily to his feet, that shiftless air of his a stark contrast to Akainu's murderous solemnity. There's no helping it. Since it's the Fleet Admiral's command, I can only comply." A glint no one could decipher flashed behind his lenses. Akainu paid him not a single thought, turning and striding out of the office in long, swift steps. The cloak bearing the words "Absolute Justice" carved a rigid arc through the air, as if to split the atmosphere itself. Outside the office door his adjutant had long been waiting. Even as he walked, Akainu issued orders in a cadence that permitted no argument. "Relay my orders. Assemble the 1st, 3rd, and 5th mobile fleets at Dock 1. All captains are to report aboard the flagship within 30 minutes. Any who arrive late will be relieved of command on the spot. Notify the weapons arsenal. All ships' main and secondary batteries are to carry triple the standard ammunition load. And load the prototype Seastone armor-piercing shells as well. The medical division. Unnecessary. Tell them this campaign ends in triumph or annihilation. There will be no wounded." His footsteps never faltered, order after order fell precise and merciless. The entire Marine headquarters, like a slumbering beast of war, was roused to violent life in a single instant. Shrill alarms tore across the sky above Marineford. Endless Marines poured out of barracks, mess halls, and training grounds. Shock and grim determination mingled on their faces as they sprinted toward their battle stations. At the harbor, colossal warships were slowly drawn into their berths by tugboats, while heavy chains and winches grated with sounds that set one's teeth on edge. This was no routine operation, it was the total mobilization of war. Half an hour later, upon the flagship's bridge, Akainu stood before the sweeping observation windows, gazing down at the fleet below, fully mustered ablaze with lights, its killing intent surging toward the heavens. He lit a cigar, its deep red ember burned with glaring vividness beneath the sullen night. An adjutant hurried over, snapped to attention, saluted, and spoke, his voice trembling slightly with agitation. "Admiral Sakazuki, the task force is fully assembled and ready to set sail at any moment." The flagship of the Marine, Admiral Inu Nigurin. One of Akainu's hands rested on the steel handrail of the bridge, while the other reviewed the report on Fortress G5. The contents of the report made his anger rise uncontrollably. The hardened metal he touched first turned red, then melted, dripping like wax onto the deck, leaving a blackened palm print. The face of the world government has been firmly trampled into the mud of the new world, this time by some kid named Lewis. Akainu did not turn around. A deathly silence filled the bridge. "Borsellino, if you are here to mock me, you may leave now. Oh, if you are here to execute justice, then shut your mouth and take your position." "Oh my, how dreadful. The Admiral's authority is enough to make the air burn." Kizaru raised his hands and slowly strolled to his side, examining the top-secret document in his hand. On the document's cover was stamped the world government's red top-secret seal. Investigation report on the true identity of Virgo, former captain of the G5 branch. Kizaru's gaze swept over the title. Conclusion: Virgo is a spy planted within the Marines by Doflamingo. Kizaru lightly tapped the cover, his tone amused. "White Emperor Lewis killed him. He probably does not yet realize that the piece he casually crushed was one of the heavenly demon's most important pawns. The internal vermin can be dealt with later." Akainu reached his conclusion, his face shrouded in thick gloom. "Now there is only one enemy, White Emperor Lewis. Transmit orders, maintain maximum speed across the entire fleet." "How far along is that old man, Garp?" The adjutant immediately stepped forward. "Report, Fleet Admiral. According to communications, Admiral Garp's fleet is on the predetermined route and will rendezvous in 7 hours. "Excellent. This time I will burn that so-called White Emperor and his arrogance to ashes." On the Dao War, the highest combat command room. On the massive combat information wall, various analytical reports were neatly displayed. Tesoro stood before the wall, his "Captain, the bounty notice has been issued for 12 hours. The response has been enormous, but..." He paused. Lewis stood with his back to him, gazing out the viewport. "Fear is the finest rain." His voice cut through the silence of the command room. "And the cheapest weapon." Tesoro took a deep breath and pulled up several files. "I have screened several targets. Former Marine Admiral Zeph's recent route will pass through." He elaborated on the plan to hunt Zeph. Both the timing and location were flawless. "Killing Zeph will be enough to shock the new world, making those fence-sitters still watching see our strength." Lewis listened without interrupting. He slowly turned from the viewport and walked over to pat Tesoro's shoulder, his eyes showing a hint of approval. "Your plan is flawless, Tesoro. As a demonstration of power, it is simply impeccable." Lewis affirmed this first, then abruptly changed his tone. "But have you considered our previous propaganda?" Tesoro blinked in surprise. "Killing Marines is something the other 4 emperors also do." Lewis's fingertip lightly tapped Zeph's portrait on the screen. "We cannot play by their rules in the game they have set. Since we have created our own rules, we must stand out and prove their validity." He paused, speaking each word deliberately. "What I want is the head of a celestial dragon, not an obsolete Marine admiral." Tesoro's breath hitched sharply, a flicker of horror and fervor flashed in his eyes. With a slight movement of Lewis's finger, a top-secret document floated autonomously to the center of the information wall. On the document was the face of a corpulent, snot-dribbling individual whose smile embodied every form of foolishness in existence. "St. Charlos. The target will return from Sabadi Archipelago to Mary Geos in 3 days, passing through this Karlok Sea area en route. That specially marked region, near the Sabadi Seas, enjoys perpetual calm waters and is one of the safest areas in the New World. A perfect hunting ground." Tesoro's voice was slightly dry yet trembled with suppressed excitement. "The escort is a CP unit, which specific branch remains unclear. The commander is Spandine, an academician known for his rigidity and arrogance. His actions strictly follow textbooks, lacking adaptability. A conceited fool escorting an arrogant wastrel." Lewis finally pronounced. "This time our specimen is none other than him." He picked up 2 specially crafted golden den mushi from the table, dialing the first one. Bururu, bururu. The den mushi's expression instantly transformed into a skull-shaped smile. Yo-ho-ho. Captain, what service do you require? I have been idle lately and my bones are beginning to rot. Rook's voice came through. A funeral prepared for the celestial dragon. Lewis spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. I want you to infiltrate the celestial dragon's fleet. Their command structure, defensive deployments, personnel rotations. I need every piece of information. Within 12 hours you must monitor any of their movements continuously. Yo-ho-ho. As you command. The call ended. Lewis immediately dialed the second den mushi. The den mushi mimicked Morgan's exaggerated beak and sunglasses. Is this Lord White Emperor? What earth-shattering breaking news? Morgan's. Lewis interrupted him. Prepare all your video den mushi. In 3 days, Carlock Sea area. What is this the latest exclusive news? What must I do? Global live broadcast. A dead silence fell on the other end for a second. If you fail, or if the signal is interrupted for even 1 second. Lewis paused briefly. I will visit you personally, ensuring that not a single news bird ever takes flight from the World Economic News Agency again. He hung up directly. Tesoro stood aside, gazing at the bloated face of the celestial dragon on the information wall, and asked in a low voice. Captain, will this strategy of killing the chicken to scare the monkey work? Lewis chuckled lightly and corrected him. No, Tesoro. Are monkeys meant to be scared? No. Monkeys have no mind of their own, they only follow the god in their hearts. What we must do is kill the old gods for all monkeys to see, telling them that a new god has been born. The Kalok Sea night as dark as ink. The Doer hovered silently above the clouds. Its colossal hull cast a shadow that stretched across the moonlit sea. The power of the float fruit allowed this steel leviathan to float without a sound, like an abyssal beast waiting for prey. Inside the captain's quarters, Lewis was observing the celestial dragon fleet slowly sailing below through Brooke's perspective. The den mushi's eyes reflected a ghostly blue soul light. Brooke moved soundlessly among the heavily guarded ships. The CP-0's defense layout, patrol routes, and Commander Spandine's daily routine were relayed back one after another. Every detail was recorded, every vulnerability was marked. The CP-0 deployment is exactly as rigid as I expected, a standard triangular defense formation, main ship at the center, frigates on both flanks. Textbook. Tesoro commented dismissively. Spandine is the type of commander trained in the academy, and his greatest weakness is relying too much on established plans. Once events go beyond their playbook, they fall into chaos. And besides, a cold glint flickered in Tesoro's eyes. They could never imagine that someone would dare to humiliate the celestial dragons in front of the entire world. Meanwhile, aboard the lead ship of the celestial dragon fleet, Spandine was savoring fine wine in his quarters. The red wine swirled in the crystal glass, casting an alluring gleam. As a CP-0 elite agent, he had considerable strength and experience. He had completed escort missions for the celestial dragons dozens of times. Never once had he failed. Those trash from the Marines can't even hold on to a single G5 base. He berated his subordinates, his tone full of contempt. This, White Emperor Lewis's, is nothing but an arrogant pirate. A bounty on a celestial dragon. That's the raving of a lunatic. Spandine's voice echoed through the cabin, dripping with arrogance and hubris. Our CP-0 escort missions have never failed, and this one will be no exception. He raised his glass and saluted the night outside the window. To the White Emperor, who was about to become a joke. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Economy newspaper, Morgan's was mobilizing every resource at his disposal. The vast command center buzzed with activity. Countless newsbirds carrying special video den mushi flew toward the Kalok Sea from every direction. All channels are ready. All backup lines are activated. The voices of his staff came one after another. Morgan's feathers trembled slightly with excitement. He was both terrified and thrilled, knowing that this was a century-defining gamble with the entire future of the news syndicate on the line. If Lewis really succeeds, we will bear witness to a turning point in history. If he fails, Morgan's voice shook and his talons clenched the edge of the command platform. We will be destroyed together with him. Across the world, from the Grand Line to the Four Seas, countless people gathered in front of broadcast screens. In a pirate tavern, burly pirates set down their drinks. That man really dares to make a move. The celestial dragons are the world nobles. In the Revolutionary Army's secret base, Dragon stared at the enormous screen, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Lewis, what exactly do you intend to do? Inside their royal palaces, kings shifted restlessly on their thrones. If the celestial dragons were truly humiliated, the authority of the world government would suffer an unprecedented blow. Commoners looked up at the enormous screens in the plazas, their eyes full of curiosity and fear. Will the man who dared to put a bounty on a god create history, or will he become a joke? That question echoed in every heart. Inside the Doer's captain's quarters, Lewis put down the den mushi and turned to issue an order to Tesoro. Tell Whitebeard and the crew that the audience for the opening ceremony is in place. Prepare to raise the curtain. A golden flash gleamed in Tesoro's eyes. A dangerous grin curved at the corner of his mouth. I have been waiting for this, Captain. His voice carried a bloodlust that had been suppressed for too long. This is a show the whole world is waiting to see. Beneath the doer, the massive island and its boulders began to separate from the hull. Driven by soundless gravitational manipulation, the island and rocks descended like meteors falling from the heavens, aimed at the predetermined course of the Celestial Dragon escort fleet. Lewis stood at the observation window, overlooking the fleet below. 800 years of rule begin to crack tonight. His voice was as calm as if he were describing the weather, yet it carried a chill that seized the heart. Let the world see what color it is when the so-called gods bleed. In the early hours of the morning, the Celestial Dragon fleet entered the center of the Kalok Sea right on schedule. Spandine yawned, preparing to sleep. The intoxication of wine made his eyelids heavy, and arrogance blinded him to the danger around him. Another peaceful night, he muttered to himself, loosening his tie. Tomorrow I can return to Mary Geos and report a successful mission to the Five Elders. At that very moment, every broadcast screen in the world suddenly blazed to life. Blinding light tore through the night, and countless viewers stared with wide eyes. On the screen, a colossal sky island ripped through the clouds, appearing directly above the Celestial Dragon fleet. The doer's hull gleamed with metallic luster under the moonlight. Imposing and terrifying, the figure of White Emperor Lewis stood at the bow, overlooking the world below. His black trench coat snapped violently in the high-altitude wind. The cold light in his eyes was like the stare of the Grim Reaper. The entire world fell into absolute silence. In the next breath, a thunderous uproar erupted. Heavens! What is that? A sky island. Lewis actually appeared. He really came. Spandine jerked upright in bed, most of his drunkenness gone. What is this? He rushed to the porthole and saw the shadow that blotted out the sky. Fear seized his heart instantly, making his voice tremble. All hands on alert. Enemy attack. But it was already too late. Lewis lifted his right hand and waved it lightly. The island and boulders in the sky began to accelerate downward. With the momentum of utter destruction, his voice spread across the world through the video, Den Den Mushi. The opening ceremony now officially begins. Countless viewers held their breath, waiting for the moment that would change the world. The first boulder struck the sea. Boom. A towering column of water shot into the sky, and giant waves surged in all directions. The Celestial Dragon fleet pitched violently in the churning sea. This is impossible. Spandine's voice erupted from the communicator, full of despair and fear. CP0 has never failed. Lewis looked down at the chaos below, a cold sneer flashing in his eyes. History is always written by the defeated. Tonight you will become history. The second boulder came right behind it. Rumble. Cracks began to split the escort ship's hull, and seawater poured in madly. Viewers around the world were completely inflamed. He is really attacking the Celestial Dragons. This madman. He actually dared to do it. Captain, Whitebai's voice rang out from behind. She gripped her long sword, her eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty fervor. It is time for my entrance. Lewis gave a slight nod, his voice calm as still water. Remember, secure them alive. A dead Celestial Dragon holds no value. A flicker of excitement flashed across Whitebai's eyes. Understood. In the next instant, her figure vanished toward the bow. Dozens of elite crew members followed, descending from the sky like rain. The enemy is here. On the deck of the holy vessel, the CP0 agents let out startled cries. But Whitebai was too fast. Her figure darted through the enemy ranks like lightning. Her longsword carved a gleaming arc, claiming lives with every sweep. Blood splattered across the deck, staining the steel crimson. Is this truly the prowess of the world government's finest intelligence agency? Whitebai sneered coldly, kicking a charging agent aside. Pathetic. Do not underestimate CP0. Gismunda snarled through gritted teeth, charging forward. His fists were coated in armament hockey, aimed straight for Whitebai's face. She sidestepped, and her longsword flashed backward in a deadly arc. The blade grazed Gismunda's cheek, leaving a deep weeping gash. A touch amusing. A trace of approval flickered in her eyes. But far from enough. The battle raged fiercely across the deck. The CP0 agents fought with desperate courage, yet against a powerhouse like Whitebai their resistance proved futile. One after another they fell. Blood saturated the entire deck. Deep within the holy vessel, Charlos cowered in the safe room, trembling uncontrollably. The explosions and screams outside were driving him to the brink of madness. Help! Someone come save me. His voice was warped by sheer terror, snot and tears streaming down his face. I am a Celestial Dragon. I am a god. You cannot do this to me. But no one answered his cries. Outside the safe room, Whitebai had already neutralized all the guards. She slowly approached the heavy steel door, her longsword gleaming with a cold light under the moonlight. Found you. Her voice was soft, yet carried a lethal menace. Bang! A single kick shattered the steel door with a deafening crash. Charlos's figure was exposed before the lenses of the global broadcast. His obese form was curled in a corner, his face streaked with snot and tears twisted by pure terror. The world fell into an eerie silence. For the first time in 800 years, a Celestial Dragon had been laid bare in such wretched state. The majesty of a god evaporated in that very moment. No, don't. Charlos scrambled backward desperately, but there was no escape. Whitebeard grabbed a handful of his hair and dragged him forth. Celestial dragon secured. She stated coldly into the camera. Meanwhile, Taizaluo descended gracefully from the Deval. His movement was ethereal, befitting an elegant gentleman. The moment his feet touched the ground, he gave a soft snap of his fingers. The metal of the sunken ship in the sea was instantly drawn out, merging with his released gold. The golden radiance shimmered against the night sky, beautiful yet perilous. The gold rapidly reshaped itself, forming an exquisitely luxurious set of shackles and a cage. No, I am a celestial dragon. I am a god. Charlos struggled frantically. But the golden shackles held his limbs fast, and the cage trapped him utterly, rendering him immobile. Taizaluo adjusted his glasses and offered a disdainful smile to the camera. The celestial dragon hunting game continues. His voice rang clearly across the entire world. Anyone may claim a bounty by capturing or killing a celestial dragon. The words struck every heart like a heavy hammer, and the prestige of the world government collapsed completely in that instant. Mary Geos within the Five Elders' office. Crack. The sound of a shattering teacup was particularly harsh. Damn it! Damn it! The elder with the long white beard roared with earth-shaking fury. Dispatch all available forces immediately. Destroy White Emperor Louis at all costs. At Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon slowly rose to his feet. His gaze was as profound as the abyss. This man is more dangerous than I imagined. His actions will completely reshape the world's landscape. On Onigashima, Kaido took a lavish gulp of sake, his eyes gleaming with excitement. War? I want war. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin let out a piercing laugh. Mama, how amusing. Absolutely fascinating. On the Red Hair Pirates ship, Shanks remained silent, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Just how great of a storm is this man going to stir up? On the deck of the holy vessel, Spandam unleashed a beast-like roar. I will never allow the honor of CP0 to be tarnished. He launched a desperate charge at Taizaluo. Taizaluo watched him, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Admirable courage, but insufficient strength. He waved his hand casually. Gold surged towards Spandam like a tide. In an instant, Spandam was encased alongside his despair, frozen into a golden statue mid-stride. His facial expression was forever frozen in that moment's rage and unwillingness. Another masterpiece. Taizaluo chuckled softly, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. Charlos struggled desperately within his golden cage. You ants. His voice began to unravel into hysteria. My father is a god. My family has ruled this world for 800 years. If you kill me, the celestial dragons will never let you live. Taizaluo produced a silk handkerchief and elegantly wiped his fingers. 800 years of rule. Indeed, it has been far too long. His voice was faint, yet it carried across the entire world. It is time to change masters. Viewers worldwide held their breath, awaiting the climax of this historic event. Louis manipulated the cage, floating Charlos upward toward the Sky Island. Charlos rained curses from the sky, his voice gradually fading. Well then, Whitebeard sheathed her saber and watched the golden cage ascend. The captain will surely be pleased. She licked her lips, the thrill of combat still lingering in her eyes. But such opponents are far too weak. None of them warrant my serious attention. Taizaluo smiled in silence. He knew all too well that the true great battle still lay ahead. The world government would not let this pass, nor would the navy stand idle. This was merely the calm before the storm. Charlos's weeping cries echoed through the air, his wretched state bringing immense satisfaction to countless onlookers. It's hilarious to see this fat pig crying. The first time in 800 years. A celestial dragon actually fears death. What happened to that arrogant attitude? Why aren't you calling yourself a god now? People across the islands erupted in mockery. The myth of the celestial dragons was completely shattered in that moment. Just then, the distant horizon was suddenly bathed in an ominous crimson glow. The seawater began to boil, and waves of scorching heat rolled through the air. Whitebeard turned around, her pupils contracting slightly. This aura. Taizaluo also sensed something, his expression growing grave. Looks like a troublesome guest has arrived. In the distance, a marine fleet sped across the ocean surface. At its forefront was a terrifying presence wreathed in flowing magma. A kind of fleet Admiral Sakazuki. His fury was enough to ignite the entire sea. White Emperor Louis. His roar swept across the waters. Today marks your death. The flagship of the Navy's combined fleet, the Quan Nyahong Lian, tore through the churning sea, its colossal hull standing magnificent beneath the glow of flowing magma. Sakazuki, the Crimson Dog, stood atop the bow. His figure resembled a demon from hell, magma continuously seeping from his body and sizzling upon contact with the deck. The air grew thick with a suffocating sulfur stench. White Emperor Lu E. Akainu's roar echoed across the entire seascape, laden with boundless fury. Today is your death. Without hesitation, his arms transformed into scalding molten rock. Meteor volcano. Dozens of enormous magma fists blotting out the sky hurtled forth. Each as massive as a mountain, they crashed toward the Dwyer with the wrath to consume all in their path. The air ignited with piercing thunderous cracks as seawater violently evaporated, dyeing the entire seascape an ominous crimson. This is the power of a marine admiral. Viewers worldwide felt the apocalyptic pressure through their live broadcasts. On the Sabaody archipelago, countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. That White Emperor Lu Yi is doomed this time. No one survives Akainu's magma. Yet on the Devouring, Lu Yi simply raised a hand in a casual gesture as if shooing away an annoying fly. His gaze remained serene, a scornful smile playing on his lips. Is this all? The floating islands surrounding the Devouring began to separate. Massive boulders broke from the main body and, guided by Lu Yi's command, charged toward the magma fists like well-trained beasts. At that moment, the entire world witnessed true power. The boulders collided with the magma, and under Lu Yi's manipulation, the colossal magma fists were forcibly diverted from their trajectories. With a thunderous roar, the magma fists crashed into the sea, sending towering plumes of steam erupting into the sky as the water churned and boiled like a scene from the end of days. The sight drew sharp gasps from viewers worldwide. What terrifying power is this? He actually blocked an admiral's attack. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Navy sailors were left speechless in shock. Some legs buckled and trembling hands could barely grip their weapons. What kind of monster is this White Emperor Lu Yi? Akainu's rage knew no bounds, his eyes nearly spitting flames as veins bulged upon his forehead. All ships full broadside. His roar reverberated across the entire fleet, brimming with endless wrath. Today justice would be fully executed. Pound that arrogant pirate to pieces. Hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously. Experimental seastone armor-piercing shells rained toward the sky, each carrying enough power to sink a warship. The dense barrage painted the sky a sea of fire. Lu Yi sneered, contempt flashing in his eyes. Ants. The Devouring remained steadfast and unmoved. The surrounding floating islands split into countless giant boulders under Lu Yi's control. These boulders spiraled at tremendous speed around the ship, driven by gravitational forces, forming an unshakable defensive ring of impenetrable stone, a planetary ring of rock. Boom, boom, boom. The seastone armor-piercing shells struck the spinning boulders with deafening roars. Yet every single shell was either precisely deflected or utterly shattered, scattering like stardust across the sky. Not one penetrated the defense. Global viewers were once again stunned into silence. This defies all logic. What kind of monster is this man? And just as the Navy's barrage reached its peak, a golden flash streaked across the sky. The light sliced through darkness like a blade, crossing thousands of meters in an instant. Kizaru Borsellino's figure materialized silently atop the spinning planetary ring. His face still wore that carefree smirk, but his eyes revealed an unprecedented gravity. Oh my, what formidable defense! His voice remained nonchalant, yet his fingers began to shimmer with dangerous light, aimed straight at Lu Yi's back. But no defense is without its weaknesses. Lu Yi slowly turned, a cold smile curling his lips as battle lust burned like fire in his eyes. Borsellino, you're quick, but do you truly think one man is enough to defeat me? Whether I'm qualified isn't for you to decide. Speed is power. Have you ever been hit by a light-speed kick? Kizaru raised his right leg, golden light flaring as his entire limb seemed to transform into pure radiance. Light-speed kick. This strike surpassed the limits of human vision, carrying world-shattering force toward Lu Yi. The air itself tore apart with a piercing shriek. Lu Yi's gaze hardened as he raised his sword to meet the attack. The motion appeared simple, yet it carried immeasurable power. Boom. Upon collision, the very fabric of space trembled and furious winds tore across the sea, heaving enormous waves. Lu Yi did not budge an inch. Kizaru, however, was blasted backward by the immense recoil, tumbling dozens of meters through the air before barely regaining his footing. For the first time, shock registered on Kizaru's face, his nonchalance vanishing in an instant. This kind of strength. Is this all? Lu Yi rolled his wrists, joints cracking softly, his eyes dripping with disdain. It seems even a marine admiral is nothing more than SOSO. Kizaru steadied himself, his expression growing grave as his smirk completely vanished. He realized the man before him far exceeded his expectations. Yasukani no Magatama. Countless light bullets rained toward the Devouring like a torrential storm, each capable of piercing through steel. Their sheer number and blinding speed seemed to lock down every inch of space around the vessel. Whitebeard narrowed her eyes, her waist saber trembling faintly and exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Her hand rested on the hilt, ready to strike at any moment. Captain, shall I intervene? Her voice carried an eager excitement. No need. Lu Yi's tone was cold, yet radiated absolute confidence. I alone am enough for trash like this. His gaze sharpened as the scattered boulders retracted and reformed into a massive stone wall. All the light bullets slammed against the stone wall, their explosive brilliance blooming like spectacular fireworks upon its surface. Yet they could not penetrate the defense, leaving only deep cracks. Damn it! Akainu roared from below, magma gushing from his body and searing the surrounding deck to crimson. Borsellino, stop dallying and obliterate that criminal at full power. Kizaru's figure suddenly dissolved into particles of light moving at incomprehensible speed and circumventing Lu Yi's frontal defenses. He instantly appeared beside the golden cage, imprisoning Shulruz. A flicker of triumph crossed his eyes. Mission accomplished. A light-speed kick was already forming golden light, blazing aimed directly at the golden cage. Facing Kizaru's light-speed kick delivered with absolute confidence, Lewis did not even turn his head, a trace of a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had long anticipated this move. Trying to touch my prey. Just as the light-speed kick was about to strike the golden cage, the gold composing the cage suddenly liquefied. The liquid gold twisted and squirmed like a living thing, instantly transforming into countless tentacles that lashed precisely around Kizaru's photonized leg. What? Kizaru's face changed dramatically. He had never imagined that merely an officer under Lewis could react to his attack, and even counterattack. The momentum of the light-speed kick was forcibly broken. Forced to alter his stance, he narrowly escaped the golden bindings, golden light splashing in every direction. Kizaru's figure staggered in midair. My crew are not mere ornaments, Borsellino. Lewis's calm voice rang out, carrying undeniable authority. Tesoro's figure slowly emerged from the liquid gold, adjusting his glasses. His golden lenses reflected a dangerous gleam, and the corner of his mouth curved into an elegant, yet lethal arc. If you want to touch the captain's prey, you'll have to get past me, the keeper. He spread his arms wide like a conductor leading a symphony of death. Beneath the sea, countless wrecks of sunken warships began to stir. All matter containing gold was forcibly pulled out from them. The metal tumbled through the seawater, merging with the gold released by Tesoro. Golden Domain, Emperor of all things. Tesoro unleashed his awakened ability, his voice carrying the majesty of an emperor. The entire sea instantly became his domain. Golden light rose from the seabed, dyeing the battlefield a dazzling gold. Countless golden tentacles burst through the waves, each as thick as a giant serpent. Then came all manner of golden weapons, spears, greatswords, and war hammers, descending upon Kizaru in an overwhelming torrent. Oh my, what a troublesome ability. Forced to respond with everything he had, Kizaru condensed the Ama no Murakumo sword in his hand. The golden light sword traced arcs through the air, shattering the incoming golden weapons one after another. At the same time, he unleashed Yasukani no Magatama in rapid succession, sending light bullets raining toward the writhing tentacles. But the gold was inexhaustible. Tesoro's ability had awakened, and all the gold in the sea was his arsenal. Kizaru was completely bogged down, no longer able to break away to rescue St. Charlos. The balance of the battle was shattered in an instant. Now it had become a one-on-one duel between Lewis and Akainu, and a showdown between Tesoro and Kizaru. Damn it! Seeing this, Akainu's fury blazed even fiercer. Magma erupted from every part of his body. The deck of the entire warship began to melt, and the seawater around him boiled madly. Borsellino, use all your ability, and stop holding us back. He gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and the rage in his eyes was nearly solidifying. In that case, I will carry out justice alone. Akainu no longer held anything back, his entire body beginning to transform into magma. Scorching magma seeped from his pores, and his skin turned as red as volcanic rock. The air around him began to warp, the temperature skyrocketing. Even steel started to soften. Great eruption. This was a terrifying strike, far surpassing Meteor Volcano. A colossal magma fist powerful enough to vaporize an entire island took shape. It was over 100 meters in diameter, bright magma flowing across its surface. The magma fist, carrying the fury to incinerate all things in the world, howled toward the doer. The air ignited instantly, letting out a piercing roar. The seawater along the fist's path evaporated violently, forming colossal clouds of steam. The hearts of every spectator across the sea rose to their throats. A magma fist of that magnitude can melt even an island. The White Emperor Lewis is really finished this time. On the Sabaody archipelago, countless people stared with wide eyes. Holding their breath, they awaited the outcome. Yet facing Akainu's full power strike, a glint of excitement flickered in Lewis's eyes. Let me see just how absolute your absolute justice truly is. Lewis extended his right hand toward the mountain-like magma fist. His 5 fingers slowly spread open, then clenched abruptly. Let me show you the power of the awakened float fruit. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Under Lewis's control, the enormous Sky Island began to move. Its vast bulk of rock converged around the magma fist. The Sky Island's edges began to melt, but its core remained firm. Guided by an invisible force, the Sky Island acted like a gigantic stone palm. It completely wrapped around the mountain-sized magma fist, and then the Sky Island contracted sharply. Tens of thousands of tons of rock were savagely compressed by the power of buoyancy. The magma fist was forcibly squeezed into a sphere of extreme density. The terrifying heat and energy were sealed within that tiny orb. Its surface flickered with a dangerous red glow. Like an artificial sun, it throbbed in Lewis's palm. What? Akainu's pupils contracted violently. His expression shifted from anger to disbelief. This was a power he could not comprehend. The magma he had always prided himself on was being manipulated so effortlessly by his enemy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The justice you pride yourself on I give back to you. Lewis's voice echoed across the battlefield like the whisper of a demon god. His eyes gleamed with derision as though he were looking at a laughable clown. With a light flick of his arm, the ultra-compressed magma sun shot out at a speed surpassing that of a cannonball. Its target was the very core of the Marine fleet. No, Akainu tried to intercept it, but it was too far away, and all he could do was watch helplessly as his own attack was hurled back at him. Boom. But the violent explosion he had anticipated did not occur. After the artificial sun struck a capital ship at the center of the fleet, an eerie silence suddenly fell around them. Then a pure white light bloomed from the point of impact. Once the white light faded, the tens of thousands of ton steel warship and the surrounding seawater were instantly vaporized without a trace. In their place, only a massive void remained. Before the seawater could rush back, the shockwave arrived right behind it. The immense energy radiated in every direction. Several surrounding warships were capsized. Their steel hulls tumbled through the air before crashing heavily into the sea. The Marine fleet's formation was thrown into complete chaos. Staring at the horrifying sight, the Marines' eyes were filled with despair and fear. What kind of monster is this? Our capital ship is just gone. Not even a trace is left. Akainu's own attack had been used by his enemy to slaughter the Marines. It was the greatest irony and humiliation for him. His body began to tremble violently, not from fear, but from overwhelming rage. Aya! Akainu let out a bestial roar that echoed across the entire sea. His sanity was utterly devoured by rage, and magma began to spew uncontrollably from his body. I'll kill you, White Emperor Lewis. He prepared to wage a final all-out battle against Lewis at any cost. Sakazuki let out a feral roar that resounded across the entire sea. I will kill you, White Emperor Lewis. At that instant, his sanity shattered completely. Watching his own strongest attack being turned against him and instantly vaporizing their main battleship was for a Marine admiral who believed in absolute justice more agonizing than death itself. Magma burst uncontrollably from every pore of Akainu's body, his skin turning into a crimson-black volcanic rock. The flagship, Crimson Lotus Fong, beneath his feet began to melt rapidly. The steel deck turned into scorching liquid under the extreme heat. Admiral Sakazuki. Abandoned ship. The flagship is sinking. The Marine soldiers aboard scurried in panic in every direction. Akainu was no longer a man. He had become a walking volcano, an utterly uncontrolled natural disaster. His body began to swell violently as magma gushed from within, enveloping his human form completely. He transformed into a colossal lava demon, standing between heaven and earth. It was dozens of meters in diameter and hundreds of meters tall. On the Sabaody archipelago, countless civilians fell to their knees at the sight. What kind of monster is this? This is no longer a battle. Heavens, he's going to destroy the entire sea. Global audiences watching the live broadcast trembled with fear at this horrifying scene. In taverns, plazas, and harbors around the world, everyone stopped what they were doing. They stared at the giant screens, not daring to breathe too heavily. As the lava demon moved across the sea, seawater evaporated instantly, wherever it passed, forming enormous steam clouds. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of sulfur, and the temperature was high enough to melt steel. Die, White Emperor Lewis. Akainu's distorted voice boomed from within the lava demon, carrying a determination to destroy everything. The terrifying demon shot into the sky at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the Devar. He was determined to fight Lewis to the death. Lewis stood at the bow of the Devar, calmly gazing at the pillar of destruction about to arrive. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared on his face, but beneath it burned an even fiercer fighting spirit. Interesting. Lewis slowly spread his arms, pushing the awakened power of the float fruit to its limit. A low hum filled the air, a sign of the rapidly changing force field. All the sky island fragments around the Devar began to tremble violently, and the wreckage of destroyed warships rose from the seabed. The metal let out piercing screeches as invisible forces tore at it. Lewis's eyes radiated with profound light. Let me show you what a true emperor really is. His voice was terrifyingly calm, yet it carried a pressure that chilled the heart. All the sky island fragments and warship debris converged toward a single focal point. Under Lewis's manipulation, the mass spun wildly, forming a colossal whirlpool. Rock and steel collided with ear-splitting roars. This was no ordinary whirlpool. It was a giant, planetary millstone, over a kilometer in diameter. The force field at its core could shred any material. Planetary millstone, heaven and earth shatter. Lewis thrust both hands downward, sending the monstrous millstone plunging straight at the lava demon that had surged skyward. The sky was stained completely blood-red. Magma and rock were about to collide in the most primal and violent clash. Billions of viewers around the globe held their breath. They awaited the outcome of this battle of the century. Boom. The instant they collided, the world seemed to tremble, and the deafening roar nearly burst eardrums. Even the live broadcast signal began to flicker as magma and the planetary millstone clashed ferociously in midair. Sparks flew in all directions, and an energy storm swept through everything. Black cracks split the sky, space itself warping under the immense pressure. Impossible. Akainu's unwilling roar came from within the lava demon. He felt unprecedented pressure. The spinning force of the planetary millstone was tearing his magma body apart. My justice. My conviction. Sakazuki used all his strength to maintain the lava demon's integrity, but Lewis's power was far too horrifying. The rotating millstone not only crushed him physically, but also destroyed his will on a spiritual level. Your justice is nothing but a joke. Lewis's voice was as cold as a verdict from hell. He abruptly intensified the gravitational output. The planetary millstone spun at a terrifying rate, rock and steel grinding together to shoot out dazzling sparks. The temperature surpassed even that of the magma itself. Akainu let out a scream of extreme agony as the colossal lava demon began to crack. His elemental body was being forcibly stripped apart by physical power. The magma was torn into countless fragments by the millstone's rotation, scattering through the air like blazing raindrops. No, I cannot be defeated. Sakazuki's voice was laced with despair as he struggled one final time, but it was all futile. With unstoppable might, the planetary millstone ground down the once awe-inspiring lava demon bit by bit. Viewers worldwide couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Admiral Sakazuki, the man who had made countless pirates tremble in fear, had been utterly crushed like this. At last the magma pillar collapsed completely, and Akainu Sakazuki fell from the sky. He was covered in blood, half of his body had been shredded by the millstone, exposing bare white bones. His eyes, once burning with righteous fury, now held only despair and defiance. It's over. With a casual wave of his hand, Lewis summoned a huge sky island fragment down from above. Crash! The fragment struck the falling Akainu with pinpoint accuracy, pinning him firmly to the sea surface. The impact sent seawater surging into a 100-meter-high column. When the water fell, audiences around the world saw a scene that shook their souls. The once arrogant Admiral Sakazuki now lay crushed beneath a colossal rock. Like a captured beast, his body was severely wounded, but his eyes still burned with unyielding rage. Impossible. I am a Marine Admiral. I stand for justice. Sakazuki's voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz, yet it still held on to that stubborn conviction. Justice. Lewis descended slowly, landing on top of the rock that pinned Akainu. He looked down at the man who had once made countless pirates quake in terror, his eyes devoid of any pity. Your so-called justice is nothing but the arrogance of the strong. Lewis's voice broadcast live reached the entire world. Today I will tell the whole world. He raised his head and looked into the camera. Even a Marine Admiral is nothing more than this. The entire world fell into a deathly silence. Akainu, one of the Marines' top combat powers, was defeated utterly in front of billions of viewers worldwide. That image would forever be etched into everyone's memory. The entire world fell into a deathly silence, a silence that lasted only a few seconds. Then a thunderous roar erupted simultaneously from every corner of the globe. The Marine Admiral has fallen. Akainu has been utterly crushed. What kind of monster is this White Emperor Louis? In front of the massive screens on Sabati Archipelago, countless civilians collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were filled with shock and terror. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, the man who had terrified countless pirates. And now he lay like a dead dog beneath a massive boulder on the verge of death. On another battlefield, Kizaru's lazy expression vanished instantly upon witnessing Akainu's dire state. In its place emerged an unprecedented dread. His pupils contracted sharply, his casual smirk frozen in place. Sakazuki. Kizaru's voice trembled, something entirely unprecedented. He abandoned all pretense, summoning every ounce of strength to repel Tsalo before transforming into a streak of golden light aimed straight at Louis. Aim no Murakumo. The light sword carved a dazzling arc through the air, striking directly for Louis's vital point. But Louis merely raised a single finger with casual indifference, sending a fragment of Skypea to intercept the blade. Golden light collided with stone, erupting in brilliant sparks. This is your weakness, Borsellino. Louis's voice was cold and mocking. The Magu Magu no Mi grants you unparalleled mobility, but it severely compromises your offensive power. You're far too easy to contain. With a flick of his fingers, over a dozen Skypea fragments encircled Kizaru from all directions. Each carried terrifying kinetic energy, sealing off every possible escape route. Kizaru was forced to scatter into particles of light to evade, but under Louis's terrifying mastery of observation haki, every single teleportation was predicted with uncanny precision. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru relentlessly sought opportunities to counterattack, firing countless light bullets like a torrential rain toward Louis. But Louis merely swept his hand, and Skypea fragments rose before him like impenetrable shields. Every light bullet was absorbed by the rocky defense, not even disturbing the surface. It's time to end this. Louis drew his twin blades, Dark Conqueror's haki coiling around them like living serpents. Kizaru kept shifting positions to evade, yet the sense of being perpetually locked on followed him like a shadow. Just as Louis was about to deliver his strike, a tremendous sonic boom echoed from the distance. Fistbone meteor. A shockwave of terrifying power tore through the air and directly at Louis's back. Louis's brow furrowed slightly. He was forced to abandon his assault on Kizaru and turn to face the sudden attack. Skypea fragments rapidly gathered behind him, forming a massive wall of stone. Boom. The shockwave crashed into the stone wall, producing a deafening roar. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru dissolved into light and escaped Louis's attack range. The Navy hero Garp. Louis turned his gaze fixed on the Dogro warship approaching at full speed. At the bow, a burly old man gripped his fists tightly, fire burning in his eyes. Louis! Garp's roar echoed across the entire sea, vibrating with uncontainable fury. He leaped from the warship into the sky. His fist was wrapped in jet-black armament hockey. Fist-bone impact. This strike carried power far beyond before compressing the air to its absolute limit and producing a piercing shriek. A flash of excitement ignited in Louis's eyes. Finally, an opponent worth my time. He abandoned his devil fruit abilities, entirely relying solely on his physical strength to meet Garp head-on. Cross-sky collapse. The moment blade met fist, the entire sea trembled. Black-red lightning erupted from the impact point, tearing massive rifts across the sky. Louis and Garp stood locked in the air, their weapons pressed together as terrifying force radiated outward in all directions. You bastard! How dare you harm the Marines? Marines! Louis sneered, and the power on his dual blades surged suddenly. In my eyes, they're nothing but failures. Crack! Garp was driven back by the immense recoil, tumbling through the air dozens of meters before managing to steady himself. He stared in disbelief at his own fist, already marked with visible wounds. How is this possible? Garp's voice trembled with astonishment. His fists, capable of shattering mountains, had been overpowered in a contest of pure strength. Nothing is impossible. Louis rotated his wrist, joints cracking softly. Times have changed, Garp. A hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. You old fools have outlived your usefulness. Salo made no move to pursue the escaping Kizaru. Instead, he elegantly adjusted his collar and positioned himself before Garp. Old man, don't interrupt our captain's performance. Stand aside and watch the show unfold. Inside the five elders' office in Mary Geos, deathly silence fell. The elder with the long beard trembled violently, his teacup crumbling to dust in his grasp. The Navy can no longer stop him. His voice was hoarse, heavy with profound disappointment. Consider awakening Imusama. The other four elders shared the same pallid faces, their eyes clouded with hesitation. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon rose slowly, excitement gleaming in his gaze. Fascinating. A smile played on his lips. This man is far more dangerous than I imagined, and at the same time far more valuable. New World Hive Island. Kadu shattered the sake gourd in his hand and let out an excited roar. I'm going to fight this guy again. Next time I won't lose. Battle lust ignited in his eyes as his scales began to glow. On Cakeland, Charlotte Linlin laughed uncontrollably. Mama, how fascinating. Simply too fascinating. Her laughter rang out shrilly, sending the surrounding homies trembling in fear. Aboard the Duval, Louis slowly approached the golden cage. St. Charlos huddled in the corner, terror and despair etched across his swollen face. His pants were soaked through snot and tears streaming down his face. And no, don't kill me. His voice quivered so violently it was barely audible. I am a world noble. I am a god. Louis looked down at the once exalted god, his eyes dripping with mockery. God. His voice echoed across the world through Morgan's broadcast. I see nothing but a cowardly fat pig. The world held its breath, waiting to see what Louis would do next. Louis slowly raised his gaze, looking directly into the camera. The old gods are dead. The moment his words fell, the entire world fell into deathly silence. But this is merely the beginning. A demon's grin spread across Louis's face. I will hold an unprecedented global auction for this god. Louis's voice broadcast to every corner of the world. Countless people stared in disbelief, unable to process what they were hearing. An auction for a world noble. Such madness could only be carried out by Louis. I accept no belly nor gold. Louis's voice carried a hypnotic charm, as if a demon were tempting the souls of all mankind. The currency for this auction is your rebellion against the world government. Those words crashed into the calm waters like a massive boulder, sending tidal waves of chaos surging across the world. Ambitious souls worldwide went mad, their eyes gleaming with dangerous excitement. Destroy a Marine branch, 100 points. Louis's voice continued, each word a devil's whisper. Declare independence for a subordinate nation, 1,000 points. Defeat a Marine vice admiral, 500 points. Burn the world government flag, 50 points. The highest bidder shall claim the right to dispose of St. Charlos. With these rules announced, rebels worldwide went berserk. This wasn't an auction. This was Louis using a world noble's life to ignite the flames of revolution that would consume the world. He's lost his mind. Trading a world noble's life for rebellion. This man intends to overturn the entire world. Across the islands, Countless oppressed commoners' eyes gleamed with dangerous resolve. Some clenched their fists. Others seized weapons. Some began rallying their companions. The world government's 8th century reign faced its first massive challenge. Vice Admiral Garp stood at the bow, his eyes blazing with fury that seemed ready to set the entire sea ablaze. Lui! His roar shook the seas, brimming with unstoppable wrath and killing intent. But Salo, standing before him, merely smirked with disdain. Navy hero. Salo spread his arms as gold rippled across his body. Let me show you, old man, how much power remains in you. Golden radiance shimmered around him, transforming him into a true emperor of gold. Garp's double fists clenched tightly, sinews bulging as his knuckles cracked. Lewis! His roar echoed across the seas, brimming with uncontrollable fury and killing intent. But Tiaozhua, standing before him, merely smiled disdainfully, his eyes dripping with contempt. Marine hero. Tiaozhua spread his arms wide, his golden armor flowing like liquid, radiating dazzling brilliance. Let me, on behalf of our captain, see how much strength remains in an old man like you. Golden threads seeped from every part of his body, coalescing in the air into millions of gossamer filaments. These threads twisted and entwined, instantly transforming into 5 colossal golden hands, each as massive as a warship. Golden Domain Emperor's iron fist. A grave expression flickered across Garp's eyes. He could sense the terrifying power behind this technique. But as the pride of a marine hero, he would not retreat, even an inch. Skull impact. Dark armament hockey coated his fists like 2 burning meteorites, hurtling toward the golden hands. Boom. Fists met gold, unleashing a deafening collision that sent shockwaves radiating in all directions. The sea erupted into waves hundreds of meters high. The golden hands shattered, instantly dissolving into a swirling storm of golden dust. Yet Tiaozhua's face showed no alarm. Instead, a smug smile appeared, as expected of a marine hero. He snapped his fingers lightly, the gesture as elegant as conducting a magnificent performance. But old man, you've forgotten one thing. Beneath the sea's surface, the wreckage of sunken warships began to stir. All matter containing gold was forcibly drawn upward from the ocean floor. Golden motes rose from the abyss like stars falling in reverse. This is my domain. Tiaozhua's voice rang forth like an emperor's decree, majestic and domineering. Golden Domain, sovereign of all things. The entire seascape turned golden at once. Within a 10-li radius, every ounce of gold trembled and converged upon him. They swirled and churned in midair, forming a colossal golden vortex a kilometer in diameter. Garp's pupils contracted. An ability with such coverage had already reached awakening-level power. Boy, your abilities are indeed impressive. Garp rotated his neck, his joints popping softly. But do not underestimate the strength of the old generation. Terrifying conqueror's hockey began to erupt from his body. Black-red lightning danced through the sky, each bolt as thick as a water barrel, illuminating half the heavens. Skull impact. The power of this strike far exceeded any previous attack. The air was compressed to its absolute limit, emitting a piercing shriek as though heaven and earth themselves trembled. The golden vortex wavered under the blow of conqueror's hockey, countless web-like cracks appearing across its surface. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures widened, golden light leaking from within. Tiaozhua's expression darkened. He had never expected the old man's conqueror's hockey to be so overwhelming. What a troublesome old fool. Gritting his teeth, he thrust both hands forward. All the gold instantaneously condensed into a massive shield 100 meters thick positioned before him. The shield's surface was carved with intricate patterns, radiating an aura of sacred inviolability. Boom. The fist struck the shield, and the entire seascape shuddered. Seawater was driven upward in reversal, forming columns reaching a kilometer high. The golden shield held for less than 3 seconds before Garp's fist shattered it completely. Tiaozhua was pushed backward step by the tremendous impact, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Uffed. He wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes blazing with even fiercer combat spirit. Truly worthy of a marine hero. Meanwhile, Lewis had completely ignored the battle between Garp and Tiaozhua. He walked slowly toward Morgan's den mushy camera. Ladies and gentlemen, I imagine you've all been waiting impatiently. Lewis's voice spread to every corner of the world through the live broadcast, carrying a mesmerizing charm. I hereby declare the Celestial Dragon auction officially underway. Almost immediately, an excited voice echoed from the den mushy. Lord White Emperor. The Luaka Kingdom in the West Blue has destroyed the world government flag and declared its allegiance to you. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Lewis's mouth. Excellent. The Luaka Kingdom receives 50 points. He turned toward the camera, his eyes gleaming with demonic radiance. It seems some have already grown impatient. Who else wishes to join this game that shall reshape the world? Across the Sabaody archipelago, countless commoners stared with widened eyes, their hearts pounding wildly. Someone really dared to defy the world government. Have those people from Luaka Kingdom lost their minds? No, they are brave. We should rise up too. On Fishman Island, King Neptune gripped his trident tightly. Prepare. Raise the flag of Ryugu Kingdom. In Alabasta, King Cobra issued a grave order. Broadcast nationwide: Alabasta shall from this day forward no longer recognize the rule of the celestial dragons. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed wildly. Ho ho ho, how amusing. Simply delightful. Among pirates across all seas, dangerous glints ignited in their eyes as ambition began to swell. For the first time in 800 years, the world government faced a challenge on such a massive scale. Upon hearing Lewis's words, Garp's eyes blazed with fury hot enough to ignite the entire seascape. You bastard. He erupted with conqueror's haki, shattering the entangling gold. I will never allow someone to shatter the peace of this world. The rock hovered in midair for a moment, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire sea surface. Then it crashed down with even more terrifying momentum. Rumble. Furious shockwaves radiated in all directions, sending towering tsunamis crashing across the sea. Worried for Akainu's safety, Garp could only let the shockwave send him flying, tumbling dozens of meters through the air before barely regaining his footing. You demon. Lewis turned toward the camera wearing a devilish grin. Viewers, I forgot to tell you some good news. His voice carried a deadly allure. The highest bidder not only receives this god. He pointed at St. Charlos shivering within the golden cage. They also receive this defeated Marine Admiral at his feet. Lewis casually pressed his foot against the rock, suppressing Akainu in contempt. You may do whatever you wish to him. These words sent every ambitious figure across the world into madness. A celestial dragon. A Marine Admiral. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must acquire them. Price is no object. In the new world, Kaido threw back his head and laughed. Rollaloo. How thrilling. I shall join this game. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips. Mama, I want that Marine Admiral. Red-haired Shanks remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. It seems the era truly is changing. Upon seeing Garp easily repelled and Akainu treated as mere auction merchandise, Kizuru finally realized they had utterly lost this war. What a terrifying opponent. Without hesitation, he transformed into a beam of light, once again attempting to rescue Akainu. Wanna leave? Lewis sneered, flicking his finger lightly. The Pyru no Mi's power activated. The giant rock's weight instantly increased 100-fold. Kizuru attempted to shatter the rock with his light speed kick, but the terrifying weight rendered his attack no more effective than a gentle tickle. Damn it. Kizuru returned empty-handed, forced to flee the battlefield alongside Garp in disgrace. Lewis's voice echoed behind them like a demon's whisper. Run. Return and tell your master. His eyes shimmered with contemptuous light. The new era has already arrived. The mighty Navy Armada retreated in ignominy, etching a shameful footnote into the annals of the Grand Line. The Navy's rout was broadcast in real time to every corner of the world via video transponder snails. Citizens, pirates, kings, the Revolutionary Army. Countless souls held their breath, hearts thundering against their ribs. They bore witness to the fall of one legend and the dawn of another. On the deck of the Durwal, Lewis ignored the grand auction raging behind him. He stepped up to Morgan's camera. The king of news, his avian face slick with sweat of pure exhilaration, watched him with feverish anticipation. Lewis lifted a special transponder snail of black and gold, a direct line to the emperors of the new world. He dialed the first number. The transponder snail's face warped, assuming the shape of a savage horn visage. Kaido. Lewis's tone was utterly calm, yet it struck like a needle into the heart of Onigashima in the land of Wano. After a brief silence, a thunderous alcohol-soaked belch erupted through the transponder snail. White Emperor, are you trying to provoke a war? No. Lewis's answer took everyone by surprise. I've come to hand you the opportunity you've always dreamed of. He spoke to the transponder snail, as though staring straight into Kaido's eyes. A war to carve up the world. A chance to free yourself from so-called destiny, and opportunity to shatter the fate sealed within Joy Boy's prophecy. On the other end of the line, breathing turned coarse and heavy, the barely restrained excitement of a slumbering titan. Worororo. You little. Kaido's voice trembled, the ultimate fighting spirit seething within. Carving up the world. No, something so dull holds no interest for me. But a chance to break destiny. Kaido roared at the heavens, and his dreadful laughter distorted the transponder snail's very signal. It. Let you and me, and those pathetic bastards of the world government, settle once and for all who the true Joy Boy is. The first emperor had accepted the challenge. Audiences around the globe felt their scalps tingle. Face unreadable Lewis ended the call and immediately dialed the second number. The transponder snail's face morphed into that of a rotund woman, lips slathered in thick rouge, a massive grin splitting her face. Mama. White Emperor brat, you've got nerve daring to contact that idiot Kaido first. Charlotte Lean's voice rang shrill and piercing. Want me to join your little game as well? Show me your sincerity. Big Mom's voice dripped with a merchant's cunning and an emperor's arrogance. And why should I believe you're qualified to be the one moving the pieces? Sincerity. A smile suddenly curved across Lewis's lips. He didn't speak into the transponder snail. Instead, he turned and squarely faced Morgan's camera once more. The gesture left everyone stunned. Audiences of the world, Madam Charlotte Linlin requires a secret to prove my sincerity. Lewis's voice, carried by the live broadcast, reached every ear across the world with crystalline clarity. Then allow me to reveal the secret you have all yearned for. The secret the world government has kept buried in darkness. Mary Geos, the chamber of power. The teacup in the long-bearded elder's hand shattered with a sharp crack. How does he know? Lewis said icily, as though pronouncing a death sentence. Everyone believed that gathering the 4 road poneglyphs would reveal the final coordinates of Laugh Tale. But that has now become a lie. Because the last road poneglyph rests in no pirate's hands at all. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin's colossal frame lurched upright, overturning mountain-high heaps of sweets. Her eyes, bloodshot, stared fixedly at the live broadcast. It lies beneath the feet of the world government. Lewis enunciated each syllable. The world government took it from Fishman Island, and now it is hidden in the deepest heart of Pangea Castle in the holy land of Mary Geos. The world fell silent for 1 second. Then, an eruption of chaos like a volcano bursting open. Pangea Castle, the den of the celestial dragons. No wonder no one has reached Laugh Tale since Roger. The world government is the greatest pirate of them all. Flames of greed blazed in the eyes of countless power-hungry souls. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin burst into unhinged laughter. Mama. So that's it. Her conqueror's hockey exploded beyond all restraint, and the entire Tato land kingdom trembled beneath its weight. Those celestial dragon bastards. They've had me dancing on a string all this time. Lewis's voice rose once more like the whisper of a devil pouring the final barrel of oil onto the flames. Once the alliance is forged, we shall advance in 3 prongs and strike straight at the red line. Whose contribution to the war proves greatest shall claim that poneglyph. This was no longer an alliance. It was a contest. A blood-soaked race to the throne of the Pirate King. Deal. Charlotte Linlin's shriek nearly tore the air itself apart. White Emperor, this cake is mine, make no mistake. But you'd better not play any tricks, or I'll rip out your soul with my own 2 hands, and turn it into a homie. The second emperor had entered the board. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who had come out of retirement once more for the sake of his son's cause, crushed the massive sake bowl in his grip, liquor spilling through his fingers. He let loose a world-shaking roar. My sons, prepare the grandest banquet in the history of the world. The 3 Emperors Alliance. The entire world had been thoroughly detonated. Mary Geos, the chamber of power. 5 figures stood motionless as stone statues, the atmosphere frozen in an icy hush. It's over. The blonde elder slumped into his seat, muttering, the world government is finished. We must awaken Lord Emu at once. No. The sword-bearing elder shot to his feet, the first-generation Kitetsu emitting a bloodthirsty hum. His eyes were threaded with crimson veins, his expression mad and unyielding. Awakening that person would only prove our incompetence. We still have one final card to play. He strode to the colossal world map, unsheathed his blade, and drove it savagely into one single point. Before they can assemble, activate Uranus. The sword-bearing elder's voice was hoarse. Wipe Sphinx Island off the earth first. Let them witness what true terror is. Aboard the While the sea breeze stirred the hem of Lewis's coat, Robin stepped up behind him, her gaze clouded with complex emotions. Lewis, you've turned the entire world into our enemy. Lewis turned to look at her. Robin, do you think I'll win? Of course. Then keep believing in me. Lewis turned his gaze back toward the distant horizon. I've merely begun the destined final war a little earlier than fate decreed. Verdi Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Long stood within the vast war room, the air thick with an oppressive tension. Every Revolutionary Army commander held their breath, awaiting the decision of their legendary leader. Commander, that White Emperor Louis has gone completely mad. He is dragging the entire world into war. Kalala's voice trembled. She could not fathom how many innocent lives would be lost in such a conflict. Commander, are we truly going to intervene? One Revolutionary Army commander could not help but ask. This is nothing short of suicide. Silence. Lindeberg turned and glared fiercely. Quando did we, the Revolutionary Army, grow so cowardly? Long slowly turned around. An unprecedented fire burned in his eyes. No, he is not mad. He is simply doing what we have wanted to do for centuries, but lacked the courage to attempt. Kicking open the very doors of the world government. Long's gaze swept over everyone present. Have you forgotten? The compatriots enslaved by the celestial dragons endure hellish torment every single day. And here we are crafting plan after plan with nothing to show for it. Just then an encrypted den mushy suddenly rang, revealing Louis's cold visage. Long, I am kicking down the gates of the world government right now. Louis's voice crackled through the den mushy, dripping with fatal temptation. All their attention will be fixed upon me. This is the opportunity you have waited decades for. Liberate the slaves from within, seize their secrets. Long's pupils contracted instantly. He never expected Louis to reach out first. Do you understand what this means? Long asked in a grave tone, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Once we begin, there is no turning back. And Louis, can you truly guarantee that innocence won't be caught in the crossfire? I know precisely. Louis's laughter echoed through the den mushy laced with bloodthirsty excitement. That is exactly the outcome I desire, to completely dismantle this decaying world. As for the innocents, long under the yoke of the celestial dragons, do you truly believe anyone remains innocent in this world? Hasn't your revolutionary army been waiting precisely for this chance? Long fell silent. He thought of the innocent civilians enslaved by the celestial dragons and the comrades who had sacrificed themselves for freedom. Commander, Kalala sensed Long's hesitation. Should we really trust him? It is not about trusting him. Long's eyes blazed with intensifying fire. It is about trusting ourselves. I understand. Long's voice grew firm and resolute. Louis, according to our agreement, I will come to lend my strength. But I want you to remember one thing. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. Our goal is liberation, not destruction. Of course. Louis's voice carried an inscrutable undertone. I am only responsible for bringing about change. What the prisoners inside choose to do is their own decision. The transmission ended. Long abruptly rose to his feet. A terrifying pressure began to radiate from his body, sending the air in the entire war room into violent turbulence. Operation Final Commencement. Long's voice boomed like thunder throughout the entire headquarters. Our target is Malikia. In the chaos, liberate all the celestial dragon's slaves. I will lead the vanguard personally. Commander, we have been waiting for this day since long ago. Kalala clenched her fists tightly. For those who suffer in bondage, we must succeed. Yet some still raised doubts. Commander, what if this is a trap? What if Louis is merely using us? Long turned his head to look at the commander. So what? Even if it is a trap, even if it is exploitation. As long as we can free those slaves, we will harbor no regrets. This is the resolve of the Revolutionary Army. The other commanders echoed their support. The entire headquarters erupted into fervent fervor. Meanwhile, resistance forces across the world began to stir. Alabasta Kingdom. King Kubula stood upon the palace balcony, gazing down at the assembled crowds. Father, must we truly do this? Princess Weiwei asked anxiously. Once we declare independence, the world government will never let us go. Kubula looked at his daughter, his eyes brimming with both affection and unwavering resolve. Weiwei, do you still remember why our family took up the crown? Not to enjoy privileges, but to protect our people. Issue orders to the entire nation. His voice carried across the whole capital. As of today, Alabasta shall no longer recognize the rule of the celestial dragons. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, countless eyes welling with tears. Long live King Kubula. Long live freedom. Dressrosa. Duafulangming stood at the highest point of the royal palace, laughing madly. Fufufu. How amusing. Simply too amusing. His laughter echoed through the night sky, steeped in unhinged delight. My subordinates, are you ready? It is time to show the world what true chaos truly means. My lord, what is our course of action? Tulibeor asked. Simple. A wicked curve touched the corners of Duafulangming's mouth. We shall side with whoever offers us the greater benefit. After all, this world has already gone mad. Fishman Island, Longon Kingdom. King Nippodon gripped his trident tightly. Father, are we truly going to rebel against the world government? Prince Shashing asked with concern. Son, do you truly believe the world government has ever protected us? Nippodon's voice carried a bitter edge. They merely view us as suppliers for their slave trade. Raise the banner of the Longon Kingdom. His voice reverberated through the city. We are no longer vassals of the world government. Countless fishmen and merfolk cheered with impassioned fervor, their eyes gleaming with the light of liberty. Marine branches fell one after another, while beacons of rebellion ignited across the globe. From Donghai to Shihai, from Nanhai to Beihai. The entire world was aflame. Malikia, office of the five elders. The five supreme rulers of the world government wore expressions of grim dread. The balance has been utterly shattered. The bearded elder smashed everything within his grasp. We have no alternatives left. The golden-haired elder slumped into his chair, despair etched into his eyes. The alliance of the three emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and countless insurrectionist factions. Our enemies now span the entirety of the world. What are we to do? The curly-haired elder demanded anxiously. What else can be done? The sword-bearing elder rose slowly, the original Kikoku in his grasp, emitting a low, menacing hum. At this juncture, we have no choice but to unleash that. Madness flickered in his eyes. Let us go. We must pay our respects to that revered one. All five arose in unison and proceeded toward the deepest recesses of the Panguching. They arrived before a colossal gate upon which ancient and enigmatic runes were carved. This was a forbidden sanctum, one that not even the five elders could tread upon lightly. Your immeasurable majesty. The five knelt reverently before the door, their voices trembling. We implore your permission to activate the heavenly King Wulanusi. From the darkness, a pair of icy eyes slowly opened. It was a presence beyond mortal comprehension, the ultimate authority that had ruled this world for 8 centuries. Granted. The voice was ancient and majestic, as if echoing from primordial deities. But bear in mind, this is your final opportunity. Should you fail once more, I shall intervene with my own hands. The five elders' bodies shuddered violently. They understood precisely what that implied. If even Lord Imu himself were to move personally, it would mean the world government had been driven to the brink of annihilation. Waters near the Hongta continent. 3 massive fleets were converging. At the forefront were Louis' Dewar vessel and the Sky Island fleet, countless floating land masses blotting out the sky. Directly behind them sailed Kaido's beast pirates, the colossal Gazidio, gliding slowly across the waves. Approaching from another quadrant was the whole cake fleet of Zumuo Lingling. Countless confectionery ships drifted like nightmare visions from a dark fairy tale. This collective might was enough to make any nation in the world quake in terror. Upon the deck of the Dewar vessel, the highest executives of the 3 emperors gathered for the first time. Taizuo elegantly adjusted his cuffs, a gleam of scorn flashing in his eyes. Jean stood silently in the shadows, the flames wreathing his body, dancing against the night. Katakuri crossed his arms, his trident planted quietly beside him. The air crackled with palpable hostility. Ancient grudges threatened to ignite at any moment. I never imagined we would one day find ourselves sharing the same ship. Taizuo's voice dripped with sarcasm. Still do not expect me to trust you. Likewise. Jin's tone was low and menacing. Once this war concludes, we shall settle our old scores. Katakuri remained uncharacteristically silent. He simply observed everything around him with quiet intensity. His advanced observation haki had already foreseen the bloody combat on the horizon. Just as the tension was on the verge of snapping, Louis' voice emerged from within the ship. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have all come, why not sit and discuss this over a drink? After all, we have far more pressing matters to attend to. Lu Yi stood at the prow of the Dawa air, slowly raising both arms as the power of the float fruit surged forth. 3 massive joint fleets ascended steadily toward the heavens 10,000 meters above. Kaido's beast pirates, Shui Luote Lingling's grand fleet, and Lu Yi's own Sky Island armada. This terrifying might, capable of devastating any nation, was about to descend upon Ma Li Qiaoya. How far has this man pushed the development of his devil fruit? Jean watched the colossal fleet floating aloft. Even one accustomed to Kaido's myriad excesses was shaken by Lu Yi's prowess. To hoist thousands of warships into the sky simultaneously. Such terrifying power had already surpassed the bounds of humanity. Kataku Li's observation haki blared frantic warnings. He beheld countless horrifying futures. Mother, must we truly place our faith in this man? His voice carried an uncharacteristic tremor of unease, the trident in his grip shaking ever so slightly. Aboard the thundercloud, Zeus, Shui Luote Lingling erupted into a frenzied laugh. MMM. What is there to fear? Her laughter pierced the air, shrill, and ear-splitting, her eyes blazing with manic light. I have lived for decades, and apart from the God Valley incident, I have never witnessed such a delightfully entertaining war. Zeus quaked beneath her, trembling. As a cloud homie, it could plainly feel the suffocating power radiating from Lu Yi. Meanwhile, Kaido had taken dragon form, circling above the assembled fleet. Dragon majesty unleashed in all directions. Wahaha! White Emperor, you rascal, you truly have delivered this old man a splendid surprise. His voice rolled through the clouds like pealing thunder, racked with ecstatic battle fever. Together let us trample Ma Li Qiaoya into ruin. Lu Yi offered no reply, his entire being devoted to commanding that terrifying force. They would soar directly over the Hongtu de Lu and descend upon Ma Li Qiaoya. Ma Li Qiaoya at the summit of Pangu City. A CP0 agent cloaked in white robes materialized, suddenly kneeling upon one knee before the Wu Laoxing. Report. The enemy fleet is ascending. Their target is Ma Li Qiaoya. His voice rang with unprecedented dread and disbelief. Estimated impact in 10 minutes. The sword-bearing Wu Laoxing gripped the first-generation Onigiri with white-knuckled desperation, the blade trembling within its scabbard. That damnable Lu Yi, how dares he? The long-bearded Wu Laoxing's face drained to the color of parchment. Activate every defense system at once. Deploy all CP0 operatives. Mobilize the Shun Jiqi Shirtuan for engagement. Deep within Pangu City, 9 silhouettes rose in slow unison. They were the apex warriors among the Tian Long Run. Each bore combat strength rivaling that of a fleet admiral prospect. At their head stood Fei Jialan Du Gulin Gusheng. The humiliation of last time still rankles. His voice was low and measured, threaded with icy venom. This time I will extinguish every one of them. The remaining 8 knights fell silently into formation behind him. Their killing intent coalesced into something almost tangible. They were the Tian Long Ren's ultimate trump card, the world government's deadliest instrument of war. At 10,000 meters above sea level, the fleet pressed onward. All hands prepare for combat. Lu Yi's voice rang across the entire armada through the Den Den Mushi network. This shall be the final battle that reshapes the world. Taizuo Luo stood at his rear, molten gold flowing across his body to form resplendent armor. Captain, are we truly charging in like this? His voice betrayed a thread of worry, though beneath it pulsed undeniable excitement. Ma Li Qiaoya is no ordinary fortress. He turned his gaze upon the comrade who had walked beside him through countless battles. Taizwa Luo, do you fear? Fear? Taizwa Luo's bright laugh rang out, his golden armor catching and scattering the light. I am merely thrilled. At last we shall let those haughty Tian Longren taste the very fear they have inflicted upon so many. Far distant, the Revolution Army's covert operation unfolded in parallel. Long commanded an elite vanguard exploiting the fleet's diversion to infiltrate Ma Li Qiaoya through subterranean passages. Chief, can we truly succeed? Ku Erla clutched her weapon with white-knuckled tension, her voice barely steady. Fire burned steadily in Long's gaze. Success or failure, we must endeavor. His voice was low and resonant. For those broken by bondage, we have no choice but to prevail. Deep within the slave quarters, countless chained figures lifted their heads, hope flickering behind their eyes. They could hear the turmoil beyond and feel the earth-quaking power drawing near. Someone has come for us. A young female slave cried out, with trembling emotion, tears spilling down her cheeks. Someone has truly come to rescue us. The grand architecture of Ma Li Qiaoya came sharply into view. The colossal castle gleamed beneath the sun, yet beneath its gorgeous facade festered endless darkness and corruption. All fleets prepared to descend. Lu Yi's command cracked like thunder across the formation. Target Pangu City. At that instant, an overwhelmingly potent aura erupted from the city itself. 9 figures emerged from Pangu City, each radiating an aura so suffocating it weighed upon the sky. The God's Knights had at last made their appearance. The lead knight commander, single-handed and single-sword, barred the path of an entire fleet sworn to Big Mom. His blade flashed with glacial brilliance in the sunlight, his sword intent vast as mountain ranges and ocean depths, pressing the heavens themselves into tremor. Intruders, your advance ceases here. His voice carried the weight of absolute authority, imperious and frozen. To challenge the dignity of the divine invites only one fate, death. A shadow of gravity crossed Shui Luo, Tai Lingling's features as she took in the sight. It seems an amusing opponent has arrived. She leapt from Zeus, the blade Napoleon, igniting with roaring flame. But you are wholly inadequate to oppose this old woman. Weigua. A titanic slash of sword energy rent the heavens, bearing straight for the knight commander. The battle was upon them. Inescapable and imminent. The edge of St. Figurland Garling's sword shimmered with an ominous light beneath the sun. It was no ordinary reflection. It was a sinister violet glow that stirred a chill deep within the heart. With an almost indifferent wave of his wrist, he swung the long sword in his hand, the blade shrouded in a violet halo that made the soul itself shudder. A colossal wave of sword energy came howling forth, the air torn apart by a piercing shriek. And yet, the instant it came into contact with that violet halo, this dreadful sword energy, mighty enough to split mountains and sever seas, began to writhe and twist in the most bizarre manner, as if it had encountered its natural predator. The sword energy trembled. The sword energy wailed. The sword energy dissipated. Charlotte Linling's eyes flew open wide, sheer disbelief carved across her savage countenance. Mama, what on earth is this thing? Her voice turned shrill and jarring, and the sword Napoleon in her grasp began to tremble beyond all measure. The weapon that had fought beside her through countless battles for years on end was showing fear for the very first time. Mama. Napoleon's voice quivered. I can sense the breath of death. A faint smile of contempt curved at the corner of St. Garling's lips. A look of supreme disdain from one who stood far above the fray. Barbarians, just as I thought. His voice was terrifyingly calm, every syllable laced with icy killing intent. You dare call yourselves the 4 emperors when you cannot even recognize my sword intent. The violet halo began to spread slowly outward, and wherever it passed the very air twisted and warped. Charlotte Linling's homies let out piercing mournful howls. Aya! Zeus struggled with all his might to flee from that dreadful power, his cloud-like frame trembling ceaselessly. Mama, I can feel the breath of death. That power will devour our very souls. Prometheus's flames contracted violently in the face of the violet halo. The fire that had blazed so fiercely moments before was now nothing more than a guttering candle before the wind. What in the world is that thing? Charlotte Linling's expression turned exceedingly ugly. Never before had she seen her homies so utterly terrified. These creatures born from the power of her very soul were now cowering in fear of a sword. What exactly is that sword of yours? St. Garling did not answer right away. He merely raised his long sword slowly, the violet halo upon its blade growing ever more intense. It seemed even the air itself was stained purple, and everything around them quailed before this unfathomable power. This sword, he said, a note of pride creeping into his voice, his eyes gleaming with cold cruelty, was created specifically to deal with monsters like you who cling to the power of souls. Those words detonated within Charlotte Linling's mind like a thunderbolt. At long last she understood why her homies were so dreadfully afraid. This sword, It could strike at the soul directly. You detestable wretch. She let out a furious roar, and a frenzy of conqueror's haki exploded from her being. All of Mary Geos trembled beneath the weight of that haki. Even if I have nothing but my haki, I'll tear you to shreds. Meanwhile, Kaido, transformed into a colossal dragon, was wreaking havoc throughout Pangaea Castle. Wherever his dragon's breath swept past, buildings were instantly reduced to ash. White marble walls melted under the searing heat, and exquisite statues twisted and deformed in the raging inferno. Countless CP0 agents attempted to stop him. Yet before Kaido, their strength was utterly insignificant. Ugh! Kaido roared with laughter. With this paltry show of strength, you dare call yourselves the elites of the world government? With an idle flick of his dragon claw, an entire squad of CP0 agents was torn apart in an instant. Blood sprayed toward the skies like rain, staining the pristine white ground of Pangaea Castle crimson. Too weak. Too weak. His voice was deafening, laden with profound contempt for his enemies. Worthless trash, like you aren't even fit to be my opponent. Just then space warped abruptly. 8 figures appeared before him at the same instant, each radiating an aura of palpable terror. They were the remaining 8 members of the God's Knights. The knight at their head held a long spear, emitting a brilliant golden radiance, its tip pointing straight at Kaido's heart. Kaido of the Beasts. His voice was majestic and icy, his eyes betraying not a trace of fear. Your destruction ends now. Kaido halted his rampage, draconic eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh! His voice was heavy with battle lust, his entire body quaking. At last a worthy opponent. I'd been waiting so long, I almost nodded off. The 8 knights moved at once, their coordination nothing short of impeccable. Every attack struck squarely at Kaido's vital points. Golden spear light rent the air. Silver sword flashes shot across the sky like shooting stars, while cyan blade energy howled in from all directions. 8 different weapons attacked simultaneously, weaving a web of death in midair. Kaido neither sidestepped nor guarded. He simply let the onslaught crash upon his body. Excellent. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons collided against dragon scales, sending out ear-splitting metallic clamor. Sparks flew in every direction, yet Kaido's scales remained utterly unharmed. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! He burst into mad laughter, lashing his dragon tail in a ferocious swing that sent 2 knights flying hundreds of meters away. Again! Meanwhile, on another front, King and Katakuri each found themselves confronted by a formidable adversary. The knight standing before King was one who specialized in flame techniques. The longsword in the opponent's hand blazed with flames even more scorching than King's own. A mere bird, the knight said, his voice dripping with contempt. And yet you dare play with fire before me. The flames upon that sword were pure white, their temperature horrifically high. King felt a pressure he had not known for a long time. The heat of his opponent's flames far surpassed his wildest expectations. Even his own body began to feel the searing sting. Interesting. His voice remained calm, but the fire of battle had already ignited in his eyes. Seems you bastards do have a little talent after all. Deep within Mary Geos, in the slave quarters, an earth-shaking uproar of battle suddenly erupted. Dragon burst forth from a concealed underground tunnel with the revolutionary army at his side. Everyone. His voice boomed across the entire slave quarters like a clap of thunder. Fight for freedom. Countless liberated slaves snatched up weapons, flames of vengeance blazing in their eyes. Kill every last celestial dragon. Avenge our fallen comrades. Let them taste what it means to be enslaved. Furious cries rose one after another, and the once silent slave quarters instantly became a battlefield. These slaves, oppressed for countless years, had finally found the chance to revolt. Their indignation erupted like a volcanic explosion, impossible for anyone to hold back. A young female slave clutching a rusted knife charged at a celestial dragon who was trying to flee. You devils. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes bloodshot. I'll make you pay. The celestial dragon's face lost every drop of blood in terror as he scrambled desperately to escape. But a body long accustomed to a pampered, idle existence was no match for slaves driven by hatred. Help! Help! His voice became shrill, laced with a fear he had never known his entire life. I am a celestial dragon. You can't do this to me. The female slave's knife plunged into his chest without a shred of mercy, and blood instantly soaked her hand crimson. Celestial dragon. Her voice was frightfully cold, her eyes utterly devoid of sympathy. In hell there are no celestial dragons. The gates of the Room of Power came crashing down. Kaido's colossal dragon body burst out of the dust, and smoke, his draconic eyes burning with ferocious battle lust. Worororo. These little shrimp aren't even worth my attention. The combined attack of the God's Knights managed to leave only a few shallow scratches on his dragon scales. Saint Nustero, the sword-wielding elder, wore a face so grim it was terrifying. Damn monster. He snarled through gritted teeth, the Shodai Kitetsu trembling in his hand. Saint Topman Warkuri, the long-bearded elder, rose slowly to his feet. A resolute light flickered in his eyes, as if he had made some momentous decision. Everyone, the time has come for us to act personally. The golden-haired elder Saint J. Garcia, Saturn nodded. A twisted, ferocious expression began to form on his face. In that case, let these pirates witness what true fear really means. The five elders rose to their feet at once, and a suffocating pressure erupted from their bodies. This aura was completely unlike ordinary hockey. It bore an ancient evil madness. The air seemed to grow thick and viscous, making even breathing difficult. A hint of solemnity flickered in Kaido's dragon eyes. He sensed a genuine threat. A true threat. St. Marcus Mars, the curly-haired elder, began to undergo a grotesque transformation. His arms stretched violently, his skin hardening into stone. Two massive wings unfurled from his back, their feathers black as ink. Itsamade. He let out a shrill, piercing cry. The cry carried the dread of an ancient beast, and the entire Pangaea castle trembled at the sound. His form had changed completely. His head became a colossal bird's head, its beak sharp enough to shred steel, while his eyes blazed with inhuman madness. His lower half became a gargantuan serpentine tail, writhing and slithering across the ground. The golden-haired elder Saint J. Garcia, Saturn, underwent an even more horrifying transformation. His body began to swell violently, muscles bulging as if inflated with air. His limbs grew thick and powerful, veins bulging. The clothes around his lower body were torn apart in an instant, and 8 enormous spider legs burst out from within. Every leg was covered in razor-sharp barbs that glinted with a deadly light in the sun. His head twisted and morphed into the head of an ox. His 2 horns were as sharp as lances and gave off a foul, blood-soaked stench. Yuki! He let out a deafening roar. The roar echoed with the depths of hell, shaking the entire Pangaea castle. The long-bearded elder Saint Topman Warcury underwent the most violent transformation. His body swelled madly, shredding his clothes in an instant. His muscles hardened like rock, and his skin became coarse and hideous. Dropping to all fours, he turned into a gigantic wild boar. Tusks jutted out from his mouth, each as thick as an adult's waist. The bristles across his body were as stiff as steel needles, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Fengshi! His voice crashed like thunder, and every step made the earth tremble. Blood-red light blazed in his eyes, filled with primordial bloodlust. The bald elder Saint Shepherd Jupiter underwent the strangest transformation. His body began to twist, flesh writhing and rearranging itself. His skin turned rough, covered by a hard carapace. Each plate shimmered with a dark golden glow and exuded an aura of death. His body stretched out, becoming an enormous sandworm. His mouth turned into a colossal funnel-shaped maw packed with layer upon layer of razor-sharp teeth. Finally, Saint Nostero, the sword-wielding elder, underwent the most terrifying transformation. His body began to wither, his flesh receding like an ebbing tide. What was exposed was a ghastly white skeleton, but not an ordinary one. It was the form of a skeletal horse. Pale blue ghost flames burned in its eye sockets, and its hooves struck the ground with hollow echoes. Bakatsu! He let out a cold, eerie neigh. The sound carried the chill of the underworld, making souls tremble. The Shodai Kitetsu in his hand changed as well. The sky darkened and gathered thick storm clouds, as if heaven itself feared this power. This was the true form of the 5 elders. Seeing it, the excitement in Kaido's dragon eyes reached its peak. Worororo. Interesting. Most interesting. He burst out laughing, and his dragon scales began to emit a dazzling light. I've waited far too long for this moment. His voice brimmed with unprecedented excitement and fighting spirit. Saint Topman Warcury transformed into Fengshi, attacked first. His giant tusks thrust straight toward Kaido's heart, so fast that afterimages hung in the air. Kaido did not dodge or flinch. He met them head-on with his dragon claw. Boom. A tremendous impact resounded across the heavens. The entire Pangaea castle shook violently, and countless buildings began to collapse. Kaido's dragon claw clashed with Fengshi's tusks, sparks flying in all directions. But this time was different. A deep wound split open on Kaido's dragon claw, blood gushing out like a spring. Huh. Now this is more like it. Kaido roared excitedly, but a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. This was the first time he had been wounded in a head-on clash. Saint J. Garcia's Saturn transformed into Gyuki, attacked from the side. 8 spider legs stabbed out simultaneously, each laden with lethal venom, filling the air with a fetid stench. Kaido swept his dragon tail across, clashing with the spider legs. But this time purple blotches appeared on his tail. The venom was corroding his dragon scales. Poison. Kaido's voice held a trace of surprise, but even more excitement. My body isn't so easy to poison down. His voice exuded wild confidence. Saint Marcus Mars transformed into Itsamade, swooped down from the sky. His enormous bird talons lashed at Kaido's head with such speed that afterimages lingered in the air. Kaido opened his mouth and unleashed dragon breath, scorching flames surging like magma. But Itsamade's feathers were actually impervious to flame. The talons tore straight through the dragon breath, leaving 3 deep wounds across Kaido's head. What? Kaido was shocked. His dragon breath had actually been ignored. Saint Shepherd Jupiter, transformed into the sandworm, burst out from beneath the earth. Its immense maw gaped open, trying to swallow Kaido whole. But suddenly countless spikes shot out from the sandworm's carapace. Every spike dripped with deadly poison, weaving a web of death in the air. Damn it! Several of Kaido's dragon scales were pierced, and the poison began spreading through his body. Saint Nustero transformed into Bakatsu was the most horrifying of all. His speed was astonishing, leaving countless afterimages across the battlefield. The Shodai Katetsu whirled in his hand, every stroke carrying an icy breath of death. Kaido felt an unprecedented threat. Frozen Slash. Nustero's voice was frigid and eerie. As the blade light flashed, it carried a deathly chill. In an instant, a thick layer of frost coated Kaido's dragon body. His movements began to slow. The combined assault of the 5 ancient beasts had actually forced the invincible Kaido into a desperate battle. Viewers across the world watching the live broadcast were all astounded. This. What kind of monsters are these? The 5 elders aren't even human. Their true forms are such terrifying beings. No wonder the world government has ruled for 800 years. They've been hiding a trump card like this. Fear swept over the world like a flood tide. People finally realized that the world government's rule was no coincidence. It was propped up by absolute power. Aboard the Doer, Lu Yi watched the live broadcast. A deep searching light flickered in his eyes. Finally, they have revealed their true faces. Cuckoo. Now this is more like it. Blood and shredded flesh flew from Kaido's draconic form, yet the battle fury in his eyes burned ever more wildly. His supposedly invincible dragon scales were now covered with horrific, bone-deep wounds. The potent venom of the ox demon raged through his veins, bringing sharp stabs of pain and creeping numbness. The frigid, deathly aura of the horse skeleton gnawed at his flesh, rendering every movement sluggish. At their level of combat, even such a slight hesitation was enough to prove fatal. Budrung Gun. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido unleashed a combined attack, sending forth an unstoppable shockwave that swept across everything in its path. Topman Warcury transformed into the great boar Fengshi, was violently blasted away, his colossal mountain-like body carving an abyss-deep trench into the hard bedrock of the Holy Land. But soon the massive ferocious boar staggered back to its feet. Mama. These monsters just refused to die. Charlotte Linlin let out a shrill roar, her voice laced for the first time with undisguised agitation. King Katakuri and the others were likewise locked in an unprecedentedly grueling battle. The Holy Knights and the 5 elders worked together flawlessly. These monsters, who had lived for untold centuries, possessed battle experience far beyond the limits of mortal imagination. Like cold and precise killing machines, they held back the overwhelming onslaught of the 3 Emperors' alliance, firmly blocking the path before the throne room. It was at that moment that the 2 ghostly blue flames in the eyes of Nustero, now manifested as the horse bone, suddenly flickered. He deliberately endured one of Kaido's ferocious dragon claw strikes, his entire skeletal horse frame groaning under the unbearable strain, nearly collapsing apart. Yet the Shodai Katetsu in his hand seized that fleeting opening, leaving a deep, potentially fatal gash across Kaido's throat. J. Garcia Saturn's bullhead snapped violently, his 8 sinister spider legs driving simultaneously, forcing all nearby enemies back. Topman Warcury's Fengshi form provided perfect cover with his enormous body. After each of the 5 ancient beasts paid a certain price, they instantly disengaged from the battlefield and raced toward the innermost center of Pangaea Castle. There an ancient altar of indistinguishable age stood in silent stillness. Upon it lay nothing but an eerie bloodlust, as if frozen for 800 years, permeated the air, causing dread to stir in all hearts. What are they planning? Katakuri drove his trident, Turu, deep into the ground, barely managing to support his faltering body. His peerless observation Haki granted him a glimpse of a vague, yet extremely perilous future. The entire altar suddenly blazed to life. An immensely intricate pattern composed of countless twisted runes slowly emerged upon the altar's surface, emanating a sinister, unnatural glow. In our names. 5 distinct voices, like a chorus from the depths of hell, resounded simultaneously. Awaken the king who slumbers in the sky. The instant those words fell, the entire red line began to tremble violently. Above Mary Geos, the boundless blue firmament, without a single cloud, suddenly darkened. A terrifying shadow, vaster than even the sky islands of Lewis and more immense than the entirety of the Holy Land, Mary Geos, slowly descended from the heavens. It was an aerial war fortress beyond any power of language to describe. Its entire body was forged from an unknown metal with a dull matte luster. Not a single seam could be seen on its surface, as if it were a seamless creation born directly from chaos. The fortress walls were densely packed with pitch-black cannon maws like a honeycomb. At the very top of the fortress loomed a colossal cannon barrel that stretched across its entire length. The ancient weapon Uranus. At this moment, under the gaze of the entire world, it was officially activated. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin ceased their attacks simultaneously. They raised their heads, and for the first time genuine solemnity crept across their usually arrogant and unbridled faces. Cuckoo. So this is an ancient weapon. I'm not afraid of it. Kaido's voice dropped to an unprecedented low laced with the wrath of one who had been slighted. Mama. This thing is certainly astonishing. Charlotte Lean's eyes, ever filled with insatiable greed, were now replaced by unprecedented apprehension and fury. All across the world, everyone watching this scene through live broadcasting Den Mushy fell into speechless despair. And then Uranus moved. At the top of the fortress, the colossal main cannon slowly began to brighten as light converged within. The next instant, an indescribably thick beam of energy shot forth silently from the cannon. No sound, no wave of heat, not even the faintest fluctuation of energy. Its target was not the battlefield of Mary Geos. Rather, it was the boundless blue sea far below the red line. The beam descended. Nearly 100 warships belonging to the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, along with the entire sea area they occupied, were instantly erased. Yes, erased. Not vaporized, not destroyed, but conceptually and utterly obliterated from existence. A circular void of such magnitude that it seemed to pierce straight through the ocean itself appeared. The surrounding seawater boiled violently from the extreme heat, yet remained unable to fill that region, representing absolute nothingness. The sheer power of this single strike transcended all conventional logic. Even Kaido's ultimate defense, even Charlotte Lean's steel balloon body, would have absolutely no chance of surviving such an attack. Silence. The entire world was plunged into an eternity of deathly silence. Aboard the Doer, Tesoro's face was as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a cascading river. Yet Lewis, standing at the bow, merely narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze did not follow the world-ending beam of light, nor did it look upon the erased stretch of sea. From beginning to end, his gaze remained firmly locked upon that colossal fortress suspended high in the sky. From it he sensed an immensely familiar power, one that had been twisted and petrified into a fixed state. That was the power of the float fruit. I see. So this is the so-called ancient weapon. He paused briefly, his calm gaze sweeping across the enormous fortress in the sky, filled with undisguised contempt. The so-called Uranus. Lewis chuckled, amusement lacing his laughter. It's nothing more than an iron coffin fixed in place by a devil fruit ability, forcibly suspended in the sky. The iron coffin. The ancient weapon that wiped out an entire sea with a single strike, silencing the whole world. Uranus. Mama. You damn Brett, those are some mighty big words. Charlotte Lean couldn't help sneering. Kaido's gaze snapped back to Lewis, laden with unprecedented gravity. Aye, Captain. The next instant Lewis moved. Alone he stepped forward, and under the gaze of the assembled masses leaped from the Duval's bow. At this moment the power of the float fruit erupted in full without the slightest restraint as Lewis shot straight toward Uranus. Uro. Kaido watched the skyscraping path rise before his very eyes, first stunned, then bursting into thunderous laughter. Interesting. Very interesting. Then I'll be mad alongside you lunatic. Just this once. Keep breath. No longer holding anything back, the dragon's breath, searing hot enough to melt all things in the world, became a pillar of annihilation that tore across the sky and slammed violently into Uranus. Mama. Don't you dare look down on me. Charlotte Lean instantly grasped Lewis's intention, commanding Zeus the thundercloud and Prometheus the sun at her side. Imperial sword Raul. Lightning and flame intertwined in a frenzy, blending into her towering sword aura that spanned heaven and earth, transforming into a world-annihilating storm of thunder and fire that pursued close behind the dragon's breath. The two emperors of the sea who reigned over the new world in that instant cast aside all grudges and rivalries, pouring their most powerful attacks without reserve upon that divine fortress in the heavens. Uranus sensed the provocation of mortals. Upon the fortress walls, the dense honeycomb cannon muzzles blazed to life, and hundreds of energy beams wove an impassable curtain of light that fell in a raging storm. Kaido's dragon breath was vaporized in an instant. Charlotte Lean's thunderflame storm was likewise ground away beneath the light rain. The two emperors' combined strike had bought Lewis only a fleeting gasp of reprieve. But that was already enough. Lewis's form climbed at dizzying speed like an arrow from a bow. Bursts of cannon light exploded around him, casting his shadow, now long, now short. The tremendous wind pressure set his black coat snapping in the air. In his eyes, only the great iron coffin in the sky remained. Closer still. He could even discern the cold, intricate lines upon its metal hull, markings that 800 years had failed to erase. The power of the float fruit coalesced into an invisible hand, ripping open a massive slab of armor upon Uranus's underbelly. Lewis slipped through in a flash. The ear-splitting clamor of battle and explosion from the outside was instantly sealed away, replaced by a silence like death. Only a low, unnerving hum of energy echoed endlessly through the frigid metal corridors. No guards. No soldiers. It was like a vast, cold, self-operating tomb. Lewis raced through the labyrinthine passages, tracing the source of that energy. At last he arrived before a colossal gate. Behind it lay the heart of Uranus. Without an instant's hesitation, he clenched his right fist and drove it forth. The massive, ponderous metal door shattered at the blow. The sight within the core energy chamber made his pupils shrink slightly. At the very center of the room, an immense energy crystal hovered. The crystal shone with an eerie violet glow, as if a dead starfield were imprisoned within, countless motes of light drifting through it in dull mechanical circuits. A power infinitely familiar, yet utterly twisted and frozen solid emanated from within. The awakened power of the float fruit. This was a permanent floating apparatus forcibly forged by some existence 800 years ago. Like a perpetual motion machine, it drove this war fortress that held the sky captive. Lewis slowly extended his hand and gently touched the frigid crystal surface. Zzz. The colossal crystal began to tremble violently, letting out a piercing cry of agony. Two powers of identical origin engaged in the most direct and savage contest within the crystal. Sweat beaded upon Lewis's brow as he forcibly tore apart the control system seared into it by the world government. Crack! A crisp crystalline fracture echoed from the deepest core of the crystal, as if some shackle had been severed cleanly through. The eerie purple light dimmed in an instant. The hum of energy within all of Uranus ceased abruptly. Silence. Absolute silence. Then an alarm shrill beyond all bearing erupted through the entire fortress. Warning. Power core failure. Warning. Permanent flotation system disengaged. Warning. The fortress is falling. Outside upon the battlefield of Mary Geos. Everyone lifted their heads in terror as though they were witnessing the end of the world. That war fortress suspended 10,000 meters above, gazing down upon mortals like a god. Uranus, that emblem of the world government's 800 years of absolute dominion. It began to tilt. It began to fall. An enormous shadow swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, engulfing the entire red line with the awe-inspiring force of utter destruction. Straight down it plummeted toward the pinnacle of worldly power, the holy land Mary Geos. The dawn of a new world opened with the twilight of the realm's summit as its overture. That aerial fortress which hovered above all things and embodied divine majesty had lost its very foundation of existence. It fell resolute and unyielding, plunging straight downward with an intent to annihilate all. A colossal shadow expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, greedily consuming the final gleam of sunlight above the holy land of Mary Geos. The world seemed to have been muted. The wind ceased. The clamor of slaughter fell silent. Even the beating of hearts appeared to vanish. In every pair of pupils there remained only the reflection of that ever-enlarging shadow, a harbinger of the apocalypse. Transformed into the monstrous Fengshi Topuman Wuqiu, Li Sheng beheld fear for the first time flicker within his fierce crimson eyes. Jiluoxi Satan Sheng, now warped into the Niu Gui, could not control the trembling of his 8 grotesque spider legs, which scraped against the bedrock with an ear-splitting screech. These creatures who had called themselves gods now tasted despair as mortals do. Wu gug gug gug. Kaido's manic laughter rang out piercingly shrill in that moment. He tilted his scarred dragon head skyward, eyes blazing with near-mad excitement. Mahama! What a magnificent display of destruction. Charlotte Lean's face, once contorted by greed and rage, was now twisted with a perverse ecstasy. And then, in the next instant, the impact arrived. There was no earth-shattering roar as anticipated. The moment Tian Wang Alanos made contact with Mary Geos, the entire world fell utterly silent. A ring of pure white shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact, silent, yet brutally merciless. Wherever it passed, even space rippled like water. The dwelling of gods, the holy land of Mary Geos. The grand city-state built upon white marble, the ancient stronghold symbolizing the pinnacle of world power. Along with all Tenryubito too slow to cry out, were instantaneously disintegrated into the most fundamental particles within that ring of pure white radiance. Dust. And then came an even more terrifying chain reaction. The red leaf continent, that dividing landmass of the 4 seas renowned for its impregnability, split open along its center with a breathtaking fissure. The red leaf continent began to collapse on a catastrophic scale. Endless seas surged inward with roaring fury, filling in what had once been exalted land. The world government's 800-year symbol of unbroken dominion was in that moment physically and utterly erased. Yet, in the deepest heart of this wasteland of destruction and rebirth, where the ancient capital's core once stood, where the void throne had rested, a silhouette slowly rose from the center. It took no fixed form, seeming composed of pure darkness and nothingness itself. Its mere presence bent light and repelled the very laws of nature. The ultimate ruler, Imu, had appeared. Its arrival brought forth an absolute stillness that transcended death itself. The five elders' monstrous beast-stride forms crumbled before him in humble prostration like the most devout of worshippers. Imu's gaze swept over the boundless ruins and settled upon Kaido, whose laughter echoed in the distance. It slowly raised a hand without definite shape. The next moment Kaido's dragon scales, the strongest defense in the world, begun flaking away without warning. Not shattering. Not peeling off. But as though erased by an invisible eraser removed from the very concept of existence itself. Ugh! Ah! A howl of agony erupted from Kaido's throat. This was no mere physical pain. It was an excruciating horror inflicted upon his very soul, born from the negation of his being. Even his supremely refined haki could not fully withstand such harm, forcing him to endure accumulating wounds. This was powerlessness he had never known across his storied life. This was a terrifying ability that none, not even the monarchs who had dominated the seas, could resist. Emptiness. Imu's vague face turned toward another figure amid the rubble. Lui, another fool who dared trespass upon the divine domain. A voice icy and devoid of emotion echoed within everyone's minds. The farce is at an end. The moment those words fell, the power of erasure descended. The massive chunk of red leaf continent beneath Lui's feet vanished instantly, depriving him of his footing. Lui activated his devil fruit power, gathering countless shards of debris into a shield before him. Yet the solid rock silently disappeared the moment it encountered Imu's attack. Any attack, any defense, even the very objects influenced by Lui's fruit ability were erased from the conceptual level itself. This was truly and unequivocally unsolvable. Lui was driven into unprecedented desperation. He could only rely upon his overwhelmingly potent haki to resist the colossal force that sought to erase him entirely from the world. Yet his body was still being continuously eliminated. He was forced to unlock further strength within himself. Lui's perception descended into the deepest ocean of his inner being. He began to contemplate the very essence of his power. The will to protect one's own existence. That was armament haki. The will to perceive the existence of others. That was observation haki. And the will to transcend all existence. That was conqueror's haki. Were these truly three separate powers? No, that was wrong. They had never been three distinct forces. From beginning to end there had only ever been one. That was I. I was the one who protected. I was the one who perceived. I was the one who transcended. Boom. Within Lui's soul some barrier was brutally shattered. The three distinct forms of haki lost their boundaries at that moment, merging violently and madly into a single furnace. It was a brand new power beyond description. Formless and colorless. Yet it seemed to contain every hue in existence. Silent and motionless. Yet it felt as though it were declaring something to the entire cosmos. For the first time, Imu's power of erasure faltered. The overwhelming force seeking to wipe Lui from existence collided with an equally implacable absolute barrier. If Imu's power was the absolute emptiness, then what erupted from Lui at that moment was the absolute being. Who gave you the right to define my existence? My existence is defined by myself alone. Within his heart, Lui bestowed upon this ultimate will. This will to define the self and interfere with origin, its true name. Mind conquers matter. Im's power was the absolute nothingness, awakened through the development of a devil fruit ability to its extreme limit. Luis's power was the absolute being, awakened through the refinement of haki to its ultimate peak. Void and being now engaged in a silent confrontation above the ruins of the former Holy Land. Two diametrically opposed primordial forces gnawed at each other, negating one another at every turn. Within the space between them, light was warped into grotesque spirals, and the concept of time itself became blurred. An instant ago fragments of the red line remained as crumbling ruins, the next they had dissolved into nothingness. In the following instant, they were forcibly reconstructed by Luis's will. Ugga-ho-ho. Kaido's laughter was arid and rasping. Upon his colossal draconic frame the scales that had been erased were slowly regenerating. Yet their rate of recovery was far outpaced by the erosion of the Void's power. For the first time he truly understood what it meant to be incapable of intervening in a battle. This was not a clash of power against power. It was a duel of laws. Rule against rule, principle against principle. Charlotte Linlin was silent. All the frenzy and greed on her face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a shudder that emanated from the deepest recesses of her soul. The five elders prostrate upon the ground lacked even the courage to raise their heads. Their colossal forms of primordial beasts set against the standoff of two deities were as insignificant as motes of dust. For the first time the silhouette of pure darkness that was rippled violently. Luis's eyes remained shut, his entire will concentrated on withstanding that dread puissance which sought to expunge him from the very root of his existence. The pure darkness into which Im had transformed began to contract with furious intensity. All light, all matter, all laws of reality were drawn into it with unbridled frenzy. At length it condensed into an absolute singularity. one imperceptible to the mortal eye, discernible only through the soul. A singularity that represented terminus and nothingness. World erasure. Lewis's eyes snapped open violently. He had not gathered any form of energy. Instead, he took his entire will, that force of mind over matter, which towered above all creation, and turned it into an invisible torrent surging forth to meet the ultimate nothingness. No sound, no light. The singularity and the will collided. In that instant, it seemed as though the entire world had been reformatted. Immediately thereafter, an indescribable ripple of pure white spread soundlessly from the very heart of the collision. The red line, already laced with cracks and on the verge of collapse, met its final disintegration the instant that ripple swept through. Boom. A thunderclap long overdue erupted as the most fearsome roar since the dawn of creation, sweeping across the entire planet. That colossal red wall that had divided the world for 800 years beneath the gaze of all the world collapsed completely and sank into the roaring deep. An unprecedented chain reaction had begun. Deprived of the red line's restraint, the equilibrium of the four seas was shattered beyond remedy. Endless seawater poured in, birthing colossal tsunamis capable of devouring everything in their path. Across the globe, the sea level rose with terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. From Fuchsia Village in the East Blue to Drum Island in the Grand Line. From Dressrosa in the New World to every corner of the earth. Despairing shrieks rose one after another. The ocean was devouring the land. The world was welcoming its own apocalypse. At the heart of this torrent of destruction, Lewis's figure remained erect. The final victor had emerged. Lewis was drenched in blood and utterly spent, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. He looked upon the ruins being swiftly swallowed by the rising sea and sensed the mournful death throes of the world as it perished. He slowly extended his right hand. The float fruit honed to the apogee of his ability resonated in unprecedented harmony with his primordial haki, the power that defined all things. Lewis slowly raised both hands. A sacred and majestic will instantly enveloped the entire planet. The next moment, in distant Wano, the colossal island ceased its descent. Under the horrified gaze of countless citizens, it began to break free from the sea's shackles and rise into the sky. The boundless deserts of Alabasta, together with the ancient royal city set upon them, cast off the chains of gravity and became a kingdom of sand suspended in the heavens. Fishman Island, 10,000 meters beneath the surface, saw its mighty bubble burst through the shackles of 10,000-ton water pressure, bearing all its residents as it soared skyward, for the first time in the truest sense. Hakinosu Elbaf, Zo Water 7. Every island in the world where life still lingered and the flames of civilization still blazed. In that moment, all of them sundered their bonds to earth and ocean. Guided by Lewis's will, they rose slowly into the sky. The old world sank beneath the colossal flood. A brand new world composed of countless sky islands ascended slowly in Lewis's hands. The prologue of a new epic was thus unveiled.